Today was my very first day at Konoha School. The moment I stepped into the classroom, I heard the teacher announce loudly from the podium, "Everyone, we have a new student joining our class. Let's give her a big round of applause." The room instantly filled with excited energy. I followed teacher Kimimura Kazuki into the classroom. He even started the applause himself. Then he turned to me and said, "Come on, child, introduce yourself to the class." Summoning up my courage, I said in a clear voice, "Hello everyone, my name is Kushina Uzumaki. I'm happy to meet you all, and I hope we can get along." I had expected a warm welcome, but instead, strange whispers drifted around the classroom. "Her hair is red. That's so weird. No one in Konoha Village has red hair. Maybe she's some kind of red-haired witch. I bet she's a little firecracker." Already nervous, my face turned pale as I listened to what they were saying. Teacher Kamimura's face darkened as well. He slammed his hand on the desk and scolded sharply. "That's enough, children. You mustn't talk about your classmates like that. It's extremely rude." The class immediately fell silent as the teacher's anger swept through the room. Then, the teacher turned back to me, and his expression softened into a reassuring smile. "Kushina, why don't you find an empty seat? Don't mind what they said. They're just being thoughtless." I gave a quick bow, glanced around, and realized that only the last row had seats left. Keeping my head down, I made my way there. The seat by the window was already taken, so I settled for the one in the middle. Grandma Mito had always reminded me to get along with my classmates and fit into Konoha Village as quickly as I could. Remembering her words, an ache welled up inside me, my eyes stinging with the threat of tears. She was always so good to me, but now she was gone. I tried to encourage myself and decided to take the first step. I turned to my desk mate and gave a hopeful smile. Im Kushina." He'd been staring out the window, but at the sound of my voice, he finally turned to look at me. His gaze was cool, as if I were invisible. After a few seconds, he finally replied in a flat tone, "Chiyuki Yagami." I barely caught him muttering under his breath. Of all the seats, she had to pick the one next to me. "Minato, your wife's my desk mate now. Come take her back." I didn't pay much attention. I just said, "It's nice to meet you." He gave a faint grunt in reply and went straight back to gazing out the window. I guess that he probably didn't want to get too close to me, afraid of drawing the attention of the Umbu or root ninjas. After all, both the third Hokage and Danzo were not people to be trifled with. In class, I tried my best to focus on the lesson, but I hadn't been sleeping well since arriving in Konoha. Before long, drowsiness crept over me. The moment class ended, the other students erupted into their usual jeers. "Red-haired witch. Crimson chili pepper. She's a freak." One unpleasant nickname after another rained down on me. Those voices jolted me awake. I was so angry that my face flushed as red as my hair. My desk mate, Chiwe, clicked his tongue in admiration and marveled at the nerve of these classmates, daring to provoke the so-called crimson chili pepper. Don't be fooled by my fragile appearance. If I'm truly enraged, I'm not someone easily dealt with. I clenched my fists, struggling to hold back, but the mischievous kids kept on mocking me. She's mad. Her whole face is turning red. Watch out, the red-haired which will gobble you up." Their relentless taunts finally shattered my patience. I sprang forward and knocked one of them down with a punch. Rage flared inside me, setting even my hair bristling as if stirred by surging chakra. The whole classroom filled with the ferocious aura of the Nine-Tails chakra I released. Even the Umbu were taken aback by the intensity of the Jinchuriki's power and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Seizing the moment, I grabbed those bullying kids and took each one down. Chiwe stood aside, looking on with a quiet sigh in his heart. Both of us were Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. How could the difference between us be so vast? Within Chiwe's inner world, a small white fox, much like the Nine-Tails but with softer lines, quietly lay. Seeing me unleash the Nine-Tails chakra stirred a twinge of envy in him. Though the fox inside Chiwe was much smaller, the saving grace was that no one knew he, too, was a Jinchuriki, so he remained completely safe. As it turns out, before being transported to this world, Chiwe was just a homebody playing Naruto mobile games. He'd lounge in the air conditioning, snacking on watermelon, and chose the Uchiha route just because he liked the Sharingan best, spending money to acquire the Mangekyo, Eternal Mangekyo, and Rinnegan. Later, when the Jinchuriki system was introduced in the game, he spent even more to get that white Nine-Tails. Who could have guessed that after a night's sleep, he'd wake up in this world for real? The children who made fun of me ended up with bruised faces, and I had turned the classroom into utter chaos. It looked like the aftermath of a little brawl, clear proof of my fighting strength. Minato, sitting in the third row, couldn't help but burst out laughing at the scene. My anger had barely subsided, but the moment I saw his laughter, it flared up again. I slapped the desk hard and shouted at him. You think this is funny? Laugh again, and I'll come after you. Minato was so startled he nearly fell out of his chair. The rest of the class didn't dare make fun of me anymore. I huffed my way back to my seat, and that's when I suddenly noticed just how strange my deskmate was. While the others mocked and bullied me, he showed no reaction at all. Even when I started fighting, he simply sat there in silence, his face calm, as though nothing happening around him had anything to do with him. When I returned to my seat, he glanced at me indifferently, then turned his gaze back out the window. A short while later, Mr. Uemura Kazuki, our teacher, heard the commotion and rushed into the classroom. He froze in his tracks when he saw the chaos before him, clearly thinking, "This is bad. The parents won't let this go easily." A few of the kids I'd hit immediately ran over to complain, "Teacher, Kushina hit us." At the mention of my name, Mr. Uemura's face grew even more troubled. The third Hokage had specifically instructed him to take extra care of Kushina, given her special status. Yet here I was, not only fighting but fighting so many at once. A third of the class had become my victims. It wasn't me who started it. They started by mocking me and giving me awful nicknames. I fired back at them, the helplessness I'd felt when I first walked into the classroom gone, replaced by a fiery spirit. I was like a burning red chili pepper, prickly from head to toe. No one dared come near. "That's enough out of all of you," Mr. Uemura cut in sharply, silencing the tattling students. He knew very well who the usual troublemakers in class were. While Kushina was at fault, those kids weren't innocent either. Then he called out a few names. "Shizuki, Minato, you two as well. Come with me to the office." Shizuki couldn't help but feel exasperated. He'd only been a bystander, yet still got dragged in. He stood up, joined Minato, and followed behind Kushina and the others who'd been hit, heading toward the teacher's office. "Shizuki, this Kushina girl really has a temper. Since you're sitting next to her, you'd better watch out," Minato whispered a warning as they walked. What did you say?" Shizuki had been lost in thought and hadn't heard. So he turned to Minato with a puzzled look. "Was I speaking too softly?" Minato hesitated, then raised his voice a little and repeated, "I said, that girl Kushina is pretty fierce. You're her deskmate, so be careful, or she might come after you too." "Is that so?" Chiwe suppressed a grin and patted Minato on the shoulder, her tone laced with sympathy. "Honestly, I think you'd better watch yourself. I have a feeling you might be the next one to get in trouble." "What? I'm going to get hit? By who?" Minato hadn't quite caught on, but suddenly he felt someone's gaze fixed on him. Instinctively, he looked up, only to feel every muscle in his body tense. Kushina had stopped walking just ahead. Her fists were clenched, and she was glaring at him with palpable fury. Her red hair seemed to bristle and lift with her emotions, a sure sign that she was about to erupt. "Good luck." Chiwe didn't hesitate for a second before slipping away. "Hey, that's so unfair. Some friend you are." Minato was on the verge of tears, feeling completely set up by Chiwe. "Why can't I ever hold my tongue? Now I'm really in trouble." Kushina puffed out her cheeks and shot Minato a withering look, making a warning gesture before turning away in a huff. Inside the office, Chiwe gave a brief account of the situation to their teacher. They were teasing Kushina and gave her a nickname. That's why she got upset and hit someone. That's all there is to it. "That's exactly what happened," Minato immediately chimed in. He'd already managed to anger Kushina and was praying not to draw any more of her attention. Their homeroom teacher, Kazuki Uemura, rubbed his temples, clearly troubled, and sternly reminded them, "Chiwe, you can't speak about your classmates like that. If someone doesn't work hard and loves to stir up trouble, what else would you call them but useless?" Chiwe replied coolly, glancing over the students who'd been called into the office. Each classmate he passed his gaze over immediately lowered their head. None of them dared meet his eyes or so much as whisper a retort. "Chiwe," Uemura Kazuki gave an exasperated sigh. If it had been anyone else, he would have scolded them on the spot, but Chiwe really did have grounds for what he said. Besides, his relationship with these students had never been friendly to begin with. The reason was simple. Just like Kushina, Chiwe had once been given nicknames by these same students like the silver-haired freak from Uchiha. In retaliation, Chiwe would often wait for them after class, and anyone he ran into got a beating. Gradually, these classmates started avoiding him like mice shadowing away from a cat. Minato, go back to class now." Kazuki Uemura motioned for the other teachers and students present to leave, then turned to Kushina and said, "Kushina, what happened today has caused quite a stir. I'd like you to go home and bring your parents to the school so we can resolve this together. What do you think?" Chiwe and Minato had just left the teacher's office together. As they reached the door, Chiwe couldn't help but burst into laughter at something she heard. Minato blinked in confusion, wondering, isn't it completely normal for the school to call the parents when there's a fight? But if they have to call the parents, who's supposed to come? Tsunade? If Tsunade actually got summoned to the school, that'd certainly be something to see. "Chiwe, Can I come to your place for dinner tonight? I could stop by the store and pick up groceries after class. Minato seized the opportunity to discuss dinner plans with her. Sure, you figured out. I'll handle the rest, Chiyue replied cheerfully. No problem. The two of them were not only neighbors, but also classmates, so they were much closer than most. Ever since Chiyue had invited Minato over for dinner once, he'd taken quite a liking to hanging out at her place for meals. Meanwhile, Tsunade had just woken up at home, her hair a tousled mess, still in a foul mood. She'd been shaken awake by Kushina, and it was only after forcing herself to full awareness that she realized her reason for being roused. Kushina had been in a fight at school and now needed a parent to show up. So, you got teased at school, and your solution was to hit them back? Now the teacher wants a parent to be called. Tsunade irritably ran her hand through her tangled golden hair, a lingering grogginess in her voice. Who told you to call for a parent? Tsunade's tone was laced with anger. When I got into fights growing up, no one ever dared ask me to fetch my parents. She stood up and told Kushina, give me a few minutes. I'll come sort this out for you. Kushina's grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, had entrusted Tsunade with looking after Kushina before she left. Now that Kushina was being bullied, there was no way Tsunade could just stand by. In her mind, Kushina hadn't done anything wrong. In fact, she'd done exactly what was needed. Some people deserve to be taught a lesson. The memory of a certain incorrigible lecture flashed through her mind, leaving her feelings in a muddled tangle. Tsunade quickly splashed some water on her face, not bothering to mask the smell of sake clinging to her, then marched off with Kushina towards the entrance of the ninja school's main building. Without breaking stride, she strode into the office and kicked the door open. Inside, Kamimura Ichiki was already struggling to placate the irate parents of the students who'd been on the receiving end of the scuffle. The sudden, forceful entrance startled him. He felt a surge of anger and was about to start shouting, but when he saw who it was, Tsunade herself, his composure broke. He scrambled out of his chair in a panic and ceded his seat to her immediately. Oh, it's Lady Tsunade. Tsunade didn't even bother to acknowledge his flustered welcome. Her eyes swept coldly over the still stunned parents. Then she turned to Kamimura Ichiki and sneered. So, it was you who told Kushina to fetch a parent? Why yes, Kamimura Ichiki stammered, clearly uneasy. Tsunade spoke bluntly. I'm here now. Whatever you have to say, get on with it. I don't have time to waste when I could be sleeping. And you parents, if you have complaints, make them quickly. She sat down on a chair, crossed her legs, and pointed directly at the cluster of parents who had come to argue, unreserved in her tone. Your kids just started school today and already picked on my little sister. I haven't settled that score with you yet. If you don't handle this properly, I'll have my sister wait by the school gate every day after class. Although at that time she was not yet one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade's fiery temper was already the talk of Konoha. Paired with her distinguished status, she could do almost anything she pleased within the village. She was also the only one among the Sannin bold enough to openly criticize Danzo and the two elders to their faces. No matter how dissatisfied Jiraiya or Orochimaru were, they would never dare be so brazen. I think I just saw Lady Tsunade, someone whispered in the classroom. Tsunade was a legend in Konoha, granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, personally honored by the daimyo with the title Princess of the Leaf. It was practically impossible not to know her name. Minato could barely conceal his excitement, while Chiyuki just yawned and, sprawled lazily on her desk, muttered, What's there to be excited about? Aren't you worried about your own safety? Tsunade is Kushina's guardian. You made Kushina mad just now. Don't you wonder if she'll come back and give you a lesson? The color faded from Minato's face. His excitement vanished, and his smile froze, inch by inch. Internally he chanted, You can't see me, you can't see me. Whenever Kushina was around, Minato always wished he could turn invisible, just to avoid her attention. Fortunately, though Kushina was irked by Minato's words, she wasn't the type to lash out physically. She just felt aggrieved at being called hot-tempered. She never actually waited at the school gate to pick a fight. After school, Minato hurriedly grabbed Chiyuki and dashed away, afraid Kushina might catch them on the spot. After all, that was his future wife. He didn't want to make a scene he would regret. Following that earlier conflict, Kushina gradually found her place within the class. The kids she disciplined now steered well clear of her, Minato included. At lunchtime, Kushina hesitated for a long moment before finally summoning her courage. She brought out a meticulously prepared, oversized lunchbox and invited Chiyuki. Chiyuki, would you like to have lunch with me? Minato was just about to walk over to Chiyuki when he saw this. He stopped his tracks and quietly turned to leave. He really didn't want to catch Kushina's eye. Among her classmates, Kushina made a strong and imposing impression, the kind no one wanted to test. Aside from Chiyuki, almost no one dared approach her on their own. It must be said, Although Minato was undeniably gifted, at this stage he was still just an ordinary child, not yet the future Yellow Flash. For someone Minato's age, the best strategy when encountering Kushina was simply to take a detour. Sorry, I'm not really a fan of rice balls or sashimi. Chiwe glanced at the lunchbox being offered, politely shook his head, and declined. He then pulled out his own lunch from his bag and hurried to catch up with Minato. Seeing her friendly gesture refused, Kushina slumped over the table, crestfallen. The lunch she had prepared with such care no longer seemed appetizing. All she wanted was to show her appreciation for Chiwe, who had spoken up for her in the office. Unfortunately, Chiwe didn't accept the gesture. I thought you and Kushina were close. Minato looked at Chiwe, puzzled as they sat together. Opening his own lunchbox, Chiwe shrugged and explained, "You know me, I just don't like rice balls or sashimi, so I couldn't accept her lunch." The truth was, Chiwe really didn't enjoy those foods. More importantly, he worried that getting too close to Kushina would catch the attention of the Umbu. He had many secrets to keep. Once on their radar, trouble would inevitably follow. You're a true friend." Minato misinterpreted Chiwe's intentions, thinking he refused Kushina's offer just to keep him company. Chiwe stared at Minato, speechless, thinking to himself, "If you're going to say that, can you at least move your chopsticks out of my lunchbox first?" At the end of the school day, Chiwe hurried home. He walked into the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror, looking at his own reflection. His eyes, which were originally blue, had turned red, 2 tomo now spinning in each pupil. He thought to himself, "My single tomo Sharingan just evolved into 2 tomo without warning. There wasn't any sign at all. Could this have to do with my game character's settings?" Deactivating the Sharingan, Chiwe went back to his room and collapsed onto his bed, drained. His full name was Yagami Chiwe, and half of his blood belonged to the Uchiha clan. His mother was originally a member of the Uchiha, and after the death of his father in battle, she wanted to bring him back into the family. But because of his silver hair and his own resistance to the idea, it never happened. There were also plenty within the clan who opposed his return. When Chiwe first crossed into this world, he'd already awakened to Sharingan, though only with a single tomo. In addition, deep inside him dwelled a unique white Ninetales, exclusive to his game character. The only regret was that this Ninetales was still small and weak. Even after over a year, it had only just grown to its current size. Fortunately, only Chiwe could sense its existence. Unless he chose to reveal it himself, no one else would ever know his secret. Back when her Sharingan first awakened, Chiyuki hadn't experienced any particular external shock. It was the same this time. The evolution of her Sharingan happened entirely without warning. If all the abilities I have in the game could one day manifest in reality, Chiyuki mused silently. The fully formed Ninetales, innate Sage mode, even the Rinnegan at its peak. If she could truly obtain them all, there'd be no need to worry about dangerous figures like Danzo. Eventually, nothing would be able to stand in her way. Still, for now, it was wiser to keep a low profile. Displaying some talent would earn her attention, but being overly exceptional would only invite suspicion and trouble. Meanwhile, Kushina, her spirits dampened, returned to the Senju family's ancestral home. Because she was still quite young, there had once been an agreement between Uzumaki Mido and the third Hokage. Until Kushina graduated from the Ninja Academy, she would continue living at the Senju compound. This way, Tsunade could look after her properly and offer her the guidance she needed. "Wow, bento boxes!" Nawaki exclaimed as soon as he stepped inside, spotting the food on the table. He immediately began wolfing down the meal, barely pausing to ask Tsunade if she wanted to join. "Kushina worked hard to prepare these last night," Tsunade explained, glancing at the artfully arranged boxes and sampling a rice ball. She said she wanted to thank a classmate for standing up for her, so she made this bento just for him. Apparently, he turned it down. He did. Nawaki's eyes widened in shock. Who in the world would refuse a gesture like that from Kushina? "Yes, I was turned down." At that moment, Kushina herself emerged from her room, looking drained. She slumped down next to Tsunade and ruffled her hair in frustration. "Chiyuki said he doesn't like rice balls or sashimi. It's so unfair. I put so much effort into making it." Tsunade nearly burst out laughing. She hadn't expected to see Kushina troubled by something like this. Instead, she nudged Nawaki with her foot, causing him to wince and pull a face. "Do you know Yagami Chiyuki? What kind of person is he?" Tsunade asked. "Yagami Chiyuki?" Rubbing his leg, Nawaki thought for a moment before answering uncertainly. "I think he's a lower grade student. Supposedly really handsome. A lot of girls in our year talk about him." "That sounds like trouble." Tsunade grinned mischievously, giving Kushina a playful nudge with her shoulder. No wonder Kushina feels under pressure. A handsome boy will always be popular. Not everyone gets that kind of attention. That's not true at all. Kushina's cheeks flushed bright red. Admittedly, Chiyuki really was quite good-looking, but all she had wanted was to say thank you. Nothing more. Big sis, could you please not drag me into your conversations? Nawaki looked helpless, sighing inwardly. He couldn't possibly be as hopeless as Tsunade made him out to be. After all, he was her younger brother. What kind of sister would actually call her own brother ugly? Tsunade shot him a glance, but quickly turned her attention to Kushina, coming up with a suggestion. Here's what you can do. Next time, just invite him over for dinner as a way to thank him. And I'll help you check him out, too. No way. Kushina shot up, clutching her head in exasperation. She protested in a rush. It's really not what you think. I just want to show my gratitude, that's all. Tsunade, you're being way too much. With that, she covered her face and dashed back to her room. Ah, girls do get shy so easily, Tsunade remarked, grinning triumphantly. You say that as if you're ancient. Nawaki couldn't help but grumble to himself. Big sis, let's not invite him over to the house. If you insist, treating him to a meal outside is about as far as it should go. Having him here isn't a good idea. Why not? Tsunade looked at him in confusion. Suddenly, her expression tightened, and she clenched her fist, proclaiming through gritted teeth, Don't tell me that little brat doesn't have any respect for me. Do you know who I am? I'm Tsunade of the Senju. That's not it at all. Seeing Tsunade suddenly getting all serious, Nawaki felt cornered and quickly explained, Actually, Yagami Chizuki goes by another name. Another name? Why would someone have so many names? Tsunade frowned, puzzled. Uchiha Chizuki. Nawaki spread his hands, a note of resignation in his voice. That's what some of the girls at school call him. Yagami Chizuki's real name is actually Uchiha Chizuki. His mother, before she passed away, asked that he acknowledge his roots and return to the Uchiha clan since he carries their bloodline as well. But nothing really came of it after that. So he's from the Uchiha family? Tsunade suddenly understood why Nawaki was so wary. If that was the case, there really could be trouble. In the end, Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, after all. Maybe it was for the best if nothing happened between them. If Chizuki was turned away, it might even be a blessing in disguise. Someone with Uchiha blood, even if he hadn't officially returned to the clan, wasn't suited for too much contact with the Jinchuriki. Tsunade held no grudge against the Uchiha, though she admitted they could be difficult. Still, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Danzo, and the elders would never allow something like that. Right now, Chizuki and Kushina were just classmates. Being friends was fine. But if they took even a single step further, those in power would definitely find ways to push Chizuki away from Kushina. Alright class, today we'll be focusing on ninja tool throwing. Please open your textbooks. Chihitsuki was just as he always was, gazing out the window, as if something outside held his attention. Kushina sneaked a glance at him, waited a moment, then peeked again. In the end, she couldn't hold back. She scribbled a note and quietly passed it over. A note? Chihitsuki had almost forgotten how long it had been since he'd last communicated like this. The last time he received a handwritten note must have been back in middle school, in his previous life. He never imagined that, after crossing into this world, he would once again find himself in such a scene. Why aren't you paying attention in class? You keep staring out the window. Chihitsuki glanced at the words on the small slip of paper, then slid it back to her, and replied aloud. I was just looking outside, because there's nothing for me to do. If you've already mastered what the teacher is saying, you could do the same. Oh, Kushina was caught off guard. She hadn't expected Chihitsuki to simply answer her out loud instead of passing the note back. Chihitsuki Yagami. Kushina Uzumaki. At last, Mr. Kamimura had had enough. He slammed his hand down on the lectern and barked sternly. Even if you've already mastered the material, don't disrupt the class for everyone else. If you want to pass notes, don't do it right in front of the teacher. Oh no, they've been caught. Kushina's face flushed red, and she buried her head in her arms, while Chihitsuki carried on as if nothing had happened, paying no mind to the teacher's words or the curious glances from their classmates. Not a single thing taking place in the classroom escaped the ANBU's watchful eyes. They could even clearly see what Kushina had written on her note. So, you're saying that Kushina passed a note to Chihitsuki Yagami? Upon hearing the ANBU's report, the third Hokage began reviewing Chihitsuki's file. Interesting. I hadn't expected a link like this between the child and the Uchiha. He hasn't tried returning to the Uchiha clan? Asked the Hokage. No, Lord Hokage. Since the death of Chihitsuki Yagami's mother, he has not visited the Uchiha district again. It seems the Uchiha aren't eager to welcome him back either. The third Hokage's brows knitted in concern. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki taking an interest in a classmate with Uchiha blood could become problematic. Fortunately, Chihitsuki hadn't tried returning to the Uchiha. After thinking for a moment, the Hokage issued his order, continue surveillance. The moment Chihitsuki shows any response to the Jinchuriki, intervene immediately. We cannot allow the Jinchuriki to get too close to the Uchiha. Even a child with only Uchiha blood, yet not a formal member of the clan, was a risk that couldn't be taken lightly. Understood, Lord Hokage. The Yambiyu ninjas left the Hokage's office and returned to their silent watch beside Kushina, carefully observing every interaction between her and Chiyuki. Master, the people outside seem to have some hostility toward you. A soft voice stirred in Chiyuki's mind, the voice of the Nine-Tails sealed within him. Chiyuki's Nine-Tails was female, a sharp contrast to the massive male fox sealed inside Kushina. Though the tailed beasts didn't truly have genders, Chiyuki always felt the tone of their voices made a clear distinction. He had long known the ANBU were watching him, but their surveillance was really because of Kushina, with him merely caught in the overlap. As long as he didn't do anything out of the ordinary, their attention would soon move elsewhere. Nine-Tails, when will you become as powerful as that fox next door? Master, I'm still young. I can barely gather chakra, the Nine-Tails grumbled, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. The neighboring Nine-Tails had split from the mighty Ten-Tails, whereas she had slowly grown in strength from nothing, relying only on her own efforts. At noon dismissal, a classmate gathered her courage and invited Chiyuki to lunch. Kushina's eyes widened with curiosity. She wondered if he would reject the girl the way he once rejected her. Sorry, I don't like eating with people who are too unattractive, Chiyuki replied bluntly. His directness made him hard to approach. This was precisely why, despite his striking looks, few girls were willing to get close to him. Not only would they face rejection, but also his harsh words, something most girls his age simply couldn't bear. In truth, Chiyuki was already weary of endless invitations from girls. He didn't want to get caught up in pointless relationships, so he chose to reject people outright, leaving them no room for hope. Wah! Chiyuki, you're so cruel, the girl cried, covering her face and fleeing in tears. Kushina was stunned. She'd long been hung up on the day Chiyuki turned her down. But looking back now, it didn't seem so bad. At least he hadn't called her ugly. Realizing this, an odd sense of relief warmed her heart. At least I wasn't disliked for my looks. Wait, why does that make me happy? I was still rejected. As soon as she thought about it, all trace of her good mood evaporated. That night at home, Kushina asked Nawaki, "Nisan, how do boys usually turn down invitation from girls? If it's someone you don't like, you just say no politely." What? Nawaki looked puzzled by Kushina's question. Did you get turned down again? Suddenly, Nawaki jumped up, clutching his foot. Tsunade snorted, pulled her foot back, and said coolly, "If you've got nothing nice to say, then don't say anything at all." She yanked Kushina over to her side, pointed at Nawaki, and added, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He's never once been invited out by a girl, so it's not like he has any experience. If you really want to know, you should listen to me." All at once, Nawaki's foot stopped hurting. Instead, his heart stung a little. He couldn't help but wonder if he was really Tsunade's biological younger brother. Tsunade pressed on. "Was it that brat Yagami Chizuki who turned you down again? Want your big sister to go teach him a lesson tomorrow? How dare he reject our adorable Kushina? Has he got no sense at all?" "That's not it." Kushina's face flushed bright red, and she quickly shook her head. "Today it was Chizuki-kun who turned down another classmate, and the way he did it was a bit unusual. I was just curious, that's all." At that, Tsunade couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Oh, I see. Here I was worried you'd had your heart broken again. So what was so unusual? Go on, tell us." Now Nawaki's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He leaned over and asked, "How did he reject her? Exactly? I like to see what a good-looking guy does in that situation." Drawing on her memory of the scene, Kushina put on a serious face and imitated Chizuki's tone. "Sorry, but I'm not really interested in eating with people who aren't attractive." Instantly, the room fell silent. Tsunade felt her stress mounting to the breaking point and subconsciously clutched the back of her head, while Nawaki just stared in amazement. Only now did he understand why even the older girls said Yagami Chizuki was unusual. It really was one of a kind of rejection he'd never heard of before. Did being handsome mean you could get away with anything? Outrageous. If only he had that kind of charm, he'd want to try it too. Nawaki glanced sideways at Tsunade, suddenly struck by the difference in their looks. He began to doubt if he and Tsunade really shared the same parents. No matter if it was looks or talent, the younger brother just couldn't measure up to his sister. It seemed as if all the best genes in the family had gone to Tsunade alone. Nawaki caught the look in Tsunade's eyes and couldn't shake the sense that something was off in the way she regarded him today. Whenever Tsunade widened her eyes at him, Nawaki instinctively shrank back, bracing for a scolding. "Useless," Tsunade muttered with a frown, her tone heavy with exasperation. "Get yourself ready for tomorrow. I'm taking you to see Orochimaru. Honestly, what's gotten into you, wanting to apprentice yourself to him of all people?" With Nawaki about to graduate from the Ninja Academy, He'd chosen to use family connections to take a shortcut, and there was nothing Tsunade could do but help him make it happen. She resolved to personally bring Nawaki to Orochimaru to settle his apprenticeship as soon as possible. Kushina. Tsunade walked over to Kushina and gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders, her tone earnest. If you trust me, try not to get too close to Chiyuki Yagami. It's not really good for either of you. Kushina looked at Tsunade in confusion. Why? Chiyuki and I are just ordinary classmates. Tsunade shook her head, deciding not to press the issue further. Forget it. She thought to herself that, since they were indeed just classmates now, there was no need to interfere too much. If something truly happened one day, she could make a decision then. Perhaps by that time, Kushina would already be strong enough to make her own choices. After all, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and with Kushina's own impressive strength, the village's leaders would have to tread carefully no matter what decision she made in the future. The identity of the Jinchuriki was sensitive enough, let alone the fact that Kushina harbored the most powerful tailed beast, the Nine Tails, within her. Any mishap could lead to unimaginable consequences. Day by day, life at the Ninja Academy slipped by, school, training, and heading home to rest. The days were uneventful and tinged with monotony. If it weren't for the rule against learning the shadow clone technique at school, Chiyuki would have long since sent a clone in her place to attend class. It's such a waste. Chiyuki Yagami, have so much chakra, and yet I can't let a clone learn and train for me. What did you just say? Minato turned his head, curious. Chiyuki brushed it off. Oh, nothing. I was just complimenting you. You look so bright and cheerful, like a little sun. Maybe I should start calling you Little Sunshine. It really suits you. Yeah, right. Minato scoffed. I actually think silver-haired rascal fits you better. Why do you refuse to accept that nickname? Chiyuki shrugged and spread her hands. Because only little kids call me silver-haired rascal. Of course I don't like it. He couldn't be bothered to get into an argument with Minato. Was the Little Sunshine nickname really just about that radiant smile? Maybe Minato used to accept it, but ever since getting to know Chiyuki, he'd lost interest in the moniker entirely. Especially once he learned there was more to the word sun than met the eye, Minato was adamant about not being called that again. By the way, tomorrow's our day off. How about going for a picnic? You just focus on grilling the meat and leave the rest to me. Chiyuki's cooking was simply irresistible to Minato, and he always looked for chances to get Chiyuki to cook. This time, he didn't hesitate at all. Sounds great. It's not like I have anything better to do. We can train outside after the picnic, a whole day in the open. I like the sound of that. Suddenly, a fair hand reached out in front of them. Shinue instantly shifted the conversation to Minato. The picnic was Minato's idea. If you want to go, talk to him. I'm only in charge of the cooking. Everything else is out of my hands. With that, she gave the bewildered Minato a little wave and dashed off. Wait for me. Minato tried to give chase, but someone stepped in his way. Minato, can I join your picnic? We're classmates, after all. You wouldn't turn me down, would you? Kushina gave a playful smile, raising her hand cheekily as she spoke. Minato inwardly groaned, recalling past events. He knew all too well that refusing Kushina could lead to disastrous consequences. He could only agree, saying, Of course I wouldn't refuse. You're more than welcome. Chinua's barbecue is absolutely delicious. Tomorrow you just need to enjoy yourself. I'll take care of everything else. That's wonderful. Kushina was so happy she leapt into the air. Minato, you're such a good person. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult. We're classmates. Despite her words, Minato couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He tried to comfort himself. It's just one more person to feed. After all, the barbecue isn't his responsibility. That's Chinua's problem. With that thought, his mood lightened considerably. Kushina skipped all the way home, her spirits high. But her good mood didn't last long. She soon remembered her special status. As a Jinchuriki, she couldn't leave the village freely. If the picnic spot was too remote, it might raise issues. Her gaze drifted to Tsunade, and a scheme formed in her heart. Tsunade, sis, I'm going on a picnic with some classmates tomorrow. Could you come along with me? Tsunade didn't hesitate in her refusal. Absolutely not. This is your little kid's outing. Don't drag me into it. You go have your fun. I want nothing to do with it. She was on her precious days off, desperately wanting to catch up on some sleep. The sting of her recent gambling losses had put her in no mood to join. But Kushina wasn't discouraged. She'd foreseen Tsunade's response and was well prepared. She simply called out, Nawaki, yesterday, Tsunade's sis took your... Before she could finish, Tsunade sprang forward and clamped a hand over Kushina's mouth, her face thunderous. She knew only too well that if Nawaki discovered she'd spent his pocket money gambling and lost it all, he'd be absolutely furious. Quiet. What are you trying to pull? Tsunade gritted her teeth, barely keeping her anger in check. Kushina blinked innocently, seizing the moment to bargain. Come to the picnic with me. or I'll spill everything to Nawaki and let him come after you. Tsunade let out a long, exasperated sigh. You really are impossible. Fine, I'll go with you. Just don't stir up any more trouble. I finally managed to get a few days off. Hearing the agreement, Kushina proudly raised her fingers in a victory gesture and playfully stuck out her tongue. Tsunade was so annoyed her teeth itched, she honestly wanted to pin Kushina down on the sofa for a little lesson. You're really shameless, Tsunade muttered under her breath. The next day, Minato stormed into Chiyue's house, accusing him of running away at the last minute yesterday and leaving him alone. Chiyue waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't be mad. After all, you're everyone's little sunshine. Since when does the sun get angry? Anyway, I've always had the hardest time saying no to girls, so I had to leave you there. Minato could only complain to himself. As if. You're actually great at turning girls down. How many times have you rejected those girls at school who like you? Every single time, you're absolutely firm about it. And now you're telling me you can't refuse? Who would believe that? Resigned, Minato folded his arms and sighed. I've already agreed. Chiyue nearly spat out a mouthful of water. You actually said yes? Now Chiyue was worried. After all, Kushina was a Jinchuriki, a host of the Nine Tails, and always had Umbu and Root Ninja watching her. Now, Minato had actually agreed to take her outdoors? This was no small matter. Although Minato didn't know Kushina's true identity, that responsibility couldn't exactly fall on his shoulders. Besides, Kushina was always pestering Minato. He went out of his way to avoid her every time. Refusing her this time would be nearly impossible. Minato answered matter-of-factly. How could I dare refuse? You know full well how fierce Kushina can get when she starts throwing punches. She may be younger than us, but her temper's no joke. Just picturing Kushina when she's angry, the way her fiery red hair flies up, her eyes blazing like flames, Minato couldn't help but shiver. Chiyue was speechless and could only let himself be dragged outside by Minato. As they walked, Minato couldn't help complaining. You two have so much chakra, it's terrifying. I honestly don't get you. Let's hurry up, or we'll be late. It's rude to keep a girl waiting, Chiyue urged. After buying the seasonings they needed, the two hurried toward the school gate. From a distance, they could already see the red-haired Kushina, and next to her stood a blonde woman who looked thoroughly impatient. Oh heavens, was that Tsunade? What was she doing here too? Minato rubbed his eyes, unsure if he was seeing things. Am I hallucinating? Maybe you should pinch me to check, he whispered to Chiyue. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his arm. Minato couldn't help but yelp and jumped up, his face turning red. Ow! What was that for? Did you have to be so rough? He exclaimed. Chiyue rolled his eyes. Didn't you just ask for a pinch? I had to make it count. Or, how else would you know you aren't dreaming? But you really didn't have to use that much force. Watergate muttered inwardly as he glanced at the large patch of redness blossoming on his arm. Chiyue couldn't stand his gaze, so she coughed awkwardly and turned her head away. At that moment, Kushina and Tsunade heard Watergate call out and turned to look over. Kushina waved excitedly and dashed over, whereas Tsunade only shrugged her shoulders listlessly, clearly showing zero interest in the outing. She'd only come along because Kushina had dragged her relentlessly, and with no way to refuse, she had to accompany her, albeit begrudgingly. With her arms folded across her chest, Tsunade looked out of place. Chiyue noticed this and deliberately avoided her eyes, not wanting to provoke any misunderstanding. After all, Tsunade's temper and strength were renowned among their peers. No one wished to get on her bad side. Even Jiraiya had suffered at her hands, once nearly flattened by her punch. For that reason, Chiyue consciously kept some distance from Tsunade. Just then, Tsunade addressed the Umbu, shinobi hiding nearby, with a cold tone. I'll be with Kushina today. You don't need to follow. Go back and tell the third Hokage, stop bothering me. Understood, Lady Tsunade. The Umbu responded at once, and quietly withdrew, leaving to report back to the third Hokage. The group made their way to their usual picnic spot by the riverside. Without delay, Watergate slipped straight into the woods. You all rest here. I'll go find something for us to eat. With that, he disappeared without so much as a backward glance. Chiyue hadn't expected any help from Tsunade or Kushina, so she fetched a kunai and started gathering firewood by herself. Just then, Tsunade looked at Chiyue and asked outright, Do you have Uchiha blood? She made no effort to spare Kushina from the conversation, clearly not minding if others overheard. Chiyue was tending the fire when she looked up and replied, I do. My mother's always wanted me to return to the Uchiha clan. She'd even prefer if I reclaimed their surname. But I have no plans to do that. Why not? Kushina asked, intrigued. As someone not from Konoha, she had no particular feelings for the Uchiha clan. With talent like yours, you'd surely become a focus of the clan's training if you returned, right? She added. Chiyue excelled in every field compared to his peers, even a shade brighter than Watergate. In their teacher's eyes, He was an unquestionable prodigy. Because of this, the teachers often turned a blind eye whenever his attention wandered or he became distracted. Gifted students tended to attract extra care and attention from instructors. Honestly, I just don't care much for the atmosphere of the Uchiha clan. Maybe I'm a bit too headstrong, Chiwe said with a self-deprecating smile. Besides, since they were the ones to exclude me from the start, why should I force myself to join them? You have real backbone. Still, you've given up the chance to receive special training. When Tsunade heard these words, she couldn't help but take a fresh look at Chiwe. Ostracized? Well, I don't care to join you anyway. Even without the resources of a big clan, I can grow stronger with my own abilities, little by little. Must I become a Uchiha to live well? I, Yagami Chiwe, can still carve my own path. So, won't it be difficult for you to learn advanced jutsu in the future? Tsunade asked. At this stage, Chiwe was just an ordinary civilian ninja student. Only after graduating could he truly become a shinobi. For those without a clan's backing, learning powerful jutsu meant earning merits by completing missions, or finding a teacher willing to pass on such skills. I think I'll manage. Things will get better step by step. Chiwe's voice was unwavering. If I can't succeed this way, what chance do others have? As for the Uchiha clan, who cares about joining them? They're already being pushed to the fringes by those at the top, yet they still act so high and mighty. Danzo and the third Hokage have their eyes on them. Just wait, the reckoning will come sooner or later. Before long, Minato returned to the riverside, hoisting 2 wild rabbits and a small boar over his shoulder. He dropped the catch onto the ground and sat down to rest, knowing that someone else would handle the next steps. Chiwe picked up a kunai and expertly began preparing the game. Before long, the aroma of roasting meat drifted along the riverbank. Kushina's eyes sparkled with delight as she watched Chiwe, as though she discovered a hidden treasure. Even Tsunade let go of her earlier doubts for the moment. She now looked forward to the picnic, her curiosity about Chiwe only growing deeper. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, ANBU agents had just relayed Tsunade's suggestion. The third Hokage waved his hand and said, "If Tsunade is handling it, do as she says. With her there, nothing will go wrong. Go and get some rest." "Yes, sir." For once, the ANBU were visibly pleased to have a day off, rotating in 2 shifts to guard the Jinchuriki day after day. Over time, it wore down even the toughest ninja. No matter how resilient, every shinobi needs to rest. The ANBU had barely left when the office door was abruptly pushed open. The lack of a knock and the unceremonious entry visibly irked the third Hokage. But when he saw who it was, he quelled his irritation. "Danzo, what brings you here?" The third continued working through the stack of paperwork on his desk. As the Hokage, he wielded the greatest authority in Konoha and carried the heaviest burdens. Never imagine that being Hokage is an easy task. Each day's endless stream of tasks left him with little, if any, personal time. "Sarutobi, why did you withdraw the ninja who were watching over the Jinchuriki?" "Because Tsunade is with Kushina right now. With Tsunade there, is there really anything to worry about?" The moment Danzo spoke, the third Hokage immediately grasped his intentions. The third looked up at this longtime classmate and old partner. "Danzo, we once promised Lady Mito that we'd treat Kushina kindly. I hope you remember the words you spoke back then." "So what? If it benefits the village, there's nothing wrong with breaking a promise." Danzo seemed entirely unconcerned about going back on his word. In his eyes, everything he did was for the good of Konoha. Someone like a Jinchuriki should, by all rights, be monitored by Root, not allowed to roam, go to school as she pleases, get into fights with classmates, or, worse yet, sneak off to picnics and barbecue. This behavior grated on Danzo. The third Hokage gave an inward chilly laugh. As expected, it was always like this with Danzo. He shook his head, ignoring Danzo's suggestion as he returned to his paperwork. He would never accept such advice. Danzo could disregard his promises, but as Hokage, he could not let the villagers lose faith in their leader. If he really did as Danzo suggested and strictly confined Kushina, and word got out, his reputation as Hokage, the hearts of the people, would be lost for good. More than that, the third had never trusted members of Root. If their surveillance upset or angered Kushina, it could trigger a disaster, with the 9 tails unleashed upon the entire village. Seeing that the third Hokage wouldn't budge, Danzo gave a disgruntled snort. Realizing he'd failed once again to persuade Sarutobi, he turned on his heel and left. Meanwhile, Kushina remained blissfully unaware of Danzo's schemes. She was sitting with her friends around a crackling campfire, absorbed in savoring the grilled meat and exclaiming between bites, "This smells amazing!" Even Tsunade, who normally acted so indifferent and aloof, was eating with great enthusiasm, putting away even more than everyone else. Jiraiya, helpless in the face of their appetite, could only wipe the sweat from his brow with a wry smile. Do you think there's enough food? And is there still enough seasoning? What do you think? With those two on the job, you'd better hurry if you want some. Prompted by Chizuki's warning, Minato quickly joined the scramble for food. In no time at all, the little wild boar and 2 rabbits were picked clean by the 4 of them. Tsunade gave a contented pat to her stomach. You really do know how to cook. No wonder Kushina insisted I had to come along. She wouldn't take no for an answer. With that, she let out a satisfied burp. Qianyue gave a slight nod, accepting everyone's praise. He didn't say much else, though inwardly he worried that more people might start showing up just for a free meal. Cooking was a real hassle, and the more people there were, the more exhausting it became. Kushina, Lady Tsunade, Minato, and I are heading off to train. If you feel bored, feel free to go back first. After lunch, they all rested for a while. When it was time for training, Qianyue and Minato exchanged a glance, then headed together into the forest. Clearly, they didn't plan on inviting Kushina to join them. Kushina felt a pang of disappointment. She very much wanted to participate in the training, but since Qianyue and Minato hadn't invited her, she felt too awkward to follow along unprompted. After all, most ninjas disliked being watched while they trained, since it made it all too easy to leak secrets about their skills and abilities. Only those considered truly close were allowed to share such moments. Evidently, Qianyue and Minato didn't yet see her as that kind of friend. You know, one of these days you're going to get yourself seriously hurt because of him. Seeing the look of dejection on Kushina's face, Tsunade's expression softened with both sympathy and exasperation. What? Hurt by who? Kushina was momentarily confused by Tsunade's remark. The corner of Tsunade's mouth twitched slightly. Leaning lazily against a tree, she replied, It's nothing, just some old memories that popped into my head. I want to rest for a bit. Don't bother me. Focus on getting a handle on your chakra. Don't let that guy mess things up for you. Ever since she'd become the host for the Nine Tails, the beast inside her had constantly tried to use its chakra to erode the seal, making Kushina's training far more difficult. All too often, her chakra slipped out of control, causing her ninjutsu to fail, even with something as basic as the transformation technique. In her current state, she was much like Naruto was as a child. I understand. Kushina's face grew serious, and she nodded with determination. I won't be beaten by that big fox. I'll overcome it, no matter what. Tsunade, can I trade some ninjutsu with you? Ninjutsu? Tsunade frowned. Doesn't your Uzumaki clan already have more than enough? Just those sealing scrolls alone are enough to make my head spin. And you still want to learn other jutsu? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Tsunade narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You're not trying to help Chiwe Yashin trade for jutsu scrolls, are you? I just want to thank him, Kushina replied, grabbing Tsunade's arm and giving it a gentle shake with a touch of playful pleading in her voice. Please, Tsunade, all I want is a shadow clone technique scroll. Back at the academy, Qianyue once told Minato that if he could master the shadow clone, he'd be able to train and study much more effectively. Kushina had remembered that remark ever since, and now she hoped to help Qianyue by trading for a shadow clone technique scroll on his behalf. I refuse. Tsunade shook her head without hesitation. You've only just arrived in Konoha, and now you want to make such sacrifices for him? Where will it end? I can't support this, not even if it's for exchanging jutsu. 200,000. Seeing that her pleading wasn't working, Kushina puffed out her cheeks in frustration and held up 2 fair, delicate fingers. If you still won't agree, I'll go find Uncle Hokage. He promised me that if I want to learn any jutsu, I could go straight to him. Wait. Tsunade suddenly grabbed Kushina's arm, her tone serious as she said, How could you take something like this to the Hokage? He's so busy, you'd only be troubling him. Let me help instead. Granted, it'll be a bit of work, but I can handle it. Then, shifting gears, she began a bargain. Here's the deal. Give me 400,000 Ryo, and I'll teach him myself. Otherwise, if nobody guides him, just handing over a ninjutsu scroll might not be enough for him to learn it well. What do you think? Tsunade nudged Kushina with her elbow, coaxing her further. Besides, that kid's got a lot of pride. If you give him the scroll directly, there's no way he'd accept it. But if I go and invite him out for barbecue, using that as an excuse to teach him, he'll be far more receptive, don't you think? 400,000 Ryo isn't that much for you. Although you make a fair point, I'm not sure. Kushina couldn't shake off the sense that something about this arrangement felt off. True, she had plenty of money, but this felt like a trick. This was her dowry. After all, she wasn't going to be so easily swindled. Tsunade didn't actually know how much Kushina had. What she did know was that the Hidden Leaf had inherited the Uzumaki clan's fortune and had devoted an entire street in the commercial district to Kushina's name. The shops and plots were all hers. It was clear there weren't many in the entire village wealthier than Kushina. Tsunade pressed on, Don't hesitate. Opportunities like this only come once. If you turn me down, you'll have to go to the Hokage and just think how he'd react, considering your special status. But Kushina faltered, growing more confused the more she thought about it. Something felt strange, yet she couldn't put her finger on why. Then you'll have to promise you really teach him, Kushina said earnestly. I'll only pay you the 400,000 if you actually succeed. Not a single Rio otherwise. Relax. You can count on me, Tsunade declared, thumping her chest with confidence. Yagami Chiyuki was a bright kid. Teaching him shouldn't be too tough. As long as he wasn't the kind of headache a student like Nawaki had been, Tsunade was happy to take the job. With money on the line, she was more than willing to help. And she secretly hoped more opportunities like this would come along, so she'd never need to worry about gambling funds again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few kunai sliced swiftly through the air. In the next instant, Minato appeared, launching an attack against Chiyue, who was poised on a tree branch. Clang, clang, clang. Chiyue moved with lightning speed, swatting each kunai aside. Then, in a smooth motion, he spun and delivered a roundhouse kick toward Minato. Crash! Minato's figure shattered on impact, transforming into a mere tree branch. Huh, you fell for... Minato started to gloat, but Chiyue's fierce punch cut him off, catching him squarely. With a grunt, Minato went flying, crashing into a thick tree and sliding slowly down its rough bark. Ouch! Minato sucked in a harsh breath and rubbed his chest, complaining, Chiyue, we're just training. Could you go a little easier on me? And how did you know I used a clone technique? Chiyue leapt down from the tree and pulled Minato back to his feet, a teasing smile at the corners of his mouth. That clone was far too obvious. Anyone could see through it. If you want to trick me with something like that, you'll have to try a lot harder. Keep at it, Minato. Practice makes perfect. Minato scowled, grumbling in frustration. I've had enough. I'm always the one getting knocked down. He was deeply dissatisfied. Chiyue's relaxed smile only made him want to take another swing, but he knew he stood no chance. This helpless feeling was hard to swallow. No matter the move or the strategy, Chiyue always handled everything with effortless grace, leaving Minato flat on his back. These training matches made him feel like nothing more than a target. Chiyue merely nodded, not pressing him further. In truth, it was always Minato who asked for these sparring sessions, and he was always the one taking the punishment. Yet, after every break, no matter how beaten up, Minato would be the first to ask for another match. The two of them soon went off to train on their own. While Minato practiced basic taijutsu, he watched Chiyue working through his sword forms, eyes brimming with envy. Chiyue, isn't that the Uchiha clan's sword technique you're learning? Don't they give you a hard time about it? Minato asked. Give me a hard time? Why would they? Chiyue replied with a puzzled look. My mother taught me these sword skills. And as for the ninjutsu scrolls, those are family heirlooms my parents left me. It's not as if I snuck into the clan's shrine to steal anything. So why would anyone care? Minato sighed. Maybe you're underestimating the Uchiha pride a little. Chiyue fell briefly silent without answering. Minato considered his words, and soon realized that saying more was pointless. The Uchiha were indeed notorious for their almost unyielding sense of family honor. If you want to learn, I can teach you, Chiyue offered. Minato shook his head. As much as he longed to learn Uchiha swordsmanship, he wasn't a member of their clan, and he didn't dare try. He envied Chiyue for having a family legacy to inherit, while he, as an orphan of the Namikaze, had nothing, not clan secrets, not resources. All he could do was stick to the basic ninja training taught at the academy and work twice as hard as the others. Before he became Jiraiya's disciple, Minato's life was indeed rather harsh. No matter how gifted he was, without guidance or resources, it was never easy to grow stronger. Like any other ordinary ninja, he could only practice the most basic techniques over and over again. When her training was finished, Chiyue finally spoke. That's enough for today. Let's head back. We shouldn't keep the others waiting. If not for the fact that Kushina and Tsunade were waiting for them, Minato and Chiyue might have carried on training until nightfall. All right, Minato replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. He gathered up the ninja tools he could still use, reluctantly tossing aside the damaged ones with a pang of regret. Ninja tools didn't come cheap, and for Minato, who relied on the small war pension to get by, every single coin counted. When the two returned to the village, they parted ways and went home. Just as Chiyue reached his front door, he spotted a familiar figure standing there, the very same Tsunade he had only just left. Is there something I can help you with, senior? Chiyue asked. Tsunade's gaze landed on the groceries in Chiyue's hand, and she gave a teasing smile. Not bad. So, have I come at the wrong time, or are you not planning to invite me in? Chiyue had no choice but to offer a helpless smile. Without another word, he stepped forward and opened the door. Tsunade, perfectly at ease, followed him right into the house and took a curious look around. The place was small and plainly furnished, but everything was neat and tidy. Tsunade seemed to be lost in her thoughts as she nodded quietly from time to time. leaving Chiyue a little puzzled. Chiyue brewed some tea and set a cup on the table, venturing a question. Would you like to stay for dinner, senior? Tsunade flashed a bright, straightforward smile. Well, then, I won't stand on ceremony, she replied, settling herself on the cushion and sipping her tea, as if she were right at home. Chiyue still couldn't figure out the real reason for Tsunade's unexpected visit. He wondered if it had something to do with Kushina, but, on further thought, it seemed unlikely that Tsunade would trouble herself over anything so trivial. Deciding not to dwell on it, Chiyue simply went about preparing dinner. Though there was still plenty of time before the usual meal, he just wanted to feed his uninvited guest and see her off as soon as possible. It wasn't long before the meal was ready. Tsunade ate heartily, completely dropping her usual elegant manner and devouring her food with frank enjoyment. Chiyue was taken aback. He only picked at his meal for a moment, then set his chopsticks down, quietly watching as Tsunade polished off her plate. I'm always so busy, and Nawaki's cooking is terrible. Kushina, well, let's not even mention her, Tsunade grumbled between mouthfuls, criticizing her brother's skills in the kitchen. If Nawaki had overheard, he probably would have sulked for days. Chiyue thought to himself, shouldn't you, as his sister, be the one cooking? Blaming me isn't going to help. Once Tsunade had almost finished eating, Chiyue finally spoke up. Senior, you came all the way here. What is it you wanted to talk to me about? Tsunade set down her bowl and chopsticks, fixing Chiyue with a mischievous smile. Guess why I came to see you, she said. If you get it right, there's a reward waiting for you. With that, she let out a satisfied little burp, inwardly admitting that this was the most enjoyable meal she'd had in a long while. But as she glanced down at her still relatively flat chest, a trace of worry flitted across her face. Had she just eaten too much? Would she end up gaining weight? Almost immediately, though, she brushed the concern aside. Even if she did put on a little, it was still better than being mocked by Jiraiya. With a quiet determination, she resolved to give Jiraiya a piece of her mind the next time they met. Chiyue, however, had no interest in Tsunade's guessing game. She shook her head casually, offering no intention of humoring Tsunade's playful banter. Seeing that Chiyue no longer chased the matter, but simply gathered the dishes and walked to the kitchen in silence, Tsunade felt a twinge of disappointment. Were kids all this tough to deal with these days? Hey, aren't you even a little worried that I might have come to warn you to stay away from Kushina? Chiyue placed the dishes into the sink, turned on the hot water, and replied coolly, I don't think that's likely. After all, Kushina and I are just regular classmates. Hardly something worth a special visit from you, senpai. What sharp kid? Propping her chin up with one hand, Tsunade felt at a bit of loss and couldn't help calling out toward the kitchen. Chiyue Yagami, I had 2 meals at your place today. In return, I owe you a reward. Will you accept it? A reward? Surely that's a joke. Chiyue glanced back at Tsunade with a mild, unreadable look. After a moment's thought, she said, There's no need. It was just a couple of meals, hardly worth any sort of reward. I won't be accepting this one. Nothing in life comes free. If something does drop into your lap out of nowhere, it's usually a trap. The best way to keep out of trouble was to maintain your distance and turn down so-called favors. Tsunade was momentarily speechless, frustration flickering in her eyes as if she'd just been shut out completely. In that instant, she found herself missing her ever-gullible younger brother, Nawaki. That won't do. I insist, you're going to take this reward. If you refuse, then how am I supposed to make good on my promise to Kushina? Without that, the 40,000 Ryo are as good as gone. And if Kushina thinks I'm up to something and complains to the 3rd Hokage, I'll be in real trouble. Tsunade hated being nagged by anyone and had no desire to land in the middle of a mess. Kushina put you up to this, didn't she? Chiyue suddenly asked. If it had only been a hunch before, the sight of Tsunade bringing out a ninjutsu scroll convinced Chiyue she'd guessed right. The only reason Tsunade would do something like this was that Kushina wanted her to deliver the scroll, possibly sweetening the deal with some sort of reward. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe that Chiyue had actually figured out the whole scheme. After all, she hadn't let slip a single detail before this. How could kids these days be so sharp? The thought made her sigh, especially when she remembered her own foolish little brother, Nawaki. Chiyue finished washing the dishes, dried his hands, and stepped out of the kitchen. Calmly, he eyed the scroll resting on the table, then turned his gaze to Tsunade. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he suddenly asked, How much did Kushina promise to pay you so you'd agree to deliver this ninjutsu scroll under the pretense of joining us for dinner? What? Tsunade jumped up in alarm, denying it a bit guiltily. Nonsense. You're making things up. That's absolutely not true. But Chiyue replied evenly. If that's the case, then I'll have to ask you to take your leave. I won't accept this scroll. He handed the scroll back to Tsunade, gently but firmly guiding her toward the door. He was certain Tsunade wouldn't go through all this for no reason. If it wasn't for money, There was no way she'd suddenly be so helpful. There's no such thing as kindness or indifference without a reason between people. Right now, he and Tsunade were barely more than acquaintances. For her to go to this trouble, there could only be one explanation: money. This kid actually had some strength. As Tsunade found herself nearly pushed out the door, she sighed and gave in. All right, stop pushing. This really was Kushina's idea. She said you really wanted to learn the shadow clone technique, so she asked me to bring you the scroll. Consider it 40,000 ryo for my trouble. She let out a resigned sigh. Is that enough for you? Kushina. Chiwe was momentarily at a loss for words. He hadn't expected a priceless ninjutsu scroll to be handed to him on a silver platter. He didn't want to learn the shadow clone technique, but not like this. Please go back, senpai. Also, please let Kushina know we're just classmates. We're not at the point where we should be gifting each other secret techniques. Kid, do you have to be so cold? Tsunade was clearly perplexed. The scroll was being handed to him for free. Why refuse? Senpai, I just don't want to attract trouble. Chiwe decided not to mask his feelings any longer. Maybe it's because of who I am, or maybe it's because of Kushina. Every time she approaches me, I get the feeling someone's watching from the shadows. If it's all just in my head, that's fine. But I hope you understand. Tsunade fell silent for a moment. This unexpected reply left her at a loss for how to respond. She realized she had underestimated Chiwe. This boy was sharp enough to spot even the movements of the umbu. He was certainly no ordinary child. I understand. I'll deliver your message to Kushina. There won't be a repeat of what happened before. As for others, as she reached the door, Tsunade paused and said, as long as you don't do anything to harm the village's interests, no one will trouble you. But Chiwe knew full well that things weren't nearly that simple. The third Hokage was a master at projecting a kind, grandfatherly persona, all while laying one scheme after another behind scenes. And as for Danzo, as long as he remained, Konoha could never truly be free of its shadows. Suddenly, the Hokage's office door burst open. Old man, I think we need to have a serious talk. The third Hokage put aside the documents in his hands and glanced at the visitor. Tsunade, is Kushina back already? Tsunade pursed her lips. Don't play coy with me. Don't you already know whether or not she's been sent back? In fact, ever since they'd returned to the village, the umbu had been monitoring Kushina closely, so closely that it was all but impossible for Tsunade not to notice. The third Hokage was still skirting around the issue, which left Tsunade feeling a bit helpless. Was this sort of testing really necessary? The third Hokage cleared his throat and, with a slightly awkward expression, said, very well, tell me, what brings you here? Tsunade responded, nothing in particular, just a reminder. Kushina may be the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, but at heart she's still a child, still just a student. She needs what all children need, a normal social life, friendship, classmates. You're watching her too closely. The third Hokage nodded. Tsunade, what I do is for the sake of protecting the village. He understood what Tsunade was pointing out. Lately, anyone who'd come into close contact with Kushina had been investigated at his own command. Tsunade's expression grew serious as she said, I know you're thinking of the village's safety, and I recognize the importance of the Jinchuriki, but you can't sacrifice the lives of other children for that. She placed a scroll containing the shadow clone jutsu onto the desk and added, also, that child, Yagami Chiwe, and Namikaze Minato both show great promise and are worth nurturing. Tsunade hoped the third Hokage would hand the scroll to Chiwe, giving Minato the same opportunity. To Chiwe, this would be recognition from the village, a reward and a sign that his and Minato's accomplishments were seen and that they were worth investing in. The third Hokage repeated the two names, Shizuki Yagami, Minato Namikaze. He was no stranger to these two children, both of whom were quite close to Kushina. They were outstanding students at the academy, worthy of attention. Minato Namikaze, though born to a civilian family, was exceptionally gifted and had become one of the village's key protégés. Shizuki Yagami, however, was a bit more complicated, given that he carried some Uchiha blood in his veins. I'll give this matter some thought. After a moment's contemplation, the third Hokage replied. Seeing this, Tsunade held her tongue. She waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave. I'm heading back. You should get some rest. As soon as Tsunade departed, the third Hokage gave a terse order in a low voice. Look into the connection between Shizuki Yagami and the Uchiha clan. Yes, Lord Hokage. An AMBU ninja appeared silently, received the command, and vanished at once. Back home, Tsunade caught Kushina in a fierce hug, tousling her bright red hair while grumbling, you troublesome brat. He actually figured out the real reason I went to see him. Sharp as a fox, that one. What? Kushina was baffled, her hair in disarray, but her mind elsewhere. She quickly asked, so what now? Did Shizuki get the ninjutsu scroll? Tsunade plopped down on the sofa with a sigh. He didn't accept it. He saw right through it, knew that you'd asked me to bring it, and even realized there were A and BU watching him. He said if you keep this up, he'll cut ties with you. With a helpless shake of her head, she added, for someone so young, he's already far from ordinary. Sitting upright, Tsunade muttered to herself, what a headache. Why did it have to be the Uchiha, of all people? Off to the side, Kushina nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, worried that Shizuki would grow distant from her and at a loss for what to do. Tsunade glanced at her, resigned, but still gently drew Kushina into an embrace and softly reassured her. Silly girl, I've already handed the scroll to the Hokage. He'll find the right chance to give it to Shizuki and Minato. That way, Shizuki won't have a reason to refuse. In truth, you've achieved your goal, haven't you? Let's hope so. Kushina forced an uneasy smile, anxiety knotting her heart. Tsunade watched her, sighing inwardly, certain now that this girl had already fallen in deep. If Kushina and Shizuki grew any closer, with Kushina's nature, she was bound to follow wherever Shizuki led. After Tsunade left, Shizuki was at home, practicing his hand signs when, suddenly, he heard a knock at the door. He hurried to slip on his shoes and went to open it. When he saw who it was standing outside, Shizuki's face lit up with delight. Mikoto. Standing at the door was Mikoto Uchiha, holding a lunchbox in one hand, while with the other, she playfully pinched Chiyue's cheek. Did you miss me? I've been so busy lately with graduation coming up that I haven't had time to visit, Mikoto said apologetically. You don't blame me, do you? Though Chiyue had yet to return to the Uchiha clan, his mother and Mikoto were close friends. Because of this, Mikoto often looked after Chiyue, frequently bringing him homemade food. How could I blame you? Come on in, Mikoto, Chiyue said, then added, and could you please stop pinching my face? All right, I'll remember that next time, Mikoto replied, mimicking his tone on purpose and earning herself an exasperated eye roll from Chiyue. Mikoto stepped into the living room, opened the lunchbox, and arranged her freshly made pastries on the table. Without hesitation, Chiyue grabbed one and began to eat, savoring every bite. Mikoto sat beside him, propping her chin in her hand as she watched him, a gentle smile tugging at her lips. Munching on the pastry, Chiyue asked casually, how are your graduation preparations going? They're all right. I've just been wondering whether I should join the police force, Mikoto admitted honestly. After graduating, children of the Uchiha clan usually face two paths. Either follow the village's assignment and join a team with other classmates to carry out missions under a jonin's guidance, or enter the police force controlled by their own clan. Joining the police force meant better training within the clan. After all, no one understood the Sharingan like an Uchiha. But the work came with more restrictions and less personal freedom, not to mention the wary looks from other villagers. On the other hand, joining a regular squad offered greater freedom, but the resources and experience for growth were not as abundant as within the clan itself. Mikoto was still torn, unable to decide which path to choose. My advice, Mikoto, is to go along with the village's arrangement for now. Join a squad and gain some experience first. When the time is right, you can always consider the police force then, Chiyue suggested gently. Though the Uchiha clan's training might suit you best, the police force isn't really the ideal place for a new graduate. Uchiha Mikoto was gentle and mild by nature, assigning her to the police force for security management. Chasing suspects day and night, sometimes engaging in forceful enforcement, was truly not a fitting role for her. Rather than forcing herself and embarrassing the clan, it made more sense to accept the village's assignment for now. Join a regular squad, accumulate field experience, and if she later wished to return to the police force, she could start with a desk job. To put it plainly, the Uchiha clan naturally preferred to invest in promising members, but only if you prove yourself first. If you had awakened a Sharingan, resources and elite mentors would be made available. For those who had not, lasting support was much harder to come by. You're right. I really am not suited for the kind of work they do in the police force. Just imagining herself spending every day handling neighborhood disputes, making arrests alongside her clansmen, or constantly facing misunderstanding or rejection from villagers, Mikoto's face dimmed, her smile fading. It's a pity you're only a second year. If only Chiyue could graduate, we could form a squad together. Mikoto made a light-hearted joke, her lips curling up in a gentle smile. How about I graduate early? For Chiyue, the graduation exam was hardly a challenge. He could pass it at any time. The only reason he wasn't in a hurry was that, like Kakashi, he worried that an early graduation would land him in different squads over and over, his life thrown into chaos. Yet, the prospect of being in the same team as Mikoto made early graduation tempting. But would the third Hokage really assign them a squad together? That seemed far from certain. All right, it's getting late. Let's eat. After dinner, go wash up and get to bed early. Once more, Mikoto couldn't resist the urge to reach over and pinch Chiyue's cheek. Chiyue sighed in resignation. I'm serious. I've already learned everything the academy has to offer. Staying there any longer is just wasting my time. If you don't have any suitable teammates, Mikoto-ne, I might as well apply for early graduation. What? Was he truly serious about this? Mikoto's face was awash in astonishment. She never imagined that her offhand remark would be taken so earnestly by Chiyue. But even if you do graduate early, the village might not put us in the same squad, you know? No, this couldn't happen. If Chiyue graduated ahead of time, and something went wrong, how could she face her late aunt? Mikoto was suddenly flustered, her voice hurried with worry. But some ideas, once planted, are difficult to uproot. Then let's form our own two-person squad. Those do exist here in the village, after all. No way. That's far too dangerous. A pair of freshly graduated kids. Uchiha Mikoto stopped mid-sentence, freezing where she sat. Across from her, Chiyue was already displaying her Sharingan. The two-tomo Sharingan, no less. Chiyue pointed to her own eyes and asked, Mikoto, do you really think I should keep wasting my time at the Ninja Academy? For the Uchiha, as long as one wasn't hopelessly untalented, awakening the two-tomo Sharingan meant easily defeating most Chunin, and passing the Chunin exams would be no great challenge. You've awakened your Sharingan? Mikoto's eyes widened in disbelief, her face awash with shock. She stared blankly for a moment, then hurriedly leaned over the table, drawing closer to examine Chiyue's eyes. I awakened it last year. Today I reached two-tomo. Maybe next year I'll have 3. Chiyue shrugged nonchalantly. Don't joke about things like that. Mikoto shot her a helpless look, biting her lip as she spoke with gentle caution. Chiyue, how about I tell the elders and have you return to the clan? Chiyue's silver hair set her apart, but Uchiha blood ran strong in her veins, and now she'd awakened the two-tomo Sharingan. As long as she possessed the Sharingan, the family would overlook something as trivial as hair color. They'd surely welcome Chiyue back with open arms. No, Chiyue flatly refused, without a trace of hesitation. I remember all too well how cold and distant the elders were to me. I'm not going back to the Uchiha. Mikoto, if you feel I'm not a good enough teammate, I'll find a squad that fits me better. Mikoto felt powerless facing this. Chiyue's skills and grades were more than enough for early graduation. Even passing the Chunin exams wouldn't be an issue. But entering the dangerous world of ninja, too young, could end terribly. If anything happened, Mikoto knew the guilt would haunt her forever. Chiyue, I know you've been stubborn since you were little. Once your mind is made up, there's no shaking it. But I really hope you'll wait just one more year. Please. Mikoto's voice grew as persuasive and gentle as she could manage, trying to dissuade Chiyue from rushing into graduation. Chiyue pondered for a moment. All right, how about this? I'll skip a grade and you repeat one. That way, we can still graduate together. She paused, then added, if you say no, then I'm graduating early. With Chiyue's ability, skipping a grade, let alone simply applying for graduation or even sitting the Chunin exams, would be no trouble at all. If Mikoto was willing, Chiyue could move up directly into her class. Of course, that would only work if Mikoto agreed to repeat a year. That's impossible. The teachers would never approve it. Mikoto shook her head. In truth, she was an excellent student herself. Maybe not quite on Chiyue's level, but among the top in her year. There was no way the teachers would let her be held back. If the teacher won't agree, I'll just go beat up his son. Suddenly, Chiyue slammed the table and stood up. Mikoto was amused by his words, knowing he was just making a casual threat and wouldn't actually do such a thing. Are you making fun of me? Chiyue muttered and turned toward the bedroom. Puzzled, Mikoto asked, Chiyue, what are you looking for? I'm looking for the pajamas you left here before. Since you won't agree to repeat a grade, you might as well move in with me from now on. Anyway, when you were little, you said that once I grew up, you'd marry me. You can't take that back. Those innocent words from childhood, he actually remembers them? And now he expects me to keep my promise? If you so much as step out of this living room right now, tomorrow I'll be waiting for you outside your classroom to tell everyone that you're my wife. Uchiha Mikoto had tiptoed to the living room door, ready to slip away unnoticed, but she froze where she stood. She'd hoped to sneak out quietly, but in the end, she got caught and even threatened. If Chiyue really went around saying things like that in front of her classmates, how could she ever show her face at school again? Looks like she'd have to give in. She looked at Chiyue, who was leaning against the bedroom doorway, holding her pajamas with a triumphant grin plastered across his face. Mikoto's cheeks flushed with anger, but in the end she could only sigh, take the pajamas, and walk toward the bathroom. Forget it. If I have to stay, I have to stay. It's not even the first time I've spent the night here. Oh, my little brother has grown up. He doesn't listen anymore, and even knows how to threaten his big sister now. What am I going to do? With a head full of worries, Mikoto tossed and turned all night, unable to find any answers. Remember, you have to skip a grade. The next morning, on their way to school, Chinue reminded Mikoto once again. Mikoto. No sooner had they stepped outside than they ran into Minato. As always, he greeted them with his signature bright smile. Mikoto, why the gloomy face this morning? It's just this business about repeating a grade. It's really giving me a headache. Chinue watched as Mikoto hurried ahead, unable to keep a mischievous grin off his face. Repeat a grade? Minato's voice shot up in surprise as he stared at Mikoto, hardly able to believe his ears. Uchiha Mikoto was famous for her talent and top grades. Not to mention her good looks and popularity, she was admired by everyone at school. If even students like her needed to repeat a grade, who else could possibly hope to graduate on time? Even Tsunade's little brother, Nawaki, would probably have to stay behind for a few more years. Though he excelled in fieldwork, his academic performance was always near the bottom. Why do you want to repeat a grade? Minato scratched his head in confusion. He truly couldn't understand why Mikoto would want to repeat a year, and convincing their teacher would be no easy task. No matter how even-tempered, the teacher might well explode. Because of me, Chiue explained. Minato, I'm planning to skip a grade. That way, I can graduate with Sister Mikoto and be assigned to the same team. Once we get to the academy, I'll ask the teachers to let me take the advancement exam. Minato was completely caught off guard. Mikoto was going to repeat a year, and Chiue wanted to skip ahead, meaning the two would end up in the same class and could work together in the future. But what about me? Are you both planning to leave me behind? No way. That's not happening. I want to skip a grade, too. After all, I've already learned everything I need to. Jumping ahead shouldn't be too difficult. Even if Minato wasn't quite as exceptional as Chiue, with his grades, applying for early graduation posed no real obstacle. Skipping a grade made perfect sense for him as well. Chiue hadn't expected that her plan would inspire Minato to do the same. When they arrived at the Ninja Academy, Chiue headed straight for the teacher's office to explain to Mr. Kamimura Kazuki that she wanted to apply for the grade advancement exam. Teacher, I want to apply to skip a grade as well. Minato quickly raised his hand to join her. Mr. Kamimura looked at the two of them, clearly taken aback. He glanced at Chiue, then at Minato, thinking to himself, are they here playing a prank? Do students usually team up to apply for grade skipping like this? Just then, Uchiha Mikoto arrived at the school. After hesitating for quite a while, she'd finally resolved to take action, afraid that if she waited any longer, Chiue might end up shouting for her at the classroom doors and causing an embarrassing scene. So, she quietly went to the senior teacher's office and made her request in a soft voice. Teacher, I'd like to repeat a year. I don't want to take the graduation exam today. In a matter of moments, the entire teacher's office of the academy was in chaos. Underclassmen Chiue and Minato wanted to skip ahead, while senior student Uchiha Mikoto asked to repeat a year. The teachers were all puzzled. Just what was going on? Ultimately, all three were led into an empty classroom. The other teachers who hadn't started class yet gathered as well, curious to see what could possibly be happening. Well then, what's going on with you three? Mr. Kamimura Kazuki and the senior class homeroom teacher, Mr. Oniaro, both rubbed their temples with evident frustration. They exchanged glances and saw the same mixture of helplessness and confusion in each other's eyes. I want to skip a grade, so I can be in class with Sister Mikoto, Chiue declared, raising her hand and speaking boldly. Her words instantly filled the room with a sense of awed tension. Uchiha Mikoto quickly covered her face, a wave of unease rising in her chest. And why is that? One of the teachers couldn't help but press. Chiue replied without hesitation. Because too many people are trying to win Sister Mikoto's heart. The teachers looked at one another, at a complete loss. What did that have to do with anything? Other people pursuing Uchiha Mikoto, why would that involve you? You're skipping a grade for this reason? Minato stood to the side, utterly astonished. In his mind, he wondered, was I just swept along with the crowd? What am I really doing this for? Chiue elaborated further. Mikoto promised me once that when I grew up, she would marry me. But she's so outstanding that I worry I won't be able to keep up with her. That's why I want to skip a grade into her class, so I can stay by her side. A ripple of stifled laughter and coughing swept through the classroom. Uchiha Mikoto's cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively stamped her foot on Chiue's, unable to muster the courage even to lift her head. The teachers nearby wore conflicted expressions. Most of them weren't yet married themselves, yet here were their young students, already worried about love and the future. The thought left the adults incredulous. Taking a moment to compose himself, Kamimura Kazuki turned to Minato. Minato, why do you want to skip a grade as well? Minato looked helpless, on the verge of tears. He couldn't possibly admit that he was simply following along with everyone else, so he forced himself to reply, Sensei, the lower grade classes feel too easy for me. I want to challenge myself with more difficult material. Are you certain you truly want to skip a grade? Kazuki could feel his heart threatening to give out, blood pressure rising by the second. If the two top students in his class both skipped a grade, his bonus would likely vanish into thin air. Struggling to regain composure, he turned to Mikoto. And you? Are you planning to repeat a year? Another senior teacher's face reflected the same mix of emotions. Watching Chiwe and Minato's determined stances as they insisted on taking the advancement exam, the teachers could only silently hope Mikoto wouldn't join them. Sensei, there's still a lot I need to improve on, so I'd rather stay in my current grade and keep learning. Despite her embarrassment and an urge to give Chiwe a piece of her mind, Mikoto answered politely and sincerely, stating her reasons. News of the three students' decisions to skip or repeat a grade spread rapidly throughout the school. When Kushina heard, she froze in astonishment. Chiwe was skipping a grade? Minato too? All at once she realized. Did she actually have feelings for Uchiha Mikoto? The thought filled Kushina with an inexplicable unease. As her classmates buzzed excitedly with gossip all around her, she couldn't help but imagine what might happen next. If Chiwe and Minato really did move up, she'd be left alone in her class. She didn't want to be left behind by herself. The thought propelled her to her feet. Without hesitation, Kushina dashed off toward the teacher's office. At the same time, Kazuki Kamimura clutched his chest, the agony on his face plain for all to see. My bonus. Just then, Kushina burst into the office, flinging the door open. Teacher, I want to apply for the accelerated assessment too, she announced in a clear, ringing voice. For a moment, the office fell utterly silent. For Chiwe, the advancement assessment was no more challenging than playing a game. It was almost effortless. Even Minato breezed through his exam with ease. The two of them succeeded in graduating to the next grade, just as they had hoped. Granted, Minato made it through in a bit of days. But all's well that ends well. When everything was finally over, Minato ruffled his blonde hair and pondered. What on earth did I just do? On a whim, I went and applied for the advancement assessment. Chiwe did it for Sister Mikoto, but why did I do it? Was it just to be a third wheel? Advancing or staying behind in school comes with quite a ripple effect. Even the third Hokage was alerted by the commotion. Chiwe and Minato skipping grades made perfect sense. As long as they could pass the assessment, even their teachers had no grounds to object. Uchiha Mikoto, on the other hand, wanted to stay back a year. She really didn't want to graduate. Yet the teachers had no choice but to approve her request. But things were different for Kushina. Her position was far more sensitive. Reluctantly, Kazumura Kazuki could only go to the third Hokage and report the situation. As to how it should be handled, that was for the third Hokage to decide. It wasn't something a humble teacher like him needed to worry about. Kushina, why do you want to skip a grade? You've only been in the second year for less than 2 months. Isn't it a bit early for you to advance? Kushina was summoned to the Hokage's office, where the third Hokage felt he needed to ask her in person. Hokage uncle, all my friends have already applied for the advancement assessment and passed. Starting tomorrow, they'll be attending classes with the older students. I don't want to be left here all alone. Kushina gazed at the third Hokage with tearful, pleading eyes. Her family had been destroyed, her clans scattered or killed. She was the only one left, coming to Konoha and becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She was under constant surveillance, no matter where she went. It had taken her so much to finally make friends, Chiwe and Minato, but now both had applied for the exam and advanced to a higher grade. It felt like she was right back to when she first arrived in Konoha, lost and isolated, surrounded by darkness, and without a single familiar face. Every Jinchuriki bears loneliness, except for Uzumaki Mito. No one dared treat Mito poorly, not even the Hokage. But there was only one Uzumaki Mito in the world, and Kushina was not her. Child. The third Hokage rose from his chair, came over, and knelt down to grasp Kushina's shoulders. You came to Konoha. You're integrating in here, making friends, finding people who matter to you. That makes me, as the Hokage, truly glad. Welcoming the Jinchuriki into Konoha, helping her develop a sense of belonging. This was an important matter. That's why the third Hokage always opposed Danzo's suggestions. He believed that confining the Jinchuriki was not the answer. But therein lay the contradiction. He wished for the Jinchuriki to feel they belonged in Konoha, yet at every turn, rules were placed upon her. This was the very essence of the third Hokage's double standard. So, the Hokage uncle agreed to let me skip a grade? A heavy silence hung in the air. The smile on the third Hokage's face froze, and he forced a wry grin. But after skipping a grade, you might struggle with your studies. The extra lessons will keep you very busy, and you won't have much time to spend with your classmates. I'm not afraid. Kushina shook her head resolutely. As long as she could skip a grade and be in the same class as Chiwe and Minato, No amount of exhaustion could scare her off. Grandpa Third has agreed. Go on then. Study hard, and get along well with your classmates. That's wonderful. Thank you, Hokage uncle. Kushina left, full of cheerful energy. The third Hokage rubbed his forehead, bracing himself for the trouble his old partner would surely bring. Toby. Sure enough, before long, Danzo's voice boomed through the office, sounding just as sharp as ever. Whenever anything stirred in the village, Danzo was always the first to catch wind of it, storming straight into the Hokage's office right away. I've said it before, you can't be too lenient with a nine-tails Jinchuriki. Danzo, the third Hokage, looked up at him. A Jinchuriki is a person, too. If we want her to regard the leaf as her home, she needs bonds of her own. Surely you understand this, don't you? Oomph. Danzo scoffed at the very idea of bonds. A Jinchuriki ought to be strictly controlled, Sarutobi. Are you losing your grip in your old age? Letting her run off with those kids, causing mayhem? The third Hokage's expression clouded, his voice turning stiff. Danzo, I am the Hokage. The handling of the Jinchuriki is my responsibility, not yours. There's no need for you to interfere. A tight silence followed. Just a moment ago, Danzo had spoken so aggressively, but now, caught off guard by the Hokage's words, he was rendered speechless. I hope you don't come to regret today's decision. Face cold as stone, Danzo turned on his heel and strode out of the Hokage's office. The third Hokage raised his eyebrows slightly, unbothered. So long as Danzo couldn't get his way here, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly in secret. Back then, the third Hokage still stood unyielding. He hadn't grown old yet, and Danzo didn't dare overstep his bounds. This state of affairs would continue until after the Third Great Ninja War. After that war, Danzo would all but do as he pleased. A true madman in every sense. Are you out of your mind? Tsunade was seriously tempted to pry open Kushina's skull and see if she was missing a few screws. Why tag along when Chiwe and Minato were applying for the grade skipping exam? Were your grades up to par? I think so, too. Nawaki crossed his arms, nodding in full agreement. Uchiha Makoto, staying back a year, was already a shock to everyone. But this Yagami Chiwe, she's outright insane. Kushina, you'd better keep your distance from him. Uchiha Makoto, she's the girl everyone lines up to chase after. And yet, all because Chizuki Yagami got held back a grade. This is just utterly ridiculous. All because of some childhood promise to marry him from a game of house. Now she's just going along with the nonsense? Why isn't there a girl as beautiful, sweet, and gentle as Makoto who'd say she wants to marry me? Jealousy is tearing me to pieces. Arg, this is so frustrating. Out. Tsunade shot her younger brother a glare. Why are you poking your nose into Kushina's business? Do you really think you want to talk? If I hadn't swallowed my pride and asked Orochimaru myself, do you think he would have taken you? Come on, sis. Can't we just not bring that up? As the grandson of the first Hokage, Nawaki's dream was to become a shinobi as mighty as his grandfather, to become Hokage himself. Having to pull strings was humiliating enough, but Tsunade just had to dredge it up as a lesson for him. I have my pride, you know. But Nawaki truly wanted to be Orochimaru's student, so he pleaded with Tsunade to help make it happen. With her intervention, Orochimaru made the entrance trial just a bit easier for him, enough that Nawaki could pass and become his disciple. Shoo shoo. The adults are talking, no room for kids to butt in. Tsunade brushed him off impatiently, waving her hand for Nawaki to hurry up and leave. Once Nawaki was out, Tsunade turned serious, pulling Kushina aside. Kushina, do you like Chizuki Yagami? Kushina blinked in surprise, then blushed, pouting as she complained. It's not like that. He and Minato are just classmates, they're my friends. I just don't want to lose my only two friends over skipping a grade. That's all. Kushina, having lost everything and forced to start anew, was deeply sensitive inside. She craved acceptance and longed to have her own true friends. As for love, that's something miles and miles away. Though Chizuki often made grand boasts to Makoto, which was a bit annoying, what did that have to do with feelings? If that's really how you feel, then go for it. Your big sis will support you. Even the third Hokage had given his approval. What else could Tsunade do? Forbid Kushina from skipping a grade by force? That would just break the poor girl's heart. Yay, awesome. You're the best, Tsunade sis. Let me cook something delicious for you. You haven't eaten yet, right? Kushina bounced up in excitement. Tsunade gave a cold little laugh. Don't bother. Have that brat Chizuki cook something for me to comfort my wounded heart. That'd be better. As for your cooking, I'll pass. Tsunade could never forget just how catastrophic Kushina's last attempt at cooking had been. She had tried it once, and no matter what, she absolutely refused to touch it a second time. Unless Kushina was making rice balls. Kushina's excitement turned to tears as she realized, once again, she was being rejected. It couldn't be helped. Her cooking skills really were a little disastrous. I heard you applied to repeat a year today. Makoto's mother looked at her daughter, her gaze lingering. Uchiha Makoto blushed, offering a shy explanation. It was because I joked yesterday. I said I hoped Chiwe would graduate early so we could be on the same team. But Chiwe took it seriously. I really wanted him to stay in the academy another year, but he wanted to be in the same grade as me. Otherwise, he'd apply for early graduation. So, in the end, I agreed to be held back a year. Her mother arched an eyebrow, her smile holding a hint of something unspoken. But that's not quite what I heard. Little Chiwe told everyone at school you promised to marry him when you grew up. Is that true? Mom. Makoto stomped her foot, flustered. Makoto's mother laughed. Chiwe's a good kid. It's just a pity he wasn't able to return to the clan. That was his mother's greatest wish, and the elders, well, she let out a long, wistful sigh. With her cheeks puffed out in protest, Makoto thought silently to herself. Even if the elders came inviting him back now, he might not be willing to return. A genius who awakened the double Tomo Sharingan before the age of 7. Someday, those old men will realize what they've lost and regret it bitterly. But Makoto had no intention of telling her family about this news. She worried they might let it slip and bring unnecessary trouble to Chiwe. It would be best to let Chiwe decide when, and if, to reveal his Sharingan to the world. What a little rascal. The moment Makoto remembered how Chiwe had told a crowd of teachers that she was going to marry him in the future, she grit her teeth in embarrassment. A childhood game of playing house, and he'd held on to it all these years. To blurt out, right in front of the teachers. How mortifying. Now the whole academy was gossiping about it. Little White, things were really rowdy today, weren't they? That night, sleep eluded Chiwe. Inside him, the Ninetales Little White was restless and full of energy. The little creature was growing at a pace visible to the naked eye. The accumulation from before had brought its chakra to a tipping point. As it broke through that barrier, its body began to expand. In just a moment, Little White had grown from the size of a water buffalo to nearly filling the entire room. And its chakra was still surging, wilder than ever. There's no such thing as a small-tailed beast. Even the Ninetales only looked slender by comparison. Originally, next to the nine-tailed beasts of the Hokage world, his own white Ninetales was a little rut. Now at last, it had begun to grow rapidly. Once it broke through that threshold, its growth seemed to double, then double again. Chiwe called out to him, but there was no response. Little White seemed entranced, completely absorbed in its sudden surge of growth. Oh, and the name Little White? Chiwe himself had given it to the Ninetales. Inside Kushina dwelled a nine-tailed fox, but he himself had his own special one, a white one at that. More importantly, his personal Ninetales was a female. Since that was the case, it wouldn't do to keep calling her just Ninetales or Kurama. Calling her Shiro fit perfectly. It suited her snowy fur. As Shiro grew stronger, the chakra within Chiwe became more and more unstable. Thankfully, none of it leaked out, or it would have been impossible not to attract the attention of the MBU. If that happened, explaining the presence of Ninetales chakra in his body would be a real headache. Shiro's relentless surge lasted nearly until dawn before finally calming, leaving Chiwe battered by a sleepless night. With all the chakra turbulence, he felt utterly drained. Dark circles under his eyes made him look like a walking panda. Morning, Chiwe. Early the next day, Minato, who had been waiting at the door, spotted him and jogged over with a bright smile. But when he caught sight of the dark rings under Chiwe's eyes, he stopped in his tracks, then burst out laughing. Haha, what did you get up to last night? Was it so thrilling to become classmates with Makoto? Couldn't sleep a wink, huh? Minato gave him a gentle poke, grinning teasingly. Get out of here, I just felt unwell last night and barely slept, Chiwe retorted, brushing Minato away, annoyed. Excited? Seriously? What do you take me for, a lovesick fool in my past life? So tired. Head swimming, Chiwe trudged to school and headed toward the advanced class, only to nearly bump into Kushina at the door. Minato, full of curiosity, asked, Kushina, what are you doing at the advanced class? I skip a grade too. There's no way I'm letting you two leave me behind, Kushina declared, balling her tiny fists in mock threat. Chiwe, Minato, it made all the difference having someone influential on your side. He and Minato jumped through all sorts of hoops and tests to skip a grade, but Kushina, she'd been promoted without a word. Good morning, everyone. Just then, Uchiha Makoto arrived at the classroom doorway, greeting them with a radiant smile. She walked in alongside Chiwe. Inside, Chiwe and Makoto sat together in the last row, enjoying breakfast shoulder to shoulder. Kushina's smile faded instantly when she saw them. What's wrong, Kushina? Haven't you had breakfast? Minato offered his own bento. Thanks, but I've already eaten, Kushina replied, declining his offer as she stepped into the room. Minato scratched his head with a puzzled look. What's going on? She was just fine a moment ago. Deep inside Kushina, the Ninetales suddenly opened its eyes, shifting uneasily and rattling the iron chains that bound it. Hey, little Uzumaki, help loosen these chains for me, and I'll tell you a secret. Just moments ago, when everyone was standing close together, the Ninetales caught a familiar scent from Chiyue, one that was unmistakably similar to its own kind. The chakra carried a faint, delicate fragrance. This left the Ninetales rather puzzled. When did my chakra start leaking out? And why does it carry a fragrance? No, that's not right. The chakra is similar, but it's definitely not mine. Thinking it over, the Ninetales decided to probe Kushina a bit. Hey, Big Fox. Kushina found herself pulled into her inner mindscape, staring at the Ninetales, bound in layers of adamant chains. She hadn't even realized how she ended up here. Kushina, I smell the chakra of my own kind on that brat, Yagami Chiyue. Hearing this, Kushina immediately planted her hands on her hips and pointed accusingly at the Ninetales. Granny Mito always said tailed beasts are evil and never to trust a word you say. You're just trying to trick me into releasing the seal, aren't you? The Ninetales stared back in disbelief. When have I ever deceived you? If anyone's evil, it's humankind. Wasn't I just sleeping peacefully at home, bothering no one? Then out of nowhere, Uchiha Madara appears, hits me with his Mangekyo Sharingan without a word. He forcibly turns me into a summoning beast and charges off to attack Konoha. After a brutal beating by Hashirama Senju, I end up sealed inside Mito Uzumaki. Tell me, after all this, how exactly am I the evil one here? Listen, kid, it's humans who are the real monsters. Now the Ninetales had lost interest in Chiyue for the moment, indignant at being so grossly accused by Kushina. Art, I'll eat you alive. Enraged beyond reason, the Ninetales began thrashing madly. The adamantine chains pulled taut as it lunged, desperate to sink its fangs into Kushina. Kushina simply stuck out her lip, utterly unfazed by the Ninetales. She had long since outgrown her initial fear. Now, she was used to the Ninetales' bluster. It might look terrifying, but in this sealed state, it was all bark and no bite. I knew it. You just try and trick me. How could Chiyue possibly have a tailed beast chakra? You're making things up. Ninetales, you can't fool me. With an exaggerated huff, the Ninetales nearly coughed up blood from the frustration, howling furiously. Brat, I'm going to devour you. You're the really wicked one. You'll be the death of me. A second later, Kushina was kicked out of her own mindscape. The stubborn girl was convinced the Ninetales was trying to deceive her, plotting to get her to unravel the seal so it could finally escape. Did she look like someone who could be fooled so easily? Trick me? Not a chance. I haven't even been near Chiyue, so how could he possibly carry a tailed beast chakra? Ninetales is nothing but a giant liar. Sure enough, all tailed beasts are evil at heart. Even Chiyue herself hadn't expected that such a faint, delicate scent wouldn't escape the keen nose of the Ninetales. Foxes truly deserve to be counted among the canines. Those noses are simply too sharp. Class, today we have 4 new transfer students joining us. I'm sure most of you have already heard about it, the 4th grade teacher announced with a clap of her hands. Now, let's invite our 4 new classmates to introduce themselves. Everyone, please give them a warm welcome. The oldest among them, Mikoto Uchiha, stood up to introduce herself. Hello, everyone. I'm Mikoto Uchiha. I was held back a year in the 5th grade, so I'll be studying with you from now on. I look forward to your guidance. Applause rippled through the classroom. Most of the upperclassmen were already familiar with Mikoto Uchiha, and her arrival was greeted with enthusiastic applause from the majority of her classmates. Only a small number seemed indifferent, or even eyed her with a trace of hostility. I'm Chiyue Yagami. I skipped from 2nd grade straight here, Chiyue said simply, then sat right down. As for interests and hobbies, Chiyue didn't feel like sharing pointless details. I am Minato Namikaze, also promoted from 2nd grade. I hope we can all support each other, said Minato politely, much more courteous than Chiyue had been. Chiyue wasn't worried about any kind of school bullying. Anyone who tried, giving her trouble, had already learned their lesson the hard way. Besides, Chiyue was hardly afraid. If you're planning on causing trouble, you'd better be prepared for a rough time. Anyone wanting a fight was welcome to come knock on her door. I'm Kushina Uzumaki. Like Chiyue and Minato, I've skipped up from 2nd grade. Let's all get along from now on. For transfer students, one well-behaved, one who seemed decent enough, another labeled as a brilliant but unruly troublemaker, and the last a student the Hokage himself had asked the teachers to look after. All anyone could hope was that nothing too dramatic would stir up in the class. Today's lesson will be outdoor shuriken throwing, the teacher continued. Everyone, check your ninja tool bags. If you didn't bring any tools, come see me to borrow some. Meet at the training field in 10 minutes. As soon as the teacher left, a group of students fixed cold stares on Chiyue, who sat beside Mikoto Uchiha. Minato tensed up immediately. Are we about to get into a fight? Should I step in? Akabe Uchiha, don't glare at me like that. If you got the guts, challenge me. I'll take you on any time. Otherwise, quit acting tough, or you'll have me waiting for you at the gate after class. Clearly, these two were old rivals. This was probably another attempt to pick on Chiyue that backfired. Don't get cocky. Who's afraid of you? Akabe Uchiha shouted, his pride wounded now that his history had come to light. He tried a posture, not backing down. Seeing drama unfold, the entire class paused, curious and eager to watch the scene. That's enough, came a voice. Uchiha Mikoto rose to her feet, assuming the poise befitting the eldest sister, and stopped the two of them. Chua, let bygones be bygones, all right? There's no need to bring up the past. If you lose a fight, the only face you lose is your own. I'll let this go today, for Mikoto's sake. I won't argue with you. After a moment's thought, Uchiha Chihua decided to leave first, not wanting to risk running into Chiyue blocking the school gate. Who was that guy? Minato whispered, curiosity piqued. Chiyue leaned back against the wall, both hands tucked behind her head in comfort, and explained, just a pain in the neck from the Uchiha clan. When we were kids, he tried to bully me, so I split his head open with a rock. What? Minato was stunned, and even Kushina looked bewildered. You shouldn't talk, said Uchiha Mikoto, giving his head a gentle but reproachful tap with her slender finger. You were only 3. How did you even have the nerve to go after someone with a rock? He was 2 years older than me, and had a gang of helpers. Of course I had to strike first. Otherwise, I'd have been the one getting beaten. Chiyue wasn't the type to take a beating lying down. If you try to bully me, you'd better be ready to get hit back. After school started, Chiyue made a point of blocking Chihua at the gate a few times before he finally learned his lesson and settled down. But look at that, barely a year has passed, and he's itching for trouble again. Some people, it seems, are just born looking for a fight. If you don't put them in their place now and then, it's like you can't rest easy. It's settled then. After school, I'll block the gate. If you've got the guts, don't run away after class. I'll be waiting at the gate. A sly, almost wicked laugh slipped out of Chiyue without her realizing it. A laugh that made the hairs on Minato and Kushina's arms stand on end. Even Mikoto seemed a bit unnerved. What's with you? Minato rubbed his arms vigorously, as if trying to banish the goosebumps. If you got something to say, just say it. Don't give us that creepy grin. Let's block the gate together, said Chiyue, slapping the desk and springing to her feet. I've noticed that every once in a while, the Uchiha clan starts getting antsy. If you don't remind them who's boss, they get all full of themselves. Only after you beat some sense into them do they finally toe the line. What? Am I wrong? Minato, why are you blinking at me like that? Chiyue felt a little baffled. Wait, something's off. There's killing intent in the air. She turned, catching sight of Mikoto's lovely face now dark as thunder. Chiyue coughed awkwardly. Slip of the tongue, oops. I meant Chihua, the idiot. If you don't smack him around from time to time, he gets all jumpy. I'm going to block the gate after school. Who's in? Want to rough up Uchiha? Minato looked tempted. Kushina, too, seemed interested. She didn't have any real issues with the Uchiha clan right now. Just this Chihua character who was unbearably annoying. If she didn't like him, giving him a good beating couldn't be wrong. It's only your first day in the upper grades, and you're already plotting trouble? Uchiha Mikoto pressed her forehead, clearly feeling a headache coming on. The ninja tool throwing class, to put it plainly, was just a test, a way to measure how well students could throw ninja tools. There was no need to say much about Uchiha Mikoto. She was a little prodigy and breezed through the test with a perfect score. Chiyuki also achieved a perfect score. Minato missed it by just a whisker and ended up with a 9. It was only Kushina who fell a little short compared to the others. The teacher's main focus that day was, indeed, on observing these 4 students. After seeing the results from Chiyuki, Mikoto, and Minato, the teacher nodded in satisfaction. Impressive, these scores were already better than most of their peers. As for Kushina, the student under special care at the request of the Hokage, though her score was a bit behind the other 3, she wasn't far enough behind to lose hope. There was still room for improvement. After school let out, the 4 of them gathered together at the school gate, blocking the way. Their arrival gave Uchiha Chika, who was walking home with his buddies, a real scare. Even though he'd provoked Chiyuki in class that morning, he honestly hadn't felt confident about it. Anyone would be rattled if, when they were little, someone even younger had once split their head open with a rock. Uchiha Chika's constant jabs at Chiyuki were mostly because he couldn't stand seeing him and Mikoto together all the time. Who'd have thought Chiyuki would actually show up with backup to block his path? You got me, Chiyuki, you jerk? Weren't you just giving me a warning? Is this what you call a warning, blocking the gate? Kushina, Mikoto, you two stay back. It's better for girls to stay out of schoolyard fights. Let Minato and me handle this. It wouldn't sound good if word got out about girls brawling at school. This was definitely a job for him and Minato. Chiyuki decisively scooped up 2 bricks from the flower bed at the school gate and handed one to Minato. Minato, baffled, took the brick without protest. A fight, and we need weapons? Minato, aim for the face. Trust me, nothing beats the feeling of landing a brick square on someone's face. If you don't believe me, you can try it for yourself in a second. Minato was honestly a bit intrigued. After all, he'd never tried it before. But was it really safe to smash a brick into someone's face? Wouldn't that be a disaster? Maybe we should just use our fists. He was genuinely afraid he'd end up hurting someone badly. Relax, trust me. Chiyuki thumped his chest confidently, then slung his arm around Minato's shoulders like a seasoned fighter. Hitting someone with this won't kill them. Worst case, you might break their nose and make them bleed a little. No big deal. Minato, I can't shake the feeling you're setting me up here. Kushina and Mikoto both had exasperated looks on their faces. It seemed the always sunny, good-natured Minato was now falling under Chiyuki's questionable influence. Uchiha Chika, don't even think about running if you've got guts. The moment Chika and his gang came out, Chiyuki charged at them, brick in hand. Were they really going to block the gate for a fight? The smile on Uchiha Chihua's face slowly froze. For a few seconds, he just stood there in shock. Then, terrified, he clutched the spot on his head where he'd once been hit so hard there was a hole, and spun around to flee. Chihua's little followers stared blankly for a moment at Chiyue and Minato, who were charging in with bricks and fierce glares. With a shiver, they hurried to chase after their boss. On the training ground of the Ninja Academy, a group of slightly older boys was sprinting ahead, with a slightly younger kid wielding a brick in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, 2 Umbu ninjas secretly trailing Kushina exchanged bewildered glances. Ninja A whispered, "Do kids these days all settle their fights with bricks?" Ninja B replied, "Who knows? But isn't the one leading the retreat from the Uchiha clan? Hard to believe an Uchiha would end up in this situation." Ninja A laughed. "If it were us, we'd run too. Did you see the little brat in front with the brick? Not only is he strong, he fights dirty. He's only been at the academy 2 years and already beaten up every upperclassman troublemaker." Ninja B could only sigh in silence. In the end, Chiyue's attempt to block the gate was foiled. The teacher arrived. Thinking fast, Chiyue tossed aside the brick, grabbed Minato, and took off running. Brawling at the school gate was one thing, but doing it in front of a teacher? That would mean big trouble and a much harsher punishment. Chiyue never actually planned to break Chihua's head open. Terrifying him half to death was more than enough. This way, that blockhead would think twice before picking a fight again. It was exhausting just looking at such foolishness. If she truly wanted to deal with him, she could do it any time in class. Why wait till after school? You rascal. On your very first day in class, you're already leading a gang to block the gate. The teacher watched as Chiyue and Minato sprinted away, scolding them with a half-laughing, half-exasperated tone, then shot a glare at Chihua and his group. And when you all spend your days picking on others, did you ever think you'd be in this position? 8 boys, chased by 2 kids younger by 2 years, carrying bricks, no less. What disgrace. Chihua and the others looked like they were on the verge of tears. Of course they didn't want to run, but the problem was they stood no chance in a fight. When Chihua first arrived at school, she used to block their way all the time. Just by herself, she could flatten a lot of them. Now, 2 years later, she only got stronger. In these circumstances, only a fool would stick around. Would you really wait to get thrashed? Chihua, do you think the teacher will scold us? On the walk home, Minato sounded worried about what was coming. After all, blocking the gate and chasing classmates with bricks, maybe it wasn't a big deal if no one saw. But if the teacher caught them, there'd definitely be a scolding. Carrying the groceries she'd picked up at the market, Chihua replied with complete indifference. What's there to be afraid of? Do we actually hit anyone? We didn't, did we? Minato scratched his head. Still, blocking the gate and chasing people with bricks, what exactly were we doing then? Did you hit anyone? Chihua started guiding him. We just stood at the school gate, held bricks, and chased them. But we didn't actually land a blow, right? It seems to be like that. Since we didn't actually hit anyone, how can it be called fighting? As teachers, they shouldn't wrongly accuse us. Don't worry, at most they'll just complain a bit, telling us not to bully our classmates or something like that. They won't really scold us. Chihua was experienced when it came to this kind of situation, and things turned out just as Chihua expected. The next day, the teacher simply reminded them to get along well with their classmates, to keep the peace, and not to chase people around with bricks or start fights. After that, nothing more was said. Because of the incident by the door, Chihua and Minato ended up with a reputation as bullies in their class, making the other students too afraid to come near them. Even some of the girls who thought Chihua was handsome and wanted to get close were now keeping their distance, afraid. Master, a soft, sweet voice sounded in Chiyue's ear. She could feel something curling up on her chest, even licking her face. Still half asleep, Chiwe opened her eyes in a daze. She looked down and saw a little fox with 9 tails sprawled across her chest. Pushing it gently, she mumbled, "Xiaobai, stop messing around." She turned over and went back to sleep. Xiaobai quietly settled atop the blanket. A few seconds later, Chiwe's eyes flew open, and she sat upright in bed in surprise. She stared at Xiaobai, who was lying on the blanket, looking delighted. "Xiaobai, you're able to come out now?" In the game, a player's exclusive tail beast could leave their body to fight alongside them once it reached level 30, and could even act like a pet. Since it was exclusive, players didn't die if the tailed beast left their bodies, unlike regular Jinchuriki. Chiwe hadn't anticipated that Xiaobai had already reached level 30 so quickly, gaining the ability to leave her body. "Master!" Xiaobai called out softly and burrowed into the blankets, curling up like a little dumpling in her arms. Wasn't having a tailed beast supposed to be standard equipment for everyone? If a tailed beast couldn't fight outside its host, what kind of Jinchuriki was that? Thinking of all the jokes players used to make about this in her past life, Chiwe couldn't help but laugh. Now that Xiaobai could fight independently, it meant Chiwe had one more trump card up her sleeve. When it wasn't convenient to use tailed beast chakra, she could summon Xiaobai as a companion beast instead. Hugging Xiaobai, Chiwe rolled over to continue sleeping. Now that Xiaobai could battle independently, when would his first fixed skill unlock? Chiwe realized that all the skills she had set up before coming to this world were gone. Now, she could only look forward to unlocking the player-exclusive skills. Even though there were only 4 exclusive skills, being able to use any one of them would be a great leap forward for Chiwe's strength. The new batch of 5th-year students had graduated, and Rope Tree was among them. These students would soon leave the Ninja Academy and step into the wider ninja world, becoming true ninjas. How many of these new ninja will actually survive, and whether they'll truly be able to grow and thrive, all remains a mystery. There are also quite a few who, like Mikoto Uchiha, have been held back a grade. The difference is, these students didn't choose to repeat a year themselves. It was forced upon them. Some failed their exams, others were sent back by their assigned jonin after disappointing performances. In fact, the majority of those held back were returned by their mentors for more intensive training. Not long after rejoining the 4th-year class, Mikoto became a 5th-year student again. Chiwe, Minato, and Kushina, who had only just skipped up a grade, also advanced smoothly, quickly becoming part of the seasoned 5th-year ranks. Back when the Ninja Academy was first founded, students had to spend a full 6 years in school before they could graduate. Those graduating early faced no restrictions. After the 3rd Hokage took office and the First Ninja War broke out, Konoha's ninja numbers fell sharply, so the 6-year requirement was shortened to 5. The entry age for students was lowered as well, from 6 to 5 years old. Essentially, children who would have started school at 6 and graduated at 12 to become genin, now entered at 5 and graduated at 10, all thanks to the 3rd Hokage's reforms. The age at which ninjas started their careers was brutally slashed by 2 years. It was just like a greedy capitalist harvesting crops before their time. Instead of waiting for the chives to grow strong naturally, they just pulled them up early by hand. As for whether they grew crooked or withered away, that was none of the capitalists' concern. Chiwe Yagami, Minato Namikaze, both of you come to the office. After class, the teacher gestured for Chiwe and Minato to follow him to his office. Minato glanced back, confused. "Did you get caught blocking the door again?" "Shut up." Chiwe rolled his eyes. "Honestly, I was about to accuse you of sneaking a peek at girls in a bath and getting caught by the teacher." "No way. I'm not that kind of guy." Minato's face flushed red as he jumped up to defend himself loudly. "What on earth are you talking about?" Mikoto gave Chiwe a nudge, signaling for him to stop making wild accusations. "You may not be that type of person, but your future teacher definitely will be." "Wait a second. If Minato has already skipped 2 grades with me, will Jiraiya still become his mentor?" They entered the office. The teacher set down his teacup and addressed the 2 of them. "I asked you here because the Hokage has a keen interest in your potential. He thinks you're both geniuses worth special investment by the village. After observing you for a while, they decided to grant you some special rewards." "Really? The Hokage is keeping an eye on me?" Minato could hardly contain his excitement at those words. Chiwe, meanwhile, hid a skeptical smirk. He didn't buy the teacher's line for a second. The 3rd Hokage might be watching them, but there was no way he'd hand out rewards without good reason. Could it be Tsunade? Aside from Tsunade, Chiwe couldn't imagine anyone having that kind of clout. "This is a ninjutsu scroll bestowed upon you by the Hokage. The 2 of you should study it together, then return the scroll when you've finished. Understand?" The teacher produced the scroll. These things weren't easily made. Each one was precious and costly. The scrolls themselves were valuable, but the ninjutsu written upon them even more so. Even with money, you could only expect to purchase some of the most basic techniques. Anything ranked B or higher was beyond ordinary reach, practically unattainable. Even the feudal lord, who controlled all the wealth of a land of fire, could not amass too many of these treasured scrolls. The shadow clone technique. The moment the scroll was unfurled, Minato's excitement was uncontainable. If a moment ago, Chiyue was still guessing, now his suspicions were confirmed. It was Tsunade's doing. In fact, he was almost certain this was the very scroll Tsunade had once intended to give him. Only now, rather than presenting it in Kushina's name, it had been reframed as a reward from the third Hokage. The former, Chiyue would never have accepted. The latter, well, who could refuse something freely given? Once the scroll had been awarded, it would be recorded as your reward, whether you studied it or not. When you eventually became a full-fledged ninja, you'd be expected to repay that debt to the village. This is fantastic. We actually get to learn the shadow clone technique. Holding the scroll, Minato's smile was dazzling, like a burst of sunlight. Truly, it was a shame not to call him the little son. Son. Hey, I told you, don't call me that. I hate that nickname. Minato bristled at the word son. Use it, and you'd have a problem on your hands. Chiyue slung an arm around Minato's shoulders and steered him towards the little grove beside the schoolyard. He took the scroll and asked with a teasing glint in his eye, "Do you really believe this was a reward straight from the Hokage?" "Isn't it?" Minato blinked in confusion. The teacher said so. After all, they were considered geniuses, the kind the village singled out for special training. That's why they were given this reward. No wonder you ended up utterly at the mercy of the third Hokage, serving as his puppet for more than a year. Chiyue sighed, then grew serious. "Minato, do you trust me?" Something felt off. Minato rarely saw Chiyue this earnest. He nodded, answering, "Of course I trust you. In that case, don't go thanking the Hokage for this. If you feel any gratitude at all, save it for Lady Tsunade. She was the one who put this scroll in the Hokage's hands. Best not to involve Kushina. It'd only complicate things. If Minato found out, he might not know how to face Kushina ever again. He might even refuse to learn the shadow clone technique altogether. Trying to reap favors under a borrowed name? Forget it. Chiyue would sooner let Tsunade take the credit. But why would Lady Tsunade give you a ninjutsu scroll? When did this happen? How come I never knew about it? Minato was only more bewildered. Chiyue lifted a hand, brushing aside his silver hair. Obviously, it's because I'm good-looking. Do you even have to ask such a simple question? Minato was speechless for a moment. I don't know if you're really that handsome, but your face is certainly thick-skinned. Now that's the truth. Forget it. There's no point dwelling on that right now. The real issue is this ninjutsu. Should I learn it or not? Minato looked at Chiyue, conflicted. Chiyue gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. Of course you should. Why pass up a scroll full of jutsu handed right to you? Even if we skip learning it now, the reward's already recorded. Once we graduate, we'll have to take on missions to pay it back. Are you stupid or what? Come on, let's skip class and go study ninjutsu by the riverside. I'm sure our teacher will understand. Without hesitation, Chiyue grabbed Minato and led the way out of school. Minato hesitated a moment, then scrambled after Chiyue, hopping the wall to escape. You little runaways. When class started and the teacher entered, seeing the empty seats where Chiyue and Minato were supposed to be, his eye couldn't help but twitch. Really now, just after handing over those reward jutsu scrolls, you two disappear without a trace? Shadow clone is only a B-rank technique, hardly unmanageable. In no time at all, Chiyue and Minato had already mastered it. You go take my place in class. I'm going to train. Chiyue sent a shadow clone to attend classes in his stead, then sprawled out at home for a well-deserved nap. In the past, he had no choice but to sit through class himself. But now, with the shadow clone technique, who'd be willing to waste time daydreaming or dozing off in a classroom? With plenty of chakra, he could let himself be willful. If Minato ever discovers I'm letting a clone attend school while I hide away to train, he'll probably explode. Chiyue sat by his usual training spot at the riverbank, roasted fish skewered on a branch in hand, a mischievous smirk on his face. The more time he spent with Minato, the more Minato's worldview seemed to shift off course. Once a fervent admirer of the third Hokage, Minato was now, thanks to Chiyue's guidance, much less taken with the old legend. What kind of consequences this might bring in the future, Chiyue honestly had no idea. So this is why you wanted to learn the shadow clone technique. Tsunade jumped from the trees, landing right in front of Chiyue. How did you find out? Chiyue flipped over the fish, glancing up. Seriously? You think a shadow clone is the same as the real deal? I always knew your reasons for learning the shadow clone technique weren't pure. Caught red-handed, huh? Tsunade plopped herself down with no self-restraint at all, her eyes never leaving the grilled fish in Chinyue's hand, not bothering to hide her appetite. Chinyue sighed inwardly. When someone has fists as big as hers, whatever she says goes. He handed over the grilled fish, then started roasting another. Tsunade wasted no time, taking the fish and tearing into it heartily. Watching her dig in so heartily, Chinyue worried for a moment that she'd choke on a fishbone. Did you come looking for me for something, Tsunade-senpai? Tsunade was never the type to wander around aimlessly. Given the chance, she'd much rather sleep in or spend her time enjoying herself at the gambling tables. Old man had Jiraiya, and me go look for him. The Hokage? Because of me? Chiwa didn't think she was important enough for the third Hokage to make such a big fuss over her. It's because of you and Minato, that brat. Tsunade didn't try to hide anything. She carelessly tossed away the fish bones and stick, dusted off her hands, and said, "The old man wants Jiraiya and me to be Jonin instructors." That fast. There was still time left before this group of students would graduate. Was the third Hokage already assigning teams so early? Chiwa didn't really mind which team she ended up on, as long as she could be with Mikoto. As for their remaining teammate, it would be best if it were Minato. But if not, there was nothing she could do about it. As long as their Jonin instructor wasn't Orochimaru, Chiwa could accept anyone. She truly couldn't stand Orochimaru's behavior, especially how he would flick out that unnaturally long tongue with a sudden slithering motion that sent chills down her spine. And the most outrageous thing was, the tongue was even forked. So, you might be the instructor for Mikoto and me? It's possible. Tsunade crossed her arms and reminded him. But only for you. Uchiha Mikoto isn't being considered. After all, she's part of the Uchiha clan. Just as she finished, Tsunade noticed Chiyue's gaze had shifted oddly. She lowered her head, then let out an exasperated laugh. Have you stared long enough? Want to come a bit closer? Maybe you'll get an even better view. Ahem. Chiyue coughed, rubbing his nose, feeling quite embarrassed at being caught sneaking a look. He couldn't tell if Tsunade was just experiencing a sudden growth spurt, but it seemed like her figure had become even more striking, her curves noticeably fuller, even though it had only been a month since they last met. Chiyue had snuck a second glance and got caught red-handed. What about Mikoto? Why isn't she being considered for the team? Chiyue quickly tried to change the subject. Uchiha Mikoto had actually repeated a year just for him. If they couldn't be assigned to the same team, what was the point? Tsunade looked at Chiyue, but didn't answer. Chiyue could figure out some of it for himself. After all, it was a decision made by those at the top, or rather, by the third Hokage himself. It had nothing to do with Tsunade personally. He couldn't blame her for it. In that case, Mikoto and I will just form our own team and find a suitable teammate. Graduates from a ninja academy fell into 3 categories. The first consisted of those who graduated early. After graduation, the village would assign teams, or you could seek out teammates on your own. Such teams usually weren't stable. Kakashi would be an example, switching from one team to another, never quite able to get along with his teammates. The second type is students from the same year graduating together, grouped by the village, with a designated Jonin as team leader. If their abilities are lacking, the leader can only be a Chunin. The last type is refusing the village's arrangements and going your own way. If he and Mikoto Uchiha are to be separated, Chiyue would rather not accept the team assigned by the village. He'd much prefer to strike out on his own with Mikoto. Chiyue didn't believe that without a Jonin leader, he would starve to death. At worst, they'd just become a 2-person squad with some restrictions. He could quickly take the Chunin exams, and once he passed, all problems could be resolved. A strong ninja can take on any mission alone, let alone a 2-person team. Don't forget, Mikoto herself is no pushover. A squad formed by just Chiyue and Mikoto would be stronger than the average Chunin team. Given that, why accept the village's arrangements and be forced apart? If we can't be on the same team, then there's no point in Mikoto repeating a year or me skipping a grade. So, senpai, please don't bring this up anymore. After graduation, I'll form a 2-person team with Mikoto. As for Minato, it wouldn't be fair to drag Minato into this kind of thing. Even though Chiyue was sure that if he called, Minato would come running in a heartbeat. I respect his choice. Tsunade frowned at him. Are you sure this is what you want? Yeah. Chiyue nodded. I don't want to be separated from Mikoto, and I wouldn't feel easy having her put on some other team. If we can't be together, then I'll give up. I'll choose to form my own team with Mikoto. Gifts flooding in, Chan-chan will keep the updates coming red hot. I suddenly get why Kushina's so attached to you. Even I have to admit you're something special. Pity you're still a bit too young. After a moment of silence, Tsunade blurted out something completely off topic. What in the world are you talking about? Too young? Are you teasing me right now? That's crossing the line. Chiyue raised an eyebrow and gave Tsunade a look, assessing her from head to toe. No worries, I'll grow. And besides, I like them a little bigger. Get lost. Tsunade's smile froze, and the next second, she exploded with a kick. A earth-shaking crash followed as the riverbank collapsed, rocks and dirt tumbling into the water. Chiwa leapt onto a tree nearby, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Man, that was ruthless. If that kick had landed, he'd have been lucky to survive with just a scraped skin. Senpai, keep at it, I believe in you. You'll be even bigger in no time. With a burst of laughter, Chiwa ducked into the forest, leaving the fuming Tsunade behind. Tsunade laughed in spite of herself. What a cheeky brat. But was she really getting bigger? Could it be a burden? Unconsciously, Tsunade glanced down. As Uchiha Mikoto was getting ready to head home after school, Chizuki suddenly dragged her away midway. What's wrong, Chizuki? Did something happen? You look so serious. Chizuki did her best to put on a stern face, but there was no hiding her youth. Serious as she tried to be, it ended up looking simply blank, which made Mikoto stifle a laugh for reasons she couldn't explain. All right, I give up, she thought. This sort of act just doesn't suit someone our age. With a helpless sigh, Chizuki raised her hand. Tsunade-senpai came to see me today. She told me there's a good chance she'll be my Jonin instructor. How could that be? Wasn't there still some time before graduation? Why was the village leadership already dividing everyone up so early? But you and I, we won't be assigned to the same team, right? Now Mikoto understood why Chizuki had tried so hard to look serious a moment ago, and why it didn't work. Something like that. Chizuki opened the refrigerator, took out 2 bottles of milk, handed one to Mikoto, and took a few sips herself before frowning. I have no idea what the Hokage is thinking, arranging all this so soon. Namake's Minato might end up being placed under Jiraiya-senpai. Minato's getting a special arrangement too? Chizuki being selected ahead of time was already a surprise to Mikoto. Who could have expected Minato would be among the chosen few as well? Never underestimate Minato. His circumstances have only held him back because of where he was born. Deep down, he's someone destined for miracles, if only he has someone to guide and support him. There was no need to mention Minato's future glory. All he lacked was time and the right technique, specifically the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Once he had a chance to develop, pick up some sealing techniques, and master the Flying Thunder God, Minato would be unstoppable. So you dragged me over here today because... what are you doing? Before Mikoto could finish, Chizuki pinched and pulled at her cheek, leaving several little finger marks on her fair face. It's because, regrettably, I have to tell you, Uchiha Mikoto, that you probably won't get the usual team assignment from the village. Why not? Batting Chizuki's hand away, Mikoto rubbed her cheek in annoyance and looked up. Because you and I are going to form our own 2-person squad. I turned down Tsunade-senpai. If we can't be assigned to the same team, then you're repeating a year, and my skipping one would mean nothing at all. If that's the case, I'd rather forego their arrangements and make a 2-person team with you instead. And besides, with your skills and mine, are we really going to starve? Chizuki snapped her fingers with a laid-back grin. You? Mikoto was about to call him a fool, but before she could get the words out, Chizuki had already cut her off. He pulled her up from the chair and nudged her toward the kitchen. Spare me the words of gratitude or complaints. After all this sacrifice, you can cook today and let me have a break for once. A smooth road ahead? While everyone else wishes for a stronger backer, Qianyue doesn't care about any of that. Because his only real support is himself. Qianyue is confident, give it a few years, and who will end up being whose backing, that's still up in the air. Why get tangled up in that maelstrom of Hokage factions in the first place? Why let oneself get swept up in the old tug-of-war between the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, both out in the open and behind the scenes? Exhausting just thinking about it. Do we really have to form a 2-person team? While eating, Mikoto voiced her concerns. She still thought Tsunade would be a better choice as Qianyue's Jonin instructor. What's wrong with a 2-person team? No one will butt in, and we can do whatever we like. Qianyue shot her a meaningful glance, which instantly made Mikoto blush. Annoyed, she gave him a glare before lowering her head and focusing on her meal in silence. Does Minato know about this? I didn't plan on telling Minato. I'm afraid he might do something reckless if he finds out. After some careful thought, Qianyue decided to keep this from Minato for now. If Minato got a bee in his bonnet, he might just ignore the village's arrangements and insist on teaming up with him. If that happened, Qianyue could end up shouldering a huge burden. There's nowhere he could teach Minato the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, after all. If Minato wants to learn that, he'd have to rely on Jiraiya. Given Qianyue's sensitive position, no matter what he contributed, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo would never let him choose that sort of technique. Chances are, they'd just hand him some token reward, hoping that would be enough. This isn't just cynical speculation. Look at the village's history. Among all the Uchiha who've earned merit, how many have ever gotten free reign to pick jutsu from the Scroll of Seals? Qianyue could safely say, almost none. Maybe Kagami Uchiha was an exception. Though not a standard Uchiha, he still carried that bloodline. But that alone was enough to make the third Hokage and Danzo wary around him. And with him already rejecting the village's arrangements, would the third Hokage really bother to cultivate someone like that? No way, by any stretch of the imagination. Tsunade hadn't told Minato in advance about any plans either. After all, they hardly knew each other. Minato hadn't realized he'd already been assigned ahead of time. He was still wondering with anticipation about who he'd be paired with. His dream team? Shinue and Mikoto. At himself. And that made a perfect squad of 3. But if things went that way, there'd be no one left to fill Kushina's spot. Shinue, do you think the village will assign us to the same team after we graduate? And if they do, what about the extra person? Seriously, you really are thinking way too far ahead. Haven't even graduated yet, and already fretting about team assignments. Don't worry, Kushina won't be chosen. The most likely scenario for Kushina is that she'll either be held back a year, or she'll graduate on time and end up spending her days idling in the village. After all, as a Jinchuriki, it's not like she can just leave Konoha whenever she wants. Why is that? Is Kushina not able to graduate? That can't be right. She may have struggled with a few subjects, but she's worked really hard lately. Graduating on schedule shouldn't be a problem. So why would she be left out? Well, there are some things you don't need to know just yet. We'll talk about it another time. Maybe Kushina will decide to tell us herself. Chihue patted Minato on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Minato, I know what's on your mind, but you'd better not go looking for Kushina in the next while, or you'll get yourself into trouble. Perhaps it was fate, but Minato, who started off a little afraid of Kushina, was now, consciously or not, finding every excuse to be around her. Clearly, he developed a crush on her. Ahem, no, that's not it. Don't say things like that. His feelings called out so directly. Minato's face flushed a deep red as he hurriedly shook his head in denial. Me like Kushina? No way. Absolutely not. Yeah, right? Chihue couldn't be bothered to argue. Like it's not written all over your face. Wait, when exactly did the hidden cloud infiltrate Konoha to try and kidnap Kushina? That lot always prefer to play dirty. Just as Chihue guessed, Kushina had been in low spirits lately, terribly so. With graduation approaching, Chihue and the others would soon be heading off onto their own paths. And she, as the host of the Nine Tails, was burdened by the village. Leaving Konoha was out of the question. The more she thought about it, the more restless she felt. So much so that even Minato, who'd been trying, purposefully or not, to get closer to her lately, often got caught in the crossfire. With graduation so near, even the usual slackers and daydreamers were buckling down, desperate not to fail the exam and be left behind for another year. Especially those who had already repeated a grade. If they couldn't pass the test now, they might well lose their chance to become shinobi altogether. The village didn't have the time to keep letting them try over and over. Under all that pressure, graduation exams finally arrived. Chihue was up to his usual tricks. Every day, he'd have a shadow clone go to class for him, while he slipped off to the riverbank to train or simply lounged around at home. Everyone should know what day it is today, the instructor said. There's no need to be nervous. When I call your name, come up for the assessment. The graduation test for current students wasn't too difficult. What was tough was passing the early graduation assessment. That required actual combat. The only way to graduate early was to prove yourself in battle. I wonder who I'll end up paired with. I hope I get to be with Chihue. Come off it, you. Uchiha Mikoto hasn't even spoken yet. Do you really think you have a chance? What's up? Listening to the chatter of her classmates, Uchiha Mikoto was both anxious and embarrassed. She gave Chihue a little shove. Chihue could only smile wryly, caught between laughter and tears. Ever since word got out about their request to form a team, everyone at the academy had started treating the two of them as if they were a couple. Say what you will, but Chihue was genuinely impressed by the children of the Hidden Leaf. Especially when it came to matters of the heart. Kids as young as 4 or 5 already knew what it meant to like someone. Back in Chiyue's previous life, children that age were still playing in the mud and wetting their pants. Once the final exam was over, the 5th-year students started their break. Next, they would have to wait for the village to assign teams, collect their forehead protectors, and receive their ninja ID cards. At that point, they'd officially become rookie ninjas. All the other students had already left. This should have been a joyous day, but their teacher couldn't muster up even a hint of happiness. Because, yet again, his students had found a way to make his life difficult. Uchiha Mikoto, Yagami Chihue, are you certain you want to form your own team, rather than let the village assign one for you? If it had just been Chihue acting out, the teacher wouldn't have been surprised. Yagami Chihue was known for always doing things his own way. But Uchiha Mikoto, going along with such an idea, that had the teacher's head buzzing for ages, unable to calm down. What are you two thinking? Without a guidance instructor, do you even realize the kind of dangers you'll have to face? I understand where you're coming from. and I will report the truth to Lord Hokage. But I hope you both give this serious thought and don't make a reckless decision just because of, let's call it, young love. Most students only chose to form their own teams when they were left with no other option, but Chiwa and Mikoto had asked for it themselves. It was enough to really shock the teacher. He decided not to deal with anything else for now. He hurriedly sent Chiwa and Mikoto home, then took off running toward the Hokage's office at top speed. Do you think the Hokage will approve? Leaving the ninja school, Mikoto couldn't help but worry about this. She really didn't want the whole village gossiping about them. He might agree, or he might not. But he'll definitely be in for a shock, that much is certain. The thought of startling the third Hokage made Chiwa laugh out loud. Sensei, you can leave stuff like this to Orochimaru and Tsunade. I'm used to living free and easy, and besides, I still need time for research. I have no time to teach students. With graduation season in full swing, Jiraiya barged into the Hokage's office, openly complaining about becoming a squad leader. It would eat into his time for gathering material and writing his books. Jiraiya himself didn't think he was cut out for teaching, either. I've already made arrangements with Tsunade. Take a look at these files on the new trainees, and if everything's in order. The third Hokage handed the documents to Jiraiya, clearly leaving him no room to refuse. A hurried knocking on the door interrupted the Hokage mid-sentence. Jiraiya had no choice but to take the papers, a trace of resignation in his eyes. Only then did the third Hokage allow himself a contented smile and called out, "Come in." "Hokage-sama, I have something important to report." "Oh, it's Teacher Odawara. Did something go wrong with the students' graduation assessments?" As both Hokage and the principal of the Ninja Academy, the third Hokage paid particular attention to the teachers. Whenever these teachers had matters of importance, there was no need for an appointment. They could come straight to him. This alone spoke volumes about how much the third Hokage valued the Ninja Academy. Teacher Odawara looked thoroughly dejected. Jiraiya watched him with curiosity, secretly wondering if the poor man had been bullied by his own students. "Hokage-sama, among this year's graduates, Chiyuki Yagami, who ranked first, and Mikoto Uchiha, who ranked second, have come to me with a request. They wish to form their own team and refuse to be separated." Jiraiya nearly choked on his own surprise. The third Hokage, caught off guard, coughed on his pipe smoke, his face turning red. These students certainly had some spunk. Even he, along with Tsunade and Orochimaru, had never dared make such a demand when they were students. "Wait, Chiyuki Yagami. Why does that name sound so familiar? Where have I heard it before?" The third Hokage kept coughing, so much so that his already wrinkled face flushed red like someone choking on a particularly sour pickle. He slammed his hand on the desk and barked, "Outrageous! For the top two graduates to refuse the arrangements of the village and insist on forming their own team. If word of this got out, it would surely become the talk of the town." It felt like they were blatantly challenging the authority of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage himself. "You may return now. I will handle this matter personally," the third Hokage assured him. "Yes, Hokage-sama." With the Hokage's promise, Teacher Odawara visibly relaxed. Relieved, he bowed deeply and left the office. Finally, the hot potato had been passed on, and from now on he wouldn't need to worry about it. "Jiraiya, what do you think I should do with these two?" "Don't ask me," Jiraiya replied, shaking his head vigorously, wanting nothing to do with this headache. "The less trouble, the better. I'll take Minato under my wing. He's a good kid. As for anyone related to the Uchiha, old man, you're on your own. By the way, Chiyuki Yagami, that name rings a bell. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Tsunade has high hopes for this kid, but he has Uchiha blood in him. Ever since the death of Kagami Uchiha, the lines of communication between the village and the Uchiha clan had all but collapsed. Tsunade took a liking to Chiwa, while the third Hokage considered that with some guidance, this child might one day become a second Kagami Uchiha. Combined with the remarkable talent Chiwa had already demonstrated, he was deemed worthy of special training by the village. Otherwise, the third would never have considered entrusting Chiwa to Tsunade's care. After all, becoming Tsunade's disciple meant stepping into the Hokage's circle. Even though Chiwa carried Uchiha blood, he might never reach the inner circle of power, but at the very least, he wouldn't be targeted like the rest of the Uchiha clan. Yet all those carefully laid plans had now been disrupted. One Chiwa was already enough. If he handed over another, like Mikoto Uchiha, to Tsunade, it might plant dangerous notions in the Uchiha's minds. That was something the third Hokage simply could not accept. Even if he managed to look the other way, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu would never agree. "That's it. I just remembered." With a clap, Jiraiya exclaimed. Tsunade mentioned this kid's cooking is fantastic. She still talks about it all the time. The third was speechless. Was Tsunade's interest in him really just because he could cook? Noticing the third Hokage's furrowed brow, Jiraiya decided it was time to make his exit. Think it over at your own pace, old man. I'm heading out. I'll be at the Ninja Academy tomorrow. He'd rather be out gathering inspiration than hanging around here idly with the old man. With Tsunade lingering in the village lately, he hadn't dared visit the bathhouse, terrified she'd catch him and leave him half dead with a single punch. Very well. The third Hokage nodded, waving Jiraiya off. Shaking the file in his hand, Jiraiya bounded out the window. Not long after Jiraiya left, someone arrived, as the third had fully expected. Danzo, the shadow of Konoha, representing the root. Had Root's reach stretched too far? Nothing happening in the Hokage's office escaped his notice. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, Danzo would appear. The third Hokage, despite his station, felt a trace of unease. I gave you the authority over Root, but that doesn't mean you can infiltrate those closest to me. Sarutobi, I've always said, the Uchiha are not to be trusted. You can't keep information hidden, and when word gets out, what face will we have left? The third Hokage shook his head, not wishing to argue with Danzo further. How goes the investigation in the Land of Rain? In the past year or two, with the Rain Village's so-called demigod Hanzo rising to power, their methods had grown increasingly aggressive. According to intel gathered by the Umbu, Rain Village appeared to be preparing for war. Under Hanzo's leadership, that once small village was rapidly building its military might, both in numbers and overall strength. And with the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, the ninja world, long at peace, was now a cauldron of restless undercurrents. Apart from the water country, which has completely closed itself off from the world, small-scale frictions among the other nations have been steadily on the rise. Hanzo hasn't acted recklessly yet, but we must stay alert. If the Land of Rain, under his leadership, manages to annex the grass country, it would become yet another formidable enemy for Konoha. As the power of the village hidden in the rain continues to grow, Hanzo, revered as a demigod, will surely not be content to remain confined within the harsh and sparsely populated Land of Rain. Launching wars, seizing the territories of others, and capturing their people. These are the only ways for the Rain country to thrive and prosper. And the first target of the hidden Rain village is clear. The grass country, an unreliable ally of the Land of Fire, forever shifting with the winds. The balance among the great nations demands that no smaller state grows too powerful. This is an unspoken pact among the 5 great nations. If the Land of Rain dares to wage war beyond its borders, it's toying with fire. The ANBU and Root operatives are keeping close watch over the Land of Rain. The moment there's any sign of trouble, our spies will get word back to us immediately. Danzo was confident. He believed his arrangements couldn't fail. Surely, Hanzo would lose patience sooner or later. I just hope Hanzo doesn't let the fever of war cloud his judgment, murmured the third Hokage, letting out a weary sigh. Danzo, a staunch hawk, was set in his ways, while the third Hokage leaned toward peace, preferring a diplomatic approach. Even so, if the Land of Rain started an external war, seeking to annex the grass country or encroach upon the territory of the Land of Fire, then he, too, would be left with no choice but to declare war against the Rain country. How had this conversation spiraled so far off track? Irritated, Danzo furrowed his brows and said coldly, Sarutobi, let's leave the issue of the Land of Rain aside for now, but regarding the Uchiha, you cannot simply let this matter go unchecked. 2 kids try to defy the arrangements set by the village. I always knew the Uchiha were rotten to the core. Nothing but. That's enough, Danzo. As Danzo's words grew increasingly outrageous, the third Hokage could no longer endure it and snapped. I will see to those 2 children. If they truly wish to form a 2-man squad, I'll approve it. We are all Konoha's people. The Uchiha are Konoha's Uchiha. Return now, and continue to keep a close watch on the Hidden Rain village. Don't give them the slightest opening to act against us. But Root is sorely understaffed. All this talk of the Uchiha and the Rain village was just smoke and mirrors. At the end of the day, Danzo's real aim was to strengthen Root for the sake of his own power. Though he'd managed to infiltrate ANBU, only Root lay truly within his grasp. Only by expanding Root's ranks could his influence continue to grow. The expansion of Root. It was something Danzo had asked for many times, but he had always been refused. During an era of peace, the third Hokage believed that the coordination of ANBU and Root was sufficient, and Root scope was nowhere near the point of requiring expansion. At this very moment, however, the Land of Rain was bearing its fangs, and with most of the ANBU out on missions, there simply weren't enough people left in the village. When Danzo brought this up now, it was hard for the third Hokage to turn him down outright. After some careful thought, the third Hokage said, I'll discuss this with Koharu and Hamura. You can go back for now. I'll be waiting for your reply. Having received the answer he wanted, Danzo left, thoroughly satisfied. As for Chiyuki and Mikoto, he had long since cast them from his mind. Just two young Uchiha brats, hardly worth his attention. Old man, you wanted to see me? Tsunade strode in from the hospital, still wearing her white coat. This is about the application from Chiyuki Yagami and Mikoto Uchiha. The third Hokage handed her the completed paperwork. You dragged me here just for this? Thanks for all your gifts and support. The updates will keep coming, Red Heart. Tsunade glanced at the file, then carelessly tossed it onto the desk, grumbling. Geez, old man, if it's something like this next time, don't call me over in such a rush. I've got a surgery scheduled soon. But Chiyuki Yagami is someone you've taken an interest in. The third Hokage looked at her steadily. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Sure, I like the kid, but turning him into the next Kagami Uchiha. That's your ambition, not mine. Right, sensei? The implication didn't sit well with the third Hokage. To say that turning him into another Uchiha Kagami was his idea? Let's leave it at that. If they want to form a two-person squad, let them. Each year, just how many graduates actually end up in perfectly matched ninja teams? Most ninjas still have to find their own teammates in the end. This was a result of upper management's lack of action, though no one else dared mention it. But Tsunade didn't care about such niceties. If she disapproved, she'd speak up. She strode toward the door and waved without looking back. Old man, that kid Yagami Chiyuki is never going to become the second Uchiha Kagami. Don't pin those hopes on him. If he's unwilling to accept your plans, let him grow on his own. And don't dump any more students on me. I'm busy. There's a line at the hospital waiting for my surgeries. Tsunade's healing skills were renowned, not just in Konoha, but throughout the entire ninja world. So long as she was in the village, countless people sought her help. Even if the Senju clan's assets had nearly run dry thanks to her, so long as Tsunade wasn't lazy or didn't gamble away her fortune, she could always turn things around. But alas, this golden goose just couldn't keep her hands off the dice. Having rejected the idea of mentoring Chiyuki, Tsunade decided she'd rather not take on any students at all. Dealing with unruly kids was just too much hassle. With the free time saved, she could help out more at the hospital and earn more money. What a pain. It's time to pay off that gambling debt from last time, Tsunade muttered to herself, scratching her head as she walked along. Just thinking about the enormous amount she owed made her temples throb. Unfortunately, skipping out on the debt wasn't an option. If people came looking for her at the Hokage's office, that would be a major embarrassment for Tsunade. While the rest of their graduating class was still waiting for the village to assign a Jonin instructor, Chiyue and Mikoto had already taken on their very first ninja mission. Lacking a guiding Jonin and forming only a two-person team, the kinds of missions Chiyue and Mikoto could take were limited to simple Durang tasks to bridge the gap. Catching stray cats, picking up litter, cleaning public toilets. Just seeing these assignments was enough to make Chiyue dizzy with dismay. Most jobs were tolerable, but cleaning toilets? Was that really a serious mission? Who even put that task up there? The Hokage's office, maybe? If that's the case, never mind. Let's leave it for another squad down the line. For their first assignment, Chiyue chose to help the herders drive away wild animals. Although it was still classified as D rank, jobs like this often brought better rewards and more contribution points than your average D rank mission. Besides, Mikoto needed to build up combat experience, so Chiyue accepted the task without hesitation. Since the mission only called for driving off the beasts, not hunting down every single predator, the assignment remained at D rank. Had the mission required eliminating all threats, it would have been bumped up to C rank. Let's go. After accepting the mission, Chiyue and Mikoto double-checked their ninja gear and, after signing out at the village gate, left Konoha for the ranch. It was Mikoto's very first mission, and she was equal parts excited and anxious. After meeting with the ranch owner and gathering intel, the two girls headed into the forest beside the pastures. Their objective was to chase the animals away from the livestock. Once the beasts were outside ranch borders, their task would be complete. If they managed to eliminate the threat completely, the assignment would be upgraded to a C rank, along with a corresponding increase in payment and contribution points. Neither Chiyue nor Mikoto cared much about that extra bit of money. As for contribution points, to be honest, for some people these points were a treasure, but for others, they hardly made a difference at all. Minato, for instance, had accumulated plenty of points, coupled with Jiraiya's recommendation. The third Hokage let him trade them for the Flying Thunder God technique. Offer those same points to someone from the Uchiha clan. If you manage to exchange them for an A-rank jutsu, you'd be considered lucky. Don't think the village isn't playing favorites or deliberately singling people out. Let's be honest, they are targeting you on purpose. We'll split up. You track from that side, and I'll cover this direction, Chiyue said, assigning Mikoto a route while conjuring two shadow clones to widen their search area. In the world of the Hokage, thanks to the influence of chakra and natural energy, Many creatures grow to abnormal sizes and can possess great strength. The giant toads, serpents, and slugs of the three legendary lands are the most iconic examples. Apart from these formidable summoned beasts, there are also some powerful creatures roaming about, dangerous enough that even a jonin would sometimes find themselves in serious trouble. Xiaobai, can you sense if there are any creatures in the forest with a particularly strong chakra signature? Master, there's a distinct chakra fluctuation coming from the southeast. Following Xiaobai's lead, Qinyue soon found herself face-to-face with a tiger nearly as large as a room. The huge orange cat seemed entirely unaware of Qinyue's arrival, lazily sprawled out and enjoying an afternoon nap. Nearby, the clearing was littered with the remains of prey. That's a strong chakra wave. Looks like this one could fetch a tidy sum. Just one glance at the massive orange cat, and Qinyue knew she'd struck gold. A beast like this would make a perfect summoning creature for resale. After all, many ninja favored offensive-type summons. The sudden, thunderous roar split the air as Qinyue's quiet muttering startled the napping tiger awake. With a flash, the orange cat sprang up and released a ferocious snarl in her direction. The trees all around shook. Leaves came tumbling down in a rustling cascade. Roaring, the giant cat leapt at Qinyue. Does it really take me for easy prey? Qinyue dodged the powerful swing of the tiger's paw and answered with a swift, fierce kick under its shin. With a tremendous crash, the huge orange cat was sent flying, smashing through several trees. Its enormous body tore up a swath of grass and earth before finally skidding to a stop. Qinyue, remaining alert in case the creature lunged again, waited a moment and then cautiously approached, curiosity piqued. The mighty orange tiger that had seemed so menacing just seconds before now lay curled up in agony, clutching its head. It whimpered in low, pained tones, blood pooling around its jaws. It seemed that Qinyue's kick had made it bite its own tongue. Seeing this fierce beast reduced to a trembling, ineffectual bundle, completely robbed of its will to fight, Qinyue couldn't help but chuckle. Was this all just a bluff? Fierce on the outside but weak within? No, this was more a stroke of luck. Her kick had landed just so, making the beast bite its tongue. So much pain that it lost any will to continue fighting. It was rather like a man getting hit somewhere very vulnerable and instantly losing all strength to battle. The only difference was the great orange cat had injured itself. Qinyue had merely kicked its chin. Qinyue, are you all right? At the sound of the commotion and the beast's furious roars, Mikoto hurried over. By the time she arrived, Qinyue had already knocked the tiger out cold and secured it with rope. Nothing serious. Standing beside the massive cat, which even while slumped down was taller than she was, Qinyue gave its back a friendly pat and said, "This guy is probably the culprit behind those attacks on the livestock. That means our mission reward is likely to go up, and just bringing this one back will net us a good price." Is that it just like that? Hearing the story of the fight, Mikoto didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She still wanted to hone her combat instincts and accumulate some real experience. But in the end, Qinyue took care of everything in just a few swift moves. The whole fight was fast and rough. A kick landed square on the big orange cat's jaw, and while it was reeling in pain, doubting its entire tiger existence, she promptly knocked it out cold. After that, they just tied it up and called it a day. She hadn't been able to help at all, so she simply stepped back and let it all happen. Mikoto, you still don't have a suitable summoning beast, do you? Why not make a contract with this guy? The big orange cat had decent strength, and since Mikoto still hadn't formed a summoning contract, it seemed like a perfect match. If she was willing, forging a pact with the big orange cat wouldn't be a bad choice at all. I think I'll pass. After giving the giant feline, almost as big as a small house, a careful look, Mikoto shook her head slightly and declined. For the Uchiha, it just makes more sense to form contracts with the ninja cats. It makes buying weapons and ninja tools from them much easier down the line. Forming a summoning contract with the ninja cat clan was an Uchiha tradition. Nearly all skilled Uchiha ninjas would sign a contract with the clan of ninja cats. Plus, the ninja cats would supply all sorts of ninja tools and scrolls to the Uchiha. As long as you were willing to pay, you could buy anything you needed from them, at prices much lower than those of the village's weapon shops. In that case, let's just take it back to Konoha and sell it. Even for a D-rank mission, an enhanced one at that, the most they could possibly earn would be several tens of thousands of ryo. But if they managed to haul this giant beast back to Konoha and put it up for sale, they'd easily make at least 300,000 ryo. Summoning beasts and high-quality chakra weapons had always fetched sky-high prices. Dragging the tightly bound orange tiger between them, Qinyue and Mikoto made their way back to Konoha. Along the way, plenty of people caught sight of Qinyue hauling her massive feline quarry, and most were so startled they jumped aside to get out of the way. That tiger is enormous. Those kids must be ninja from the village. How impressive to be able to capture something that size. Are they planning to take it back and butcher it for food? You fool. A creature like this can be sold as a summoning beast. It'll fetch a hefty price. Is eating all you ever think about? The street was soon abuzz with chatter, leaving Mikoto a little embarrassed. She hadn't even arrived in time for the fight. It was all over before she'd gotten there. Now, dragging the orange cat back to Konoha was all falling to Chinyue as well. Mikoto couldn't help but feel she was useless, that she'd hardly contributed at all. Excuse me, my name is Sanning Luo. Are you planning to take this summoning beast to Konoha to sell? The popularity of summoning beasts was far beyond Chinyue's expectations. They hadn't even made it back to the village yet, when a ninja returning from a mission caught sight of the big orange tiger and hurried over, eyes gleaming as he spoke up. 300,000 Ryo, and it's yours. She might not have all the details, but as the saying goes, you don't have to have eaten pork to know what a pig looks like. Therefore, in Chinyue's mind, the big orange cat was worth 300,000 Ryo. Anything less, and the conversation was over. 300,000? Sanning was momentarily stunned, then gave a wry smile. Could be a little cheaper. I've just spent quite a bit on ninja tools lately, so... I'm sorry, but that's the price. If you can't accept it, I'll just have to take it to the village and sell it there. A good summoning beast was never sure of buyers. Most ninjas who were passionate about summoning beasts tended to be ordinary civilians with average talent and a lower potential ceiling. For these ninjas, having a capable summoning beast meant a substantial boost to their own fighting strength. It could even save their lives when it mattered most. They weren't above sending a summoning beast to its doom while they made their escape, something quite a few ninjas prefer to do. I'll buy it. Seeing that Chinyue was about to leave with the big orange cat and clearly had no intention of bargaining, Sanning hurriedly called out to stop him. I'll pay the 300,000 Ryo, but give me a bit of time. I just got back from a mission and need a little while to scrape together the money. If I'm making you wait, at least let me help by taking this guy back to the village for you. Being a ninja meant living dangerously, but it also meant making money quickly. As long as you weren't lazy and kept your expenses in check, life was seldom too hard. After all, even a regular C-rank mission could pay several thousand or even tens of thousands of Ryo. However, it was also a profession that burned through cash. That meant plenty of ninjas made a lot, but spent even more, so most never managed to save much. Generally, a ninja's savings could be compared to their own strength. The more skilled they were, the more they earned. Of course, there were exceptions, like Tsunade, that legendary big spender. In Chinyue's eyes, you'd be hard-pressed to find another jonin in the entire ninja world who could earn more than Tsunade, yet remain even poorer. That's perfect. With someone willing to help, Chinyue happily agreed. He dragged that hefty orange cat all the way from the ranch. It had been quite a challenge. You take a break, little brother, and leave the rest to me. Sanning wasn't the sort to beat around the bush. He grabbed the rope and got going. Although he was eager to sign a summoning contract with the big orange cat right away, the money hadn't changed hands yet. Chinyue would never allow it. Otherwise, he could have just saved himself the trouble of hauling the big orange cat back to Konoha. The closer they got to Konoha, the more foot traffic there was. Quite a few ninjas spotted the massive orange cat and came up to inquire, only to be firmly turned away by Sanning. I saw this summoning beast first. The price is settled. You all can move along and stop buying my prize. In Konoha, the deal was simple. Cash in one hand, the goods in the other. While the rest of their classmates were still waiting for assignments from the village, Chinyue and Mikoto had each pocketed more than 100,000 Ryo in spending money. Life without a supervising jonin, it was truly liberating. You only take on missions when you want to. If you don't feel like it, you just rest, staying in the village to train. Relaxed, free. Mikoto needed to go home to let her family know she was safe, so the two of them split up and headed home separately. The moment Chiyuki arrived at his doorstep, he realized something was terribly wrong. Kushina and Minato were both standing outside his house, fixing him with unfriendly stares. Kushina seemed all right, but as for Minato, his eyes all but spelled out, "You deceived me," in big, bold letters across his face. Made a nice little profit today. How about we go out for some barbecue? Chiyuki suggested. Sure. Faced with Chiyuki's sincere and heartfelt invitation, Kushina's mind suddenly went blank, and she agreed without thinking. The words were out before her brain had even caught up. When she came back to her senses, she realized she'd just betrayed her teammate Minato. Her face turned bright red in a flash. Minato rolled his eyes, as if to say, "I knew it." Hoping for Kushina to keep Chiyuki in check was pretty much a lost cause. Whenever Chiyuki was involved, Kushina always, unwittingly, ended up on his side. "You win." Minato, shoulders slumped, hissed through gritted teeth. "This was a big deal, and you didn't tell us?" If Jiraiya-sensei hadn't told me himself today, I'd never have known you'd formed a two-person squad with Mikoto. Looks like Jiraiya and Minato have already had their talk and settled into a teacher-student relationship. Not telling you wasn't about hiding things. I just didn't want to drag you into something that could affect you unnecessarily, Chiyuki replied, his expression serious. Minato, I've always believed that following Jiraiya-senpai is a good choice for you. But whatever you do, don't pick up any of his bad habits. Huh? Bad habits? Jiraiya-sensei has bad habits? Minato had only met Jiraiya for the first time today. Their teacher-student discussion took up the whole morning. Even the news about Chiyuki and Mikoto forming a two-person squad had only come from Jiraiya. Since it was their first meeting, all Minato knew was that Jiraiya was a disciple of the third Hokage. Everything else was a mystery. Minato didn't get it, but Kushina knew full well. Her face still slightly flushed, she grew instantly cautious, her gaze shifting to one of suspicion. Wait, what's with that look? Minato was utterly baffled. Did I do something wrong? I don't think so. Maybe it's just because of Jiraiya-sensei? Come on, let's talk as we walk. Chiyuki threw an arm around Minato's shoulders, lowering his voice as he spoke. Jiraiya's a bit of a perv, you know. He uses gathering inspiration as an excuse to peep on girls while they're bathing. Cough, cough. Minato's eyes flew wide. He started choking, his young face turning bright red. It took a good while for him to recover from the fit of coughing, shock written all over his face as he asked, "Does Master Jiraiya really have that kind of interest?" "Come on, you seriously call that an interest?" Qianyue couldn't help blurting out a curse. Kushina kindly reminded her, "Qianyue, you just cursed. That's not important." Qianyue waved her hand, signaling Kushina not to worry, then turned and shouted at Minato, "That's just plain immoral. Seriously, think about it. If a woman in your family, your girlfriend, or even your future wife was being watched while taking a bath, how would you feel?" "I'd beat that guy to a pulp." Minato clenched his fists instinctively. "Hold on, but the one who likes to peek is my own teacher." Minato started and stopped several times before finally mumbling, "I'll try to talk to Master Jiraiya and ask him not to do things like this anymore." Between Jiraiya and the third Hokage, what disgusted Qianyue the most was their nasty habit of spying on people in the bath. Where on earth did they even learn this from? "You like looking, huh? Go spend some money. There are plenty of places that'll show you what you want. Toss some bills around, and you can watch all you like. The people there will even go along with it for you. So why sneak around like some petty thief? Actually, even thieves have more dignity than this. I have to talk sense into Master Jiraiya. I can't let him keep doing things like that." Minato gritted his teeth and resolved to help Jiraiya break the habit. Qianyue, on the other hand, started pondering if she should give the third Hokage a bit of extra work, like maybe leaking the secret of his crystal ball technique. Let's see how he spies again after that. Using the excuse of monitoring the village to peek at people, disgusting. Aren't you afraid someone might spy on your wife in return? Never mind, his wife's far too old. The three of them arrived at the barbecue shop. Minato picked up the menu and ordered one of everything, determined to empty Qianyue's wallet or he just wouldn't feel satisfied. "Qianyue, what mission did you and Mikoto do today?" Kushina couldn't help but ask, curiosity brimming in her eyes. Minato was about to start training under Jiraiya, and Qianyue had teamed up with Mikoto. Only Kushina, being a Jinchuriki, wasn't allowed to go anywhere. She could only stay in the village quietly. Forget teaming up for missions. Even getting close to anyone would instantly put them under ANBU surveillance. The bitterness. Only Kushina herself could really understand. That's why she longed for the outside world so much. It was just a beast removal mission. Qianyue briefly recounted the day's assignment. But when she mentioned how she'd easily captured a huge orange cat perfect for a summoning beast, and then sold it for 300,000 Ryo, Minato and Kushina were both stunned. Is being a ninja really that lucrative? Minato, having grown up poor, was speechless. Kushina, meanwhile, had never given money much thought. After all, she owned an entire street in Konoha. She didn't have to lift a finger. Every year, she just waited for her dividends and raked in tens of millions of Ryo. So you don't need to hold back tonight. Eat as much as you want. As it turned out, no matter how ambitious you got, it was impossible to spend hundreds of thousands on a single barbecue meal. Even Minato, who had boldly declared he'd eat Chiyue into poverty, ended up clutching the wall for support as he left the restaurant. Chiyue honestly worried that Minato might lose his dinner all over the roadside before he even made it home. "Come on, I'll walk you back." Minato very much wanted to escort Kushina home, but unfortunately, she didn't give him that chance. Sure, Chiyue offered to see her home, and Kushina was delighted. She hopped and skipped all the way, chattering away like a carefree little bird. It seemed she always had an endless supply of things to say. Chiyue listened with a gentle smile, nodding from time to time, patiently taking in her stories and complaints. Goodbye. After saying farewell to Chiwe, Kushina's mood had brightened completely, and she hummed a happy little tune as she walked. Well, look who's in a good mood. This morning you looked like your world had fallen apart, and now you're all smiles, humming to yourself. Did seeing your sweetheart make you this happy? Seeing Kushina like this, Tsunade just couldn't help teasing her. Tsunade sis. Kushina turned scarlet, stomping her foot in protest. There's nothing going on. Chiwe just explained to Minato and me why he kept things from us. That's all. That's why I feel better now. It's not what you're thinking at all. All right. Not your sweetheart. Not your sweetheart. Tsunade was thoroughly amused, circling around Kushina, who was still too flustered to realize what was happening. She completely believed Tsunade had bought her explanation and skipped off to her room to change clothes. Tsunade, meanwhile, broke out into laughter, rolling around on the couch. This girl was just too adorable. Hey sis, what's so funny? Could you guys help spread the word about this book? There aren't many readers. It's a little discouraging. I really need some motivation. Shizen had just come back from a mission and tiredly flopped down onto the sofa. He felt so drained he couldn't even summon the energy to shower. All he wanted was to sleep. Did you cook anything? I'm starving. Yeah, right. When have you ever known your sister to cook? Go shower now. She hauled Shizen up, shoved him towards the bathroom, and crossed her arms, grumbling. When you're done, hurry up and get some takeout. I'm hungry. Everywhere else, the big sister took care of the little brother. How is it in my family? It's the other way around. My sis is Sufiyuth. Shizen wanted to cry, rubbing the spot where Tsunade had shoved him. Just like that, his exhaustion vanished. He no longer wanted to sleep. He just wanted to freshen up and get the food as fast as possible. Otherwise, with Tsunade's temper, he'd just end up getting beaten up again. His life was tough, yet he couldn't find anyone to complain to. Every person he could confide in was someone he couldn't afford to anger, especially Tsunade. The assignment of the new ninja teams finally wrapped up. Squad after squad, led by their instructors, set out to begin their missions. Some teams chased runaway cats, some picked up litter, and others were out weeding and working the fields. The entire mission office was thrown into chaos. People running everywhere, voices raised, the place in complete disarray. Aren't there any suitable missions left? Mikoto watched as Chiwe stared at the mission scroll, lost in thought for ages, her frown only growing deeper the longer she looked. All the good missions have already been taken. Chiwe was resigned to her fate. As soon as the rookie ninja entered the scene, almost all of the suitable D-rank missions were snapped up. Mikoto leaned in for a look, but her expression was more than a little reluctant. She had no interest in the odd, menial jobs left over, especially unsavory ones like cleaning toilets. Neither did Chiwe. So, he turned his attention to the C-rank missions. Most regular C-rank jobs were still within reach for himself and Mikoto. How about this one? Chiwe pointed to a mission on the scroll. The mission office staff checked the details, then responded. Your team can take this mission. However, the client is in a hurry and hopes you'll arrive at the daimyo's residence before noon tomorrow. Then we'll take this one. With no suitable D-rank missions left, Chiwe settled on a C-rank escort mission. The task was to escort a merchant to the daimyo's mansion. Among C-rank missions, the pay for this one was about as low as it got. But Chiwe didn't care about the reward. It was the task itself he found more important. Escorting someone all the way to the daimyo's residence was certainly better than scrubbing toilets or babysitting children. Presenting their shinobi identification, they officially accepted the mission. Chiwe and Mikoto then went to the village gate to await their client. Someone from the mission office would notify the client to meet them. It wasn't long before the client, having received word, arrived at the village entrance in a rush. Even though Chiwe and Mikoto looked awfully young, the client didn't dare question their abilities. After all, this was Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages and the one that handled the most missions. One more or one less C-rank mission meant little to the village, but if you ever doubted the abilities of Konoha's shinobi or caused trouble here, the village would have every right to cancel your commission. And if you weren't careful, you might even find yourself dragged in by the police force for questioning, just to make sure you weren't a spy. Once the paperwork was done, the 3 of them set out, departing Konoha on the road to the daimyo's estate. The client was not a talkative man. He hurried along in silence, clearly anxious to get back to the daimyo's residence. Stay alert. There might be trouble along the way. Chiwe whispered to Mikoto as they scouted ahead together. This did not feel like a normal escort mission. Low pay, tight deadline, and the client's odd behavior. Something didn't quite add up. It seemed that someone had their eyes on them. The person could be an ordinary individual, or perhaps even a ninja. Right? With Chiwe's reminder, Mikoto's expression turned serious in an instant. She scanned her surroundings warily, guarding against the possibility of an ambush. If it were just Chiwe and Mikoto traveling alone, They could reach the daimyo's residence within a single day. Unfortunately, their employer was only an ordinary person, which would make the journey longer. You should get some rest. I'll take the night watch. As night fell, the three of them stopped by the roadside to rest, and Chiwe volunteered to keep watch. Mikoto spoke up, somewhat worried. Why don't I take the first half of the night? Having Chiwe keep watch through the entire night would be exhausting, especially since they still had a long road ahead the next day. It's fine, Chiwe reassured her. Seizing the moment, he pinched Mikoto's cheeks, stretching them out until her face looked as round as a dinner plate. A sharp smack echoed in the air. Ow! Chiwe winced. This girl really doesn't hold back. He thought ruefully. A woman's face really isn't something to handle carelessly, even if she's just a girl. Chiwe shook his now reddened hand. Yet after his playful antics, Mikoto's resistance faded. Obediently, she leapt up onto a nearby tree, settling against the trunk to rest. A fine-looking pair. You two make quite the sight. I wish I'd had such a lovely girlfriend when I was young, their employer quipped, warming his hands by the campfire and reminiscing about his youth. She's not my girlfriend. Not yet, anyway. Chiwe grinned, tossing a few more sticks of wood onto the fire. Uncle, you should head to bed soon. We need to set out early again tomorrow. You did ask that we reach the daimyo's residence by midday. We don't have much time. All right. The employer had wanted to chat with Chiwe a while longer, but seeing that Chiwe didn't wish to talk, he could only give a wry smile, nod his head, and lean against a rock to close his eyes. After adding a bit more firewood, Chiwe hopped up into a nearby tree, putting some distance between himself and the camp. He then released Xiao Bai from his pouch. Xiao Bai, I'm counting on you for the night watch. If anyone approaches, warn me, no matter their intentions. But if there's malice, just deal with it. There was no way Chiwe intended to keep vigil all night by himself. The night watch was better left to Xiao Bai. Besides, Xiao Bai rarely had the opportunity to wander about, so this was a perfect chance to stretch its legs. With Chiwe's instructions in mind, Xiao Bai darted into the woods and soon vanished from sight. Only then did Chiwe close his eyes, finally able to relax. To be honest, sleeping in the wild was truly uncomfortable. Leaning against the tree trunk, Chiwe shuffled around for quite some time before eventually drifting off. The night passed peacefully. Nothing out of the ordinary occurred. In times of peace, the Land of Fire was generally calm, especially in the direction where they neared the Hidden Leaf Village. At dawn, after a simple breakfast, the team set out once more. Looks like trouble's on the way. Chiwe hadn't expected the night to pass so quietly, only for trouble to come calling soon after they'd resumed their journey the next morning. A group of people lay in ambush among the trees along the road ahead. These people harbored deep malice toward the party, and the moment someone noticed the ambush, Bai quickly warned Qianyu. Stop right here. Qianyu called out to Mei-chin and their employer. Why are we stopping, young man? As they drew closer to Daimyo's residence, the employer was practically itching to fly the rest of the way. Yet, at this very moment, Qianyu insisted they halt. There are enemies lying in wait. Glancing at the employer, Qianyu turned to Mei-chin. Mei-chin, I'll take the left. You handle the right. Let's finish this quick and clean. Understood. Without hesitation, the two of them split and rushed toward the woods flanking the road. It was Mei-chin's first real fight, her first taste of close, desperate combat. She was nervous. That much was obvious from the way her kunai dug in her palm, leaving her fingertips white. We're exposed. Only two brats are guarding that guy. Kill them. Seeing the group divide, Qianyu and Mei-chin charging into opposite patches of trees while the employer stayed behind, the ambushers realized they'd been discovered. For ninja, killing is a rite of passage they cannot escape, and both Qianyu and Mei-chin were no exception. These foes weren't dressed as common bandits. They looked more like samurai raised and kept by someone with purpose. Once their ambush was blown, the men hiding among the trees sprang out, drawing their swords as they charged at Qianyu. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Qianyu's hands flashed through the seals, and a fireball over half a meter wide shot towards several enemy samurai. Damn, run for it. The samurai hadn't expected Qianyu to forego all pretense of honor. Before there was even a real exchange, a blazing fireball was hurtling toward them. An explosion rocked the woods, mingled with a chorus of dying cries. Qianyu waved a hand to clear the air before her face, the heavy scent of charred meat already filling the grove. Ugh, who in the world said the great fireball jutsu can't kill? She surveyed the havoc. Scorched earth and smoldering corpses littered the ground. Qianyu doubted she'd be able to stomach grilled meat for some days after this. Yet she felt no nausea, no knot of guilt, no urge to vomit, none of the discomfort one might expect. A handful of ordinary samurai, undone by a single jutsu. Qianyu resolved the threat swiftly and efficiently. Only two, grievously wounded, remained alive, writhing and groaning on the ground. Shaking her head, Qianyu tossed two kunai, ending their suffering, then dashed toward Meiqin's side. Compared to Qianyu's overwhelming force, Meiqin's battle proved far more troublesome. She wasn't as skilled as Qianyu and, rattled with nerves, failed to remember that even a standard Surank jutsu could be deadly against unremarkable samurai like these. Corpses lay scattered at her feet, some with their throats slit by kunai, others with blades buried in their hearts. In a shaded grove, Meiqin stood with her ninjato in hand, staring downwards, shoulders tense. Fresh blood was still dripping from the blade, and her clothes were splattered with it, too. Mikoto. Chiwa stepped forward, calling softly. Clutching the sword tightly, Mikoto, who had been staring silently at the ground, finally lifted her head. Her blood-red eyes met Chiwa's gaze. In each of them trembled a lone Tomo, quivering with emotion. You could tell at a glance. These eyes belonged to someone whose emotions were in absolute turmoil. Did witnessing her first kill awaken her eyes? Mikoto was nearly 11. Awakening the Sharingan at this age placed her among the elite of the Uchiha. Those tales of children awakening their eyes at 7 or 8 were rare exceptions. For most Uchiha, the Sharingan awakened after the age of 10, 12, or 13 being the more common range. Chiwa himself was a true outlier. After all, his eyes had awakened thanks to an outside plug-in, not through his own power. It's over. The enemy is dead. Chiwa raised his hand, pulling Mikoto into a gentle embrace, softly patting her back in comfort. With Chiwa's reassurance, Mikoto's wild emotions gradually settled. Chiwa, my eyes. That's right, you've awakened them. From now on, you're a true prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Chiwa joked lightly, a smile on his lips. All the tension seemed to leave Mikoto in an instant. Let's hurry on. I can't stand seeing all these bodies, she said, her voice small. Killing for the first time came with its aftershocks. Mikoto would need some time before she could recover. You two okay, kids? Their employer, spotting all the blood on Mikoto, blanched in shock. He thought she'd been injured. We're fine. Chiwa replied with a grin, shaking his head. It was just a few ordinary samurai. They couldn't hurt us. Sir, let's keep moving. The forests of the Hidden Leaf were full of animals that would take care of any bodies left behind. Mikoto, when you first awaken your eyes, you'll experience some side effects. The longer you keep the Sharingan active, the more your eyes will sting, and you'll go through chakra and mental energy quickly. As they pressed on, Chiwa explained all the symptoms Mikoto might experience after gaining her Sharingan. After enduring the samurai ambush, the team managed to reach the daimyo's residence safely before noon. Once their employer was delivered, the escort mission ended in perfect success. Though the pay wasn't great this time, Chiwa felt it was well worth it. Mikoto awakening her Sharingan was a reward beyond any coin. Back in the village, once Mikoto adjusted to her new eyes, her power would skyrocket. From single to double to triple Tomo, every stage of the Sharingan's evolution would bring the Uchiha a massive boost in strength. And should she ever awaken the Mangekyo, or even gain the eternal Mangekyo through transplantation, the leap in power would be indescribable. The two of them didn't pause on the journey. They hurried back to the village at their fastest pace, arriving in the early hours before dawn. From then on, both Chiwa and Uchiha Mikoto would only take on missions sporadically, leaving longer intervals between each assignment. Minato couldn't help but envy their freedom. It made him restless at heart. Ever since becoming Jiraiya's student, Minato found that he barely had any time to rest. He and his two teammates constantly roamed the world in Jiraiya's footsteps. Jiraiya-sensei, why has the village sent us to watch over the movements of the Hidden Rain village? Minato couldn't quite understand their latest mission. It was supposed to be peacetime, so why would the village assign their team to monitor another village's shinobi? Weren't they afraid this would provoke unnecessary conflict? In truth, even I can't figure out why the old man insisted that we take on this mission. Minato and his teammates had grown weary of the Land of Rain. The relentless bad weather and harsh environment wore them down, and Jiraiya felt it even more keenly. In other countries, they might at least get a chance to stroll about, gather inspiration, and find good places to jot down ideas. But here in the Land of Rain, all there was rain, nothing but endless rain. Looking for inspiration? There wasn't even the faintest chance. Why didn't they just send Orochimaru to handle this sort of mission? Wasn't he far better at stealth than anyone else? Jiraiya grumbled inwardly, though he maintained a smile and explained to Minato. I think it has to do with the Hidden Rain village's ongoing efforts to expand their military power. But why? Wasn't that an internal matter for the Rain village? What did it have to do with Konoha? Surely Konoha would not get involved just because the Rain village was strengthening its forces? Minato's talent was exceptional, sharp instincts, excellent in battle. But most important of all, he had the humility to ask questions whenever he encountered something he didn't understand. Jiraiya couldn't be more pleased. He knew he had chosen the right student, especially considering that Minato might even be the prophesied child of destiny foretold by the Toad Sage. That was why Jiraiya devoted extra care to teaching Minato, giving him far more guidance than the others on the team. If the Land of Rain keeps ramping up its military strength without restraint, it will eventually pose a threat to neighboring nations, including us in Konoha. Just think, if a shinobi village pushes its military power to the limit, what happens when they reach their peak? Minato replied instantly. Would war truly break out? The possibility sent a chill through him. That's right, war, Jiraiya confirmed gravely with a nod. When a village's military strength maxes out, and they still crave further growth, there's only one path left, to wage war on others. Through war, they can seize resources and population, annex surrounding nations, and increase their own might. At this moment, the Hidden Rain village stands exactly at that crossroads. Minato had never experienced the flames of war himself, and so he naturally could not comprehend its brutality. Jiraiya, on the other hand, understood all too well. Once war erupted, it would sweep through the entire shinobi world. Lord Jiraiya, the forward squad has encountered a ninja unit from the Hidden Rain village and is requesting reinforcements. An AMBU operative burst into the cave with urgent news. Jiraiya let out a sigh. Trouble had found him once again. The signs of Hidden Rain village preparing for war were becoming more and more unmistakable, while the Leaf village kept sending ninja into the Land of Rain to gather intelligence. With each move and counter-move, tensions between the two sides intensified. Open conflict was already beginning to flare. This is a show of force from Hidden Rain village. Hanzo's aim is clearly to send a warning to Konoha. According to intelligence gathered by ANBU, the Foundation, and our agents, Hidden Rain under Hanzo's leadership has grown strong. Its strength is on par with any of the 5 great shinobi villages. If war does break out, the Land of Fire will be the first to experience its horrors. That's why I suggest we nip this thread in the bud. Under no circumstances can we allow the Hidden Rain to grow bolder, let alone attack our village. Danzo slammed his palm on the table, his voice brimming with anger. Hanzo's efforts to hunt down our Leaf shinobi are an unmistakable warning. Hiruzen, at a time like this, can you really expect Hanzo to just sit calmly and negotiate with you? Konoha's constant intelligence gathering in Hidden Rain had clearly provoked Hanzo, the leader of the Rain village. On Hanzo's orders, the Rain shinobi had begun targeting and hunting down Konoha ninjas. They even ignored every diplomatic request Konoha sent for peace talks. Were they truly headed for war? And Konoha would be the one to strike first. This was never the third Hokage's intention, but the circumstances were forcing his hand. Last year, the Rain village had merely shown signs of growing aggressive, as if it were eyeing the Land of Grass. Since Grass was Konoha's ally, they could hardly stand aside and do nothing. With ANBU, Foundation operatives, and secret agents all sending back reports, one fact became undeniable to the third Hokage. Hanzo had no interest in attacking the Land of Grass. His sights were set on the Land of Fire itself. If you, Rain, dare threaten the Land of Grass, Konoha will not stand idly by. All the more so if Hanzo seeks to threaten the Land of Fire. Does he really believe Rain has become the equal of the 5 great nations? This was why Danzo was so enraged. Hanzo was blatantly disrespecting them. Even the request for negotiations was ignored, a humiliation they could not abide. If Konoha declares war on Hidden Rain, the flames will inevitably engulf the entire shinobi world. Have you all truly considered the consequences? Danzo, ever the hawk, was convinced Konoha must strike first and keep the war far from the Land of Fire's borders. Kobayutatane and Hamura Midokado, however, found themselves agreeing with Danzo. Hanzo obviously didn't know his place. Perhaps it was time the Leaf village taught him a lesson. Even if the Leaf village wants to maintain peace through negotiation, the Hidden Rain village refuses, with Hanzo outright ignoring them. Do you really think that if the Leaf doesn't declare war on the Land of Rain, the flames of war won't spread to other nations? Danzo let out a cold laugh as he fixed his gaze on the third Hokage and said, Sarutobi, don't forget that since the end of the first Great Ninja War, every ninja village has regained its strength. It's not just the Rain that's showing signs of aggression. Every other village is too. If we, the Leaf, do nothing, the only thing left for us is to take the blows passively. Will you choose to strike first, or will you only retaliate after you've already been hit? The third Hokage frowned, still unable to make up his mind. Because once war broke out, the situation could spiral out of the Leaf's control at any moment. As the helmsman of the Leaf village, he couldn't bear to see things come to that. One wanted to fight, the other to negotiate. So the third Hokage and Danzo argued endlessly. Finally, Kohoryu, a member of the Elders' Council, spoke up with her own view. Sarutobi, even if the leaf doesn't declare war on the rain, we still have to be wary of their moves. We must not allow the flames of war to reach the borders of the land of fire. So, I suggest we send a force to garrison the border to prevent rain shinobi from launching a surprise attack into our country. I agree. Hamura Mitokado seconded Koharu's motion. If they didn't want to launch an all-out war, then the next best thing was to station ninja units at the border in case the rain ignored all rules and suddenly invaded the land of fire. This clearly wasn't the outcome Danzo wanted. What he craved was war, not mere defensive measures. But the third Hokage disagreed with starting a war, and now Koharu and Hamura, who had originally sided with him, shifted their stances. This left Danzo seething with dissatisfaction. He lit his pipe and took a few deep drags, the smoke curling around him as the third Hokage, after careful consideration, finally made his decision. In that case, issue the call to arms. Dispatch our units to garrison the border. Sending the ninja troops to the border was, in its own way, both a warning and a precaution. Even a show of force was preferable to outright war. As the order was given from the Hokage's office, the announcement quickly spread throughout the entire Leaf Village. Summoning ninjas to the front lines. Was this the first step toward war? In an instant, the whole village was filled with the tension of impending conflict. It looks like the second Great Ninja War is about to break out. Upon seeing the announcement, Chi-Wen knew the war was at hand. At this time, the rain was truly formidable, bolstered by the ever-expanding power of the demigod Hanzo. At the slightest spark, war between the Leaf and the Rain would erupt. The actions of the Leaf Village would also draw the attention of other ninja villages. Each of the great villages, having spent years recovering their strength, wouldn't let this opportunity for expansion slip by. In the eyes of many, the Land of Fire always seems to be the side getting attacked, only responding defensively each time. But what few realize is that it was actually Konoha who actively set off the Second Great Ninja War. With the atmosphere of war growing ever heavier, the entire village buzzed with non-stop discussions about the conflict. As Konoha's ninja forces stationed themselves along the borders, the Land of Rain reacted even more fiercely, matching Konoha's every move with their own army and creating a feeling of two nations locking horns. Rain Ninja Village threw themselves into hunting down any Konoha ninja who entered the Land of Rain. And it wasn't just Konoha's shinobi involved. Ninja from the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth were caught up in the fray as well. It seemed as though Hanzo wanted to transform the Land of Rain into an impregnable fortress, forbidding any foreign ninja from setting foot within its borders. For the 5 great ninja villages, this was utterly unprecedented. High above the rest, those great villages felt outrage. A small village dares to challenge us? Now it wasn't just Konoha eyeing Rain Ninja Village with suspicion. Both the Sand and Stone Ninja villages began harboring their own grudges as well. Inside the office of the Kazekage in the Land of Wind, head of Sand Ninja Village, the third Kazekage, reputed to be the mightiest Kazekage, saw all this as a golden opportunity. I believe this is our chance for Sand Ninja Village to break through our predicament. We ought to lend Konoha a hand. Kazekage-sama, are you suggesting we start a war ourselves? Chiyo, who wielded considerable power in the village, along with her younger brother Ebizo, both attended the meeting. The Land of Wind was poor, and right next to it was the bountiful Land of Fire. As the leader of the Sand Ninja Village, the third Kazekage dreamed day and night of carving a juicy piece from the Land of Fire's riches. Yes, we should instigate war, but not between Sand and Rain, rather Konoha and Rain. If neither side wanted to make the first move, locked in their standoff, then Sand would just give things a little push. They'd be the ones to ignite the fire. Chiyo understood exactly what the Kazekage meant, so she stood and said, "In that case, leave this matter to me." By now, both Konoha and Rain Ninja Village were on a hair trigger. Sparking war wouldn't take much. "Then I'll leave it to you, Chiyo." The Kazekage nodded, approving her request. Konoha and Rain could afford to wait, but Sand Village couldn't. They were desperate to start a war, seize whatever resources they could from other nations, and grow stronger. The feudal lord had already protested more than once that the village's yearly allocations were excessive. With little income and too many ninja to support, Sand couldn't keep it up forever. The Kazekage saw the writing on the wall. The village was running out of money. There was no way the feudal lord would keep funding them, unless a war broke out. Then to maintain his rule, he'd have little choice but to send them money. Under Chiyo's leadership, a group of Sand Ninja slipped into the Land of Rain. The standoff dragged on, with neither the Hidden Rain Village nor the Leaf Village daring to fire the first shot. No one could have foreseen that, during such a tense period, a group of ninjas wearing Leaf Village forehead protectors would sweep across the Land of Rain, attacking village after village, leaving devastation in their wake. Leaf Village. When the Umbu delivered the gathered intelligence to Hanzo, it was as if they had thrown fuel onto the flames of his fury. Ever since the Rain Village began to build its military strength, Leaf ninjas had been sneaking around the country, gathering intelligence. Time and again, Hanzo had led purges to root them out. Then came the Leaf Village's request for negotiations. Hanzo flatly ignored it. You stir up trouble in my territory, and then want to talk peace with me? What twisted logic is this? Are small villages doomed to be bullied by the Leaf? Are they forbidden from fighting back, even after suffering injustice? So Hanzo decisively refused the negotiations and intensified his efforts to clear out the Leaf ninjas. In response, the Leaf Village stationed an army right on the border. What was this supposed to mean? Was this provocation against the Rain Village itself, or a personal challenge to Hanzo? Every move the Leaf made seemed to send one message: we're preparing to go to war with you. While the two armies stood locked in stalemate, more Leaf ninjas slipped into the Land of Rain, raiding village after village, and finally snapping Hanzo's last nerve. The Rain Village declared war on the Leaf. The news flashed through the shinobi world, leaving every nation in shock. Since the founding of the 5 great nations, never had a minor village declared war, especially not against the Leaf, reputed to be the strongest of them all. Faced with Rain's declaration, the Leaf chose to respond in kind. The Leaf formally declared war, appointing Danzo as the supreme commander on the front lines against the Rain Village. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were all part of the assembled army. Minato, who had only been studying under Jiraiya for less than a year, was left behind in the village. With the war just beginning, the Leaf hadn't yet fallen so low as to send young Jinin like Minato to the front lines. So he stayed behind. The conflict was on a knife's edge. Leaf's forces pressed deep into the Land of Rain, and the country became the new battlefield. When the group gathered again, Chiwe couldn't help bursting out laughing. So your squad just disbanded like that? Yeah. Despite his frustration, Minato could only nod glumly. The squad was no more. While on a mission in the Land of Rain, they'd been caught in an enemy ambush. One teammate took a heavy blow. He'd never be able to serve as a ninja again. With Jiraiya sent to the front lines, Minato and another teammate remained behind, which ultimately led to the team's forced dissolution. Never in his wildest dreams had Minato imagined his team would end this way. Haha. Sorry, I really didn't expect Jiraiya to leave you behind in the village and head to the front lines by himself. Stop laughing. Mikoto Uchiha gave Chiwe a helpless nudge. Minato looked as if he were on the verge of tears, and here you are, still laughing. Kushina was equally torn between amusement and exasperation. It's okay. If you want to laugh, go ahead. I never thought things would turn out this way either. Minato forced a wry smile. He honestly had no idea what he was supposed to do with himself in the days ahead. Should he try to find a new squad to join? Or should he simply stay in the village, train, and grow stronger? Maybe he should wait until he passed the Chunin exams before heading out to the battlefield, to search for his unreliable teacher, Jiraiya. Little did Minato know, at that very moment, his mentor Jiraiya was locked in fierce battle with the ninja of Amage Cure, deep within the borders of the Land of Rain. After much hardship and fighting until the war was over, Jiraiya, swayed by a ridiculous prophecy about the Child of Destiny, decided to stay behind and train 3 orphans from the Land of Rain. And so Minato was simply left in Konoha, left behind for years on end. Is a teacher like that reliable? It's absolutely absurd, honestly. In Chiyue's opinion, the only reason Minato managed to learn the Flying Thunder God technique so early was out of Jiraiya's lingering guilt. That's probably why, after the war, Jiraiya tried to make it up to Minato by being a bit more generous in his teaching. Waving his hand to signal that he'd stop teasing, Chiyue turned the skewers on the grill and asked, "So what are you planning to do next? What about you all?" Minato looked up and asked. Chiyue glanced at Mikoto Uchiha and smiled. "Same as always, I guess. Train, get stronger, pick up the occasional mission, earn some money, collect enough contribution points to trade for the jutsu I want. That's pretty much it." With the war looming, the standard for passing the Chunin exams had dropped, but Chiyue had no interest in joining that sort of test. Anyone who passed would be sent straight to the battlefield. No question about it. What's better, savoring barbecue in the company of girls, or risking your neck on the front lines? There's simply no reason to throw your life away in war. And the most outrageous part? Even if you manage to earn some great military achievements, you might not get any reward for your efforts. Now, that's what's truly infuriating. Don't be naive. Third Hokage and Danzo are both shameless enough to pull this kind of stunt. And the 2 elders, Koharu and Hamura, they're no better. Count me in. This was what Minato had been waiting for from Chiyue. Although his team had been forced to disband, and he felt sad about it. With a bit of perspective, he realized, why was he even upset? Since Jiraiya-sensei had abandoned him, why not just team up with Chiyue instead? So that's why Minato had invited Chiyue, Makoto Uchiha, and Kushina out for barbecue. As soon as this topic came up, he made his intentions clear. That actually sounds pretty good, Kushina remarked, genuinely surprised at how eager Minato was. Before Chiyue could even say whether she'd invite him, Minato couldn't wait any longer and announced that he wanted to join. Was it really that serious? Kushina couldn't help but shake her head. But when she saw Minato's smile shift from a wry grin to one of self-satisfaction, her expression froze. Am I seeing things? Or is Minato doing this on purpose? Oh, you sly, seemingly upright Minato, using a dinner gathering as a pretense to recruit teammates, Chiyue grumbled, half amused, giving Minato a light punch. Minato dodged with a chuckle. If I don't join your team, where else would I go? Jiraiya-sensei went off to the battlefield. The teams disbanded. I can't just randomly join another squad. I might as well stick with you all. Honestly, I've wanted to team up for ages. If Chiyue hadn't kept things hidden, if Jiraiya hadn't already spoken to Minato, Minato probably would have flat out ignored the village's plans and come to team up with Chiyue on his own. After so much time with Chiyue, Minato was no longer the golden boy who always put the village first. He now held his own ambitions, his own principles, and the will of fire no longer had such a strong hold over him. Makoto Uchiha smiled silently. She had known from the start that Minato would angle for this outcome. After all, Minato always liked tagging along with Chiyue. If he had turned down joining their team, that would have been the real shocker. Of everyone present, only Kushina still naively believed Minato was upset over the team splitting up. She even felt a touch of sympathy for him. But her feelings had been misplaced. Minato, a fiery-tempered girl with a head of red hair, suddenly erupted, her strands whipping wildly and even floating in the air. Minato almost dove under the table in fright. In the end, Minato got a well-deserved scolding, though luckily Kushina's punch missed his eye. Otherwise, he'd have landed himself a black eye for sure. The longer Kushina spent around Tsunade, the more her personality mirrored Tsunade's, especially when it came to flying off the handle and throwing punches. With his team dissolved and his teacher gone, Minato wanted to join her squad. Chiyue clearly wouldn't refuse. Kushina, let's take a walk. After finishing their barbecue, Chiyue motioned for Makoto and Minato to head off first, while she walked Kushina home, with something on her mind she needed to discuss. See you tomorrow, then. Makoto waved with a smile and headed off ahead. Minato hesitated for a moment, then left with his head down. Watching Minato's retreating figure, Chiyue sensed that Minato's feelings for Kushina seemed to be deepening. She glanced back at the feisty redhead, whose attention was fixed solely on her. For a moment, Chiyue wondered if the Naruto of the future might simply cease to exist. Chiyue, let's sit for a while in the park. Kushina called out cheerfully, already running ahead toward the park. Because of the impending war, many outsiders, worried about the danger of the conflict and the strict surveillance in the village hidden in the leaves, ultimately decided to leave. As a result, the village became noticeably quieter. Even in broad daylight, the park was almost deserted. The war also meant that many of the Umbu and Root operatives had been summoned to the front lines by their commander, Danzo, leaving the detail following Kushina significantly reduced. Only one person continued to trail her, and even he kept a distant watch. The two of them sat on a park bench, and only after confirming that the last remaining Umbu member was hidden far away in the woods, did Chiyue finally turn to Kushina and say, Kushina, do you trust me? Of course I do. The words tumbled out of Kushina's mouth before she could stop herself. Don't be so worked up. Just act as you normally would. Chiyue gently hinted at Kushina to stay calm. Once she'd soothed her, she continued, Since you're willing to trust me, there's no need for me to hide anything anymore. I know who you are. All of who you are. For a moment, Kushina's smile froze on her face, as if someone had struck her over the head with a heavy hammer. The world buzzed and spun. Chiyue knows who I really am? That's impossible. Could it have been Tsunade who told her? I realized it myself. Tsunade had nothing to do with it. Noticing the change in Kushina's expression, Chiyue quickly reassured her. Don't worry. I'm not going to abandon you just because of that giant fox sealed inside you. No matter what happens, Kushina, you will always be my friend. On that, I'll never waver. Kushina's eyes instantly filled with tears. Her lips trembled as she fought the urge to break down and cry. She'd always been afraid that, if Chiyue learned the truth about her, she would turn away. So she'd hidden, dodged, kept everything inside. Whenever the Ninetales used its chakra to corrode the seal, the pain was unbearable. But even then, she wouldn't go near Chiyue. She was terrified Chiyue might notice. And now, Chiyue had found out anyway. But instead of rejecting her for being a Jinchuriki, she'd chosen to accept her completely. Don't cry. If you start, the person tailing you will notice something's wrong and report it to the Hokage. That will only bring me trouble. I'm not crying. I'm just so happy. Kushina forced herself to smile, bowed her head, and quickly wiped the tears from her eyes. It took her a long moment before she could calm down. She blinked her wide eyes, curious, and looked at Chiwe. What did you realize? Right from the start, back when you transferred in and sat next to me. The scent of a certain giant fox was hard to miss. Chiwe said with a teasing smile. Goor, I'll eat him. I'll tear that brat apart. The Nine Tails raged inside. Perhaps it was because Kushina was nervous, but the seal that contained the Nine Tails loosened a little. This allowed the beast to see the world outside, and after listening to Chiwe, the Nine Tails flew into a rage. So, Chiwe was saying that Kushina's strong fox scent was the reason her status as a Jinchuriki was exposed? What kind of scent would a fox have? A stench, naturally. With this dramatic leap of imagination, the Nine Tails erupted in fury. It roared madly, vowing to devour Chiwe on the spot. The Nine Tails' struggle sent waves of scorching pain through Kushina's lower abdomen, making her face contort involuntarily. I'll let you get back to your work. Chiwe, well aware that the Nine Tails was causing trouble, signaled that he was in no hurry. Behave yourself, you overgrown fox. Kushina was furious as well. What right did it have to stir up trouble for no reason? I'll devour that brat. How dare he imply I stink like a fox? Are you an idiot? We're just playing crazy. Inside her mindscape, Kushina stared, wide-eyed, baffled at the absurdity. She found it almost unbelievable. When had Chiwe ever said the Nine Tails reeked? This stubborn fox just loved to twist words. A sudden high-pitched roar burst from the Nine Tails as its tirade continued. Hands on her hips, Kushina furiously lashed the beast with her adamantine sealing chains, wielding them like a whip. Miserable brat, I'll eat you. I'll eat you. All these decades sealed away. Not even Uzumaki Mido had ever whipped it with those chains. Yet now, Kushina dared to do so? The Nine Tails was livid. But Kushina paid it no heed. With another flick of the chains, she bound its mouth tightly shut. Now the Nine Tails looked just like one of those captive crocodiles, mouth taped closed, utterly helpless. Both its front and hind paws were fastened behind its back as well. Whenever it so much as squirmed, Kushina would hoist its tails, bringing its hindquarters closer and closer to its own head. Unable to do anything but whimper, the Nine Tails stared in horror as its own rear approached its face, until finally, it surrendered. If word ever got out that its own behind had been shoved atop its head, the other-tailed beast would never let it live it down. At last, it settled down. Evidently, this method worked. Kushina made a mental note of it before leaving the mindscape, satisfied. All settled. Let's continue. Kushina clapped her hands and smiled. Poor Nine Tails, Chiwe thought, silently mourning its fate for a brief moment before lowering his voice. Kushina, since the outbreak of war, the number of ANBU guarding you has dropped sharply. For the next few years, don't move out of the Senju ancestral home lightly. Instead, try to excavate a hidden resting space beneath your current room. When you go to bed, leave a shadow clone in your bedroom while you rest underground yourself. Do you understand? Do I really have to go through all this just to get some sleep? Is someone actually out to get me? But this is the Hidden Leaf Village. Could there really be Umbu watching even here in the village? And could something still happen? Remember, never entrust your own safety to others. Chiwe said, her expression grave. During the war, many Umbu were sent to the front lines to gather critical intelligence, so there aren't many left in the village. If someone sets their sights on you, it will be extremely dangerous. As for your status as a Jinchuriki, it might be kept from most, but not from spies sent here by other villages. Once they know you live at the Senju residence, and see you're of the Uzumaki clan, it's not hard to confirm you're the next Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Anyone with a working brain could figure out who the Jinchuriki in the leaf was. Uzumaki blood, red hair, enormous chakra reserves. Those three are all it takes. On top of that, everyone knows Kushina was brought from the land of whirlpools to the leaf. Keeping something like this a secret is impossible. Chiwe was confident that, by now, information about Kushina had long been sitting in the files of the other villages. Otherwise, how else could you explain how the Cloud Village timed their infiltration? They waited until the leaf was fighting both rain and sand, and then tried to steal Kushina. They executed their plan flawlessly, even managing to spirit her away all the way to the land of Fire's border. If Minato hadn't shown up out of nowhere, Kushina would have either ended up a prisoner in the Hidden Cloud, or they would have ripped the Nine Tails out of her, and she'd have died long before her time. In a moment of crisis, be it Umbu or the Root Division, neither can be truly relied on. With the leaf locked in war with the Rain Village, the village's defenses have weakened several levels. If outsiders were to infiltrate the village now, Kushina would be in real danger. Stronger than most, more chakra than anyone else. But what does that really count for? If someone sets their mind to it, there are countless ways to catch you off guard. Before you even realize what's happening, they'll have you powerless and carried off. I understand. I'll be ready, Kushina replied. She knew better than to take this lightly. Even though she was confined to the leaf and not allowed to leave, at least here, she could live with some peace of mind. No one announced her identity as a Jinchuriki, and no one treated her with prejudice. She owed all of this to Mito Uzumaki. If she ever got caught and taken to another village, there was no doubt she'd be imprisoned. And who knows, they might even try to extract both the Nine Tails and her Uzumaki bloodline, leaving her trapped in a fate worse than death. As for today, I won't tell a soul, not even Tsunade. This will be our little secret. Before Chi-Wei could even warn her, Kushina winked mischievously, a sweet smile blooming across her face. Wait a minute, was I just being flirted with? Kids in the world of shinobi really are alarmingly precocious about feelings. Chi-Wei could only surrender to exasperation. If it were Mikoto Uchiha, he could have counterattacked directly, but the person before him was Kushina. Chiyuki couldn't just act carelessly. If he did, the AMBU would immediately rush to report him for misconduct. Let's go. You should head back and get ready. It's best to make thorough preparations in advance, just in case. All right. Kushina obediently rose to her feet and followed Chiyuki out of the park, heading toward the Senju clan's estate. Although the Senju had been mostly assimilated into the civilian populace, with only Hashirama's branch remaining, their ancestral grounds still existed within the village. Unfortunately, no matter how substantial a family's wealth, it can't withstand the squandering ways of the ninja world's greedy parasites. In just a few years, the entire Senju estate would be whittled down to nothing but the ancestral home, with the rest pawned off to pay debts. The third Hokage tried to help by paying the debts, and along the way, partitioned and sold off parts of the estate. Kushina trusted Chiyuki. She believed he would never deceive her, nor would he harm her, not even knowing she was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. So, she followed every instruction he gave without protest. Kushina made a secret compartment in her bedroom. She tunneled a passageway down from the compartment, creating a small resting room underground. Each night, she would sleep there herself, while leaving a shadow clone in her bedroom to pretend to sleep. In the land of rain, torrents continued to pour without end. The battle between Konoha and the ninja of Amigakure had become heated and relentless. Danzo was so worried that even his hair was falling out. He had realized that under Hanzo's command, Amigakure truly was a force to be reckoned with, hard as bone and stubborn as stone. The expected landslide victory never materialized. Instead, Amigakure managed to stall Konoha's mighty forces time and again. This was something Danzo would never have imagined. And yet, Amigakure had pulled it off. Once Konoha's army entered the territory of the Land of Rain, the war quickly ground to a halt, locked in a bitter stalemate. What vexed Danzo the most was Hanzo's poison. Whenever Hanzo appeared on the battlefield, large numbers of Konoha ninja would always fall victim, dying agonizing deaths from his toxins. Fortunately, Konoha had Tsunade. With her continual development of antidotes, the casualty rate gradually began to ease. Even so, Konoha was still unable to claim victory in the short term. The decisive battle they had planned for, the one meant to topple their foes in a single sweep, never came to pass. Instead, Konoha found itself sinking deeper into a mire. How are things looking? Not great. Orochimaru frowned, gazing out at the falling rain, mind racing for a way to crack the impasse. Damn it. How was Danzo, that old fox, running things? Everything felt so muddled and reckless. Under Danzo's command, one squad of Konoha ninja after another met heroic, yet senseless, ends. And yet, Danzo was still in charge. All Orochimaru's complaints and frustrations had to be swallowed. I never thought Amigakure would prove to be such a formidable force. Looks like the old man was right. If we let the Rain Village keep growing like this, it'll become a real threat someday. Jiraiya had lost every trace of the brash confidence he'd shown upon arriving at the front. He looked utterly disheveled and beaten down, sprawled out on the ground, too exhausted to move. With a look of distaste, Tsunade shot him a glare and demanded, "But the intelligence you gathered is very different from the actual strength Rain Village has shown. You can't blame me for that." Jiraiya sat up from the ground, giving a goofy grin as he scratched at his hair, which was full of dirt, and muttered with frustration. "You'll have to take that up with our esteemed commander-in-chief. That's way above my pay grade. But is it really appropriate for you to leave the camp and enter the battlefield? What's inappropriate about it?" Giving him a sidelong glance, Tsunade crossed her arms, frowning. "I have no desire to look at that old man's sour mug all day. Besides, I've finished developing the antidote for the salamander's deadly poison. The rest can be handled by the medical ninja at camp. Tsunade would rather fight on the front lines than stay back in camp, forced to deal with Danzo's insufferable face every day. The third Hokage's decision to put Danzo in charge of battlefield command was, in her eyes, a complete mistake. Scheming in the shadows or organizing assassinations was more Danzo's style. But commanding troops in open battle? Utter nonsense. No wonder Orochimaru was annoyed, and Tsunade herself barely tolerated it. Only Jiraiya could let things slide, taking it all in stride. Even if he did have his own complaints, he would never voice them. After all, he didn't have Tsunade's fiery temper, nor did he wield her authority. I heard you left your disciple back in the village. Suddenly, Orochimaru turned to look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya's grin froze mid-expression. In a flash, he sprang up from the ground and snapped. And who are you to talk? Didn't you leave Nawaki behind in camp? Orochimaru let out a hoarse, gleeful chuckle, his eyes glinting with mischief. What's so funny, you? Why does my back suddenly feel so cold? In the middle of his tirade, Jiraiya suddenly sensed a chill creeping down his spine. Realization dawned. He slowly turned his head to see Tsunade staring at him with an utterly blank expression, her fist rising menacingly. The next instant, a howl of agony pierced the air. The rock face now bore the clear outline of a human figure. Jiraiya was firmly embedded within, and no amount of force could pry him free. As Jiraiya continued to take his beating, Minato joined the squad with Chigetsu and Uchiha Mikoto, and the team's efficiency soared. With the outbreak of war, a great number of ninja were dispatched to the front lines. At the same time, unrest across the land led to a surge in requests and missions for the village. Many ninja teams were run ragged, barely able to catch their breath, except for Chigetsu's squad, who carried on much as before. They would accept the occasional mission, but otherwise spent their time resting or training, untouched by the scramble that consumed other teams. Hokage-sama, here's the application form for the Chunin exams. Due to the ongoing war, Konoha had lowered the requirements for the Chunin exams. The process was no longer as meticulous or as stringent as it had been in peacetime. At this time, the Chunin exam consists of only 2 steps. As long as you pass the theoretical test and the practical examination, you can smoothly advance your ninja rank. Let it go. Since the outbreak of the war, the third Hokage had been overwhelmed every day, swamped by an endless stream of problems that all required his personal attention. The Hokage's office had essentially become the third Hokage's home. He ate and slept right there amid his duties. After finishing the last stack of documents on his desk, the third Hokage finally let out a sigh of relief and picked up the Chunin application forms to review. One by one, he carefully examined the forms and placed his stamp of approval after confirming there were no issues. Jiraiya has gone to the front lines, and that boy Minato seems to have stayed behind in the village. Suddenly, the third Hokage remembered that Jiraiya had specifically asked him to keep an eye on Minato. With that in mind, he pulled out Minato's file. Only then did the third Hokage realize that Minato had joined the 2-member squad of Chiyue and Uchiha Mikoto, turning it into a standard 3-person genin team. When he checked the number of missions the squad had completed, the third Hokage's brow furrowed in concern. Had they missed recording a few missions? Was there a mistake in the numbers? Team Chiyue had carried out 13 D-rank missions and 28 C-rank ones. Was this really correct? Had they left out any missions by accident? It had been nearly a year since Chiyue's class graduated. By this time, most genin squad from the same cohort had completed at least 100 D-rank missions and a good many C-ranks as well. But this squad had accomplished only a fraction of that. Something clearly didn't add up. Go investigate Team Chiyue's mission records. I want an exact count. Yes, sir. In a blur of movement, an elite ANBU ninja slipped from the Hokage's office, heading off to gather the records. Before long, the full report arrived from a mission department and landed in the third Hokage's hands. These 3 kids. After cross-referencing the information, the third Hokage couldn't help but laugh. There was no mistake at all. The records were accurate. The real reason for the low number of completed missions was that Team Chiyue simply hadn't gone out on many assignments. While other squads were constantly busy, they barely left the village a few times each month. Especially since the outbreak of the war, most of their time had been spent training in the village, honing their abilities. If this were any ordinary genin squad, the third Hokage wouldn't have given it a second thought. In both the Leaf and other villages, a large number of genin really did have weak abilities. Some couldn't even perform basic C-rank jutsu. For these kind of genin, there really wasn't much more that could be expected. But Team Chiyue? Their abilities were undeniably strong, yet they seemed too lazy to take on additional missions. It was as if, once they had enough money for their needs, they were perfectly content, even showing no interest in applying for the Chunin exams. Other ninja from their graduating class had already applied, but Team Chiwa hadn't made a single move. Were they lacking in ability? That was clearly not the case. After thinking it over, the third Hokage added the names of the 3 members of Chiyue's squad to the list of candidates for the Chunin exams and handed it over to the ANBU. Next, the members of the squad will be notified by ANBU to attend the exam on time. The village was at a critical time and needed all the manpower it could get. 3 prodigies hiding away in a genin squad. Was that really appropriate? Not only were they not taking on missions, but they weren't even registering for the ninja exams. What did that make them? Since they hadn't applied themselves, he would do it for them. Chiwa Yagami, please report to the examination venue at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning to take the Chunin exams. An ANBU operative arrived at the Yagami household, delivered this message to Chiwa, then departed without another word, leaving Chiwa at the threshold, wind catching his hair, utterly bewildered. Chunin exams? What was going on? Of course, Chiwa knew the Chunin exams were about to take place, but attending had never crossed his mind. He hadn't even planned to let Uchiha Mikoto join this time. As for Minato, well, he could always take the next exam. That way, with a Chunin in their squad, they could start accepting B-ranked missions that weren't too demanding. That was Chiyue's plan, one that both Minato and Uchiha Mikoto agreed to. Even if they didn't quite understand why Chiyue was so against taking the exams early, once he decided, the two simply went along. You're the captain, it's your call. Who would have guessed that, out of nowhere, the NBU would show up at their homes with exam notifications? This was just insane. Who filled out the applications on their behalf? Minato? Chiyue couldn't help but recall how Minato once joked about secretly submitting his application, just to catch him off guard. No, can't be Minato. He talks big, but he wouldn't go this far with a joke. If it wasn't Minato, then who was it? On impulse, Chiyue glanced up at the Hokage office tower, abrupt realization striking him. Damn it, Minato? No, this was definitely the handiwork of the third Hokage. As he expected, not only was he now required to participate in the Chunin exams, but so were Minato and Uchiha Mikoto. None of the 3 would be able to sit this out. To confirm his suspicions, Chiyue went to find Minato and Uchiha Mikoto. It turned out their situations were nearly identical. When Chiyue found them, they both still looked completely at a loss. Minato had even wondered if Chiyue was the one who'd submitted the application for him. So, we're taking the Chunin exams tomorrow because it's the Hokage's decision? Who else could it be? Chiyue couldn't help feeling exasperated. The third Hokage truly liked to meddle. Even with a raging war that demanded all his attention, he still found the time to worry about the affairs of a lowly genin squad. Apparently, he wasn't busy enough. So, are we actually going to take the exam? Mikoto Uchiha propped her small hand under her chin, her big, dark eyes swirling as she studied Chiyue. Of course, we have to take part. The Hokage personally wrote our application. How could we refuse? Chiyue was certain. If the 3 of them went to the Hokage's office to try and withdraw, the third Hokage wouldn't allow it no matter what. There was simply no way for them to escape. Go get ready now. We'll be taking the exam tomorrow. Don't mess this up. Since there was no way out, they might as well face it head-on. Chiyue decisively chose to just roll with it. I'm going home to review my notes. Minato looked a bit troubled. Because Chiyue only planned to start preparing for the Chunin exams after the new year, he hadn't done any reading or study at all. Now just great. The third Hokage had caught them completely off guard, and Minato realized it was time to do some last-minute cramming. I'll go prepare too. Mikoto Uchiha stood up and left. Once the news was confirmed, the 3 of them headed home to get ready on their own. The next morning, Chiyue arrived at the exam hall bright and early. By then, the place was already crowded. As Chiyue walked onto the field, it felt like a little kid wandering into a university entrance exam. So young, and already taking the Chunin exams? Is this kid just here for the experience? What do you know? That's Chiyue Yagami. He's already a genius at the Ninja Academy. There just hasn't been much news about him lately, so don't underestimate him. Ignoring the surprise and murmurs around the room, Chiyue walked to a clear spot to wait for Minato and Mikoto Uchiha. Before long, the 2 arrived and joined Chiyue at the exam site. The 3 of them, close in age, stood together, drawing a bit of attention. Even though some students from Chiyue's year were also taking the exam, compared to the other examinees, their ages made them stand out even more. The clock soon struck 8. The exam proctor stuck a sheet of paper on the wall, and everyone searched for their designated rooms according to their ninja ID. The 3 teammates weren't placed in the same exam room, but that wouldn't trouble them. The Chunin exams were a breeze for their level. Compared to all those older, visibly nervous ninja, the 3 of them were more than ready. As long as they performed as usual, passing was a sure thing. And honestly, compared to the Chunin exams in the anime, this time around the exams felt like they'd been dialed down by several orders of magnitude. Two examiners casually handed out the papers, gave the standard warning against cheating, then stationed themselves at opposite ends of the room, practically fading into the background. Chiwe picked up his pen and glanced at the first question on the test. Question 1. If you encounter the following unexpected situation, how would you protect yourself while gathering sufficient intelligence? Wasn't this practically a freebie? Who came up with these questions? They should be dragged out and lectured 100 times over. There was no challenge here at all. The examination room was utterly silent as Qianyue sped through the questions. In just 30 minutes, every inch of the answer sheet was filled. Is there something you need? Seeing Qianyue raise his hand, the proctor walked over. I'd like to submit my test. Handing over the paper, Qianyue rose and headed for the exit. Is this kid really not just here to go through the motions? The proctor was briefly stunned, glancing at the test in his hand as Qianyue had already left the room. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand to call after him, but his colleague shook his head to stop him. There was no rule against submitting early. As long as you were confident and worked fast enough, once you finished, you could hand it in at any time. Glancing over Qianyue's answers, the proctor couldn't help but mutter under his breath. The kids these days are really something else. He skimmed through the paper. Unbelievably, not a single mistake. And he finished in only 30 minutes? Preposterous. For most of the slowpokes, 30 minutes was just enough to read through the questions. Pens hadn't even touched paper yet. Qianyue's early submission left a shockwave in the hall, leaving many examinees wide-eyed and speechless as they watched him leave, their minds reeling. I just finished reading the questions, haven't even started writing, and you've already turned yours in? With the test effortlessly behind him, Qianyue headed outside to wait for Minato and Uchiha Mikoto. Out of everyone, Qianyue was the only one to hand in his test early. He idly spun a kunai in the hall outside, practicing the dexterity of his fingers while he waited. Even with an assist, and quite a big one at that, Qianyue never slacked in his training. In fact, his regimen was even more rigorous than most. What's up with this kid? Halfway through paperwork, the third Hokage suddenly remembered it was Chunin exam day. He reached for his crystal ball to check in. What he saw made him sit up straight. There was Qianyue all alone in the corridor outside, and no way could he stay calm anymore. He immediately summoned an ANBU ninja to inquire. The ANBU, kneeling on one knee with respect, reported, Lord Hokage, Yagami Qianyue has already completed his test. He finished all the questions in half an hour, handed in his paper early, and is now waiting for his teammates outside. Half an hour? Are you kidding me? To finish so quickly, you'd have to be either supremely confident or completely given up. But did Qianyue look like the giving up type? He radiated confidence, as if he hadn't come to take a test at all, but just to amuse himself, a mere formality. For some reason, the third Hokage felt his blood pressure rising. He almost wanted to snatch Qianyue up and give him a thorough thrashing. All that talent and strength, so why were you just hanging around the village every day? Understood. You may go. When the exams are over, bring me the test papers from his team. Yes, Lord Hokage. The ANBU ninja quietly withdrew. Master, someone is watching us. Xiaobai's warning echoed in Chiyue's mind, but she maintained her composure, absently toying with the kunai in her hand as she replied silently. Whoever it is, as soon as you locate them, let me know immediately. So, someone spying, huh? At a time like this, there's only one person with a leisure for such games, the third Hokage himself. Chiwe couldn't figure out what the third Hokage wanted by keeping his eyes on her. It's not as if I'm some rare beauty, she thought. Didn't he enjoy peeking at the bathhouse? He should just go do that. He has nothing better to do than wander around all day with his crystal ball. Peeping? What a lack of morals. Time slipped by, and soon the exam drew to a close. Minato and Mikoto Uchiha strolled out of the exam room, looking quite at ease. It was obvious the test was no challenge for them. Let's go. Time for some barbecue. There's still the practical assessment this afternoon. Without hesitation, the three of them made their way to a barbecue joint, ordering a feast. Chiwe reminded the other two, once the evaluation ends, we might be assigned some troublesome missions or commissions. We might even get sent to the front lines. If the third Hokage had his eyes on them, it meant any hope of a peaceful, carefree growth in the village was gone. They'd either end up with difficult assignments or be shipped off to war. Chiwe wanted Minato and Mikoto Uchiha to be mentally prepared for that. To war. Mikoto's usually calm face turned serious, and even Minato lost his cheerful smile. They both looked at Chiwe. Are you sure? 9 times out of 10. She shrugged. Others might not know the third Hokage's favorite tricks, but Chiwe knew all too well. She was almost certain the squad was in for a rough time. Still, whether it was a tough mission, a commission, or even the battlefield itself, Chiwe had full confidence she could keep her team safe. If things got truly desperate, She could have Xiaobai unleash a tailed beast bomb on the enemy. Qiyue sensed something stirring within her, the feeling that her Sharingan was on the verge of evolving. Once it did, and she gained her first unique ability, she'd be able to take a giant leap in strength. Then, at last, she would truly have the power to protect herself. Come on, relax. Have faith in yourselves. Eat up. You'll need your strength for this afternoon's combat test. All right, let's dig in. With hands pressed together in thanks, Minato and Mikoto called out cheerily, then dove into their meal with gusto. As for their worries, they'd been anxious before, but after hearing Chiyue's confident reassurance, their hearts felt much lighter. If Chiyue said there'd be no problem, then there was nothing to worry about. Once they were full and had rested a while, the three of them returned to the testing grounds to check their results. So close, just a little bit more. Arg, I can't believe it. Failed again. This is brutal. It's just too hard. Inside the examination hall, many people shouted in frustration, complaining loudly, while those who passed the test beamed with joy, full of relief and excitement. Some gathered together to discuss the questions from today's exam. When Chiyue and her friends went over to take a look and saw that they had all passed, they left the exam hall and headed toward the training ground for the practical assessment. A lot of people made it through this time, Minato remarked in surprise. Usually, in the Chunin exams, it was considered good if half of the candidates passed, but today, a full 2/3 had succeeded. If the practical test eliminated some more, in the end around half would be promoted to Chunin. After all, Chunin were mainly used as the frontline cannon fodder in battle. Chiyue muttered silently to herself. During wartime, the difficulty of the ninja exams is lowered significantly. Both the Chunin and special Jonin exams get easier. Only the Jonin test remains as tough as ever. That really is... Minato couldn't bring himself to smile anymore. He had already guessed why the exams would get easier in the midst of war. Sensing Minato's sudden gloom, Mikoto Uchiha worried he might bottle up his feelings and let it affect his performance. So she said, Minato, this is inevitable. With the outbreak of war, the village is short on manpower as it is. Relaxing the exams is the best way to bolster our numbers. Besides, everyone who passes pretty much has the skills of Chunin already. Don't overthink it. If their abilities were lacking, would the village really let them pass? Chiyue gave Minato a light smack on the head. What are you doing? Surprised by the hit, Minato staggered forward several steps. Chiyue, what was that for? Minato rubbed his head, hopping up and down, more startled than hurt. Chiyue burst out laughing. Come on, I was just trying to snap you out of it. Cheer you up a little. Honestly, you should be thanking me. See? You look better already. Really now? What kind of pep talk is that? Minato was speechless, exasperation written all over his face. He silently swore that if he were a match for Chiyue, he'd give her a piece of his mind. The format of the practical exam was simple. Each candidate would fight one-on-one against an exam proctor from the village. As long as you could hold your ground for a certain amount of time, you'd pass the test. If you were strong enough to defeat the examiner outright, that worked too. The three of them went to draw their numbers. Minato's number put him near the front, third in line. Mikoto Uchiha was 15th, and Chiyue was 28th. Candidate number 3, report to exam room 6. The loudspeaker blared out the match order and room assignments. Good luck. Chiyue gave Minato a light shove. She and Mikoto both cheering him on. I'll be back in no time, Minato replied with a confident smile. He had watched the first 2 matches and felt certain of himself now. In the 6th exam hall, the examining Chunin addressed Minato. Come on, kid, let me test your skills. For someone so young to take part in the exam, you must be quite strong. You're strong too, mister. Minato answered politely, his signature sunny smile brightening his face. He lifted a hand to scratch his head, looking every bit the harmless, well-mannered young boy. This guy is out of luck. Try to use words to rattle Minato. It's as if he forgot who Minato is, the little son himself. Mister, the examining Chunin was left utterly dumbfounded. He looked a bit mature for his age, but in truth, he was only 18. Mister, what kind of cursed nickname is that? Staring at the stunned Chunin, the proctor could only shake his head in exasperation before announcing the start of the match. The very instant the proctor declared the start, Minato dashed forward. Oh, what a sly little brat. He let himself get distracted. Damn it. The examining Chunin had meant to unsettle Minato with a few words, banking on the boy's youth. But Minato was completely unaffected. If anyone was thrown off, it was the Chunin himself. That single word, mister, was a direct blow to his pride. He hurled a few kunai at Minato, who closed in right on his heels. This kid is unbelievably fast. Gasps of astonishment rang out from the crowd. Many older ninja felt their cheeks burn in embarrassment. They were all well into adulthood, yet couldn't even keep up with the speed of a mere boy. It was downright shameful. Little did they know, Minato's most fearsome trait wasn't his speed, but his lightning-fast reflexes. There were plenty of shinobi faster than Minato, but when it came to reaction speed, not even Chihwe could hope to measure up. In that regard, Minato was a rare prodigy, born to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Kid, don't underestimate your elders. The Chunin examiner shouted, flickering away with the body flicker technique to dodge Minato's kunai. Gripping his own kunai tightly, he slashed at Minato's arm, hoping to force him to change tactics. But the Chunin hadn't counted on the confident smile that lingered on Minato's face. With peerless reflexes, Minato easily sidestepped the assault. Then, in the blink of an eye, he struck the back of the Chunin's head. Thud! It was over. The Chunin's eyes widened in shock as searing pain shot through the back of his head, and he collapsed to the ground. With a dull thump, the once boisterous examiner was now lying face down in defeat, while Minato stood victorious. It had taken him barely any effort. The other ninja, competing in the exam, gazed at Minato, as though they were looking at a monster. How did this kid dodge that attack? It didn't make sense. Who could possibly react that fast? Contestant number 3 is victorious. The referee hadn't expected the battle to end this way, or for it to be over so quickly. From a moment he announced the start until it was over. Was it even 20 seconds? With the exam passed smoothly, Minato dashed out in excitement, eager to give Chihwe a high five. But as he ran up with his hand held high, he realized Chihwe had no intention of giving him one at all. A bubbling of laughter escaped. Watching Minato awkwardly standing there with his hand in the air, not sure where to put it, Mikoto Uchiha couldn't help but be amused. Chihwe folded his arms, glanced over with a look of disdain, and shook his head. Aren't you a little old for high fives? Minato was left speechless. I really want to give you a piece of my mind right now. Haha. All right, I'll stop teasing you, Chihwe said, laughing too, then finally raised his hand and clapped Minato's in a high five. Candidate number 15. Apart from Minato, the rest of the exams that followed had few surprises. Each match played out by the book. The participating ninjas' abilities were about what you'd expect, and those overseeing the exams tended to go a little easy on them. Before long, it was Mikoto Uchiha's turn. Good luck, Minato said cheerfully, waving at her. Mikoto answered with a quick hand gesture, saying, no problem, and strode into the third examination arena. From the Uchiha clan, Noticing the clan crest on Mikoto's attire, the Chunin examiner tensed up a bit inside. Ninjas from such big clans rarely had weak skills. If he underestimated her, he just might end up paying for it. The exam begins. Thus announced, the match was underway. Mikoto had no intention of hiding her strength. She activated her Sharingan and charged straight ahead. Oh, come on. What is this, even? I'm just a regular Chunin, dragged in last minute to fill a spot. And now I have to deal with a Sharingan? Isn't that a bit much? Panic crept over him. Seeing the situation, Chihwe knew right away. The match was as good as finished. Even though Mikoto's Sharingan only had a single tomo, the insight granted by the single tomo Sharingan, combined with her own already impressive abilities, made it easy for her to take the win. Her speed wasn't far off from Minato's either. For Chunin examiners, it was just their bad luck to run into candidates like this. I passed. Mikoto finished the battle with ease and ran out, flushed with happiness, extending her hand. Minato instinctively moved to give her a high five. But just as he raised his hand, he saw Chihwe sweeping Mikoto up, spinning her around twice. Her face reddened as she squirmed free, grumbling and pushing him away a couple times. Ignored again? Chihwe, are you doing this just to spite me? The exams continued. Thanks to the impressive performances from Minato and Mikoto, quite a few people were whispering among themselves, casting frequent glances over at the spot where the three of them stood. Examinee number 28, proceed to examination room 1 for your assessment. Before long, it was Chihwe's turn to take the stage. To his surprise, the Chunin responsible for proctoring his assessment was an older girl with a striking figure, though her looks were rather average. What a handsome little brother you are, she teased. Chihwe responded with polite flattery. And you're a very beautiful sister. The proctor grinned, her eyes narrowing with delight. Chihwe's words had clearly made her day. You sure know how to charm people, little brother. The examiner's playful banter was met with a bemused silence. What are you two doing? Isn't this supposed to be an exam? The referee, baffled by their exchange, cast the pair a disapproving look and loudly declared, assessment begins now. Listen, no matter how sweet you are with your compliments, I can't. The Chunin attempted to remind him there'd be no favoritism, that she wouldn't go easy on him for flattery. But she never finished her sentence. The smile froze on her face. The moment the exam officially started, Chihwe activated his Sharingan. He knew he'd have to reveal it sooner or later. Since his Sharingan hadn't advanced to the 3-tomo stage yet, There was no reason to hide it anymore. Better to let people see now. He'd awakened the two-tomo Sharingan. In the viewing room, the third Hokage gripped his crystal ball, leaping up from his seat in astonishment. He'd already been surprised when Uchiha Mikoto awakened her Sharingan. For someone of Mikoto's age, it was impressive, but within the realm of genius. But Chie? He was 2 years younger than Mikoto. Not only had he awakened his Sharingan, but it was already at the two-tomo stage. Am I seeing things? The third Hokage rubbed his eyes furiously. But when he looked again, no, he hadn't been mistaken. It was real. Chie, with Uchiha blood running through his veins, had truly awakened the two-tomo Sharingan at such a young age. The third Hokage didn't bother watching the rest of the match. He could guess the outcome with certainty. Chie would win easily. A strange sense of irritation flickered in his chest. He took up his pipe, lit it, and drew several deep breaths. With Uchiha heritage and already in possession of the clan's unique bloodline limit, the Sharingan, Chie stood out all the more. Such talent at such a young age. The Uchiha clan would never let an asset like this go. No matter how much they disliked Chie before, no matter how jarring his shock of silver hair might be, they would now find every way possible to draw him back to the clan. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The kind, warning big sister who meant to caution Chie didn't even have time to react. Chie's kick sent her flying, smashing her spectacularly into the exam room wall, where she collapsed unconscious. Chie's actions were crisp and decisive, not the slightest hesitation or mercy. He ended the fight swiftly, not bothering with restraint or delay. What a ruthless kid. One moment he's praising someone's looks, and the next, he knocks them out cold with a flying kick. Never mind if you're the big sister or not. Chie, having just stepped out of the exam room, Uchiha Mikoto and Minato were already waiting to greet him. It's nothing. Let's talk about it once we're home. The assessment was over. Now, all that remained was for the village to notify them. They'd officially become Chunin. Chie had never mentioned his Sharingan awakening to Uchiha Mikoto. As for Minato, he was genuinely shocked. He knew that Mikoto had awakened her Sharingan, but Chie had kept his ability completely under wraps. Chie's sudden reveal had truly startled him. Leaving the training field behind, a place buzzing with excitement, Chie led Mikoto and Minato back to his home. Once the three of them had settled down, Chie spoke. In my original plan, I didn't intend to reveal my Sharingan so soon. But the village's mandatory exams threw everything into disarray. Minato scratched his head, looking conflicted, no longer the naive boy he used to be. Thanks to Jiraiya, he now understood some of the village's hidden animosities toward the Uchiha, especially people like Danzo. Fortunately, Danzo was currently fighting on the front lines, and there was little chance he'd return to the village anytime soon. Chie got up and opened the fridge, grabbing some drinks as he explained. Given our performance, passing the assessment was never in doubt. Whether we're sent to the front lines or thrown into dangerous missions, the Sharingan was bound to be exposed sooner or later. So, I figured I might as well reveal it during the exam itself. But after this, the Uchiha clan will definitely try to draw me back in. No matter how striking his hair color appeared to the Uchiha, no matter what unpleasantness lay in the past, if Chie showed enough talent, all grievances would be swept aside in their efforts to win him over. Of course. He placed the orange juice on the table and thoughtfully unscrewed the cap for Mikoto before handing it to her. There used to be threats I had to worry about, but not anymore. Whether or not my Sharingan is exposed, it doesn't matter as much now. Back when he couldn't protect himself, he played it safe. But now that he possessed true strength, showing a few cards was a way to remind people that he wouldn't be so easily bullied. And if someone really tried to come after him, Chie wouldn't hesitate to send Xiao by over for a bit of fireworks. Tail beast ball fireworks. Spectacular, impossible to ignore, though not exactly the kind you'd enjoy. Danzo, the third Hokage, even the Uchiha themselves, if anyone tried to plot against him from the shadows, Chie would make sure his own brand of fireworks brightened their doorstep. And if it came to that, he had no problem setting off the fireworks and fleeing, becoming a rogue ninja. Should he really become a rogue, Chie wouldn't mind sending Xiaobai back for a stroll every now and then. No matter how far away he wandered, Xiaobai could always return to him in an instant. Every so often, I'll just lob a few tail beast bombs at Konoha and see how long they can hold out. And when the time comes, I'll take Kushina with me as well. Chie had faith in his ability to persuade Kushina. Not to mention, Kushina already had some ambiguous feelings towards him. At worst, Chie could tell her the whole story, how Konoha ignited the conflict that led to the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, and how people stood by and watched it happen without lifting a finger. Let's see if Kushina would still want to remain in Konoha after learning all that. Ahem. While Chie made these veiled threats openly, Mikoto Uchiha looked untroubled, but Minato seemed a bit embarrassed, quickly covering his discomfort with a cough. After all, his teacher, Jiraiya, was a direct student of the third Hokage. By that logic, Jiraiya belonged to Hiruzen Sarutobi's camp, and Minato Namikaze himself might be considered part of it too. Besides, it really wasn't a good idea to talk so openly about these matters. If anyone overheard and reported it to the Hokage's office, Chiwe could land himself in serious trouble. Minato didn't know that Chiwe still had Koyuki as an ace up his sleeve, so all the more, he was worried about Chiwe getting into unnecessary trouble. Chiwe, not everyone holds a grudge against the Uchiha, Minato explained, choosing his words carefully and gently. And besides, you aren't truly one of the Uchiha. As for Mikoto, I don't believe she'll be specifically targeted either. After all, targeting only Mikoto Uchiha was pointless for the village leadership. It would simply aggravate tensions with the Uchiha clan and make the village look bad if word got out. What the village was really targeting was the entire Uchiha clan. I know, Chiwa shrugged and pointed at himself. But I still have Uchiha blood in my veins. For some people, that alone is reason enough. Whether I return to the Uchiha or not doesn't matter. In fact, if I stay away, it might make them even bolder in their actions. Was it really that serious? Minato wasn't sure, but he believed Chiwa wasn't the type to be cautious for no reason. There's no such thing as love or hate without cause in this world. Some things simply can't be explained away. That's all I have to say. Once the village's announcement comes out, we'll officially become a Chunin squad. That means we'll be able to take on higher-level missions and won't be stuck with C-rank assignments all the time. That's everything for me. Anything you two want to add? Chiwa glanced over at Mikoto, then at Minato. Mikoto smiled and shook her head, indicating she had nothing to add. Chiwa's decisions were her decisions too. If you two have nothing to say, there's nothing left for me, either. That's that. Tagging along with Chiwa, Minato had long since decided to relax and go with the flow. Is the news true? In the main residence of the Uchiha clan, the elderly clan leader cast his clouded eyes upon the clan member who had come to deliver the message. Uchiha Fugaku, the young patriarch, sat quietly by his father's side, watching in silence. Yagami Chizuki? He remembered that name. As the heir, destined sooner or later to lead the entire Uchiha clan, Fugaku was well acquainted with the affairs of his people. Yagami Chizuki. Her father was the last remaining male of the Yagami family, and her mother was of Uchiha blood. After Chizuki's father died in battle, her mother tried to bring her back to live among the Uchihas. After all, Chizuki carried Uchiha blood within her. Yet, that striking head of silver hair provoked more than a few reproachful looks among the clan. Two of the hawkish elders had rejected her return outright. So, the matter faded quietly into obscurity. Fugaku still remembered the first time he laid eyes on Chizuki. Back then, she was just a silver-haired little rascal. The clan leader's report is true. Yagami Chizuki does carry the blood of our Uchiha clan. Her lineage is pure. She awakened her Sharingan at such a young age, and it is already at the two-tomo stage. Clearly, she has the makings of an Uchiha prodigy. Judging from her age and the abilities of her Sharingan, there was no doubt about the purity of her bloodline. And yet, with that shock of silver hair, Chizuki looked nothing at all like an Uchiha. No one in their history had ever looked like that. Even when there had been intermarriage with outsiders, the rare, unusual hair color had been more brown or purple, never silver. This was truly unprecedented. To bar someone from rejoining the clan as a child, and to try to win them over now, how easy do you think that will be? The Uchiha clan leader spoke in a hoarse, raspy voice. He couldn't help but cough, his aged face twisted into a mocking smile. Seeing this, Fugaku quickly moved to help his father catch his breath. Father, whatever the past, Chizuki carries our Uchiha blood. Now that she has awakened Sharingan too, she should be brought back into the clan. His father waved him off, still coughing. Once he caught his breath at last, he grunted in dissatisfaction. Then let the ones who oppose her return handle this themselves. Whoever rejected her then can deal with the consequences now. Leave the thankless task to them. Why should the old man be left to play the villain while others stand aside? Not a chance. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage questioned his ANBU operatives. What's the news from the Uchiha? Lord Hokage, there's been no move from the Uchiha clan to seek out Yagami Chizuki. The ANBU assigned to monitor the Uchiha answered honestly. No reaction? Has that old wolf really changed his spots? The third Hokage found that hard to believe. He was certain that the Uchiha were aware of the news and would surely try to win Chizuki over, hoping for her return. Well done. Go and rest. The silence from the Uchiha was suspicious. Still, at the moment, the third Hokage had little time to worry about their business. As long as the Uchiha clan doesn't cause trouble for him at this moment, everything will be fine. As for lifting the surveillance on the Uchiha, that's out of the question. Even if he agreed, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura would never go along with it. The village's announcement came quickly. Just as expected, the three of them were promoted to Chunin, finally leaving behind their days as genin. What surprised Chiyue was that after their squad's promotion, the village showed no hurry at all to assign them specific missions. Let's go out for barbecue. My treat. When Kushina heard the news of their promotion, she happily sought them out, insisting on taking them out for a celebratory meal. When it comes to food, Kushina could never get enough of the Akimichi clan's famous barbecue. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Kushina had just treated them to barbecue not long ago. If she invited them again, wouldn't that be a bit much? Not at all. Makoto, I've got plenty of money. Don't worry about bankrupting me. Just eat to your heart's content. Clinging to Uchiha Makoto's arm and giving it a little shake, Kushina led the way out, with Chiyue and Minato trailing behind. Why do I get the feeling Kushina isn't actually that happy? Minato edged closer to Chiyue, lowering his voice to a whisper. Why don't you just ask her yourself? Chiyue replied. Like I'd fall for that. Are you trying to trick me again? Minato jumped back, cautiously, even waving his hands in warning, making his stance clear. Think you could set me up? No way. I'm Minato. I've been fooled enough times already. I've finally learned my lesson. Chiyue, your little schemes won't work on me anymore. Come on, was it really necessary to overreact like that? I was only joking. With a table piled high with meat and drinks, Kushina pressed both hands on the table and practically bounced up to Chiyue, almost bumping foreheads with him. What are you doing? If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have ended up in a not-so-accidental face-off with Kushina. Chiyue, what do you want for your 9th birthday? A present. Minato reacted even more strongly than Chiyue, while Uchiha Makoto tilted her head in thought. If Kushina hadn't mentioned it, she would have almost forgotten. Chiyue's 9th birthday was fast approaching. What should I give him? I want a present too. My birthday's coming up soon as well. Minato kept throwing meaningful looks at Kushina and Makoto, but unfortunately, the two of them completely ignored his silent pleas. Minato, are your eyes okay? You keep blinking like crazy. Kushina even asked in confusion. Minato's smile froze on his face. Puffed. Chiyue couldn't help bursting out laughing. Some people want a gift so badly, their eyes go crossed from throwing hints. Yet those hints still go comically unnoticed. With a sympathetic pat on Minato's shoulder, Chiyue thought for a moment before answering. There's nothing I especially want as a gift. Is that so? Kushina frowned. Without a clear idea in mind, choosing a gift really was a tall order. Well then, let's eat. People in this world have the strange habit of announcing their meal with a cheerful, let's eat. Unfortunately, Chiyue had never picked up this habit. Supercharged update requests. You'll get all the updates you could want. Red heart. But for Chiyue, that custom just didn't stick. Minato and the others weren't surprised by this at all. Without any fuss, they simply began to eat with delighted smiles. If the village assigns you all new missions, won't you soon be incredibly busy? All at once, Kushina realized the problem. If possible, she still hoped that Chiyue and the others could live as they used to, taking the occasional mission, but spending most of their time in the village, training, resting, or just keeping her company. With Tsunade and Nawaki on the front lines, if Chiyue and her team left as well, Kushina felt she'd barely have a familiar face to turn to. We'll stay with you during our downtime. But if we're out on missions, Kushina, you'll have to work hard to grow stronger. I can't wait to see the day you finally win your freedom. All this talk about Jinchuriki instability? Nonsense. True strength is what lets you take what you want, even freedom. Just look at Uzumaki Mito. Who would dare whisper a word against her? Aside from being the first Hokage's wife, everyone knew it was her fearsome power that truly set her apart. As long as you're strong enough, even as a Jinchuriki, you could come and go as you please. No one in the village would dare make a fuss, much less try to stop you. Of course, that only holds if you don't let yourself be chained by the will of fire. If you fall under its sway, there's really nothing to be done. I'll do my best. Full of resolve, Kushina pumped her little fists in the air. To win her freedom as soon as possible, Kushina decided she would devote herself to intense training, to growing stronger day by day. The stronger she became, the better she could defend herself, protect those she cared about, and, most importantly, claim the freedom she longed for. After a satisfying meal, Chiyue noticed an itch in her eyes. Realizing her Sharingan was about to evolve, she said her goodbyes and headed home ahead of the others. Seeing Chiyue leave, and noticing Kushina's eagerness to go shopping with Makoto Uchiha, Minato had no choice but to take his leave as well. Once Minato was gone, Kushina turned to Makoto and asked, Makoto, is it really okay for us to spend so much time together? Anyway, I just wanted to ask, what kind of gifts does Chiyue like? The birthday present I gave last time wasn't really to his liking. Just recalling it made Kushina a bit frustrated. She had racked her brains trying to pick out the perfect birthday present for Chiwe. When she couldn't decide, she'd even gone to ask Tsunade and Nawaki for advice. As a result, the two of them argued. One insisted on giving a ninja tool pouch, the other wanted to offer money. And then, on a sudden impulse, she actually presented Chinyue with a ninja tool pouch and filled it to the brim with cash. The moment he received the gift, Chinyue was utterly stunned. He never could have dreamed that one day, a girl would give him money. Was this what it felt like to be kept? Of course, he couldn't possibly accept the money. So, Chinyue simply returned the pouch along with everything inside, leaving Kushina frustrated for quite some time. She didn't speak to Tsunade for days. After all, it was Tsunade, ever the money lover, who had come up with the idea of giving money in the first place. Food. Uchiha Makoto thought for a while. In his eyes, the two Tomo spun ceaselessly. As the discomfort in his eyes faded away, a third Tomo appeared in each of Chinyue's pupils. Now, the Sharingan had evolved to its 3-Tomo form. If the Uchiha clan learned of such a way to advance their Sharingan, they'd be so vexed they might just cough up blood. As the saying goes, even the most remarkable innate talent is no match for pure luck. Apart from the evolution of his Sharingan, Chinyue finally gained his long-awaited first unique ability. A single-target Jinjutsu. Its name was Falling Cherry Blossoms, though it was also jokingly known among players in the game as the ultimate social death technique. Anyone trapped by the Falling Cherry Blossoms Jinjutsu would find their consciousness pulled into an illusionary realm, where, under the shower of countless drifting petals, they'd be forced to dance uncontrollably. Just imagine, in the middle of a crowd, or right amidst a battlefield, the enemy suddenly gets hit by this Jinjutsu and starts dancing awkwardly like some vengeance-fueled Star-Lord. There's no way to salvage one's dignity after that. Worst of all, Falling Cherry Blossoms was an infallible Jinjutsu. It hit its mark every time, unless your resistance to illusions was strong enough, or your mental fortitude reached the point of immunity. Otherwise, prepare yourself for involuntary dance, right where you stand. And even if you manage to break free from the illusion quickly, what then? In the time it took you to shake off the Jinjutsu, it would already be enough for your opponent to launch an attack in an even match. Before, Chinyue had hoped Danzo wouldn't come looking for him out of the blue. But now, he could hardly wait for Danzo to find him, just so he could test out his unique Jinjutsu. The image of Konoha's root leader, the esteemed advisor to the Hokage, suddenly caught in a Jinjutsu and forced into an awkward dance right on the spot. It promised to be a most entertaining spectacle. Lord Kazekage, this is intelligence gathered by the ANBU from the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Good work. With an impassive expression, the third Kazekage accepted the scroll of intelligence and unfurled it. Konoha has deployed significant forces in the Land of Rain. Now, with the Land of Earth also making moves, what do you think? Should our village of sand shinobi get involved? Lord Kazekage, I believe we should let Konoha and the Hidden Rain continue their struggle in the Land of Rain. As the head of intelligence of Sunagakure, Elder Chiyo knew Konoha's predicament all too well. Although a significant portion of Konoha's strength had been diverted to the battlefield of the Land of Rain, the village was far from being too depleted to spare more soldiers. However, if the Hidden Sand Village launched a surprise attack, they might inadvertently drag themselves into the quagmire of war. Such a war would do nothing to benefit the growth and development of the Sand Village. I know, the third Kazekage replied. He handed the intelligence scroll to Elder Chiyo, then walked over to the window, looked out at the overcast sky, and let out a long sigh. But do I have any other choice? If it were possible, the third Kazekage wished nothing more than a focus on strengthening his village as much as he could. Unfortunately, the Sand Village was desperately poor, with very few sources of income. There were also too few missions and commissions, leaving the village to depend almost entirely on the funds allocated by the feudal lord. It had been more than 10 years since the first Great Ninja War. Each year, the feudal lord provided funds, and each year, the village asked for more. As time passed, the patience of the Lord of the Wind Country eventually wore thin. If the Sand Village did not show signs of change, he would simply cut off future funding. This was why the third Kazekage was so eager to wage war, to seize plentiful lands and precious resources from other nations. Now was the perfect opportunity. Konoha was embroiled in a bitter struggle with the Rain Village. Nearly all of their available forces were tied down on the Rain Country front, unable to budge. If the Sand Village launched a surprise attack, Konoha would be caught off guard, forced to fight on two fronts amidst utter chaos. At that moment, the Sand Village could surge forward without restraint, drive straight into the Land of Fire, and claim the resources the village so desperately needed. The Sand Village was in dire straits, lacking all manner of resources, from land and grain to something as fundamental as population. Seeing the situation, Ebizo fell silent, choosing to say nothing more. When it came to matters concerning the feudal lord, it was best not to speak out of turn. After all, the Sand Village was not Konoha. Danzo and Konoha might dare threaten the feudal lord openly, but would the Sand Village dare do the same? If the feudal lord ever truly lost his temper and withdrew funding, the Sand Village would quickly plunge into a financial crisis. Chiyo read through the information scroll carefully before glancing at her brother, Ebizo. Sensing his sister's gaze, Ebizo forced a bitter smile and nodded, as if to say he would remain silent. The decision was entirely in their hands. Thus, the Sand Village began preparations to launch a surprise attack against Konoha. A few days after passing the Chunin exams, the 3 team members received a notice from the Umbu, instructing them to report to the Hokage's office. The village had a new mission for them. I knew it. Now that we're an official Chunin squad, there's no way the village will let us sit idle, one of the team members said. Minato, don't get so worked up. From now on, you're our team captain. Why? While still speculating what kind of mission the Hokage might assign, Minato was suddenly left stunned, pointing at himself in disbelief. He wondered if he was hearing things. Could Chiyuki really mean for him to be their new squad captain? Because I can see, just by your bearing, that you are a rare martial prodigy. For such an important role as team captain, there really is no one better than you. Seeing Chiyue earnestly spouting nonsense, Mikoto Uchiha burst out laughing. Minato's face was filled with exasperation as he stared silently at Chiyue. Did you really expect me to believe that? Who are you trying to fool? Ahem. Chiyue cleared his throat and announced. In any case, from now on you'll be our team captain. All diplomatic matters are yours to handle. Minato was speechless. I knew it. Yagami Chiyue, you're up to no good. So, it turns out you're just too lazy to negotiate, and now you've dumped the captain position on me. How ruthless. But what if I don't want to do it? Out of options, Minato looked hopefully toward Mikoto Uchiha. But when he turned around, he found that Mikoto had already walked over to Chiyue, taking out her own lunchbox. A tempting aroma wafted from inside the lunchbox. The unmistakable smell of fried pork chops. Minato's eyes lit up, and he unconsciously swallowed. Since Chiyue wasn't interested in foods like onigiri and sushi, the culinary-inclined Mikoto often sought his advice and, following his instructions, would put together new dishes. Every time, Chiyue would have a wonderful meal, and Minato could only hope to tag along for the leftovers. Hurry up. If you do well, I'll save you half the pork chops. But if you blow it, all you'll get is the bones. Wait for me. The moment Minato heard that, he mustered all his strength and bolted toward the Hokage's office, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Sitting beside Chiyue on a roadside bench, Mikoto tilted her head and asked, Chiyue, isn't it a little mean to trick Minato like that? What's wrong with it? He's the captain now. What more could he want? Just toss him a bit of pork chop and he'll be happy. Nibbling on a delicious piece of pork chop, Chiyue offered his praise. Your cooking keeps getting better, Mikoto. I'm glad you like it. Being complimented by someone she cared for, Mikoto was clearly delighted. I'll keep working hard. But is it really okay to send Minato alone to the Hokage's office? After all, the ENBU had notified their whole team, not just Minato. I trust he can handle it. Chiyue munched on another pork chop, clearly uninterested in facing the third Hokage or listening to his endless lectures about the village's hardships and the will of fire. Lord Hokage. After receiving permission, Minato walked cheerfully into the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, looking up from his paperwork, was momentarily surprised. Your team. Didn't I have ANBU notify all of Chiyue's team to gather here? Why did only Minato show up? Where are Yagami Chiyue and Mikoto Uchiha? Aha! Minato gave an embarrassed laugh, scratching his head, and hurried to explain. Lord Hokage, my teammates are busy at the moment, so I've come here on behalf of our squad. If there are any suitable missions, I hope you can trust them to us. I see. The third Hokage made no further inquiries. He picked up a scroll from his desk and handed it to Minato. Because of the war, the village is overwhelmed with commissions and tasks. This mission is urgent, so I need your Chiyue squad to take care of it. Chiyue squad will not let you down, Lord Hokage. Minato gripped the mission scroll firmly. I have faith in you. You can do it, my boy. The third Hokage offered him a warm, approving smile. Jiraiya is still on the front lines, so I'm counting on you to bear with things for now. It's all right, really. Minato looked a little embarrassed, raising his hand to scratch his head out of habit. But remembering how Chiyue had teased him about this gesture countless times, he forced his hand back down. In that case, I'll take my leave now, Lord Hokage. Minato gave the third Hokage a deep bow. The third Hokage smiled gently. Go on, child. All of you are the future of Konoha, the pillars who will guide the village forward. Lord Hokage is always so approachable, Minato murmured as he left the Hokage's office. Every time he met the third Hokage, he always felt a familiar closeness, like this was truly a wise elder, both admirable and strong. Lord Hokage, Chiiwa Hachizen, and Uchiha Mikoto are eating out on the street. Just after Minato left, a member of the Umbu reported this update to the third Hokage. Eating, are they? Letting Minato accept the mission on his own? The third Hokage couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in exasperation. Those two kids, well, let them be. After all, it was just a couple of kids grabbing something to eat. Besides, there was no rule saying the whole squad had to be present to accept a mission. It was a harmless little thing, and the third Hokage didn't give it any more thought. Still, he mused for a moment. Was he getting old? These days, the younger generation seemed to forge bonds at an astonishing pace. Wait a minute. Something's not right. Chiiwa and Uchiha Mikoto together. While Kushina had eyes for Chiiwa as well, what exactly does that make of the situation? That child certainly is popular. For a split second, the third Hokage thought back to his own younger days. The expression on his face turned just a bit awkward as the memory surfaced. Chiiwa, you scoundrel, you're sneaking food again. Minato came dashing over, the mission scroll clutched tightly in his hands. Catching sight of Chiiwa savoring a plate of spare ribs, he exploded with mock outrage. With a quick flick of his wrist, Minato tossed the scroll over and seized the bento box while Chiiwa grabbed for the scroll. Was that really necessary? Catching the mission scroll, Chiiwa looked down, only to find the bento box was already gone. Minato had already leapt onto a nearby rooftop, happily eating. Chiiwa unrolled the mission scroll and glanced at its contents, her brows furrowing involuntarily. Is the mission complicated? Mikoto Uchiha leaned in closer. The mission itself isn't complicated. The real problem is, at this point in time, the land of rivers is anything but peaceful. Those damn officials. Couldn't they just stay put in the daimyo's mansion instead of running around for no reason? Of all times, they had to go soak in hot springs in the land of rivers during wartime. You really have quite the peculiar tastes, don't you? It seems that during the conflict between the Sand Village and the alliance of Konoha and the Rain Village, Sand Village launched a surprise attack on the Land of Fire. Sasori's parents invaded at just that moment. Unfortunately for them, their luck ran out. They crossed paths with Tsukumo Hatake, a truly formidable opponent, and lost their lives in vain. That tragedy planted the seeds of hatred that would one day lead Sasori down a dark and rebellious path. Why did Sasori target the third Kazekage? Aside from the fact that the third was a perfect puppet candidate, it was also because he was the very one who had launched the war. Sasori's parents had been sent to the Land of Fire at his orders. Every grievance has its origin, every debt its collector. With Tsukumo Hatake already gone, all Sasori could do was take out his anger on the third Kazekage. When you look at the 5 great nations, the Kazekages of the Wind Country always seem to draw the shortest straws, meeting the grimmest fates. The first and second Kazekages had it relatively easy, but the third was driven to death by his own village. The fourth was killed by Orochimaru, while the fifth died a miserable death after having his tailed beast extracted. If not for Chiyo's ultimate sacrifice to save Gaara, nothing would have been left. When it comes to tragic fates, even a Mizukage of the Mist Village wouldn't dare compete with the Kazekage. The ninja army of the Wind Country could storm into the Land of Fire any day, yet at this very moment, the third Hokage assigned them to escort high-ranking officials from the daimyo's mansion as they went sightseeing in the Land of Rivers. If that's not a setup, what is it? Mikoto Uchiha thought for a moment and said, I don't think the Land of Rivers has been drawn into the war. Maybe not now, but who can say what will happen? When Konoha and the Wind Country go to war, small nations like the Land of Rivers will only become battlefields. Chiiwa truly didn't remember exactly when the Sand Village ambushed Konoha. After all, the Hokage's records didn't go into much detail about the First and Second Great Ninja Wars. The Second Ninja War began when Konoha clashed with the Rain Village, and then Sand Village launched a surprise attack on the Land of Fire, forcing Konoha to fight back. Konoha and the Rain Village eventually agreed to a truce. As that conflict ended, the Rain Village declared war on both the Sand Village and the Stone Village, and Konoha's forces shifted their advance into the Wind Country. Meanwhile, the Cloud Village ambushed the Stone Country. Everyone was fighting on all sides. That's what the Second Ninja War looked like. But when all these events happened, Chiiwa really wasn't certain. Konoha's war with the Rain Village didn't last very long. It might not have even reached the point where Sand Village carried out its surprise attack on the Land of Fire. It's probably just me overthinking things. Let's get ready. Those men will be heading out tomorrow. Chiiwa rolled up the scroll and called out to Minato, who was sitting on the rooftop. Minato, after you finish eating, wash the bento boxes. Tomorrow morning at 7, meet at the village gate. No problem. Minato gave an okay sign and leapt down from the rooftop. The three of them went their separate ways, getting things together for the journey ahead. Chiyue made a point to buy 2 brand-new mission scrolls, tucking in plenty of spices and other essentials. Other transmigrators get some sort of storage space as standard. Why don't I have one? I guess my hack just wasn't big enough. Chiyue couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Her game backpack hadn't made it across with her. Night passed uneventfully. The next day, when an enormous convoy came into view, Minato was left speechless, and Mikoto Uchiha stood dumbfounded. Even Chiyue, who had mentally prepared herself, couldn't stop herself from blurting out, "What the hell?" She thought it would just be a family trip, perhaps a touch lively, but she never imagined the group would be this bloated. If a fight broke out on the road, there was no way their small team could possibly protect so many people. Chiyue, what do we do? Should we ask for backup, get some other teams to help escort? Minato's mind was reeling. He'd been on escort missions before, but nothing on this scale. Was this really just a recreational trip? Bringing the whole household along wasn't this over the top? No need, Chiyue replied, lips twitching a little at a loss for words. At a crucial moment, we only need to protect the few key people. The guards and retainers can look after themselves. We don't need to worry about them. Watching the convoy hustle to load all sorts of goods onto the carriages, even Minato was sweating on his brow. Let's hope the journey goes smoothly. With a caravan so unwieldy, their pace would inevitably crawl. If anything went wrong, it would be utter chaos. There was no way a 3-person team could keep control. But the assignment came directly from the 3rd Hokage. There was no option to refuse. They had gathered at 7, but it was nearly noon by the time the convoy finally lumbered out of Konoha, heading toward the Land of Rivers. Honored sirs, my master has arranged a carriage for you. The road to the Land of Rivers is long. It'll be much more comfortable in the carriage. As they were about to set out, the attendant caught up to them. Minato declined reflexively. Thank you, but we don't need a carriage. When we're tired, we can just rest on the supply wagon. The carriage isn't necessary. Turned down, the attendant could only return and report back. With more than 100 people busily loading supplies onto the carriages, Chiyue couldn't help but feel anxious for them. Was this a trip, or were they actually moving house? Did it really have to be this extravagant? No wonder Konoha's ninjas, upon hearing about this kind of escort mission, all bolt faster than the last, eager to stay as far away as possible. Anyone would lose their patience having to keep pace with a caravan that's barely faster than a crawling turtle. After much dawdling and stalling, by the time noon rolled around, the caravan finally set out on the road. But, to everyone's surprise, the convoy came to a stop less than 2 hours after leaving Konoha. The men in charge were hungry. They needed to prepare lunch. Watching over 100 people bustling about, while a handful of officials from the feudal lord's residence lounged leisurely under the shade, sipping tea, Minato couldn't help himself. Chiyuki, at this rate, when do you think we'll ever make it to the Land of Rivers? Heaven only knows. Chewing on a blade of grass, Chiyuki, leaning against a tree, rolled his eyes. He wanted to ask someone too, just when would these stuffy officials stop dragging their feet? The way things were going, it was clear this escort mission would be anything but quick and easy. The whole expedition might easily drag on for over a month. Why don't you go urge them to hurry up? Jumping down from the tree, Chiyuki slung his arm around Minato's shoulder and pulled him off to the side. No way, you go if you want to. I'm not in any rush. Minato shook his head so vigorously he looked like a rattle drum, determined not to put himself in the firing line. He'd rather this crawl than go looking for trouble. Sure, there's no need to show these guys too much respect, but getting on their bad side isn't wise either. After all, they're official from the feudal lord's house. Offend them, and it's as good as offending the lord himself. Even if the Konoha lord is more of a mascot than anything else. Sai, Minato, you've really grown up. Seeing Minato refuse to take the bait, Chiyuki let out a long, wistful sigh. That dopey little sunbeam who used to scratch his head and giggle had vanished. This Minato was all cunning and caution now. Was this what happened after being burned too many times? You learn your lesson the hard way. Get lost. At that, Minato exploded. Ha ha ha. Chiyuki laughed heartily, giving him a shove. Hurry and go hunt something, unless you want to skip roasted meat for lunch. They'd never touch the rations the employers offered. If the 3 of them wanted to eat, they had to fend for themselves. Just as I thought. You're trying to set me up. Humming with mock annoyance, Minato darted into the woods, and soon returned with 2 wild rabbits in hand. Full speed ahead with updates, plenty more to come. Don't forget your free gifts. Love you all. Red Heart. The butler who was traveling with the group had originally meant to invite the 3 for lunch, but after seeing them gnawing on freshly roasted rabbit, he swallowed his words and quietly headed back the way he came. Watching the butler retreat, Minato was left puzzled. Was this man being just a bit too friendly to them? Or was it just his imagination? Chiyuki, have you noticed that these people's attitude toward us is a little too warm? While turning the thought over in his mind, Minato nudged Chiyuki, who was sitting right next to him, with his elbow. He remembered Jiraiya once saying that the relationship between Konoha and the officials in the daimyo's mansions was never very good. Yet now, the other side had made friendly overtures not just once or twice, but several times, which left people feeling rather uneasy. It's because they think we're worth winning over, or rather, you, Minato Namikaze, are worth winning over. Chiwe replied offhandedly while nibbling on the adorable rabbit. Win me over? What's so special about me that's worth all this attention? Why? Because your teacher is Jiraiya, and Jiraiya's teacher is Hiruzen Sarutobi. Are you satisfied with that answer? Do those daimyo officials really think we're gullible? If it were any other squad, those bureaucrats would have already jumped up, making a scene. There would probably be a whole dramatic ordeal demanding to replace the escort team, and it might have already erupted by now. But instead, the other side didn't fuss or make trouble. They went out of their way to be hospitable. Doesn't that make you stop and think? Chiwe certainly didn't believe those stuck-up daimyo's officials were being friendly to them out of any respect for the Uchiha name. The real reason for the hospitality lay with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this point in time, the three legendary Sannin hadn't yet made their names throughout the ninja world. Aside from Tsunade, the princess of Konoha, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were only known as prodigies, and their reputations couldn't compare with Tsunade's. Yet their teacher was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha. Casually tossing the bones into the fire, Chiwe went on. Don't be fooled by these officials lording it over others from their lofty daimyo mansions. The moment they step outside, they're nothing, and that goes for the daimyo too. In other countries, the daimyo is the ultimate leader, the ruler of the land. But in the land of fire, even just a glance from Danzo could make the daimyo break out in a cold sweat. That's the difference. It's because Konoha doesn't rely heavily on the daimyo's funding. Even if they fell out with the daimyo, Konoha could still sustain itself and keep things running for quite a while. The other villages don't have that luxury. That's the real gap between them. And would the daimyo really dare to pick a fight with Konoha? Chances are, if they did, it wouldn't take 3 days before other nobles would overthrow him, making someone else the new daimyo, who would then come running to Konoha seeking an alliance. Sure, it wouldn't be good if someone overheard all this. Minato tugged insistently on Chiyue's sleeve. Mikoto Uchiha also shot him cautious glances, her eyes signaling him to stop, mindful of prying ears. Yes, what he said was all true, but some things just couldn't be said out loud. Otherwise, it could lead to a world of trouble. Oh right, Minato suddenly clapped his hands and turned to Chiyue. I've mastered the summoning jutsu that Jiraiya-sensei taught me. So Minato's already signed a summoning contract with a spirit beast? That's really impressive. Mikoto's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. She had always wanted to make a contract with the Ninja Cats, but never found a good opportunity. Well, of course. Receiving praise, Minato couldn't help but feel pleased with himself, flashing a smug, self-satisfied grin. With his right thumb, he gave his nose a quick, theatrical swipe and lifted his chin at the person in front of him. Look at you, getting all cocky now, someone teased. If I summon my contract beast, you'll be scared out of your wits. Seeing Minato flaunt his skills, Chiyue let out a cold, mocking laugh. Don't tell me your summon is just a tadpole. Honestly, you really are asking for it. Others might not know Minato's tricks, but how could I, Yagami Chiyue, not see through him? Despite Minato's rise to fame after becoming the Eternal Escort, a name that struck fear into countless enemies across the shinobi world at this point in time, well, let's just say awkward would be a generous description. Take his summoning jutsu, for instance. It's hardly more impressive than Naruto's attempts in the early days of the anime. No way. Startled, Minato reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, leaping straight up, his face flushed with frustration. I've already managed to summon one of the frogs from Mount Mayaboku. If you don't believe me, just watch. He quickly formed the hand signs, bit his finger to draw blood, and slapped his hand onto the ground. There was a soft pop, and a cloud of white smoke erupted from the ground. Chiyue and Mikoto Uchiha both turned to look. Mikoto's eyelids gave a couple of involuntary twitches. She lifted her hand, covering her mouth, trying not to laugh. Is that supposed to be your frog? Chiyue stared down at the ground, where a little four-legged frog was madly scrambling about, clearly caught off guard by its sudden summoning. But that wasn't even the main problem. What really stood out was the tiny tail still attached to the frog's backside, proof it hadn't fully grown up yet. Suppressing a snicker turned into full-on laughter. Ha! Chiyue couldn't hold it in anymore. He clutched his stomach and collapsed on the ground, laughing. Minato, are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? Is that what you call your frog? How can this be? I know it worked before. Well, my chakra is not strong enough. Minato stood there, utterly dumbfounded. He'd been practicing in secret, mostly to avoid being ridiculed by Qianyue. Who would have thought he'd embarrass himself anyway, summoning a frog that barely qualified as a frog? Watching the little frog's wiggling, rather stylish tail, Minato felt like burying his face and weeping. Forget it, you can go back now. He wiped the sweat from his brow and, at a complete loss, sent the still dazed little frog back where it came from. What was meant to be a moment of glory had turned straight into a disaster, leaving Minato's pride sorely wounded. He protested, flustered. Qianyue, don't you already have a contract beast? Go ahead and summon it. I don't believe you're any better than me. Qianyue did, in fact, have a contract beast. This was no secret. Mikoto Uchiha knew about it too, but neither she nor Minato had ever seen it with their own eyes. Qianyue had always used the excuse of secrecy to dodge their curiosity. Come on, such a petty attempt to goad me won't work. If I summon my spirit beast, I'm afraid I'll end up scaring you instead. Their laughter burst out, rolling through the air. Qianyue clutched her stomach, laughing until tears streamed down her face. Mikoto Uchiha was nearly out of breath too. It wasn't that she wanted to laugh, but the little toad Minato summoned was just too ridiculous. You're lying, I don't believe it. Minato kept trying to provoke her, but that trick really was useless against Qianyue. He definitely miscalculated this time. The carriage convoy rolled on, but Minato spent the whole afternoon glum, bothered by his little-tailed toad. If he'd had the chance, Qianyue was sure that Minato would have dashed straight to MT Mayaboku to ask in person. Why? Every time he summoned a creature, was it either a miniature-tailed toad or a freshly hatched tadpole? Minato's frustration was understandable. The jam-packed caravan had trudged all day, but hadn't even covered a third of the distance ordinary people could manage on foot. At such a slow pace, it was only natural to get anxious. Qianyue had to admit, the third Hokage really was shameless to hand off such a task to a team of freshly promoted Chunin. Daytime was still manageable, but nighttime, now, that was torture. There were so many people that the encampment sprawled for ages. The three of them had to split up, setting traps, patrolling, and scouting for possible enemies, each heading off in a different direction. Mikoto, you should get some rest. Minato, you take the first half of the night watch, and I'll cover the second half. Late that night, Qianyue arranged their rest shifts. The next day, the convoy set off again. Qianyue hopped onto a cart packed with supplies to catch some sleep, restoring her energy for another night of sentinel duty. And so, bit by bit, the convoy inched closer to the border of the Land of Rivers. Back at the border outpost of the Land of Fire, the shinobi stationed there faithfully held their posts. Under the cover of darkness, a large force from Sunagakure slipped quietly across the frontier, edging closer to the outpost with every step. The sound of sand sliding, whispers in the darkness, grew unmistakably clear. Up in the outpost watchtower, an on-duty ninja sensed something amiss, exclaiming, "What? Urk!" A sharp iron spike pierced his throat and heart. Both sentries collapsed soundlessly atop the tower, dead before they could sound the alarm. In the fading light of their eyes, the metallic gleam of Hite, headbands of Sunagakure shinobi, were reflected. With unnerving efficiency, they eliminated every defender. Then, countless iron sand weapons zipped through the air, returning to the third Kazekage's side. Keep moving. With a dramatic sweep of his cloak, the third Kazekage led his army on, melting into the shadows of the Land of Fire. Master, there's a large number of unidentified shinobi approaching straight ahead. Qianyue, half dozing against a tree trunk, snapped to full alert. The biggest reason he'd taken the latter half of the night watch was simple. He had Xiaobai by his side. Under Xiaobai's powerful perception, anyone approaching the camp would be detected, especially those harboring hostile intent. Qianyue hadn't expected that after the caravan's 10-day arduous journey, just as they were about to reach the Land of Rivers, they would run into trouble like this. Is Sunagakure planning to strike against the Land of Fire? The moment this possibility crossed Qianyue's mind, she rushed to wake Minato and Uchiha Mikoto. Hush! She signaled for silence, then lowered her voice to speak to the two of them. Go and bring those officials with us. We need to evacuate at once. There's a large number of unidentified ninja surrounding the camp. This could very well be enemy ninja invading the Land of Fire. What? Minato's eyes instantly widened with alarm, every trace of drowsiness vanishing. Uchiha Mikoto shuddered awake as well, and together with Minato, she dashed toward the largest tent at the center of the camp. Within the borders of Fire Country, the sudden appearance of so many unknown ninja was a clear signal of grave trouble. Even the most naive could sense it. In this moment, the best option was obvious. Take those who mattered most and get out, not foolishly stay behind to tangle with the enemy. Let's go. Qianyue led the way, rushing into the tent. Without giving the befuddled officials a chance to react, she swiftly knocked them all out and slung them over her shoulder, ready to move. On the way out, she didn't forget to leave a little parting present for the Sunagakure ninja. Whether that gift would end up blowing a few unlucky ones to smithereens, all those up to fate. After all, not everyone was as ill-fated as Nawaki, who had been blown up by an explosive tag right before Orochimaru's eyes in the middle of battle. This is bad. The officials have been taken. The actions of Qianyue and her comrades left the accompanying guards and retainers utterly dumbfounded. Who up and hauls people off without saying a word? The officials have been snatched by Konoha's ninja. The cries of the guards threw the entire camp into chaos, rousing those who'd been fast asleep. Qianyue had predicted this commotion. She shouted at the top of her lungs. Sunagakure is invading the land of fire. Run for your lives. What? Sunagakure? Invading the land of fire? The cries set off an uproar among the retainers and guards who'd wanted to rescue their officials. After all, Konoha was currently embroiled in a fierce battle with the Hidden Rain in Aim no Kuni. The possibility of enemy forces invading the land of fire at such a time was all too real. As Qianyue and the others vanished into the forest, panic swept the camp. People screamed and fled in every direction, abandoning supplies and money without a second thought. Kazekage-sama, it seems the people in the camp ahead have discovered us. Kill them. The third Kazekage's face darkened ominously. Being exposed was the last thing he wanted. Just as they'd slipped into the land of fire, taking out the border sentries, the ninja, scouting ahead, had returned to report the discovery of a large camp. Judging by their scale and the supplies they carried, they seemed to have come from the capital, Demingfu. News of the Sand Ninja's surprise attack and incursion into the land of fire must not be leaked at any cost. The third Kazekage ordered the Sand Shinobi to encircle the camp and eliminate everyone inside. But before the encirclement could be completed, chaos erupted throughout the camp. Their movements had already been discovered. A tremendous explosion split the night. The samurai retainers, panicked and scrambling for their lives, accidentally triggered traps set by Qianyue. Detonation tags went off in an instant, turning the already chaotic camp into complete havoc. Listening to the explosions behind and watching flames flash in the darkness, Qianyue's face was grave. Minato and Makoto Uchiha were still frozen in shock. Staying behind to fight was out of the question. The only option was to try to get back to Konoha and deliver the intelligence. As for the rest of those in the encampment, they could only hope for the best. Master, there are pursuers coming from behind. You go on ahead. I'll take care of those following us. Qianyue halted, dropping the person he had been supporting off to the side, and signaled for Minato and Makoto Uchiha to escape first. Without someone staying behind to delay the enemy, the three of them would be caught in no time. Be careful. There was no room for sentimentality. Minato and Makoto Uchiha knew better than to argue in a moment like this. Qianyue was the leader of their squad and the strongest among them. It only made sense for him to hold off the pursuers. Not long after Minato and Makoto Uchiha left, a team of shinobi arrived at the scene. It was a standard elite squad, 1 jonin in command and 3 chunin. The jonin leader, as it happened, was a well-known puppet master from Sand Village. So, you one of those little leaf brats. The Sand jonin manipulated several puppets to advance slowly, scanning the area with wary eyes. You stirred up all this chaos in camp on purpose, didn't you? How did you know we were approaching? There were no other leaf shinobi nearby. Still, the Sand jonin remained cautious, attempting to unsettle Qianyue with his words. From his experience, kids this age, especially when faced with overwhelming odds, could easily lose their composure. So, kid, were you abandoned by your companions? Did they already flee and leave you behind? No, my teammates simply had no reason to remain here. Qianyue closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a crimson light blazed in his gaze. The Sharingan. All 4 Sand shinobi flinched in shock. Never in their dreams had they anticipated that this kid from Konoha, barely in his teens, could actually be a member of the Uchiha clan. What the? When did the Uchiha start producing white-haired children? And even more outrageous, this white-haired Uchiha kid possessed a fully matured, triple Tomo Sharingan. When did the Uchiha ever have a genius like this? Don't look into his eyes. Before the words eyes could even leave his lips, the elite Sand Ninja was suddenly hit by a dizzying sensation, as if the world were spinning beneath his feet. The next instant, he found himself in a place where mountains stood serene and waters gleamed, surrounded by a sea of blooming cherry blossoms. In this paradise that calmed the soul, melodious music began to play, stirring within him an inexplicable urge to dance. Captain, Seeing their captain suddenly freeze like a statue, lost in a trance, the three sand chunin could only stare in disbelief. Had their captain fallen prey to the enemy's Jinjutsu? Just as they contemplated rushing forward to save their superior, the previously entranced sand jonin began to move. What followed was a spectacle. Under the powerful, socially crippling illusion of Sakura Falls, their captain raised one hand in a delicate orchid gesture, the other resting at his hip, feet pressed together, knees bending in a strangely elaborate overlap. And then the awkward dancing began. Captain! Watching their once steadfast leader begin to dance in such a mortifying fashion, the three sand chunin stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Not in their wildest dreams had they imagined that their stern, old-fashioned captain would ever dance, and dance so eye-poppingly awkwardly at that. You wake up the captain. We'll take down that BR. Yet as one of them started issuing orders, a whisper like the devil's own voice slithered into his ear. Are you planning to take me down? Crimson Sharingan eyes, each marked by three spinning tomo, pierced the darkness, like the unblinking gaze of a demon. A wet, sickening sound echoed as a ninja blade slid through his back, plunging into his heart and bursting out his chest, blood still streaming from the blade. When did this happen? Did you really underestimate these eyes so much? Chiyue's silhouette flickered through the darkness like a specter, drawing her blade from the fallen foe and lunging for the other two sand chunin, both trapped under Jinjutsu. Had the sand shinobi simply gone too long without facing an Uchiha elite? How could they have grown this careless and slow? Didn't they realize, the moment they encountered an Uchiha with a fully awakened Sharingan, escape was the only wise move? There's just no real thrill in this. Chiyue finally understood why. In the future, Uchiha Shursui and Itachi reaped lives as if they were harvesting weeds. With a single illusion, the enemy was rendered helpless, no different from pigs or sheep awaiting the butcher. You could even pause to consider precisely how to cut before dealing the final blow. No wonder the Uchiha clan dared call themselves the strongest in the ninja world. They truly had the power to back it up. Especially after the Senju clan faded into obscurity, there was nothing controversial in claiming the Uchiha as the #1 clan in the shinobi world. As for the Hyuga clan, who vied so fiercely with the Uchiha for supremacy, Chiyue could only smirk and say nothing. She would admit, the Tensigen was fearsome indeed, but the Byakugan wasn't much to brag about. Let's not even bring up the Mangekyo, or the Eternal Mangekyo. Compared to the three Tomo Sharingan alone, Byakugan had little hope of matching up. In Konoha, whenever people compare the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, it's best to take it with a grain of salt. Never take it too seriously. That dance is just embarrassingly awful. Watching the sand shinobi jonin still spinning about in a bizarre performance, Chiyue could hardly bear the sight. His ninja blade flashed, and the enemy's head soared high into the air. He produced a sealing scroll and swiftly sealed the corpse inside. Then, hoisting the fallen man over his shoulder, Chiyue hurried after Minato and Uchiha Mikoto. With just a layered Jinjutsu, an entire jonin squad was wiped out. Though it was only a standard jonin squad, not one composed solely of the village's elite, it was nonetheless an impressive feat. For Chiyue, such an achievement was dazzling enough. Once he brought back the corpse of the sand jonin, he would reap a considerable amount of merit and commendations. The humiliating Jinjutsu Sakura fall turned out even more formidable than he expected. His opponent had no time to resist before succumbing. Chiyue had activated his Sharingan specifically to deal with the three chunin nearby, not the jonin. Against the jonin, one signature Jinjutsu had sufficed. Even the Jinjutsu control of his three Tomo Sharingan was beyond his earlier expectations. Maybe I should really devote more effort to Jinjutsu in the future? Lost in thought, Chiyue spoke to himself inwardly. Xiaobai, if anyone gets close, alert me right away. Of course, master. In the sealed space, Xiaobai, the little white fox, curled up small and lazily yawning, seemed sluggish on the surface, but in truth kept a keen watch on their surroundings. Should any enemy draw near, it would alert Chiyue at once. And if he didn't react in time, Xiaobai would leap out of the sealed space of its own accord and lend upon battle. Everything's all right? Before long, Chiyue caught up to Minato and Uchiha Mikoto. His body flicker technique was much faster than either of theirs. No problem at all. Chiyue grinned broadly. A mere jonin squad? I took care of them in no time. We'll even rack up plenty of battle credit on our return. But the third Kazekage of the Sand seems to be on our tail, so we'd best pick up the pace. Unless you actually fancy meeting the strongest Kazekage in history. I'd really like to slug you. A mere jonin squad, dispatched in minutes? Minato nearly choked, feeling a sudden urge to punch something. Uchiha Mikoto was equally at a loss for words, clearly riled by Chiyue's boasts. But when Chiwe mentioned the third Kazekage, the two of them visibly startled and hastened their pace. No one wanted to risk an encounter with the legend himself. If the third Kazekage wasn't personally chasing them down, that was already a blessing. Who would dare stick around? Watching their nervous, hurried acceleration, Chiwe couldn't help but chuckle. He almost wanted to say, even if the third Kazekage did catch up, the squad could still withdraw safely. But Minato and Mikoto couldn't always rely solely on him. Instilling a sense of urgency was good for them. The entire squad sent for pursuit has been wiped out, and the Jonin leading them is nowhere to be found. The third Kazekage's face was dark with wrath, his expression frighteningly grim. All around, the sand ninja barely dared to breathe, anxiously careful not to provoke his fury by even the slightest misstep. They questioned the people at the camp and managed to extract basic information about the escort team. Just 3 brats, and only at Chunin level at that. And yet, after sending a team led by a Jonin to chase them down, they ended up ambushed and annihilated before even getting close. No one could stomach a loss like that. If word of this got out, the whole plan for Sunagakure to ambush Konoha would fall apart. Keep chasing. Don't let them get the message out. A massive plume of iron sand swirled at the feet of the third Kazekage, lifting him into the air as he soared after the 3 fugitive youths. Master, someone's caught up to us up in the sky. Suddenly, Shiro called out in alarm. Chiyuki hesitated for the briefest moment before continuing to run, sparing a breathless warning for Minato and Mikoto Uchiha. Did you know? The third Kazekage of the sand can dance. Minato stumbled, nearly crashing into a tree. Was this really the time for jokes? Who on earth would care if the Kazekage could dance? No one would ever gather that kind of ridiculous intelligence anyway. Chiyuki, that joke wasn't even funny. Mikoto Uchiha gasped heavily, feeling utterly drained and desperate for a break. If she didn't have to explain herself when she got back to the village, she'd have dumped the person she was carrying in a heartbeat. Honestly, why did he have to be so heavy? Carrying him was enough to exhaust anyone. No, I'm serious. Because the third Kazekage is right behind us. Chiyuki skidded to a halt, no longer running. The third Kazekage, Minato and Mikoto's faces turned ashen, their cheeks streaked with sweat as terror flashed across their eyes. The third Kazekage, praised as the most powerful leader in Sunagakure's history, feared for his unique magnet release bloodline limit. Those were the crucial facts they knew well. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him the strongest ninja of the sand, and now, this very legend was hunting them down himself. This was it. This time, there was no hope left. Minato felt his heart plummet into an icy pit, while Mikoto's lips trembled as panic overtook her. He's heavy as a rock. Next time I have to take on a mission like this, I won't call myself Yagami Chiyuki. With a disgruntled grunt, Chiyuki tossed the burden to the ground, rolling his stiff neck and muttering. Even the third Hokage is a bastard, handing us a rotten chore like this. At any other time, Minato would have corrected him, telling Chiyuki off for his disrespect, especially for insulting the third Hokage, which bordered on heresy. But right now, Minato couldn't care less. With death at their doorstep, who cared if Chiyuki badmouthed even the highest council in Konoha? Are you ready to watch the Kazekage's little dance? Chiwe turned to the two of them and flashed a smile. Unfortunately, Minato and Uchiha Mikoto could not muster a single smile in return. So it really is just 3 brats. Was it you who killed the red demon? The third Kazekage descended from the sky, riding on a chunk of iron sand, and landed not far from the trio. His eyes studied them with a curious gleam. It's really over for us. It was unmistakably the third Kazekage himself. Minato's lips moved as he said, Chiwe, run. I'll hold him off. You must get the intel back to the village. Like hell you will. Step aside. Chiwe shoved Minato away, though he was deeply moved by the willingness of Minato to sacrifice himself. But Chiwe did not need Minato's sacrifice. Silently, he gazed at Minato, who was ready to throw his life away. The third Kazekage couldn't help recalling his own younger days. Back then, he too had 2 comrades who would risk everything for one another. There's no need to argue. None of you are getting away. The third Kazekage was a stern man, never one to toy with his enemies. Not even with 3 mere children. Giving hope only to snatch it away in despair was beneath him. His words sent a chill through both Minato and Uchiha Mikoto. But Chiwe showed no worry at all, instead replying with a question. So, the great Kazekage makes such a show, entering Fire Country alone just to chase down 3 ordinary Chunin. There's no need for sentimental appeals, nor will reverse psychology work on me. With arms crossed, the third Kazekage looked down at Chiwe, his eyes filled with indifference. Face with me, you have no chance of escape. But I will make sure your bodies are returned to Konoha in due time. That's the least I owe to the next generation. I can't accept that. Return my body to Konoha? Who knows how many times it will be studied at Sand Village before it ever gets there. Best not let that happen. Oh, the third Kazekage glanced at him in surprise. You actually think you can escape me? There was clear disdain and mockery in his eyes as he paused. Is that even possible? Anything is possible. I hope you enjoy the present I've prepared for you, Kazekage. Let's hope your mind is strong enough, or you'll be utterly humiliated. Not only was Chiwe unafraid, he burst out laughing. Is this kid out of his mind, or just scared senseless? At that moment, Chiwe's eyes glowed red, and all at once, the third Kazekage felt himself being drawn uncontrollably into another place, a tranquil land, where rivers ran clear and cherry blossoms blossomed everywhere. It seemed he had fallen into the boy's jinjutsu. The third Kazekage was, for a moment, speechless, yet beneath that silence was a growing sense of disbelief. A mere child, and yet able to affect him with jinjutsu. Still, the third Kazekage did not fear for his safety. He would break through this illusion soon enough. But why do I feel such an urge to dance? What's going on? Outside, Minato and Mikoto Uchiha could only watch as a flash of red flickered in Chiyuki's eyes. The third Kazekage suddenly went stock still, as if paralyzed by an unseen force. But that wasn't all. The dignified third Kazekage started dancing. Goodness gracious, is this for real? Am I dreaming? Minato rubbed his eyes, then pinched himself hard. The sharp ache in his thigh made him gasp, confirming that everything he was seeing was impossibly real. He wasn't dreaming. I told you the third Kazekage could dance, but you wouldn't believe me. Chiyuki shrugged and tossed a kunai toward him, only for iron sand swirling protectively around the Kazekage to block the weapon with a metallic clank. What a shame. So magnet release can shield its master automatically. Looks like it isn't just Gar's specialty. Scorpion's got to be admired for taking out the third Kazekage silently. Must have been poison that did him in. Let's go. With that magnet release and its iron sand watching his back, killing him would be tough. It won't be long before Sand Village's reinforcements arrive. Chiyuki hefted the unconscious man onto his shoulder and headed off without a backward glance. Minato and Mikoto, still reeling as if in a dream, scrambled to catch up. They genuinely thought they were doomed, yet not only had they survived, they'd been saved. Chiyuki had put the third Kazekage under a jinjutsu with a snap of his fingers. It was almost unbelievable. Outrageous. How'd he pull that off? Minato and Mikoto stared at Chiyuki in awe and disbelief. Why can't I break out of the jinjutsu? Inside the illusion, the third Kazekage tried every countermeasure he knew, only to find they were utterly useless. The most unnerving part, he found himself, utterly against his will, dancing in a world of tumbling cherry blossoms and lilting music. To this, Chiyuki mused silently. Just because magnet release is powerful doesn't mean your mind is too. Conventional jinjutsu breaking techniques are useless against falling cherry blossoms. So, you might as well keep dancing. If only Shiro had matured into his second form, Chiyuki would have gladly sent the third Kazekage flying with a tailed beast bomb. Let's see your iron sand protect you from that. But since Shiro hadn't reached his second stage yet, Chiyuki would rather keep things under wraps. Besides, with Sand Village's ninja army closing in fast, there was no sense in causing more trouble. The only reasonable choice was a hasty retreat. Best to leave a formidable enemy like the third Kazekage for an old schemer like the third Hokage to deal with. Let the Kage settle their own scores. I'm just a child after all. No one knew how much time had passed before the third Kazekage finally broke free of the jinjutsu. Veins bulged on his forehead as he battled the aftereffects, hands clutching his head as he let out a guttural roar like a wounded beast. Though he had shaken off the illusion, it had come at a steep price. His mind had suffered lasting damage. If it were just some awkward dancing, how could Cherry Blossom Fall entice so many players to keep spending money, drawing for a chance to obtain it? The mental damage caused by this illusion is no small matter. If you were to calculate it using game damage values, it's comparable to Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyumi. Gasping for breath, the third Kazekage gripped his head and dropped to one knee, his narrow eyes shot through with veins of red. A splitting, stabbing pain tore through his mind at every moment, so overwhelming he nearly lost consciousness. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. It was all Chiyue's fault he'd been reduced to such a humiliating state. He didn't even know Chiyue's real name, but the third Kazekage swore he'd seize any opportunity to eliminate him first. Not only had he suffered such grievous psychological trauma, but, on top of it all, he'd been made to dance. Just recalling a memory of himself twirling and dancing, The third Kazekage felt so mortified he could have scratched a whole apartment into the ground with his toes. This disgrace absolutely could not become public knowledge. If it did, his social life would be finished. The mighty Kazekage, brought so low as to fall for some brat's jinjutsu, and then forced into a garish dance. If word ever got out, how could he show his face in the shinobi world again? Kazekage-sama. Moments later, reinforcements from Sunagakure arrived. Holding his head, the third Kazekage crouched atop his iron disc and soared into the sky, tossing down an order. There's no need to keep pursuing those brats. Commence operations immediately. We must secure as much as possible before Konoha has time to react. He didn't want his own ninja to see him in his current, wretched state, nor did he want anyone chasing after Chiwe. If Chiwe could unleash that jinjutsu again, who knew how many of his ninjas would become laughingstocks? It could easily turn out just like what happened with Akaoni, dead with no explanation. When he remembered how Chiwe had struck him with a kunai, a cold sweat ran down the Kazekage's spine. Thank goodness his magnetic release and iron sand protected him. Otherwise, he'd be dead by now. In the time it had taken him to break that illusion, Chiwe could have killed him 100 times over. Damn it. The method for breaking this jinjutsu was the reverse of what I expected. His head on the verge of splitting open, the third Kazekage accelerated, desperate to find a quiet place to recover. Even when the Lord Kazekage himself sets out, he couldn't bring down the enemy. And now, he won't let us continue the pursuit? The enemy must be truly formidable. With the Kazekage gone, the remaining Sunagakure ninja traded confused glances, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, after fleeing for a good distance without being chased, Chiwe realized that the third Kazekage had given up the hunt. Let's rest for a while. Uchiha Mikoto had reached her limit, and Minato didn't look much better. Traveling this far wouldn't normally have been so draining, but each of them was hauling an enormous prize pig from the feudal lord's estate. It was hard not to wonder, what did these officials eat to get so absurdly fat? Carefully setting the person down, Minato collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, gasping for breath. His clothes were soaked through with sweat, some from the hard journey, and some from sheer terror after being hunted by the third Kazekage. It was overwhelming. The third Kazekage himself had come after them. Just the thought was enough to send chills down their spines. Fortunately, Chiwe had managed to defuse the crisis. Otherwise, by next year, weeds over Minato Namikaze's grave would have been waist-high. Minato wasn't the only one who was spent. Mikoto Uchiha was in no better shape. She too slumped to the ground, limp, unwilling to move an inch. Have some water, Chiwe said, handing them both a canteen. She lifted her gaze to look back the way they'd come. It's clear they've given up the chase. We have plenty of time now to make our way back to Konoha. She could barely restrain her frustration, thinking how she'd like to teach these three a lesson. If not for the fact that they were her clients, she might have left them behind without a second thought. Chiwe, how did you pull that off? After a brief rest, Minato and Mikoto gradually regained their composure. The two of them turned to Chiwe in unison, eyes intent, as if hoping to see right through to her every secret. Sitting on the grass, Chiwe produced some spare rations, dividing them between the two. Munching casually, she replied, I just did. Developed a new jinjutsu. Gave me quite a bit of control. Who'd have guessed the third Kazekage would fall for it just like that? Just like that? As if it were so easy. Minato shot Chiwe a skeptical glance as he chewed on his rations, clearly unfooled by her nonchalance. Casting a glance at the three still unconscious burdens on the ground, Chiwe turned to Minato and Mikoto. I'd like you both to keep what happened today quiet. If anyone asks, just say we ran into enemies from Sunagakure. Don't mention the third Kazekage at all. I won't breathe a word, Mikoto replied firmly. Not that Chiwe's warning was even necessary. Even if she hadn't said anything, Mikoto would never tell a soul, unless Chiwe brought it up herself. Minato just nodded. He was no longer the naive boy who always asked why about everything. He knew a thing or two about the shadows cast by their village, and he understood exactly why Chiwe needed this secret kept. If news got out, it would bring Chiwe nothing but trouble. Worse, certain people would become all the more wary of her. They'd never believe Jinjutsu alone could achieve such results. Most would stubbornly insist it was all the power of the Sharingan at work. Especially the ever-suspicious third Hokage and Danzo, who always search for the darkness behind every event. Let's get moving. The sooner we're back, the better. We need to get word of Sunagakure's attack to Konoha as soon as possible. After resting a little longer, the three gathered up their unconscious burdens and set off once more. Who goes there? As they entered the heart of the Land of Fire, they made straight for the nearest checkpoint. Right now, the fastest way to relay a message was to find the stationed shinobi at the outpost. They would send the message back to the village using the Ninja Hawk. Senior. Minato tossed the man he was carrying onto the ground, raised his hand, and called out. We are members of Team Chiyue, escorting a client to the Land of Rivers. Along the way, we encountered a Sand Village ambush squad. The Sand Ninja forces have already invaded the Land of Fire. Please, Senior, send this message back to the village as soon as possible. What? The duty ninja was shocked upon hearing this. He quickly assigned 2 people to verify the identities of the 3 from Team Chiyue. After confirming everything was in order, they tied the intelligence scroll to the ninja hawk's leg and released it into the sky. With a sharp cry, the hawk spread its wings and soared into the pitch-black night. Get some rest now. You've had a tough journey. If your information proves true, you'll be hailed as heroes of the village. Seeing how Minato and Mikoto Uchiha were nearly too exhausted to stand, the duty ninja hurriedly brought over a canteen and some rations. The lookout post's captain addressed the 3. My name is Kamesa Natsuki, the captain on duty here. Please recount the details of your encounter with the enemy, so we can relay complete information to the village. No problem. After a brief rest, Minato began to recount the events. Chiyue sat nearby, too tired to bother speaking. To be honest, he was completely worn out himself, mainly from sharing the burden for Minato and Mikoto Uchiha along the way. If he hadn't wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble, Chiyue would have gladly disposed of those 3 deadweights with a single stroke. Why on earth were they so overweight? Unable to run on their own, needing to be carried, exhausting the others half to death. They destroyed a Jonin squad? Upon learning that Chiyue had single-handedly wiped out an entire Jonin squad, the lookout ninjas were stunned. Each one stared at Chiyue with eyes full of disbelief, mixed with a hint of skepticism. That's the corpse of the enemy Jonin. Sending it back to the village should yield plenty of valuable intelligence. Chiyue produced the sealing scroll. The squad captain hurriedly unrolled the scroll to check its authenticity. As soon as he saw the face of the corpse, he confirmed both the identity and the credibility of the report. Minato hadn't lied, only left out a few details. A Jonin squad truly had been annihilated at Chiyue's hands, and in a manner that left everyone baffled. None of them could have imagined meeting such an abrupt and inexplicable end. It wasn't just them. Even the 3rd Kazekage himself was still puzzled about how he'd been caught off guard. Never mind being injured. He nearly ended up making a fool of himself. It was pure luck that the Sand Ninja only arrived after he'd broken free from the Jinjutsu. Had they arrived a moment earlier, the 3rd Kazekage would have faced utter humiliation. There was no doubt. The confirmation established the dead man was Akiji, Jonin of the Sand Village. But how on earth had Chiyue killed him? With a hint of apology, the captain said, Though I wish I didn't have to doubt you, I must ask to verify the truth of this matter. I hope you understand. I can understand your predicament, Senior. If the credit for the victory was falsely claimed and discovered, it would spell trouble for Chiyue, and the duty captain who helped deliver the intelligence would also be in hot water. Chiyue closed his eyes, and the moment he opened them again, the captain found himself staring into a pair of Sharingan with 3 tomo. He fell silent. Just how old was this kid? Was he truly a prodigy of the Uchiha clan? But was he really one of the Uchiha? Since when did the Uchiha have someone with white hair? Even so, the 3 tomo Sharingan was all the proof needed. It attested to the truthfulness of Chiyue's story. No one would doubt the Sharingan's prowess in Jinjutsu. Not a soul in the entire ninja world. I'll deliver the intelligence and the Red Ogre's corpse back to the village right away. You've all worked hard. Get some well-deserved rest. The village will not forget your contributions. Thanks to the Ninja Hawk, a dedicated courier summon, it wouldn't take long for the intelligence scroll to reach the hidden leaf. With that, the mission for Chiyue and his 2 companions was officially complete, and they could finally take a break. The 3 officials who had been rescued from the daimyo's residence learned that their camp had been surrounded by an army from the Sand Village, and that it was Chiyue and his team who had escorted them out to safety. Deeply moved, all 3 officials were overwhelmed with gratitude and praised their rescuers endlessly. Taking a deep breath in frustration, Chiyue decided he couldn't take it anymore. He simply pushed Minato, the team's diplomatic face, forward to deal with them and sent the grateful officials on their way. Mikoto Uchiha leapt up onto a tree branch, seating herself beside him. She turned her head, gazing gently at his young, delicate profile, and smiled softly. Chiyue, once word of this spreads, the clan will surely try to persuade you to return to the Uchiha. Just ignore them, Chiyue replied, spreading his hands. It's not like they can force me to rejoin the clan and change my name if I don't want to. The Uchiha was a tinderbox. Anyone who got too close was bound to get burned, and Chiyue had no interest in getting involved with that mess. Upon hearing this, Mikoto smiled quietly and said no more. She respected Chiyue's choice. Whether or not he chose to return to the Uchiha, she would always stand by his side. The ninja hawk flew at top speed, returning to the hidden leaf with the intelligent scroll, and soon enough, it was placed on the third Hokage's desk. The Hokage's office burst into commotion the moment the news arrived. Koharu Yutane and Hamura Midokado made their way to the Hokage's office as soon as they got the report. Sarutobi, is the news true? Has the Sand Village really launched an attack? All self-restraint befitting elders vanished. Koharu and Hamura shuffled anxiously in with quick, impatient steps, not even bothering to knock as they barged in. The intelligence is accurate. There's no mistake. It looks like the third Kazekage himself led the surprise attack into the Land of Fire. The third Hokage, his face grim, handed the intelligence scroll to the two elders. Before they could even read what was inside, an AMBU operative appeared in the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. He handed the freshly obtained intelligence scroll to the third Hokage. The third Hokage hurriedly unrolled it, and, after merely a few glances, was so shocked that he sprang to his feet. It really is the third Kazekage, personally leading the squad. The Red Demon, killed by Chiyue, had his corpse sealed in a scroll and sent back to Konoha. The intelligence department extracted all the secrets from his mind, confirming their earlier suspicion that the third Kazekage himself was commanding the enemy forces. This, Koharu Yutane and Hamura Midokado's faces turned ashen, stumbling over their words in disbelief. How could he dare? After so many years of peace, the Sand Village had launched a surprise attack on Konoha without so much as a declaration of war. The enemy ninja army had marched right up to the borders of the Land of Fire. Luckily, Chiyue's team managed to deliver the intel in time. Otherwise, Konoha would still be completely unaware of what was unfolding. With the enemy nearly at their doorstep, they would have been left utterly blind to the crisis. Judging from the information gathered, Chiyue and his teammates truly rendered great service, Chiyue in particular. He had slain the Red Demon, and the intelligence department had managed to extract a wealth of valuable information from the foe's mind. The timely delivery of the Red Demon's body proved crucial. Calm down. Glancing at the visibly panicked Koharu Yutane, the third Hokage frowned. The enemies had already breached the Land of Fire. Losing your composure now would do no good. It was far better to remain cool-headed and consider their options. How best to counter this aggressive invasion? Should we try to negotiate peace with the Hidden Rain Village? Hamura Midokado ventured a suggestion. Compared to the Rain Village, it was the Sand Village he found most concerning. Even though Hidden Rain's military strength had recently grown, their foundation remained fragile. Apart from Hanzo, who was reputed to be a demigod among ninja, not many took Rain as a serious threat. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, matches between equals bore more weight. The Hidden Sand Village clearly had more significance than the Rain Village. It would be difficult. Negotiation was, in theory, a sound approach. Yet as things stood, Konoha's war against the Rain Village was locked in a stalemate, with both sides refusing to give ground. Entering peace talks now was simply out of the question. Only when one side had clearly won, or if the Rain Village's endurance ran out, could discussions even begin. If Konoha were to rush to Hanzo for peace simply because of the sand attack, they would only put themselves at a severe disadvantage. That was not a situation the third Hokage would ever wish to see. Furthermore, Hanzo, stationed on the front lines, would be in no mood to agree to talks. No matter what, first and foremost, we must drive the Sand Ninjas out of the Land of Fire. We cannot allow them to plunder within our borders. The Hidden Sand was destitute, lacking almost everything, and the Land of Fire was a prize of enormous value. Even if they couldn't seize territory outright, every resource within the Land of Fire would be a target for the Sand Village. If Sand Ninja were allowed to stir up chaos throughout the country, then the Land of Fire would descend into disorder. The daimyo would be incensed. He would not tolerate such instability. Koharu's point made sense. The third Hokage gave a slight nod, indicating his agreement. Their most urgent task was to force the Sand Ninjas out. Issue a conscription notice at once. Mobilize the ninja army immediately. No matter what it takes, we must drive out the forces from the Sand Village. No matter the cost. At this golden moment of his life, the third Hokage was a heroic leader among shinobi, not yet the old man ready to seek compromise at every turn. His power was at its peak, and his decisiveness was unmatched. When he gave the order to fight, there was no hesitation or ambiguity. I'll make the necessary preparations, Midokado Hamura said, rising to his feet and leaving at once. Koharu Yutane added, I'll mobilize the logistics department and arrange supplies. I'll make sure everything is ready before the army marches out. The third Hokage nodded expressionlessly, his gaze falling to the intelligence scrolls on the table before him. That very night, the notice was sent throughout the village, stirring all of Konoha into a storm of commotion. The Sand Village had launched a surprise assault without warning, invading the land of fire itself, and their army had already crossed the border. How could this be allowed to stand? In the blink of an eye, countless villagers were cursing in outrage. An endless crowd gathered at the Hokage's office, shouting their indignation. They pleaded with the third Hokage to march the army and expel the Sand Village intruders. With the conscription notice issued, all of Konoha sprang into action. Ninjas from every clan rallied together, each contributing their members to the army according to their numbers. While the village had many ordinary ninja, the true backbone of Konoha had always been the shinobi of all its great and small clans. It was these clans that allowed Konoha to stand tall among the 5 great nations. Sometimes, no amount of numbers could make up for true strength. To use an example, take the Uchiha for instance. The Uchiha clan alone boasted over 30 jonin. Konoha as a whole only had several hundred jonin, which meant the Uchiha alone made up about 1/10 of this elite rank. Even more intimidating, in a one-on-one match, an Uchiha jonin was almost always certain to prevail over a non-clan jonin, unless the challenger was a prodigy on the level of Orochimaru or Jiraiya. Bursting with updates. Free gifts are welcome. Updates guarantee galore red heart. And beyond their jonin, the Uchiha also had a formidable number of chunin and genin. And that was just a single clan. Add in the rest, and it's clear just how dominant the great clans were in Konoha. Looking at this, it's almost laughable how the third Hokage and Danzo obsessed over weakening the clan's power. If you're worried about the clans becoming too strong and threatening your authority, just say so outright, instead of cloaking it in talk of nurturing ordinary ninjas. What's even more ridiculous is that, while they harped on reducing clan power and nurturing commoner talent, most other clans faded in strength, except for the Shimura and Sarutobi clans, which only grew more powerful. This very imbalance set the stage for one of the most iconic scenes of the Fourth Great Ninja War. When the Sarutobi clan was mobilized, it brought forth several thousand ninja. Several thousand. Just imagine what that means. The whole of Konoha was thrown into frenzied activity, but amidst the chaos, Chiatsuki and his 2 companions had little to do with it all. After a good rest, the 3 simply made their way back to the village. As for those burdens from the daimyo's estate, someone from the daimyo's place will come to take them back. Although the escort mission ended in failure, the 3 of them were richly rewarded thanks to their success in relaying crucial intelligence. Team Chiwe, please proceed to the Hokage's office to meet with Lord Hokage immediately. No sooner had they returned to the village than they could feel the change in atmosphere. Tension gripped the air, and the scent of war hung even heavier than before. Barely had the 3 stepped inside when members of the ANBU showed up, notifying them to report to the Hokage's building for an audience with the third Hokage. Dragging their weary bodies, the trio made their way to the Hokage's office. The corridors of the Hokage office bustled with life, as the threat of another war loomed. Peace seemed nearly impossible to come by in these walls. There was a steady knock at the office door. Outside the Hokage's office, Little Sun tapped gently on the door. "Come in." The voice of the third Hokage invited them in, and the 3 stepped into his office. Inside, the room was crowded, but one white-haired figure, a short sword on his back, stood out unmistakably. It was Tsukumo Hatake, destined to be known as the White Fang of the Leaf, a future legend whom even the famed Sannin would respectfully call senpai. At this point, Tsukumo Hatake had yet to earn that moniker, but his strength was already at the level of an elite jonin, far surpassing even the Sannin in sheer might. Tsukumo noticed Chiwe glance at him upon entering. He reached up, ruffling hair of the same silvery shade as Chiwe's, and offered the boy a friendly smile. Chiwe found himself momentarily surprised, then gave a small nod in return. "Honored Hokage, Team Chiwe reports for duty." As the team leader, Chiwe stepped forward a couple of paces. "Well done, children." The third Hokage's perpetually tense face finally softened. A gentle smile replaced his frown as he beckoned them to come a little closer. "Me?" Chiwe glanced at his companions, making sure the Hokage meant him, then stepped forward. "So these are the ones who discovered the enemy's movements?" Rumor had it that this young boy, Yagami Chiwe, had managed to wipe out an entire jonin squad. Chiwe looked so small, his face still childishly innocent, scarcely more than 10, that it was hard to imagine how he could possibly take down a full squad of elite jonin. Even with only one jonin leading 3 chunin, most jonin would struggle to defeat such a team alone, especially when Sand Village's puppet masters were notoriously difficult opponents. Puppet masters at the jonin level were near impossible to guard against. With their endless poisons, barbed needles, and unpredictable attacks, they could leave even seasoned shinobi utterly overwhelmed, one wrong move away from disaster. Yet such a formidable puppet master had fallen to Chiwe. It was almost unbelievable. Child, could you tell me, in your own words, how you and your team encountered the enemy? Although the details were clear in the intelligence report, the third Hokage wanted to hear it from Chiwa himself. What a hassle. I'm exhausted. Right now, I just want a good meal, then a hot bath or a soak in a spring, and finally a deep, restful sleep. These were the thoughts murmuring in Chinyue's mind. Under the watchful eyes of many Jonin and the third Hokage, Chinyue spoke. Our team, Team Chinyue, was assigned to escort the employer from the daimyo's residence to the land of rivers. As we neared the border, we set up camp for some rest. During that time, it was my turn to keep watch for the latter half of the night. While I was checking for traps, I discovered a large number of unidentified ninja approaching. With no other choice, I woke up my teammates and we led our 3 important clients away from the camp. After we left, chaos broke out at the site. A squad of Jonin tracked us down and gave chase. I sent my teammates ahead with the employers, staying behind to cover their retreat. According to the report, you used Jinjutsu to control the enemy? A Jonin, whose clothes bore the emblem of the Shimura clan, interrupted with doubt. Apologies, I just want to confirm whether the information we received is accurate. There's nothing more to it. You say you have no other intentions, but you're standing right there casting doubt on me? Why is it that everyone associated with Danzo always has to be so repulsive? A member of the Shimura clan? Is that it? And how exactly do you want to verify it? Chinyue looked up, her gaze cold as ice. Isn't this a bit much? Is it really necessary to make things so hard for a child? Even if this Akira Chinyue did wipe out an entire Jonin squad, it's almost impossible to believe. But to stand here and interrogate him in front of everyone, it's going too far. Kakashi Hatake glanced over, wanting to speak up for Chinyue. But the third Hokage remained silent, leaving Kakashi no choice but to swallow his words. Are you just going to let this happen? At a moment like this, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the Hokage himself, just sat silently in his chair, saying nothing at all. Chinyue understood at once. This bastard from the Shimura clan might not be acting under direct order from the third Hokage, but at the very least, the Hokage harbored doubts about the accuracy of the report. Unbelievable. They're actually doubting Chinyue. Minato glared at the interrogator, and Mikoto Uchiha pouted, wishing she could slap the man across the face. Chinyue wasn't wrong. The third Hokage really was suspicious. After all, Chinyue was so young that, even for a prodigy, such achievements seemed far-fetched. What's more, the report even claimed his Sharingan had advanced to the 3-tomo stage, an almost mythical speed of mastery. So, when the Shimura clan Jonin stepped forward with his skepticism and waved to interrupt, Hiruzen chose to keep silent and did not stop him. He wanted to see for himself whether any of this could possibly be true. Was Chinyue an unparalleled genius, or simply reporting false glory? What's wrong? Is it that difficult to use this Jinjutsu? Seeing Chinyue's icy gaze, the Shimura Jonin pressed on with his questioning. Brat, in front of me, you had better not. Just as he was about to mock Chinyue, a crimson light suddenly flashed in Chinyue's eyes. The 3-tomo Sharingan was activated, and in an instant his consciousness was pulled straight into a Jinjutsu. That really is the 3-tomo Sharingan. Isn't this kid only 9 years old? What kind of little monster has the Uchiha produced this time? He's not actually from the Uchiha. He's the sole heir of the Yagami family. I heard he once wanted to return to the Uchiha, but they turned him away. Facing Chinyue's 3-tomo Sharingan and the now-dazed Shimura Jonin, the other Jonin couldn't help but whisper among themselves. When someone mentioned that the Uchiha clan had refused to let Chinyue return, expressions of shock and astonishment flickered across their faces. Is there something wrong with the brains of the Uchiha clan? To actually push a genius like that out the door? In the corner of the office, Uchiha Kaze, the Jonin representing the Uchiha at the meeting, looked darker than the bottom of a soot-stained kettle. In his mind, he was cursing certain elders of his clan up and down. No surprises here. After today, the Uchiha would no doubt become the laughingstock of every other family. This kid was really something else. So young, and already possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan, a Jinjutsu prodigy with terrifying power. Look now, Jonin Shimura had already fallen victim to his illusion, and no one even saw how it happened. Wait a second, what is he doing? It was all real. The third Hokage felt a jolt in his chest. There was both delight and a shade of helplessness. Delight at the emergence of such a bona fide genius in the village, and helplessness that this genius carried Uchiha blood in his veins. Even if he had never returned to the Uchiha clan, has Shimura Hideyoshi lost his mind? Under the sway of the illusion, Shimura Hideyoshi moved like a clueless puppet. His arms swung, he spun in place, and suddenly broke out into a wild dance. No, calling it dancing would be generous. It was an awkward, cringeworthy flailing. Anyone could see His stiff movements betrayed a hopeless lack of rhythm. But under the shackles of Jinjutsu, he kept up that bizarre, awkward jig. A truly cringe-worthy performance. A sudden stifled chuckle sounded. Inside the Hokage's office, several jonin couldn't hold back their laughter. Shimura Hideyoshi's dance was enough to make anyone want to shield their eyes. This Yagami Chinyue boy sure had a wicked streak in him. Challenged once, and he made his opponent do an embarrassment-inducing dance for all to see. You could just imagine, after this display in the Hokage's office, Shimura Hideyoshi's name would spread throughout Konoha, maybe even across the entire shinobi world. Ha ha! The first to burst out laughing was Hitaki Sakomo. Like a row of dominoes, his laughter set off the rest of the jonin, who couldn't help but join in. Even Uchiha Kaze, normally so stiff and stern, found it hard to keep a straight face. The roaring laughter cleared away the tense atmosphere that had weighed on the Hokage's office. Only, the third Hokage himself didn't particularly enjoy this sudden air of cheerfulness. Once this news gets out, it won't just be Hideyoshi Shimura who becomes a laughingstock. The entire Shimura clan will be ridiculed as well. A snicker slipped out. Minato and Mikoto Uchiha couldn't help but join in the laughter. Only Chigetsu and the third Hokage kept straight faces. Chigetsu had expected all of this, while the third Hokage wanted to laugh, but felt it wouldn't be appropriate. He cleared his throat twice, trying to cover up any hint of amusement. Chigetsu, go ahead and undo the Jinjutsu now. No matter what, he's still your senior. You've already proven you can contend with, and even defeat a jonin. Tsunade was right not to underestimate you. I'm sorry, I can't undo it, Chigetsu replied, giving a slight shrug and spreading his hands as if to say he was helpless. He knew how to cast Jinjutsu, but unraveling it? That was another matter entirely. The third Hokage was taken aback. He had actually gone out of his way to make peace, but Chigetsu hadn't shown any gratitude. Instead, he simply answered, I can't. I don't know how to undo it. Was this brat doing it on purpose? Just because I doubted him? Just because I tried to test his skills? Undo the Jinjutsu for him. Watching as Hideyoshi Shimura danced with ever-increasing fervor, the muscles in the third Hokage's face twitched with exasperation. No sooner had he given the order than several Umbu appeared in the Hokage's office, stepping forward to help undo the illusion. They tried the usual methods, but to their surprise, nothing worked. What was happening? The Umbu exchanged confused glances and looked back at the Hokage for guidance. A dull headache set in for the third Hokage. This time, the jonin in the office had lost all desire to laugh. The situation had become too serious. If even the Umbu couldn't lift this Jinjutsu, it meant that if Shigetsu used it on any of them, and they were caught, they wouldn't be able to dispel it as easily as others. Being unable to break free meant that while ensnared, they would be helpless against Shigetsu's attacks. This kid's Jinjutsu is something else. All eyes in the room shifted as they sized Shigetsu up anew. Don't look at me like that. I'm telling you, I really can't undo it. This jutsu is called Falling Sakura. Anyone caught in the illusion will uncontrollably start dancing. That's all I really know. I only just developed it. Shigetsu shamelessly dodged responsibility. I really can't help. What more do you want? Are you going to bite me? Doubt me? Go ahead, I dare you. If I don't make you spend at least half a month recovering in the hospital, I'm not Yagami Chigetsu. Chigetsu, are you telling the truth? The third Hokage pressed, his tone serious. Chigetsu met his gaze and answered with composure. Lord Hokage, every word I say is true. Now things had become complicated. The Hokage had intended just to test Chigetsu, but hadn't expected to open up such a can of worms. He began to regret not stopping Hideyoshi Shimura earlier. Perhaps then things wouldn't have gone this far. Shigetsu remained resolute, insisting that his Jinjutsu was newly created and currently impossible to dispel. Even if it was all just a trick, the third Hokage couldn't force him, couldn't demand that he absolutely had to know how. How long can a Jinjutsu last? The stronger one's mind, the less time the Jinjutsu will last, and the harder it is to control them. Chiwe began making things up on the spot. Believe it or not, but Falling Sakura is an attack that never misses. Even someone like Uchiha Madara would get caught in it. The only difference is, for someone on Madara's level, breaking free from the illusion would be effortless. Even if the flaws of Falling Sakura were exposed, Chiwe wasn't worried. The power of an exclusive skill grows alongside its user's own strength. Now, the third Kazekage could break free from Falling Sakura on his own, but if Chiwe ever obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, or even the Eternal Mangekyo, even double the time might not be enough for the third Kazekage to escape its grip. Get someone else to help you break free? I don't mind. In the end, even if you break the illusion, the backlash to your spirit will be severe. Other than powerful ninja with the Sharingan, those with exceptional strength or spiritual fortitude. Anyone else who gets caught will suffer silently. Just as the third Hokage was about to order someone to take the utterly humiliated Shimura Hideo away, Hideo suddenly let out a wretched scream. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground, his whole body convulsing. His extreme reaction startled everyone present. With every eye fixed on him, Chiwe remained calm and explained. Anyone caught in falling Sakura will suffer severe mental trauma. At his level as a jonin, after a week or so in the hospital, he'll recover. You little devil, you're ruthless. The first Umbu ninja to rush over and check on Shimura Hideo almost blurted out that Chiwe was going too far, that it was cruel to treat his own village's ninja this way. But as he spoke, the three Tomo in Chiue's eyes began to spin. Seeing this, the third Hokage snapped, "Enough." Shimura Hideo questioned Chiwe and got caught in a jinjutsu. That's on him. Chiwe only did it to prove himself. It doesn't count as turning on a comrade. This ends here. Take him to the hospital and get him treated. Mental damage, was it really that easy to cure? Anyone could guess that for Shimura Hideo, the days ahead would be unforgettable. The recovery would be a real mix of pain and ecstasy. Yes, sir. The Umbu dared not say another word, obediently carrying Hideo away. Everyone else eyed Chiwe with heightened caution, afraid he might unleash the same technique on them. Embarrassing themselves with a ridiculous dance was one thing, but it was the spiritual trauma that truly frightened them, a wound tough to heal. Chiwe, you did well. I'll make sure your contributions to the village are duly noted. The rest of you have work hard too. Go back and get some rest. Yes, Lord Hokage. Minato and Mikoto Uchiha hurriedly bowed, but Chiwe turned on his heel and strode off. Bowing? To hell with that. Testing me. And you still expect my respect? Chiwe. Minato and Mikoto stared in disbelief, then glanced at the third Hokage, whose face was dark with displeasure. Wasting no time, they chased after Chiwe. The Hokage's office fell into a silence so deep, the faintest sound could be heard. A group of jonin barely dared to breathe. It was obvious to everyone that the recent probing and doubts had made Chiwe lose trust in the third Hokage. A heavy sigh escaped the third Hokage, his lips twitching in resignation. This child has clearly misunderstood my intentions. Never mind, he's still young. He'll come to understand my reasons in time. Let's continue with the meeting. The third's explanation won genuine respect from many jonin. Only the Hokage could show such magnanimity, always choosing to shield and forgive even a rude child. Chiwe, you shouldn't act like this. Whatever happened, Lord Hokage is still the Hokage. Minato was also frustrated by Shimura Hideyori's accusations and the third Hokage's lack of action. But such blatant disrespect from Chiwe, should word of this get out, it would deeply damage his reputation. He allowed it, even hinted to others to question me. Am I supposed to be grateful? Forget that. Cursing openly, Chiwe made no effort to contain his rage. Ignoring Minato, he grabbed Mikoto Uchiha and left. Wait for me. Minato could only give a wry smile, hurrying after them. He's already said what he said. What's there to do now? So be it. If it leads to a warning or punishment, he'll live with it. But it really was reckless, not worth the trouble. That said, the Hokage's actions today were truly unfair. Braving all kinds of danger to bring back crucial information, only to be questioned upon return. Anyone would feel outraged. No wonder Chiwe lashed out. Could the third not hear Chiwe cursing? He definitely heard. But now that he'd fixed the good man label on himself, he could only grit his teeth and endure. To react would be to embarrass himself. After all that commotion, Chiwe lost any desire to visit the hot springs. After saying goodbye to Mikoto and Minato, he went straight home. An hour later, fresh from a bath and halfway through dinner, Chiwe was alerted by Koma to a visitor's arrival. Expressionless, he looked up at the window. Apparently realizing he'd been discovered, the one sneaking in resignedly pushed open the window and jumped inside. You're too impulsive, kid. No matter how upset you are, you can't go cursing out the Hokage. Tsukumo Hatake walked straight over, taking a seat opposite Chiwe. Eyeing the dishes on the table, he sniffed the air and asked, Mind if I help myself? As a senior, I've been busy all day and still haven't eaten. Chiwe stood up, grabbed an extra bowl and chopsticks, and pulled out some ready-made food he'd saved for tomorrow. After sitting down again, he clenched his teeth and said, I always thought I was the village's hero, but to my surprise, what I received was suspicion and distrust. Why did Tsukumo Hatake come here? Was it simply because he found him pleasing? No, it was because the third Hokage had sent him. Chiwe could guess as much. That's why he made no effort to conceal the dissatisfaction he was feeling. I'm just not happy. So what if I'm cursing? I'm being doubted and wronged. Am I not even allowed that? No, you are the village's hero. Tsukumo Hatake spoke with his mouth full, stumbling a bit over his words. If it weren't for the information and enemy bodies you brought back in time, the Land of Fire would have suffered immense losses. Shimura Hideyoshi's suspicions of you, those aren't the Hokage's intentions. He's just narrow-minded, can't stand others outshining him, and harbors a strong hostility toward genius. What the heck? Is Shimura Hideyoshi out of his mind? What did I ever do to provoke him? As expected, everyone from the Shimura clan is trouble. Each of them has something wrong with them. Seeing Chiyue remain silent, Tsukumo Hatake continued. That guy's been like this ever since school. Sigh. I just hope this incident will teach him a lesson. Besides, Chiyue's look made it clear. He didn't believe and didn't want to listen, which left Tsukumo slightly exasperated. He'd come at the third Hokage's request, hoping for a heartfelt conversation with Chiyue to maybe change his mind a little, but it seemed to have had no effect. In any case, you absolutely can't insult the Hokage. Understand? Insult the Hokage. Chiyue widened his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. I haven't. I'd never do such a thing. Really? You haven't? Tsukumo Hatake couldn't help but laugh, a little angrily. Who was that earlier, swearing in front of the Hokage's office? If the Hokage himself hadn't held everyone back, the ANBU would have come for you right away. And you think that doesn't count as cursing? You really believe, as long as you don't call names, it doesn't count? Well, I didn't insult anyone. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I say I didn't, so I didn't. I never mention any names, anyway. Some people had better not take it personally, unless they want to admit their own hypocrisy. Yes, you didn't curse, you didn't. Tsukumo Hatake had to give in. If it were anyone else, he'd definitely put on a stern face and lecture them. But Chiyue, thinking about poor Shimura Hideyoshi, Tsukumo decided it was better not to provoke this kid. No need to end up trapped in some jinjutsu. He couldn't even dispel himself, forced to do a ridiculous dance, and suffer some trauma on top of it. Now wouldn't that be something? Tsukumo Hatake wasn't at all sure he could escape one of Chiyue's illusions. If it were simply a Genjutsu cast through the Sharingan, you could just close your eyes or look down to avoid it. But if it's not that simple, things could get very tricky. So, before figuring out the weaknesses of this cherry blossom illusion, it's best not to mess with this kid. Judging by how decisively Chiyue used Genjutsu on Shimura Hideyoshi, Hatake Tsukumo was certain that if it had been him instead, Chiyue wouldn't have hesitated either. It's better not to provoke someone so tough and reckless. Kid, you really pulled off something big this time. Putting down his bowl and chopsticks, Hatake Tsukumo contentedly patted his stomach and leaned back comfortably in his chair. Though your teammates helped, the main credit goes to you. The Hokage asked me to tell you. The village won't forget what you've done. When the time comes, your achievement will be counted, and you'll be able to trade it in for the things you need, like ninjutsu scrolls and the like. With that, Hatake Tsukumo stood and walked toward the window. Oh, and tomorrow the main forces will head out. Want a shot at glory on the battlefield? No thanks. I'd rather not risk coming back with achievements, only to be accused of lying. Once was enough. Chiyue huffed, then added, Please use the front door. Thank you. My apologies, really. A faint blush crept over Hatake Tsukumo's face. It was just second nature. He hadn't actually meant to climb out the window. Being caught coming in through the window was embarrassing enough. Climbing out the window now would be utterly disgraceful. Leaving Chiyue's home, Hatake Tsukumo made his way to the Hokage's office to report on how things had gone with Chiyue. It seems this child has a deep misunderstanding of me. The third Hokage sighed. Hokage-sama, I think the kid's actually pretty decent. If not for Shimura Hideyoshi and his personal issues, things never would have turned out this way. Though their interactions hadn't been smooth, Hatake Tsukumo still got a good impression of Chiyue's character. If it weren't for that one rotten egg, Shimura Hideyoshi, the whole pot of broth wouldn't have been spoiled. The third Hokage smiled and said, Tsunade said long ago this child was worth raising for the village, and she wasn't wrong. Chiyue isn't hard to get along with. He's just disappointed by today's events, but I believe he'll bounce back. I hope so. I believe in time. He'll become one of Konoha's finest. Hokage-sama, I'll take my leave. By tomorrow morning, he'd be at the front lines. Hatake Tsukumo couldn't afford to be careless. His main task was to lead a few Jonin squads and systematically clear out the enemy forces invading the Land of Fire. Go on, then. The third Hokage waved a hand in dismissal. Hatake Tsukumo bowed and withdrew. And so, with that, the war between Tsunagakure and Konoha began in earnest. A great number of sand shinobi crossed into the Land of Fire. Konoha continued to send out squads of ninja for search and destroy missions, pushing the sand-hidden shinobi back towards the Land of Rivers. In just a short time, villages all across the region were attacked, treasures were looted, supplies stolen, and chaos reigned throughout the countryside. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, scars of war could be seen everywhere. Tsukumo Hataki's arrival marked only the second reinforcement group. No one, not even the third Hokage, had anticipated the Sand Village would send so many shinobi into their territory. To halt the enemy's pillaging as quickly as possible, Konoha had no choice but to dispatch team after team to the front lines. If I don't show you my stern side, you'll start thinking I'm too easygoing. With Tsukumo Hataki seen off, only then did Chiwe finally allow himself to rest. The past few days had left him utterly exhausted. He was in no better shape than Minato or Makoto Uchiha. Thud, thud, thud. Who is it? The next morning, even before the sun had fully risen, Chiwe, lost in his dreams, was jolted awake by an insistent rapping at the door. Still in his pajamas, he yanked the door open. You? Uchiha Fugaku. The person at the entrance was someone Chiwe hadn't expected in the slightest. Fugaku Uchiha, the infamous good-for-nothing heir. Correction. For now, he wasn't head of the clan yet. He was just a young clan heir. At first glance, Chiwe barely recognized him. If it weren't for that unmistakably droopy mouth, Chiwe simply wouldn't have connected him to the future Uchiha Fugaku. Even though Fugaku was only a teenager, he had an air of maturity that seemed to surpass his age. But it wasn't just maturity. The perpetual lack of expression on his face, paired with those downward lips, made his whole look, well, unique. People often said that the Uchiha clan was a cradle for handsome men and beautiful women, but clearly Fugaku hadn't inherited those famed genes. Itachi and Sasuke ended up more and more striking with each generation. Without a doubt, they got all the best traits from Makoto Uchiha. As for Fugaku, superior genes? Please, he ought to be thankful his genes didn't make things worse. If Itachi and Sasuke had looked like him, not even the most devoted fans could have seen them as the shining stars they became. It's me. A hint of a smile appeared on Fugaku's otherwise emotionless face. But if anything, the attempt just made him look even less approachable. In fact, it somehow made him appear even less attractive than before. What do you want with me? To anyone outside of Makoto and her mother, Chiwe had little affection for the rest of the Uchiha clan. He could never forget the memory of his mother's desperate pleading. The painful scene where she begged to have him accepted back into the clan. And the ridiculousness of it all. Their answer was always no, because of his white hair. For the Uchiha, that stark white hair was simply unforgivable. A laughable reason to turn someone away. Fortunately, Chiwe had reincarnated into the Senju family. If he'd wound up as a half-white-haired Uchiha, they'd probably have treated him like a monster. Can we go inside and talk? Uchiha Fugaku gestured toward the house. Standing at the doorway was certainly not the right place for a conversation. I'm sorry, but no. Chiwe showed Fugaku no courtesy whatsoever. No matter whom he represented, be it the Uchiha clan leader or some respected elder, it made no difference. Chiwe would never offer them a friendly welcome. If it weren't for concerns about troubling Mikoto's family, Chiwe would already have been tempted to kick him out outright. That peculiar smile on Uchiha Fugaku's face gradually froze. He probably hadn't expected Chiwe to be this unyielding, showing not the slightest respect. Not even for the young lord of the Uchiha clan. Not even letting him cross the threshold. The Uchiha may be the foremost family in Konoha, but I'm just an ordinary person. I'd rather you didn't come here and disturb my life. With those words, Chiwe made to close the door. But you carry Uchiha blood. Your mother is one of us. Fugaku's face slipped back into its usual sternness. That's right. Chiwe gave a faint smile. So, when my mother I needed help most, she pleaded desperately to be allowed back into the clan. But unfortunately, she was turned away, because I have this hair of stark white that makes me stand out. He pointed, still smiling, at his own white hair. The smile faded from Chiwe's face, his eyes growing as cold as ice. This is the first time, and I hope it's the last. If someone from the Uchiha clan shows up at my door again, I won't be so polite. My blood is a gift from my mother. Since you refuse to accept us, don't bother coming back to persuade me. You walk your sunlit path on the island. I'll cross the rickety bridge my own way. Bang! The door nearly clipped Fugaku's nose, making him instinctively step back. His face darkened with embarrassment. He, the dignified young leader of the Uchiha, had put aside his pride and come uninvited, only to be shut out, even threatened. It was humiliating. What stung Fugaku the most was that there was nothing he could do about Chiwe. If there ever was a time for a dark scheme, it would have to wait, perhaps until Chiwe left the village. And taking on Chiwe wasn't so easy anyway. News of Shimura Hideyoshi's infamous, bumbling dance scene had already spread throughout Konoha. No one would want to tangle with that mess on purpose. TCH, some people are the same no matter which world you find them in. When they don't like you, they'll trample you without hesitation, even kick you while you're down. But the moment you become someone worth winning over, they come running with a smile. So what if I won't give Uchiha Fugaka the time of day? Back when I was powerless and couldn't defend myself, I kept my head down and avoided them. But now that I have the strength to stand my ground, why should I give them face? Wishful thinking, that's all. Shimura Hideyoshi had become famous, utterly, irreversibly famous, but it was the kind of notoriety the Shimura clan would have gladly done without. Because of him, every member of the Shimura family now found it hard to show their face in public. Some hot-blooded clansmen were even clamoring for Chiyuki to pay the price for what happened. Fortunately, all they did was bluster. In Konoha, no one would dare confront Chiyuki openly, for that would spark internal conflict, something absolutely forbidden. Even later, when Danzo held sway over everything, he still kept his schemes hidden in the shadows, never daring to bring them out in the open. Chiyuki had neither the time nor inclination to worry about these matters. Right now, all he wanted was a good, peaceful sleep. But fate had a different plan. Just as Chiyuki lay down, hardly a moment passed before the sound of the door opening reached his ears. The main door eased open, and in popped a little head crowned with unruly red hair, eyes darting about mischievously as she silently surveyed the scene. It was Kushina. She glanced around, didn't see Chiyuki anywhere, and let out a sigh of relief. Quickly, she placed the lunchbox she brought on the table and gently closed the door behind her, completely unaware that Chiyuki, the very person she hoped not to disturb, was massaging his temples and watching her, feeling both exasperated and amused at her sneaky, almost burglar-like behavior. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice behind her made her jump. Already on edge, Kushina was startled like a frightened fawn, letting out a sharp cry and springing almost a foot in the air. At this moment, all her bravado as a Jinchuriki, her famed chakra chains, her extraordinary sensory abilities, vanished. She was just an ordinary, helpless little girl. "Chiyuki, you nearly scared me out of my wits." Kushina puffed up in indignation and stomped her foot, glaring at him, her heart still pounding with agitation. Chiyuki yawned, shot Kushina a sidelong look, and shuffled toward the bathroom. "How did you get a key to my house?" It was clear his nap had just become a distant hope. "Because I live right next door," Kushina replied proudly, jangling the key for emphasis. "I told the locksmith uncle I'd left my key inside, so he helped me open the door and made me a spare one, too." Chiyuki, mid-brush at the sink, nearly choked on his toothpaste foam. Was there really such a sneaky trick? With skills like that, she might as well turn professional. Burglars could learn a thing or two from her. Even thieves would envy her ability to acquire someone else's key in broad daylight, and with total innocence. Cue the endless calls for updates. Free gifts appreciated. I'll keep the chapters coming. Love you all, Red Heart. With a cheerful flourish, Kushina opened the lunchbox, plopped into a chair, rested her chin in one hand, and said with delight, "I heard this morning that you gave that Shimura brat a lesson, so I checked with the Umbu uncle who always tags along with me. Once I was sure you'd come back to the village, I brought you this bento. Looks like you're getting along pretty well with the Umbu, huh?" After finishing washing his face and brushing his teeth, Chinwe walked out, glanced at the lunchboxes, sat down, and picked up a grilled chicken wing to eat. Last night, Tsukumo Itaki had suddenly dropped by, and he even brought along some freshly prepared dishes. Who could have guessed that this white-haired fellow could eat even more than him? Thanks to that, Chinwe hadn't had his fill. Luckily, he happened to be a bit hungry now. Chinwe savored his food, thoroughly enjoying it, and Kushina couldn't have been happier. "How did you know I opened the door?" "I was very careful. With the nine tails that massive sealed inside you. How could I not notice?" Even little Shiro was just about ready to leap out, honestly. Besides, I was already awake anyway. Chinwe casually tossed the chicken bone onto the table. "The young chief of the Uchiha clan came knocking just before you, and it woke me up. I'd barely lain down when I heard the sound of the door opening. So that's what happened." Kushina stuck out her tongue shyly, a bit embarrassed. Grilled chicken wings, roasted drumsticks, and beef skewers. Chinwe had to admit, Kushina's lunchbox was spectacular. Most surprising of all, the flavor was almost identical to the Akimichi clan's famous barbecue. "This flavor is really familiar." As he chewed the beef, Chinwe asked curiously, "It tastes just like the Akimichi clan barbecue. Where'd you get the recipe?" "I bought it from Uncle Hokage himself." Kushina gave a proud little scrunch of her nose, clearly quite pleased with herself. The big Akimichi guy was so stingy. No matter how much I offered, he wouldn't sell. In the end, I went to the Hokage, and he got it for me on the condition that it was just for my personal use. Cost me 100,000 ryo. Chinwe was speechless. The Akimichi must have been weeping in despair in the bathroom after that stunt. They probably pleaded with everyone, praying she wouldn't leak the secret recipe. Kushina really deserved full marks for this maneuver. Smart of her to think of going to the third Hokage for help. Anyone else would never have gotten their hands on the Akimichi's secret barbecue recipe. With the Hokage himself negotiating, the Akimichi really had no choice. All they could do was make Kushina sign a guarantee she'd never reveal it. Just picturing those distraught, chubby faces of the Akimichi clan, Chinyue couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kushina was just brilliant. Go on, praise me. Didn't I do great? Kushina kept hinting at Chinyue, but he didn't notice. He was staring up at the window. Thunk! The window swung open, and a little blonde boy tumbled in, still halfway hanging onto the frame. But the moment he saw the two people in the living room staring at him, that triumphant grin froze on his face. Ahem. Well, I just thought this would be quieter, so it'd be less of a disturbance for you. Minato explained awkwardly. Minato, how could you climb in through the window? That's so rude. Kushina was quick to play the innocent. Minato looked totally sheepish. Chinyue was speechless. Secretly hiring a locksmith to open the door to my house, and even making a spare key, isn't really any better than Minato climbing through my window. That smells amazing. Minato, who had been ready to come up with an excuse, suddenly sniffed the air. His eyes landed on the lunchbox and wouldn't budge. It was the scent of grilled meat. Chinyue, you really know how to live. Minato scolded Chinyue for her wicked deeds, even as he reached for a chicken drumstick. A sharp smack sounded in the room. Ow! Minato jumped up, clutching his hand, which had immediately turned red. Kushina stood there, hands on her hips. This breakfast is for Chinyue. If you want some, make your own. Makoto, you're here. Still smarting from his injustice, Minato's eyes suddenly darted to the doorway as he called out in apparent surprise. Huh, Makoto. Kushina fell for it and turned to look behind her almost instinctively. But of course there was no Makoto. In the blink of an eye, Minato snatched the chicken drumstick and dashed off to the side to wolf it down. Realizing she'd been tricked, Kushina was furious, her fists itching for payback. Watching this pair of troublemakers clown around, Chinyue was only too happy to sit back and enjoy the show. As for Minato's desperate looks for help, sorry, I didn't see a thing. You'll just have to take your punishment. After Kushina left, Minato sat there, wincing and holding his face. Kushina had landed a punch right to his cheek. It hurt like crazy, and tears were pooling in his eyes. The girl really didn't hold back. Of course, Minato had tricked her. That's why Kushina's punch was so fierce. As time passed, Kushina was definitely starting to show traces of turning into Tsunade. If things aren't working out, just use your fist. And if one punch isn't enough, land another. Chinyue felt grateful that Tsunade hadn't taught Kushina her monstrous strength technique. Otherwise, Kushina plus super strength. Who knows how many might have suffered by now. Serves you right. You know Kushina hates being lied to. How could you forget? Chinyue laughed gleefully, utterly unapologetic. Serves you right for trying to hog all the food, Minato retorted, baring his teeth. By the way, you're famous now. Did you know? Even some jonin from that stubborn Shimura clan is talking about you. And where did you pick up that tone? I learned from you. If you can say it, I can say it too. Famous? Chinyue didn't care. After all, not many in Konoha really knew him. As for his striking white hair, that wasn't exactly rare in Konoha, so he wasn't worried about being recognized out on the street. Chinyue, what is it? Something was off about our little ray of sunshine today. He seemed nervous and twitchy. Chinyue eyed him suspiciously. What could have rattled Minato so badly that he was acting weird first thing in the morning? A new war is coming. Do you think we'll end up on the battlefield? Under Chinyue's watchful gaze, Minato struggled to get the words out. I thought you were about to say something profound, but after all that build-up, that's all you could come up with? Get out. Chinyue gave Minato a sharp kick and sent him flying out the door. Whether we go to war or not, that's for the higher-ups to decide, not us. So what if a new war is about to break out? It's not like you or I have any say in the matter. Honestly, he's just worrying about things that don't concern him. He'd be better off thinking about what to have for lunch. Even the third Hokage isn't panicking. Why should he be? No matter how intense the war gets, do you really think it'll reach the Leaf Village? It just doesn't seem possible, no matter how you look at it. As for everything else, what's the point in stressing over things out of your control? Are we having a get-together today? Noticing Chinyue open the fridge and check what was left inside, Minato's eyes lit up. To avoid running out of time to buy groceries, Chinyue often stocked up on extra meat, tucking some away in the freezer so she could whip up a meal anytime. You cooking today? Chinyue shot a glance back at Minato. Minato's confident smile faltered. He scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Well, I would love to cook. You know I enjoy it, but honestly, my cooking can't compare to yours. I'd hate for Makoto and Kushina to end up disappointed. So, same as always, I'll get the groceries and you take care of the rest. Deal. It wasn't such a bad idea to have a small gathering now and then. With this latest mission, both Minato and Mikoto Uchiha had been frightened out of their wits. A good meal might help soothe their rattled spirits. After thinking it over for a moment, Chiwe agreed. All right, leave the grocery run to me. Energetic again, Minato bounded out the door, not even caring about the fist-shaped bruise still visible on his face. Kushina really didn't hold back. Hopefully Minato's face won't swell up too much, Chiwe chuckled, shaking her head as she started prepping the ingredients. She could predict with her eyes closed what Minato would bring back from the market. Always the same things, over and over. People in the Hokage's world just didn't take their cooking as seriously as in her previous life, and there wasn't much variety in ingredients, either. Even if she wanted to try something new, there simply weren't enough ingredients to go around. It's intelligence from the village. In a hidden cave, Orochimaru unfastened a scroll of intel from the talons of his ninja hawk and sent the bird off again with a swift flick. The old man, Jiraiya, face smudged with dirt, as if he hadn't bothered to wash up for days, yawned wide, clearly not adjusting well to life on the road. The fierce clash between Konoha and the Rain Ninja village continued without pause, and exhaustion was etched into the faces of the trio. Tsunade sat quietly on a log nearby, not uttering a word. Of all the squad, she was the most worn out. She didn't just have to fight, she had to tend to the wounded, concoct new medicines, and manage supplies as well. Given this rare moment of peace, Tsunade had no desire to pay attention to village affairs. She just wanted a little time to rest. But wanted to focus on the village anyway, especially after the old man handed frontline command to Danzo. This is sheer nonsense. What's wrong with letting Narashika handle things? He has intelligence, strategic sense, and all the qualifications one could wish for. Unlike Danzo and his blindly scrambling crowd. It's just unfortunate that the third Hokage still appointed Danzo as the frontline commander. Upon opening the intelligence scroll, Orochimaru's vertical, serpentine pupils narrowed. What's the matter? Jiraiya noticed something was off with Orochimaru and glanced over, while Tsunade, her eyes tired, also looked up to see what was going on. The Sand-Hidden Village has declared war on Konoha. The third Kazekage has led a ninja army right into the Land of Fire. Orochimaru let out an amused chuckle and tossed the scroll to Tsunade, who was struck dumb by its contents. The kid you've had your eye on is remarkable, so young, yet he's awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan and already annihilated an elite Jonin squad. He's adept at Jinjutsu, can control a Jonin with ease. Unfortunately, he's a bit too independent for the old man's liking. The Hokage wants you to come back and put him through some tough training. In the third Hokage's eyes, Chiyuki's actions were simply insubordinate. The saving grace was that Chiyuki had shown no favor to the Uchiha clan, nor any intention of returning to them. Because of this, the Hokage sent a message to Tsunade at the front, partly to inform her that the Sand Village had declared war, but above all, to summon her back. Once she returned, she was to keep Chiyuki by her side and mentor him, hoping that would help foster his sense of belonging. What? Jiraiya couldn't help but gasp. Are you talking about that brat, Yagami Chiyuki? Jiraiya lunged to snatch the scroll, but Tsunade's fist was faster and came crashing down. With a howl of pain, Jiraiya was plastered against a rock wall. His body gave a couple of trembling twitches before he slumped down to the ground. Honestly, with Tsunade eager to read the scroll, picking a fight over it was just begging for trouble. At this point, Orochimaru, still uncorrupted, was actually quite easy to get along with. Every now and then, he'd even joke around with Jiraiya and Tsunade. But Nawaki's tragic fate had completely altered the course of Orochimaru's life. After reading the scroll with care, Tsunade pondered aloud. I didn't expect the kid to grow so fast. His Sharingan has already advanced to 3-Tomo, and he can effortlessly control Jonin with Jinjutsu. No wonder the old man is anxious. When are you planning on heading back? Orochimaru leaned against the rock, gazing out at the relentless rain cascading over the mouth of the cave. As soon as possible, Tsunade replied. The third Hokage didn't want Chiyuki getting too close to the Uchiha, and neither did Tsunade. Otherwise, Kushina would have to sever all ties with Chiyuki for good. Tsunade couldn't stand the thought of seeing Kushina so heartsick. Seriously, aside from being a little more handsome and a little more talented, what else was good about that brat? Why did he seem to attract the attention of every girl around? Kushina was just clueless. Of all people, why did she have to fall for someone like him? Take Watergate with you as well. Jiraiya, collapsed on the ground, slowly raised his hand. Tsunade remained silent. Orochimaru, too, said nothing. I brought a friend along. I hope it's all right. With an apologetic smile, Minato gently pulled Narashikaku, whose mouth was twitching, from beside him. Chiyuki, it's been a while. Come inside. Don't just stand there blocking the doorway. You're not a stranger. Chiyuki glanced outside, but didn't spot the other two members of Inoshikacho. Apparently, it was just Shikaku who had come with Minato. This generation of Inoshikacho had originally been in the same year as them, but not in the same class. Later, both Chiyuki and Minato had skipped a grade. They didn't come. I bumped into Minato at the market, we chatted a bit, and then I accepted his invitation to join the dinner, Shikaku explained. Perfect timing. Go help Minato wash the vegetables, Chiyuki said directly, showing no formality as she pulled him in and gave him a gentle push toward the kitchen. Wash the vegetables. Shikaku hadn't expected that. As a dinner guest, he'd be put to work in the kitchen. Minato, unfazed by the arrangement, just let out a friendly chuckle. That's Chiyuki's rule. We can have a dinner party, but everyone has to chip in. I usually do the grocery shopping, he cooks, and Kushina and Mikoto take care of the cleaning after we eat. That startled me for a moment. I thought every guest who came had to work. Relieved, Shikaku relaxed, though his brows soon knit in worry. Washing vegetables sounded like much more trouble than he'd thought. Plus, Minato had bought quite a lot. Even with two people working together, it'd be a hassle, definitely not his strong suit. He let out a long, resigned sigh as he watched Minato getting busy, then steeled himself and headed for the kitchen. No sooner had he set foot in the kitchen than, with a loud crash, there was a commotion and Minato's exasperated voice rang out. Out! Asking you to help was a terrible idea. I just finished washing those. Sorry, I didn't mean to, Shikaku replied with an awkward laugh, defeated as he walked out of the kitchen, looking thoroughly embarrassed. Chiyuki laughed so hard she nearly doubled over. The illustrious young master of the Nara clan couldn't even manage to wash some vegetables. The way he entered the kitchen, so tense and anxious, one would think he was about to face a combat drill. Have a seat, make yourself at home. The more, the merrier. After a good laugh, Chiyuki gestured for Shikaku to sit, handed him a bottle of water, and asked, You've already graduated, haven't you? I just graduated. But because of the outbreak of the war, there's a shortage of Jonin instructors in the village. They haven't managed to assign one to me yet. Shikaku nodded as he answered. For inheritors like the Inoshikacho trio, they never had to worry about being matched with a Jonin instructor. The village would always appoint a highly capable Jonin to lead them. Not like those other teams, who had to go through so much picking and choosing. You big clan kids always have it easier. Chiyuki sighed with a hint of envy. Shikaku was momentarily speechless. My father said the village actually wanted Lady Tsunade to be your teacher, but you turned them down. Honestly, I should be the one envious of you. Chiyuki, we're here. Kushina burst in, pulling Mikoto Uchiha behind her, carrying a bag full of pastries. As she spotted Shikaku, sitting in the living room, she looked curiously at him and asked, Who's this? He looked familiar. She was sure she'd seen him somewhere, but couldn't quite place him. The Nara clan was well known in Konoha, but honestly, Kushina had never cared much about such things. She'd only seen Shikaku, his hair tied up in a spiky ponytail, around the academy, but never really interacted with him. That's why she found him familiar, but couldn't remember his name. This is Shikaku Nara, a classmate from our year, just from the class next door. Chiyuki explained. Kushina's face lit up in realization, and she smiled. Nice to meet you. I am Kushina. It's great to finally put a name to the face. I am Shikaku Nara. Nice to meet you too, he replied, a little stiffly. And his stiffness had a clear reason. The terrifying red-hot pepper legend Kushina had left behind at the academy. It seemed like every day, Shikaku would overhear classmates whispering tales of how fierce Kushina was, and how hard her punches landed. Now, meeting her in person at last, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. I'm Mikoto Uchiha, said Mikoto softly. Compared to Kushina, Shikaku felt Mikoto might be more approachable. Back at the academy, she was known for her gentle and pleasant temperament. Is it just my imagination? Shikaku wondered. Why does this guy with the little ponytail look so scared of me? Am I really that terrifying? Whenever he faces Mikoto, he's perfectly normal. The second he faces me, he clams up. Kushina's eyes narrowed as she regarded Shikaku, suspicion brewing. A dangerous aura filled the room. As Shikaku and Chiyuki chatted about life as new graduates, a sudden chill ran down the back of his neck. His instincts kicked in. He turned, only to find Kushina, hair seeming to bristle with energy and fist tightening. I don't think I did anything. Is a red-hot pepper about to blow up? At me? Ahem. All right, Kushina. Shikaku is only here for the first time. If you keep this up, you'll scare him off. Chiyuki quickly intervened, seeing Shikaku nearly ready to bolt for the door. If she hadn't, there was a real chance he'd end up on the receiving end of one of those infamous punches. What happened? Who upset Kushina? Noticing something was wrong in the living room, Minato shook the water off his hands and hurried out. Unexpectedly, he was met head-on by Kushina's eyes, which were practically spitting fire. The vegetables aren't cleaned yet. I'll go wash them first. You all carry on. Just carry on. Minato beat a swift retreat back to the kitchen, acting as if he hadn't seen a thing, as if none of it concerned him. Good grief. Minato's quick rush in and hasty escape left Shikaku, Nara, utterly dumbfounded. Could he be any more obvious? All right, let's go bring out the pastries. With a gentle smile, Mikoto Uchiha, always sensitive to the mood, stepped forward and whisked Kushina away. Crisis averted. Phew, I really shouldn't have come to join the crowd. That fiery red pepper's too dangerous. I need to keep my distance from now on. How can Minato like a girl like that? That's just terrifying. Throughout the meal, Shikaku's heart pounded out his chest and sweat poured down his brow. The moment dinner was over, he found any excuse, to rush away. It was as though something terrifying was hot on his heels, and he couldn't get away fast enough. I never want to see him again. If you ever invite friends like that again, I'll pound you into the ground. That whole dinner, both Shikaku and Minato were on edge, their hearts hammering. Kushina only grew more furious. Something clearly wasn't right. Shikaku acted like he couldn't stand the sight of her, doing everything he could to avoid her. Did he think she was some kind of monster? Unbelievable. Aha. I just remembered I have something to do, so I'll be heading out. See you tomorrow. Minato had initially wanted to invite Chiyuki for a training session, but seeing the tense atmosphere, he thought it best to make his escape. Otherwise, there was a real risk Kushina would lose her temper and take it out on him. Count yourself lucky you ran fast. With a snort and a swipe beneath her nose, Kushina made it clear she wasn't pleased. It took a fair bit of coaxing from Mikoto before she finally calmed down. Father, Chiyuki Yagami refused. I wasn't even allowed in the door to talk. At the clan leader's residence, Fugaku Uchiha knelt in shame before the head of the Uchiha clan, his gaze fixed low. He dared not lift his head to meet his father's eyes, for fear of seeing disappointment there. The clan had swept a look over his anxious son, but his expression remained neutral as he spoke in a calm tone. If his mother were still alive, perhaps there would be a chance. But alas, he shook his head and poured himself a cup of tea. You needn't trouble yourself with this further. Focus on your new duties with the police force. The Uchiha won't fall just because we lose a single prodigy. I trust that one day, he'll change his mind. After all, no one understands a Sharingan better than our clan. But about the elders, foolishness. With a heavy hand, the clan head slammed his teacup down on the table and burst out in anger. What you should be concerned about is how to take control of the police force, how to persuade its members to follow you, not worrying about the opinions of the Grand Elder. Yes, Fugaku Uchiha kept his head bowed, even lower. Having thoroughly scolded his son, the clan head took a deep breath and finally calmed down. Go to Mikoto Uchiha's home and have a word with her mother. Tell her it's my suggestion that her daughter join the police force. If I can't bring in Shinwa Yagami, can I at least get Mikoto Uchiha into the police force? As long as Mikoto is part of the police force, Chiwe will never stand against the Uchiha, unless we deliberately provoke him. After all, the Uchiha merely refused to let him return. We haven't truly kicked him while he's down. And with Mikoto and her mother acting as intermediaries, even if Chiwe continues to rise in strength, he won't go out of his way to make things difficult for the Uchiha in the future. And even if Chiwe has his own opinions about our clan, so what? We are the foremost family in the ninja world. Are we supposed to be afraid of a mere child? Yes, I'll go visit them right away, Fugaku replied, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. No matter how many times this happened, every time he faced his father, Fugaku always felt tense and feared he might disappoint him. That night, under the cover of darkness, Fugaku set out with a gift and paid a visit to Mikoto's home, conveying the clan head's wishes on his behalf. But how was he supposed to convince Mikoto? Meanwhile, Chiwe was at home, wrestling with the very same problem. With a new war breaking out, even though Sand Ninja had sent many of their own into the Land of Fire, they would eventually be forced out. The Leaf would never allow the front lines to approach their own borders. Pushing the fighting back into the Land of Wind was non-negotiable. If that failed, then the battle would spill into the Land of Rivers instead. When that happened, there'd be a battlefield in the Land of Rivers, another in the Land of Rain, and Chiwe could be sent to either front. The village would definitely not let him idle about. There would be no days lounging around with nothing to do. Chiwe wasn't afraid of war, but he had to think about the people close to him, like Mikoto Uchiha. Minato was one thing. If he really went to war, Jiraiya would definitely look out for him. But if Mikoto were assigned to the front lines with him, she might face all kinds of dangers. So Chiwe hoped she could stay in the village, or, put simply, join the police force first. Once part of the police force, even if the village called up more ninja, they wouldn't come for her. It was a good idea in theory, but Chiwa wasn't sure how to persuade her. He feared that as soon as he brought it up, Makoto would erupt. Support the author for faster updates. Love you all. The next morning, still enjoying a rare lazy sleep, Chiwa was once again awakened by the sound of the door opening. He thought it might be Kushina, but it turned out to be Makoto Uchiha. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he shuffled out of the bedroom, stifling a yawn as he asked, "Sister Makoto, is there something you need, coming over so early?" "It's not that early, you know." With a gentle smile, Makoto Uchiha placed a lunchbox on the table and pulled Chiwa down to sit beside her. "Have something to eat first, then I'll tell you why I came over this early." "So, there really is something going on?" "Wait a minute, I haven't brushed my teeth yet." Gazing at the delicious food inside the lunchbox, Chiwa hesitated for a good 3.3 seconds. In the end, she decided to eat first and worry about washing up later. "Chiwa, I might have to leave the squad and join the police force." Smiling as she watched Chiwa eating heartily, Makoto Uchiha's expression gradually faded when Chiwa was nearly done. Looking down, her voice softened, tinged with disappointment. "Join the police force." Chiwa was caught completely off guard. She had been debating whether to bring it up herself. And if she did, what reason could she give to persuade Makoto? Yet, before she could say a word, Makoto had already brought it up herself. Is this what they mean by a pillow appearing just when you feel sleepy? The thought almost made Chiwa laugh out loud at herself. "It's because of your mother, isn't it?" Chiwa stuffed the last piece of pastry into her mouth and looked up at her. Makoto Uchiha gave a troubled nod. "Last night, young clan head Fugako Uchiha came to our house on behalf of the clan leader to discuss things with my mom. He said he thinks I have great potential and hopes I'll join the police force in a clerical role. The clan will even assign a Jonin mentor to guide my training. Mom's already agreed. She hopes I can grow into my best self. After all, no one understands a Sharingan better than the Uchiha." When it came to handling the Sharingan, Chiwa simply couldn't compare to those Uchiha Jonin who had mastered it for years. With instruction from someone like that, Makoto Uchiha's skills would surely improve by leaps and bounds, and she'd be set on the best path. What now? Will Chiwa agree? What if he gets angry? How should I make it up to him? Makoto Uchiha's heart was a tangled mess of worry. This is great news. She'd been ready to deal with a furious Chiwa, but all he said was that it was good news. Makoto Uchiha stared at him, utterly bewildered. Setting down his chopsticks, Chiwa reached out and gently pinched Makoto's cheek. "Actually, Makoto, even if you hadn't said anything, I would have advised you to join the police force first myself. With a new war looming, there's no way the village will let me idle. Chances are, I'll be sent to the Land of Rivers front, or maybe to the Rain Country. There's a strong possibility that Minato and I will both be gone for a while. If you stay in the village without a suitable team, joining the police force for clerical work and receiving training from the Uchiha would be so much better. But if you go to war, isn't that really dangerous?" Makoto Uchiha, forgetting entirely that Chiwa was still pinching her cheek, let her concerns slip out, her words escaping between awkward lips. At this moment, her heart was filled with worry. Would Chiwa face danger on the battlefield? How could that possibly happen? Seeing that it was enough, Chiwa hurriedly let go. If she kept squeezing any longer, it would leave marks on her hand. With a confident smile, she said, "Even if I go to war, it'll be me defeating the enemy. There's no way the enemy could defeat me. Don't you trust my abilities by now?" "Trust you? As if. Only you get to defeat the enemy, but the enemy can't defeat you? That's wishful thinking at its finest." Still, Chiwa really did have the strength to protect herself on the battlefield. She stood up and walked toward the bathroom. "So what are you still worrying about? If you stay in the village, you'll get to spend more time with Kushina. Kushina will be over the moon if she finds out you're staying." Just picturing Kushina jumping with joy, Makoto Uchiha couldn't help but laugh softly. With Chiwa's reassurance, Makoto finally set her worries aside and smoothly joined the police force's clerical staff. Apparently, the salary was fairly generous too. Several days passed in quick succession. The Land of Fire trembled with war. Sand Shinobi ran amok, forcing the Leaf to dispatch teams to drive them back and hunt them down. But curiously, Chiwa hadn't heard a single order passed down from the village. "Chiwa, could it be that we got it all wrong?" Beside a little river they used for training, Minato and Chiwa sat together, sharing grilled fish. Who knows? Even Chiwa found it baffling. Had the third Hokage really changed? That hardly seemed possible. With war on two fronts, the Leaf was spread thin. They had even summoned ninja from all the clans to the battlefield for the second time. So why would they leave the two of them relaxing in the village, doing nothing? With a flick of his wrist, Chiwa tossed the fish bones into the campfire and joked, "What's wrong? You can't wait to get on the battlefield." As if, Minato's voice shot up, equal parts protest and alarm. He might not be afraid of battle, but he wasn't someone who enjoyed killing. Given the choice, he would much rather live in a world without war, where people of all nations could coexist peacefully. I just wish for peace, a world without war. A genuine thought, and yet, sadly, nothing more than a fantasy. Chi couldn't even bring herself to crush his hopes. After all, wars between humans had never truly ceased. Before ninja came into existence, it was so. After the ninja system formed, nothing really changed. Things only quieted down a little when Hashirama Senju was around. He was, after all, the god of ninja. No other village dared challenge his power. With a figure like him holding things together, who would dare start a war? But after Hashirama Senju's death, the first great ninja war erupted not long after. Even his brother, Tobirama, famed for his water jutsu and forbidden techniques, couldn't keep things in check. Shinue, why do you think wars happen? Is it really impossible for the shinobi world to ever have peace? It's possible. Shinue bumped into Minato, answering him impatiently. Maybe the world finds peace when you're dreaming at night. Now go wash your hands. They're all greasy, and you keep reaching up to your hair. I can't take it anymore. Minato didn't notice it himself, but Shinue couldn't stand to watch. Could you not just wash your hands before you start scratching? And where did you even pick up that habit? All these years I've known you, you've been scratching your head non-stop? You still haven't had enough? One of these days, you'll end up scraping off a patch of your scalp if you're not careful. A sudden urge to retort welled up in Minato. Forget it, can't win that one. Better just hold his tongue, dream of peace instead. After all, Shinue wasn't exactly wrong. In the shinobi world, true peace really only comes in dreams. A unit of wounded soldiers returned from the front lines to Konoha. Tsunade, worn out to the bone, planned to go home and rest. After a moment's thought, though, she made her way to the Hokage's office instead. Bang! The Hokage's office door swung open with a crash. Kohor Yutane and Hamura Midokado, busy with a meeting inside, frowned at the commotion and were just about to scold the culprit. But when they saw who it was, the anger fizzled out in an instant. Tsunade, you're not a child anymore. Can't you show a little bit of courtesy? Without sparing Koharu a glance, Tsunade ignored her and immediately reported to the third Hokage. Old man, the injured have all been brought back, every last one of them intact. I've already sent people to get them to the hospital. They just need treatment and rest now. If there's nothing else, I'm heading home to sleep. I'm dead on my feet. I knew you were up to something when you called me back to the village, making me escort a whole bunch of wounded. But at Tsunade's complaints, the third Hokage merely smiled instead of getting upset. Then go get some rest first. The wounded will be well cared for at the hospital. You've had a hard time lately. You better know it. I'm exhausted, and I couldn't even find anyone to play cards with at the front. So annoying. Tsunade couldn't help but feel her dark circles had gotten worse, with her skin in far worse shape. All of this was because of the war. If it weren't for this outbreak, she could still be relaxing in Konoha. Treat a few patients for a little extra cash on the side, then go blow it all at the casinos in style. Now, that would be the life of a true immortal. But ever since the war started, Tsunade's peaceful days vanished, and every day on the front drained her to exhaustion. That idiot Jiraiya even had the nerve to laugh at her. Just wait until she got her hands on him. The third Hokage chose to ignore that last bit entirely. Looking for someone to play cards with on the battlefield? What a wild fantasy. And by that logic, if Jiraiya was complaining about not having anywhere to sneak a peek for his research during battle, should I send a few girls to stand by just for him to gather material? Urged on relentlessly for updates. No need to worry, the updates will keep coming. Red Heart. Tsunade, having finally relaxed, yawned as she walked away. Hamura Midokado, who had been neglected all this time, flushed with indignation. Sarutobi, are you just going to let her get away with this? Here we go again. Kohor Yutane could only give a slight shake of his head. Whenever Hamura and Danzo were ignored, they always took their frustrations out on the third Hokage. But it never achieved anything. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, at least, had the courtesy to leave them a little dignity. Tsunade, on the other hand, was completely different. She simply pretended they didn't exist. If you can't stand me, why should I bother with you? After all, you wouldn't dare to do anything to me anyway. So drop that elder's attitude. It simply doesn't work on me. Koharu, Tsunade is just exhausted, that's all. As always, the third Hokage tried to smooth things over. Situations like this just needed to be glossed over. On one side were his friends, who also happened to be village elders. On the other, his student, the princess of Konoha. Neither of them was afraid of him. Since that's how things stood, why get involved? It was best to just muddle through. Faced with the third Hokage's evasiveness, Koharu was furious, but there was nothing she could do. There was no way he would force Tsunade to apologize over something like this, and Tsunade would never apologize anyway. In the end, nothing would come of it. After a whole day of training, Chiyuki and Minato finally headed home. Just as they reached their front door and were about to go inside, Chiyuki noticed that someone had tampered with the window. So he asked silently in his mind, "Xiaobai, is someone in the house?" "Yes." Xiaobai, dozing off in the sealed space, answered in a languid voice, rolled over comfortably, and went right back to sleep. Kushina, Mikoto Uchiha, would never climb through a window. If she had come over, she'd definitely look for Minato and me by the riverside. So the only one who'd crawl through a window must be Kushina. That girl always tried to spook him, hiding in the room or behind the door, even though she never managed to startle Chiyuki. But Kushina just loved her little games. Or, to put another way, her pranks. Poor Nine Tails. Chiyuki offered a silent 3-second prayer for the Nine Tails, then took out his key, unlocked the door, and walked to the bedroom. Well, not bad. She even remembered to hide under the covers. Chiyuki grabbed the quilt and gave it a sharp tug. He'd managed to pull the blanket off and finally saw who was underneath. Wait, this wasn't Kushina at all. Since when had Kushina become a blonde? "Who's there?" Tsunade, half asleep, cracked one eye open and squinted at the figure standing before her, studying the shape for a while before the haze cleared. Then she hugged her pillow, rolled over, and mumbled, "Go make something to eat. I am starving." "Wait a minute. You climb through my window, sleep in my bed, and then have the nerve to ask me to cook for you? Sis, this is my house, not yours." Tsunade's return to the Leaf Village was something Chiyue hadn't seen coming at all. She looked utterly exhausted. It was clear that fighting on the battlefield was no easy task, especially in the dreadful conditions of the Land of Rain. As for Jiraiya, who knew if he was back yet? If he was, he'd definitely rush to find Minato first. After all, he'd left his student alone for so long. He'd want to make it up to him right away. "Wake up. Go home to sleep." Chiyue tossed the blanket aside and nudged Tsunade. "Don't bother me. Let me sleep a bit longer. I'm dead tired and starving too." Tsunade mumbled, half awake. "When I got back, I found out Kushina had moved out. She wasn't home, so I came here instead. Besides, you cook well. I've really missed your food. I want some braised pork." You'd think she was the braised pork, the way she acts. Clearly, this woman wasn't planning on leaving anytime soon. Speechless, Chiyue withdrew from the bedroom and headed to the kitchen. Moments later, the smell of cooking meat roused Tsunade from her stupor. Her eyes snapped open and she leapt out of bed, too hungry to bother with her shoes as she dashed for the kitchen. Watching the famous Leaf Village princess hunched over the table, shoveling food into her mouth without a shred of decorum. Chiyue couldn't help but wonder if she'd just returned from the battlefield, or if she'd been fleeing from famine in Africa. No matter how tough things were, no matter how poor the transportation or scarce the supplies, surely Tsunade hadn't been starving this badly. How long had it been since she'd last touched meat? To be this desperate? Her eyes almost glowed green. She looked every bit like a hungry husky from Chiyue's previous life, fighting over food. Holding a bowl and chopsticks, Chiyue hesitated then asked, "Senpai, are things in the leaf really so bad that supplies are this scarce?" Swallowing her mouthful of meat, Tsunade finally looked alive again. "Once you've seen the battlefield, you'll understand. The Land of Rain is a hellhole. The conditions are as bad as they get. If you have dry rations to eat, you're already lucky. You think there's meat? Unless you're at the main leaf encampment, not a chance." Instead of staying at the medical camp to treat the wounded, she charged out to the front lines, and with more ferocity than anyone else. In the whole ninja world, Tsunade was truly one of a kind. Other medical nin wouldn't dare try that. Picking up a piece of greens, Chiyue pressed on. "How's the situation on the battlefield?" Tsunade fell silent for a while, then sighed. "It isn't going well. Amigakure is much stronger than we expected. Led by Hanzo, the Leaf hasn't gained any real advantage. Of course, some of that can be blamed on certain commanders." At the end, Tsunade couldn't resist grumbling. It was clear how much she resented Danzo. Danzo. Chiyue remembered that the overall commander on the Rain Country battlefield was Danzo. To be honest, he didn't believe Danzo was the right person for that position. Among the people at the front with leadership skills, Narashikashin and Orochimaru were by far the most suitable. The former was more well-rounded, while the latter was more ruthless. Tsunade nodded, wanting to run her hands through her hair in frustration, but when she saw them covered in grease, she reluctantly gave up on the idea. The battle in Rain Country isn't over yet, and now, just as Sunagakure launches a surprise attack on Konoha, a new war has broken out. This has stirred Awagakure and Kumogakure into action. These days, there are more and more foreign shinobi entering Rain Country, and even Sans ninja seem to be getting involved. During the Second Ninja War in the history of the Hokage, the hidden Rain Village was a place of endless misfortune. Konoha fought there. Sand did too. Even the stone ninjas got entangled. In the end, Hanzo ended up declaring war on both sand and stone at the same time. He was fighting Konoha. 3 of the great ninja villages, plus rain itself, turned the land into a whirlwind of seething, never-ending chaos. After eating her fill and scrubbing the oil from her hands, Tsunade collapsed back in her chair, thoroughly content, sipping hot tea. I've come back this time mainly to bring you and Minato to the front lines. As she spoke, Tsunade sat up straighter, sizing up Chinyue from head to toe in amazement. You've really grown more handsome during this short time apart, and your strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Even seasoned jonin no longer pose much of a threat to you. I heard about what happened with Shimura Hideyoshi. Well done. Don't bother with those from the Shimura clan. They won't dare retaliate against you. Besides, the 3rd Hokage would never allow anything like that to happen. Though, once you reach the battlefield, you'd better keep your eye on Danzo. He's not someone to be trusted. If he's not afraid to embarrass himself dancing awkwardly in front of half the hidden leaf, only to come after me out of spite, let him try. Chienwa shrugged, utterly unconcerned. You're more confident than you let on, aren't you? Tsunade rolled her eyes. But if you really get on that old snake's nerves, be careful he doesn't give you some dangerous mission out of spite. Whatever. Chienwa just shrugged again, cool as ever. He didn't care what tricks might come his way. Open schemes, hidden plots, it made no difference. So long as nobody dragged a ceiling squad after him, he'd get by just fine. He feared nothing but the off chance of being captured and sealed away. That would be game over for sure. As for being sent on a suicide mission in plain sight, not worth worrying about. He'd just have Xiaobai launch a few tailed beast bombs, blow the leaf camp sky high, and declare himself a rogue ninja. End of story. Maybe if he had family in the village, he'd be hesitant. But alone, with no attachments, what did he have to fear? Boy, your temper's grown right alongside your strength. Chinyue's attitude left Tsunade at a loss for words. It was just as well she didn't know what was going through Chiyue's mind. Otherwise, she would have been in for a real shock. For most shinobi, becoming a rogue ninja was always a last resort, an act forced by circumstances beyond their control. But for Chiyue, such things hardly mattered. Forget it. You just like Nawaki. Looks like you've hit your rebellious phase too. No point trying to reason with you, she quipped. Just think it through on your own. I'm borrowing your room for the night. Wake me at 7 in the morning. I need to get to the hospital for surgery. We have a guest room, he protested. Are you really so fond of my bed? Can't sleep unless it's in my room. Is that it? I can't be bothered to make the bed, Tsunade replied, her reasoning leaving Chiyue utterly speechless. With his bedroom commandeered by Tsunade, Chiyue set about making up the guest bed for himself. After a moment's thought, he closed his door, leapt lightly up onto the roof, and made his way to Minato's house. Who's there? Even the softest footsteps didn't escape Minato's notice. Startled in the midst of practicing hand signs at home, Minato was instantly on alert. It's me. Chiyue slipped in through the window, offering a grin. Not bad. You're practicing hand signs even when you're home alone. I see you haven't let up. And you're any different when you're at home? Minato retorted, making no mention of Chiyue's tendency to climb into his house unannounced. After all, he did the same at Chiyue's place. Swings both ways, doesn't it? Only do it out of boredom. Yeah, right, keep telling stories. If I hadn't grown up with you, I might have believed that nonsense. Congratulations. Looks like your wish is about to come true, Chiyue said, patting Minato on the shoulder. Wait, what wish? What am I supposed to have wished for? Minato was baffled, entirely lost. With practiced familiarity, Chiyue opened the fridge, grabbed a bottle of water, took a few gulps, and flopped down beside Minato to explain. Tsunade's back. Didn't go home, came to my place instead. She's eaten all my meat and taken over my bedroom. You and I will be heading to the Rain Country battlefield together. Going to war is considered a wish now? Minato couldn't help but roll his eyes. Does this mean I might see Jiraiya-sensei again? It's been so long, Minato really did miss him. Mostly to ask why he'd abandoned his student in Konoha to go off to war. It was a small knot that had never quite left Minato's heart. After all, who wouldn't feel down if their teacher just left them behind? What's more, since leaving for the front lines, Jiraiya hadn't so much as sent a message, as though he'd forgotten he ever had a student named Minato. Truth be told, the master-apprentice bonds in the world of ninja were always fragile at best. Betraying, or even killing one's teacher, happened far too often. Orochimaru slew the 3rd Hokage. Nagato killed Jiraiya. Obito was responsible for the deaths of his own mentor, Minato, and his wife, Kushina. Even that second brother Sasuke, once he got full of himself, wanted nothing more than to cut down Kakashi, his own teacher. Chiyue could never understand how any of them could bring themselves to do such things. The others are easier to explain, but Sasuke and Obito's choices are more difficult to justify. Orochimaru was betrayed by the third Hokage, so his actions, while extreme, can still be understood to some extent. Nagato ended up as a broken shadow of a person, all thanks to the schemes of people from the Leaf Village. The death of his childhood friend, Yahiko, drove him nearly insane. His hands stained with Jiraiya's blood could be seen as a consequence of that grief. But when it comes to Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito, their motivation is far less clear. Minato and Kushina were actually quite kind to Obito. As for Team Kakashi, Kakashi hardly taught Naruto anything, and even less to Sakura. From beginning to end, Kakashi focused on Sasuke, always helping him. And what did he get in return? This result of all things. To be honest, it would almost have been better if he hadn't taken on students at all. Example after example only deepened Senjutsu's aversion to the master-disciple relationships in the Hokage's world. At the same time, it made him agree even more with how fans from his previous life used to describe the Uchiha. They're all lunatics, stay far away from them. Honestly, Jiraiya left you alone in the village for so long, without even checking in. Are you angry at him? I suppose there's a part of me that blames him, but not to the point of being angry. After all, Jiraiya-sensei had his own responsibilities. Minato replied with a smile, scratching his head to defend Jiraiya. He left me behind in the village because he was worried I'd end up on the battlefield and get hurt. I trust Jiraiya-sensei. You're hopeless. I'm claiming your sofa tonight. Don't worry, I won't fight you for your bedroom. Slumping back onto the couch, Senjutsu decided to make himself at home in Minato's house for the night. He was wary of a certain violent woman who had no sense of decency when it came to sleeping or eating, stomping out in the dead of night, hungry and demanding food. Senjutsu's worries were not unfounded. Tsunade did, in fact, get up in the middle of the night hunting for food. After failing to find any, she even considered tracking Senjutsu down to make him cook. Luckily, Senjutsu had the foresight to spend the night at Minato's place. With nowhere else to turn, Tsunade just drank some milk and went back to bed. Is Little White entering its second growth phase? His consciousness slipped into the sealed space, where Senjutsu saw Little White growing bigger and bigger, already resembling a small mountain. At this moment, Little White was like the personification of sleep, always looking groggy and sleepy, giving off a lazy air, completely devoid of energy. Senjutsu figured that its second growth phase had arrived. Judging from how long it slept during the first phase, before long, Little White should be able to finish the second and grow up completely. Once in its second phase, Little White could be summoned out freely, without flinching, even if it had to fight Kurama, inside Kushina. Let's hope this evolution phase is shorter. Unexpected things could happen on the battlefield at any moment, so Senjutsu might need Little White's help at any time. He could well need it before even reaching the enemy, maybe just against his own side. As usual, Kushina opened the door to Chiyue's house, poked her head in mischievously, and looked around. Not seeing any sign of Chiyue, she figured Chiyue must still be sleeping. So, moving stealthily like a thief, she tiptoed toward the bedroom. She didn't even bother closing her bedroom door, so careless. Muttering under her breath as she noticed the open door, Kushina crept closer. On the bed, not even a strand of hair was visible. Whoever was sleeping had nearly curled up entirely under the blanket. Still sleeping at this hour? Every time she gets back to the village, she likes to sleep in. Let's see if I can give her a good scare this time. Acting like a sneak, Kushina set the bento box down carefully, drew in a deep breath, and with a firm tug yanked the blanket off. Chiyue, you lazybones, the sun's already way up, get up. Look, I made you a... The moment the blanket was pulled away, Kushina stood frozen, staring at the voluptuous figure and the cascade of golden hair spread across the bed. What? Isn't this Chiyue's room? Why is there a woman sleeping here? Who are you? Kushina put her hands on her hips, her red hair already beginning to float in agitation, her expression fierce enough to scare anyone. Who the heck are you? It's so early. Doesn't anyone want to sleep around here? Woken up from sound sleep, Tsunade was in no mood for politeness. If it weren't for the fact that she remembered she was in Konoha, in Chiyue's house, Tsunade would have jumped up immediately to give whoever yanked off her blanket a piece of her mind. Tsunade cease. Just a heartbeat earlier, Kushina had been ready to erupt. Now she was stunned. The woman lying in Chiyue's bed. Wasn't that Tsunade? You. Kushina could barely get the words out. Aren't you supposed to be on the battlefield? How are you back here, sleeping in Chiyue's bed? And where's Chiyue, anyway? How should I know? Half asleep, Tsunade scratched her head, yawning as she grumbled. Look who's talking. When I got back, I found out you'd moved house. I went over, and you weren't there, so I just came to Chiyue's place. Figured I'd get a free meal. But the kid took off last night and never came back. I ended up going hungry all night. Kushina was speechless. You went hungry all night, and you can just say that out loud? If you were so hungry, Couldn't you have made yourself something to eat? Darlings, check out my homepage, updates are coming fast and plenty. Love you all, red heart. Grabbing the blanket on reflex, Tsunade seemed ready to fall back asleep. But then she caught a whiff of something delicious, and in an instant she sprang up, as if suddenly invigorated. She snatched up the bento box, opened it, and immediately started eating, mumbling her praise through mouthfuls. Knew you were my favorite little sister. You brought me food, knowing how hungry I was. Good girl. This is so delicious, Kushina. Your cooking skills have really improved. This is for Chiyo. Kushina hesitated as she watched Tsunade devour the food by the mouthful. In the end, she simply couldn't wrest the lunchbox back. Tsunade's ruthless way of eating had left her stunned. If it were anyone else, Kushina would have snatched the food away instantly. After all, this meal was specially prepared for Chiyue. Nobody else was supposed to have it. Forget it. Let her eat, then. Are we here to fight a war, or are we fleeing for our lives? In Kushina's eyes, Tsunade looked like a refugee, unkempt, and at the sight of food, as excited as if she'd been starving for days. She looked ready to cram the whole lunchbox into her mouth. Her table manners were downright terrifying. Did Chiyue not cook yesterday? Oh, Kushina, you're here too? Carrying a breakfast she'd bought from the street, Chiyue saw the door was open and walked right in. What she didn't expect was to see Kushina, looking quite distressed as she kept urging Tsunade to slow down, alongside Tsunade, eating in a way that could only be called shocking. Where did you run off to last night, kid? I couldn't find you anywhere. Tsunade, still busy stuffing her face, managed to glare at her. Did you know I was about to starve? I was at Minato's place. I didn't want you dragging me out of bed in the middle of the night to cook for you. I'm not your maid, you know. Spoiling you? Not a chance. If you want to eat at night, do it yourself. If you can't, then go hungry. That's on you. Ahem. Chiyue's blunt reply hit its mark. Tsunade choked, coughing hard. Slow down, would you? Kushina, torn between irritation and concern, could only pat Tsunade's back to help her breathe. Once Tsunade had devoured every last crumb of Kushina's food, she finally felt alive again. Tossing the empty lunchbox aside, she instantly reverted to her usual boisterous self. From the way she looked, it seemed she was even hunting around for a toothpick. It was simply too much to witness. The illustrious princess of Konoha, Tsunade Hime, sprawled out on the bed with disheveled hair, searching for a toothpick without a care in the world. The sight was almost unbelievable. Chiyue quietly turned away, focusing on her own breakfast, pretending not to have seen anything at all. Kid, do you have some kind of problem with me? Noticing Chiyue's look of distaste and her back now turned, Tsunade shouted in displeasure. Unfazed, Chiyue glanced at the clock on the wall and said, Weren't you supposed to have surgery today? Or was it canceled? What a shame. Think of all that money you could lose. Oh right. There actually was a surgery scheduled, and the client had made the appointment well in advance. They'd even paid handsomely, which was why Tsunade had agreed. After all, gambling funds don't come easy. But she had nearly overslept. I'll settle this with you tonight. Paying no mind to her disheveled appearance, Tsunade dashed barefoot toward the door, calling out as she went. Save me some dinner tonight. I'll be back late. Who does that, seriously? Kushina clapped a hand over her eyes, utterly exasperated, and shouted. Tsunade, sis, your clothes. Your clothes. Tsunade, in the middle of putting on her shoes, glanced down and immediately blushed a vivid red. She hastily straightened her clothes, then teased Kushina in return. What are you so worried about? There's no one else around, and even if this brat Chiyue sees, it won't kill him. I really didn't see anything, you know? Besides, it's not like this is my first time. What's there to look at anyway? I'm off. Tsunade quickly finished putting on her shoes, swept up her hair in a ponytail, threw on her coat, and rushed out the door. There was clearly no time for washing up. She could only hope that today's surgery patient wouldn't mind her looking so unkempt. Chiyue silently observed 3 seconds of sympathy for the patient who had shelled out a hefty sum to have Tsunade operate. Thank goodness this was the world of Hokage. If it were the previous life, a doctor as sloppy as Tsunade probably wouldn't even make it into the operating room. Sometimes our hopes are beautiful, but reality can be cruel. Just as Tsunade finished the surgery, collected her payment, and was planning to hit the casino for a few games, she found that members of the Umbu were already waiting at the hospital entrance. Lady Tsunade, the Hokage requests your presence at his office. Although she hadn't officially earned the intimidating yet somewhat mocking title of the legendary Sannin, yet, thanks to her status as the Princess of the Leaf, the Umbu treated Tsunade with far more courtesy than they did Jiraiya or Orochimaru. As soon as I see you people, I know it won't be anything good. Fine, I'll go now. What a pain. She'd just been looking forward to the casino, but that old man must have predicted her every move. He even stationed a team right at the hospital entrance, waiting to whiz her away the moment she was done with surgery. With her plans derailed, Tsunade's mood shifted from sunny to stormy as she stormed into the Hokage's office, frustration bottled up inside her. She gave the door a solid kick as she entered. Inside, the third Hokage looked as composed as ever, not the least bit upset by her dramatic entrance. Koharu Yutane, who never quite saw eye to eye with Tsunade, gave a small, involuntary twitch at the corner of her mouth. She watched Tsunade swagger in with her telltale splay-footed stride, hesitated as if about to lecture her, but ultimately bit her tongue, turning away as though nothing had happened. "Old man, what do you want?" Tsunade dropped into the empty chair, clearly irritated. The third exhaled a puff of smoke, set his pipe on the table, and spoke. "Danzo sent word from the front lines. He's expressed an intention to contact Hanzo, hoping Konoha and the Hidden Rain might reach some kind of reconciliation and bring the war to an end." "And what does that have to do with me?" Originally, Tsunade was just in a foul mood, but after hearing the third Hokage speak, her face showed clear impatience. Konoha has already become mired in the quagmire of the Rain Country battlefield. If Hanzo truly intended to make peace, he wouldn't be fighting Konoha to the bitter end. Don't forget, the Hidden Rain village has now declared war on both the Hidden Stone and Hidden Sand as well. I don't believe Hanzo would ever bow his head and choose reconciliation. Reconciliation? What a joke. At this point, Hanzo was at the peak of his strength, and the Hidden Rain's military might was unmatched. The fact that they had taken the initiative to declare war against not only Konoha, but also the Stone and Sand villages said it all. Whoever tried to stir up trouble in the Rain Country, it didn't matter if you were from Konoha, Suna, or Ido, he'd strike back, no exceptions. Given that situation, talking about peace was nothing but a fantasy. Unless the Hidden Rain was beaten to their last gasp, forcing Hanzo to bend, there could be no peace talks. And Hanzo would never concede to Konoha so easily. Danzo, on the other hand, was quite the schemer. Tsunade let out a cold snort, folding her arms, her tone dripping with disdain. Peace? Utter delusion. Even supposing Hanzo agreed, who would take the first step? Konoha? Or the Hidden Rain? If you want peace, fine. You from Konoha can admit defeat, then Rain Village will consider peace. But if you won't surrender yet still want the war to end, who in their right mind would think that possible? The Sand had already declared war on Konoha, so under Chiyo's command, a considerable force from Hidden Sand poured into Rain Country, determined to drag Konoha deeper into this battlefield mire. Hanzo wasn't foolish. There was no way he'd agree to Konoha's terms. But the situation within the Land of Fire itself isn't looking good. There's still plenty of enemy infiltrators, Koharu Yutane said, her face etched with worry. According to the intelligence sent back to the village, the third Kazekage has made camp in the Land of Rivers. The Sand's main camp is right there. At any time, their ninja could cross into the Land of Fire. So the third Kazekage hasn't entered the Land of Fire? Tsunade sensed something was off. A full-scale assault on the Land of Fire. It would make sense for the strongest Sand ninja, the third Kazekage himself, to lead the charge. With him on the field, there were few in Konoha who could stand in his way. Yet strangely, despite the constant skirmishes between Konoha and the Sand, there had been no sign of the third Kazekage at all. It felt as if something was being plotted in the shadows. "No, he has not," Mito Kadohamura replied, picking up the thread. "According to the latest intelligence from our spies, the third Kazekage did set foot in the Land of Fire, but later withdrew. Ever since, he has stayed put at their base in the Land of Rivers, and hasn't left since. The enemy forces within the Land of Fire are mainly being led by Chiyo's son. What about the overall commander?" Tsunade pressed, dreading that the third Hokage might, once again, hand command over to some utterly unsuitable person. She was already at her wits' end with Danzo meddling on a Rain Country front. If the battlefield in the Land of Rivers is like this as well, then the war for Konoha will be an uphill struggle. "It's Tsukumo Hitaki." The third Hokage spoke. At his words, Tsunade nodded in approval and praised. "That's an excellent choice. Tsukumo-senpai is indeed up to the task. Still, I suggest you also send Shikaka Nara. Tsukumo-senpai is more at home fighting on the front lines than commanding the camp. He's already been sent. That's good, then. I'll return to the battlefield in the Land of Rain as soon as possible. Now that Chiyo, that old witch, is there, Konoha will need to prepare antidotes at any moment. Then I'll have to trouble you." Hearing this, Tsunade pushed her chair back with a huff and snapped. "If you really cared about me, you'd get rid of Danzo." "Tsunade, Danzo is the Hokage's advisor, and your elder. Please show him the respect he deserves." Koharu Yutane finally couldn't hold back. After all, her interests were tied up with Danzo's. Tsunade doubting Danzo meant doubting all of them. "I'll think about it." The third Hokage signaled to Koharu with a glance, telling her not to say more, and began to smooth things over. Replacing Danzo? Out of the question. Right now, there simply isn't anyone suitable in the village. As for reprimanding Tsunade, that's even less likely. During the war, the Land of Rain battlefield simply couldn't do without her. If Tsunade was angered into leaving, winning the war would only become harder for Konoha. And worse still, Tsunade was exactly the type who, when pushed too far, really would just walk off the job. When it came to slacking off, nobody did it bolder than Tsunade. If she stormed off, you couldn't even call her a rogue ninja. Otherwise, you'd be humiliating yourself and dragging down the prestige of the Land of Fire's feudal lord, too. Then think about it all you want. I am exhausted. I'm leaving. Still ignoring Koharu, Tsunade waved dismissively and turned on her heel to go. She had finally seen through it. No matter what, the third Hokage wasn't going to replace Danzo. Since that's the case, what more was there to say? Whatever happened with their chosen people, they could deal with it themselves. After Tsunade left, Koharu was bound to complain again. But the third Hokage remained the same as ever, trying to smooth everything over, rising above the fray. It left Koharu with no room to vent her frustrations. Her status as an elder commanded authority in front of almost everyone. But to Tsunade, it was as if she didn't exist. Finally, after putting up with it for so long, Tsunade could do as she pleased. Leaving the Hokage's office building, Tsunade hurried straight to the casino. But when she arrived, she froze on the spot. The casino had actually shut its doors. On the entrance was a notice, saying that due to the war and to avoid bringing trouble to the village, they were suspending business. Reading that message, Tsunade nearly coughed up blood. She'd already prepared her precious savings, and now, at the end of the day, she couldn't even find a place to lose money. This was just too outrageous. At this moment, Tsunade was so furious she wished she could drag the casino owner out for a sound beating. Of all the times to close, why did it have to be now? Are you doing this on purpose, just to mess with me? The place was open just yesterday. But what Tsunade didn't know was that, in order to prevent her from lingering in the village, the third Hokage had ordered the ANBU to secretly notify every casino in Konoha to shut down for the time being, all through the night. No business allowed until Tsunade leaves the village. The order had been clear. With the ANBU issuing direct warnings, what casino owner would dare to defy the Hokage? You said you'd be back late, didn't you? Training had just ended. Chiyuki had come home, taken a bath, and settled on the sofa with a book when she saw Tsunade return, sulking so much that her unhappiness was written all over her face. All the casinos are closed. Tsunade felt as if the world itself had turned bleak, as though fate had chosen to oppose her. Without energy or spirit, she slumped next to Chiyuki, wedging herself in and insisting on carving out a comfortable spot. I thought you'd been heartbroken or lost a patient in surgery. Instead you tell me it's because the casino's closed? What is it? Will you die if you don't lose your money to someone else? Wait, lose money? If you're so eager to give your money away, why not give it to me? After all, you're already living off my food and drink. And, worst of all, you've taken up residence in my place. You're not even willing to sleep in the guest room. You insist on taking over my room. Rubbing her chin, the faint fuzz beneath her fingertips, Chiyuki narrowed her eyes. Ever played doujinshi? What's doujinshi? Tsunade, thoroughly disheartened, shot Chiyuki a sidelong glance. Chiyuki shrugged and answered, "It's a gambling game. How do you play?" Instantly energized by those words, Tsunade shot upright, sitting cross-legged and waving her hands eagerly. Come on, come on. I miss gambling so much. Teach me, your dough, whatever game. Cards, arcade machines, it didn't matter. Whatever it was, as long as there was a wager, Tsunade was in. But we don't have any cards. And we need one more person. You need 3 for doujinshi. Leave it to me. I'll get the cards and find the people. Watching Tsunade ignited with determination, Chiyuki listed the type of deck they needed. Without even bothering to use the door, Tsunade leapt straight out the window and disappeared from sight. Barely half an hour later, she was back. In one hand, she dragged a very confused Kushina. In the other, she held a fresh deck of cards. Tsunade had stormed into the local print shop and demanded the deck be made on the spot, no matter what. The design or pictures didn't matter. So long as there were numbers and letters, it was good enough. No need to be so fancy. Kushina, meanwhile, had been busy in her kitchen, planning on cooking something special for Chiyuki's supper. Before she had even finished preparing, Tsunade had shown up, grabbed her, and whisked her away before she could protest. She hadn't even had the chance to say she didn't want to go before Tsunade hoisted her up and carried her off. By the time they arrived at Chiyue's house, Kushina was still in a daze. Wasn't I just cooking at home? How'd I end up being whisked away like this? This is a deck of cards. Let's hurry up and get started. I can hardly wait. Tsunade plopped Kushina down on the sofa, rubbed her hands together, and kept urging Chiyue to start the game. You all understand the rules now, right? After patiently explaining for quite a while, Chiyue finally managed to help Tsunade and Kushina grasp how to play doujinshi. Tsunade was at least managing. After all, she was the legendary big fat sheep. Her luck might be terrible, but at least her memory was sharp. But Kushina, on the other hand, was a bit muddled. I'll be the landlord. No sooner had the cards been dealt than the big fat sheep cried out impatiently, eager to take the position of landlord. She didn't bother to check whether Chiyue or Kushina agreed and snatched up the bottom cards at once. Biting her lip, Kushina began arranging her cards. Chiyue shot Tsunade a speechless glance. Where did you get the nerve to snatch the landlord spot like that? She even skipped straight past the bidding round. Chiyue looked at her own hand, 2 jokers and 3 twos. Quietly, she prepared herself to fleece the big fat sheep for all she was worth. As long as Kushina didn't drag them down, Chiyue was sure she'd leave Tsunade with nothing but her underwear. How should I play these? Tsunade was the very picture of a clueless gambler, all enthusiasm and no skill. 3, 2, pass. A straight, pass. 3 with 1. I've got it, this one's mine, I'll play. Joker bomb. Are you cheating? Why are all the big cards in your hand? Watching helplessly as Chiyue kept winning hand after hand, Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration. Why on earth does she always get the best cards? You shuffle this time. What do you mean cheating? If you can't handle the game, don't play. Now cough up the cash. Thanks for your business, 20 grand. No thabs. Chiyue pushed the deck over to Tsunade. If you're bad at the game, you're just bad, but you've got the nerve to complain? I don't even know where you found the courage to grab the landlord role. I'll do it, fine. Tsunade was starting to feel scammed. Her luck couldn't possibly be this bad. Why did Chiyue always get the good cards? Again, I'm going to turn the tables on you this time. Bomb. Straight. Big joker. Airplane. A pair of 2s straight. Watching Chiyue collect win after win, Kushina raking in the occasional advantage, too, Tsunade was practically fuming out the ears. What rotten luck, she thought. I never get a good hand. I refuse to believe this. Let's keep going. Now well and truly hooked, Tsunade dealt the cards again. You want to try for landlord? Let's see if I can't smash you this round. With 2 jokers and 4 hats in hand, Tsunade felt like she was finally unstoppable. This round is absolutely going to make Chiyue flail and panic, begging for mercy. No way. Chiyue decisively passes the buck. Haha, you got me, Chiyue. Just wait to hand over your money. Tsunade, excited, snatches up her hidden cards. Watch me turn this game around in one go. Chiyue. It seems that after spending enough time around him, Minato, Kushina, Uchiha Makoto, and even Tsunade have picked up a few funny phrases from his previous life. With 2 jokers in hand, she feels on top of the world. Tsunade sits smugly, brimming with confidence as she throws down a low card. Kushina stares at her cards, scrutinizing them for a good while, without making a move. She's racked with indecision. Something feels off about her hand. One wrong move, and her whole advantage could vanish in an instant. If Tsunade, who finally landed a decent hand, lost now, she'd be ready to cry. What's there to hesitate about? Play that pair of 2s. Just as Kushina hesitates, the Ninetales' voice echoes in her mind. Trapped in shackles of adamantine chains, the fox is more anxious than she is. For this troublesome creature, this giant fox, Kushina has long struck a bargain. It doesn't mess with her training, and in return, she won't torment it with the chains. Occasionally, she even lets it glimpse the outside world. Now, as the Ninetales watches Chiyue, Tsunade, and Kushina battle it out at the card table, it can hardly stay calm. Watching Chiyue rack up win after win, while Tsunade's down to her last defense, Kushina can only stay afloat when she's teamed up as a farmer with Chiyue. But now that she's got a good hand, why all this hesitation? Just play the card already. She might not be in a rush, but the Ninetales is about to burst from impatience. What's all the noise about? And what do you know anyway? Kushina snaps irritably. And what if I lose? I can't drag Chiyue down with me. Inside the seal, the Ninetales rolls its eyes, baring its fangs. Trust me on this. Just do as I say. If you lose this hand, I'll give up my fresh air breaks for 3 whole months. Really? Absolutely. Now hurry up and play that too. Tsunade can't beat it. All right. Under Tsunade's increasingly impatient glare, Kushina follows the Ninetales' advice and plays her pair. No. Chiyue promptly passes. Should he hit them with a bomb now? As Tsunade starts to falter, the Ninetales lifts its head proudly. See? I told you to trust me. Pass. In the end, Tsunade just can't bring herself to keep up. She chooses to pass. A straight. Guided by the Ninetales, Kushina quickly empties her hand with a single play, leaving Tsunade utterly stunned. Chiyue turns away, trying to hide his laughter. Why is it so hard for Tsunade to win, even once? From start to finish, she loses every round. Poor Kushina hasn't managed to play landlord a single time. She either scrapes by teaming up with Chiyue, or goes down in flames with Tsunade. Pass. I don't believe you can get rid of all your cards in one go. Pair of twos. You're doing this on purpose, just to go against me, aren't you? Tsunade's temper flared, the veins on her forehead standing out, and she looked like she might just start a fight. It was a good thing Kushina was the one sitting here. If it had been Jiraiya, he'd have been punched across the room by now. Can I play a pair of twos? Kushina looked at Tsunade with wounded innocence. Faced with Kushina's pitiful expression, Tsunade's anger dissipated instantly. She forced the fakest smile she could muster. Of course you can. Go ahead, play your cards. I still don't believe you. Straight. As Kushina threw down her last set of cards, the smile on Tsunade's face froze completely. Wasn't this supposed to be a sure win, with the Joker still in hand and the whole game mine? Just like that, Kushina swooped in and snatched the victory. And what's more, it was a reversal, so the stakes doubled. Arg. This is infuriating. Bursts of laughter erupted from Chiyuki, who was practically collapsed on the table. Playing cards with Tsunade was just too much fun. No matter which way the game went, she always lost. She hadn't even won a single round. You're really something. Tsunade fixed her gaze stubbornly on Kushina. After all the trouble of finally getting a good hand, you just swooped in and snatched it away? Is there no justice in the world? Feigning ignorance, Kushina asked, Do you want to play another round, Tsunade? I haven't had a chance to be the landlord yet. No more, I'm going to bed. With that, Tsunade tossed her cards aside and stormed off decisively. She was out of money, and Chiyuki wasn't letting anyone play on credit unless Kushina was willing to lend her some cash. As for Chiyuki, that was a dead end. Want to borrow money? Sorry, not even a single cent. Why let you borrow money to lose it all? Why I could just keep it for myself and enjoy it. That's precisely why it was nearly impossible for Tsunade to borrow money from Chiyuki. And prospects weren't great with Kushina either. What frustrated Tsunade the most was that she couldn't even pressure Kushina into lending her money. If it had been Nawaki instead, she would have just kicked the door open by now. Ha! She's only quitting because she's lost everything. If she plays any longer, she'll wager away the last stitch of her dignity. Chiyuki laughed so hard her stomach ached. She called out toward the door. The guest room's all cleaned up. Stay out of my room. I like your room. I want your room. That's where I'm sleeping. With her spirits sunk by her losses, Tsunade shouted and strode right into the room. Let's see if you can live there forever. I'll do it. Who's afraid of who? Now I have to figure out where my next meal's coming from anyway. And if you're willing to take care of me, I really don't mind. Chiyuki finally understood. Tsunade wasn't just an incorrigible gambler. She was also shamelessly outrageous. Just listen to her. I'll go check on Tsunade. Kushina carefully tucked away her winnings and darted off toward the bedroom. After losing all her money, Tsunade became much more subdued. But, much to everyone's regret, that only lasted for one day before her nature started to resurface. When borrowing money from Kushina failed, she resorted to suggesting an absurd game of doujinshi, with sticky notes as forfeits. Chiyue, in response, scoffed at her antics and turned her down without hesitation. Winning a little money from cards was fine, but as for childish games with sticky notes, don't even think about involving me. On the fourth day, under the urging of the third Hokage, Tsunade was finally compelled to leave Konoha, carrying armfuls of sealing scrolls, and head for the battlefield in the Land of Rain. On the road, Tsunade slung an arm over Chiyue's shoulder, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Chiyue, why haven't you said goodbye to Kushina and Mikoto Uchiha? You just want to see me embarrassed. Don't think I can't see through your little schemes. Chiyue shot her a glare and pulled away, putting distance between them. This kind of hugging and clinging in broad daylight. What kind of decorum is that? They both know I'm heading to the Land of Rain. Anything important has already been said. No need for a special farewell. Oh my, acting shy are you? Don't run away. Come let Big Sis give you a hug. When I get back, I'll have lots to share with Kushina. Just go. Are we heading to the battlefield? Or are we here to play around? Watching Tsunade and Chiyue bicker and laugh along the way, Minato couldn't help but feel like the third wheel. Tsunade hardly paid him any attention, focusing all her energy on Chiyue. Still, jokes and teasing aside, once they were far from Konoha, Tsunade became all business. She began scouting for enemy traces, setting traps, and searching for camps. She didn't let any of her duties fall by the wayside. Just when Minato thought Tsunade was finally getting serious, she pulled out a deck of playing cards and shot Chiyue a challenging look. Care for a few rounds? Minato, what kind of people am I traveling with? At a time like this, and still thinking about playing cards. Wait, why are you looking at me? Don't tell me I have to join too? Someone save me. With misery written all over his face, Minato clutched the cards and shot pleading glances at Chiwe. But Chiwe simply ignored him. Just embrace the experience. Chiwe couldn't help but laugh at his predicament. With Chiwe's refusal, Tsunade had no choice but to rope Minato in for a game of two-player doujinshi. She took every opportunity to pick on poor Minato, who struggled so much with the rules that he was nearly brought to tears. It was all he could do not to collapse to his knees and shout, "Have mercy! I'll just give you my money. Will you please let me off?" Traveling light, with only a few sealing scrolls loaded with medicine, their supplies barely slowed the three down as they pressed onward. They didn't encounter any Sand Village ninja on the way, and after 2 days, they finally reached the Land of Rain. This is, without a doubt, the harshest environment I've ever set foot in. Gray skies stretched overhead. The rain never stopped falling, and the ground everywhere was dotted with puddles and thick, clinging mud. Fortunately, as ninjas can coat their feet with chakra to walk, the muddy ground posed little problem for them. Had it been ordinary folk, they would probably have tripped and fallen several times before covering even 100 meters. Be careful. Enemies could be lurking anywhere nearby. Once we press on for a few more miles, we'll reach the Konoha camp, Tsunade warned. Once the three of them entered the borders of the Land of Rain, Tsunade's nerves were wound tight. Even though this territory was technically the rear area of the Konoha encampment, enemies could still spring out at any time. After all, Hanzo had frequently sent troops to outflank them, raiding the supply convoys of the Leaf. Brushing the rainwater from her head, Chiwe asked, "Why don't we build the camp at the border instead? The conditions there are better than inside the Land of Rain. This damp environment makes it tough to transport supplies and is terrible for the recovery of the wounded. Precious supplies can be carried away with sealing scrolls, like the medicine Tsunade had brought herself. But as for ninja tools and food provisions, they could only be transported by wagon. In weather like this, moving goods became a grueling ordeal. Not to mention, wounded fighters on the battlefield face infections all too easily in such wet climes. Those are the orders from the commander-in-chief," Tsunade replied to Chiwe's question, rolling her eyes. Of course, the eye roll wasn't directed at Chiwe. It was for Shimura Danzo, the man sitting comfortably at headquarters, content to deal only in strategy. Well then, credit goes to Danzo. He was first-rate at scheming and manipulation, but when it came to commanding troops, he honestly would have been better off handing the reins to Orochimaru. Orochimaru had a rare talent for wartime leadership. Even if his tactics were ruthless, always fond of using decoys and baiting the enemy into traps. At least he had ability, unlike Danzo. If not for his connections to the third Hokage and Tobirama Senju, he'd hardly be qualified to serve as the camp advisor, let alone the commander-in-chief. It was obvious that Tsunade harbored deep resentment toward Danzo, and her time at the front had been anything but pleasant. The rest of the journey passed without incident, and soon they reached the Konoha camp. Ninja warfare was different from battles fought by conventional armies. Ninja rarely fought massive, all-out engagements. Instead, skirmishes among small units were the norm. Except in major campaigns, it was rare for hundreds of ninjas to mobilize at once. The typical battle structure was organized in squads, platoons, and larger units as needed. 3-person squads, 12-person platoons, and larger groups formed according to the situation. Once their identities were checked, the three were allowed into the camp, where Tsunade led them straight toward the medical division. "Lady Tsunade." Along the way, people constantly greeted Tsunade, bowing respectfully and offering words of welcome. Tsunade kept a stern face, acknowledging them with a curt nod. "You too. Help care for the wounded. Nawaki will be with you. If you have questions, just ask him." With that, Tsunade slipped into the tent, changed her clothes, and immediately began tending to the more severely injured patients, completely leaving Chiyuki and Minato to the side. "Hurry, someone help pin him down." As newcomers, Chiyuki and Minato exchanged glances, then stepped forward to restrain the struggling patient. "Oh my!" The moment Chiyuki saw the patient's condition clearly, she drew in a sharp breath. What on earth had this guy been through? This was just tragic. His skin was riddled with craters and blisters, many of them already broken and oozing. Had he been doused in acid? Chiyuki and Minato pinned down the injured man, and the Mednin, finally able to focus on treatment, let out a sigh of relief. "You two are new here, aren't you?" Glancing at their youthful faces as he began working, the Mednin inquired gently. "Yes, we are." Minato nodded, then asked, "Senior, his injuries?" Minato had wanted to ask what could have caused wounds like these, but suddenly realized that such a question would be impolite, so he stopped himself in time. He was new here, and he didn't want an offhand comment to make himself and Chiyuki unwelcome among the medical team. The Mednin, busy tending to the patient's wounds, didn't seem to mind. He responded with a friendly smile. It's not much of a secret, actually. He was poisoned by a puppet ninja from the Sand Village. If not for Lady Tsunade preparing a variety of antidotes, who knows how many more of us from the Leaf would have died. Those bastards truly have no conscience. They took advantage of our war with the Rain Village to ambush us from behind, even sending entire ninja squads into the Land of Rain to entangle our forces. He couldn't help but curse, railing against the people from the Sand Village. Even with antidotes, if treatment doesn't come quickly enough, sometimes lives are still lost. How to describe this poor guy? Chances were, his appearance would be permanently scarred. He'd likely be thrown out of a red light district if he tried to go in without enough money. But above all, just looking at these wounds was terrifying. Antidotes weren't all-powerful. The Sand Village was constantly developing new kinds of poisons, determined to maximize enemy casualties. This left the Leaf on the defensive, always forced to react with matching antidotes only after the poisons were used. Thank goodness for Tsunade, or casualties would surely multiply. The Mednin glanced at Chiyuki in surprise, clearly not expecting someone so young to understand all this, and then nodded as he explained. If there's a new antidote, and it's administered right after poisoning, the patient usually has a good chance of surviving. But if they don't have the antidote with them, or miss the critical window for treatment, well, many of our Leaf ninjas have died because of that. As the medical ninja spoke, a sly grin flickered in his eyes. He gestured toward Chiiwe and Minato, signaling them to lift the white cloth at the back of the tent. Damn it, I thought you were a helpful senior, but turns out you just wanted to mess with us. Chiiwe couldn't help but curse internally. Is there something behind that? Minato, acting on instinct, reached out to pull the cloth aside, but Chiiwe called out. Don't. Alas, it was too late. Minato had already lifted the white cloth. When he saw what was behind it, Minato shuddered, instinctively letting the cloth slip from his hands as if shocked by a sudden jolt. He turned back to stare speechlessly at the medical ninja who had deliberately tricked them. Ha ha! The medical ninja roared with laughter. It's been ages since I've met kids as amusing as you two. I was just having a bit of fun. But since you're here to help, you'll need to get used to all of this. By the way, who brought you here? Tsunade. Chiiwe replied, at a loss for words. Oh, Tsunade, huh? The medical ninja steadied the wounded man's injuries and began to apply medicine. This poor fellow needed ointment slathered all over to heal properly. When the treatment was done, his skin would probably look like a honeycomb, full of holes and dents. The thought came to mind unbidden. The next second, as he was applying the medicine, the medical ninja looked up in surprise. Who? Tsunade. Chiiwe replied with a shrug, as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. You mean, Lady Tsunade brought you? The medical ninja pressed on. Yes, sir. We came to the camp together with Lady Tsunade. Minato replied politely. Haha, that's wonderful. After freezing in place for a few seconds, the medical ninja suddenly became as excited as a child, jumping so high he nearly hit the top of the tent. That's fantastic. Is this guy out his mind? Minato subconsciously edged closer to Chiiwe and tilted his head to whisper. What's with this senior? How should I know? Chiiwe shot him a glare. You and I both just got here. How would I know why he's so worked up? Maybe he's relieved now that Tsunade's back. The backbone of the medical unit has returned, and that's why he's so happy. But honestly, it's not like she's been gone long. Tsunade was away for less than 10 days. Even before that, she rarely stayed at the camp. Most of the time, she was on the battlefield with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, fighting the enemy. At most, she helped mix up some antidotes or treat the most seriously wounded. The medical ninja seemed to bask in his delight for quite some time. Realizing he might be overdoing it, he gave a little cough, trying to regain his composure, and asked with a somewhat awkward expression. So, did Lady Tsunade give you any particular instructions? Or are you simply here to assist in the medical unit? Chiiwe and Minato exchanged glances, and Minato flashed his trademark sunny smile, scratching his head. Senior, Lady Tsunade sent us here to find Senior Nawaki, Tsunade-sama's younger brother. Nawaki? Are you sure? To their surprise, the other man's expression shifted from awkwardness to something downright peculiar upon hearing this. Something's not right. Chiiwe sensed trouble immediately. They might just be walking into a trap. Senior, is there some issue with finding Nawaki? He probed. Now, even Minato felt something was off. No problem at all. The man swiftly shook his head, helpfully pointing toward a spot outside the tent where Nawaki was working. If you head to that spot, you'll find him. But be ready. Your work from here on out might be pretty tough. Still, slogging through tough jobs is better than risking your life on the battlefield. Good luck. You two work hard and stay safe. After leaving the tent, Minato murmured in a low voice, I've got a bad feeling about this. You don't need a feeling. It's definitely bad. Tough days are ahead for us. Chiiwe replied with certainty. As soon as the two of them found Nawaki, Minato finally understood what Chiwe had meant before. Chiwe? Minato? Nawaki looked genuinely surprised to see them. You two came to the front lines as well. We followed your sister, and she told us to come find you, Chiwe replied, spreading his hands helplessly. In a place where they barely knew anyone, sticking with Nawaki wasn't the worst option. They'd at least avoid being assigned outrageous tasks, even if the work was grueling. They'd already arrived at the front. Did they really expect a life of leisure? Could that even be possible? That's great, Nawaki said. He pulled them into his tent, hastily tidying up the chaotic mess inside, and said apologetically, Sorry about the mess. I live alone, so things get a little disorganized. From now on, you can stay with me. Where we are is one of the safest areas in the entire camp. There's no way the enemy could ambush us. You could get a good night's rest, no worries at all. So, this is why Tsunade is such a slob. Turns out messiness runs in the Senju family. Is it hereditary? The sister has it, and so does the brother. It's fine, we'll help clean up, right, Chiwe? Minato tugged at Chiwe's sleeve, motioning for him to stop standing around and join in. Along the way, Chiwe and Tsunade were always up to mischief, so much so that Minato's scalp would prickle in awkward anticipation. But Tsunade and Chiwe were pretty close. With Nawaki, though, their relationship was so, nothing special. At times like this, it was best not to embarrass Nawaki. Chiwe understood perfectly well. He wasn't about to put Nawaki on the spot or make things worse. Just as Minato thought, the dynamic among them was only so proper respect was called for. With Tsunade, though, Chiwe could joke as much as he liked. The three of them got to work, and soon the tent was tidied up and put in order. Chiwe and Minato were both handy when it came to tidying up. Neither of them wanted to live in a place that was a mess, much less one filled with strange, unpleasant odors. In such dreadful conditions, even a good night's sleep felt like a luxury. All they could do was try their best to make themselves as comfortable as possible. After working hard for a while, they finally got the tent in order. Taking a break, Chiwe casually asked, By the way, what exactly is our job here? Didn't Orochimaru take you to the battlefield? The teacher said I should train at the camp first. Later, he'll take me to the battlefield. At the mention of Orochimaru, there was a look of reverence on Nawaki's face. Clenching his fists, he declared with unwavering confidence, I'm determined to learn from Master Orochimaru, and one day, I'll become a ninja as powerful as my grandfather. I'll protect the leaf, my family, and the villagers. Minato laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. In his heart, Nawaki's ambitions seemed even less realistic than his own. While Minato only dreamed of one day becoming Hokage, Nawaki aimed even higher. He actually wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Hashirama, Senju himself. That was something hardly anyone could hope to achieve. Well, it probably helped that Nawaki's grandfather was Hashirama Senju. If anyone else were to say such things out loud, they'd likely be laughed out of the room. At the very least, Minato would be embarrassed to declare openly that he wanted to become Hokage and bring peace to the ninja world. Come to think of it, Minato wasn't in the habit of announcing his dreams and ambitions, and he had Chiwe to thank for that. Since they were little, every time Minato mentioned his aspirations, Chiwe would poke fun at him. Over time, Minato learned to keep those thoughts to himself. He had gradually realized, after all, that constantly talking about dreams and ambitions just felt kind of embarrassing. Your dreams really are something else, he thought to himself. Probably won't be realized even in your next life. All right, you never did say what our actual job is supposed to be. Job? Nawaki froze for a moment, the confidence vanishing from his face. Well, it's not easy to explain. You'll find out tonight. For now, let's just rest. Our work starts after nightfall. Oh, and don't wander around the camp. If you do, people might mistake you for a spy. What about food? The rain just kept pouring, turning the ground outside into a muddy quagmire. Who in their right mind would head out for no good reason? What Chiwe cared about was how to live comfortably and eat well. As for everything else, that could wait. She didn't mind the idea of going to the battlefield and fighting. After all, battle was the life of a ninja, so long as she wasn't being sent off to die pointlessly. Are you hungry? Nawaki reached into a nearby pouch and pulled out 2 pieces of hard, blackened compressed biscuits, along with a handful of soldier pills. The two stared at the food Nawaki had handed over and fell instantly silent. What's wrong? Seeing that both of them had fallen silent, quietly staring at the food he had brought out, Nawaki asked in confusion. Aren't you hungry? Minato glanced at Chiyuki and asked awkwardly. Do you have anything else? No, I don't. Nawaki shook his head. Someone will cook when it's mealtime, but honestly, it's just so. The taste isn't even as good as the rations. This stuff is just a bit hard. It's a military ration pill, not something I'd recommend eating if you have a choice. Move aside. Chiyuki pushed Minato away and said to Nawaki, her expression serious. Go to the logistics department and bring back some ingredients. Don't forget to grab some firewood, too. We'll cook for ourselves. If anyone asks, just tell them your sister wants to practice her cooking, so she needs these supplies. And remember, let your sister know as well. Tell her to come over for dinner when the meal's ready. It really looks like I'll have to set up my own private kitchen. Thank goodness Tsunade's here to be my shield. No one would dare complain with her involved. Tsunade's importance in the camp is on par with Danzo, the chief commander. She wants to experiment with her cooking and open up her own little kitchen. Who would dare object? No one would say it's wrong. In fact, everyone would think it's perfectly reasonable. Will this really work? Recalling the delicious food made by Chiyuki, Nawaki swallowed unconsciously. He was practically salivating. He was so sick of rations, he felt like he'd gag if he ate even one more. If you don't want to, then stick with the rations. I'll go for a walk instead. Chiyuki spread her hands helplessly. If Nawaki wasn't up for it, she'd find another way. The land of rain may have harsh conditions, but it still has the basics. Chiyuki refused to believe that her cooking wouldn't attract a crowd. Wait, I'll go. Nawaki wasn't an idiot. If he had a chance to get a special meal, especially one that wouldn't even be under his own name, why hesitate? He'd make the trip himself. He was beyond tired of the camp food and rations. With a top-class chef like Chiyuki around, this private kitchen absolutely had to happen. Stopping Chiyuki, Nawaki tossed on his raincoat and dashed toward the logistics department. Do you think he'll get chewed out? Watching Nawaki's figure vanish into the rain, Minato sounded a little worried. If he borrowed Tsunade's name like that, chances were she'd never hit Chiyuki, but Nawaki could very well end up on the receiving end. If that bothers you, just stick to rations. Chiyuki shot him a scornful look. He wanted a private meal, but worried Nawaki might take the hit for it. Ahem, lovely weather today, isn't it? Minato quickly changed the subject, feigning nonchalance, as if he hadn't just been worried about Nawaki a moment ago. Compared to the promise of a real meal, whether Nawaki might get scolded just didn't seem that important. After all, Tsunade wouldn't lay a finger on him. That's what you call better you than me, and admittedly, I learned that from you. Armed with Tsunade's name, Nawaki headed to the logistics department and laid out his request. Feeling uneasy, he glanced at the logistics department's chief Jonin, nerves getting the best of him. What? For Lady Tsunade? The other man's reaction was far more intense than Nawaki had expected, which only made his heart pound in panic. If it's for Lady Tsunade, we'll make it happen no matter what. Please wait here, I'll have someone send it over right away. In the future, you won't need to run around yourself. There will be a daily delivery. With a firm thump to his own chest, the chief Jonin made his promise. He may have been a ninja from the Shimura clan and promoted by Danzo, but he genuinely admired Tsunade. Without her, who knows how many Konoha ninja would have died on the battlefield. Was it really this easy? Wasn't this a little too unbelievable? The whole process went so smoothly, it was almost frightening. Even after leaving the logistics department, Nawaki's mind was still buzzing with disbelief. At least he remembered to look for Tsunade. You wanted to see me? Having rushed all the way to the Rain Country encampment, Tsunade had already performed 2 more surgeries. Though her skills and stamina were formidable, even she looked utterly exhausted. Now, she slumped in her chair, arms folded, legs propped up on the table, her expression wary. Let's make this clear. If this is about going to the front lines, forget it. Take those requests to Orochimaru. When it came to Nawaki, Tsunade's constant headache was his relentless desire to join the battle. She'd already clashed with him over this more times than she could count. Tsunade was convinced Nawaki had come to beg her again, hoping she'd persuade Orochimaru to let him onto the battlefield. So before Nawaki could even start, she set her boundaries. If you want to see action, wait for Orochimaru's return and talk to him yourself. With me, there's nothing to discuss. That's not it, Nawaki blurted. It's Chiyuki. He said you're exhausted and need a special meal. I've gone to the logistics department and they'll send the food to my place. You just need to come over for dinner. All right, Tsunade agreed without hesitation. She'd had more than her fill of the camp food. If she actually got a choice, of course she'd go for something special and comforting. Chiyuki was such a talented cook. To miss out on his meals would be a crime. I'll head back first, then. With Tsunade's easy agreement, Nawaki finally felt at ease. Wait. Suddenly, Tsunade seemed to catch something. Did you say you requested a special meal in my name? Doujinshi. Nawaki instantly sensed trouble. He might be in for a beating. With his life on the line, he quickly tried to explain. It wasn't my idea. It was all Chiyuki. He was sure you'd agree and said if I used your name, the logistics staff wouldn't block me. Otherwise, people would just gossip and make things difficult. TSH, I figured as much. Tsunade lost all interest, forgetting even about scolding her brother. She's not mad. Did the sun rise in the west today? You little brat. Itching for a beating, are you? Tsunade's anger, which had just subsided, flared up again in an instant. She slammed her hand on the table, gritting her teeth as she said, "If you had even half the brains of that brat Yagami Chiiwe, I wouldn't need to worry nearly as much. Now get out of here. Tell him I'll be there on time later. I'll handle things in the camp. The special cooking sessions will continue as planned. Hurry up and get lost." Without a trace of defiance, Nawaki clutched his head and dashed off, as if afraid that lingering a second longer would earn him a beating. A sigh slipped from Tsunade's lips. I just hope, by hanging around with Chiiwe, this kid might finally wise up. Tsunade didn't have lofty expectations for Nawaki. As long as he could mature safely, that was enough. As for dreams of becoming Hokage and standing shoulder to shoulder with her legendary grandfather, if such wishes could be realized, that would be wonderful, but if not, it wasn't worth worrying about. Even Tsunade herself held little hope for something like that. It was clear how nearly impossible such a goal would be. Standing beside Hashirama Senju was almost a fantasy, not worth serious consideration. And as for the prospect of becoming Hokage, it was far too early to think about that. The third Hokage was still in his prime and would not readily step down for someone else. Even if the third Hokage were to abdicate, without first securing true power, anyone who sat in the Hokage's seat would find themselves in an awkward position. Just look at Minato. What good did it do him to surpass Orochimaru and become the fourth Hokage? In the end, most of the real power still rested in the hands of the third and figures like Danzo. He became little more than a puppet at the front desk. Lord Danzo, these are the supplies just delivered from the logistics department. Please review them. Whenever Tsunade requisitioned supplies from logistics, notification to Danzo was compulsory. After all, as the camp's commander, Danzo's approval was required for every major and minor matter. Casting a brief glance at the documents, Danzo set them aside, saying, "Proceed as planned. You can even add some fresher ingredients on a regular basis. Tsunade wants special rations? That's nothing but good news. Danzo would love it if Tsunade stayed at the camp, cooking her special meals every day. As long as Tsunade remained in camp, she could save countless injured shinobi. To Danzo, that was far more valuable than having her on the front lines. But Tsunade couldn't stand the sight of him. After one heated argument, she had left the camp for the battlefield, and no amount of persuasion could make her return. But now, she was willing to stay. A stroke of luck. Yes, sir. With Danzo's approval, the logistics staff finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, they could proceed openly and officially. After the logistics team left, Danzo remarked in a flat tone, "That boy Yagami Chiiwe, he's with Tsunade in the camp, is he?" "Yes, Lord Danzo. He's accompanied by Minato, who is Jiraiya's student. The Hokage personally requested that Tsunade bring them to the front lines for training. Do you wish to summon them?" A root ninja appeared inside the tent, dropping to one knee and responding respectfully. "There's no need. Just two brats, after all. Isn't it just a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan eyes? Since Sarutobi values them, let's let them be." Of course, to say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. Root needed talents like Chiiwe. Moreover, Danzo deeply coveted Chiiwe's Sharingan and his skill in Jinjutsu. But right now, he was on the rise, and it was unwise to pull any shady moves that might provoke the third Hokage's wrath. Chiiwe's sensitive identity meant that it was best to leave him alone. Tsunade had always held him in high regard. After all, if anything were to happen to Chiiwe, Tsunade would explode on the spot. And if that happened, chaos in the camp would be inevitable. When faced with the choice between recruiting a promising prodigy and holding on to real power, Danzo chose the latter without hesitation. As for Chiiwe disgracing Shimura Hideyoshi, did that really matter? What a trivial thing. Nowhere near worthy of his attention. There were plenty of people in the Shimura clan. If he had to personally intervene every time someone got into trouble, then what was the point of holding power? He might as well devote himself to sorting out his clan's issues all day. Yes, sir. Receiving his orders, the root operative vanished from the tent. Now alone, Danzo's face betrayed no emotion as he frowned deeply. He'd courted the support of Hamura Mitokado and Kohoro Yutane, and together the three of them had negotiated with the third Hokage for supreme frontline command. But what Danzo hadn't foreseen was that this position, though powerful, was also a burning hot seat. Every kind of bizarre issue was thrown his way for judgment. That was one thing. Political scheming didn't faze Danzo. But what gave him constant headaches was battlefield command. His skills in enemy deployment left much to be desired. Yet, he was loath to surrender authority to anyone else. The result was exactly the kind of dilemma he now found himself in. On top of that, the third Hokage seemed determined to negotiate with Hanzo, hoping to end the war through peaceful talks, a development Danzo had never wanted to see. His ambition was to become Hokage, and to do that, he needed military merit and widespread renown. If the third Hokage led successful peace negotiations and brought the war to a close, Danzo certainly wouldn't be the one to profit. In the end, no matter the world, there's comfort in clinging to those in power. Look at them. While others gnawed on dry rations, they dined on hot meals, meals that everyone else was happy, even eager to provide. Chiwe mused to himself. The delicious aroma wafted through the air, twisting Shizen's stomach in anticipation. After so long without a decent meal, he couldn't help but swallow audibly. Chiwe shot him a look of exasperation. Shizen, could you try not to embarrass yourself? People might think you're a refugee the way you act. On the battlefield, Shizen replied, it can be even tougher than being a refugee. Tsunade's voice drifted in from outside, precisely on cue. She was obviously timing her entrance, not only to help her little brother out of an awkward situation, but also to make sure he didn't freeze up where he stood. Sis, it's time to eat. Shizen jumped up immediately, making space so Tsunade could sit. But Tsunade looked at the spot and clearly wasn't impressed. After glancing around at the tidied-up tent, Tsunade chose instead to sit beside Chiwe. The reason was simple. Shizen's bedding was a complete mess, and there was a strange smell to boot. No girl would ever want to sit in that spot. Make sure you clean up after you eat. Don't embarrass yourself. Don't say I didn't warn you. Even as she sat down, Tsunade shot Shizen a stern look. He used to have a tent all to himself, so it didn't matter how messy he was. But now, with two new companions, if he kept acting like a slob, he'd only end up being disliked. As for herself, Tsunade, well, who would dare complain about her? Did you wash your hands? Did you change your clothes? And here you are, sitting on my bed. Before Tsunade could finish that thought, Chiwe nudged her away. The medical unit wasn't exactly the cleanest place. Viruses and grime everywhere. If she accidentally brought any of that back, it could be serious trouble. Shizen, who was still smarting from being rejected a moment ago, gaped in disbelief at Chiwe. His sister, who had just turned up her nose at him, was now being snubbed by someone else. Was he dreaming? What did you just say, Brad? Being turned away right in front of her brother, especially after she'd just been critical of him, left Tsunade fuming, cheeks reddening with irritation. She glared at Chiwe. I did wash. If you don't believe me, come check for yourself. Oh yeah. Chiwe leaned in suspiciously, sniffing Tsunade for confirmation. Minato, meanwhile, wasn't the least bit fazed. Stranger things had happened between Chiwe and Tsunade. He'd already seen it all. Compared to their antics, this was tame. Minato could handle it, but not Shizen. He felt like his whole world had come crashing down. His big sister willingly let guy, no, a boy, get that close to her and do something so outrageous. Chiwe Yagami, you've gone too far. What kind of boy sniffs a girl like that? There's no weird smell. You pass. Once satisfied there was nothing off, Chiwe let Tsunade off the hook. Let's eat. You're lucky today. Supplies brought you 2 bottles of sake as a treat. He picked up his chopsticks and nodded toward the bottles set aside. Glad they have some sense. It's only fair. I've been working my fingers to the bone saving people. I'm exhausted. Chiwe, give me another massage later. The last time you did it, I felt like a new person. Forget it. Who do you think you are, the queen? Just tell me, are you going to do it or not? I refuse. Come on, aren't you going to eat? Weren't you complaining about being hungry? Minato shot a puzzled glance at the dazed, clueless Shizen. Could it be because of the argument between Chienwe and Tsunade? But isn't that just normal for them? Eat up. What are you daydreaming about? After bickering with Chienwe for a bit, Tsunade finally noticed something off about her little brother. Huh? Oh right, eating. Nawaki hurriedly shoveled rice into his mouth, forgetting to even take any side dishes, his eyes darting restlessly between Chienwe and Tsunade. Keep staring like that, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Tsunade's glare was sharp and dangerous. Nawaki fell silent. I'm your real brother. Your real, blood-related brother. How can you be harsher with me than with outsiders? It really is more comfortable having a private meal like this. I almost don't want to leave the camp anymore. After eating and drinking her fill, Tsunade, cheeks flushed from the sake, flopped down on Chinyue's bed. Come help me with a massage, will you? I'm dead tired. If you don't, I'm not leaving. I'm sleeping here tonight. Clang. Nawaki's bowl slipped from his hands and clattered onto the table. Instantly, Tsunade, Chinyue, and Minato all turned to look at him, eyes filled with curiosity and suspicion. You all right? Why have you been so odd lately? Even holding a bowl, you managed to drop it on the table. So you like giving massages, huh? Let's see if you still like it after this. Chinyue gritted her teeth, jumped onto Tsunade's back, grabbed her arms, and pulled them hard behind her. A chain of crisp cracking sounds echoed from Tsunade's back. Yes, just like that. A bit harder. I feel like my bones are about to fall apart. Woman, shut up. You should be grateful I'm massaging you at all. Enough with the complaints. Nawaki was dumbstruck. He honestly had no idea how he made it out of the tent. Nawaki, what's going on with you? Your mind's clearly elsewhere. Minato tugged him aside. They were tasked with washing the dishes and pots. Seeing Nawaki's odd behavior, Minato grew concerned. I'm fine. I just... Awkwardly scratching his head, Nawaki tried to laugh it off while gesturing with his hands, as if searching for words. He found it hard to admit what was on his mind. It sounded far too improper. Minato. Hand me the dishes. You don't look well. Let me handle today. Tomorrow is your turn. It's just, what exactly is the relationship between my sister and Chinyue Yagami? Their relationship? Minato looked up at him. It's totally normal, really. At first, I thought it was just senior and junior, but later I figured out they're more like friends. Both love to joke around and play pranks. At this, even Minato looked a little embarrassed. Honestly, in the whole Leaf Village, only Chinyue had the nerve to mess around with Tsunade like that. Anyone else would probably be slapped in the next week. Don't you find that a little strange? Nawaki still wasn't convinced. Tsunade was already an adult, and yet she'd become friends with someone nearly 10 years her junior? They actually look pretty close. This just doesn't make sense. Really, it doesn't. There are even stranger things at night. You'll see soon enough. Thinking back on the nights he'd spent recently, Minato could only manage a wry smile. What? Stranger than this? Shingshu's voice shot up several octaves, nearly deafening Minato in the process. Minato couldn't even understand why Shingshu was reacting so dramatically. But soon, Shingshu would know exactly what Minato meant by stranger things. Come on, before you three head out for your patrols, let's play a few rounds of doujinshi. I haven't touched cards all day, and I feel restless. Tsunade, feeling utterly relaxed after a full massage, slapped the table and waved her deck of cards at Shingshu, beckoning with a crooked finger. Lend me your allowance first. I'll pay you back another day. No way. I'm out of allowance money. Shingshu shouted, instinctively clapping a hand to the pocket where he kept his cash. Chinyue rolled her eyes. Honestly, wasn't that just asking for trouble? With such an obvious gesture in that tone, there's no way Tsunade would buy it. Do you really expect your sister to fall for such an obvious lie? You really won't lend it? Tsunade, who knew very well Shingshu still had some cash, narrowed her eyes, tilted her chin, and stared him down. This is all I've got left, really. Shingshu pulled out his money, looking like he might burst into tears at any moment. Chinyue, Minato, the two of them were suddenly grateful they didn't have a sister like that, or else they'd go crazy too. Forget it. Today's not the day to win Tsunade's money. Shingshu just looks too pitiful. That's what Chinyue thought, and Minato agreed. But winning against Tsunade at cards isn't as easy as you'd think. Sure, Chinyue could play clueless and make random moves on purpose, but for Minato, still unfamiliar with the game, he could only muster up his courage and play as best as he could. And lo and behold, Minato emerged as the biggest winner, even helping Chinyue pick up a fair amount of winnings along the way. Turns out, Tsunade just couldn't resist playing landlord every round, convinced she'd win it all back in one sweep. But instead of recouping her losses, she wound up losing all of Shingshu's allowance. You little punk, I'll remember this. I'm going to settle this with Jiraiya. Losing to Chinyue, well, Tsunade could accept that. But Minato beating her too? Now, that was intolerable. Jiraiya, just you wait. Meanwhile, out on the battlefield, Jiraiya had just finished a grueling ambush. Suddenly, a chill ran all the way from the base of his spine to the back of his neck. Orochimaru, did you suddenly feel a cold draft? I think you've lost your mind. With a look of disdain, Orochimaru didn't even bother to reply. As far as he was concerned, Jiraiya had always been an incorrigible fool. He was not only ignored, but also looked down upon. Jiraiya just laughed it off, scratching his long, wet, white hair, not taking it to heart. He smoothly changed the subject and continued. So, you're saying Tsunade is back? Shouldn't we return to camp for some rest then? It's the perfect chance to take a break for a while. After all, ninjas are human too. They get tired. They're not perpetual motion machines. Orochimaru replied with brief words, we'll head back after handling this wave of enemies tomorrow. He was always sparing with his words, especially with Jiraiya. In simple terms, when minds don't meet, even half a sentence feels like too much. Orochimaru just couldn't find any common ground with Jiraiya. Orochimaru's mind revolved around ninjutsu and the pursuit of power, while Jiraiya's head was full of women. For someone like Orochimaru, who barely cared about gender to begin with, how could he possibly keep up a meaningful conversation with Jiraiya? It was still manageable with Tsunade around, but in her absence, the atmosphere between the two was nothing but awkward. Luckily, Orochimaru hadn't gone dark yet. Otherwise, Jiraiya's life would be even more miserable. Don't take it so hard. Once we get back to Konoha, I'll treat you to a feast and a soak at the hot springs. It's just a bit of pocket money, nothing to cry over. Chiwe tried to comfort Nawaki. But that's my money. Nawaki looked utterly defeated. He hadn't even touched the cards, and his money had vanished already. Was there anyone more aggrieved than him? A true sister, indeed. Only someone truly related by blood could dig such a pit for their own little brother. How about we give your money back? Minato spoke up, unable to bear seeing Nawaki look so helpless and pitiful. He felt a little guilty. After all, he'd won the most. Never mind, I'm used to it by now. It just hurts, that's all. Nawaki grinned, good-naturedly. Next time I'll be sure to hide my allowance where my sister can't possibly find it. I just know I can manage that. Maybe it's best if the two of us keep our distance. They say foolishness can be contagious. Chiwe decisively slipped away, putting as much distance between herself and Nawaki as possible. After a moment's thought, Minato followed suit. He figured, given Nawaki's current state, a little distance might do him good. It was a case of mild adolescent foolishness, after all. Nawaki had spent the whole day being shifty, and only now did Chiwe and Minato finally find out what their task actually was. At this moment, they realized why they felt a sense of foreboding all day. So, our mission is to guard the sealing scrolls in the morgue and prevent anyone from stealing the bodies. In the world of shinobi, not even death guarantees peace, because your corpse may be mined for secrets, and your very soul may not escape. With the war between Konoha and the Hidden Rain Village, the number of fallen ninjas had become overwhelming. There were too many bodies to transport all at once. So, they were sealed inside scrolls and sent back in batches. And Nawaki's job? To guard those very sealing scrolls late at night. Chiwe and Minato were assigned to this duty together. No wonder the medic they'd met earlier that day, the one who'd acted so jumpy, had looked at them with such peculiar eyes. At their age, to already be following Tsunade onto the battlefield, this was clearly not something average young ninja could compare to. And yet, as soon as they arrived at camp, they were sent to guard the scroll that sealed the corpses. Anyone in their shoes would find this arrangement hard to swallow. Yes, even though the chances of enemies coming to steal the bodies are very, very slim. Rope Tree's face was awkward. He hadn't wanted to say it outright earlier, that this task was nothing to be proud of. He was supposed to be someone who charged into battle. How could he bear being stuck in a mortuary day and night? But it hadn't turned out as he wished. Of all places, he had been assigned here. The mortuary was unnervingly quiet. Daytime wasn't so bad, but come nightfall, the silence grew oppressive, casting a ghostly pall over the whole place. Anyone with a timid heart wouldn't dare stay here for long. Leaning against a round timber pillar, Chiwe, feeling a headache coming on, asked, "Rope Tree, did you upset someone? Why were you put on this assignment?" It was Sensei's decision. With slumped shoulders, Rope Tree replied weakly. Sensei is passionate about his research. He said if I want to learn his skills, I have to get used to this first. Sooner or later, I'll have to deal with corpses and do research. He wants me to adapt early, so he's put me here. Damn, I knew it. This reeks of Orochimaru's handiwork. Making his own apprentice guard the mortuary. Orochimaru, truly, what a character. Well, what's done is done. Might as well make the best of it. Guarding the mortuary isn't so bad, at least compared to fighting on the battlefield. No need to constantly watch for enemies. No need to endure wind and rain either. As long as you can stand the creepy vibes, the rest is fairly easy, if a little boring. Chiwe, have you worked things out with Kushina? Perhaps out of boredom, Rope Tree looked for something to talk about, and ended up bringing up Kushina. Beside them, Minato's smile froze, and he lowered his head, looking rather dejected. Why bring up the one thing no one wants to talk about? Really, of all topics, why mention Kushina? And ask if I've gotten close with her? Chiwe stretched lazily and replied offhandedly. We've always gotten along. Did you not know? Ha, is that so? That's good. Kushina doesn't have many friends, but with you guys around, she can truly feel part of Konoha. Realizing he'd touched on a sore spot, Rope Tree was a little embarrassed too. Does Minato have feelings for Kushina? If so, he's in trouble. Kushina's heart is set on Chiwe. Rope Tree's thoughts. Anyone with eyes could see that much. And then there's Uchiha Makoto. She likes Chiwe as well. Minato, it seems you don't stand a chance. Not long ago, Minato had been the one sympathizing with Rope Tree. But now, the roles have reversed, and Rope Tree finds himself pitying Minato. Seeing how Jonin looked at Minato with a face full of sympathy, Chiwe was speechless. So the two of you have become partners in misery now? Chiwe could hardly believe them. This kind of assignment really was dreadfully boring. Not even half an hour had passed before Chiwe started to doze off. Minato and Jonin, these two brothers in adversity, huddled together, murmuring about something with surprising enthusiasm. Chiwe listened closely for a moment, only to lose interest right away. He had thought the two were secretly discussing something mysterious, but it turned out they were simply sharing their experiences in learning ninjutsu. For some reason, Chi-Wei found himself missing his phone and computer. If he had a computer, or even just a cell phone, he could sit here all night without complaining of fatigue. Standing idly like this with nothing to do, it was enough to make anyone want to fall asleep. Jonin, how do you normally pass the time? You can't possibly stand here doing nothing all night, can you? Of course not, Jonin replied, turning around and pulling out a stack of books from his coat. He wore a smug look, as if to say, I figured you guys would get bored, but don't worry. I came prepared. It's really dull to stand guard at the morgue, so I always bring something to read. That way, I can kill time, he explained. Plus, Orochimaru-sensei has a lot of books. I can always trade with him if I want something new. Well, reading is certainly better than standing around like an idiot. Chi-Wei casually picked up a ninja story to read. The protagonist was a wandering ninja from a small village who, in pursuit of strength, left home and began his journey of training and growth. Good grief, what an eyesore. After just a few pages, Chi-Wei decisively set the book aside. Orochimaru actually reads this kind of stuff? This is pure self-indulgence. A plain little ninja from an obscure village, steadily climbing the ranks, and just shy of becoming lifelong friends with Hashirama Senju and chatting away with Madara Uchiha. Could it be that Orochimaru himself wrote this? No, Orochimaru probably isn't into such things. If anyone would shamelessly write like this, it'd be Jiraiya. Forget it, time to pick another one. Somehow, the long and dreary night passed. Chi-Wei wasn't even sure how he managed to survive it. Doing this kind of work for too long would drive anyone mad. Thinking about it now, Chi-Wei had to admire Jonin's optimism and innocence. He could spend months guarding corpses and still laugh every day. Maybe having a carefree nature does have its advantages. Because Chi-Wei couldn't do it, and neither could Minato. Like Chi-Wei, Minato looked drained of energy. Apparently, even Jonin's books couldn't hold Minato's attention. Minato, how's your summoning jutsu coming along? Have you managed to summon the toads from Mount Myaboku yet? Back in the resting tent, Shantian recalled how Orochimaru had once told him that Jiraiya had already helped Minato sign a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku. Well, it kind of worked out, I guess. Minato scratched the back of his head awkwardly, clearly unsure how to respond. Kind of. So you mean you succeeded? Come on, summon it and let me see. My own summoning technique has never gone smoothly. Orochimaru-sensei warned me not to use it recklessly. He said it could bring about a lot of trouble. Shantian was visibly excited, eagerly egging Minato on. Minato could only sigh inwardly. Do we really have to talk about summoning beasts right now? Chi-Wei has a summoning beast too. Why aren't you pestering him? Caught between a rock and a hard place, Minato hesitated, only for Chi-Wei to burst out laughing. So let me get this straight. You're both either too scared or too unlucky with the summoning technique. Don't tell me Minato still ends up calling out those tailed toads again. How long had it been since Minato's last blunder? It seemed like ages ago. By now, Minato should have improved a little, surely? But of course, his chakra was limited. Minato didn't have as much chakra as people like to imagine, and this was the biggest obstacle to summoning for him. After all, the toads of Mount Myaboku ran rather large, excepting those little tadpoles and baby toads, of course. As for Shantian, being a legitimate heir to the Senju clan, his natural reserves of chakra far surpassed the average ninja. But he, too, didn't dare use the summoning technique lightly, for fear of accidentally calling forth Orochimaru's Manda. If Manda really appeared, Shantian would scarcely have time to cry over it. Manda was nothing like the friendly toads of Mount Myaboku, always acting like he was the boss, even around Orochimaru. Every time he was summoned, he demanded a sacrifice. Otherwise, he threatened to eat Orochimaru himself. It came as no surprise that the snakes of Ryuchi Cave were such difficult creatures. Unless one was truly strong, it was best not to mess with summoning them at all. Enough already. How can you keep laughing at me about the same thing for months on end? Minato felt completely exasperated, gritting his teeth as he glared at Chi-Wei, while Shantian looked utterly shocked. So, it's not just me who's having trouble. Minato's struggling too. Summoning a tailed toad of all things? Why does that thought make me want to laugh? No, mustn't laugh. If Minato turns on me, I'll be in trouble. I can't even summon my own beast safely. Shantian hurriedly stifled his own amusement and changed the subject. What about you, Chi-Wei? Have you found the right kind of summoning beast yet? He's had a summoning beast for ages. Minato folded his arms and shot a sly glance. He just doesn't want people to know about it. So that's your game, waiting for me right here. Oh, really? Shantian's curiosity was piqued. Chi-Wei, what's your summoning beast? Can we have a look? It's just a fox, nothing special to look at. A big white fox, actually. The thing's sleeping right now. I don't even know if it's woken up yet. Xiaobai lay deep in slumber. Chi-Wei hadn't paid much attention to it lately, so she truly couldn't say if it had awakened or not. If it hadn't yet, Dragging Xiaobai out prematurely might hamper its advancement, and that would be no good. A fox. And it's white. Minato was surprised, though he managed to hide it. He simply hadn't expected Chiyue to choose a fox as her summoning beast. That only made him more curious. Just what did Chiyue's summoning beast look like? A white fox. Surely, it must be stunning. But was it powerful too? Then again, summoning beasts aren't just judged by their looks. Their main use is in battle. Otherwise, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade would have wept tears of despair in the bathroom. Their summoning beasts were a snake, a toad, and a slug, respectively. Minato's curiosity deepened. Was Chiyue's beast enormous, or was it charming and petite? Meanwhile, for Rope Tree, who alone knew of the Ninetales' existence, things felt different. He found himself growing uneasy. Something about what she'd said just didn't sit right. A big fox and it's white too? If Chiyue hadn't specifically added white to her description, Rope Tree might have suspected it was the Ninetales itself. He chuckled at his own silliness. After all, the Ninetales was sealed within Kushina. How could anyone else possibly have it as their summoning beast? Master, Xiaobai is awake now. Support the updates with a little gift, and there'll be new chapters every day. Red Heart, I want to be your favorite. See you every day. Oh, could you drop a 5-star review, darling? Just as Chiyue was about to refuse, she heard Xiaobai's voice in her mind. So Xiaobai's second phase of slumber had ended? Chiyue couldn't help feeling excited. Xiaobai's abilities in the first phase were already impressive, but in the second phase, Xiaobai had truly become an unstoppable force. No one could stand in its way. And when it reached the third phase, well, her exclusive Ninetales would be able to take on even the Ten-Tails itself in the game. Well, since you're all so eager to see, I might as well show you. Xiaobai, don't make yourself too big. Chiyue spoke silently to Xiaobai, then lifted her hand and began forming seals. Of course, her seals were only for show. After all, Xiaobai didn't even need a summoning jutsu to appear. No matter how far away it was, it could always return to Chiyue on its own. A beast like Xiaobai was special. Sealing it away was nearly impossible. Was Chiyue really about to summon her own beast? Minato and Rope Tree both stared wide-eyed, unable to hide their curiosity. She performed the hand seals, and a puff of smoke erupted in the tent. There, before them, Xiaobai appeared, a fox no bigger than a short-legged corgi. Master! Xiaobai cried out joyfully and leaped toward Chiyue. She raised her arms, catching Xiaobai and holding it in her embrace. Xiaobai nestled its little head against Chiyue's chest, its 9 long tails trailing through the air and swaying gently behind. What a sweet, enchanting voice. If they hadn't seen with their own eyes that this voice was coming from the mouth of a fox, Minato and Nawaki could have easily mistaken it for a beautiful woman speaking. The voice was so alluring, it was almost irresistible. It made their hearts itch with curiosity and intrigue. It's been a long time since you've come out, hasn't it? Senjutsu gently cradled Xiaobai in her arms, softly stroking its silky white fur as she spoke to Minato and Nawaki. This is my summoned beast, Xiaobai. She's a 9-tailed fox. She can grow to an enormous size, and she's a girl. I'm so jealous. Minato looked at Xiaobai, then compared her to the toads of Mount Myaboku in his mind, and instantly felt himself turning green with envy. There was simply no comparison. Set against Xiaobai, the toads from Mount Myaboku were like worthless lumps. How he wished he could have such a summoned beast. I don't like snakes at all. I like foxes. Nawaki's eyes lit up with longing, staring straight at Xiaobai. He wished he could snatch her from Senjutsu's arms and give her a good cuddle, just to experience the thrill of holding such a gorgeous fox. As if her looks weren't dazzling enough, even her voice was irresistibly captivating. So coquettish, so bewitching, was this really just a fox, or could she be an actual fox spirit in disguise? Showered in praise by her master, Xiaobai gave a little hum, lifted her head proudly, and her big blue eyes sparkled as they watched Minato and Nawaki with keen curiosity. Master? Are these your teammates? They look so weak. Honestly, even that little girl, Kushina, is better than them. Ahem. To be looked down on so thoroughly by a mere summoned beast left Minato coughing in embarrassment, while Nawaki nearly choked on his own saliva. Don't say nonsense, Senjutsu replied, awkwardly rubbing the top of Xiaobai's head. The real reason Xiaobai ranked Kushina above Minato and Nawaki was the 9 tails sealed within Kushina, which gave her considerable extra points in the fox's eyes. It was just a pity that Kushina's relationship with the 9 tails was as hostile as fire and water. If she could ever become a perfect Jinchuriki, she'd no doubt be the strongest ninja in the whole village. In such a case, the third Hokage and Danzo wouldn't just have to keep Kushina under lock and key, they'd have to treat her like an honored ancestor. Senjutsu set Xiaobai on her own bed, then went off to prepare some food, issuing a warning to Minato and Nawaki as she left. Don't even think about trying to pet her. Xiaobai is very powerful, and she's not fond of strangers. If you ignore my advice and end up getting hurt, I won't be responsible. There's a natural love for beauty in everyone's heart. With looks like Xiaobai's, both Minato and Nawaki were already starting to resent their own summons. The snakes of Ryuchi Cave and the toads of Mount Myaboku paled in comparison. Both of their eyes seemed to glow green as they gazed at Xiaobai, wishing they could snatch her up and hold her close. Senjutsu was certain, if they dared to reach out, they'd regret it for the rest of their lives. Her stern warning promptly put an end to their fantasies about cuddling Xiaobai. Minato could take in stride, but Nawaki edged closer to Senjutsu and whispered, "Qianyue, how did you get your summoning beast?" Judging by his tone, Shangtong was clearly tempted. He wanted one just like it, preferably with an adorable-sounding voice that could soothe him to his core. Qianyue was kneading dough at the moment. She glanced over her shoulder at Shangtong and replied, "I'm not too sure myself. Xiaobai told me it chose me. The first time I used the summoning technique, we formed a contract, and it stayed with me ever since. It's just that Xiaobai spends most of its time sleeping, so I usually don't summon it." Now that Xiaobai had reached its second stage, it could perfectly conceal its own chakra, and there was no need for secrecy anymore. As long as it didn't unleash its power, anyone would simply think Xiaobai was a pet. I see. After hearing Qianyue's explanation, Shangtong realized all hope of getting a Xiaobai of his own was gone. By the looks of Xiaobai, even if there were more of its kind, it was unlikely to allow anyone else to form a contract. Lucky for him, Qianyue didn't know what Shangtong was really thinking. Otherwise, she might have told him there was still a chance, just that one of these creatures lived in Konoha. The only problem, the one in Konoha didn't have a very pleasant temper. Aside from the Nine Tails in Konoha, other villages had tailed beasts as well. If you somehow managed to avoid being blown to pieces by explosive tags, there were plenty of opportunities. Provided, of course, you were strong enough, someone like Uchiha Madara, who could force a contract with the Nine Tails through sheer power. To the Nine Tails, this was the greatest humiliation of its life. Being controlled by the Sharingan or being sealed away was one thing, but being forced into a summoning contract, now, that was simply unbearable. Every time Uchiha Madara performed a summoning, the Nine Tails' heart would skip a beat. It just wanted to show how terrified it was of him. "Here's your breakfast. Enjoy." Breakfast was noodles with hot oil. After finishing her own bowl, Qianyue carried it out of the tent. Spotting this, Xiaobai nimbly leapt up on her shoulder, then crawled into her raincoat and curled up on her head, looking for all the world like a fluffy white hat. Thank heaven Xiaobai was white. Imagine if it were green. Who would dare let it perch on their head like that? Honestly, though, it was pretty cozy. Qianyue couldn't help thinking. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Minato and Shangtong were both preoccupied. "I know exactly what you're thinking," Minato said, eating his noodles, rolling his eyes at Shangtong, who had been staring at him the whole time. Shangtong let out an awkward laugh. "And I know what you're about to say. We have to stick to the same story. Whatever happens, we can't let Teacher Orochimaru or Teacher Jiraiya find out we dislike their summoning beasts. Otherwise, they'll be really disappointed." "I agree." Minato instantly raised his hand in support. If word got out that they preferred Xiaobai to those toads and snakes, it would definitely stir up trouble. Jiraiya probably wouldn't mind much. After all, toads weren't exactly everyone's cup of tea. But if the toads of Mount Myaboku heard about it, they might refuse to help Minato again. As for Orochimaru, well, there was no need to elaborate. The snakes of Ryuchi Cave are not to be trifled with. Given Orochimaru's personality, once he finds out about this, it's unlikely Shizuku will get off easy. So, we need to convince Qianyue to keep this secret. Meeting of the minds, the two spoke in perfect unison. It wasn't hard to find Tsunade. With Xiaobai leading the way, Qianyue quickly arrived at the medical tent where she was resting. But the moment he stepped inside, he was surprised to discover that there were others in the tent besides Tsunade. "You're here." Orochimaru and Jiraiya had returned to camp that morning, heading straight to her. Tsunade had just finished tending to their wounds when Qianyue arrived. Seeing him come in, Tsunade immediately perked up, left Orochimaru and Jiraiya behind, and rushed over to snatch the bowl from Chiyue's hands. Smells amazing. What is this? I don't think I've ever had it before. I've been up all night. I'm starving." Unfazed by the heat, she grabbed the chopsticks, gave the contents a quick stir, and started eating hungrily. "Oil-splashed noodles," Chiyue replied, settling down nearby and nodding in greeting to Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who were watching from across the way. The fragrant aroma filled the tent, and Jiraiya swallowed hard, almost without thinking. He could barely remember the last time he'd had a hot, satisfying meal. Orochimaru, who was never picky about food, was visibly mesmerized as well. After more than a month on the front lines, living off ration pills and preserved food, who wouldn't crave a hot, hearty dish? Don't even think about it. Tsunade looked up to find both Jiraiya and Orochimaru staring at her. Quickly, she raised her arm to shield her bowl. If you want some, go to the logistics department yourselves. Don't even try to take mine. I'm absolutely famished. Apologies, you too. I didn't know you were here, or I would have made more. Chi-Wei explained honestly. He truly hadn't known Orochimaru and Jiraiya would be there. Otherwise, making a couple more bowls wouldn't have been a problem. Luckily, he wasn't the one eating now. As long as Tsunade didn't mind, Chi-Wei wasn't about to feel awkward on her behalf. These were her guests. She could entertain them as she wished. Haha, it's not too late to make some now, Jiraiya joked, ever the opportunist. Chi-Wei could only sigh inwardly. He hadn't expected Jiraiya to be so shameless. Get lost. Tsunade came to Chi-Wei's rescue, yelling at Jiraiya. Chi-Wei just pulled an all-night shift and still had to make me breakfast. If you want to eat, make it yourself. It was only a joke. Was that really necessary? Jiraiya looked skyward in silent exasperation. Orochimaru just chuckled quietly, saying nothing, his eyes curiously drifting over to Chi-Wei. This was, after all, the first time they'd met. Phew, such a stifling atmosphere. Little Bai wriggled out from under the raincoat, glancing around the tent with curiosity at Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. The moment Tsunade saw Little Bai, whose beauty was utterly striking, her eyes sparkled in delight. Jiraiya leaned in with obvious curiosity. Is this your pet? She's adorable, and a girl too. Her voice is so charming. Among the three, only Orochimaru froze stiff. A fleeting glance from Little Bai moments ago had made him feel as though some fearsome beast had set its sights on him. It was a sensation Orochimaru had never experienced before. Could you keep your distance, you toad lover? The stench of toads on you is even stronger than on that guy Minato. Perhaps it was some natural enmity between tailed beasts and the creatures of the three great sage lands. Sure enough, as soon as Jiraiya edged a little closer, his eyes filled with mischief, Little Bai immediately grew guarded. A sound of exasperation escaped Jiraiya as he opened his mouth to speak, intending to ask where Chi-Wei had found such a pet, only to be interrupted by Little Bai's pointed remark. Toad stench? Really? How could I, Jiraiya, the proud toad sage, possibly reek of toads? Laughter erupted from Tsunade, so hearty she could barely breathe. She even stopped eating her noodles mid-bite. A spray of noodle crumbs flew from her mouth, scattering far and wide, straight onto Jiraiya. This left Jiraiya looking especially wronged and aggrieved. Tsunade, it's bad enough I'm being scorned by a pet, but now you've sprayed me too? You had it coming. Tsunade roared with laughter, completely losing her composure. Orochimaru forced a faint smile, his narrowed eyes analyzing the snowy white fox nestled in Chi-Yue's arms. That's no pet. I'd say it's a summoned beast, am I right, Chi-Yue? Given that earlier spine-tingling feeling, Orochimaru was certain. The white fox in Chi-Yue's arms was no ordinary pet, but a powerful summoned beast indeed. Treat it like a pet, and there's no telling. If it turned on you in an instant, you'd never see what hit you. Little Bai is indeed my summoned beast, not a pet, Chi-Yue replied, stroking Little Bai's silky fur with a smile. And please, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Chi-Yue. Very well, Chi-Yue then. Orochimaru had not yet embarked on his path of darkness, and was still rather easy to get along with. Ironically, among the three legendary Sannin, he was the most insane and shrouded in darkness, yet he was also the most reasonable. Unlike Jiraiya's thick-skinned bravado or Tsunade's brash temper and fondness for brawling, Orochimaru was always logical. All right then, a summoned beast, is it? How could such a tiny fox possibly fight alongside its summoner? Little Bai had completely concealed her chakra presence, and so Jiraiya, deceived, assumed she was nothing but a weak, support-type summoned creature at best. Even Tsunade thought the same way. Only Orochimaru was convinced that Little White was neither a pet nor a support-type summoning beast, but a terrifying predator. Have any of you noticed? After being snubbed by Little White, Jiraiya no longer tried to get close, choosing instead to watch from a distance. He suddenly clapped his hands together, but just as he was about to say the word fox, he caught Little White's warning gaze and quickly corrected himself. Doesn't Little White really remind you of a certain formidable creature from the Leaf Village? Though he had never seen the Nine Tails with his own eyes, Jiraiya, as a disciple of the third Hokage, was no stranger to the tailed beasts. He knew exactly what the Nine Tails looked like. Apart from being a bit smaller, white in color, and noticeably more adorable, Little White's appearance was almost identical to that of the Nine Tails. There's a resemblance, but it's impossible for there to be a second Nine Tails in this world, Tsunade said, shrugging as she continued eating her noodles. Before long, her bowl was empty. She patted her belly in satisfaction, her face glowing with contentment. 9 tails? Chiwe asked, feigning ignorance and looking over with curiosity. Are you sure you want to bring that up? Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged uncertain glances with Tsunade, but she casually waved her hand and replied, What's the big deal? Even though he has Uchiha blood, he's bound to find out someday. Despite the third Hokage and Danzo's desperate attempts to keep such secrets, Tsunade didn't care. She believed Chiwe would never bear any ill will towards Kushina. Some truths are better revealed sooner than later, to prevent misunderstandings down the road. Chiwe, have you ever heard of tailed beasts? I've heard of them. They're supposed to be incredibly powerful creatures, right? Chiwe's lips twitched. After all, he was literally cradling one in his arms. Little White, nestled against his chest, drooped his ears listlessly, clearly bored as he listened to everyone explain what a tailed beast was to his master. That's one way to put it, Tsunade said, after thinking for a moment. There are 9 mighty tailed beasts in the world of shinobi, from 1 tail to 9 tails. The more tails a beast has, the stronger it is. Here in the Leaf, we have 1 tailed beast, the most powerful of all the 9 tails. Tsunade! An angry voice snapped from outside the tent. Tsunade rolled her eyes, recognizing the voice on the spot. Jiraiya just shrugged at Orochimaru. Orochimaru flashed a knowing, mischievous smile. He knew Tsunade was in for a scolding. At the very least, she would get an earful. It was bound to turn into another argument. Danzo had arrived. There were few in the Leaf Village who dared to admonish Tsunade so bluntly, and Danzo was one of them. Not that Tsunade would ever defer to him. 5 stars for a stroll. Updates every day. Love you all. Red Heart. Orochimaru and Jiraiya had just returned to the camp and joined Tsunade. Danzo had come seeking them, ready to discuss strategic plans. Who could have guessed that just as he stepped outside the tent, Danzo overheard Tsunade's words, and his anger flared up instantly. This was supposed to be an absolute village secret. How could Tsunade reveal it so easily? A root ninja pulled open the tent flap, and Danzo entered with a darkened face, shouting, Tsunade, is this how your teacher instructed you, to carelessly reveal the village's secrets? What secret, seriously? Chiwe was rendered utterly speechless by this. If it truly was a secret, then how were the hidden cloud ninjas able to infiltrate Konoha and capture Kushina? I know very well what should and shouldn't be said. There is no need for the aide Danzo to specifically remind me. Tsunade replied, her face stern and her tone displeased. Your job is to focus on what you're responsible for. Don't concern yourself with matters between me and Kushina. You, Tsunade retorted without a hint of restraint, not leaving Danzo any room to save face. Danzo's anger burned even hotter. After all, he was Konoha's aide to the Hokage, the supreme commander on the battlefield. And yet Tsunade, she didn't even bother to acknowledge his authority. Ever since the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, Tsunade's attitude towards Danzo had only grown colder with each passing day. Though Konoha wasn't directly responsible for the annihilation of the Uzumaki, the village had played an unspeakable supporting role in the tragedy. In other words, they fanned the flames. And the mastermind behind it all was none other than Danzo. When the Uzumaki pleaded for help, Danzo was the one who fiercely opposed Konoha aiding them. He even talked up the logic of wartime strategy, forcing the third Hokage to back down. After the Uzumaki perished, Konoha not only refused to help, but in the end swooped in to lay claim to the Uzumaki's inheritance. All of this was like a sharp thorn, forever embedded in Mito Uzumaki's heart. But alas, she had grown old. No matter how high her standing, she could no longer influence the village's decisions. In the end, she had to accept the outcome, and carried that heartbreak to her grave. Tsunade had witnessed it all with her own eyes. How could she possibly view Danzo, Koharu Yuditane, and Hamura Mitokado in any favorable light? It was already admirable that she hadn't cursed them to their faces. Ahem, Lord Danzo, may I ask what brings you here to see Lady Tsunade? Sensing that yet another argument was about to break out, Jiraiya quickly stepped in to defuse the tension. After all, a clash between the head of the medical corps and the supreme commander right in the camp could never bode well. Even if it didn't hand the enemy an opening, word getting out would still be damaging. Such rumors could easily make people believe Konoha's leaders were at odds, undermining troop morale. That's why Tsunade preferred to avoid sparring with Danzo, willing even to leave the medical corps behind to fight on the front lines. Now, with Jiraiya smoothing over the situation, Danzo, awkward and with no place to vent, was finally given a way out, and his tone softened. The members of the ANBU have received some fresh intelligence. The 3 of you come to headquarters. We need to discuss troop deployment. With that, Danzo didn't linger a second longer. His cold, Dark gaze swept over Chiwe for a moment before he turned and left, root operatives following close behind. What the hell? Why are you giving me that look? I'm not the one who brought up the nine tails. If you got the guts, go after Tsunade instead. Why are you staring at me? It's not like I'm eating rice from the Shimura family table. Does this mean I become target? Will Root's agents come find me in the middle of the night? Chiwe propped his chin in his hand. Curiosity suddenly piqued as he pondered. If Root's agents really did show up at his door, how should he deal with them? It's not like it would be easy to hide bodies inside the camp. That'd get tricky. Maybe just stash them directly into the sealed scrolls in the morgue. Danzo would be furious if that happened. Tsunade, undaunted by the prospect of angering Danzo, spoke bluntly. You'd better watch yourself. That old man is no friend to anyone. At that moment, Danzo, only just outside the tent, stumbled on his next step. Beneath the Root agent masks, grim expressions flickered. Clearly, they'd overheard Tsunade's parting words. Moo! Pretending not to have heard her, Danzo led his men away. Jiraiya gave a wry smile. Tsunade, was that really necessary? Now the old man's going to have a tough time. Jiraiya never agreed with Tsunade's confrontational approach toward the village elders, even when he thought their actions despicable. After all, they were all part of the same village. If things grew too tense, everyone would be left embarrassed. Orochimaru let out a mocking laugh. The one thing he couldn't stand was Jiraiya's temperament. He clearly dislikes how things are run, yet still manages to worry about everyone. Always anxious about this, concerned about that. Tsunade was close to losing her temper. She shot a glare at Jiraiya, eyes sharp as blades. If you want to take a stand, that's your choice, but why bother lecturing me? Get lost. Out of my sight. Seeing Tsuwanda's fury flare, Jiraiya immediately covered his head, scrambled to his feet, and darted out of the tent as if his life depended on it. First, he wanted to avoid Tsunade's wrath. Second, he needed to find something to eat, and then go check on his student, Minato. It's been ages since they've seen each other. Hopefully, Minato will understand where I've been. Well then, I'll take my leave, chicken. With a cheerful grin, Orochimaru announced his departure and slipped out of the tent as well. They're driving me mad. Tsunade slammed her hand down on the table, bowls and chopsticks bouncing clear off the surface as the imprint of her palm sank deep into the wood. Chiwa looked at the mark and thought, if that hand ever landed on someone, it'd be enough to shatter a few bones. Yeah, best make himself scarce. Chiwa was not about to comfort Tsunade or would try to calm her down. Not like I did anything to upset her, so why should I be the one to cheer her up? Anyway, I'm not the one being yelled at or beaten up. Let those two handle it. With those thoughts spinning in his head, Chiwa quietly slipped away. Noticing that Chiwa hadn't even bothered to clear the dishes and was making his escape, Tsunade gave a huff of laughter and said, half amused and half exasperated. Be careful. Don't want her off. That old fox is treacherous. Watch out, or he'll give you trouble. Danzo wouldn't dare lay a hand on her, but Tsunade worried he'd vent his anger on Chiwa instead. How could he? I'm just a nobody. Your business has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving, but remember, come over for dinner tonight. Trouble for me? Let him try. If he does, he's not leaving. After all, there were still plenty of sealing scrolls left in the morgue. Whether or not Danzo ended up hating him, Chiwa didn't much care. He was born to stand opposed to Danzo anyway. Whether he provoked Danzo or not, the result would be the same. Even if nothing had happened today, sooner or later, Danzo would make a move against him. It was partly because of his close relationship with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but it was also because of the Uchiha blood running through his veins. Chiwa never naively believed that being half-blooded, a white-haired outsider, would earn him any mercy from Danzo. If a confrontation was inevitable, why not get over with sooner? He didn't mind giving Danzo a warning. He wanted Danzo to know. Don't reach for what isn't yours. I, Chiwa Yagami, am not someone you can so easily manipulate. And unlike other Uchiha, I'm not going to tiptoe around you. Where's Minato? Back at the tent, Chiwa didn't see Minato anywhere. Instead, he found Nawaki lounging, reading a book. When Chiwa asked, Nawaki rolled over, answering weakly. Where else? He followed his teacher, Jiraiya, of course. It was obvious Nawaki was sulking, practically turning into a sour lemon. Because Minato had been taken away by his own sensei, Jiraiya. But Nawaki? He'd been left behind. Even Orochimaru hadn't come by to visit him. That left Nawaki feeling rather resentful. Update fully loaded. More chapters coming, Red Heart. Saw Orochimaru-senpai at the medical unit just now. Looks like he's headed for logistics. If you go now, you'll probably catch him. With that reminder to Nawaki, Chiwa cuddled up with Whitey and crawled under the covers to sleep. After a night without rest, he was feeling more than a little drowsy. As for Whitey the pup, he made a great bodyguard, a buffer, and an adorable little heater rolled into one. Besides, he was warm and fluffy, perfect to snuggle. Most importantly, Whitey seemed to like it too. Go teach that kid a lesson for me. It was one thing to get close to the Jinchuriki, but ignore him for lack of time. Who would have guessed Tsunade would reveal even the Nine-Tails' secret to this kid? Fine, then don't blame me for what happens next. Danzo seethed with rage, grinding his teeth. An Uchiha brat with cursed blood, privy to Nine-Tails' secrets? Unforgivable. It had to be said, Tsunade's worries were justified. Danzo wouldn't come after her, so he took out his anger on Chiwe instead. Had Chiwe not borne Uchiha blood, things might have been different, but since he did, Danzo's enmity was only sharpened by it. Because of Kushina and Tsunade, Danzo now wished he could dig a hole and bury Chiwe on the spot. Yes, sir. The root ninja slipped away quietly. Even though Chiwe had a record of defeating a jonin, and had effortlessly put Shimura Shui under a Jinjutsu before the eyes of several jonin, Root's ninja still didn't regard him as a threat. After all, no matter what he'd done, he was just a kid. Nothing worth fussing over. When it came to knowledge about the Sharingan, who besides the Uchiha clan could compare to Root? Besides, Root operated without regard for morals or consequences. As long as the mission was completed, any means were justified. Chiwe slept straight through to the afternoon, only waking up slowly, opening his eyes to find Nawaki and Minato huddled together, grinning and chatting with infectious enthusiasm. Seeing their animated faces, Chiwe couldn't help but ask, "What happened? Did you two find money on the street, or something?" Chiwe. With a proud smile, Minato pulled out a notebook. Jiraiya-sensei found me and gave me one of his personal journals, full of notes from his ninjutsu training. Me too. Nawaki was so pleased he could hardly contain himself. Orochimaru-sensei gave me a handwritten notebook of his own. I thought Orochimaru and Jiraiya had given you decades' worth of their hard-earned skills. Turns out, you're both as happy over a notebook. I get it if it's Minato, but Nawaki, can't you act a little more dignified? A young master of the Senju clan, grinning like a fool all because of one notebook. Where's your sense of pride? Take out your great uncle's notebook, and you could study for a lifetime. Even Orochimaru would be envious of that. Night fell. The work of Chiwe and his two companions began again, in that same cold, lonely mortuary. In the daytime, there were at least a few people around. At night, hardly anyone came near this eerie place. So that's it. My training method was wrong. How could I be so dense? Nawaki and Minato were openly slacking off, poring over the notebooks by the dim torchlight, so absorbed they didn't seem to notice a thing. Not only did they read, they muttered to themselves the whole time, sometimes berating their own stupidity, sometimes frowning in frustration, sometimes beaming with childlike joy. Chiwe finally had enough. You two go read inside. He really couldn't stand the two of them babbling away. One moment calling themselves idiots, the next pulling a long face, then breaking out into goofy grins. Unbearable. Master, the one-eyed man's companions from earlier, they're circling outside. Perched on Chiwe's shoulder, Shiro gave a soft warning. So, Root's people had set their sights on him. Really? They're after me now? Chiwe paused, then chuckled and strolled toward the door. Meanwhile, Minato and Nawaki were still engrossed in their notebooks, too captivated to notice Chiwe slipping away. Not that they'd care anyway. Their current job hardly required much vigilance. If any enemies had managed to infiltrate the morgue, the Konoha camp would have been riddled with holes by now. There were no patrol squads nearby, nor any secret sentries on duty. It seemed that Root's operatives had drawn them away. After all, even Root's ninjas, ruthless as they might be, had to exercise a modicum of caution. If things got too out of hand, trouble would surely follow. At this stage, Danzo still cared about his reputation. If he wanted to become Hokage, he couldn't let his name be tarnished. Chiwe Yagami, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Chiwe had barely stepped into a secluded corner when Root's ninjas leapt out impatiently, blocking his way from both front and back as they demanded he come along. Danzo wanted to see him. As if I'd believe that. How many times has Root used this excuse to deceive people? Of those who have followed you, how many ever came back safely? What do you think, should I go? Chiwe stared at the Root ninja in front of him, whose mask was shaped like a monkey. Without hesitation, he unleashed his deadly dance of social awkwardness, Falling Cherry Blossom's Jinjutsu. His unique skill didn't require him to activate the Sharingan. He could use it whenever and wherever he pleased. He wanted people to think only the Sharingan could unleash such illusions, only for them to realize too late that Chiwe didn't need it at all. The Root ninja in the monkey mask froze completely, turning into a statue. Rhesus? Rhesus, seeing his partner rooted in place, the Root ninja wearing a fox mask panicked and called out in a low voice. No point calling. He's done for. A crimson gleam flashed in Chiyue's eyes. The Sharingan awakened. 3 Tomo whirled in his gaze, and the fox-masked ninja's heart skipped a beat. The sudden silence of his companion caused him to let his guard down, and he found himself locked in direct eye contact with Chiyue. A red light flickered, and the fox-masked ninja's mind spun. He realized he'd fallen under a genjutsu. Panic-stricken, he struggled to break free, only for a sharp pain to lance through his throat. Blood spurted from his mouth. What was the point? Chiyue's voice, heavy with sighs, sounded in his ear as the world faded of color before his eyes, and he collapsed, utterly drained. Was this the best Root could do? One made the fatal mistake of meeting his Sharingan gaze and was dispatched instantly. The other was standing there, completely enthralled, and about to break out into a bizarre, mortifying dance. Chiyue produced a sealing scroll, shoved the corpse inside, then dealt swiftly with the monkey-masked ninja before he could start his embarrassing spectacle, sealing him away in another scroll as well. Kahaku, take these scrolls far away and burn them. Stashing corpses in the morgue was never going to work. He'd only ever considered it as an idle thought. When it came to bodies, the best policy was to erase all traces and avoid unnecessary trouble. Watching as Little White disappeared into the night, scroll in mouth, Chiyue stretched lazily and made her way back to the morgue. Minato and Nawaki were still completely engrossed in their notes, utterly absorbed, to the point that they hadn't even noticed Chiyue had left. Now that the Stone Ninja Village and the Sand Ninja Village have both joined the war in the Land of Rain, the situation there has become chaotic. Hanzo has declared war on both villages at once. This, for us in the Leaf Village, is actually an advantage. Having multiple sides fighting against each other is far preferable to being surrounded ourselves. The command headquarters remained brightly lit. Danzo sat at the head position, while representatives from various departments and jonin from the village took seats below him. Without the strength of a jonin, or if you weren't the head of a department, you were almost never qualified to attend such meetings. The actions of the Sand Village are meant to keep us bogged down in the Land of Rain, preventing the war from ending quickly, Tsunade said, her expression grave and her voice strong. In addition, Lord Hokage proposes that we negotiate with Hanzo, aiming to end the war swiftly and redirect our focus to the enemies already invading the Land of Fire. This was the will of the third Hokage. Tsunade was merely conveying his message. Whether Danzo was willing to listen, that was another matter entirely. It seemed Danzo had no intention of negotiating with Hanzo. Once talks succeeded and the war ended, Danzo would have to return to the Leaf and resume his roles as Hokage's assistant and leader of Root. His grip on power would inevitably slip away along with the end of war. Everyone's attention was fixed on Danzo, whether there would be negotiations with the Rain Village hinged entirely on his stance. After all, Danzo was the commander appointed by the village. If he disagreed, not even the third Hokage's intentions would matter, unless a formal order was issued. Under the weight of everyone's gaze, Danzo finally began to speak, his voice steady. Right now, the situation is chaotic. The Rain Village wields formidable military power, and Hanzo, a demigod, isn't about to negotiate with the Leaf so lightly. This war will not end easily. If there's to be any talk of negotiation, shouldn't we at least send someone to sound out Hanzo first? Isn't the Hokage being too hasty? Tsunade regarded Danzo coldly. She had known all along he would never agree. Yet the third Hokage's stance was to consult, not to command. Consultation meant that the big decisions at the front lines rested with Danzo. If Danzo refused, then it was as good as nothing being said. Orochimaru wore his usual faint smile, his eyes watching Danzo with a hint of mockery. This outcome was exactly as he had expected. Only Jiraiya, unable to stand it any longer, furrowed his brow and pressed for an answer. His challenge cast a ripple through the command post. Many of the Jonin shared his thoughts, wishing for the war to end sooner. Right now, the Land of Fire was already in chaos, with Sand Ninja causing trouble everywhere. The best course was to finish the fight in the Land of Rain as quickly as possible. But Danzo clearly wasn't willing. Are you questioning me? Being questioned in front of so many people left Danzo unable to keep up appearances. He glared furiously at Jiraiya. See? I knew this would happen. Tsunade scoffed, crossing her arms without saying another word. Though he didn't want to quarrel with Danzo, Jiraiya still did his best to push his point. Lord Danzo, I'm not doubting you, but I truly hope we can send someone to approach the Hidden Rain to see if there is any willingness to negotiate. And if they refuse, then we, Konoha, will fight this war to the very end. As the leading village among the 5 great shinobi nations, Konoha certainly had no reason to fear a minor village like the Hidden Rain. I will personally assign someone to contact the Rain Shinobi. Do you have any other questions? Danzo's face was dark as thunder. Jiraiya shook his head and replied, "No, Lord Danzo, I'll leave the arrangements to you. In that case, today's meeting is adjourned. Everyone, return to your stations and fulfill your duties. Make absolutely sure to give the enemy no chance for a sneak attack." With those words, Danzo effectively dismissed the crowd. Everyone rose to leave the command post. "Be ready. This is going to be a long, drawn-out struggle." Orochimaru's voice curled with a sly smile, but there was no warmth behind it. No one missed the target of his mockery. Jiraiya was at a loss for words. "You could have said this inside. What's the point saying it now? I'll go check on the medical division." Tsunade, completely irritated, decided she wasn't going to stay in the camp any longer. Just the sight of Danzo's scheming face made her feel like she couldn't breathe. She'd rather be out on the front lines. "You're not staying?" Orochimaru asked, still smiling. Tsunade shot him a cold look. "Right now, all I want is to smash that smug face of yours. Why hit me? I didn't do anything to offend you." Orochimaru spread his hands with an innocent smile, pretending not to understand. Jiraiya gave a sheepish, nervous laugh and quietly took a few steps back. He knew better than to provoke Tsunade at a time like this. She might really hit him. After putting the medical unit's affairs in order, Tsunade went to find Chiyue and the other two. "You three, get some rest right away. At dawn, pack up and be ready to leave the camp with me. There will be others to take over our duties here." "Does that mean we're finally heading to the battlefield?" Nawaki asked, eager enough to be on the verge of tears. He had been waiting for this day for so long, but Tsunade had always forbidden him from going, and Orochimaru never thought to take him along either. That left Nawaki doing little more than odd jobs around the camp, drifting aimlessly until today. "You look rather pleased with yourself, don't you?" Tsunade shot him a deathly look, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Nawaki froze as if struck by lightning. The grin wiped clean from his face. Right now, his sister was like a volcano on the brink of eruption. One spark and she'd blow sky high. Flaunting around at a time like this? If you don't get in trouble, it'd truly defy reason. And here came Nawaki's old habit again. Minato scratched his head, a wry, burdened smile on his face. As a result, Minato's smile immediately placed a target on his back. Tsunade, still frustrated after scolding her brother, turned around only to see Minato grinning sheepishly and scratching his head. That smile, that gesture, exactly like Jiraiya. The sight only infuriated Tsunade further. "What are you grinning at? You're just like your teacher." Minato was speechless. "What did I ever do to deserve this?" "That's enough. Go rest, pack your things. We leave first thing in the morning." And just like that, it was settled. Though the camp was safe, with the only true threat being betrayal itself, guarding the morgue was hardly a suitable duty for Chiyue. "Any news yet? How long has it been now? Did it really take this long just to warn a kid?" Inside the command tent, Danzo recalled sending someone to warn Chiyue. Yet now, well into the night, there was still no sign of their return. "My lord, Mihu and Sanri still haven't come back." A root operative materialized inside the command post. "Useless!" Danzo snapped, his voice cold with rage. Such a simple task, and they couldn't even manage that. Truly useless. As expected, Root's forces were just too weak. But Sarutobi wouldn't let him recruit from the village clans. If he had their support, Root wouldn't be in such a sorry state. At this time, the third Hokage, at the height of his power and ambition, would never let Danzo act recklessly. Not like after the Third Great Ninja War, when Danzo did as he pleased in Konoha. Back then he could snatch orphans from the orphanage for experiments, train them as spies, and even openly demand clan members for Root, all to serve under him. Send people to find them. And while you're at it, see what that brat Yagami Chiyue is up to. "Yes, sir." The Root operative left quickly, only to return soon with bad news. "Lord Danzo, Yagami Chiyue and his team have already returned to their tents to rest. That was Lady Tsunade's order. There's a new team standing guard at the morgue. We couldn't find any trace of Mihu or the others nearby, but there were footprints and fresh blood not far from the morgue. I'm afraid." Footprints and blood on the ground. What more needed to be said? They were already dead. And so, the question arose, who dared attack Danzo's men? Yagami Chiyue? He was the only one with both motive and strength. After all, Danzo's people went to warn him. If Chiyue was angered, he could have killed them out of spite. Find the bodies. If there's enough evidence that the brat did it, restrain him immediately. "Yes, sir." For now, it was only suspicion. Danzo had no real proof that Chiyue was the killer, even if he had both reason and opportunity. But without evidence, Danzo dared not move against him recklessly. Otherwise, Tsunade and the others would jump in, bringing untold trouble. But would the Root operatives' bodies ever be found? The sealing scroll was carried far away from the camp by Xiao Bai, who destroyed it at a distant place. Not even a single hair, let alone a corpse, was left behind. Even if Danzo's men turned the entire camp upside down, they wouldn't be able to find a single clue. Evidence? There was none to be found. The root ninjas spent the whole night searching, running back and forth around the camp, and even venturing beyond its perimeter. But in the end, they found nothing. The frustration left Danzo trembling with rage, furiously losing his temper. For some people, this night was destined to be anything but peaceful. Yet Qianyue slept soundly. Shortly after Xiaobai left, he slipped back into Qianyue's body. Qianyue couldn't help but look forward to Danzo's search for the bodies, coming up empty-handed, teeth gnashing in frustration, knowing he couldn't prove anything, yet burning with the urge to get rid of him without a shred of evidence. He relished the thought. There's nothing better than the look on your face when you can't stand me, but can't do anything about it. He could almost picture the wonderful look on Danzo's face. With breakfast finished, it was time to leave the camp and head into the battlefield. Minato and Shu seemed on edge. Qianyue, on the other hand, was totally absorbed in his own cooking. Without a cell phone, a computer, or his favorite novels to pass the time, good food had become Qianyue's best way to ward off boredom, and to keep his stomach satisfied into the bargain. Watching Qianyue preparing breakfast while humming an unknown tune, the melody surprisingly pleasing, the others couldn't help but notice. More importantly, Qianyue didn't have the slightest trace of nervousness about him. Shu finally couldn't help but ask, Qianyue, we're about to go on to the battlefield. Aren't you nervous? Nervous? Glancing at the anxious looks on Shu and Minato's faces, Qianyue smirked. What good does it do to be nervous? If you're nervous, will you be spared from fighting? Or will the enemies choose to let you go because you're nervous? Qianyue is absolutely right. What's the use of nerves? Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru entered together, drawing back the tent flap as they stepped inside. We're not late today, are we? Jiraiya stretched his neck, peering eagerly into the cooking pot. That bowl of noodles Tsunade had yesterday had left him craving more. Of the future Sannin, Jiraiya always knew how to savor life the most, though some of his less proper habits could be hard to tolerate. It'll be ready soon. Expecting that Jiraiya and Orochimaru might show up for a free meal, Qianyue had prepared extra. The fragrant aroma of egg-fried rice wafted from the pot, alongside a hearty broth made from bones, plain, without any green onions to bring the dish to life, but that was the best a morning could offer here. On the front lines, to have rice, eggs, and meat already seemed like a luxury. Qianyue couldn't count on the logistics team to deliver such luxuries as green onions. The six of them sat around the table, eating heartily. Jiraiya, ever shameless, even eyed Minato's helping, making Minato both laugh and cry. Not even his student's fried rice was safe. Teacher, don't you think that's going a bit far? I'm still growing, you know. Minato could only smile helplessly. What disgrace. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, who could only muster an embarrassed grin. He dared not let his mind wander again, so he could only stare forlornly at his empty bowl and sigh in resignation. The portions are just too small. I'm still hungry. Pack up. We're moving out. Nawaki, you're on dish duty. Why me? Nawaki looked utterly bewildered. You don't want to? Sensing Tsunade was about to shift from a full stomach straight to the post-meal tradition of beating her little brother, Orochimaru, their teacher, made no move to intervene. Instead, he crossed his arms and watched the spectacle unfold, unable to hide his schadenfreude. It was clear that Uncle Snake was quite amused by the commotion. Let's go. Once they had gathered their belongings, Tsunade made a point of taking Chiyuki on a trip to the logistics division, where she helped herself to a significant share of their supplies. The logistics staff stood there utterly dumbfounded, wanting to protest, but not daring to voice it. With this, there would be no more worries about going hungry. The only downside was the harsh environment in the Land of Rain, where firewood was not so easy to come by. Carrying a scroll packed to the brim with cash provisions, Chiyuki felt a rare sense of assurance. Indeed, nothing measured up to Tsunade's influence. If you needed something, you just took it plain and simple. Unlike the others, who needed to go through the rigmarole of applying for a sealing scroll, then waiting on approval to finally collect it. Aren't you going to give them some instructions? Once they left the camp and entered the battlefield, Jiraiya glanced back with concern at the three diminutive shadows trailing behind. Tsunade flicked drops of water from her golden hair and replied coolly, Nawaki might be a bit of a handful sometimes, but with Chiyuki around, there's nothing to worry about. That kid's even shrewder than you. Honestly, if the enemy runs into them, getting away with a scare would be the best they could hope for. Now let's move. 6 people, 2 teams, Tsunade's group formed the assault squad, heading wherever the fighting was fiercest. Meanwhile, Chiyuki, Minato, and Nawaki made up a new team, tasked with guarding an outpost not too far from camp. Tsunade bypassed Minato and Nawaki without hesitation, designating Chiyuki as the team captain. So we're just getting abandoned here? Hand raised to shade his eyes, Nawaki peered into the distance, but Tsunade and her companions were already swallowed by the rain. He tossed his raincoat aside and slouched against a support beam beneath the outpost's awning. They're off to the thick of the battle. What would you do if you went along? Get yourself killed. Never underestimate the battlefield in the land of rain. All three of Tsunade's squad were constantly wading through danger. The most harrowing moment, Jiraiya himself had almost breathed his last. Had reinforcements not arrived swiftly enough, there'd be one less Sannin in the world. With Nawaki's current skill, tagging along after Tsunade and the others would be nothing short of a death wish. Can't you say something nice for a change? Nawaki seethed, desperate to challenge Chiyuki to a duel, but the heart was willing and the strength was lacking. The last thing he wanted was to end up like Shimura Hideyoshi. If Chiyuki cast an illusion on him and made him dance in the pouring rain, he'd honestly rather go find a brick wall to bang his head on and save himself the humiliation. Be careful. Even at an outpost, you never know when the enemy might strike. Minato remained tense, his senses constantly alert to their surroundings. After all, only the three of them were here. If they were ambushed, there'd be no one nearby to call for help. Even if they fired a signal flare, it would take time for anyone from camp to arrive. In that span, they'd have to rely on themselves. The battlefield is no place for games. One wrong move, and you could lose your life. Relax. Don't push yourself so hard. If I'm not nervous, why are you? Patting Minato on the shoulder, he signaled for him to ease up and not jump at every shadow. By the way, Chiwa suddenly asked, Nawaki, there's something I've been wondering for a while. What is it? Carefully folding his raincoat and placing it aside, Nawaki looked up, ready to listen. Chiwa asked, you and your sister both have Senju blood, and you're both direct descendants of the first Hokage. So why was your sister given the title of Princess of Konoha by the feudal lord, but you never received a similar honor? What a bizarre question. But it did make some sense. Minato blinked. Is it because you're not old enough? Get out of here. You have no idea. Tsunade was just a kid when she was named princess. Well, I really don't know. The question genuinely caught Nawaki off guard. He never thought about it. Chiyue's sudden inquiry left him momentarily bewildered. His sister received the title Princess of Konoha. Shouldn't he, Nawaki, have been granted something like Prince of Konoha? Maybe the feudal lord just prefers girls? Minato chuckled, teasing Nawaki on purpose. That single line rendered Nawaki utterly speechless. A soft snort escaped. Minato, you're a talent, honestly. Who else could come up with such an idea? But the truth was, it had little to do with a preference for girls. The real reason Tsunade was titled Princess of Konoha came down to Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. It was essentially a form of flattery, especially since Tsunade's mother was from the feudal lord's own house. A political marriage to strengthen ties and granting the title of princess. Nothing shameful about that. Strictly speaking, Tsunade was half part of the feudal lord's household. But Nawaki, well, he was simply born too late. By the time he arrived, the Senju clan had already become ordinary citizens. No longer the foremost family in Konoha, nor the entire shinobi world, such honors simply weren't up for grabs anymore. Get ready for combat. Right then, Chiwe glanced up at the sky, noticed the signal flare, grabbed his raincoat, and dashed into the curtain of rain. Minato already had his raincoat on, but Nawaki, for whatever reason, had carefully folded his. As a result, when it was time to put it on, he wasted precious moments, so he ultimately had no choice but to grit his teeth and run after them, drenched by the rain. Not far from the outpost, a few Konoha shinobi were fleeing in a sorry state, with a number of sand-hidden ninja hot on their heels. At this moment, the village hidden in the rain had truly become a battlefield. The ninja from all four villages, Konoha, the sand, the stone, and the rain, were gathered here, embroiled in utter chaos. Everyone was fighting everyone else. As long as they weren't your ally, they were the enemy. Compared to the rain and stone villages, the sand's focus was squarely on Konoha. Their top priority was hunting down Konoha ninja. Ever since the Sand Village launched a surprise attack against the Land of Fire, and Shio led her army into the Land of Rain, Konoha shinobi had faced more ambushes from the sand than even from the Rain's own people. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. On the battlefield, the Grand Fireball was known as the Jutsu of Mercy. Its spectacular show of flames rarely took lives, but it was more than sufficient to draw the enemy's attention. A massive fireball surged forward, evaporating the falling rain in its path. Konoha's reinforcements have arrived. Be careful. Seeing the huge fireball rushing their way, the Sand Shinobi, who had been pursuing the Konoha ninja, were forced to stop and scatter quickly. A resounding explosion followed, as the fireball smashed into a tree and burst apart, sending fragments flying in every direction. Damp splinters caught fire and burned fiercely, though the relentless rain soon doused the smoldering wood. With that single fireball, the enemy's attention had been successfully redirected. The Konoha shinobi who had been escaping were now safely rescued. So the reinforcements were just 3 brats. The arrival of Konoha's backup made the Sand Ninja raise their guard. But as soon as they got a clear look at who had come, they couldn't help but laugh. 3 kids, barely in their teens, dare to play the heroes? It seemed they didn't even know what death meant. Be careful, they're strong. There's a puppeteer among them. We should wait for backup. Security had finally arrived, or so it seemed. But a closer look revealed just 3 children. A Konoha Chunin shouted anxiously at Chiyuki and her 2 companions. Yet, before the words were even out, Chiyuki had already darted out ahead. He wanted to call them back, but soon realized he couldn't even keep track of their speed with his own eyes. What was going on? Were the kids nowadays really this monstrous? Such blindingly fast body flicker jutsu. Charge! Watergate and Nawaki exchanged a quick glance, then rushed to catch up to Chiyuki without hesitation. No one wanted to let Chiyuki fight alone. Courting death, are you? Seeing Chiyuki charging in all by herself made the Sand Ninja almost laugh out loud in anger. With a flick of his arm, 2 puppet arms swung into place, their palms aiming at Chiyuki. Twin dark tubes extended, and a hail of poison needles shot out with a chilling whir. If that's how you want it, then die. A thunderous bang rang out. 2 puppets were spraying poisonous needles. In the next second, one of them suddenly exploded. Chinyue had already appeared at its side, her tone tinged with disappointment as she said, "Too slow. So this is the fighting style of a puppeteer? Aside from the vast area of effect and the venom, it hardly seems impressive. You brat, you." Feeling belittled, the Sand Ninja fumed with anger. With a pained glance at his damaged puppet, he quickly retreated, preparing to send the puppet strapped to his back into the fray. But what greeted his eyes was a pair of crimson Sharingan. A dull, suffocating thud echoed in his chest. The Sand Ninja felt as if an invisible giant had seized his heart, freezing him in place, unable to move. The scene before him began to blur. Uchiha! Agony swept through him as a kunai pierced his heart. In his final moment, he could only utter those 3 syllables before his body went limp and collapsed. Captain! Win style, great breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, their squad leader had fallen. The remaining Sand Ninjas, gripped by shock and fury, promptly launched their attack on Chinyue. Several kunai, wrapped with explosive tags, tore through the air, followed by a barrage of ninjutsu. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Chinyue was preparing to evade when Shangshu and Minato sped onto the scene. As members of the Senju clan, they were most adept at water and earth-style ninjutsu. In this regard, Shangshu was no exception. He had trained extensively in both. With a thunderous rumble, a thick wall of earth rose in front of Chinyue, blocking the incoming kunai and jutsu. Thanks. Chinyue vaulted atop the earthen wall and leaped back into battle. He didn't really need the earth wall's protection, but having a teammate support was always a plus. Don't mention it. Shangshu gave a thumbs up and grinned, his bright white teeth seeming to sparkle with their own light. Unfortunately, his gesture went unacknowledged. Chinyue had already vanished from sight. Hey, wait up for me. With his Sharingan tracking the enemy's movements, Chinyue pressed the attack. Compared to Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu, his true strengths lay in Taijutsu and swordsmanship. A terrified scream cut through the chaos. In a squad without even a single jonin, coming up against someone like Chinyue, who seemed almost superhuman, was like unleashing a tiger into a flock of sheep. Across the battlefield, his shadow flashed again and again. Wherever he passed, enemies clutched their throats or chests and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Could he be any faster? Leave some for the rest of us, would you? With a handful of swift, precise strikes, Chinyue made short work of all the opponents, as if he were reaping wheat in a field. Shangshu, who had been looking forward to the fight, realized he'd barely managed to act as errand boy before the battle was already over. Minato, at least, claimed a single enemy with his own hands. And Shangshu? What about him? Didn't even get a single strand of hair. Is it over already? The Konoha ninja who had been fleeing and sending up signal flares for help were almost numb with disbelief. They thought these were just 3 reckless kids, never expecting they were actually formidable powerhouses, especially that one with the long silver hair and the awakened Sharingan. He was an absolute monster. Flicking the rain off his ninja blade, letting the downpour wash away the blood, Chinyue turned to the rescued group and said, "You'd best get back to camp quickly. This is forward outpost territory. Enemy reinforcements could show up at any time." "Yes, thank you for the rescue. Thank you, all of you." The group straightened up immediately, bowing deeply in gratitude to Chiyue and the others. Then, leaning on each other, limping, they started making their way back to camp. They weren't rescued for nothing. At least they had manners. Watching their backs as they left, Chiyue spoke to Nawaki. Nawaki, I'll leave the bodies to you. No need to keep the forehead protectors or puppets. They won't earn much merit anyway. On the battlefield, it's best not to touch enemy corpses carelessly. Why me? Nawaki pointed at himself. Chiyue spread his hands, a touch of regret in his voice. Because you didn't take down a single enemy, so you're on cleanup duty. No problem, right? You were just too fast. Nawaki was rather disgruntled, but still got to work burying the enemy corpses without complaint. A simple Earth-style jutsu settled everything. A minor hassle, really. So many have died on the battlefield, tempted by a bit of merit, looting trophies, only to end up disastrously. Chiyue had no interest in such small gains, better to bury them outright. Thunder rumbled overhead, rolling through the sky. The ground churned, earth rolling over itself to cover the bodies of their enemies deep beneath the surface. In moments, even the traces of the battle were wiped clean. If not for the bodies buried below, who would guess that a fierce battle had just taken place here? After cleaning up the mess, the three of them returned to their outpost. Chiyue and Minato looked fine, but Nawaki looked like a drowned dog. If we light a fire here, might it attract enemy attention? Nawaki asked as he sat next to the campfire, trying to dry his clothes. Oh, by the way, Chiyue, how did your body flicker jutsu explode with such power just now? Not only was it powerful, but you were unbelievably fast too. When it came to the body flicker, Minato was already convinced. He couldn't match Chiyue for burst power or speed. Luckily, Minato was easygoing by nature. If it had been anyone with a more sensitive ego, they'd have been crushed by now. Focus your chakra at your souls when you unleash it. It'll boost your power and speed with the body flicker. Though be warned, it's tough on the body. Generally, I wouldn't suggest it for most people, but you could try. After all, the Senju clan is known for their abundant chakra reserves. Minato. As she spoke, Chiyuki pointed toward the distant forest. Minato understood immediately. He slipped on his raincoat, left the lookout post, and disappeared into the woods. Are there enemies nearby? Nawaki seemed so skittish he nearly jumped out of his skin. No enemies. But tonight's dinner is taken care of, Chiyuki replied, the corners of her mouth twitching. Tsunade and Orochimaru must not have done a very thorough job teaching him. Nawaki was clearly lacking in more ways than one. He had strength, true, but in other areas he was sorely lacking. Even Minato did better. No wonder you ended up blown apart by explosive tags on the Wind Country front. The Cloud Shinobi didn't even leave your insides behind. Orochimaru was so enraged by your fate, he risked everything to sneak into the Cloud Village and unleash the Eight Tails, just to avenge you. With his authority as field commander, he led a single battle that buried over 1,000 sand ninja. Orochimaru really did care for you deeply, Nawaki. Now that I think about it, why were Cloud Ninja on the Wind Country front in the first place? Were they bored, so they decided to get Nawaki for fun? That's just insane. No wonder Orochimaru lost his mind and set the Eight Tails on their village. Utter lunatics, didn't even spare your corpse. Dinner. Nawaki looked genuinely confused. Maybe he hadn't spent enough time with Chiyuki yet. His thoughts were constantly lagging behind hers and Minato's. It's not bad, there's plenty for us. Before Nawaki could get any clarification, Minato had already returned. He was carrying a modest-sized wild boar, more than enough for the three of them. It wasn't easy to store meat out here, so Chiyuki always preferred it fresh when possible, even if wild boar wasn't exactly a delicacy. Other people on the battlefield were tense, constantly on edge about enemy attacks. But here were they, about to start roasting meat instead. Was this really a good idea? But as it turned out, no one was immune to the allure of good food. An hour later, Nawaki was stuffing his face, his lips shining with grease, happier than anyone. He didn't even care that his clothes were still sopping wet. Nothing was more important than a good meal. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, deep within the land of River's encampment on the Rain Country front, a battered third Kazekage had finally gathered his composure. In his hands were the top-secret reports from Sans, ANBU, and spies. It seems this brat is still hiding his true power, the Kazekage muttered. The reports contained no mention of Konoha praising Chiyuki's battle exploits. That alone told the Kazekage that Chiyuki was concealing something. For instance, how Chiyuki, on more than one occasion, had ensnared the strongest Kazekage of all time in illusions, leaving lasting scars on his mind. But none of these facts had leaked out. The third Kazekage didn't buy that Konoha would keep silent on such feats. Were it him, he'd have trumpeted those victories everywhere. It would have been the perfect boost for morale. Who would pass that up? For such a story to stay secret, there could only be one explanation. This boy named Yagami Chiyuki had never reported it in the first place. Are you worried about being too dazzling and becoming a target for assassination? In the world of the ninja villages, assassinating the prodigies of other villages was an unspoken rule. During times of peace, as long as it wasn't too blatant, these assassinations were tacitly permitted. Now that Chiyuki had gone to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, there was no way the third Kazekage would charge off to seek vengeance over his own embarrassment. He needed to remain at headquarters to maintain control over the bigger picture. If you're unwilling to spread the word, then let me give you a hand. A genius? Only those who live long enough to fulfill their potential deserve to be called a true genius. Those who fall midway are mere footnotes in history. It is, of course, ideal to make your name known across the ninja world, but an overly prominent reputation isn't always a blessing, for it can bring you countless troubles and endless grudges, sometimes even from within your own ranks. Picking up a ninjutsu scroll, the third Kazekage swiftly documented his encounter with Chiyuki and handed the scroll to a member of the Umbu. Make sure to spread the contents of this scroll far and wide. I want the whole ninja world to know that there's a super genius in Konoha named Chiyuki Yagami. Announce to everyone that he's a prodigy on par with the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Yes, sir. The Umbu ninja reflexively answered, but froze for a moment, lifting his head in shock to stare at the third Kazekage. Kazekage-sama, this. Just do it. The third Kazekage's tone brooked no argument. Yes. The Umbu ninja felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately lowered his head, respectfully took the scroll, and left quickly to deliver it to the intelligence division. He would relay the Kazekage's orders faithfully. As for how the intelligence department would disseminate the information, that was not his concern. After all, that's what the professionals were for. The intelligence officers, upon understanding the Kazekage's instructions and reading the contents of the scroll, exchanged bewildered looks, each one thunderstruck. Was the information in the scroll even true? It seemed so far-fetched. He was just a kid, and a half-blooded Uchiha at that. Could he really be this terrifying? But the Kazekage shouldn't deliberately target just any child. The Kazekage's odd behavior in the past now made sense if he had actually been injured. So, it might all be true after all. Has Konoha really produced a prodigy who can rival Hashirama Senju? This news must be spread far and wide. With the help of the Sand Village's intelligence division, the story began to spread rapidly. It wasn't long before it reached Konoha. Sarutobi, what are you thinking? If you ask me, just summon Chiyuki Yagami back from the front lines for questioning. Why waste time on speculation? Kovyudatane pressed the third Hokage impatiently. Letting out a long sigh. The third Hokage set down the intelligence scroll, looking at the other two with helpless resignation. Do you think the contents of this report are true? It probably is. Zhuanqin Xiaochun spoke. This sort of disgraceful matter is something most would hide for dear life. Why would the third Kazekage make it public? Isn't it just to let the other villages know that Chiwe Iga is an extraordinary prodigy, so someone will find a way to eliminate him? If it's true, then why didn't Chiwe Iga report it honestly? Midokado Hamura pushed up his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. These things, after all, still needed further verification. Annoyed, Hiruzen Sarutobi reached for his pipe, lighting it and drawing in several deep breaths. Shadows clouded the third Hokage's eyes. This was not, by any means, good news for him. Chiyue's genius was undoubtedly an asset to Konoha. Talent like his deserved every effort to nurture. Yet, when genius crossed the line into monstrosity, it became a problem. If Chiyue's origins were beyond reproach, there'd be nothing to worry about. In that case, they could simply mold him, bring him fully into the Hokage's camp. Even if he wasn't one of their own, there might yet be ways to draw him closer. But the trouble was, Chiyue carried Uchiha blood. The Uchihas had shown little reaction before, merely letting Fugaku, their young clan head, extend a tentative invitation. But once this news got out, the Uchiha would certainly do everything they could to win Chiyue over. And if that happened, all their earlier efforts would be for nothing. Worse still, Chiyue might then become a political adversary. The Uchiha had eyed the position of Hokage for a long time now. This was no secret. Another vexing issue weighed on the third Hokage's mind. If the information proved true, why was Chiyue unwilling to report it? Why had he deliberately omitted the third Kazekage from his account in the Hokage's office? Such actions spoke of distrust, not just towards him, but towards the entire village. Send a message to the front lines. Have Tsunade investigate and clarify the situation. As for everything else, we'll wait until the facts are clear. The third Hokage hoped with all his heart the intelligence division's findings were false. If it turned out to be true, it would put him in a very difficult position. Father. Uchiha Fugaku returned home, shoulders heavy with exhaustion, and respectfully knelt before the Uchiha clan leader. Take a look. I must say, it's quite astonishing. The clan leader's aged face, deeply etched with liver spots and wrinkles, creased even further. Yes, sir. Uchiha Fugaku unrolled the scroll, examining its contents. This is impossible, he exclaimed in disbelief after only reading a portion. Sit down. The clan leader's rebuke cracked like a whip. You are the young patriarch and will one day lead the entire Uchiha clan. If you lose your composure over the slightest disturbance, how can the clan put their faith in you? Yes, sir. Fugaku hastily composed himself, resuming his seat and continuing to read. Still, he could not conceal the shock written all over his face. Could this really be true? The news that Chiyue single-handedly wiped out a team of Jonin would have been staggering enough. What's more, with a single illusion, he managed to subdue Shimura Hideyoshi, an accomplished Jonin, leaving the latter so disturbed that he spent a long stretch in the hospital before finally recovering. Such feats, remarkable in themselves, become all the more astonishing when achieved by a child. But what's truly frightening is that even the third Kazekage succumbed to his Jinjutsu. No wonder, during the sand surprise assault in the Land of Fire, the Kazekage was nowhere to be seen. His absence threw all of Konoha into a state of constant suspicion and unease. People imagined him lurking somewhere, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and as a result, no one dared to retaliate too aggressively, fearing he might suddenly launch a surprise attack from the shadows. But the truth was, he had fallen under Chiyuki's illusion and was seriously injured, forced into hiding to recover. Konoha had been worrying all this time for nothing. Wiping out an entire Jonin squad sealed Chiyuki's place as a prodigy beyond question, and his effortless control over Shimura Hideyoshi only confirmed it. But if even the so-called strongest, the third Kazekage, could not withstand his Jinjutsu, it's as if Chiyuki was destined for greatness beyond measure. Given enough time to grow, he will undoubtedly rank among the village's absolute best. With strength such as his, even the policies of government could shift under his influence. That's just how the world works. So, are we really going to keep courting his favor? Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but recall his last attempt to approach Chiyuki, only to be coldly turned away at the door. That memory still stung. Exactly. The Uchiha clan leader said unhurriedly, his movements deliberate as he brewed tea. Geniuses, Uchiha has never lacked for them. But a genius with the power to alter everything? Even we, the Uchiha, need someone like that on our side. Besides, he shares our Uchiha blood. You're saying the white hair should be unacceptable? What a laughable excuse. Uchiha Fugaku listened quietly, but inside, he couldn't help but mock the notion. It was these very elders who'd once insisted that white hair could never be accepted. Fugaku, I'm getting old. A heavy sigh escaped the Uchiha clan head. Head bowed, hands clenched tightly, Fugaku's voice was strained but resolute. Yes, father. I'll do my best. The unspoken meaning was clear. He and the other elders were past their prime. Admitting past mistakes was out of the question. Their dignity would not allow them to beg. So these responsibilities naturally fell to him, as the clan's heir. He wouldn't mind, would he? After all, he was next in line to lead the Uchiha. If he had any say, Fugaku would rather not take on such tasks. But he had no choice. Even if it meant losing face, even if he was dismissed again, he had to press on. Yes. The clan leader nodded in satisfaction. With that, the matter was settled. The task of winning over Chiyuki would fall to Fugaku, the young heir. If he succeeded, bringing Chiyuki safely back into the Uchiha fold, it would prove Fugaku's capability. And if he failed, it would be proof of his inadequacy. This outcome was the result of negotiations between a few elders and the Uchiha clan leader, who managed to secure these terms through the other party's concessions. Fortunately, regardless of whether the plan succeeded or failed, it would not affect Fugaku Uchiha's succession of the clan. As news spread swiftly, word soon reached Danzo at the base in the Land of Rain, accompanied by a scroll sent from the village. With a loud slam, Danzo struck the table in anger after reading the scroll's contents. He could never have imagined that the mixed-blooded Uchiha boy he had always dismissed would turn out to possess such extraordinary talent. He'd thought a simple warning would suffice. No one could have predicted that this would grow into such a dire threat. Even the third Kazekage had fallen under the boy's spell. That meant if that so-called cherry blossom illusion was used on him, even Danzo would not be able to escape. Just picturing himself under Chiyue's Genjutsu, forced to perform an utterly humiliating and awkward dance in front of everyone, Danzo could barely suppress the urge to take a knife and finish Chiyue off himself. Such a menace could not be allowed to live. But the problem was, this particular threat wouldn't be so easy to eliminate. Judging by the boy's way of doing things, he was nothing like an ignorant, naive child. Trying to sway him with a speech about the will of fire would as not earn Danzo a humiliating illusion in return. From a moment Chiwe began disregarding the third Hokage, Danzo knew he was going to be a tough one to handle. Nothing like the other children who could be easily misled. If it were Nawaki or Minato, all Danzo would have to do would be to drop his facade, put on a show of sincerity, and use words to persuade them, and he'd have them spinning in circles in no time. But with Chiwe, if he didn't at least get a cold, dismissive sneer in response, that would be considered mercy. Deceive him? Forget it. Even the ghost would scoff at Danzo's words. So what should he do? This was truly a vexing problem. After considering for a while, Danzo decided to remain inactive for now. At this point, even the third Hokage was more anxious than he was. There was simply no need for him to jump in. No matter that Chiwe had killed his subordinates and humiliated him, Danzo couldn't afford to act rashly. If he botched the job, all it would do was land him in even more trouble. In the long run, it wasn't worth it. Better to leave this headache to the third Hokage. Having reached this conclusion, Danzo instructed the root ninjas. Pass the message to Tsunade, and pull back everyone monitoring Yagami Chiwe. There's no need to keep watching him or to get into any more disputes. For now, the most crucial thing was to rack up military achievements and bolster his own reputation. That was his best chance of eventually claiming the Hokage seat. This was no time to mindlessly lock horns with Chiwe. How to deal with the boy was a problem for the third Hokage to worry about. Danzo only needed to focus on furthering his own interests. Chiwe was clearly a prickly hedgehog, difficult to get close to and impossible to recruit. If that was the case, why bother inviting trouble for himself? The message soon reached Tsunade. Did I see this right? Holding the intelligence scroll, Tsunade read and reread it, feeling something was definitely off. Was it her eyes playing tricks? Or had someone made a mistake with the report? Has little Chinyue really become this incredible? Jiraiya leaned in for a closer look, unable to hide the bewilderment on his face. You really haven't misjudged him. This kid is impressive. Even a third Kazekage can't resist that Jinjutsu. Looks like Chinyue is full of surprises. Orochimaru smiled faintly, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. Those vertical pupils danced with curiosity, wondering what kind of illusion could possibly cause such an effect. If only he could master it. At this point in time, Orochimaru's ambition was still about learning every jutsu in existence, rather than chasing forbidden research into immortality. He had a deep passion for all types of ninjutsu and jinjutsu, no question about it. Sakura's Falling Blossoms technique had definitely caught his eye. Tsunade shuddered instinctively, recalling all the playful things she and Chinyue had gotten up to before. Jinjutsu strong enough to control Jonin didn't scare her. But a jinjutsu that could even trap someone as powerful as the third Kazekage, now that was dangerous. What if, someday, she pushed Chinyue too far, and he decided to give her a taste of his power? Just picturing herself awkwardly dancing in front of a crowd made Tsunade want to curl her toes until she could dig a whole apartment into the ground out of sheer embarrassment. Way too mortifying. That would be social ruin. Maybe it was wise not to provoke this little guy anymore. No need to risk it if things ever got heated. Most importantly, Chinyue really would do it. From what Tsunade knew of him, if you push him to the edge, he wouldn't hesitate to make her die of secondhand embarrassment in public. Ahem, kids these days are on another level. They've already surpassed us, Tsunade said with a strained cough, tossing the scroll into Jiraiya's hands. The old man wants me to find Chinyue and confirm what happened with the third Kazekage. Are you two coming? I'm in. Orochimaru replied without hesitation. Jiraiya scratched his head, thinking it over. Count me in too. If you both go and I'm left alone, what's the point? Let's stick together. All right, then let's go, Tsunade said at last. Truth was, she was craving Chinyue's cooking again. Right on cue, her stomach rumbled. The three took a moment to gather themselves, then slipped clear of the battlefield, hurrying off toward the watchpost. Chinyue, are you sure this is really okay? Chinyue, shouldn't we be a little more careful? Chinyue, what's for dinner? Chinyue, I caught a deer today. How about we roast it tonight? In just a few short days, Nawaki had almost turned into Chinyue himself. Well, not exactly. More like he'd become Chinyue's most devoted fanboy. He was utterly conquered by Chinyue's cooking. At first, Nawaki was anxious, worried about drawing enemy attention or about reprimand from the village. But nothing bad happened. On the contrary, supplies started showing up at their camp, as if someone in the village was looking out for them. That was bizarre. Had Danzo suddenly turned over a new leaf? What on earth was going on? Danzo thoughtfully sent over some fresh ingredients, including beef, a rare treat in the camp. The three of them, Chinyue and her companions, sat together savoring the grilled meat, their faces brimming with contentment and ease. Chinyue had no idea what Danzo was plotting. But since the food he delivered was safe and not poisoned, why not enjoy it? One can compromise on many things, but never on an empty stomach. You need to be properly fed to have the strength to fight. You three, Tsunade and her team, rushed over without pause, and as soon as they entered the outpost, they found the trio happily feasting on succulent grilled meat. The sight made Tsunade so furious, you could almost see her chest heave with indignation. This was just too much. Here they were, in the middle of the battlefield, yet eating better than at home. Move aside. With a brisk shove, she nudged her younger brother out of the way, and promptly claimed his spot. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Orochimaru's gaze grew oddly curious as he watched Xianyue and her friends. Were these people on vacation, or in the middle of a war? Life just felt a bit too comfortable for them. But really, who cared? What mattered most right now was filling their stomachs. And so, the barbecue for 3 swiftly became a meal for 6. Everyone's lips glistened with oil as they ate, savoring hot mouthfuls that sent warm clouds of steam into the air. If any outsiders had seen this, their eyes would have popped out of their heads with disbelief. By the way, where did you get the beef? It was only after everyone had their fill that Jiraiya remembered to ask. Normally, the camp would never have such luxuries. The price was high, and there weren't any villages nearby. Even stealing it would be impossible. No way would the 3 of them go so far for just a bite to eat. Jiraiya-sensei, it was delivered from the camp, Minato explained honestly. The camp, Jiraiya blurted out, causing both Orochimaru and Tsunade to turn and stare at him in surprise. If the beef was sent by the camp, it meant Danzo had given his tacit approval. Good heavens, had the sun finally risen in the land of rain today? Danzo actually permitted 3 brats to have a private feast out here. Could you believe this was something Danzo would do? Yes, it was brought from camp. The logistics team told us our squad had earned a commendation, and since there happened to be fresh meat in supply, they sent some over, Minato replied truthfully. He didn't hide a thing. Who would have thought that in just a few days after taking their post here, the 3 of them had managed to rescue quite a few Konoha shinobi. Even Xianyue herself hadn't seen it coming. Originally, this outpost was established as an early warning station, set up to alert of any major enemy movement. But thanks to Xianyue and her team, it had actually become a place of rescue and war merit. She was starting to get hooked on this kind of duty. It really wasn't bad. At least it was a far cry from guarding the morgue all day. Nor did it require you to dash through the rain across battlefields, risking your life at every moment. Here, you could simply keep watch, do your job, and that was enough. And in spare moments, treat yourself to a delicious meal. What could be better? Tsunade and her 2 companions were thoroughly exasperated. Chiwe, is what we heard above actually true? After a short rest, Tsunade produced a scroll and handed it to Chiwe. He unrolled it for a glance, then exclaimed in astonishment. Who leaked this? The 3rd Kazekage? Isn't he worried about embarrassing himself? Chiwe never expected the news to be about the 3rd Kazekage falling victim to his awkward dance Jinjutsu. Neither Minato nor Uchiha Makoto would ever reveal this, and Chiwe himself certainly had no intention of spreading it. That left the 3rd Kazekage as the only likely source. But for something so humiliating, most people would keep it quiet. Yet here he was letting it spread like wildfire. The fact that Tsunade had come to question him meant the rumor was already everywhere. Tsunade and her 2 companions wouldn't come all the way just for rumors. This definitely had the fingerprints of Danzo or the 3rd Hokage. Whoever sent them was either Danzo or the 3rd Hokage, but Chiwe figured the odds favored the Hokage himself. That venerable leader must be terribly anxious about all this. It was confirmed. The way Chiwe spoke made it obvious to Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. The story was in fact true. How did you even do it? Tsunade had no doubt in her voice, only a sense of disbelief. After all, being a Kage symbolized unrivaled strength in the village. Even more so for the 3rd Kazekage, said to be the most powerful Kage the Sand Village had ever produced. And yet, he'd been caught off guard. Chiwe's awkward dance Jinjutsu must be something terrifying indeed. What do you mean? How'd I do it? Chiwe gave her an exasperated look. He thought I was just a brat, certain I was doomed. But then I opened my Sharingan, and his attention slipped. I cast a Jinjutsu, and that's how he got caught. No matter how strong someone is, if they let their guard down around an enemy, even they can stumble spectacularly. So that's how the 3rd Kazekage wound up drinking water. I just washed my feet in, a whole basin of it at that. Once you fall into the Cherry Blossom Jinjutsu, even if someone snaps you out of it, the mental damage lingers for a long time. Unless you have a mind of truly exceptional strength, you just can't shake it off. The image of drinking foot-washing water. If the 3rd Kazekage heard this, he'd surely be beside himself with rage. Tsunade and the others fell silent, each of their faces marked by exasperation. They could barely resist demanding Chiyue find a more tactful phrase. After all, describing a Kage this way was less than respectful. Let it go. Such details didn't matter. Shaking her head, Tsunade pressed on. Then why didn't you report this to the village? So everyone can think I'm insane? Chiyue shot her glare, which made Tsunade bristle, itching for a fight. Her hand twitched upward, but after a moment, she sheepishly lowered it, noticing Chiyue's eyes were already tinged with red. The message was clear: try anything, and he'd make sure she suffered social ruin. Want to get a shot? How about it? Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked on with the air of amused spectators. Minato managed a pained, helpless smile, while Nawaki darted curious glances around the room. He was very curious to see whether his violent sister could withstand Chiyue's Jinjutsu. If she couldn't, then there'd be quite a show to watch. So, you're all just waiting for the spectacle, huh? Tsunade was speechless. She waved her hand dismissively, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Forget it, let's drop this. Tell me, why do you think no one would believe you? Chiyue pointed to her own eyes, then tapped her temple, bursting into laughter. Come on now, I'm neither stupid nor blind. The village has always been prejudiced against the Uchiha. Anyone could see that. Even though I'm just a half-blood, my own position isn't much better than theirs. Besides, who would take a kid seriously on something like this? People would just think I was weird. They'd probably say I'm either out of my mind, or so desperate for recognition I'd make up anything. Why bother? As long as the third Kazekage keeps quiet, who would ever know? Who could have imagined it? Chiyue let out a heavy sigh, thoroughly exasperated. Who could guess that the third Kazekage would have so little dignity? To spill something so humiliating. You should have seen his dance that night. It was truly an assault on the eyes. Come on, tell us more. Everyone perked up immediately. Even Tsunade couldn't resist. That stiff, old-fashioned third Kazekage, he could dance? Was he just trying to get back at me? Was he deliberately out to make me famous? Fine, I'll play along. Let's see who ends up more embarrassed. If the third Kazekage slapped first, Chiyue would certainly strike back. You throw the first punch, I'll throw the next. Let's see who lasts longer. So Chiyue started explaining the art of the pole dance. A collective gasp filled the room. Everyone stared at her, stunned. The dignified third Kazekage, dancing something so shameful? Never judge a book by its cover. This was big, truly big news. Eagerly, Jiraiya pulled out his notebook, firmly deciding to chronicle the event. This is too good to pass up. I have to make sure the old man hears about this. Ha ha ha. Didn't the third Kazekage call me a genius, on par with the legendary Hashirama Senju? He was always piling on the attention, making me a target for envy. Fine, then I'll say he was twisting and twirling like a red-light district dancer. The mighty third Kazekage of Sand Village, shimmying like a dance hall performer. Let's see how he handles that. It was a while before everyone managed to process this shocking revelation. Minato and Nawaki felt their minds must be dangerously off track by now. Jiraiya's eyes were gleaming, his hand flying over his notes as if struck by wild inspiration. Orochimaru eyed Chiyue strangely. He could tell Chiyue was doing this on purpose, aiming to utterly disgrace the third Kazekage. Even if Chiyue was making it all up, Orochimaru had to pretend to believe it. And whenever he spoke of it from now on, this was exactly how the story would go. If this were an ordinary time, smearing the reputation of an entire village like this would indeed be considered inappropriate. But right now, we're enemies. You've already launched an attack into the land of fire. Why should we treat you with courtesy? Just pull out all the stops, do whatever it takes to drag your name through the mud. As long as the third Kazekage's reputation is ruined, that's enough for us. Once word spreads, I'd like to see how the ninja and townsfolk of Sunagakure look at their own Kazekage. From now on, don't call yourself the strongest Kazekage. Call yourself the dance pole Kazekage. It's only fitting, since you're so fond of playing with iron sand. Forging a steel pole should be the easiest thing for you. No one here was a fool, except for Minato and Nawaki, who both felt their worldview had been overturned and wondered if their own minds were impure. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru all instantly saw through Chiyuki's nonsense. And yet, as Tsunade snapped back to her senses and worked it out, she decided not to expose him. Though keeping silent left her slightly uneasy. What really bothered her was, where on earth did this brat pick up such unsavory stuff? Had he actually been to those kind of places? Just thinking about it left Tsunade genuinely shocked. A sly grin crept into Orochimaru's eyes as he deliberately asked, Chiyuki, how do you know about these things? What kind of accusation was that? Chiyuki frowned and glanced back, catching Tsunade's look as if she'd seen a ghost. He could tell she'd misunderstood him completely. As if he, Yagami Chiyuki, would go to that sort of place. At least not in this lifetime. Oh, that? It's just from reading one of Orochimaru Senpai's books. A strangled gasp. Orochimaru was caught completely off guard. Tsunade's eyes went round with shock. Jiraiya looked up in disbelief, fixing his gaze on Orochimaru with an expression that absolutely screamed. So that's the kind of person you are? What is with you people? Orochimaru-sensei, do you really like those places? Nawaki asked, curiosity shining in his eyes. A deadly cold gleam flashed across Orochimaru's eyes. He stared icily at Nawaki, who, terrified, quickly scampered behind Tsunade for cover. With a deep, steadying breath, Orochimaru spoke with frosty calm. I don't own books like that. I've never lent any such books to Chiyuki, so this has nothing to do with me. Oh, but you did. Chiyuki pointed right at Nawaki. Back when we were stationed at the camp mortuary, Nawaki pulled out some books and told me you'd given them to him. There was a travelogue in there full of that sort of stuff, much more risque than anything I've said. Now Orochimaru was truly rattled. He knew the books Nawaki had read did indeed come from him, but he hadn't looked through them himself, certainly hadn't collected anything like that. No need to explain. I get it. Jiraiya let out a dramatic sigh and patted Orochimaru's shoulder. We can swap notes sometime. Ow. His sentence was cut short by a cry of pain as he was sent flying. Orochimaru sat with a dark expression, making it clear he had no interest in speaking. Your teacher is truly pitiful. Seems like anyone can beat him up, someone remarked. Chiyue and Minato exchanged glances, communicating silently. Minato offered a sheepish smile, unsure what to say. Jiraiya's antics could be amusing at times, but they often left people awkwardly embarrassed, especially those close to him. Take Minato, for example. He always ended up the most uncomfortable in situations like these. Do you think the third Kazekage is out of his mind? Just to make me a target, he's letting this kind of story spread everywhere. Is it really worth it? Someone questioned. Once the truth of the rumors had been confirmed, the trio, Tsunade and the others, quickly took their leave. Chiwa lingered at the campfire, still unable to fathom what the third Kazekage hoped to gain. Was destroying a single genius really more important than the reputation of an entire village leader? It's probably because your existence left too deep an impression on him, someone offered. So much so that the third Kazekage is willing to risk disgrace to make you the focus, putting your name at the top of every other village's assassination list. When it came to matters like this, Nawaki's opinion carried special weight. After all, he'd grown up on stories of Hashirama and Tobarama Senju. During the Warring States era, examples of enemy clans slaughtering child prodigies were countless. Even Hashirama and Madara Uchiha had suffered the pain of losing brothers to assassinations. Ever since the founding of the 5 great shinobi villages, such tragedies had diminished significantly. Each village would invest in nurturing and protecting their talented young, doing what they could to prevent their prodigies from dying prematurely. Chiyue couldn't help but marvel, clicking his tongue in wonder. He really went all out, just to deal with me. Yashin Chiyue. He's willing to tarnish his own reputation. Not a bad trade, really, since he's fueled the fire. Let me stoke it and see how fiercely it burns. So long as the third Kazekage didn't mind dying of anger, Chiyue certainly didn't care. If you want to try and assassinate me, to snuff out Yashin Chiyue before my time, go ahead and try. Let's see which happens first. My untimely death, or the total collapse of your reputation. Ruining his own reputation? Nawaki and Minato exchanged uneasy looks. With everything Chiyue just mentioned, if word got out, would the third Kazekage have any reputation left to speak of? He'd likely become the laughingstock of the entire shinobi world. The truth was, in times of peace, people might try not to air out dirty laundry for the sake of mutual respect. But in the chaos of war, who cared about courtesy? Publicity served only one purpose. As long as the enemy suffered, it was to their advantage. The best outcome would be to smear the third Kazekage's name, turning him into the ultimate joke. How would the people of the Wind Country view him then? Chiyue himself wasn't afraid of targeted assassinations, but was the third Kazekage truly unafraid of becoming a pariah? Meanwhile, in Konoha, the lights still shone brightly through the windows of the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was working late, as always, joined by Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, 2 members of the village's council. Neither had managed to escape the burdens of their responsibilities. One oversaw the medical division, the other handled logistics. With the outbreak of war, the consumption of all kinds of supplies had surged, leaving both of them overwhelmed and preoccupied. They had little choice but to burn the midnight oil alongside the third Hokage. Koharu, how are the new ninja graduates doing? Because of the war, there aren't many suitable candidates left in the village to serve as guidance instructors. I'm afraid this year's new ninja will face a long period without mentors to lead them. Just the battlefront in the Land of Rain had already demanded much of Konoha's resources and energy. And, as bad luck would have it, Sunagakure chose this very moment to declare war, forcing Konoha to fight on two fronts. The village kept sending its strongest ninja to the battlefields. This left the freshly graduated new ninjas in a rather awkward predicament. With too few available teachers, many had no choice but to form their own squads and fend for themselves. Try to assign those kids only simple commissions and missions. We need to keep casualties in their teams as low as possible. At a time like this, the third Hokage had no better solution for the flood of new graduates. Hamura, how much longer before we can replenish our ninja tools from the land of crafts? I'm afraid it'll take some time. Adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose, Hamura Mitokado was clearly troubled by this issue as well. Food, medicine, and ninja tools were being used up at astonishing rates every day on the battlefield. Konoha's reserves alone just weren't enough. They had to buy supplies from outside. But right now, prices for every kind of material were skyrocketing. Even with money, some things were simply unavailable. The most critical shortage was explosive tags. Even with prices tripling, they couldn't buy a sufficient amount. After frowning in thought for a moment, the third Hokage let out a weary sigh. Konoha's reserves should hold out for a while longer. I'll speak with the clan leaders and ask them to release some of their stored supplies. Hokage-sama. Just then, a ninja from the Umbu entered the Hokage's office, bowing respectfully as he set a scroll of intelligence on the desk. This is information just in from the Land of Rainfront. Understood. You've done well. The third Hokage nodded, picked up the scroll, and undid the seal. As he glanced down its contents, he suddenly burst into a fit of coughing, his aged face flushing an alarming shade of red. His eyes widened in astonishment, staring blankly at the scroll that had slipped from his hands onto the desk. What kind of news could possibly startle Hiruzen Sarutobi like this? Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado rose from their seats and stepped over. Koharu looked down at the scroll, and her body went rigid with shock. She, too, could barely choke back a cough. Mitokado Hamura let out a cough, wearing an expression as if he wanted to burst out laughing, but forcibly stifled it. Trying to smooth out the breath that nearly finished him, the third Hokage thought he needed a puff of his pipe to calm his nerves. With his pipe clenched between his teeth, he took several deep drags before finally putting away the scroll and summoning a ninja from the Umbu. Tell the intelligence department to spread this information. Understood, Lord Hokage. The Umbu ninja, oblivious to what was written on the scroll, respectfully picked it up and left. The third Kazekage was about to become famous. Fame throughout the shinobi world, no less. But this was not the kind of fame anyone would want. In just a few puffs, the third Hokage decided the word would be spread. Since you choose to play dirty, don't blame me for being ruthless. Even if I believe these rumors to be utter nonsense, I'll make sure they're passed on, just to embarrass the third Kazekage to death. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado remained silent as well, tacitly endorsing the Hokage's decision. You're marching an army to attack the Land of Fire. Why should we be polite to you? Besides, you were the first to spread rumors. Since you, third Kazekage, care nothing for your own face, why should we, Konoha, bother covering for you? Whether it's true or not, let's put it out there first. After all, we're not the ones being disgraced. And so, all of Chiyuki's outrageous and fantastical versions of events began to spread far and wide. The very first place rumors took root was in Konoha. Have you heard? The third Kazekage of Sunagakure was actually caught dancing in the most humiliating way. What kind of dance? Are you dense? That kind you pay to see. You know the sort. Everyone's talking about it now. For real? There's something like that. It's absolutely true. I heard it straight from my cousin's wife's aunt. Trust me, the news is solid. Like a whirlwind, gossip swept through Konoha. Before even half a morning had passed, the third Kazekage had become the laughingstock of the entire village. Countless people gossiped about the scandal, laughing so hard their faces flushed and they could barely stand upright. As for the spies Sunagakure had planted in Konoha, when they heard the news, they were instantly dumbfounded. Could this possibly be true? Did Lord Kazekage have such peculiar hobbies? The spy couldn't help but picture their Kazekage dancing that kind of dance. That image sent shivers down their spine. What a horrifying sight. Best spread the news immediately, just in case. With Konoha at the epicenter, the story began to radiate outward, reaching even the camps in the Land of Rain. For a moment, many ninjas were left speechless with shock. Good heavens! The third Kazekage of Sunagakure actually had this kind of interest. No, such an outrageous fetish? Truly, you can never judge someone by their appearance, nor measure the sea by the bucket. This was an eye-opener for all. With nothing better to do, ninjas everywhere began speculating and gossiping about it. The rumors continued to spread, making their way to Amagekure, Iwagakure, and even among Sunagekure's own soldiers stationed at the front lines in the Land of Rain. Hanzo double-checked the intelligence over and over again. If the information hadn't been gathered by his own most trusted subordinates, he would have thought someone was playing a joke on him. Could it be that I, Hanzo of the Salamander, have fallen behind the times? I'm getting old. These young people really know how to stir things up nowadays. Anoki sighed, unable to imagine such a scene. Even if the news was most likely false, who really cared? At this point, even if it was a lie, the third Kazekage's reputation was already stained beyond redemption. After all, it was your own Sunagekure that spread the rumor, claiming that Shigetsu Yagami from Konoha could manipulate the Kazekage with Jinjutsu. And if he was under Jinjutsu control, then it was only natural he might have done some outrageous things, right? Bang! Chiyo slammed her hand on the table, fuming with anger. This is absolutely impossible. The Kazekage-sama would never do such a thing. Even if he himself claims to have been controlled by Jinjutsu, it's clearly a ploy to set up young Yagami Chigetsu. Now, Konoha has seized this opportunity to deliberately slander our Kazekage and all of Sunagekure. Pass down my orders. No one is allowed to discuss this matter any further. Also, contact the camp in the Land of Rivers and urge the Kazekage-sama to clear up this misunderstanding as soon as possible. If this rumor kept spreading, it wouldn't just be the third Kazekage's name suffering. It would drag all of Sunagekure's reputation into the gutter. The daimyo was already dissatisfied with Sunagekure, and upon hearing such rumors, he'd be absolutely furious. Meanwhile, as one of those most closely involved, when the third Kazekage himself learned about all this, the entire Sunagekure command post in the Land of Rivers found itself smothered in a blanket of iron sand. It was clear just how furious the Kazekage was. In the time that followed, while the third Kazekage's name grew ever more tainted, Sunagekure's attacks against Konoha also became much more frequent. All to the endless complaints of Tsukumo Hatake. Yet even as he lamented, he couldn't help but privately chuckle how the third Kazekage had dug himself into his own grave and ended up burying himself. Even if Sunagekure tried to clarify the situation, this incident would be fastened to the Kazekage's name like a nail. He would be forever pinned to the pillar of shame. And any time his name was mentioned in the future, this humiliation would be brought up, perhaps even old wounds would be reopened mentioning Chigetsu. The sky was dull and heavy. Torrential rain had been falling for days on end, showing no sign of letting up. Walking down a path turned to mud, Nawaki couldn't help grumbling. I really think entering the battlefield at a time like this wasn't the wisest decision. You'd best bring that up with our esteemed commander-in-chief. Chigetsu replied lightly, leaving Nawaki lost for words. For all his status, Nawaki wasn't Tsunade. He dared not speak ill of Danzo so flippantly. This was a decision made after much discussion at headquarters. It's not fair to blame just one person, don't you think? Minato countered with a smile. In the end, the squad was pulled off their sentry post. The reason? Some of the senior ninja believed that their squad shouldn't be stationed at such a minor outpost. It was simply a waste of talent. With Chiyue's strength, she could easily head to the battlefield, take down more enemies, and accomplish so much more. There was no reason to be cooped up in a place like this, guarding an outpost of little consequence. After some discussion, the squad was assigned to support the main forces at the front line. These past few days, attacks from the Sand Village had grown more frequent and ferocious, compounded by targeted assaults from both the Stone and Rain villages, putting enormous pressure on the front lines. The camp was left with no choice but to keep sending suitable squads forward to provide support. Chiyue and her team were among those support squads. Master, there are enemies lying in wait just ahead, in the forest. Nestled inside a raincoat and resting on Chiyue's shoulder, Xiaobai poked out her little head to give the warning. Minato and Shengshu immediately went on high alert. It was thanks to Xiaobai's alerts these past few days that they'd managed to avoid several sizable enemy groups, and even eliminated a few enemy squads. Do you know which village these ninja are from? Chiyue signaled with her hand, and the three of them quickly hid themselves. Apart from its excessive rainfall, the Land of Rain was a decent environment, thick with forests, making it perfect for ambushes and stealth. They're ninja from Stone Village, Xiaobai answered. When it came to sensory abilities, never underestimate a tailed beast. With heightened senses far surpassing anything Chiyue could hope to achieve, Xiaobai had already pinpointed the enemy. Stone ninja, huh? Narrowing her eyes, Chiyue gave a signal to Minato and Shengshu, who were hiding behind a tree trunk, then circled around to the side. They really were devious. The Stone Village ninja had used Earth-style jutsu to hollow out a small space underground and were hiding there. To prevent anyone from sneaking up behind them, they'd also set up a series of well-concealed traps. If they hadn't learned of this ploy ahead of time, There was every chance they might have stumbled right into it. But did hiding underground really make them safe? They weren't the only ones who could manipulate the earth. Shut the door and let Shangshu handle it. Once she'd cleared away several of the nearby traps, Chiwe gave the signal for Minato and Shangshu to come over. The two approached cautiously, speaking in low voices. Chiwe, where are they? With one arm around Shangshu's neck, Chiwe pointed to a slightly raised patch of ground at the edge of the forest. See that spot? They're just below it. Since they like hiding underground so much, let's help them stay there for good. That happens to be my specialty, Shangshu replied with a mischievous laugh, then crept forward, forming hand signs quickly. Earth-style, rock lodging collapse. A deep rumble echoed through the forest as the tremor shook the ground. Before the stone ninja, hiding below, even realized what was happening, the rocks above gave way and came crashing down, burying them alive. Get ready for battle. Simply burying the enemy underground is not enough. After all, the Iwagakure shinobi are masters of earth-style jutsu, and they have far too many ways to escape the danger of being buried alive. Chiwe was the first to charge forward, with Minato drawing his kunai and following closely behind. Chiwe's prediction was on point. A few seconds later, the earth trembled and collapsed, and within the pit that had formed, the rocks parted. Several disheveled figures leapt out from beneath the ground. Unfortunately for them, Chiwe and Minato were already prepared and waiting. Having narrowly avoided being buried alive, the Iwagakure shinobi had been forced to use their jutsu to escape, scrambling out through underground gaps where the rocks hadn't filled in. Yet just as they surfaced, before their feet even touched solid ground, they found themselves facing Chiwe's attack. Fire-style, majestic dragon fire technique. Chakra surged at Chiwe's throat, and she unleashed a torrent of flames from her mouth. The fire roared forth, coiling into a mighty dragon that swept straight toward the Iwagakure shinobi who had just escaped the earth's grip. The Iwagakure shinobi had no time to react. Before they even landed, they were engulfed in the raging flames, consumed in an instant by the blazing inferno. The scent of scorched flesh filled the air as several charred bodies plummeted from the sky. Minato, kunai clenched tight and ready for battle, cast a slightly aggrieved look at Chiwe. Couldn't you slow down just once? Every time, you finish the fight before I even get a chance to touch the enemy, let alone land a single blow. Even Rope Tree at least gets to pitch in, but me? I get nothing. With the ground still smoldering and blackened, Chiwe walked over, patted Minato comfortingly on the shoulder, and said, No need to rush. There's always more enemies. Besides, aren't you destined to become the fastest man in the shinobi world? Just aim to beat me next time. Yeah, right, like I'm supposed to believe you. Fastest man in the shinobi world, you say? Don't think I don't know what you really mean by that. That kind of nickname? Minato would rather have nothing to do with it. He still needed to prove his manhood when he grew up. How could being fast possibly be good? He had to admit, though, traveling with Chiwe was rubbing off on him. A little bit of her mischief was starting to affect even Rope Tree. Minato's right, Chiwe. You're way too quick to finish things, Rope Tree said, stepping forward and glancing at the scorched corpses on the ground. Man, what a mess. These Iwagakure shinobi running into you. It's like they've met their natural enemy. Not even hiding can save them. Up in the sky, a Konoha signal flare burst open, its flames doused almost immediately by the falling rain. Chiwe's gaze snapped upward, her face turning grave as she recognized the flare. No time to deal with the bodies. Someone's calling for help. Move out. Chiwe plunged headlong into the rain, with Minato and Rope Tree right on her heels. The sounds of fierce battle grew louder and nearer. A group of Konoha shinobi were fleeing in desperate disarray. Behind them, a sizable force of Amigakure shinobi gave chase. Rescue them. Chiwe and Minato were the first to charge forward. Shangshu nodded forcefully, quickly forming hand seals. Earth-style, rising stone spears. As the ground trembled, jagged rocks shot up from beneath, immediately shattering the formation of the Rain Ninja. A few unfortunate souls were struck through by the sharp stones, crying out in pain as they clung to the rocks. We're saved. We're safe. Reinforcements are here. Get closer, everyone. Suddenly, someone reached out a helping hand. The Konoha shinobi, overcome with relief, hurriedly supported their wounded as they moved toward Shangshu. The Cloud Ninja's pursuit was abruptly cut off, and a few of the wounded, who hadn't succumbed yet, were dragged away to safety by their comrades. A Rain Ninja in Jonin armor raised a hand, signaling his allies to gather around him. He eyed Chiwe, who was advancing with Minato, full of wary suspicion, and asked, You're Chiwe Yagami from Konoha? Chiwe hadn't expected the other side to recognize him so quickly. Watch out. His Jinjutsu is extremely strong. Don't look him in the eye. Stories of Chiyue's incidents with the third Kazekage had already swept across the shinobi world. Ninjas from all the villages had begun collecting reports about Chiyue. On the battlefields of the Land of Rain, rain, stone, and sand shinobi alike had been warned. If you should cross paths with Chiyue Yagami on the battlefield, be extra cautious. His Jinjutsu is overwhelming, and he possesses the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Even shadow-level ninjas like the third Kazekage had fallen into his illusions, and within Konoha itself, there were those quickly subdued by his techniques. Such terrifying powers were not to be taken lightly. Are these people a bit slow? Chiyue watched as the Rain Ninja all dropped their heads or turned their faces away, careful to avoid meeting his gaze. Did they really believe that Chiyue's infamous awkward dance, Jinjutsu, required eye contact to take effect? By now, among the upper echelons of the Uchiha, keeping one's eyes shut or looking away during battle had become an unwritten rule, standard practice throughout the shinobi world. Clearly, the Rain Ninja had mistaken him for a typical Uchiha. But does a Jinjutsu always need direct eye contact to be cast? If the Kurama clan heard this reasoning, they would be cursing by now. Unfortunately, the Kurama had fallen into decline, so their name never spread far throughout the shinobi world. Ultimately, it all traced back to how burdensome the Kurama bloodline's weakness was. If you can gather enough intel, you can always find your enemy's Achilles heel. Why did it feel like he'd unwittingly become a living teaching example? And not even as a role model, but as a warning. The thought made Chiyue laugh in exasperation. Perhaps it was time he really made people understand just how terrifying his awkward dance Jinjutsu truly was. If he didn't, everyone would go on thinking that simply avoiding his Sharingan's gaze would keep them safe. What annoyed Chiyue most was this. Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu. Among them, Jinjutsu was the art he was least skilled at. If not for the Sharingan, if not for his unique awkward dance technique, Chiyue would hardly be able to pull off any Jinjutsu at all. With all the time spent muddling with illusions, it would have been better put to use honing his taijutsu and swordsmanship. Those are, after all, Chiyue's real strengths. You need to be careful. That man is Kamizen Naraku. His specialty is hand-to-hand combat and swordplay. The special jonin who led our team. He died by Naraku's hand. Worried that Chiyue's group might underestimate their enemy, a wounded Konoha ninja called out to them as a warning. Don't ever take that guy lightly, he reminded them. He's far from weak. Don't worry. You're safe now. With calm assurance, Sheng Tian rummaged through his ninja pouch for bandages and emergency medicine. Let me dress your wounds. Reinforcements should arrive soon. As for the enemy, you don't need to worry. Chiyue and Minato will handle them. But are you sure it'll be all right? Though tales of Chinyue's exploits had reached them, there were so many enemies, and both Chiyue and Minato looked so young still. There's hardly enough of them to make any difference. Trust me, there's no problem. With practiced hands, Shang Tian began tending the wounded, something he'd done often back in camp. To the ninja from Amage Cure, Shang Tian's actions were provocation enough. How dare he tend to the wounded right in front of them, as if they didn't even matter. They held back only because of Chinyue's fearsome reputation. Otherwise, they would have attacked long ago. Shang Tian seemed utterly unfazed, openly patching up the wounded and, with every gesture and word, belittling them. But that still wasn't enough. Once the patching was done, he trampled on their pride a little further with his casual dismissal. Cover the wounded and back. Leave Yagami, Chinyue to me. At Naraku's sharp command, the ninja of Amage Cure moved all at once. Naraku, a master of taijutsu, vanished with a flicker, reappearing directly before Chinyue. In a flash, his slender, razor-edged sword came arcing toward Chinyue's throat. There's really no need for this. So eager to throw your life away, are you? You think if you keep your eyes down, avoiding my gaze, you'll dodge a Jinjutsu that never misses? A bit too naive, don't you think? With the activation of this Sakura falling technique, Naraku suddenly felt the world spin, his mind being yanked into an illusionary realm. Without hesitating, Chinyue snatched the ninja blade from Naraku's hand, granting him no chance for any heroic struggle. He sliced cleanly across Naraku's throat. A spray of warm blood fanned out. As death drew near, Naraku wrenched himself free of the Jinjutsu. But the only thing that greeted him was the end. Eyes wide with shock and bewilderment, Naraku clutched uselessly at his throat, collapsing limply to the ground. Even as life slipped away, he couldn't fathom when the illusion had even taken hold. Lord Naraku! In the blink of an eye, Kamizen Naraku had already collapsed onto the ground. The ninjas from Amage Cure stood frozen in shock, staring blankly at Naraku's lifeless body sprawled in the mud. This is bad. Lord Naraku is dead. A few seconds later, The remaining Aim scattered in panic, abandoning any thoughts of taking down the Konoha ninja. Their Jonin leader had been killed in a single exchange. The idea of charging in again was nothing short of suicide. It was obvious that Chiatsuki Yagami had been holding back his true strength. Surviving was now their only priority. Someone had to get this information back to the village. Just as expected, with an expression that said, "I knew this would happen," Minato stood aside while Nagato gave a helpless look to the wounded comrades, now locked in a kind of stunned silence. "See? I told you not to worry, but you just wouldn't listen. Aren't you hungry for revenge?" Having finished off Nariku, Chiatsuki had no intention of striking at the retreating foes like a vulture. Noticing some of the rescued ninjas still standing dumbfounded and gawking at the spectacle, he couldn't help but nudge them. Revenge means more than satisfaction. It's a way to earn military merit as well. Jolted by Chiatsuki's reminder, the survivors finally snapped out of their trance and howled in excitement. They rushed after Minato, beginning the pursuit of the Aim. Who wouldn't want revenge? Just moments ago, they'd been chased so badly it seemed all hope was lost. They nearly accepted death. But now that the enemy's Jonin was gone, all that remained were Chunin and Jinin. What was there to be afraid of? No need to hesitate. Strike while the iron is hot. Besides, Chiatsuki was right. Pursuing the enemy brought not only vengeance, but also the promise of merit and recognition. Chunin or Jinin, it didn't matter. Taking out the enemy earned rewards all the same. It was fortunate that Chiatsuki was so easygoing. If it had been any other ninja leading, these men would hardly get any share of the bounty. Sarutobi Sasaki, at your service, Lord Chiatsuki. As Chiatsuki approached, a middle-aged ninja who just finished bandaging his wound with Nagato's help immediately stood and bowed politely. Clearly, Chiatsuki's strength had won their respect. Such courtesy was usually reserved for high-ranking Jonin or the village's top officials. Though officially only a Chunin, no one would dare treat Chiatsuki as just another rank-and-file shinobi now. Sarutobi. Chiatsuki was taken aback. This man was actually a member of the 3rd Hokage's clan. He shot Sasaki a surprised glance. Everyone knew that the Sarutobi clan's shinobi rarely set foot on the battlefield. Otherwise, during the 4th Great Shinobi War, how could they assemble a force of 2,000 ninja? For a single clan to produce 2,000 battle-ready warriors, what kind of power is that? Strangely, Sasaki's clothing bore no Sarutobi clan emblem. Had he not introduced himself, who would have guessed he was from the Sarutobi? Of course, the Sarutobi styled themselves as a civilian clan. They wouldn't randomly embroider a family crest on their outfits, not while focused on steady growth. Drawing too much attention would contradict the 3rd Hokage's philosophy. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with the Sarutobi clan? Aren't they all people of Konoha? Is it really so surprising to see them here? Rope Tree nudged Chiiwe with his hand, and Chiiwe smiled as he said, "It's nothing. I'm just surprised to run into a Sarutobi on the battlefield. I think this might be my first time." "Really?" Rope Tree scratched his head, thinking back, then fell into a daze. Come to think of it, there really aren't many Sarutobi clan shinobi around the battlefield. At least, he hadn't run into many himself. No wonder Chiiwe was surprised. That brought up another question. Where exactly had the Sarutobi shinobi gone? Rope Tree wasn't stupid, just a little careless and straightforward at times. But once he settled down, he was actually quite sharp. Some secrets never surprised Rope Tree anymore. Could the village's decision really be the right one? Rope Tree didn't know. What he did know was that among the great clans of Konoha, the Senju had suffered most, and they'd lost the highest number of shinobi on the battlefield. In the end, Tobarama Senju had turned the clan into commoners. Now, they didn't even keep their family name. Both Rope Tree and Tsunade were direct descendants of the Senju. Yet now, they were known only as Rope Tree and Tsunade, with no clan name preceding theirs. It just showed how utterly complete the process of making the Senju into commoners had been. And yet, while the Senju clan suffered such heavy losses, some other clans quietly kept their heads down, hoarding resources that should have gone to the common folk and secretly advanced their own interests. You had to admit, the 3rd Hokage strategy was clever. Now, the people of Konoha would never think of the Sarutobi or Shimura clans as great clans. All eyes were fixed on clans like the Uchiha or the Hyuga. He let out a sigh. He couldn't help but wonder if Second Grandpa had made the right choice, turning the family into commoners, even giving up their name entirely. With a gentle sigh, Rope Tree patted Chiiwe on the shoulder. "You keep an eye on the wounded. I'm going to go pick off any stragglers. The two of you always get the enemy, and I'm left just standing around. Go on." Chiiwe had little interest in chasing down enemies. If Rope Tree wanted to, then he could. Nobody here was a fool. Yet the conversation between Chiwe and Rope Tree left Sarutobi Sasaki feeling a bit awkward. After all, he came from the Sarutobi clan, and to have the policy of turning clans into commoners brought up right in front of him, it stung. After all, only the Sarutobi and the Shimura clans had truly gone through with this so-called commoner status. Don't take it to heart, I didn't mean anything by it, just surprise is all. Chiwe smiled, attempting to reassure Sarutobi Sasaki, though it wasn't much comfort. It wasn't long before Minato, Rope Tree, and those who'd raced off to snatch up battlefield achievements returned. Only one of them had suffered a minor injury. The rest were unharmed. Gather the wounded. We're heading back to camp. Chiwe tucked the little white creature under his rain cloak, took out a piece of jerky to amuse it, and, seeing his group had assembled, announced their return to camp. How was the situation on the front lines? On the way, Chiwe seized the opportunity to question Sarutobi Sasaki. Sarutobi Sasaki responded respectfully. Lady Chiwe, the front lines are still in chaos. Ninjas from Awagakure, Sunagakure, and Amagakure are all besieging our Konoha shinobi, yet they're also fighting among themselves. For now, under Orochimaru's command, our position hasn't been lost, but the battle is extremely fierce. That's good enough. Orochimaru really does have some skills. At least his command ability is impressive. He's far better at this than Danzo, the so-called Hokage's advisor. Chiwe recalled that after the war in the Land of Rain, the skirmishes with the Sand Village in the Land of Wind were led by Orochimaru. He truly didn't disappoint the third Hokage. Under his leadership, Konoha defeated Sunagakure. This caused Orochimaru's reputation to soar to unprecedented heights, surpassing even Tsunade and Jiraiya. But alas, his achievements ended up making some people uneasy. Besides, Orochimaru started to descend into darkness, which eventually cost him the chance to become the fourth Hokage, leaving Minato to pick up the title. In truth, if Orochimaru hadn't gone down that dark road, hadn't conducted all sorts of forbidden experiments, hadn't allied with Danzo, hadn't used his own village's shinobi for experiments, then Minato might never have become the fourth Hokage. The squad escorted the wounded back to camp, and after confirming their battle report, they were finally granted a much-needed rest. We're finally back. Stretched out inside his tent, Nawaki couldn't help but sigh. I used to hate this tent, but now I miss it more than ever. Who knows how many days of rest we'll get this time? People are always torn this way, Nawaki included. Before he set foot on the battlefield, all he wanted was to rush into the fight and win glory. But after spending some time in actual combat, he found himself longing for the days when he just did odd jobs around camp. We probably won't get to rest for long. Minato crossed his arms, looking grim. I heard some news just now. Because of the situation on the Land of River's front, the village can hardly send any more reinforcements to the Land of Rain. Right now, all sectors are stretched thin. In the days ahead, we can expect the fighting to only get fiercer. Thank goodness Sunagakure, Awagakure, and Amagakure are all fighting their own wars. If they ever decide to join forces, we'll really be in trouble. Nawaki had no time for complaints. He shared his own analysis. The two continued their discussion, eventually roping in Chiwe, who'd been pondering dinner options for the night. Chiwe, at a loss, finally said, "No matter what, Konoha will eventually reach a settlement with the Rain Village, and this pointless war will end." Seriously? Nawaki and Minato were both a little shocked. After all, Konoha was the aggressor in this conflict. If they didn't win and ended up being forced into peace talks, it would be a huge blow to Konoha's reputation. Why not? Chiwe chuckled and asked, "You all don't really think that peace talks mean Konoha has lost, do you? Isn't that what it means?" Nawaki found Chiwe's words a bit confusing. Minato nodded in agreement as well. Chiwe nudged Minato to make some room for her, then sat down between them and picked up a stick. She drew several circles on the ground. These represent the territories held by the four forces currently fighting on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. Konoha is over here, this side is the Sand Village, and then the Rain Village. The Rain Village holds the largest territory, but right now, it's free-for-all chaos. There are no real alliances. Everyone is fighting everyone. Apart from your own people, everybody else is an enemy. But have you really thought about this? The Rain Village, no matter how quickly their military power grows, is still a small, poor country. Even if their military strength is improving, they're just trying to keep up with the 5 great ninja villages. Besides, if all their money goes into the military, what about everything else? You can't fight a war on an empty stomach, can you? You don't need to replace ninja tools during a war, is that it? Have you noticed how expensive supplies and ninja tools have become? What's more, with the Rain Village pouncing on whoever they run into, they're actually already on the decline. With their forces constantly worn down and supply prices skyrocketing, I'd bet Hanzo is already worrying himself sick. If this stalemate drags on much longer, It's the Rain Village that'll hit their limit first. When that time comes, we won't have to seek peace ourselves. Hanzo will come to Konoha. Otherwise, why do you think that after defeating Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, Hanzo would give them the title Legendary Sannin? That was the opening move toward negotiation. If Hanzo hadn't wanted to talk peace, I would never believe he'd let those three go, especially when they were so beaten down they couldn't resist anymore. And yet, all he did was give them a title, one that Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru found utterly loathsome. Most people see it as an honor. But for those three, being called the Sannin is nothing but humiliation. So, you're saying Konoha is sure to win this war? Obviously. Now hurry up and get some firewood. Don't you want a proper meal? Or do you plan on gnawing on dry rations and soldier pills again? Haven't you had enough of those lately? Chiwa wasn't one to go overboard. Since leaving the outpost, she hadn't fussed over food, surviving on nothing but dry rations and soldier pills. Now that she was back at camp, she certainly didn't intend to keep making herself suffer. On it. After chewing through so many dry rations his mouth was about to forget what flavor was, Nawaki was eager for a decent meal. Without another word, he dashed out of the tent, leaving their worries behind, and went in search of firewood. Chiwa Yagami, Minato Namikaze, Nawaki, Lord Danzo wants to see you. Good times never last long. On the very next day after the squad returned to camp, Danzo had someone inform them that they were to report to the command center. The three of them packed up their things and made their way to headquarters. Lord Danzo. Upon entering, Minato instinctively stepped forward to greet Danzo on behalf of the team, bowing respectfully. Danzo simply nodded, unbothered by the question of who led the squad, as long as the formalities were observed. I've called your team here today to assign you a mission. Please give your orders, Lord Danzo. When it came time to be serious, Minato was the model soldier, attentive, earnest, so impeccable that not a single fault could be found. Danzo rose from his seat and walked over to the wooden wall where a map was pinned, tracing a line across it with his finger. According to intelligence gathered by the Umbu, Amigakure has recently purchased a substantial amount of grain from the Fire Daimyo's residence under the pretext of the Daimyo's authority. Among those supplies are also ninja tools acquired from the Land of Crafts. I need your squad to intercept this supply line and destroy all the resources. In another world, he thought this kind of act would undoubtedly be tantamount to aiding the enemy. A move straight from the playbook of unscrupulous merchants in ancient times, who would sell vital resources like salt and iron to the enemy steppe tribes just for profit. But in the world of Naruto, this was legal and justified, because it wasn't Amigakure who came to make the purchase, but the daimyo of the Land of Rain who stepped forward. The reasoning was all above board, to keep the common folk of the Rain country from starving amidst war. The purchase of food supplies, coupled with the intricate web of familial ties between daimyo of different nations, meant that, even if everyone knew this would bolster the enemy, the Fire Daimyo would never refuse. As long as the Rain Daimyo wasn't foolish enough to go shouting from rooftops about buying the grain for the Rain Ninja, he could smoothly buy up the supplies from the Land of Fire. This is outright siding with the enemy. Shungtai felt utterly betrayed. How could the Daimyo act this way, when Konoha and Amigakure were locked in a life-or-death struggle, and those high-ranking officials at the Daimyo's palace, selling grain straight to the Land of Rain? Wasn't this the very definition of aiding the enemy? They might claim it's being purchased in the name of the Rain Daimyo or the country's people, but those supplies would end up in the hands of Amigakure regardless. Watch your words. Danzo stared impassively at Shungtai, correcting his outburst. These supplies are being procured by the Rain Daimyo for his war-weary and starving citizens, not for the benefit of Amigakure. Yes, sir. Shungtai understood the logic, but that didn't mean he had to accept it. So your team's mission is to destroy these supplies and cut off this line of transport. Isn't sending just one squad a little risky? Usually, such transports are heavily guarded by many ninja. With only 3 people, severing a supply line wouldn't be easy. Most of all, Chiyuki had no desire to push herself that hard. Danzo glanced at Chiyue, then continued speaking. With the strength your squad possesses, you're more than capable of severing this supply route and destroying all the resources bound for the Hidden Rain Village. The fighting on the front lines is intense right now. Hanzo himself couldn't possibly come to personally escort the supply convoys. So long as Hanzo wasn't protecting the transports, and given how Chi-Wei could effortlessly take down even an elite Jonin, sabotaging the supply line wouldn't be much of a challenge. What's more, this was but one of several supply channels leading to the Rain Village. Relying on a single squad to completely cut off all of Rain's supply lines was obviously impossible. These people are outrageous, smuggling food into the Land of Rain in the midst of war. Can they really not see that these supplies will end up feeding enemy shinobi in Rain? Once they accepted the mission and left headquarters, Shengshu couldn't hold his anger back, cursing loudly with indignation written all over his face. Calm down. Chiyue patted Shengshu's shoulder and, putting an arm around him, asked softly, "Do you know what kind of relationship there is between the daimyo of the land of rain and the daimyo of the land of fire?" "What relationship?" Shengshu's face went blank. He had honestly never looked into that kind of intel. Truthfully, if Chiyue hadn't read some books about the noble houses, he'd be just as lost. The intricate web between these feudal lords could rival the intermarriages among European royal families of old. If your cousin came asking you to sell him grain, would you really turn him down? Of course not. Shengshu was utterly speechless. Minato's shoulders shook as he discreetly tried to stifle a laugh. Obviously, Chiyue had once again led Shengshu away from his original line of thought. And besides, the Rain Daimyo's daughter is married into the Fire Daimyo's household. Do you realize what that really means? Enough. Let's just drop this topic. Shengshu could only roll his eyes skyward, for, truth be told, his own mother's family was connected to a daimyo house as well. The tangled bloodlines and in-law connections made everything even more convoluted. Besides, with this much money involved, why wouldn't the Fire Daimyo want to share? What's that? Konoha is at war with the Rain Village? That's your ninja business, isn't it? What's it got to do with the daimyo's court? Once their gear was packed, the three of them set out that very day, making for the supply convoy's known route. Returning at last to the Land of Fire, a place they hadn't seen in some time, they gratefully shed their rain cloaks. Honestly, wearing those things was a nightmare. Clumsy for any kind of movement, and from a distance you just looked like some creepy black shadow skulking about. All Chiyue could say was the basic industry of the shinobi world left much to be desired. They couldn't even mass-produce decent raincoats. As long as the intel from headquarters is accurate, the Rain's transport convoy will arrive tomorrow. Let's get some traps set up in advance. They'd even force the Rain to buy supplies straight from the Fire Daimyo's own stores. It's predictable that the supplies remaining in the hidden Rain village must be running dangerously low. Not to mention, among this shipment of food, there are quite a few ninja tools and explosive tags hidden away. The destruction of these resources would be a devastating blow to the hidden Rain village, truly adding insult to injury. In fact, it isn't just the Rain village that suffers. Even the Leaf village finds its supplies running thin due to fighting on two fronts. Nagato's parents, too, were killed in the confusion by Leaf ninjas while they were seizing food shortly after these events. As for whether this tragedy was orchestrated by Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, that's something yet to be uncovered. If Jiraiya hadn't stayed behind to take Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan as disciples, then how would Madara and Black Zetsu have planned for Nagato's future? Would Black Zetsu have had to assume a different identity, stepping in as Nagato's teacher himself? Back then, even if Black Zetsu had been reluctant, he would have had no choice but to show himself. Nagato needed time to nurture the Rinnegan, and ultimately, he would have to give up his life to resurrect Madara. Preparations had to be made for that. If only my own Mangekyo Sharingan ability was Kamui, if I could have hidden Nagato away, perhaps Madara and Black Zetsu would have been driven to desperation. Hurry up, move faster. The people of the Land of Rain are desperately awaiting this shipment of food. They need it to survive. Yoshida Masakazu urged his subordinates again and again, hardly able to remember how many times he'd chided them along the road. The Land of Rain had little food left, their ninja tools severely depleted. They were in dire need of this shipment. In order to win the war, Hanzo had been forced to seek the help of the feudal lord, purchasing rice from the Land of Fire under his own name, and, while at it, concealing other sneaked-in ninja tools and supplies within the shipments, all bound for the Land of Rain. When war first broke out, the Rain village and the Leaf clashed back and forth, neither side willing to yield. But now, the Rain ninja could only struggle to hold out. Beyond the Leaf, Rain village also had to face the ninjas from the Hidden Stone and Hidden Sand villages. Without enough supplies to support them, this war would surely spell the Rain village's destruction. You two, scout ahead. Yes, Lord Masakazu. Two Rain ninja, disguised as farmers from the Land of Fire, briskly left the convoy, hurrying ahead to carry out their reconnaissance. As the wagon train full of grain trundled closer, Nawaki asked in a hushed voice, "Chiyuki, how did you know those two ninja would sneak around from the side?" Chiyuki, who was lying flat on the ground, replied without even turning his head, "If I asked you to scout ahead, would you just stick to the road right in front of the convoy?" Nawaki was silent for a good while before glumly muttering, "No, I wouldn't. If even you wouldn't do that, how can you expect anyone else to? Remember, this is a mistake a lot of ninja make. If I were the captain in charge of this supply escort, I could never feel secure letting my subordinates scout on their own. Whether in terms of strength or reconnaissance skills, with a few unusual exceptions, Most Genin and Shunin are certainly no match for Jonin. After all, these abilities are part of the promotion assessments. If you don't meet the standards, there's simply no way for you to advance to Jonin. Of course, these are the standards set by the 5 great shinobi villages, but as for the standards in the village hidden in the rain, they're certainly not comparable to those of the 5 great shinobi villages. Otherwise, there wouldn't be many Jonin or even Chunin to be found in the village hidden in the rain. With such lenient assessment standards, the village can make its military might seem formidable on the surface. Yet, when war truly breaks out, apart from Hanzo himself and a handful of close aides, there are hardly any ninja from the village hidden in the rain who are truly impressive. The fact that the village hidden in the rain can stand its ground against Konoha, the Sand Village, and the Stone Village is mostly thanks to Hanzo alone. Without Hanzo, the village would fall apart in an instant. This is the difference that lies at the very foundation of true strength. As the supply convoy from the village hidden in the rain drew closer and closer, Chiyue made a subtle gesture to Shengshu. Shengshu nodded, quickly forming a sequence of hand seals with both hands. As the convoy neared their position, Earth-style, rising earth spears. Chiyue had discovered that many Earth-style jutsu were genuinely useful. The rising earth spears, for instance, were great for both killing enemies and sowing chaos. Watch out, we're under attack. Ah, help me. Suddenly, the ground rumbled, and a forest of jagged stone spikes erupted from below, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The entire supply convoy was thrown into chaos. People and carts scattered everywhere. Grain spilled across the ground, and even the sealing scrolls hidden among the supplies went rolling out of their crates. A few rain ninja, too slow to react, were skewered in an instant, their bodies gruesomely resembling candied fruit skewers, though of course, no one would have the stomach to taste such a thing. Who are these brats? Watching his precious supplies scattered everywhere, Yoshida Shuchi felt a stab of pain in his heart. These were goods respectfully acquired for Lord Hanzo at great expense, and now they've been strewn across the dirt just like that. A few frightened horses, their eyes wild with terror, tore away from their handlers and rampaged about, dragging carts in all directions. The entire scene dissolved into utter pandemonium, with wreckage and debris littering the ground. No one told you this is the land of fire, did they? Fighting against Konoha, and then buying grain from the land of fire as well. Seems like your village has money to spare. Isn't Hanzo worried all that investment might go up in smoke? Although, to be fair, Hanzo really has no choice. The land of rain is surrounded by the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth, and is currently at war with all 3. The land of wind can barely manage on its own, relying on massive grain import from the land of fire every year. The land of earth scrapes by with just enough to feed itself. But with the stone village and the village hidden in the rain locked in fierce battle, there's no way the daimyo of the land of earth will sell grain to the land of rain. The feudal lords of the land of earth and the land of lightning are infamous for fiercely protecting their own, always standing united with their villages. In stark contrast, the lords of the land of fire and the land of wind have a penchant for making foolish decisions. You little brat, are you looking for death? Yoshida Masakazu's eyes blazed with fury. To be ambushed by Chiyue was one thing, but to have their supplies thrown into chaos, and then to hear open insults hurled at Hanzo, the leader of the Hidden Rain village, such humiliation was utterly unforgivable. With a snarl, Yoshida Masakazu unsheathed his shinobi sword and charged at Chiyue in a blind rage. Chiyue met the attack head-on, without hesitation. This time, he didn't rely on any special technique. He fought back solely with the strength of his body and the sharpness of his blade. The two figures collided like phantoms in the night, their swords clashing with a piercing ring of metal. A tremendous force ricocheted up Yoshida Masakazu's arms, making his pupils contract in shock. How is this kid so fast, so strong? Both his speed and power eclipsed his own by a wide margin. Were it not for his extensive combat experience, that previous slash might well have cost him his hand. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Chiyue and Yoshida Masakazu were locked in their deadly duel, while Shingu and Minato coordinated seamlessly against the remaining enemies. Surprisingly, it was the supposedly disadvantaged Minato and Shingu who began to seize the upper hand. One by one, their foes fell before them. Minato's lightning reflexes and explosive bursts left Shingu green with envy. Though Shingu's physical prowess was impressive, and his chakra reserves vastly surpassed Minato's, when it came to killing speed, he couldn't compete at all. Minato could, in the blink of an eye, catch an enemy off guard in the midst of battle and drive a kunai straight through their throat or heart. Shingu, on the other hand, found every kill an uphill struggle. You make for a worthy opponent in true combat. just a cut above the Jonin from Hidden Rain Village I've met before. Yoshida Masakazu's taijutsu was formidable. His movements may have lacked polish, but his strength was genuine. Unlike those so-called Jonin he'd fought before, who barely lasted a few strokes. You brat, don't you dare look down on me. To be judged by a boy barely in his teens, told merely that he was a decent opponent, that alone made rage boil up in Yoshida Masakazu. There was a metallic clang as he blocked his opponent's blade, and Chiwe couldn't help but chuckle. Angry are we? In that case, why don't you just go ahead and die? Before Yoshida Masakazu's astonished eyes, Chiwe's strength suddenly erupted. He unleashed a burst of force that sent Yoshida Masakazu flying. But what truly stunned him was how Chiwe moved. His speed spiked to a whole new level. A crimson gleam flashed in Chiwe's eyes. The three-tomo Sharingan ignited, mesmerizing and foreboding. With his Sharingan awakened in full, Chiwe saw Yoshida Masakazu's every move as if they were unfolding in slow, unreal time. His blade glided along Yoshida Masakazu's numb arm, found a gap beneath his ribs, and plunged straight into his heart. You are Yagami Chizuki. Staring in disbelief at his own body pierced by the ninja blade, blood welled up in Yoshida Masakazu's mouth. His mind flashed back to a recently prominent name in the ninja world, Yagami Chizuki. Silver hair, barely into his teens, and the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes. That's me, Chizuki replied. Withdrawing his blade, he gazed at Masakazu, who lay upon the ground, gasping desperately for air, a man who had walked his final steps. Chizuki let out a soft sigh. Your strength and courage have earned my respect. I'll see to your proper burial. As for this batch of supplies, they will never reach the land of rain. Yoshida Masakazu, spurred on by this final blow, coughed up another mouthful of blood. The light faded from his eyes, and color drained away as life slipped from his body. Chizuki took in the battlefield at a glance. Bodies sprawled everywhere amidst chaos and debris. He clicked his tongue in mild exasperation. Minato's becoming more terrifying by the day. If he masters the Flying Thunder God technique, who'll be able to keep up with him? He didn't spare another glance at the burned rations. Instead, he carefully stashed away all the sealing scrolls packed with ninja tools and explosive tags. These were treasures, true spoils of war. A good find like this could fetch quite a sum on the black market. As for turning them in, that had never crossed Chizuki's mind. If he claimed these with his own skill, why surrender them? Besides, Danzo's orders were only to destroy the enemy's supplies, not to collect them. So happily, Chizuki claimed all the ninja tools for himself. Fire style, great fireball technique. With a single burst of flame, all the leftover rations went up in smoke. Chizuki settled down at the roadside, propping himself against a tree, and waited for Minato and Shunshu to return. The two had pursued the enemy deep into the forest and would need a little time to make their way back. Sorry, old ox. I won't be polite with your meat tonight, he murmured. In the convoy, there had been horses and oxen hauling carts. Sadly, one unlucky old ox had fallen to Shinshu's attack, instantly reduced to nothing more than a giant skewer of roast beef. After a time, Minato and Shunshu returned. Minato arrived with a smile. Shunshu, on the other hand, looked utterly dejected. There was no need to ask. Minato had again outperformed him in the chase. Shunshu had long since accepted that he was no match for Chizuki, the genius acknowledged by all, so he had shifted his competitive spirit to Minato instead. Yet, time after time, he proved inferior to both. And no matter how he consoled himself, the fact remained. He was 3 years older than Chizuki and Minato, yet couldn't surpass either. The sting of defeat weighed heavily on him. What's wrong? Chizuki teased him lightly. You've just achieved a great victory, yet you look so glum. Shunshu shot Minato a look and shrugged, shoulders slumped in defeat. He got 2 more than me. If he and Minato were the same age, Shunshu might have taken it in stride, but he was 3 years their senior, and couldn't even outdo Junior's 3 years as junior. What dreams, he wondered, could he even speak of now? World peace. Becoming someone on par with the god of shinobi, like my grandfather was? What a joke. That's just embarrassing, honestly. You had it coming. Serves you right for not putting in the effort. Chiwa laughed gleefully at my misfortune. Hurry up and clean up the scene. We need to get moving. Why is it always me? Come on, have a heart, will you? You mock me, joke at my expense, and now expect me to tidy up the mess? Chiwa glanced at me, her eyes falling on the ropes, binding my hands. She shrugged. Of the 3 of us, you're the one who's best at Earth-style ninjutsu. Who else would do it but you? If you really don't want to, then the 3 of us can dig the hole together. Looking down at the ninja blade and kunai in my hands, I thought it best to just get to work myself. Digging a hole was too much trouble to share. When are we heading back? Chewing a piece of delicious roasted beef, I couldn't help but regret not slicing off a bit more earlier. What's the rush? Chiwe tossed a few more logs onto the fire, her voice calm and unhurried. The commander tasked us with completely severing this supply route. Let's wait it out a bit longer. A mission like this doesn't come with a time limit, and whether it's considered completed isn't set in stone. If we decided to turn back too early, and someone managed to sneak supplies through after all, it would be our failure. Chiwe would rather spend a little more time here than risk returning home only to be blamed for incompetence. Besides, why rush off into the perpetually gloomy land of rain when the clear skies of the land of fire are so much nicer? Who'd want to leave this easy-going weather for the dreary, miserable side of the rain country? Over in the rain country, the mood in the Spartan camp was tense. Hanzo sat hunched over a dwindling list of supplies, his brows deeply knit. It wouldn't be long before the village ran out altogether. The rate at which resources were being used surpassed anything Hanzo had anticipated. And not just supplies, casualties among his people had reached a shocking scale, declaring war simultaneously on leaf, stone, and sand. Hanzo was now tasting the full consequences. When it came to clout, the Rain Village simply couldn't match the 5 great shinobi villages. If leaf, sand, and stone were only now starting to feel the strain, Rain Village was already close to hitting rock bottom. Lord Hanzo! Just then, a figure burst into the tent, stumbling and breathlessly. Hanzo's already grim face grew darker. What is it? Lord Hanzo, the squad sent to deliver supplies to the land of fire has been wiped out. What did you say? Hanzo shot to his feet, feeling as though the sky itself had collapsed on him. At the exact moment Rain Village was most desperate for supplies, their relief team had been intercepted and destroyed. Did you send anyone to investigate the details? Even in crisis, Hanzo's poise revealed the mettle of a true village leader. He did not fly into a rage, nor did he lash out or blame his subordinates for incompetence. In matters like this, once the enemy receives intelligence, they will act without hesitation. And most likely, the ones to make a move are the Hidden Leaf. Though the supplies had been purchased in secret, how did the Leaf learn about it? Hanzo didn't know, but at this point, it was too late for such questions. Lord Hanzo, a member of the intelligence division, kneeling on one knee with head bowed, reported. We have already dispatched people to investigate. All of our village's ninja were killed, the supplies completely destroyed, and there are clear signs of extensive combat using ninja techniques at the scene. The battle tracks extend deep into the forest, which suggests the attackers were few in number, likely just a small squad. In my opinion, it was definitely the work of the Hidden Leaf. The Leaf. Hanzo became silent. After a long pause, Hanzo suddenly gave a wry smile. It seems the Leaf's intelligence capabilities are indeed impressive. My lord, could it be that the daimyo of the land of fire betrayed us? No, Hanzo replied with confidence. The daimyo has his own reputation to think of. At a time like this, selling supplies, if the Leaf were to seize on such evidence, it would give grounds for confrontation with the daimyo's palace. So when they act, they absolutely keep it under wraps. The only real possibility is that there's a hidden Leaf spy planted in the daimyo's residence. It's very likely they even know every detail of the daimyo's transactions with outsiders. It seems, after all, I underestimated the Leaf. Stepping out his tent and letting the rainfall soak him, Hanzo suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. The years of relentless war had left him weary to the bone, and now, with the destruction of their supplies, things had gone from bad to worse. How's the investigation on that other matter progressing? Danzo's abrupt question left his subordinate momentarily bewildered before answering. Lord Hanzo, according to our investigation, among the ninja who slaughtered civilians, several were identified as coming from the village hidden in the sand. They weren't from the Leaf. The outbreak of war between the Leaf and the Rain had been sparked by repeated massacres of civilians in the Land of Rain, purportedly by Leaf ninja. But after war broke out, no one mentioned it again. Even so, Hanzo had quietly ordered continued investigation. They had captured and executed several suspects, discovering that some were indeed from the Sand Village, and the rest could not be clearly identified. Who started the war? By now, the answer was all too clear. The Sand Village, pulling every string they could to maneuver Hidden Leaf and rein in a conflict, was behind all. Looks like the Sand Village isn't having an easy time themselves. Building up military strength? Is it wrong for my Rain Village to build up our military? Should only the 5 great ninja villages get stronger, while smaller villages are simply forbidden? Hanzo found the Leaf's earlier accusations almost laughable. The maneuvers and struggles between the sides, whether overt or covert, were all still unfolding within limits that all could bear. The Hidden Sand Village made their move decisively, stabbing Konoha in the back and setting off a fierce battle between Konoha and the Hidden Rain Village. Pass on my command. Begin the siege of Konoha's positions tomorrow. This war needs to be brought to an end, once and for all. Yes, sir. The Hidden Rain ninjas didn't quite understand why Hanzo was still fixated on Konoha, but they obediently relayed his command. In an instant, every battle-ready ninja in the Rain Village was preparing for war. A major conflict was on the verge of erupting. Unlike the scattered skirmishes earlier, this would be a full-scale confrontation. After holding their positions for several days with no sign of supply convoys, Chiwe and his two companions decided to return to the Land of Rain. Back in camp, they handed in their mission report. This time, Danzo didn't try to undermine them. He duly recorded their achievements. You really made the right call. If we'd gone straight back that day, we probably wouldn't have even gotten a moment's rest. Shungshu grumbled as he shook the water off his raincoat. It hadn't even been a full day since the three of them returned to camp before they were sent out again. Their new mission was a surprise attack on a hidden sand encampment, with orders to destroy the supplies stored there. Some of the frontline command had been handed over to Orochimaru, and with that, Danzo finally had time to showcase his own brand of talent, weaving plots and orchestrating operations in the shadows. One day he'd organize a raid on a base, the next he'd hit a supply depot. He kept both the rain and sand villages scrambling in confusion. Passing through a deserted, battered village, Minato let out a weary sigh as he took in the ruins. When this war ends, I fear it will take the Land of Rain at least 10 years to recover, if it ever can. Come on, brother, let's be honest. Drop the I fear part. Even if they had 20 years, not 10, the Hidden Rain village probably wouldn't recover. It's not much more than a patch of land, with an unforgiving environment to boot. No trading routes, no real economic lifelines. What could the Rain village possibly rely on to rebuild? Even if people from other regions had missions to offer, no one would ever choose a tiny, struggling place like the Rain village. The vicious cycle just goes on and on. If the Land of Rain ever does bounce back, that'd be a miracle. And that's not even accounting for all the bandits and rogue ninjas bound to pop up after the war. More than enough trouble for the local people. We'll rest here for the night and move out tomorrow. Since there was still plenty of time before Danzo's appointed hour, Chiwe didn't feel the need to rush. He took the lead, heading into the ruins of the village. The streets were deserted, every house either collapsing or bearing scars from past battles. They found a farmhouse that was still somewhat intact. Shungshu began dismantling some worthless furniture for firewood, and soon had a fire going. Minato, without needing to be told, slipped outside to search for food. The three of them understood their roles perfectly. Chiwe took charge of cooking, Shungshu managed the fire, and Minato went hunting. If no prey could be found, they would simply make do with dry rations or bread. Whoa, Minato, have you started getting interested in snakes lately? Or have the toad from Mount Myaboka rubbed off on you? When Minato came back carrying a python as thick as a child's leg and several meters long, Nawaki couldn't help but cry out. With Orochimaru's guidance and instruction, Nawaki had already begun forming a contract with the snakes of the Ryuchi Cave. So at this point, eating snake meat was the last thing he wanted to do. There's nothing else out there. These are the only things in abundance. Minato spread his hands in helplessness, as if to say, I truly have no choice. Chienue just grinned, quickly set to work cleaning the catch, chopping the snake into small pieces to marinate and roast, teasing the two as she did. Nawaki, not to stir things up, but honestly, this is something you just can't let slide. Next time, we should catch a bunch of toads for Minato's supper. You're always fanning the flames. Why don't you go catch a few foxes for us to eat instead? Nawaki rolled his eyes. He'd only dared to grumble about that in his head. The last time he said it aloud, Little White had swatted him clear off his feet, sending him flying over 10 meters away. Now, whenever Nawaki or Minato even mentioned the word fox, they instantly became extra cautious. The last thing anyone wanted was to annoy Little White and get sent flying again. Rice with snake meat. What a bizarre combination, but surprisingly tasty. Even Nawaki, who complained the most, dug in eagerly. As for whether the snakes of Ryuchi Cave would find out about him eating snake meat, that was a problem for another day. We have company. In the middle of the meal, Chienue put down her chopsticks and looked outside. Both Minato and Nawaki immediately grabbed their weapons. Relax. Chienue rested her hands on theirs and glanced toward the door. It's just 3 kids. What a small world to bump into them here. Kids? Is this some kind of joke? The 3 of us are still kids ourselves. Out in the rain, 3 tiny figures, shivering and frail from cold and hunger, slowly approached the farmhouse. Excuse me, could you spare some food? A little boy with short, dark gold hair stepped forward, his eyes full of helpless hope as he looked at Chienue and the others. He was none other than Yahiko, the future leader of Akatsuki. Cowering behind him were Konan and Nagato, his face lowered so no one could see it clearly. What a small world indeed. Staring at the three, their bodies trembling from the cold, faces sallow and drawn with hunger, Chinua nodded and said, "Come in. There's still rice and roasted snake. As long as you're not afraid, you can have some." "Really? We can." Yahiko's eyes lit up instantly. With a glance, Minato and Nawaki signaled Chinua to be careful. No one could blame them for being wary. After all, in this dangerous and unpredictable world of shinobi, it was all too common for children to be trained from a young age, only to grow into perfect spies. It happened all the time. Some children, even as young as 5 or 6, had already killed their peers to stand out from the rest. But rest assured, these three posed no threat. Chiwe responded to the two, then waved the 3 children, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, over. "Hooray, we finally have food." Yahiko, unable to contain his joy, grabbed Konan and Nagato and hurried inside, bowing gratefully to Chiwe. "Thank you for the food you've given us." Konan looked shy and uncomfortable, her demeanor wary and reserved. Nagato, on the other hand, grew tense the moment he caught sight of the Leaf Village headbands on Chiwe and the others, every nerve in his body taut with anxiety. He could not help but think of his parents. The sound of frantic chewing filled the air, making Chiwe shake her head in dismay. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato didn't care if the food was scalding hot. They only wanted to fill their empty stomachs as quickly as possible. Chiwe used to think that Tsunade ate like a starving orphan, but after watching the 3 children devour their meal, she realized Tsunade was nothing in comparison. At least Tsunade would pause to blow on her food to keep from burning herself. Such is the cruelty of war. With a sigh, Chiwe tried to comfort them. "Slow down. If this isn't enough, I can always get you more. Be careful. It's dangerous if you burn your stomachs, and eating too much at once could make you very sick." Conan's grimy little hands clutched at a ball of rice, while her other hand gripped a piece of meat. She hesitated. Then, as her eyes filled with tears, she began to sob. Perhaps it had simply been too long since anyone had shown her any kindness. Chiue's words of comfort had struck a chord, breaking down the emotional defenses of the sensitive young girl. Yahiko forced out an awkward smile, while Nagato kept his head down, only slowing his pace as he ate. Unable to bear their sorrow, Shungshu took out some dried rations. "Here, take these with you. Eat them slowly if you get hungry again." "Thank you." Yahiko's voice was thick with emotion, and tears welled up in his eyes. The 3 of them had wandered for so long. They had met other shinobi from different villages, but had always been too afraid to come near. Those men were far too dangerous. Some would kill even peasants who only begged for a scrap of food, not even sparing the children. Minato, silent and thoughtful, took out his own dried provisions. There was little he could do, except to quietly share what he had with the children. Once they had finished eating, Chiwe spoke to them. "There's a wardrobe in the back. See if you can find some clean clothes. It's best to change, or you might get sick. You know as well as I do what illness means in times like these." Damn it all. When Yahiko and the others went to search the back room for clothes, Shungshu couldn't contain his anger. He punched the ground and cursed loudly. "This damn war. You should curse not the war, but those who started it." Chiwe glanced at him, tossing 2 branches into the fire. A cloud of acrid smoke billowed up, filling the room. It's hard to find much dry firewood in the land of rain. Instead, waterlogged wood is everywhere, and when you burn it, the thick smoke fills the air. Rope Tree opened his mouth, but he couldn't figure out who he should even be angry at. After all, there are some people you simply can't blame, like the top leaders of the village. The very people who started the war were those in power at Konoha, and to curse them would be to curse everyone involved. He held it in for a long time, but finally, Rope Tree could only stomp his foot in frustrated helplessness. Does it really have to come a war? Do we really have to fight like this? Why can't problems be solved through negotiation instead? Inside the room, after changing into clean clothes that hung loosely on his small frame, Yahiko perked up his ears, listening in secret. Why do you get to live in the land of fire, rich in resources under the powerful protection of Konoha? Why are you born possessing what countless people chase for all their lives? Why is it that some struggle their whole lives, yet never manage to achieve their dreams or fulfill their goals? Wake up already. With a kick to Rope Tree, Chiyuki snapped. If negotiation could solve all our problems, then what's the point of fists? Am I really as naive as you make me sound? Rope Tree rolled his eyes, feeling stuck between a rock and a hard place by Chiyuki's words. Minato snorted with laughter, because honestly, he found Rope Tree's notions completely unrealistic. Instead of wishing for a world without war, wasn't it more practical to wish to become Hokage? Striving to be Hokage was something within reach. As for world peace, that seemed almost impossible, a dream out of grasp. Looking at Rope Tree's face, which was practically screaming with embarrassment and uncertainty, Minato saw a glimpse of his younger self reflected there. He had once asked Chiyuki those exact same questions, only to be so promptly shut down that he was left doubting everything he believed in. Sir, is war really unavoidable? Unable to hold back anymore, Yahiko, who had been eavesdropping, stepped forward, carefully approaching and standing respectfully before Chiyuki. What kind of gathering was this? Here they were, a room full of idealists and dreamers. Rope Tree was one. Minato used to be just like him, and now Yahiko, even more committed than either of them. Thinking back on the foolish things the Akatsuki once attempted, Chiyuki couldn't help but feel worried for Yahiko. Maybe Jiraiya had fed them all fairy tales and wishful thinking. But as for Yahiko's question, Chiyuki answered, "Fists are justice, and strength is truth. Instead of hoping no one ever starts a war, you'd do better to become strong yourself, strong enough to deter everyone else, to make them fear you so much they wouldn't dare wage war. That, too, is a path to peace. The means are simply different, nothing more. Fists are justice, strength is truth." Yahiko was utterly bewildered. These words left him completely at a loss. If the technology tree of this world hadn't veered off so oddly, Chinyue would have liked to tell them. Cannons are justice, and the bigger the caliber, the truer the law. Looking at Yahiko, whose mind had clearly slipped into confusion, Shungshu tugged at Chinyue with an exasperated yet amused smile and whispered, "Don't go teaching the kids the wrong things." "I'm corrupting the kids?" Chinyue was bewildered. A kid himself. He couldn't help thinking, "I'm still just a child, for crying out loud." He tilted his head and glanced sidelong at Shungshu. "Your grandfather did the same, you know. He was the god of shinobi. His fists were powerful, his strength unrivaled. No one in the ninja world dared to provoke him. So back then, the ninja world was at peace. Why does everything always come back to my grandfather? Wait a second." Shungshu was about to voice his complaints, but suddenly stopped mid-thought. He was about to protest, but froze. Because, truth be told, Chinyue hadn't said anything wrong. These were facts Shungshu had never really stopped to consider. When Konoha was first founded, the ninja world truly did enjoy peace. Aside from minor skirmishes, there were hardly any wars at all. But why was that? Wasn't it all thanks to the overwhelming might of Hashirama, casting his shadow across the land, and the ruthless presence of Madara? Who would dare stir up trouble under their watch? But then, Madara faked his death, Hashirama passed away due to illness, and soon after, the First Shinobi World War broke out. It was the most classic example. So, peace is only possible when it stands atop overwhelming strength. Konan and Nagato now stepped into view, and Nagato, his eyes downcast, expression unreadable, quietly asked a single question. "That's not quite right, sir." God knows what Yahiko was thinking. He suddenly piped up in protest. Lord Hanzo is immensely powerful too, but even so, the Hidden Rain Village still went to war with Konoha. Strength alone isn't everything. Well, how do you explain that? Both Shungshu and Minato turned inquisitive eyes toward Chinyue. Chinyue, surprised Yahiko would bring up Hanzo as a counterpoint, burst out laughing. "Strong? My foot. At best, Hanzo can compare himself to the other Kage, but that's about it. And he still dares call himself a demigod. What a joke." If Hanzo heard that, he'd probably want to cut Chinyue down with his trademark scythe then and there. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato stared in astonishment. They were certain Chinyue was boasting shamelessly. Minato gave a wry smile, but didn't protest. After all, Chinyue could slap anyone down with words alone, enough to make them doubt their own existence. "What are you staring at me for? Yes, Hanzo is strong, I'll give you that. But his power never touched the realm of gods, not even demigods. As for the current ninja world in my eyes, the strongest one is the third Raikage of the Cloud Village. To be honest, Raikage in his prime was an absolute beast. Chinyue even suspected the third Raikage was a notch more ferocious than Inoki. Incredible defense, a savage offense, and speed that outpaced nearly everyone else. Truly, the third Raikage of this era was an unparalleled force of nature. The man who could take down the Eight Tails in a one-on-one fight. Now, that's no exaggeration. Don't forget, the third Kazekage could easily subdue the one-tail Shikaku, but that was because his magnet release happened to counter Shikaku's abilities. Besides, among all the tailed beasts, Shikaku's strength really isn't all that impressive. If it had been the Eight Tails instead, the third Kazekage would have been the one running for his life. Kurama, the Nine Tails, mocks Shikaku for being weak, and it's not without reason. Out of the nine-tailed beasts, Shikaku is truly the weakest. When Shiwa watched the anime, she didn't even see this guy use a tailed beast bomb. Who knows if he just can't use it, or simply doesn't want to. There's that unforgettable scene in the anime where half of the nine tails single-handedly takes down a whole group of tail beasts. It left quite an impression on many people. And that was just half the nine tails, not even the complete beast. If you look at all those fragmented memories from Kurama, you'd notice he hardly pays any attention to Shikaku, but is always looking to pick a fight with the eight tails. As for the other tail beasts, he mostly just ignores them. It seems that in Kurama's view, apart from the strong eight tails and the annoying one tail, the rest of the tail beasts are pretty much disposable. The third Reikage, huh? Rope Tree scratched his head. I remember Lord Orochimaru mentioning him once. Said he was formidable and tough to deal with. Well, that goes without saying, doesn't it? If your teacher ever ran into him, I guarantee he wouldn't stand a chance. If it hadn't been for the plot killing off the third Reikage, the situation for the Leaf during the third ninja war could have been even worse. But there's one thing I'll never understand. As the Kage of a village, you're supposed to be its most important figure. That means you have the Reikage guard to protect you. Isn't that what they're there for? To keep the Reikage safe? So why is it that, after a raid in the land of Earth, the Reikage guard left first with the loot, leaving the Reikage behind to cover their retreat? He ended up dying from sheer exhaustion. If that's not a plot device, then what is? If the third Reikage wanted to leave, even Inoki couldn't have stopped him. Just look at the fourth Reikage speed, and you'd know that hardly anyone could keep the third Reikage from getting away if he wanted to. Yet, this walking anomaly ended up dying of exhaustion in the land of Earth. It was the same with Tobarama Senju of the Leaf, a master of water release and countless forbidden jutsu, and yet he died covering the retreat in the land of lightning. That's even more absurd. After Minato learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he made a career out of covering retreats. Especially during the Third Ninja War, he did it time and time again. So why did Minato ever end up dead while covering a retreat? Of course, Minato's death was even more tragic. His wife died, and, ignoring his own child, he threw himself into death's embrace, desperate to follow her. All that was left was poor little Naruto, growing up alone, scorned and shunned. Is it because Lord Hanzo isn't strong enough? The third Reikage. Yahiko lowered his head, pondering Chiyue's words carefully. Sir, please teach us ninjutsu. Let us become ninjas. All of a sudden, Yahiko stood up and bowed deeply to Chiyue at a full 90 degrees. Nawaki stood there, utterly stunned. Minato's face was a picture of confusion. What on earth is going on? Even Chiyue herself was caught off guard. You want to become my disciple? As long as you are willing, I would be honored to learn under you. Yahiko answered, his voice steady and full of resolve. Why would you want to become my disciple? Chiyue couldn't help but give a wry smile. To be honest, I'm still just a kid myself, only about 3 years older than you. Don't you think this is a bit childish? Aren't you worried I might just be a fraud? I trust my instincts, Yahiko replied firmly. You're strong. There's no mistake about it. Yahiko's sudden gesture didn't just leave Chiyue, Nawaki, and Minato at a loss. Even Konan and Nagato were taken aback. How did things suddenly turn into an apprenticeship ceremony? None of them had even prepared themselves for this. You've got a sharp intuition. Recovering from the shock, Nawaki burst into laughter, dashing out as he did so, throwing Yahiko an encouraging wink on the way. Go for it. The person standing in front of you, who even looks down on Hanzo, is definitely strong. Nawaki was running because he was afraid Chiyue might smack him. He couldn't stop himself from laughing out loud, and even stirred up the situation for fun. If you got guts, try not running. Chiyue grabbed a stone from the ground and hurled it. Nawaki twisted his waist out of the way with a satisfied little shake, swaying his hips just to show off, dodging easily. Minato smiled and shook his head, signaling to Chiyue that he'd step outside for a bit. He figured it was better to keep his distance. He'd go set some traps, just in case any enemy approached. I never thought I'd live to see a day like this. Chiyue had imagined that this would happen much later in life. Not now. Not that 3 of the future leaders of Akatsuki would be asking to become her disciples. Seeing how Nawaki and Minato reacted only strengthened Yahiko's conviction that he wasn't wrong. Chiyue might be only a little older than them, but she was undoubtedly strong. After all, no one weak could ever look down on Hanzo like she did. I'm sorry, but I can't accept. Why not? Yahiko asked, his voice thick with disappointment. Chiyue's expression turned serious. To be honest, I have no real interest in taking on disciples or spending my time teaching. And I've seen too many stories where the student ends up killing the master. So apprenticing under me is out of the question. And besides, I won't be staying in the land of rain long enough to teach you anyway. Hearing her rejection, Yahiko's disappointment deepened. He hardly heard the rest of what Chiyue said. Konan glanced at Chiyue, a puzzled look crossing her face. She didn't quite understand. What did it mean for a student to kill a teacher? I can only teach you how to refine chakra and the use of basic ninjutsu. As for how far you go from here, that will depend on each of you. At most, They would rest for a single night. Tomorrow, the team had to set out once again to continue their mission. Qianyue was not Jiraiya. He could not linger and mentor disciples. Besides, he had no intention of taking on students. In the shinobi world, taking on disciples was just asking for trouble. Just look at those who ended up killing their own teachers. How infamous they became. Disciples killing teachers, teachers killing disciples. The whole thing was a mess. This had to be avoided, and the best way to prevent it was simple. There would be no teachers and no disciples. Let it be done, once and for all. Qianyue pulled out his usual training notes and handed them to Yahiko, then guided the three on how to refine their chakra and master the basics of hand seals. That night, Yahiko and his companion stayed behind, each working hard to refine their chakra. They hoped to gain more knowledge and pointers from Qianyue before he left. Unfortunately, both Konan and Yahiko were unsuccessful, while Nagato only needed less than 3 hours. He kept his accomplishment to himself, though. Deep down, Nagato still didn't trust Qianyue. The death of his parents had left him deeply wary of Konoha ninjas. How had Nagato been nurturing the Rinnegan before this? That was likely a secret about the Rinnegan itself. Qianyue simply shook his head, too indifferent to care. In a dimly lit, underground chamber, Uchiha Madara listened to Black Zetsu's report, a note of surprise in his voice. You're saying that Konoha has a child named Yagami Qianyue, with exceptional talent? And he's already met Nagato. Yes. Black Zetsu's voice echoed through the underground space. He's only 9, and he already possesses the 3-tomo Sharingan, with a knack for Jinjutsu. His Jinjutsu is powerful, strong enough that even Kaga-level shinobi can fall prey to it. Even if they break free, their minds can suffer backlash, leaving them mentally wounded. Perhaps only someone of your caliber, Lord Madara, could truly shrug off the effects of such Jinjutsu. Not bad. Uchiha Madara offered the faintest of compliments, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Black Zetsu's casual flattery had clearly struck the right chord with him. In his eyes, true strength existed only in himself and Hashirama Senju. All other so-called powerhouses were mere trash. Let's keep watching for now. He may not be the right choice yet. As you wish, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu silently melded back into the depths below, while Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, utterly motionless like a statue. Tubes still extended from his back, connecting him to the Geto statue. Since the Rinnegan had been transplanted into Nagato, Black Zetsu had kept a close watch on his every move. Whom he met, what he did. Black Zetsu observed it all with far more dedication than even Madara himself. Noticing the contact between Nagato and Qianyue, Black Zetsu wasted no time rushing back to report the matter to Uchiha Madara. Find a quiet place to hide out for now. Things in the land of rain are likely to get turbulent, Qianyue advised. After leaving behind some food, Qianyue, Minato, and Shengshu made a swift, resolute departure. They still had their own missions to fulfill. Qianyue was no Jiraiya. He wouldn't risk punishment to stay and mentor the trio with Nagato. He didn't possess that same noble sentiment as Jiraiya, either. Besides, much of the reason Jiraiya chose to remain was because he was weary of war. He ended up stumbling upon the fact that Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, and that strengthened his resolve to stay. So he looked after Nagato and the others for 3 years, his heart full of hope that Nagato would become a savior. But in the end, it was the savior he taught who brought about his own demise. Konan and her companions watched Qianyue leave with lingering reluctance. The departure of Qianyue and his team meant they were suddenly left without a source of food or anyone to protect them. They had no choice but to continue wandering. Thankfully, they had at least learned how to refine chakra. Qianyue had even left them his training notes and taught them some basic ninjutsu. I wonder if the 3 of them can really hold out until the end of the war. Qianyue, can you truly bear to abandon them like this? That little girl, Konan, she seems to rely on you quite a bit. Then why don't you stay and take care of them? Qianyue shot back without hesitation. As for why Konan was so attached to him, even Qianyue didn't understand himself. She had been painfully shy at first, yet after just a few hours together, something had changed. Could it be because I'm just too handsome? Even little girls end up enchanted by me? Let's move out. Our squad still has its own mission, Shengshu insisted, deftly steering the conversation away. He could barely take care of himself, much less 3 more burdens. It simply wasn't realistic. Seems like we came all this way for nothing. This camp's already been abandoned by the Sand Shinobi, Qianyue said as they reached their destination, only to realize with White's reminder that the camp had been deserted. There was nothing left but some scattered odds and ends, no supplies, and not a single Sand Shinobi in sight. It looked like they just pulled out recently. So what now? Shengshu and Minato exchanged anxious glances as they looked around the empty camp. We go back. This falls under the intelligence department's responsibilities, not ours. Maybe the sand shinobi decided to pull up stakes at the last minute, or maybe they got spooked and moved on. Whatever the case is, it's not our problem to shoulder the blame. It wasn't unusual for missions to be disrupted by sudden shifts in intelligence, especially on the battlefield, where news could change in an instant. Maybe the enemy had been there just yesterday, but a single order, and they moved out right away. Since the mission was now impossible to complete, the three of them didn't linger and headed straight back to camp. However, they had barely set off when they ran straight into a large squad of ninja from the Hidden Rain village. "Master, there's a ninja army ahead." "A ninja army?" Chiwa was taken aback. What incredible luck, if it could even be called that. She had thought returning to camp would be smooth sailing, but as soon as they turned around, they ran into a significant enemy force. "How many are there?" "A lot." If Evenby described it as a lot, that meant the numbers were truly staggering. But in the chaotic battlefield of the Land of Rain, which side's forces would gather in such numbers? Konoha was out of the question. The Sand Ninja had only ventured into the Land of Rain to stir up trouble, to muddy the waters a bit, while holding Konoha in check. A large-scale move from them was highly unlikely. The same went for the Hidden Stone Village. They had joined the fray mainly because Inoki wanted to weaken both Konoha and the Rain, seizing the opportunity to tip the scales. Major mobilization would do them no good. Besides, since the war started, the Hidden Cloud had kept a wary eye on the Stone Ninja. Inoki wouldn't dare to act recklessly. With the three major villages unlikely to assemble such a force in the Land of Rain, there was only one answer left: the Hidden Rain village itself. The thought of the Rain Ninja mobilizing en masse made Chiwe's heart tighten suddenly. She turned to Minato and Shengshu, saying, "A massive concentration of Rain Ninja can only mean one thing. They're coming for Konoha. We must return to camp at once." Whether or not they were the true target, getting away quickly was simply the wisest choice. The last thing Chiwe wanted was to get surrounded without warning and end up in a muddled, desperate fight. She could escape on her own, but Shengshu and Minato would face all kinds of dangers. The Hidden Rain? A major deployment like that. They must have lost their minds. Shengshu shouted in exaggerated alarm, quickly falling in behind Chiwe, feet almost tripping over themselves. Minato didn't bother saying a word. He just wanted to get out as fast as possible. "Whether they've lost their minds or not, I don't know," Chiwe replied, glancing back. "But what I do know is if we slow down, we might end up surrounded." Even a ferocious legend like the Third Raikage had died, dragged down by an army. What chance did they have? Unless she released by to hold off the enemy and buy them time. But Chiwe had no intention of sacrificing by like that, so making an early escape was the best plan. Could Hanzo have been pushed too far? Perhaps the loss of supplies earlier had worn out his patience, making him gamble everything on an all-out battle with Konoha. If he won, he could seize Konoha's resources and continue the fight. If he lost, he'd negotiate, hoping Konoha would provide aid. But would Hanzo be so reckless? The Hidden Rain must have other supply routes, though perhaps they'd all been cut off. When it came to intelligence gathering, the Hidden Rain was no match for Konoha. Difficulty in gathering intel meant they'd find themselves constrained on every front. Would the Hidden Rain village launch a fierce assault on Orochimaru and his forces? Chiwe, do you think the Rain Ninja are planning to attack our Konoha camp? That's impossible. The camp is much too far from here. At most, they're aiming for the territory Konoha's already seized. Didn't you just establish a contract with your summoning beast? Send it to inform Orochimaru to prepare for a harsh battle. Matters like this aren't to be taken lightly. If there's a way to warn them, it must be done. You never know. The likes of Orochimaru and Tsunade really could suffer a disastrous defeat if left in the dark. In the original story, trapped and surrounded by enemy forces, they nearly reached a dead end. Even Jiraiya was on the brink of death, barely saved by Konoha's reinforcements arriving just in time. Bickering and jostling for credit are one thing, but when it comes to major crises, even Danzo wouldn't dare to make any reckless moves. If Danzo had truly wanted Tsunade's team dead, he could have just delayed sending support by a little. And the Legendary Three would never even have earned their titles, wiped out before they ever truly made their mark. There's no way Chiyue's team can go around to warn them. They'd end up walking right into the enemy's encirclement. Only a summoning beast could slip through and get the message across. Conveniently, both the toads of Mount Maiboku and the snakes of Ryuchi Cave are adept at such tasks. Now that they were well outside the enemy's surveillance range, Chiyue instructed Nawaki to notify Orochimaru at once. What's wrong? Seeing Nawaki's face all twisted up, like he was struggling with severe constipation, Chiyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Don't tell me you're waiting for me to perform the summoning? Go ahead and say it. If you do, I'll give you such a hard time you'll regret it. Believe me if you dare. Maybe it's just that the summoning beast isn't ideal. Minato, ever the fellow summoner, offered a gentle explanation. Nonsense. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Nawaki suddenly jumped straight up. How could a great Nawaki like me get hung up over something so trivial? I'm just concerned the summoned creature might not listen. The two of you mocking each other. Do you really find it that amusing? Honestly, you're both cut from the same cloth. Especially you, Minato. Who are you to laugh at Nawaki? At least Nawaki has enough chakra to summon a decent-sized snake. And your toad? Even roasted, it'd hardly make a snack. Just get on with it. What kind of summoning beast has attitude problems anyway? Chiwe, losing his patience, gave Nawaki a swift kick. This rascal always needed a reminder to behave. Otherwise, he'd get too cocky for his own good. Now it all made sense why Tsunade was always whacking him. No wonder she liked to discipline her little brother. With a sibling like this, if it were up to Chiwe, he'd probably give him a beating 3 times a day as well. Fine. Don't believe in me if you want. When things go south, don't expect me to care. Feeling a bit underappreciated, Nawaki bit his lip and, with deliberate determination, broke the skin of his finger and began forming hand seals. He was determined to give both Chiwe and Minato a little shock. Whether or not the summoned snake would listen, he'd worry about that once the summoning succeeded. With a resounding thud, Nawaki finished the seals, slammed his palm onto the ground, and the intricate sigil of a summoning ritual spread out instantly across the earth. A muffled thud echoed, and a cloud of mist blossomed on the ground. Roketree felt as though every ounce of his strength had been drained from him. He'd accidentally used too much chakra. His whole body was nearly spent, ready to collapse at any moment. A thunderous roar tore through the air. A massive, purple body reared up, its enormous head towering over Chiwe and his companions, looking down on them with a scornful, furious glare. Kid, you're the one who used the summoning jutsu? There's the scent of Orochimaru on you. Manda's tongue, thicker than a grown man's thigh, flicked out as it sampled the molecules of scent hanging in the air, spitting out his words with rage. Brats, did you bring the sacrifice? If not, Lord Manda will devour you all. Honestly, Manda was truly enormous. In the original story, he'd even taken on 2 enemies by himself, Gamabunta and that giant slug. If Tsunade hadn't pinned Manda to the ground with Gamabunta's blade, even a survivor like Gamabunta might have been skinned alive. That alone spoke to Manda's terrifying power. Ordinary Jonin wouldn't even stand a chance against him. And yet, Roketree had actually managed to summon this creature. Now that's something. Minato, without a word, flashed Roketree a big thumbs up. You win. I won't compete anymore. But you should really start thinking about how you plan to handle this monster you brought out. This one's no pushover. As Jiraiya's apprentice, Minato knew all about Manda's notorious reputation. After all, the snakes of the Ryuchi Cave and the toads of Mount Myaboku were sworn enemies. And Manda was never easy to deal with. Not for anyone. Even when Orochimaru himself summoned him to fight, Manda demanded a sacrifice, or he'd just as soon eat his own summoner. It wasn't unheard of among the big snakes of Ryuchi Cave. It had happened plenty of times before. Chiwe, you deal with this guy. Try to negotiate with him. I'm wiped out. Roketree made his retreat without hesitation, and Minato, after a moment's shock, slipped away as well, leaving Chiwe and Manda to stare each other down. Seriously? You 2 gutless cowards, just abandoning me like this? Brat, no sacrifice? Prepare to die. Seeing Roketree and Minato both bolt, and only Chiwe left behind, Manda felt utterly played for a fool. He roared and lunged to snap Chiwe up. Just as Chiwe was about to activate his Sharingan and try talking terms with Manda, Xiaobai suddenly shot out. Get lost, you stinking snake. How dare you threaten my master? What in the world? All Manda could see was a flash of white hurling lightning fast straight for him. But he couldn't be bothered. The thing was so tiny, hardly even the size of one of his own scales. Manda cared only about devouring the 3 humans who dared to trifle with him. And he'd start with the one in front of him. Bearing down on Chiwe, the massive vertical pupil in Manda's eye gleamed with a merciless, bloodthirsty light as the distance closed between them. At that moment, a giant white claw descended from the heavens, slamming down on the neck of the myriad serpent and pinning it fiercely to the ground. A tremendous rumble shook the earth. The very surface cracked open, carving out deep fissures, and the serpent's upper body was pressed deep into the soil. A furious roar burst forth. This was the first time Little White revealed the true presence and formidable size befitting a tailed beast. Its terrifying chakra radiated outward, so overwhelming that the pinned serpent could scarcely keep its wits about it. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Meanwhile, Witnessing Little White transform into a fearsome beast the size of a mountain and pin the giant serpent with a single claw, both Shu and Minato stared in shock, swallowing nervously. They felt a chill creep up their necks, as if, at that very moment, it wasn't the serpent under that claw, but themselves. I don't think I ever offended Little White, did I? Shu was on the verge of tears. He remembered how he used to tease Little White, always wanting to claim it for himself. Time and again, it was only Chiyue who would intervene in time, sparing him from Little White's wrath. If not for that, not even 100 Shinshis would have survived. Muscles twitching in his face, Minato replied, I recall you teasing it and getting smacked for it. Let's hope it doesn't hold grudges, otherwise, there won't even be enough of you left to pick out of its teeth. Even though Chiyue had warned them before that Little White was both powerful and terrifying, it had never really shown its strength. It always appeared in its cute, miniature form, its heightened senses making it seem almost harmless, enough for Minato and Shu to believe Chiyue was exaggerating just to keep them from teasing or trying to steal Little White away. Again and again, they become convinced by their own speculation. But today, Little White had shattered everything they thought they knew. The fearsome serpent, considered a terror among even the likes of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, was utterly helpless, pinned to the earth by Little White, unable to even move. Is it still too late to apologize? Shu was nearly in tears. I think you're doomed, Minato answered flatly. Whether or not Little White overheard their conversation, it cast a glance over its shoulder at them, its lips curling in an unreadable expression. Shu felt his heart sink into ice. He was certain he was done for. What's the point? Chiyue shook her head helplessly as she watched the arrogant serpent crushed beneath Little White's paw. Was talking things through not an option? Did it always have to come to blows? A thunderous roar. Who dares to attack Lord Serpent? The myriad serpent writhed in desperate struggle, trying to break free from Little White's grip. But Little White merely lowered its head, and inside its jaws, a tailed beast bomb began to form. The instant this deadly force started gathering, the giant serpent's body went rigid. It could sense the devastating power held within that sphere. If this burst of destruction were unleashed, survival would be all but impossible. Some powerful summoned beasts could stand toe-to-toe with a tailed beast, at least for a moment. For example, Gamabunta could go toe-to-toe with Shikaku even when Shikaku wasn't fully unleashed. As for the Nine Tails, there's really no need to even mention it. On the night of the Nine Tails attack, Gamabunta couldn't even get close to the beast. Those 9 tails, lashing like whips, left Gamabunta doubting his entire existence as a toad. Judging by their strength, Manda should be able to hold his ground against Shikaku for a while, maybe even put up a decent fight, but in the end, he'd definitely fall short. You can look at Gamabunta's case for reference. It's clear enough. But the gap in power between Shikaku and the Nine Tails. To Chiyue, it felt enormous. Yet, the little Bai in his second stage of growth, his power was already comparable to the Nine Tails. For Manda, facing off against Bai was simply begging for a beating. All right. Seeing that Manda was about to wet himself, frozen in fear, Chiyue raised his hand, signaling by that it was enough. A little intimidation was good, but there was no need to actually set off any fireworks. Accidentally blowing Manda up, right now, would leave nobody to send news of this encounter. With the command given, the chakra gathering in Bai's mouth dispersed, and as the phantom of fireworks faded from above, Manda finally heaved a huge sigh of relief. Bai lifted his paw from Manda, but kept a fierce, watchful eye on the massive serpent from one side. At the slightest hint of betrayal, Bai would strike without hesitation. Still dizzy, Manda slowly raised his body upright, shaking his head to clear it. Suddenly, Chiyue had a mischievous notion and addressed Manda. Manda, are you interested in signing a summoning contract with me? Ditch Orochimaru and join me instead. How about that? What? The moment Manda heard that, his barely suppressed fury burst forth once again. But as that ominous, dark red chakra rose around Bai, Manda instantly cowered, his bravado vanishing as he bowed his massive head humbly. Ahem, compared to Orochimaru, you seem far more suited to be my battle companion. But is there at least some try? He didn't even finish the word tribute before one of Bai's tails, ablaze with dark red chakra, came crashing down, slamming Manda into the earth with a resounding thud and a helpless howl. No tribute, no tribute. From now on, I'll behave, I promise out. Wrong choice of words again. Bai's tail, more fearsome than any whip, lashed down once more, making Manda yelp in agony. How dare he call himself boss in front of the master? Did he have a death wish? Bai's huge eyes flashed a deadly warning, making Manda's heart hammer with terror. He hurried to shout, No tribute. From now on, Manda will obey you in everything and be your battle partner. Crash! Just as he managed to lift his head again, Bai's tail struck once more, smashing him back into the ground and gouging out a massive pit. The injustice. All he did was surrender. Why keep beating him like this? Call me master. Bai narrowed his eyes, nine tails raised high, hovering menacingly in the air. As long as Manda dared utter a word of refusal, she'd show him, in no uncertain terms, just how terrifying a furious mother fox could be. That's impossible. This snake sage will never agree, Arg. Qianyue took a step back, signaling to Little White that courtesy was neither required nor expected. He'd figure Manda out. This giant snake was just asking for a beating. The only way to deal with its sort was to subdue it with force. Reasoning alone would never work. I won't agree. Don't even think about it. To consent to being a summoned beast and abandon Orochimaru was already more than generous. What more did they expect? To call someone master? Impossible. Qianyue kindly reminded Manda. Don't even think about running away, or you'll end up being forcibly bound to the contract and summoned to battle again and again. Manda was speechless. Thanks for the warning, seriously. With Qianyue's reminder, Little White struck even harder. Nagashi and Minato watched, completely transfixed. Master! 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 I surrender, please stop. I give in. In the end, this creature that was never truly tough, just spoiled rotten with a bad temper, yielded at last. Qianyue didn't stand on ceremony and immediately sealed the summoning contract. After all, Manda never listened to Nagashi anyway, so borrowing her for his own use was no big deal. Even Orochimaru rarely summoned Manda, since she always demanded sacrifices with every summoning. Outside of wartime, where would you find so many living people to offer up as tribute? With that in mind, Qianyue swiping her for his purposes seemed only fair. Besides, always making Little White handle every little task was hardly fitting for someone of his status. For most situations, simply letting Manda loose behind closed doors was more than enough. The contract was sealed, Qianyue's alone. One of those that was absolutely binding, like the one Uchiha had forced on the Nine Tails. Refusing his summons simply wasn't an option. Whenever he called, she had to appear. Battered and bruised, Manda let tears of regret flow. Why had she come out today, chasing a scrap of tribute? Now look at her. She was worse off than a sold slave. Excellent. Now go and inform Orochimaru. There's suspicious movement in the Hidden Rain village, and a large force is encircling Konoha's position. Tell them to be on their guard. Off you go now. A pitiful whimper escaped the giant snake. Manda longed to slither away and find a place to hide. A dark corner where she could weep in peace. This time, not only did she miss out on any tribute, but she'd been enslaved. What a miserable loss. Did you forget something? Little White blocked Manda's path. Her massive body froze, and she glanced back with a forced sycophantic squint, mumbling, Master! Good. Now go to your task. If you don't deliver the message immediately, you can forget about being a snake. Snake soup would suit you better. Yes. Manda shuddered with terror and hurried back toward the Ryuchi cave. Now that everything was settled, Little White returned to her miniature form and perched contentedly on Qianyue's shoulder, snuggling against his cheek and curling up into a fluffy, white ball. It looks like I stole your teacher's summoning beast. Senjin Iwaki shrugged his shoulders, as if to say, that's none of my business. He shot a cautious glance at Xiao Bai and forced a smile, one even more bitter than crying. It's not my fault. Manda isn't my summoning creature. Who knows if the young green snake from Ryuchi Cave has grown up yet? That one might actually suit Iwaki. Judging by the timeline, the green snake is probably just a poor little thing right now. Iwaki should be able to tame it. He'd ask Manda about it another day. As for Minato, Chiwet didn't have to worry about him. As long as he had enough chakra and Gamabunta's approval, Minato could summon him at any time for battle. Gamabunta wasn't the type to demand strange or unreasonable terms. By the way, why don't you sign a contract with a slug? Isn't that the Senju clan's inheritance? It really was odd. Why didn't Tsunade let Iwaki contract with Katsuyu? Even Sakura managed to sign a contract. There was no reason Iwaki couldn't. Too ugly. And all that stickiness. Besides, I'm not a medic nin, so what would I do with that thing? Iwaki complained with undisguised distaste. Lucky for the slug that it couldn't hear him, or it'd be absolutely furious. To be disliked for such a reason, what a blow. You got guts. If you said that in front of your sister, Minato and I would both salute you. Let's go back to camp. We can't do much here anyway. All we can do is report back. The rest is up to Orochimaru. At the Konoha camp, in a hidden cave, Orochimaru was poring over a map when suddenly, a small snake slid down from his trouser leg, raised its head, and called out to him twice. Jiraiya, who was drinking water on the side, spewed his drink in an arc, grumbling. Orochimaru, can't you keep your snakes in check? It's scary when one drops out of your pants like that. Orochimaru shot him a cold glare and ignored him. Without a word, Tsunade swung a fist at Jiraiya. Shut it, you filthy-minded idiot. What do you mean by a snake dropping out from there? What a bizarre image. She just couldn't deal with him. Manda, is it? After a quick exchange with the little snake, Orochimaru left the cave and stepped into the open. Biting his finger, he swiftly performed the summoning seals. Summoning jutsu. With a thunderous boom of smoke, Manda's massive form appeared. But Manda looked battered, his body covered in wounds and his scales shattered in countless places. Xiao Bai's 9 tails weren't for show. Used like whips, they hurt plenty. Even Manda could barely withstand it, forced to cry out in pain. Did Manda need something from Orochimaru? Surely he wasn't here to demand even more sacrifices? As Orochimaru's teammates, both Tsunade and Jiraiya knew just how troublesome Manda could be. Orochimaru hadn't expected that Manda would seek him out, only to appear covered in wounds. Orochimaru, I'm recuperating from my injuries. I don't have time to bother with you. My new master asked me to pass along a message. Amage Cure is on the move. A large number of shinobi are gathering to encircle the Konoha positions. You'd better be completely prepared. That's it. From now on, I'm following my master. Stop summoning me. I won't answer you anymore. With a snort of dismissal, Manda returned straight to the Ryuchi cave, leaving behind a stunned Orochimaru and 2 bewildered companions, Tsunade and Jiraiya. They had assumed Manda was here to demand a tribute. To their surprise, he was breaking things off. This visit was simply to sever ties and to deliver a warning that Amage Cure was on the move, a heads-up for them to brace themselves. And that was all. Without another word, Manda left in utter disregard, vanishing as abruptly as he arrived. Who sent Manda to deliver this message? Who is Manda's master, anyway? As Manda's contract partner, Orochimaru knew all too well what a wretched temper the serpent had. Calling anyone master was unthinkable for it. Even treating its contract holder with basic respect was next to impossible. Could it truly have changed its ways? Were Manda's wounds the result of a fierce battle, or was something else at play? A tangle of questions flashed across Orochimaru's mind. After a moment's thought, Orochimaru summoned a smaller snake and sent it back to Ryuchi cave to find out the truth. Manda's warning had been hasty and vague before departing. Orochimaru needed to clarify things first. Orochimaru, did your summoning beast just betray you? Jiraiya couldn't help but gloat. I told you, those snakes from Ryuchi cave can't be trusted. Not like the toads from Mount Myaboku. Toads from Mount Myaboku are snake food. Orochimaru shot Jiraiya a sidelong glance as he answered. Jiraiya was at a loss for words. Recovering quickly, his embarrassment gave way to indignation, and he shouted, Nonsense! The toads from Mount Myaboku can eat those Ryuchi cave snakes right back. Orochimaru's lips curled in a sly, knowing smile. He didn't bother to respond, simply turning on his heel and striding toward the cave. Hey, you're not allowed to leave, Jiraiya called out anxiously. Tsunade, rubbing her temples with exasperation, blocked Jiraiya's way. That's enough. This isn't the time for bickering. We need to confirm if the intel's credible and act fast. Or do you want us to get surrounded by the enemy? News from Ryuchi cave soon arrived. Manda's answer was that even he didn't know who his master was. Luckily, with Nawaki's existence, Orochimaru could surmise Chiyuki's identity. The intelligence proved true. Amage Cure was making its move. Large groups of shinobi were gathering, advancing steadily upon Konoha's positions, their intent to encircle them clear as day. It seemed Hanzo could no longer keep them reined in. A decisive battle between Amage Cure and Konoha was inevitable. Orochimaru's slitted eyes flashed. He had known that Amage Cure would get desperate sooner or later. He just hadn't imagined that day would come so soon. Hanzo is preparing for a decisive battle against Konoha. If he wins, he plans to expand his advantage further, even invading the Land of Fire to plunder resources and sustain the war through conquest. But if he loses, his next step will be to negotiate with Konoha, something he is confident Konoha would not refuse. At this time, Konoha is fighting on 2 fronts and tensions are running high. As long as the Hidden Rain village is willing to sit at the table, Konoha is almost certain to agree, even if it means sacrificing some interest for peace. Konoha desperately needs to withdraw its ninjas from the Rain Country battlefield to reinforce the upcoming great battle in the Land of Rivers. In truth, the Sand Village is the true main event compared to Hidden Rain. Chiyue is the master of Manda. How did he ever manage to tame Manda? Tsunade and Jiraiya were both completely bewildered, but Orochimaru only smiled faintly. He had already pieced it together. Chiyue's summoning beast had intervened. Based on Manda's injuries, Orochimaru was sure of it. It turns out Manda was never some cutesy pet, but a fearsome beast. Additional note from the author. This is all I have for now. The updates reach up to here. Please forgive me as I work on tomorrow's draft. Fortunately, the Nine Tails remains safely sealed within Kushina, or else Orochimaru might have wondered if Little White was actually a Nine Tails in disguise. With Little White's power on Chiyue's side, plus Chiyue's own abilities, subduing Manda should not have been a problem. Orochimaru had no desire to pursue the matter further, not because of a lack of interest, but because he had only borrowed Manda's strength a handful of times. Every time required a human sacrifice, and those are never easy to find. Besides, within the Ryuchi cave, there were plenty of serpents whose power rivaled Manda's. There was no need to tie himself exclusively to Manda. If Manda refused to cooperate, Orochimaru could easily make a pact with another serpent. In fact, some of the other snakes were far easier to deal with. It's time to get ready. The decisive battle is upon us. Send word to the camp and request reinforcements. There were not enough troops in the camp. To overcome Hidden Rain, they would need help. The most difficult element in this war was figuring out how to defeat Hanzo. Whenever Hanzo appeared on the battlefield, he was like an army all by himself. Wherever he went, death followed indiscriminately. The poison of his salamander could sometimes seep through even gas masks. If they could just hold Hanzo at bay, Konoha's chances of victory would grow tremendously. With a glance at Jiraiya and Tsunade, Orochimaru sighed inwardly. If only Tsukumo-senpai were here. Tsukumo Hataki's fighting style was the perfect counter to Hanzo. He was both faster and more lethal with a blade. Given adequate preparation against Hanzo's poison, and with their combined efforts, it wasn't impossible to bring Hanzo down. But in this era, the three of them were still far from their peak. If victory over Hanzo rested solely on their current strength, they would fall short. Some outside help would be essential. Unfortunately, Tsukumo Hataki was currently deep in the fighting in the Land of Rivers. There was no way he could circle all the way around to help them in the Land of Rain. If Hataki Tsukumo were absent from the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, the difficulty of holding the line would increase dramatically. As Amegakure took action, so too did Konoha. When Orochimaru requested reinforcements from the camp, he made sure to credit Chiyue and his team at the same time. Danzo approved Orochimaru's call for help without hesitation. A large number of ninja left the camp, rushing toward the front lines. Yet at this very moment, Danzo, the supreme commander, found his thoughts consumed by other matters. The pressing issue of a decisive battle between Amegakure and Konoha was no longer his top priority. Anyone with sense could see that Amegakure was on the verge of collapse. In fact, Konoha didn't even need to outright defeat Amegakure. As long as they could hold their ground and remain unbeaten, ultimate victory would be theirs. Should Hanzo choose negotiation, then the entire course of the war could shift in a wholly different direction. Danzo was unwilling to let the war end in such a muddled, unsatisfying way. At the very least, he had to play an important role, ensuring he could reap sufficient benefits. For example, securing greater gains for Konoha when sitting at the negotiating table. Lord Danzo, the Chiyue squad has returned. Very well, let them in. Upon receiving the notification from a root ninja, Danzo pulled himself from his wandering thoughts. Chiyue and his two team members entered the command center, with Watergate, as always, the one to speak on their behalf. Lord Danzo, when we arrived at the mission site, we discovered that the Sunagakure encampment had already moved. This mission ended in failure. Are we going to be punished for this? We probably shouldn't be. After all, discovering the assembly of Amegakure's ninja army is no small feat. We've achieved something significant in its own right. These notions crowded Watergate's mind. He was worried that Danzo might disregard their merit and chalk this up as a failure, which would be a bitter blow. Success meant contribution and war merit. Failure, on the other hand, would lead to marks against them. If your job was to ambush an enemy supply base only for it to be moved, even if the intelligence department should take the blame, superiors could use any pretext, such as which foot you stepped in with first, as an excuse to cut you down. But Watergate was overthinking it. Danzo would not quibble over such matters. At this point, he was in no mood for trivialities. What mattered to him was how to elevate his own reputation and amass greater achievements. That was the real objective. Without enough renown and merit, how could one even think about becoming Hokage? Not a chance. Danzo maintained his usual impassive expression, giving the three a cool glance before speaking. This failed mission will be chalked up to a lapse in the intelligence department. You weren't provided with up-to-date information, which caused you to make a wasted trip. The failure will not be held against you. Moreover, you gathered vital intelligence about Amegakure's forces, a meritorious deed for both village and camp. I will see to it that these accomplishments are recorded, and once we return home, you'll be publicly commended. We're currently shorthanded. Many people from the camp have already gone to support the front lines, so I need you to take on a different assignment. Another mission? Aren't we supposed to help reinforce the front lines? Minato and Nawaki were both surprised, and even Chiyuki could not quite understand why Danzo arranged things this way. At this point in the camp, not to mention Jounin-level ninja, even the special Jounin and elite Chunin had all taken teams forward to support the front. Yet here they were, assigned to something else. Was this a roundabout way of protecting them, or just an excuse to get rid of them? Danzo had no reason to go out of his way to protect them, nor did he seem eager to send them off elsewhere. After all, the three of them would have hardly any impact on the course of war, as long as Chiyuki didn't unleash his secret weapon and send Shiro out to create a nine-tails spectacle among the enemy's ranks. But for now, Danzo had no idea about that ace up Chiyuki's sleeve. I thought we'd be allowed to join the supporting forces on the front line, Nawaki sighed, his voice full of disappointment. The last thing he wanted right now was some random, meaningless mission. He wanted to go to the front, to fight side by side with Orochimaru and his sister, Tsunade. Just give it a rest, will you? If you went to the front, do you think your sister could focus on fighting, or would she have to look after you instead? Just do as you're told for once. Chiyuki replied irritably, giving Nawaki a sharp slap on the back that almost knocked the wind out of him. With that, Chiyuki walked toward the tent where the team could finally rest. Their mission wouldn't begin until tomorrow. Tonight, at least, they had a day to themselves. Cough, cough. You might as well just finish me off with that slap. Nawaki rolled his eyes so hard they nearly stuck, glaring after Chiyuki's back and raising his hand to make a few cutthroat gestures. Suddenly, a fluffy white head turned in his direction. The sight startled Nawaki so much he immediately dropped his hand and forced a goofy grin at Shiro. Idiot. Shiro's verdict was as blunt as it was dismissive before turning back around. It had sent someone viewing Chiyuki with hostility, only to look and realize it was just Nawaki, waging a hopeless battle of wits with their leader's retreating figure. Ah! Minato burst out laughing, clutching his stomach, struggling to catch his breath. Nawaki truly never learned. He'd sworn up and down he would never provoke Shiro again, yet here he was, barely a moment later, already forgetting. Wasn't this exactly the sort of behavior Chiyuki always ridiculed, just begging for trouble? Meanwhile, in the new encampment at Sunagakure, an ANBU member respectfully laid a newly gathered intelligence scroll on the table. Lady Chiyo, this is the latest intelligence collected by ANBU. There are major movements from both Amigakure and Konohagakure. The two sides seem to be preparing for a decisive battle. Konohagakure. At the mere mention of the name, Chiyo reacted like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. Her entire demeanor bristled in anger. Her face darkened ominously, her eyes flaring red as though she were staring down a mortal enemy. The members of the Umbu were so terrified that they dared not make a move. News had arrived from the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. Lady Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had led a team deep in the Land of Fire, attempting to cut off Konoha's supply routes. Their prowess on the river country front drew attention, but ultimately, both fell to the blade of Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang. That single event nearly broke Chiyo, wounding her as deeply as if she had lost half of her own life. Her son and daughter-in-law, slain within the borders of the Land of Fire, perished by Tsukumo Hatake's hand. Not even their bodies could be recovered and brought home. In that moment, Chiyo was like an enraged lioness, wishing nothing more than to flay Tsukumo alive, tearing his flesh, gnawing his bones, if only they could quench the hatred burning in her heart. Yet as commander on the Rain Country front, Chiyo couldn't simply abandon the army to return home for revenge. She had to rein in her fury, focusing her will to lead Sunagakure's ninja in the ongoing battles in the Land of Rain. Her hatred extended beyond Tsukumo. She loathed the entire Konoha, blaming them all for the blood of her family. Adding to this were her orders from the third Kazekage: stall Konoha's advance, muddy the waters in Rain Country, and ensure Konoha could not extricate itself from the conflict there. Now, the perfect opportunity had presented itself. Hanzo is losing his grip, she realized quickly, understanding why Amigakure was so eager to press for a decisive battle with Konoha. If Amigakure forced Konoha into open war, Konoha would have to respond defensively. A flash of vengeance burned in Chiyo's eyes as she ground out her orders between clenched teeth. Relay my command. Assemble the entire force. Once Konoha and Amigakure are locked in battle, we launch a surprise raid on Konoha's camp. So, Konoha, you've sent most of your troops to the front lines? Then let me strike you where you're weakest, right at your base. Yes, ma'am. The Umbu hurriedly departed to spread the command, and in no time, every Sunagakure shinobi was making preparations. All that remained was to wait. The moment war erupted between Konoha and Amigakure, they would circle around and strike Konoha's stronghold from the rear. Chiyo's goal was simple: to uproot Konoha's encampment in the Land of Rain, inflict as many casualties and as much confusion as possible. But their plans could not escape the attention of Iwagakure. No sooner had the movements begun than a report landed in the hands of Inoki. After reading the intelligence, Inoki hesitated, but in the end decided to hold his ground. Curse that Kyomogakure! Under the third rakeage, their forces glared hungrily across the border, ready to invade the land of Earth at a moment's notice. At such a time, how could Inoki spare any concern for the outcome of the clash between Konoha and Amagakure? Even if this was a prime chance to reap some benefits, it would be laughable to win a little spoils at the front, only to have Kyomogakure slip in from behind and burn his homeland to the ground. After all, Kyomogakure and Iwagakure had been at odds ever since the founding of their villages, locked in constant skirmishes and bitter grievance. This time, Iwagakure's intervention in the Rain Country conflict had shown the Third Rakeage a perfect chance to sweep into the Land of Earth, hence the restlessness now swelling at their borders. The actions of the Hidden Cloud village had a direct effect. They left Inoki too wary to act rashly. He could only stand by and watch as Konoha and the Hidden Rain village fought each other to the bitter end. The war between Konoha and the Hidden Rain had completely escalated into a full-scale shinobi world war. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, aside from the Hidden Mist village, which remained as isolated as ever, seldom interacting with the outside world, the other 4 major villages had all been drawn into the conflict. The Hidden Sand sought to carve a piece of territory from the Land of Fire. Konoha, for their part, aimed to send a warning to the Hidden Rain, making sure Hanzo understood his place and that of the Rain village, and not to risk provoking any of the 5 great powers. The Hidden Stone hoped to seize a bargain amid the chaos, but before succeeding, they unexpectedly found themselves made a target by the Hidden Cloud. The entire shinobi world had fallen into utter chaos. Yet, the turmoil across the world scarcely touched the Chiyuki squad. After spending a day resting and resupplying at their camp, the squad took leave once more. Now the 3 had become bodyguards whose allegiance shifted with the winds. As Konoha's ally, the Hidden Grass village had been suffering harassment from Hidden Stone shinobi, and so they'd sent envoys to Konoha to plead for assistance. Danzo could not simply turn a blind eye, and so he dispatched the 3 members of the Chiyuki squad. Their mission was to escort the envoy back to the Grass village and clear out any Hidden Stone shinobi lurking in the surrounding area. Why do you think we have to help the Grass village, anyways? Nagase grumbled, a look of frustration on his face. Minato shot him a speechless look. Keep your voice down. Don't you see the Grass village ninjas are right up ahead? If they overhear you, it'll just be awkward for everyone. Because the Grass village is our ally, of course, Chiyuki replied with a smile. In fact, it said that the very first sparks of the war began because of the Grass village. It seems the Land of Rain showed signs of invading the Land of Grass, which eventually led to this war breaking out between us and the Hidden Rain. Nagase had heard Orochimaru and the others discussing these details before. It almost felt as if Konoha had been dragged into the conflict for no clear reason. The Second Shinobi World War was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. The Grass village was merely a convenient excuse. Even without them, war would have come all the same. Chiyuki remembered in the original story, once the war between Konoha and Hidden Rain ended, the Rain village had negotiated Konoha's support, stalling the Sand's advance, until Lady Chiyo was finally forced to retreat. She led the Sand shinobi out of the Land of Rain. But then, for reasons no one could comprehend, Hanzo made a bewildering decision. He circled all the way around to attack the Land of Iron, a neutral country. Yet the Land of Rain and the Land of Iron are worlds apart. You'd either have to cross a string of smaller nations' territory or travel through the Land of Fire itself to get there. Chiyuki could never figure out what was going on in Hanzo's mind, that he'd actually attack a neutral country, and go so far out of his way to do it. Was it because neutral countries had no powerful allies to call on? How did that kind of wild strategy even come to pass? Chiyuki simply couldn't understand. Why not attack a country close to your own? Why go after the Land of Iron? Are the samurai of the Land of Iron just easy targets? Or is it that the Land of Rain is so desperately short of minerals you have to go dig some up in the Land of Iron? But the real question is, how are you even planning to transport everything back? This is the sort of move that's just baffling. Without a few pounds of venom clogging your brain, you simply couldn't dream up something like this. The Land of Grass and the Land of Rain are neighbors. With just 3 people in the squad and a single envoy, they made it to the Grass Ninja Village in just half a day. What really riled up Rope Tree and Minato was that, despite coming as reinforcements, not a single person came out to greet them when they arrived. You could at least send someone out for a few perfunctory words. Broke. That was Chiyue's first impression of the Grass Ninja Village, raw and immediate. All around, dilapidated houses fell into ruin. The people on the streets looked sickly and drawn, signs of long-term adversity etched on every face. Life was never easy for a small country sandwiched between bigger ones, but for the grass ninja village to have fallen this low, now that truly defied belief. After all, the land of grass does not suffer like the land of wind with its endless deserts, nor is it covered with barren mountains like the land of earth, nor is it endlessly battered by torrential rain like the land of rain. If only all this land were put to use, it could easily become the next land of fields. But misfortune plagued the land of grass, a ridiculous feudal lord, and as if that weren't enough, a just as ridiculous ninja village. To become prosperous here would be harder than reaching for the heavens. I don't think we're welcome here, Minato said, his eyes scanning the village as soon as they entered. But it was clear, nobody from the grass ninja village seemed pleased to see them. And this village is desperately poor. Rope Tree couldn't help but grumble. A greedy lord hoards all the wealth. The village leader is fickle and indecisive, and both act as penny pinchers. How could a village or nation run like this ever prosper? Chiwa sat on a rock beneath the shade of a tree, her posture easy and relaxed, one leg crossed over the other. She plucked a blade of grass and casually put it between her teeth. If they don't welcome us, all the better. Who in their right mind wants to go around picking fights with ninja from IWA Village? All the grass ninja village really wants is to show the proper attitude, not to send out a genuine rescue squad. Besides, they just see us as 3 kids, easy prey. So why bother with them? Minato, go hunting. Rope Tree, you gather firewood. It's time to start cooking. It was better not to engage. Treat it as a vacation, nothing more. Faced with a fence-sitting village like this, Chiwa could hardly be bothered to spare it another glance. You're the team leader. Your word is final. Minato and Rope Tree instantly split up, one off to hunt, the other to collect wood for a fire. If we're not welcome, we'll just stay outside the village. We'll treat this as a sightseeing trip. And truth be told, the land of grass had lovely weather and scenery, not at all like the land of rain, which was smothered by a demonic haze and trapped beneath unending downpours. There was no way Konoha would lose the war. What was there really to worry about? Besides, it wasn't up to them to fret over such things. All they needed to do was eat well, enjoy themselves, and let life take its easy course. As for the ninjas from Iwagakure, as long as their bellies were full and they'd had their fill to drink, a casual stroll outside to show some presence was enough. Iwagakure certainly wouldn't bother to attack this poverty-stricken little village, Kusagakure, just for the fun of it. With a heavy weight like Danzo's guarantee, the people of Kusagakure felt perfectly at ease. As for Team Chiyuki, they simply chose to ignore them. Sir, aren't you worried this might offend Konoha? Offend them. The Kusagakure leader, Shi Yixing, shot back with barely suppressed anger. Konoha already promised to continue protecting us, but their actions are chilling. They sent only 3 brats. What could 3 kids possibly do? Sightsee? Play around? Just leave them be. With Konoha's assurance, Iwagakure won't bother us. As for those 3 little runts, let them do as they please, wherever they like. Yes, sir. With the leader's words clear, everyone else could only comply and simply turn a blind eye. Whatever Team Chiyuki intended to do, it was up to them. As long as they didn't stir up trouble in Amigakure, it didn't matter. Once again, Team Chiyuki had been underestimated. This was exactly what Chiyuki hoped for. If they thought the team was too weak to bother with, then that was perfect. Chiyuki had no fondness for the people of this village anyway. Both sides ignoring each other suited her just fine. All she needed was to make a nominal show of their mission. As long as the ninjas from Iwagakure didn't overrun Kusagakure, Team Chiyuki's mission would not be considered failure. If the day came that Kusagakure did fall, it would mean Iwagakure's main forces had arrived. And by then, would the outcome of their mission even matter anymore? Who would have thought that just yesterday we were lying in our tents in the relentless downpours of the land of rain, and now, just a day later, we're sitting on the grasslands of the land of grass, grilling meat under the stars? For reasons unknown, Nagase, while savoring his grilled meat, couldn't resist a little sentimental musing. With so much idle time, he was bound to fill it with talk. Chiyuki had no desire to respond. She simply focused on eating her fill, but suddenly, after a few hearty bites, she turned and glanced at the tall grass not far away. Will you come out on your own, or do I have to drag you out? Someone's there. Shiro gave no warning, signaling that the approaching figure was just an ordinary person, and one with no hostile intent. Someone was actually approaching? Minato and Nagase started in surprise. With all their attention fixated on the star-filled sky and grilled meat, neither had noticed anyone coming near. They reminded themselves this couldn't happen again. They needed to remain alert at all times and couldn't afford to overly rely on Chiyuki. Otherwise, they might develop a dangerous habit of dependence and end up paying a heavy price someday. Wiping the sweat from their brows, Minato and Nagase silently resolved to be more vigilant from now on. The tall grass rustled for a moment, as if someone inside had been startled. After a little while, a child about the same age as Nagato and the other stepped out. This child's hair was the same color as Nagato's. A member of the Uzumaki clan? Chiwe suddenly remembered that there had indeed been a few Uzumaki refugees who fled to the land of grass. Unfortunately, they were forcibly used by Kusagakure as living medical supplies and ended up destroyed. Even Karen, in the future, would be covered in scars. Does fate somehow keep bringing me together with the Uzumaki clan? Lately, I keep running into people from that family. This one was a little girl. Who knows, maybe she'd have something to do with the future Karen. She stepped out, timid and scared, keeping her distance and not daring to look up, her small body trembling. Rope Tree muttered in confusion. How come we keep running into red-haired people lately? Probably because most red-haired folks are your relatives. Chiwa shot him a look, equal parts annoyed and amused. A choking laugh burst out. Minato, caught off guard, spat out the bite of meat he was chewing, staring at the two with wide eyes. Relatives? Did Rope Tree really have that many relatives? As far as he remembered, their family was just the two siblings. If you counted the daimyo's household, there were more, but as far as he knew, there weren't many red-haired people there, not even in Konoha. The only common sight was Kushina. Could it be? A realization flashed through Minato's mind. This child might be from the Uzumaki clan, but hadn't the whole clan been wiped out? Why had a child appeared here in the land of grass? The distance from here to the land of whirlpools was basically halfway across the land of fire. How had she made it all the way here? You mean, Rope Tree was catching on, too. Chiwe's expression turned serious. With a nod, she explained, after the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, aside from Kushina being brought to Konoha, the rest scattered across the shinobi world, hiding wherever they could. Are you hungry? Come have something to eat. Chiwe picked up a piece of roasted meat, giving it a shake. The Uzumaki girl, standing off in the distance, was clearly starving, but too afraid to approach, terrified she'd be hurt. Her family had all been killed before her very eyes, used up like medical supplies. That fear kept her hidden, but her hunger finally drove her out in search of food. The delicious scent of roasting meat drew her close, until Chiwe noticed her. Chiwe held the roasted meat out, but the girl didn't dare come any closer. The two of them stood in a quiet, tense standoff. At last, perhaps sensing that Chiwe meant her no harm, the little Uzumaki girl crept forward, carefully accepted the roasted meat, and began eating ravenously. She started choking, maybe from eating too fast, or perhaps from not having eaten for so long. Chiwe offered her a water flask. The little girl from the Uzumaki clan hurriedly took a sip of water to swallow the meat in her mouth. As she lifted her head, Chiwe finally got a clear look at her dirt-streaked face. Realizing she had raised her head, the girl panicked, bowing her head again quickly and resuming her meal. Seeing this, Shungshu couldn't bear it. He offered his own portion of roasted meat, while Minato glanced at the now empty stick in his hand and found himself at a bit of a loss. Take your time. If that's not enough, there's plenty more. My companion hunted a deer. We have plenty of meat. Chiwe gently soothed the little girl, using a clean kunai to slice off some fresh venison for roasting. One thing for certain, there was no risk of running out of barbecue tonight. But after starving for so long, eating her fill so suddenly left the little girl utterly exhausted. As soon as she finished eating, she slumped softly to the ground, unable to move a muscle. Don't move, Chiwe instructed, raising a hand to stop her. You haven't eaten properly in a very long time. Your body hasn't recovered yet. If you try to move now, you could hurt yourself. The little girl flinched but did as she was told, sitting up straight, keeping her head bowed, and remaining quiet. The silence lingered a moment. You're from the Uzumaki clan, aren't you? Chiwe asked gently. At these words, the little girl's head jerked up in shock, disbelief written all over her grimy features. She never imagined her identity would be guessed from a mere hint. Her hair. So, does that mean you want to bite me too? She asked in a trembling voice. If you must, then please be gentle. I'm very scared of pain. Images flashed in her mind, her parents torn apart before her very eyes. Her small body began to tremble uncontrollably. Even so, she slowly raised her arm, pushing up her sleeve to reveal a pale, skin-and-bone wrist. In that moment, Chiwe felt as though his heart had been struck with a sledgehammer. Shungshu and Minato felt much the same. Minato bowed his head, fists clenched tight. Unable to endure the suffocating tension, Shungshu suddenly shouted, "Why didn't you run to the land of fire? Why not seek refuge in Konoha?" I don't know. The little girl shrank back, her answer timid, almost inaudible. Because Konoha never truly wanted people like her, Chinyue replied, voice rough with emotion. All Konoha wanted was the Uzumaki clan's legacy, and the perfect vessel to become the Jinchuriki, Kushina. Chinyue seized Shungshu's collar, shouting, so do you finally understand? The village you want so badly to protect. Do you know who really controls it? They refused their allies' pleas for help. They watched the Uzumaki clan get wiped out. And after that, they shamelessly took the clan's heritage, claiming it as Konoha's own. Minato's head shot up in disbelief. Jinchuriki, Kushina? It was as if an earth-shattering secret was suddenly revealed to him. Konoha not only stood by during the Uzumaki clan's massacre, they even fueled the flames because there were those who didn't want other villages to find a worthy Jinchuriki. They wanted other villages to remain plagued by the threats of the tailed beasts, unlike Konoha, which had a Jinchuriki capable of suppressing such beasts. The more Chinyue spoke, the more violently the little Uzumaki girl's body trembled. That's why the Uzumaki clan didn't dare flee to the land of fire, nor did they dare escape to Konoha, because as their so-called ally, Konoha betrayed them, stabbed them in the back, even. And all of this, these great calamities, were caused by those figures you so revere. Are you seeing things clearly now? Sometimes what you see on the surface is far from bright and pure. Instead, it's teeming with darkness and filth. Rope Tree's face turned pale. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but the words wouldn't come. In the end, all he could do was pound the ground in frustration a few times, then he sat down in silence. Meanwhile, Minato hadn't recovered from the shock since learning Kushina was a Jinchuriki. His mind was a blank, and even now, he was lost in thought. With the troubled Rope Tree settled, Chinyue turned softly to the little Uzumaki girl, speaking gently. What's your name? Will you tell me? Oh right, my name's Chinyue Yagami. I'm from Konoha, but I'm not a bad person. Will you trust me? My name is Uzumaki Naiming. Uzumaki Naiming. You gave me roasted meat to eat. You didn't bite me, and you didn't scold me. I'm willing to trust you. Under the gentle comfort of Chiyue's words and smile, Uzumaki Naiming gradually lowered her guard. She revealed her name and, with shy sincerity, expressed her trust in Chinyue. What about your family? They're all gone. So many people came and bit them. Terror filled Uzumaki Naiming's eyes as a haunting memory flickered behind them, moments too dreadful to forget. It's all right now. It's over. Chinyue patted her head tenderly, shifting her attention and gently rescuing her from the grip of fear. Would you like to leave here with me? I can take you to Konoha. You can have a good life there. In Konoha, no one will bite you, and no one will bully you. At that moment, Chinyue made up his mind. He would bring Uzumaki Naiming back to Konoha. As for the matter of her clan identity, that could be solved easily. Just let Tsunade handle it. Having a clanswoman by her side, Kushina would surely be delighted. Still, once Kushina learned what Naiming had endured, would she come to hate the village elders? That, Chinyue could not predict. Why did Tsunade loathe Danzo so much? Why did she ignore Koharu Yutane and Hamura Midokado? Beyond all the dirty deeds they had done, the tragedy of the Uzumaki clan was the real, deeper reason. If not for the third Hokage being her teacher, Tsunade might not even have wanted anything to do with him either. But, is it really okay for me to go? Uzumaki Naiming sounded uneasy, torn between reluctance and hope. She didn't really want to go to Konoha, but she was willing to trust Chinyue, willing to believe he would never deceive or harm her. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. I promise. Chinyue made her pledge. I promise to. With a determined look, Shungshu clenched his teeth and raised his hand. And me. Minato also raised his hand. It was no surprise that Shungshu agreed with Chinyue, but Minato. The boy always seemed a bit naive, yet deep down, he still wanted to believe in the third Hokage. But now, it seemed that Minato's innocent heart had been stained, tainted by the darkness of the third Hokage and the others. There are some truths that, once revealed, are powerful enough to change a person's life forever. This isn't just a saying, it's a reality. Minato's worldview had once again been shaken. After learning of these hidden shadows, he finally saw the true nature of the third Hokage, Danzo, and the others. At last, he understood why Chinyue kept her distance from the village's higher-ups. So, in the places he could not see, such filth and darkness had always existed. Thank you, all of you. With the three of them standing by her side, Uzumaki Naiming was overcome with joy and gratitude, bursting into tears. Late at night, wearing clean clothes and freshly bathed, Uzumaki Naiming drifted off to sleep on a patch of grass nearby. Chinyue, Shungshu, and Minato sat by the campfire, none of them feeling the least bit sleepy. Uzumaki Naiming's arrival had shaken them, leaving a heavy impression. Chiwe seemed to handle it with calm, but Shu and Minato needed time. Time to digest, to accept. Chiwe, why would the village do something like this? Shu couldn't understand. Why had a village stood by and watched the Uzumaki clan be destroyed? Weren't Konoha and the Uzumaki allies? Why didn't they offer help when it was needed most? Even more chilling than turning their backs was the act of kicking someone while they're down. No wonder the few survivors of the Uzumaki scattered across the world. None ever willingly set foot again in the land of fire, let alone Konoha. Which would you rather hear, the children's version or the real story? Chiwe glanced back at him. Shu's breath caught in his throat for a moment. There's a children's version for something like this? What sort of story would that be? Minato gave a helpless laugh. He thought for a moment that Chiwe was just teasing Shu, quickly adding, Chiwe, please be serious. I want to know the real truth, too. I'm being serious. I'm not joking with you. Chiwe looked innocent. What are you all so anxious for? Just listen first. The children's version goes something like this. Konoha was afraid that sending troops to rescue the Uzumaki clan would trigger a war. There were many hostile forces targeting the Uzumaki, at least Cloud and Mist, 2 of the 5 great villages. As for the others, who knows if they were involved? Patting both Minato's and Shu's shoulders, Chiwe continued. The reason I call it the children's version is because no matter if you ask the 3rd Hokage or Danzo or any of the elders, they'll always talk about war concerns. They'll tell you just how difficult things are from Konoha's perspective. If a war breaks out, they'll say countless lives will be lost and so many people will be swept into its chaos. But look at what happened. They were the ones who actively started the war in the Land of Rain. Nawaki clenched his fists, gritting his teeth with anger. He vividly remembered how sad grandmother Uzumaki Mito had been at that time. Even Tsunade had complained once, saying the village was so worried about provoking war that they refused to send anyone to help. They didn't dare rescue an ally for fear of starting a war, yet they themselves jumped straight into a war in the Land of Rain. Was this some kind of cruel joke? It wasn't just Nawaki. Even someone as sunny and level-headed as Minato couldn't help wanting to curse under his breath. Now, if we talk about the real story, the adult version, do you still want to hear it? Chiwe grinned slyly, a note of mischief in her voice as she asked. Yes. Minato and Nawaki both clenched their jaws and nodded. They'd already heard this much. Why stop now, when they could learn even more? And really, at this point, did it matter how Chiwe knew all these secrets? What mattered was just how many dark, hidden deeds had the village leadership committed. TSK. Chiwe couldn't help but feel a surge of sympathy for Nawaki, as if sensing the burden he was about to bear. The truth is this. The Uzumaki clan was never Konoha's ally. They were only ever the Senju clan's ally. These days, the Senju are ancient history. Now it's the Sarutobi clan calling the shots, the Shimura clan rising in power, along with the Akimichi, and a handful of other families like the Mitokado, all holding authority. So, why should they risk their own interests to save an ally of the Senju? They'd rather watch from the sidelines, wait for others to do the dirty work, and then swoop in to seize everything. The Uzumaki clan's treasures, their jutsu, their wealth. Isn't that irresistible? Just think about it. The Uzumaki clan guarded so many rare and powerful ninjutsu and sealing arts, exactly what Konoha desperately wanted. And it just so happened that Konoha needed a new Jinchuriki, which is why Kushina was brought to the village. Otherwise, even Kushina herself might not have survived. The air wasn't cold, but at that moment, both Minato and Nawaki felt a chill running deep inside. So, they were the ones who launched the war. That's part of the real story, too. Chiwe continued, her voice steady. Because it was Konoha's top brass who were making the decisions. When the village hidden in the rain began to grow and refused to fall in line, they became a threat, and those in power felt the need to stamp them out. At the very least, they had to cripple the Rain village's strength, to keep the smaller villages from ever dreaming of toppling the rule of the 5 great ninja villages. It really is that simple. As for whether the Rain village wanted war, well, that's the truth too. Not only the rain, but the sand, the stone, the cloud, and yes, even Konoha itself. Each of those villages harbored the same ambitions. Lying on the ground, leaning against the soft grass, Chiwe gazed up at the bright moon and the countless stars in the sky, and let out a sigh. It's been so long since the first great ninja war. The strength of each village has already recovered. Now, some hawkish leaders just can't hold back anymore. They're eager for war, hoping to seize everything their villages need through conflict. And so, war is bound to break out. Take Sunagakure as an example. They couldn't wait to strike while Konoha was fighting Yamagakure. They sent people to launch a surprise attack on the Land of Fire and began their pillaging spree. Don't be naive. Don't think that under Hanzo's leadership, Amage Cure can truly threaten the 5 great ninja villages. The only thing they threaten is the interests and reputation of certain individuals. Hanzo is no fool. He wouldn't recklessly attack any of the 5 great villages. Minato looked at Xianyue and asked, "So, is that why you've always avoided dealing with those in power?" "What else? They even have people watching me. And you too. It's all because we've been getting close to Kushina." Kushina is Konoha's Jinchuriki, the host of the Nine Tails. Xianyue then explained to Minato the concepts of tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. As Minato listened, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Good grief, is it really this outrageous? Just by getting close to a Jinchuriki, you risk being eliminated? What kind of twisted logic is that? So, does that mean Jinchuriki should always be isolated, never to interact with outsiders? If he'd made a single suspicious move back then, would the Umbu have come to take him away? And those tailed beasts, something that terrifying, sealed inside Kushina, of all people. For reasons he couldn't explain, the more Minato thought about it, the more his impression of Kushina's sheer power grew. All right, let's end the discussion here for today. Get some rest. Tomorrow we'll get in touch with Tsunade and see to it this matter is resolved quickly. Only then will we have any peace of mind. In the end, neither Minato nor Nawaki could sleep, so Xianyue allowed them to stay while she went to patrol the surrounding area. The people from Kusagakure said nothing. There were indeed Owagakure ninjas spotted in the land of grass, but it was clear they harbored no intention of attacking Kusagakure. Besides, there really weren't that many of these intruding ninja. Xianyue guessed that those people must be here on some kind of mission. As for Kusagakure, to be honest, Iwagakure never really thought much of them. The next day, Xianyue took Nawaki to a secluded spot and summoned Manda. You really have to admit, the sacred creatures of the 3 great lands are something else. Look at Manda. After being beaten nearly senseless by Xiaobai not long ago, his injuries had already healed almost completely. No sooner had he been summoned than Manda approached Xianyue, wary but eager to please. Xianyue raised a hand and called out, "That's enough, don't come any closer. The reason I called you here is to give you this scroll. Deliver it to Orochimaru for me. Before the war between the Hidden Rain Village and the Leaf Village comes to an end, if Orochimaru summons you, lend him a hand." "Understood, master." Manda didn't dare show even a hint of arrogance, obediently swallowing the scroll, then gave an earnest nod with his massive head. Chiwa nudged Rope Tree forward and spoke to Manda. "My friend here wishes to form a summoning contract with one of the snakes from Ryuchi Cave. Is there a young serpent currently growing who would be a suitable choice for him? Oh, by the way, is there a particular blue snake in Ryuchi Cave?" Chiwa briefly recounted what he knew about the blue snake. At this time, the blue snake ought not to have reached adulthood yet, making it a perfect match for Rope Tree. Given the blue snake's impressive natural talent, it could one day be as powerful as Manda. A summon on Manda's level was out of Rope Tree's league. Someone like Minato might have hopes of contracting with the likes of Gamabunta. For Rope Tree, it simply wasn't possible. After all, the snakes from Ryuchi Cave recognized neither kin nor ally. You had to overwhelm them with strength or sign a contract with them while they were still young and grow together. Blue snake? There were so many snakes in Ryuchi Cave that even Manda couldn't remember all of them. And besides, the blue snake lived deep within the cave. Given Manda's violent nature, very few snakes dared to set foot in its domain. "Master, I'll need to go back and investigate." "All right, go ahead. If you can't find it, just choose a suitable snake for him to make a contract with. All you need to do is pick. Don't worry about the rest." Waving a hand, Chiwa motioned that Manda could take its leave. So off it went, dutifully delivering the intel scroll and seeking out the blue snake. With a respectful dip of his enormous head, Manda released the summoning jutsu and returned to Ryuchi Cave. He sent a small snake to inform Orochimaru and to deliver the scroll. After a moment's hesitation, Manda told the messenger snake to also pass along Chiyue's message to Orochimaru. During the war in the Land of Rain, Orochimaru could summon him for assistance in battle. One by one, gray-brown snakes emerged from the ground, latching onto 2 Hidden Rain ninjas, sinking their fangs in and snapping their necks. Orochimaru, completely spent, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Nearby, both Tsunade and Jiraiya weren't faring much better. Tsunade was merely exhausted, but Jiraiya, careless in the fight, had sustained an injury, something that made Orochimaru want nothing more than to abandon him on the spot. If not for Tsunade holding him back, Orochimaru would have left Jiraiya behind without a second thought. "Why are you staring at me? If you'd been able to summon Manda, I wouldn't have gotten hurt just now. So really, this is your fault." Jiraiya, clutching his wound, started pointing fingers. Orochimaru's face darkened as he clenched his fists, desperately resisting the urge to punch him right then and there. So your own incompetence is one thing, but now you're blaming me for not being able to summon a contract beast? What kind of twisted logic is that? Unbelievable, and now I'm the one to blame. It was obvious that Orochimaru was holding himself back. After Jiraiya had his little outburst, he wisely decided to shut up. Mouthing off feels good in the moment, but if you keep at it, you might just end up at your own funeral. Never, ever test how ruthless Orochimaru can be. If you do, you'll realize that, to him, everyone else is expendable, especially Jiraiya himself. If the situation calls for it, Orochimaru would cast Jiraiya aside without the slightest hesitation. The ferocity of the assault from the Hidden Rain village far exceeded even Orochimaru's expectations. And that was with the benefit of advanced intel and preparation. They were barely managing to hold on as it was. Had they not prepared ahead of time, the three of them would already be running for their lives by now. Just then, a small snake slithered out from inside Orochimaru's robe. It hissed softly at him twice, spat out a ninjutsu scroll, and then slipped away. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. He picked up the scroll from the ground, skimmed through its contents, and handed it to Tsunade. "What is it?" she asked. "Chiyuki, along with Rope Tree and Minato, has been sent by Danzo to the Hidden Grass Village on a mission. Near there, they encountered a little girl from the Uzumaki clan. They plan to bring her back to Konoha, but need your assistance." "Oh," Tsunade barely reacted. She had no mental space for anything else right now. Solving some identity issue was a trivial matter. The pressing concern was the enemy's relentless onslaught. Taking in the tightening ring of foes around them, Tsunade felt a headache coming on. She shot a glance at Jiraiya and asked, "Can you still fight?" He wanted to stubbornly assure Tsunade that he was fine, but reality wouldn't allow it. Jiraiya could only mumble meekly, "Doesn't really seem like it." Great. Things were going from bad to worse. Where were the reinforcements? Tsunade let out a weary sigh. This couldn't go on. The three of them were in ever-increasing danger. Inside their position, more and more Leaf Shinobi were falling, but Tsunade and the others barely had the capacity to protect themselves, let alone anyone else. "We're breaking out. Fire the signal flare and have everyone regroup. Follow us out." Suddenly, Orochimaru stood up. "What? Were you out of your mind?" Half the soldiers were wounded, the other half nearly drained of chakra. With what, exactly, were they supposed to break out? Jiraiya nearly cursed Orochimaru out. What kind of timing was this for jokes? That little snake just now, could it have been Manda? Tsunade's eyes lit up. If she could summon Manda right now, a breakout might actually be possible. When it came to direct combat, Manda was far superior to both slugs and toads. Orochimaru bit his finger and swiftly weaved hand signs, slamming his palm onto the ground. Tsunade hurriedly fired off the signal flare. With a boom and a rush of white smoke, Manda's colossal form erupted onto the battlefield. The Konoha ninjas, seeing the signal flare, hurried over without delay. "Everyone, get on Manda's back. Prepare to break through. Orochimaru, don't you dare push your luck." In the past, Manda would have started cursing at them straight away. But now, the giant serpent lowered its massive head and spoke begrudgingly, clearly annoyed. "If it weren't for my master asking me to help you, I'd never have answered your summons. If you refuse to help us, and Chiyuki finds out, she absolutely won't let you off the hook." The three of them weren't ones to scare easily, but Tsunade's words hit Manda right where it hurt. Manda's fierce face suddenly turned bewildered. Images of that little white-haired person losing their temper flashed through his mind, and Manda shivered, coughed, and grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Fine, I get it. You people are such a bother. Hurry up. Lord Manda is saving you, after all. I still have to get back and help pick out suitable snakes." What a pain. Though he kept complaining, Manda still took the initiative. His long tail reached out, scooping up the wounded ninjas and placing them on his own back. Then, with a swift motion, he turned and sped toward the Konoha camp. A thunderous rumble echoed behind them. As Manda moved, he was like a supercharged tank barreling across the battlefield, roaring all the way. Everything in his path, rocks, trees, was flattened and crushed without mercy. As for the traps the enemy had set, they were nothing more than a mild itch to Manda. Cutting a wild, unstoppable swath, Manda carried the Konoha forces straight through the enemy lines. What on earth was that? The Rain Village ninjas stared in shock at Manda's rapidly fading figure. They tried to intercept, but Manda was too fast. The Konoha ninjas, standing atop him, kept unleashing jutsu to hold them back and block their pursuit. All the Rain Shinobi could do was watch in frustration as Manda carried their enemies away. Some stray attacks struck Manda but bounced harmlessly off. He didn't even grunt as he charged on. "Lord Hanzo, the remaining Konoha forces have broken through and escaped." They escaped. Hanzo paused, surprised that, even at this stage, Konoha still managed to get away. How'd they pull it off? Reinforcements or something else? It was Manda. Orochimaru hadn't summoned his companion beast before, but when our defenses were at their thinnest, he brought out Manda. With that, Manda carried the survivors away. Manda, is it? Hanzo recalled the image of the enormous, ill-tempered serpent. A beast like that unleashed on the battlefield isn't something just anyone could stop. Not unless Hanzo stepped in personally. Still, now that they'd escaped, it didn't matter. It wouldn't affect his larger plan. The war between Konoha and the Rain Village would continue. Neither side would back down until victory had been decided. Meanwhile, there seemed to be some stirring among the ninja of the Sand Village. Hanzo didn't know what the ninjas from the hidden Sand Village were planning. For now, it didn't look like their actions were aimed at the hidden Rain Village. Perhaps their true target was still the Konoha camp. All their ninjas had been deployed out. If that's the case, Chiyo must be planning to attack the camp. The Sand Village had no intention of fighting the Rain Village to the bitter end. Their purpose in joining the war in the Land of Rain was to muddy the waters and keep Konoha busy, drawing out the war and thinning Konoha's forces bit by bit. It seemed the Rain Village could look for a temporary ally here, maybe even ask for some compensation. Let's just call it reparations for all the destruction your battles have caused here in the Land of Rain. Hanzo ordered his subordinates to hold their positions for now, and then left the camp with a select few. Nobody quite understood why Hanzo ordered them to pause their assault, but the ninjas of the Rain Village could only obey. Having broken out of the encirclement, many of the wounded wept tears of joy. Tsunade began tending to them, her healing hands going to work. As she listened to their words of gratitude, Tsunade only shook her head slightly. She had heard praise like this too many times, to the point of numbness. Jiraiya lounged about like a beached fish, resting with the other wounded, while Orochimaru slipped away to gather whatever useful information he could find. Night fell. The group hid in a sheltered cave, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Orochimaru returned, stepping into the cave. He sat down by the fire and started drying his rain-soaked clothes. Tsunade rubbed her eyes, let out a yawn, and asked, "What's the situation out there?" "It's quiet. Too quiet." An uncanny tension lingered. At a time like this, the Rain Village should have pressed the advantage. Yet instead, their forces had slowed their steps, solid and cautious. This was unlike Hanzo's usual approach. The Rain Village should not have paused now of all times. Eager for a decisive battle with Konoha, they should have pressed forward relentlessly, expanding their gains as quickly as possible. If Konoha was allowed just a moment to recover, the Rain Village's edge would soon be whittled away, and in the end, they'd lose the war. At a time when the enemy should have been surging forward, it made no sense for the Rain ninjas to suddenly grind to a halt. The Rain Village has stopped moving. Something's not right. My advice: we leave this place as soon as possible and rendezvous with our reinforcements, just in case the Rain Village circles around for another attack. If the Rain Village forces were truly pressing in from all sides, Orochimaru might have relaxed and stayed to rest. But under these strange circumstances, he couldn't help but be wary. Leave as quickly as possible. Figure out the next step after linking up with reinforcements. Agreed, Tsunade nodded. She, too, felt something wasn't right. If that was the case, there was no point in waiting. They'd make the first move and meet up with their allies before anything unexpected happened. Just as the Rain Village was acting in such a strange manner, Hanzo himself, flanked by his retinue, sought out Chiyo. Well, I would never have expected the legendary demigod to grace our Sand Village camp. Don't tell me you've come here today to bow your head to the sand. After their previous skirmishes, Chiyo knew all too well that she had no way of dealing with Hanzo. Besides his mastery of poisons, Hanzo also possessed a swift teleportation technique and exceptional hand-to-hand combat skills, abilities that were a nightmare for Chiyo's puppeteering. For a puppet master, nothing was more fearsome than a ninja who combined great speed with formidable close combat prowess. On this topic, Tsunade could speak better than anyone. She feared no venoms, moved with impressive speed, and possessed monstrous strength. Before her, any puppet was reduced to scrap metal with a single punch. Though Chiyo couldn't win in a direct fight, verbal sparring was another matter. She had to uphold the pride of Sunagakure. After all, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, she would never bow her head to Hanzo. To do so would make her entire village the target of ridicule. Hanzo regarded Chiyo with a detached look one might give a madwoman, ignoring the Sunagakure ninjas encircling him. If he dared confront them here, it meant he held the upper hand. The last thing Hanzo feared was being surrounded by enemy forces. Once his poison spread, at least half of the Sunagakure ninjas here would be as good as dead. Chiyo, he believed, understood this truth as well, and wouldn't foolishly think she could keep him here. Old woman, Don't you think your plan is a bit naive? Hanzo taunted. And what exactly do you mean by that? Chiyo asked, her brows knitted, her gaze frosty. Hanzo ignored the murderous look in her eyes, speaking slowly and evenly. I know your people intend to take advantage of the situation and attack Konoha's camp. I also know that this war between Konoha and the Hidden Rain Village was provoked by Sunagakure. He fixed her in his gaze. I'm here for one reason only. I don't care that you started the war. But Sunagakure will compensate Amigakure with an appropriate supply of material resources. In other words, I know Sunagakure started this conflict. I know you plan to raid Konoha's camp. That's why I've come. I'm here to demand compensation. Your village owes Amigakure restitution. Chiyo frowned, realizing they had been found out. The way Sunagakure initiated the war had been far from honorable, but to weaken Konoha's forces, they had no choice. Even if their actions were later exposed, so what? Were it already broken out, nobody would hold them to account now. What truly caught Chiyo off guard, however, was that Hanzo had not only seen through their ploy against the Konoha camp, but now used it as leverage, coming in person to demand restitution. You really think that's possible? Chiyo replied with a cold laugh. Sunagakure itself lacked resources. Where could they find enough to supply the Rain Village? This is out of the question. If this is why you've come, demigod, you may as well turn around and leave. Sunagakure has nothing to spare for your Rain Village. Oh, is that so? Hanzo's expression darkened, his words calm but edged with threat. In that case, the plan Sunagakure has so carefully laid is doomed to fail. And if it fails, so be it. Chiyo remained unmoved, determined to give nothing away. After all, the Rain Village and Konoha were bound to fight to the bitter end anyway. Hanzo, too, had no way out now. Whether he liked it or not, he'd be forced into the conflict. Anyway, your Hidden Rain Village won't be able to hold out much longer. As for us in the Hidden Sand Village, there's no need to rush. Our mission is simply to muddy the waters and tie up Konoha's forces here against you Rain Ninja. Of course, it'd be great if we could launch a surprise attack on Konoha's camp. If not, we'll just keep dragging things out. With us fighting on two fronts, the only ones getting anxious will be the Konoha forces. Not that things are easy for the Sand Village, either, but the price we pay is far less than what Konoha must bear. Chiyo, however, still gave no response at all. Hanzo waved his hand, gathering his people to leave. If that's how it is, then I'll have no choice but to end hostilities and start negotiations with Konoha. I believe Konoha will be quite willing to compensate the Hidden Rain with something, but I'm afraid your Hidden Sand won't be able to swallow that. Hanzo's move was like removing the fire from beneath the cauldron, striking Chiyo right where she was weakest. What's the thing the Hidden Sand fears most? Isn't it just the abrupt ending of the war? If the Rain Village makes peace with Konoha, even at some cost, Konoha would never refuse. Because to Konoha, their true enemy is the Hidden Sand, another of the 5 great ninja villages, rather than the Rain Village, which has already been bled dry and won't be able to recover its strength for at least another 20 years. The Rain Village has exhausted nearly all its resources. From now on, they'll only linger on, struggling to revive their economy. Anyone with sense can see it. Yet Hanzo still holds onto his pride, but when that's gone, Rain Village will be truly finished. If Rain and Konoha make peace, most of Sand's efforts here will have gone right down the drain. So how could Chiyo not be anxious? Wait! Just as Hanzo was about to leave, the nearby shinobi parted, forming a path for him. Without Chiyo's orders, none dared to stand in his way. And honestly, few wanted to try. Anyone sent to block Hanzo's path rarely met a good end. Hanzo paused mid-step, turning his head back. What is it? Change your mind. How much do you want? How could Chiyo not change her mind now? She had no choice but to give in, offering the Rain Village some supplies, so Hanzo would continue fighting against Konoha. If the war ended and Konoha's main forces pulled back, redirecting to the front lines in the Land of Rivers, Hidden Sand would be in deep trouble. Compared to that, a few supplies are hardly worth worrying about, even if Sand itself is short on resources. Food, ninja tools, explosivatox. Hidden Rain wants all of it. Turning to head out of camp, Hanzo's voice floated through the air. If I don't see the supplies within 3 days, Rain will negotiate peace with Konoha, and I'll be sure to hand them the true cause of this whole war too. Damn it, Chiyo cursed under her breath. If she could, she'd rather kill Hanzo right here. But she couldn't. She didn't even dare try. Who could say how many would survive if a battle broke out here? Lady Chiyo, should we? A jonin made a slashing motion across his throat, but Chiyo shook her head, face cold as iron. There's no need. Hanzo isn't someone who can be killed easily. Even if we manage to take him down, the price would be tremendous. Just gather some supplies and send them over. The situation on the battlefield of the Land of Rain began to shift, all because of a trace of greed from the Hidden Rain village. Chi-Wei and the others were now facing some small troubles of their own. More and more Iwagakure shinobi were appearing near the Grass Ninja village. According to Xiaobai's observations, there were at least 3 Jonin squads and several Chunin squads moving about, seemingly searching for something. What were the IWA Nins searching for? Rope Tree was puzzled by their intent. They launched no attacks on the Grass Ninja village, nor did they show any signs of hostility, just restlessly searching all over. Some even went so far as to infiltrate the village and search high and low. They might be looking for her, Chi-Wei said, glancing over her shoulder at Uzumaki Naiming, who was hiding in the undergrowth. In recent days, Uzumaki Naiming had been staying with them. Tsunade had already sent a message. Once the war ended, she would take responsibility for settling Uzumaki Naiming somewhere safe. I'll go ask, Chi-Wei said. She walked over to Uzumaki Naiming and gently asked, have you seen any IWA shinobi lately? No, Naiming replied obediently. But there are still members of the Uzumaki clan inside the Grass Ninja village. I don't know where they've been hidden. That settled it. They were clearly targeting the Uzumaki bloodline. Inoki was not someone as short-sighted as the 3rd Hokage or Danzo. Though he was stubborn, his vision was far-reaching. That's why the Hidden Stone Ninja had come all this way. It was all for the Uzumaki bloodline. Inoki wanted to bring the Uzumaki back to his village and nurture their power. Whether it was their various sealing jutsu or the unique traits of their bloodline, both were highly prized by Iwagakure. Like other villages, IWA also struggled with the issue of Jinchuriki. Now that the Uzumaki bloodline had shown up in the Grass Ninja village, Inoki had sent squads to search them out. But the villagers weren't fools. They had hidden the Uzumaki away the moment trouble started. Iwagakure's movements grew more and more aggressive. Rope Tree grew anxious, worried that Uzumaki Naiming would be discovered. Chi-Wei, Minato, should we leave, or do we stay? The IWA Nin aren't here to attack the Grass Ninja village. And even if they were, let's face it, we're no match for them, Minato said, casting his gaze toward Chi-Wei. Why are they looking at me like that? If you want to leave, just say so. Why the stares? Let's go. Since everyone's ready to pull back, what sense is there in lingering any longer? At most, IWA would just tear through the village in their search. They wouldn't go so far as to launch an all-out attack. That would do them no good. Other than provoking Konoha, there was simply nothing to gain. Inoki was not a man to make a losing bargain. The squad, taking Uzumaki Naiming along, set out on an impromptu journey, traveling across the land of grass and venturing into the land of rain. Within the land of rain, things had actually quieted down due to the Rain Ninja village momentarily halting their advance. Konoha's reinforcements had already reached the frontline outposts. Orochimaru stayed behind to command, while Tsunade took the injured Jiraiya and the other wounded back to the main camp. Minato, take care of things at headquarters. Just tell them there are too many IWA Nin, and we're no match for them. Our only choice is to retreat. Also, it seems like the IWA Nin are searching for something in the Grass Ninja village. They don't seem interested in attacking it. Now was the perfect time to sow a few seeds of suspicion between Danzo, the Grass Ninja village, and their allies. Let them grow wary of each other. Leave that to me. Minato flashed an OK sign and headed toward the headquarters. Meanwhile, Chiyuki and Nawaki escorted Uzumaki Naiming to the medical unit. Ow, easy. That hurts. Ow, ow, ow. Before they even stepped in, they could already hear Jiraiya's booming voice echoing from inside. Why is it so lively in there? Leaving Nawaki to look after the slightly nervous Naiming, Chiyuki lifted the curtain to peek inside. There lay Jiraiya, sprawled out on a hospital bed, while Tsunade directed a small team of medical ninjas as they worked on him. Jiraiya's injuries were serious. A kunai had pierced near his ribcage, and the blade itself was laced with poison. If Tsunade hadn't been tending to him all this time, he'd likely have died somewhere along the way. At this moment, some rotten flesh had to be cut away. Tortured by the relentless treatment, Jiraiya couldn't help but let out pained cries. Worst of all, Tsunade wasn't even treating him herself. She left the work to the other medical ninjas. Watching Tsunade stifling a laugh, clearly enjoying Jiraiya's suffering, Chiyuki had no doubt Jiraiya must have seriously pissed her off, and Tsunade was getting her revenge. A surgery this simple? If Tsunade had wanted, she could have handled it effortlessly. But instead, she stood back, giving pointers while making others do the hard work, making the already nervous medical ninja's hands tremble, which only led to Jiraiya hollering even louder with every slip. What on earth? Poor Jiraiya. Chiyuki wiped a bead of non-existent cold sweat from her brow. Arms crossed, Tsunade remarked with deliberate nonchalance. He claimed he was on the brink of death and begged for a passionate farewell kiss. I figured the poison might have affected his nerves, so I arranged a special procedure. No anesthetic. It should help stimulate his nerves and speed up recovery and detoxification. Chiyuki could only think. He's practically asking for it. No, please, not like this. I was wrong. I swear I was wrong. Jiraiya howled and sobbed, though it was hard to tell whether it was from real terror or genuine remorse. Tsunade ignored him, giving a subtle nod to the two hesitant medical ninjas who immediately felt a wave of relief. Tsunade might relish the game, but none of them dared try anything risky themselves. If anything were to happen to Jiraiya, they'd be in serious trouble. Is she the one? The two of them emerged together. Tsunade glanced at the timid Uzumaki Naiming. She really is from the Uzumaki clan. Take a couple of days to rest. Once Jiraiya's injuries have improved, I'll take both you and her back to the village. I have some matters to discuss with the old man anyway. Recently, the actions of the Hidden Rain village had grown increasingly suspicious. After conferring with Orochimaru, Tsunade had reached the conclusion that the village was on the brink of collapse. It was the perfect opportunity to set aside some interests and negotiate peace. However, trouble arose during the discussions with Danzo. Danzo refused to enter negotiations at this stage. He believed that as long as the war had yet to be settled and no clear victor had emerged, any talks would be reckless. Tsunade saw right through him. Danzo simply wanted to rack up more achievements for himself. No matter how she reasoned with him, it was useless. Tsunade decided not to waste any more words and planned to return to Konoha herself. What about Nawaki and Minato? Let them stay in camp. It'll be a good opportunity. With Jiraiya recovering, he'll have time to teach them for a while. Without a proper period of recuperation, Jiraiya shouldn't even think about returning to the battlefield. And since he was stuck here resting, it was the perfect time to mentor his disciples. Whether it was one student or two, it made no difference. She might as well leave Nawaki as well, putting them all in Jiraiya's care. Aside from a few unsavory habits, Jiraiya was actually quite reliable in most things. Entrusting Nawaki to him, Tsunade felt completely at ease. Besides, Minato was originally his student. As a teacher, Jiraiya hadn't really spent enough time training him. Didn't that seem off? Now was the perfect opportunity. All right, Chiwa nodded in agreement. Letting Nawaki and Minato stay and study under Jiraiya was actually a good thing. When it came to teaching disciples, Jiraiya was far better than Tsunade or Orochimaru. Come with me. My grandmother was from the Uzumaki clan too. I hold no ill will against you, but without a proper identity, going off on your own would only cause trouble. Tsunade took Uzumaki Naiming with her. Nawaki's face twisted in frustration, like he was about to cry. I want to go back to Konoha too. Then go talk to your sister yourself. Chiwa burst out laughing and gave Nawaki a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. Poor guy, his sister always had him wrapped around her little finger. Minato arrived at the command post and, after getting permission, entered the central command room. He reported the details of the mission, following Chiyue's instructions to the letter. The shinobi from Awagakure are looking for something? Hearing that, Danzo furrowed his brow. He wondered what kind of valuable item the Hidden Grass Village could possibly possess that would make Awagakure conduct such an overt search. The envoys from the Hidden Grass hadn't mentioned any of this. They'd simply said Awagakure shinobi were active nearby and feared an attack. Clearly this so-called ally was hiding something. The more skilled someone is at playing tricks and schemes, the more suspicious they become. Danzo would never suspect Minato of making things up. Some matters are simply a matter of investigation to lay bare. What he truly suspected was that the Hidden Grass Village was hiding something, reluctant to share it with Konoha. Your mission isn't a failure. I will remember your achievements this time. Go get some rest. Konoha's future relies on young people like you. Yes, Lord Danzo. After bowing respectfully, Minato left the command post. On the surface, his face was filled with delight, but inwardly he was already grumbling. If he'd never learned about the dark underbelly of Konoha, Minato might have thought Danzo was praising him. But now that he knew far too many things best left unknown, he could only see Danzo as trying to pull the wool over his eyes. What a sham. Who in their right mind would believe you? None of you can be trusted. Not a single one. When Minato heard that he would be staying behind to learn under Jiraiya, his attitude couldn't have been more different from Nawaki's. He was genuinely happy. For once, he'd finally have the chance to actually learn from his teacher. For so long, it had felt as if he'd had an absentee sensei, abandoned in the village without a word, no news, no guidance. All he heard was that his teacher was off fighting at the front lines. That was the extent of it. Yet even when he made it out to the battlefield himself, he still couldn't follow his teacher, only trailing along after Chiyuki. Jiraiya had never truly fulfilled his responsibilities as a teacher. Minato had been quite upset about that for a while. Now that the opportunity had finally come, of course he was excited. On the opposing side, In her determination to keep the Hidden Rain and Konoha at war, Chiyo had made a hard choice. She diverted some of the Sand Village's scarce supplies and sent them to the Hidden Rain Village. Her actions were approved by the third Kazekage. Although the Sand Village was also struggling with poverty, its leaders desperately needed Konoha's main military force bogged down in the Land of Rain. So long as the war dragged on there, Konoha would be forced to fight on two fronts, unable to focus its efforts elsewhere. But even after the supplies had been shipped out, the Hidden Rain seemed to make no move at all. Chiyo's patience was wearing thin. She immediately dispatched someone to urge Hanzo to take action. She was still waiting for the chance to ambush Konoha's camp. What was all this stalling about? Yet the person she sent returned in a fury, angrily reporting, "Lady Chiyo, those people from the Hidden Rain are nothing but swindlers. They refuse to go to war, claiming their casualties have been too high recently and that they need to recuperate. And they're complaining about shortages. Not just food, ninja tools, and exploding tags. They also want all kinds of medicine. Well, isn't that something? Hanzo, you scoundrel. All those supplies I sent might as well have been tossed to wild dogs." Chiyo laughed in exasperation, overcome by a fit of angry amusement. "Why not just ask for money while you're at it, Hanzo? Should I send a few gold pieces along next time? Wouldn't that suit you better?" The nerve. Utterly outrageous. At that moment, Chiyo felt the urge to muster her army and storm the Hidden Rain village herself. But she couldn't do it because it simply wasn't worth it for a bit of supplies. Secondly, the Hidden Rain village wasn't so easy to defeat either. Even if the Rain village as a whole wasn't particularly strong, as long as Hanzo was still standing, no one dared to underestimate them. Send them some more supplies. Tell them this is the last time, and we hope they'll honor our agreement. Lady Chiyo, our own supplies are all ready. Do it as I say. As long as Konoha was struggling, as long as Konoha found itself in trouble, every bit of it was worth it. Chiyo only regretted not being on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. If she were there, she could have avenged her son and daughter-in-law herself. Whenever she thought of Sasori, still at home, waiting in vain for his parents to return, her heart ached with a quiet, persistent pain. Kakashi Hitaki. The people of the Sand Village were frustrated, but with orders handed down, they had no choice but to send their precious supplies off to the Rain Village again. Fortunately, Hanzo didn't make a fool of Chiyo this time. He truly had launched a new round of conflict, although, truth be told, the intensity of this war was more like a gentle drizzle than a raging storm. The all-out battle quickly faded, replaced by a series of smaller skirmishes. Chiyo was grinding her teeth with anger, but she couldn't really confront Hanzo about it. After all, Hanzo had indeed reopened hostilities. It just wasn't quite the war Chiyo had been hoping for. And even if everything had been spelled out in black and white, Chiyo would have struggled to find a flaw in the arrangement. After 2 days of rest at camp, Tsunade brought Senjutsu and Uzumaki Naiming back to Konoha. Tsunade's reason for returning to the village was clear to Danzo, but it didn't concern him. With Koharu and Hamura keeping things in check, Tsunade's hopes of persuading the third Hokage to negotiate with the Hidden Rain seemed all but impossible. Danzo saw no need to worry that the responsibility for peace talks would suddenly fall into his lap and catch him off guard. Right now, Danzo's attention was consumed with watching the affairs of the Hidden Grass Village. After Senjutsu's team returned and Minato made his report, Danzo didn't mark the mission as a failure. Instead, he gave all three of them credit for their efforts. Distrustful of the Grass Ninja, Danzo quickly sent Root and ANBU to investigate and gather information. Thanks to the combined efforts of ANBU and Root, the Grass Village's secrets were soon uncovered and delivered straight to Danzo's desk. The Uzumaki clan. After reading through the intelligence scroll, Danzo slammed his hand on the table, scowling darkly. It wasn't that he cared about a few people from the Uzumaki clan. Ever since Senjutsu's team had brought Uzumaki Naiming back, Danzo had barely reacted at all. To him, and to Konoha, a few more or less Uzumakis made little difference. What truly vexed Danzo was the attitude of the Grass Village. They had come to Konoha for help, Konoha had sent support, and yet not a single villager from the grass had shown their face. That's not the worst of it. They're even worried we in Konoha might come looking for members of the Uzumaki clan, covering things up on every front. Even Iwagakure has gotten wind of the news, while Konoha is still completely in the dark. Is this really how allies are supposed to behave? Search carefully, the leader commanded, a steely glint flashing through his eyes. We must find anyone who's hiding. If we can bring them back to Konoha, do so. If not, deal with them directly. Even if Konoha doesn't want the Uzumaki clan survivors, we can't let them fall into the hands of other villages. Not having to worry about Jinchuriki has always been one of Konoha's biggest advantages. While the other villages are thrown into chaos by their tailed beasts, Konoha remains calm and peaceful. Danzo would never allow those other villages to get their hands on any Uzumaki. He could never risk them being raised as new Jinchuriki and threatening Konoha's position. That's why he insists on bringing them back if he can. And if he can't, he'll make sure they're taken out. If Konoha can't have them, then no one else will either. If Mito Uzumaki were still alive, Danzo would never dare to retrieve these wandering clan members on a whim. After all, she was an old pillar of support. Just her presence made even the third Hokage listen without protest. But everything is different now. Konoha is completely under the control of a few key individuals. Even if another branch of the Uzumaki clan were added, it wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. The legacy of the Uzumaki has long since become Konoha's property. On the journey back to Konoha, Tsunade's true nature surfaced almost immediately. Chiwe thought she was in a hurry, but before they were even halfway home, Tsunade began clamoring for a break and something to eat, especially grilled meat. Then, she started teaching Uzumaki Naiming how to play cards, deciding they'd all play a few hands to unwind their tightly strung nerves. Maybe it was the long spell in the Land of Rain, a place that left everyone a little on edge. No sooner did they return to the Land of Fire than Tsunade threw all restraint aside, dragging Chiwe and Uzumaki Naiming to a nearby town for a proper rest. She'd even booked their rooms at an inn ahead of time. "Do you have any money?" Chiwe's question cut right to the heart of the matter. "You little brat, who do you think you're dealing with? If this isn't money, I don't know what is." Tsunade's face went red with annoyance, almost ready to take a swing at him. If she didn't know that Chiwe wouldn't relent so easily, and might even cast a Genjutsu in retaliation, Tsunade probably would have punched him right then and there. "How dare you doubt me? Is this enough?" She pulled out a pile of money and slapped it on the table, then waved for the innkeeper. "Another 2 bottles of sake," she called loudly. Clearly, Tsunade had made a tidy sum off the war. She'd done well on the battlefield. Not every shinobi likes keeping their earnings in the bank. Some prefer their cash sealed inside scrolls. Pop one open, and a small fortune comes tumbling out. Tsunade, without a doubt, had come by her money the easy way. As for whether Orochimaru and Jiraiya would get a share, Chiwe didn't think so. Getting something from Tsunade wasn't hard. But trying to split her money? Out of the question. Even if you're her own teammates, it's not up for discussion. No means no. This is her gambling money. If she gave it away, what would she have left the bet with? "Hiccup, you all go get some rest first. I have something to take care of. I'll be back soon. I've already booked us rooms at a hot spring inn. Go enjoy the baths." With cash in her pocket, there was no way Tsunade would sit quietly at the inn. She wouldn't return until she'd lost every last coin at the casino. "Yes, Lady Tsunade." Uzumaki Naiming, who didn't know Tsunade's true nature, bowed respectfully as he answered. Chiwe spread out his hands in a gesture that said, "Just as I thought." He'd figured it out already. There were several casinos in this town, and Tsunade must have visited before. There was no way she could have led them here, so confidently otherwise. Turns out, she'd been waiting for this. "Go on and gamble. It's not my money on the line." Chiwe certainly wouldn't try to stop her or persuade her to quit gambling. Everyone has their peculiar vices. There's really nothing worth arguing about. She probably won't be back tonight. You may as well focus on your training. Once we're back in Konoha and you have a new identity, you'll finally be able to live openly in the village. Chiwe had already taught Uzumaki Naiming how to refine chakra. Unexpected fortune, and now I feel invincible. After running around the Land of Rain for so long, even Chiwe was tired. Sinking into the hot spring, he felt every muscle relax. With money in her pocket and not a care in the world, Tsunade reserved an entire hot spring pool for herself, much to the innkeeper's delight. Leaning against the warm stones, a towel under his neck, Chiwe closed his eyes. Drowsiness overtook him, and before he knew it, he had drifted into sleep. Suddenly, the sound of someone entering the water jolted Chiwe awake. Eyes snapping open, he asked silently in his mind, "Xiao Bai, someone's here. How come you didn't warn me?" "Because she doesn't wish you any harm, master." Inside the sealed space, Xiao Bai blinked in confusion. Wasn't the relationship between Master and Tsunade pretty good? Even so, she needed to be on guard. Did it really come down to ill intent? Chiwe sighed in exasperation. Right in front of him was someone so drunk she could barely stand, her mind hazy as she clumsily tossed her clothes aside and sat herself in the hot spring, humming a tuneless song. Chiwe's brow creased in frustration. Couldn't she at least check if there was someone else here before barging in? Nothing left to the imagination. There was no way he could pretend not to see what was happening. The scene was, to put it mildly, absurd. Even more ridiculous, Tsunade seemed to think the hot spring was some kind of pool. She was even trying to swim. Unable to take any more, Chiwe decisively gave her a gentle punch. Wrapping a bath towel around her, grabbing her clothes, he hoisted her up and carried her off to her room. With Uzumaki naiming staring at him in complete confusion, Chiwe said, Tsunade is drunk and out of her senses. Help her get dressed. Okay. Naime Uzumaki nodded blankly. She glanced at Tsunade, who was only wrapped in a bath towel, her cheeks flushed red, then looked at Chinyue's departing figure. A series of inappropriate images began to pop into her little head. Very quickly, Naime found herself confused. Not only was Tsunade dead drunk, but she had completely passed out. Naime couldn't budge her at all, so in the end she simply covered Tsunade with a blanket. As for getting her dressed, that would have to wait until morning. My head hurts. Did I drink too much last night? The next day, Tsunade woke up groggy, her head feeling ready to split apart. She raised a hand to touch her head and sharply inhaled with a hiss. She found a large lump there. Did someone hit me? Who on earth would dare to hit me? Tsunade sat up abruptly. The blanket slipped off, and she felt a chill prickle her skin. Looking down, she blinked in confusion. She never had a habit of sleeping without her clothes. Is this a towel? Grabbing her clothes from beside the bed, she quickly slipped them on. With the towel in hand, the memories of last night started drifting back bit by bit. She remembered being rather excited because it was a good chance to sneak in a few rounds of gambling. So at the barbecue place, while eating, she'd ended up drinking too much. Feeling tipsy and bold, she headed over to the casino, only for her luck to turn utterly sour, losing everything she had in a flash. She'd even borrowed quite a sum from the casino owner, but lost that as well. Frustrated, she'd swiped a few bottles of sake from the casino, drinking as she headed back to the inn, hoping to unwind with a soak in the hot spring. But just as she'd finished stripping and stepped into the hot spring, her mind went completely blank, a heavy blow to the back of the head. And after that, nothing. Tsunade jolted, her complexion changing. Just then, the door creaked open. Naime Uzumaki walked in, carefully holding a glass of warm water. Seeing Tsunade awake, she hurried over happily and offered her the glass. Lady Tsunade, you're finally awake. You were too heavy for me to move, and I couldn't get you dressed. But please have some warm water. You drank so much yesterday. Your head must hurt terribly, right? Tsunade dazedly accepted the glass, took a couple of sips. Then the veins on her forehead bulged with anger. With a sharp crack, the glass in her hand shattered. Naime jumped in fright, her face paling with alarm. My head does hurt, but not because of the sake. Someone hit me. To think someone dared to strike me. And right on the back of my head, no less. How rotten can you get? It was Chinyue who brought me upstairs, wasn't it? Tsunade turned to glare at Naime, whose heart jolted. Instinctively, she covered her chest with her hands and nodded repeatedly. Igiriagajis, Lady Chinyue said you were drunk and told me to help you get dressed. That's it. I'll never be able to look anyone in the eye after this. Tsunade was on the verge of tears, raising a hand to her forehead, feeling as if she'd lost every shred of dignity she had. That brat must have gotten quite an eyeful. She couldn't just let this go. Damn it, she'd been ripped off so badly it hurt. Not only did she lose face, she even got beaten up. How is this fair? She had to get her pride back, one way or another. Tsunade sprang to her feet and, not even bothering to put on her shoes, dashed to the next room. She kicked the door open and strode in with fury blazing in her eyes, bellowing, Shizuki Yagami, what did you do to me last night? Talk about raising hell first thing in the morning. Shizuki was curled up, hugging her cozy little white heater as she slept, only to be jolted awake by Tsunade's explosive yell. She rubbed her eyes, set the heater aside, glanced at the door that was now in splinters, and then at Tsunade, who was practically radiating murderous intent. She rubbed her eyes again, yawned, and grumbled. What could I possibly do to you? I should be asking you what you were trying to do. You walked in, not saying a word, and started taking off your clothes. Then you just jumped right in. Do you think that's appropriate to do in front of a child? You were so drunk you looked half dead. I was worried you'd embarrass yourself. So, with the best intentions, I knocked you out and took you back to your room. And now you come barging in, kicking my door down, and questioning what I did to you. Don't you ever worry about your conscience? Aren't you afraid you're setting a bad example for kids? Speechless. Tsunade was completely thrown by Chizuki's rapid barrage of accusations. She'd come here looking for a fight, but somehow ended up on the receiving end instead. Come to think of it, her actions really had been a bit out of line. Never mind that she was a woman herself. Strictly speaking, she was at a disadvantage, but Shizuki was just a child. The memory of stripping down and jumping into the hot spring in front of a kid made Tsunade so mortified she practically wished the floor would open up and swallow her whole. She could die of embarrassment. Her pride? It was long gone. And another thing. Chizuki jabbed a finger at the splintered wood littering the floor. You planning to pay for the damages? Kicking down doors. Sure, go ahead if you love kicking doors so much, but you're expected to pay for the damages each time. Did she think she was still in the Hidden Leaf Village, where A and B would show up to fix things for her? Here, if you kick down a door, you paid for it. Simple as that. Money? At the mention of it, Tsunade's head spun. She was completely broke. She'd lost every last coin the previous night. Not a cent left. Looks like somebody gambled away all her cash. How unfortunate. Chizuki slipped on her clothes, glancing at Tsunade with her hair a tangled mess and reeking of alcohol, and clicked her tongue in amusement. You're in deep trouble now. Judging by the size and decor of this inn, that door wasn't cheap. Enough. Tsunade could barely resist facepalming. Just cover it for me, and I'll pay you back later. In your dreams. As if. No way was she going to enable Tsunade any further. Tsunade paying back a debt. Not a chance. It would probably only happen in your dreams. Lifting up Xiao Bai, Qianyue firmly refused, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. I'll pay for the meal, I'll even cover the drinks, but as for the door, you're on your own. Figure out yourself. Let's see if you dare to kick down any more doors in the future. Sai, don't get rough with me, or I just might refuse to pay even for the food. Someone was so furious, she was nearly fuming and was itching to take a swing. But would Qianyue ever give it a chance? Of course not. So you'd better quietly go find a way to pay for those damages. I can handle the other expenses, but compensating for that door. Now, that's solely your problem. Fine, you're tough. With a glare at Qianyue and a reluctant clench of her teeth, Tsunade turned and walked away. After washing up, Tsunade headed out for a while. Where exactly she went, Qianyue had no idea. All she knew was that, by the time she returned, Tsunade had somehow scraped together the money and paid for the broken door. As a result, Tsunade refused to say a single word to Qianyue for the rest of the journey, and Qianyue didn't bother trying to talk to her, either. Uzumaki Naiming kept casting glances back and forth between the two of them, wanting to say something to mediate, but never quite daring to speak up. And so, the three of them traveled back to Konoha in utter silence. Upon their return, Tsunade headed straight for the Hokage's office building, while Qianyue took Uzumaki Naiming to find Kushina. Lady Qianyue, are you and Lady Tsunade all right? Having endured an entire journey of awkward silence, Uzumaki Naiming was uneasy, worried something terrible had happened between Qianyue and Tsunade. It's nothing, Qianyue replied, reaching out to ruffle Naiming's hair, a gentle smile on her face as she reassured her. Tsunade's anger faded long ago. She's just unable to find a way to patch things up, so she's been sulking in silence. Compared with perverts like the third Hokage and Jiraiya, what Qianyue had done wasn't nearly as outrageous. Tsunade managed the entire silent trip mainly because she felt utterly embarrassed. With Qianyue refusing to give her an easy route back, she couldn't bring herself to break the ice. Though Tsunade acted so carefree and unbothered most of the time, when faced with this sort of situation, even she was left at a loss. Come on, I'll take you to meet your clanswoman. Her name is Kushina. You should have heard of her by now. Don't be nervous. Kushina is a wonderful person. Haven't you heard about her? Uzumaki Naiming shook her head. When the Uzumaki clan was wiped out, she was just a toddler and remembered nothing. During years spent on the run, her parents hardly ever mentioned the clan. So in this regard, Uzumaki Naiming was completely in the dark. Arriving at Kushina's doorstep, Qianyue knocked twice. When they were out of Konoha, Kushina rarely left home, usually staying indoors, so finding her a home was almost guaranteed. Who's there? At the sound of knocking, Kushina hurried over in her slippers. As she swung open the door and poked her head out, her eyes lit up with delight. Qianyue, you're back. Just as she was about to invite Qianyue in, Kushina suddenly noticed Uzumaki Naiming standing behind her. Red hair, the exact same color as her own. Kushina's smile slowly faded, and a hunch began to rise from deep within her heart. Qianyue, is she from the Uzumaki clan? A wave of nervousness swept over Kushina, though she herself couldn't quite explain why she felt this way. This is Uzumaki Naiming. Our squad encountered her while on a mission in the Land of Grass, so I decided to bring her back with us. You've been lonely here in the village by yourself for so long. It'll be good for you to have a clanswoman, someone to keep you company. With that, Qianyue gently nudged the timid Uzumaki Naiming forward. Hello. My name is Uzumaki Naiming. With a trembling voice, Kushina replied, and my name is Uzumaki Kushina. Tears began to pour down uncontrollably. For so long, Kushina had believed she was the only Uzumaki left in this world. But who could have guessed that today, Qianyue would bring her such a surprise, such a tremendous surprise. She was not alone. There was another, someone from her own clan. This is wonderful. Overcome with emotion, Kushina hugged Uzumaki Naiming tightly, laughing and crying all at once. Naiming, feeling confused by it all, could only awkwardly wrap her tiny arms around Kushina's waist and join her in the embrace. Having someone from her clan by her side, someone to share her days in Konoha, Kushina became as lively as a little sparrow. She chirped away, asking question after question, spinning around Naiming. Deep down, she had already taken Naiming as her own little sister. Are women truly made of water? Watching the two clinging to each other, crying and sniffling, Chiyue found the display almost too much to bear. After witnessing so many scenes like this, it was hard not to start recalling memories of his past life. Better to just go home and make some good food to cheer himself up. Am I just getting old? Why do I get emotional so easily these days? What am I saying? I'm still just a kid. Returning home and seeing the fridge completely empty, Chiyue decided maybe he was better off just taking it easy for now. Old man, I'm back. He trudged through the door into the Hokage's office. Finding no one he disliked inside, Tsunade flopped straight onto the sofa, lounging about like a beached fish. She hadn't kicked down the door, nor rushed in to quarrel over anything with Danzo. The third Hokage glanced at Tsunade, sprawled on the sofa, sensing that something was off about her today. Did you run into some trouble on the way here? No, she replied, sitting up with a yawn, but I lost a lot of money gambling. I'm in a foul mood. Unless, old man, you want to spot me a little. Ahem, ahem. The third Hokage began to cough violently, his aged face flushed red with embarrassment. Well, Tsunade, you know as Hokage, I don't really have much need for money. Truth is, I don't have any to give you. So being Hokage means you don't need any spending money? Tsunade fixed him with a doubtful look. The third Hokage looked away, a little guilty, and began to explain. Does becoming Hokage really cost so much money? Most of my time is spent in the Hokage office building. I can barely even find a place to spend money, so how could I waste it? Borrow money? Not a chance. Ask for an allowance? Still out of the question. Judging by that guilty look on your face, you'd think I, Tsunade, was here to raid your secret stash. Tsunade shot her teacher a look of utter disdain. All right, enough of that. I'm not here to rob you. Let's talk about Danzo and the ongoing negotiations with the Hidden Rain Village. The lazy air around Tsunade vanished. She straightened up, her expression growing stern and focused. Pulling a chair closer, she sat in front of the Hokage's desk and addressed the third Hokage. Right now, things in the Hidden Rain Village aren't looking good. Orochimaru and I both suspect that their resources are almost depleted. They're on their last legs, which is why Hanzo is desperate for a final showdown with Konoha. In my opinion, we should already be sending someone to make contact with Hanzo to see if he's open to negotiations. There's no need to fight tooth and nail first and only sit down to talk after the fields are littered with casualties. But Danzo doesn't agree with the suggestion from me and Orochimaru. He's convinced that Konoha's honor cannot be challenged, and that we should give the Hidden Rain Village a crushing blow. Wait until we've secured total victory on the battlefield, then talk peace. Just remembering Danzo's words made Tsunade want to flatten the man with a well-aimed punch. If you're so tough, why don't you go to the front lines yourself and face the enemy? What are you even doing in the command tent? Of course, it's not Danzo who has to die out there. To him, casualties are just numbers. No matter how many shinobi fall, he'll only mutter, "It's all for the village." All for show. All to boost his own reputation, wasn't it? That's why Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and I are suggesting that you open negotiations as soon as possible. There's no reason to let a false sense of pride send so many of our comrades to die on the battlefield. Tsunade looked at the third Hokage, a glint of hope in her eyes. She truly wished he would take her, Orochimaru's, and Jiraiya's advice to heart. Start the negotiations now. There's no need to wait for bitter, pointless slaughter before coming to the table. By then, negotiations would be empty and meaningless. Even if Konoha won, the victory would be a hollow one, nothing but pure glory. If peace talks start early, Konoha stands to gain. Fewer casualties, supplies saved. So what if we concede a little here and there at the bargaining table? That's nothing Konoha can't handle. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya all mean well. But unfortunately, their hopes were destined for disappointment. After a moment's silence, the third Hokage gently shook his head, sinking Tsunade's heart to the depths. Her expression froze, that hopeful light in her eyes fading into disappointment. With a sigh, the third Hokage met Tsunade's gaze, his tone laced with regret. Tsunade, I know the three of you have Konoha's best interests at heart. But right now, Konoha cannot pull back, because we're the ones who started this war, even if it was the Sand Village who lit the fuse. At this point, there was no retreat left. The Rain Village had become a clear symbol, igniting the restless hopes of other small shinobi villages. If the Rain Village could not be defeated honorably, then the other small countries would follow its example, recklessly pouring everything into building their military might. When that time comes, the entire balance of a shinobi world will be shattered. Developing military strength so aggressively always leads to external warfare. Then, wave after wave of new conflicts will sweep across the entire shinobi world. Negotiation is necessary, but not now. Can you understand me? But the Rain Village only walked this extreme path because of Hanzo. For small villages with limited resources and population, it's almost impossible for another Hanzo to emerge. Tsunade still wanted to persuade the third Hokage, hoping to change his mind. But her efforts were in vain. The third Hokage shook his head. We can't afford to take that risk, Tsunade. Everything I do is for the village. The village. Always the village. Sacrificing its own shinobi, sending wave after wave of new strength onto the battlefield. Was this what it meant to be for the village? Utterly disappointed, Tsunade slammed her hand down on the desk. With a loud crack, the desk snapped in two. The third Hokage, prepared for something like this, quickly saved his pipe. As for everything else, if it fell, and if it shattered, that was fine. Old man, you've let me down. You can fight this war on your own. I'm done with it. With a kick, Tsunade sent the broken desk flying. It crashed through the window of the Hokage's office, landing outside with a thud that sent passers-by screaming and scrambling out of the way. Who in the world would dare to make such a scene in the Hokage's office? In an instant, more than a dozen members of the Anbu appeared in the office. As they rushed in, they found Tsunade glaring furiously, her face thunderous with rage. Then they looked at the third Hokage, who sat there calm and composed, not offering even a word of reproach, and quietly moved aside. Clearly, the master and disciple, Lord Third and Tsunade, had had another falling out. The Anbu ninjas glanced awkwardly at the gaping hole left by the desk's exit. Just another day. This was nothing new. Thanks to Tsunade's explosive temper, no one could remember how many times the Hokage's desks and chairs had been replaced. Usually, it was the door that suffered. Who would have guessed the window would take the hit this time? Tsunade and I had a bit of a disagreement. You're dismissed for now, the third Hokage said calmly, waving his hand. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Anbu ninjas bowed their heads and withdrew. After venting her anger, Tsunade, her face still clouded and cold, spoke up. Jiraiya wants to get the Flying Thunder God technique from the Sealing Scroll for his student, Minato, deduct the necessary points from his record, and add an extra shadow clone technique. All right. The third Hokage did not refuse. He promptly brought out the Sealing Scroll and copied the two jutsu onto a separate scroll, which he then handed to Tsunade. Taking the scroll of jutsu with her, Tsunade left without so much as a backward glance. As she stepped out of the office, she came face to face with Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado, the two elders who had clearly caught wind of the situation and rushed over. Tsunade knew all too well that Danzo could act with such blatant arrogance, and that the third Hokage would yield neither to threats nor to appeals, mainly because these two elders had muddled things and spoken on Danzo's behalf at every turn. She had no intention of showing them any courtesy. With a cold snort, she nearly whipped her two golden ponytails right into their faces as she walked past. That left Koharu and Hamura fuming with indignation. Hamura, for his part, simply shook his head and held his tongue, but Koharu's anger was written all over her green-tinged face. Sarutobi, are you really going to let Tsunade get away with this? Just look at how she's turned out. Unruly and lawless. Can't even show the proper respect to the village elders. The third Hokage, his pipe firmly between his teeth, lifted his gaze and replied. Tsunade is also a senior member of Leaf Village. She's the princess of Konoha, recognized by the daimyo himself. In principle, within Konoha, Tsunade's status was surpassed only by that of the current Hokage. You could say she was on equal footing with the elders and the Hokage's assistants. So Koharu's accusation simply didn't hold water. It's like this. If a genin dares to curse out a jonin, that'd surely warrant punishment for insulting a superior. But when two jonin are involved, and one hurls a few insults at the other, so what? If she gives you a dirty look, what of it? Go ahead and try to bite back if you can. That's not the point I was making. Koharu was practically fuming through her nose. Sensing the tension, Hamura hurried to smooth things over. All right, Koharu, you know what Tsunade's temperament is like. There's no need to stoop to arguing with a child. With Hamura's comforting words, Koharu's expression eased by a fraction. The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke, sighing heavily. Tsunade and the other two believe the Leaf should take the initiative to seek peace, not wait until after the war and to enter negotiations, but I refused. Is that so? Then I suppose I can forgive her. Koharu, aware of her own guilt, could no longer stay angry. After all, the third Hokage had once considered peace talks but abandoned the idea, in no small part thanks to her own influence. If she and Hamura hadn't helped, who knows if Danzo could have secured his position as chief commander at the front lines? It was exactly these matters that had Tsunade giving them the cold shoulder. Everything was for the sake of the village, and, as Hamura said, it's not worth quarreling with someone so young. Send word to Chiyuki Yagami. I want her to meet me at the Akimichi clan's barbecue shop. As she exited the Hokage's office building, Tsunade issued this terse order to an ANBU lurking in the shadows, her face darkening as she strode off. The ANBU ninja could only smile wryly, reluctant but unable to refuse. With no choice, he pinched his nose and hurried to obey. Chiyuki Yagami, Lady Tsunade wants you to go to the Akimichi clan's barbecue shop immediately. Just as Chinua was torn between getting a bowl of ramen or doing some grocery shopping, a shinobi from the Umbu arrived at his door. TCH, looks like someone's in a bad mood. One glance at the situation, and Chinua immediately knew. Tsunade's attempt to convince the third Hokage to pursue peace talks had failed. At this very moment, she was most likely sitting in a barbecue restaurant, sulking with a drink in hand. As for why she had called him over, aside from needing someone to vent to, her pockets must have been empty as well. Well, since he hadn't eaten yet, a barbecue sounded just right. Kushina and Uzumaki Naiming needed to spend some time together and grow closer, so Chinua left them undisturbed. As for Mikoto Uchiha, Chinua trusted that, once word reached her, she'd come find him herself. He had no desire to visit the Uchiha district at the moment. Same familiar setting, same familiar flavors. Except for being a bit pricey, the Akimichi clan's barbecue was nearly flawless. I'm here to see Tsunade. This way, please. Lady Tsunade is in here. Led by a restaurant staff member, Chinua stepped into a private room. There, Tsunade was already deep in her cups, her cheeks tinged with pink, eyes glazed with tipsy frustration. Noticing 2 empty sake bottles by her side, Chinua couldn't help but be a bit amazed. How much time had passed? She'd already polished off 2 bottles, and there she was, halfway through a third. Even clear sake wouldn't hold up to that kind of assault. He didn't try to get her to slow down, nor did he offer consolation. Instead, Chinua took off his coat, sat down, and started placing slices of meat onto the grill with his chopsticks. Tsunade tipped her head back, downing what was left in that third bottle like someone knocking back water. Narrowing her eyes, now heavy with drink, she fixed her gaze on Chinua's face. Asterisk hiccup, asterisk. She let out a hearty burp, showing zero concern. You're not going to tell me to cut back? Why would I? Taking a sip of the juice he'd grabbed on his way in, Chinua replied. I know you're in no mood right now. If you want to drink, then drink. Sometimes, getting drunk is the quickest escape from your troubles. Cough. Cough. Honestly, who says things like that? Tsunade was so thrown by his answer that she broke out coughing, caught absolutely off guard. Chinua watched her for a moment and considered offering to pat her on the back, but decided against it. With Tsunade's physical stamina, this sort of thing was nothing. As expected, a few coughs later, she was fine, though the blush on her cheeks deepened. She picked up a piece of grilled beef and popped it in her mouth, unfazed by the heat, breathing out a few gusts of steam. With frustration in her voice, she said, I failed to persuade the old man. He and Danzo are in league. They refuse to talk peace before the war ends. Only after it's over will they consider negotiations. Knew it. Chinua continued, placing more meat onto the grill, not even lifting his head as he responded. The way Amigakure is ramping up its military and expanding outward, going to war is a dangerous sign. Once villages in other countries begin to follow suit, the entire shinobi world will be thrown into turmoil, wave after wave of war, without end or peace. You think I was wrong, too? Tsunade let out a self-mocking laugh. No, you weren't wrong at all. Chiwa shook her head, set down her chopsticks, and looked seriously at Tsunade as she spoke. On the contrary, you did the right thing. Your intention was to spare the village from needless deaths, to end the war quickly, and to reduce the village's losses. But there's something you might not have considered. Where you stand shapes how you think. Your station dictates your perspective. Take me, for example. Pointing to herself, Chiwa smiled. I'm just an utterly ordinary chunin of the leaf. Why the village goes to war with the hidden rain, when negotiations begin, or when the war will end, none of that is for me to decide or even worry about. Because I'm just a small-time chunin, all I need to do is finish the missions assigned to me and protect my own life. That's it. As simple as that. Are you saying that what I did was superfluous? That I overstepped my boundaries? Tsunade clenched her fist. Chiwa replied calmly. Let's not drag me into this. It has nothing to do with me. The ones you should be questioning are those who refused and opposed you. The barbecue's ready. Let's eat first. Yeah, right? I believe that you're utterly ordinary. How many people in all of Konoha could really call themselves as ordinary as you? Tsunade shot Chiwe a look that could cut, then picked up her chopsticks and started on the meat, stuffing every single bite into her mouth out of spite, cheeks bulging like a little squirrel hiding away its stash. She glared at Chiwe, eyes full of challenge, a clear look that said, "I've snatched up all the food. Now what are you going to do about it? You're just doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Chiwe couldn't help but laugh, setting down her chopsticks and calling out, "Check, please. Tsunade's paying." No, wait. That was exactly what Tsunade dreaded. She didn't have a single coin in her pocket. She'd gambled all her money away. Her reputation as the village's biggest easy mark wasn't for nothing. Tsunade never left the table with a single chip to her name. If the waitress really brought the check now, she'd be mortified. Imagine the legendary Tsunade Heim leaving her bill on credit. She'd want to crawl into a crack and disappear. Just then, the sound of the door sliding open echoed through the room. A smiling staff member from the barbecue restaurant appeared at the doorway. "Excuse me, would you like to settle the bill? This is it. I'll never live this down." Tsunade felt as if she could burst into tears. Chiwe grinned, enjoying the moment, and told the staff member, "Oops, I misspoke. Please bring us 2 more plates of beef, 1 plate of venison, and 2 bottles of sake as well." "Of course. Please wait just a moment." The server closed the door with a bright smile and soon returned, placing the food on the table with cheerful efficiency before leaving again. "You almost scared me to death." For a split second, Tsunade truly thought she was about to die of embarrassment right here in the barbecue shop. Tsunade let out a sigh of relief, thumping her own ample chest with exaggerated force before quickly grabbing a bottle of sake to steady her nerves. What followed was a classic scene of Tsunade feasting while loudly cursing out the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, her voice booming through the place, yet somehow causing not the slightest commotion. Thanks to Shiro's tip, Chiyuki realized it was the ANBU nearby who were quietly ensuring the area stayed clear. Otherwise, with Tsunade's thunderous voice railing against the village leadership like that, there would surely have been no end of trouble. By the time the barbecue finished, several hours had passed, and night had already fallen. Shouldering the completely inebriated Tsunade, Chiyuki nearly jumped at the bill when it came time to pay. Good heavens, 2,800,000 ryo just for a round of barbecue. Most of the bill was just Tsunade's top-shelf sake. The drinks alone accounted for 2/3 of the total. She's sleeping like a log. With a snort, Chiyuki dumped Tsunade onto the guest bed, tossed a comforter over her, and only then went to wash up. A sharp knocking echoed at the door. Hearing it, Chiyuki opened the door to find Mikoto Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki standing outside. "Whoa, did you drink? The smell of sake is overpowering in here." Kushina and Mikoto wrinkled their noses with evident disgust. "Chiyuki, we're still young. We really shouldn't be drinking. Drinking this early is bad for your health." "Are you kidding me?" Chiyuki forced a slight laugh and pointed toward the guest room. "The one who's drunk is in there, sleeping like a pig. I was just about to wash up when you two arrived. Where's Naiming Uzumaki?" "Tsunade cease." Realizing Tsunade had come back with Chiyuki, Kushina opened the bedroom door, took one look at the sprawled-out Tsunade, and, dumbfounded, pulled the blanket up to properly cover her. She even thoughtfully tucked a pillow under Tsunade's head before quietly closing the door behind her. In the living room, Mikoto Uchiha was steeping tea while Chiyuki, hair still dripping, towel-dried herself. "What happened to Tsunade, sis? How did she end up drinking so much?" "She was in a foul mood, I guess. I'm not really sure of the details. You can ask her yourself tomorrow." Chiyuki pulled a face. "By the way, where's Naiming Uzumaki?" "She's already gone to bed." "Chiyuki, thank you for bringing her safely back to Konoha." Kushina's eyes filled with tears, threatening to overflow. Chiyuki hurriedly waved her hands. "That's enough. You've been crying all afternoon. Haven't you cried enough yet?" "I'm just happy, that's all." Pouting a little, Kushina forced back her tears. She knew well that Chiyuki disliked tearful girls. "Thank you, Mikoto sis." "No need to thank me." Mikoto poured steaming tea and passed cups to both Chiyuki and Kushina. After a sip, Kushina leaned in eagerly. "Chiyuki, I want to live together with Naiming." "Live together?" Chiyuki frowned, shaking her head. "That's not a good idea. If you do, it'll bring trouble for both of you." But, after so many years, she finally had a clanswoman to keep her company. Kushina truly wanted to live with Uzumaki Nami. Yet she knew her status was far too sensitive to make that appropriate. Chiwe was right. Living together would only bring trouble for everyone involved. Such matters weren't to be taken lightly. With no other choice, Kushina sighed. "Then I'll just buy the house next door and let her live there." Chiwe was so startled, he spat his tea halfway across the room. To solve a problem by simply buying a whole house, that was extravagance beyond belief. But with Kushina's assets, purchasing a house in such a quiet corner of the village was nothing to her, not even worth a second thought. In fact, if she pleased, she could likely buy the whole street with ease. As long as it makes you happy. Faced with such unfathomable wealth, Chi-Wei was at a loss for words. He had some savings of his own, but compared with Kushina, it didn't even amount to a single strand of hair. The three of them sat together, talking about the happenings on the battlefield. Kushina and Uchiha Makoto were both brimming with curiosity. After a while, they noticed the time was getting late. Kushina worried that the Umbu would grow impatient waiting, or that Nami would awaken and find her gone. So she took her leave and returned first. Makoto, if you have something to say, just say it. Some things couldn't be voiced in front of Kushina. Uchiha Makoto had been waiting for her to leave. The clan. Never one for these kinds of conversations. Makoto hesitated, her words feeling heavy and fraught with risk. Understanding what she was trying to say, Chi-Wei smiled gently. Makoto, there's no need to feel awkward. You're just a messenger here, and I know what you want to say. Some of the Uchiha, they've been by your house a lot lately, haven't they? That's right. Makoto let out a bitter laugh. Not only do they keep visiting home, but they've helped me a great deal at the police force too, giving me the easiest work they can. My mother, she's almost convinced by them. It's only natural. Chi-Wei let out a hearty laugh. After all, Auntie and my mother were close, and she knows my mother's last wish was for me to return to the Uchiha. It's perfectly understandable that she's tempted. Makoto, you really don't need to feel bad about any of this. I'll handle it. You don't have to worry. Will you stay, or are you heading home? I'll go home. If Tsunade weren't here, Makoto might have stayed. After all, having grown up together, she and Chi-Wei shared a close bond, with perhaps some unspoken feelings lingering between them. But with Tsunade fast asleep in the guest room, snoring away, staying the night would only make things awkward the next morning. All right then, I won't walk you out. Take care and stay safe. Okay, I'm heading back now. Makoto Uchiha stood up and, with a cheerful grin, struck a pose that exclaimed, Don't you dare underestimate me. Did your Sharingan evolve? Seeing Makoto so smug, Chi-Wei immediately grew suspicious. Whenever Makoto showed this much confidence, it was bound to be something related to her abilities. And for the Uchiha clan, the quickest way to grow stronger was always through the evolution of the Sharingan. Single Tomo, double Tomo, triple Tomo, each awakening of a Sharingan marked a leap in power. How boring. Chi-Wei had seen right through it with hardly any effort, leaving Makoto at a loss for words. How could she still be so sharp, impossible to fool about anything? After seeing Makoto off, Chi-Wei leapt onto the rooftop, taking a seat. She cast a casual glance at the ANBU ninjas lurking in the shadows, those tasked with protecting Kushina, and gave a slight huff. They really are diligent, aren't they? Nowhere to be seen when it truly counted, but everywhere you turned otherwise, they trailed you like a shadow. What a shame that Minato wasn't around. If he was, Chi-Wei might have pulled him aside for a long talk about life. That brat's noticed us, hasn't she? Quiet. Do you want to end up like Shimura Hideyoshi? The two ENBU whispered to each other in hushed tones. In the past, Chi-Wei staring so openly at their hiding spot would have earned her a prompt warning from the ANBU to move along. But now, none of them dared to provoke her so lightly. If Chi-Wei decided to subject them to a round of her infamous pole dance, well, that would be the height of embarrassment. The third Kazekage had nearly gone mad over the baseless rumors she started. And yet, barely anyone believed his denials. The story only grew wilder after he admitted he'd been caught in a jinjutsu. And yes, he really had danced. If he could do it over, he'd rather bury the whole incident deep within his heart, never letting a word slip out. But now, having tried to set Chi-Wei up, putting her on every rival village's assassination list, sure, her name went up. But along the way, his own reputation was destroyed as well. The very mention of the third Kazekage now brought to mind nothing but his pole dance, while Chi-Wei roamed free and unaffected. All in all, the third Kazekage had suffered an outrageous loss. It was just so pointless. After lounging for a while, Chi-Wei went home to sleep, leaving the ANBU guards with a sigh of relief. Finally, the little terror was gone. The next morning, Tsunade looked as if her head might split in two, slumped, exhausted, over her desk. Her face was oddly pale. She looked for all the world as if she'd just gotten over some terrible illness. It turns out, even for a ninja, a night of drinking guaranteed a splitting headache the following day. Got any hangover soup? Peering down at Tsunade, who seemed almost fused to the desk, Chi-Wei gave a cold, amused snort. There's no sobering-up soup available, but I do know a great remedy for a hangover. Want to give it a try? Really? Of course. Fight alcohol with more alcohol. Clearly, curing a hangover by drinking more is hardly sound advice. Instead, Shinra prepared some honey water for Tsunade. After she drank the honey water and rested for a while, Tsunade gradually started to feel better. To put it in gamer lingo, I'm back to full health. After finishing her meal, Tsunade pulled out 2 scrolls and laid them on the table. These are what I traded from the old man. Divide them as you see fit, or both of you can learn them if you like. I have some errands to run. Oh, and by the way, I used Jiraiya's military credits to exchange for these jutsu, so don't even think about protesting. Damn, is this the advantage of having someone powerful backing you up? Normally, exchanging for jutsu from the sealed arts book was a big deal. You'd have to become a jonin at minimum, rack up massive contributions, and finally be vetted by the 3rd Hokage before you stood a chance. But here, it just happens with a word and a wave. Qianyue unrolled the scrolls to take a look. As it turned out, they contained the Flying Thunder God technique and the multiple shadow clone technique. I wonder if I can actually master the Flying Thunder God technique, he thought. Back in his previous life when he played the game, almost nobody picked this particular ninjutsu because the game ran on a turn-based system, one move after another. Choosing Flying Thunder God was just asking for trouble. So Qianyue never bothered with it. Besides, you couldn't even set it as an exclusive skill. Aside from exclusive skills, he'd lost access to all other ninjutsu in the game. Even now, Qianyue couldn't guarantee he'd be able to learn the Flying Thunder God. It had a notoriously high barrier to entry. Not only did it require a massive amount of chakra, but also a solid grasp of sealing techniques and lightning-fast reflexes beyond the reach of ordinary people. Otherwise, even if you managed to pull it off, you'd be more likely to crash into a wall than take down an enemy. Minato's reflexes were off the charts, a league of their own. Even Qianyue had to admit defeat in that regard. So the Flying Thunder God scroll could wait. He'd try his luck with it when the time was right. For now, Qianyue was far more interested in the multiple shadow clone technique. With his vast reserves of chakra, not having access to this jutsu was almost criminal. Meanwhile, far away in the land of rain, Jiraiya had yet to learn that Tsunade had conveniently traded his military merit for an extra high-level jutsu. At this moment, Jiraiya was besieged daily by Minato's relentless philosophical questions about life. Each and every one left Jiraiya utterly bewildered. He couldn't for the life of him figure out what exactly Minato had been through on the battlefield to bring about such a change. The little ray of sunshine he once knew now only seemed to pierce right through the heart, rather than warm it. What really made Jiraiya want to cough up blood was when Minato asked him, "Jiraiya-sensei, if someone were to gather material for his writing the same way you do, and even peek to the person you liked, what would you do?" "Obviously, I'd punch his lights out." Jiraiya exploded on the spot. "You dare peep at the woman the toad sage, like? Wait a minute, something's not right here. This feels like a trap." Sure enough, Minato gave him a look of utter exasperation and said, "But, Jiraiya-sensei, you go around peeking at other people's baths all the time. How do you think their families feel about it?" Jiraiya was left speechless. It wasn't just Jiraiya who was questioning his own life choices. Even Orochimaru seemed at a loss. Once upon a time, his clumsy, slow-on-the-uptake disciple, Nawaki, used to get stumped by the simplest questions for the longest time. But these days, Nawaki constantly came up with all sorts of unexpected questions and always hounded him for answers. Faced with this endless avalanche of whys, even the most brilliant mind could feel worn out. And the person responsible for leading both Minato and Nawaki astray was, at this very moment, deftly practicing the multiple shadow clone technique somewhere in Konoha. For Chiyuki, the multiple shadow clone technique was even easier than he imagined. It was the Flying Thunder God technique that made his scalp tingle. An enormous amount of chakra was needed. That, at least, wasn't really a problem. If Chiyuki was short on anything, chakra certainly wasn't it. Compared to him, Minato was just a kid. In all of Konoha, only Kushina could be a true match for him when it came to chakra. Even if you counted the 9 tails, Chiyuki wouldn't be fazed. After all, he had his own white at his side, and, worst-case scenario, he could just tough it out. Chakra was the first hurdle. Secondly, a foundation in sealing techniques was needed. That much he could accept. The Flying Thunder God was, after all, a truly outrageous jutsu. But the most ridiculous part, even if you met all those conditions, without the innate talent for space-time ninjutsu, you'd get nowhere. And beyond that, mastering the Flying Thunder God meant possessing extraordinary sensory skills and truly freakish nerve reflexes. To learn this jutsu was unbelievably hard. And whether, in the end, he could actually master it, that might very well come down to luck. After all, Chiyuki didn't even know if he had any aptitude for time-space ninjutsu. Without talent, ticking every box still left you empty-handed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this awkward reality. Throughout the entire ninja world, only Tobarama Senju and Minato Namikaze had ever mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. It wasn't that Konoha wasn't trying to pass on this technique. Plenty had tried, and every single one had failed. As for those three in the future who would only be able to use the Flying Thunder God with prearranged teamwork and lots of setup, they didn't really count. This is our second official meeting, isn't it? Who would have guessed a routine trip to the market would lead to this? As Chiyuki narrowed his eyes at the well-prepared Uchiha Fugako before him, he smiled and asked, "Or has it come to the point where the future head of the Uchiha clan needs to personally go grocery shopping?" Before leaving home, Fugako had a whole speech prepared to persuade Chiyuki. But just as they met, Chiyuki's first remark hit him in his one vulnerable spot. What a joke! Would a prestigious Uchiha clan heir really need to shop for vegetables himself? What do you think you're making of the Uchiha, Shizuki Yagami? That's not it. The only reason I've come here is still because of you. Reminding himself over and over not to lose his temper, that there was no need to stoop to a child's level, Uchiha Fugako glanced around and said, "Shouldn't we find a more suitable place to talk?" "No need." Shizuki raised his hand and called out, "I think here is just fine. Say whatever you came to say, young clan leader. The Uchiha family brings nothing but trouble, and I'd rather not get tangled up with you and end up attracting more of it. Go somewhere more convenient to talk. I'd have to be out of my mind to get cozy with you." Right now, the higher-ups haven't shown any clear signs of targeting him, but if he were seen getting too close to anyone from the Uchiha clan, the tides might turn before long. Especially someone like Uchiha Fugako. Shizuki has only ever interacted with Uchiha Mikoto and Mikoto's mother. That would never raise suspicion at the top. But if it were Uchiha Fugako instead, things would be different. That would be sending a clear message. Shizuki Yagami wants to come back to the Uchiha clan. Shizuki is no fool. Why would he jump blindly into a trap that Fugaku's dug for him? What? Are we not even allowed to sit down and have a calm, civilized conversation? No, we really aren't. Shizuki denied Fugako flat out, shrugged as if with regret, and said, "What can I say? You're the young head of the Uchiha clan. Let's be honest, right from the start. My mother's final wish was for me to return to the Uchiha, but I have no desire to do so. I hope you'll understand. The past is behind us. I don't want to dwell on it, because my mother always worried I'd get into some conflict with the Uchiha. Now that she's gone, I don't want to cross the line she drew, so I hope you won't come looking for trouble. Returning to the Uchiha clan isn't happening. Please go back, young clan leader. Don't seek me out again." Cutting off Fugaku, Shizuki laid it all out bluntly. Sometimes you have to be direct with some people. But you carry the blood of the Uchiha in your veins. You should be proud of it, and you should bear the responsibility too. Would you like to repeat that? There was a cold flash of red. Shizuki's Sharingan spun, 3 tomo rotating in his eyes as he stared at Fugaku's self-righteous speech. Honor and responsibility? Who are you trying to fool? He realized he was being hasty. Fugaku took a deep breath, lifted his hand in a calming gesture, and said, "That's not what I meant. I just hope we could have a genuine, peaceful conversation. There's nothing to talk about. Uchiha honor doesn't belong to me. Neither does Uchiha responsibility." Shaking his head, Shizuki hefted his basket of groceries. "I've said all I needed to say. Young Master Uchiha, I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, I'll have to ask you to wander around here for a while and treat everyone to a little dance performance. Trust me, once you try, you'll definitely regret it. The kind of regret that twists your guts in knots. I'll be back." Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Fugaku clenched his teeth and turned to leave. People nearby all turned to watch the two of them, some whispering among themselves. Isn't that the young head of the Uchiha clan? All that talk about Uchiha pride and responsibility is ridiculous. Besides bullying the villagers, what else do the Uchiha even do? Exactly. My brother-in-law was thrown in jail for 3 months just because he got drunk and accidentally spat on one of them. He came out all skin and bones, and we had to pay a hefty fine. Honestly, your brother-in-law is lucky to be alive. Hearing this, Qianyue was left speechless. Uchiha, being in charge of the police force, had indeed attracted plenty of resentment and blame over the years. Sure, the higher-ups fanned the flames, but it was clear the police force simply wasn't well liked. Always performing the thankless jobs, earning the villagers' trust or love was nearly impossible. Are you done talking? Carrying bags of vegetables, Tsunade, utterly fed up, and Kushina, cheerful as always, walked up. Why do I have to get dragged out so early in the morning just to buy groceries? And threatened, too. No shopping, no breakfast. Talk about what? I'm not stupid. Why would I ever go back to the Uchiha clan? Qianyue laughed heartily. Tsunade, arching an eyebrow, perked up and teased. Really? I heard the Uchiha have some forbidden jutsu, all about the Sharingan. If you don't go back, you'll never have the chance to learn them. Qianyue stared in mock amazement at Tsunade. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and with the second Hokage being a man overflowing with forbidden jutsu, besides water style. How many of those have you mastered, Tsunade Heim? Are you sure you're really from the Senju? Just you wait. You're not getting away until you explain yourself. Is Tsunade short on ninjutsu? Not all. Tobarama Senju left countless notes in the clan's archives, and Tsunade had her hands on plenty of ninjutsu scrolls. Has she mastered them, though? Clearly, she hasn't. Chaos ensued at the morning market. Things ended with Tsunade accidentally breaking quite a few items and having to compensate the stall owners. She finally got a taste of what it means to regret so much it hurts your insides. The money she just managed to earn at the Konoha hospital was gone before it even warmed her hands. Having struck her sore spot, Tsunade suffered a heavy blow from her own impulsiveness. The thought of losing over 100,000 ryo in damages made her heart ache. Money gone. And as for Chinyua's meeting with Uchiha Fugaku, as expected, it was quickly reported by Umbu to the third Hokage. Chinyua accompanied Tsunade and Kushina to buy groceries, with members of the Umbu following behind. It was practically impossible not to be noticed. After all, the Uchiha were under strict surveillance, especially with Chinyua being the young head of the clan. If there weren't any Umbu watching him, Chinyua wouldn't believe it for a second. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue either. He was always seeking out secluded spots to talk. Talk to you? Give me a break. If I actually followed you somewhere private, and things went wrong, no matter how much I tried to explain myself, no one would believe me. If you claim you have nothing to do with the Uchiha, people will get suspicious. After all, meeting privately and then trying to defend yourself only makes things look worse. Who will buy that story? Looks like the Uchiha still aren't ready to give up. You may leave. There's no need to inform the two elders about this. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu agent withdrew obediently, while the third Hokage picked up his crystal ball, keeping a watchful eye on Chinyua's every move. Master, someone is watching us from the shadows. Should I deal with them? If you take out the person spying from the shadows, all of Konoha would be thrown into chaos. No need to ask. It was obviously the third Hokage himself, that lecherous old man who loved nothing more than using his crystal ball for a bit of peeping. What surprised Chinyua was just how quickly he'd reacted. The surveillance had started almost immediately. Don't pay it any mind. What's wrong? Seeing Chinyua frown and glance around, Tsunade looked at him in confusion, and Kushina, carrying her basket of vegetables, also watched him curiously. Chinyua said on purpose, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I keep getting the feeling that someone's watching me. Kushina, you have strong sensory abilities. Did you notice anything? No, nothing. Kushina shook her head. She did have excellent senses, but this time she truly didn't detect anyone spying on them. Oh, wait for me a second. It didn't matter if she couldn't sense anything herself. After all, Kushina had her own special tricks up her sleeve. Handing the vegetable basket to Chinyua, Kushina sent her consciousness into her sealed space and addressed the tightly bound Ninetales. Big Fox, do me a favor, and I'll let you be in charge the next time we play cards, okay? Oomph. Insolent brat. Do you really think I'd agree to your ridiculous bargain? The Ninetales snorted arrogantly, turning its head away in outright refusal. That's a pity. I was hoping to let you stretch your legs for once, give you a chance to learn a thing or two. But if you don't want that, by all means, stay locked up. I suppose I'll just tighten these chains a bit. You can handle that, can't you? Wretched brat, are you threatening me? The Ninetales bristled, every hair on its body standing on end. Being threatened was the one thing it simply couldn't stand. That's right, I am threatening you. Kushina replied calmly and openly. Since you won't bargain with me, threats are all I have left. You've only got yourself to blame for not being helpful. You little brat, I'm going to eat you alive. You really are an evil, wicked fox. Kushina tightened her control over the adamantine sealing chains within the seal's domain. She knew she had to show the Ninetales just what she was capable of. You damn brat. The Ninetales howled madly, thrashing against its binds, while Kushina gave everything she had to keep it contained. During the struggle, the seal would occasionally loosen, and the Ninetales' gaze swept over to spot Chiyuki and Tsunade standing at Kushina's side. On Chiyuki's shoulder was a little white fox. The small fox had 9 dainty tails, each one swaying lazily in the air. What is this creature? It looked oddly familiar. Could it be a fox? A 9-tailed fox? For a moment, the Ninetales forgot its struggle, staring blankly at the little white fox as a strange sense of connection tingled through it. All of a sudden, the little fox lifted its head, glanced disdainfully at Kushina's belly, let out a dramatic yawn, then nestled against Chiyuki's cheek and went back to sleep. Was I just looked down on? Wait, something's off about this fox. Before the Ninetales could react, the seal space solidified once more, cutting off its view of the outside. Ignoring the tightening grip of the adamantine chains, the Ninetales shouted, Kushina, brat. That creature on your beloved's shoulder. What is it? If you answer my question, I'll lend you a hand. Fine, beloved. Kushina's mind went utterly blank, nerves buzzing in her head as her cheeks immediately flushed. She stammered defensively. Beloved? That's nonsense. And that's not just any creature, that's Little White. She's Chiyuki's summoning beast, a nine-tailed fox. Female, very cute, always smelling so sweet. She's a far cry from a stinky fox like you. Much more lovable. A fox, and sweet-smelling at that. Something clicked in the Nine-Tails' mind. Previously, it had already caught the scent of tailed beast chakra on Chiyuki, a chakra remarkably similar to its own, but tinged with a sweet aroma. Now, with Chiyuki accompanied by a little white fox with 9 tails, looking so much like itself, isn't this basically solving the mystery? What nonsense! That's a tailed beast. This little white is definitely a tailed beast. Takes one to know one. Kushina shot back, planting her fists on her hips, trying to look fierce. She had an adorable sort of ferocity, more bark than bite. But it was clear she needed more exposure to be truly intimidating. The Nine-Tails pondered and finally said to Kushina, "Release the seal's constraints, and I'll help you out, just this once." "All right, then." The Nine-Tails' sudden change in attitude completely perplexed Kushina. But if he was willing to help, that was good enough for her. It had been such a struggle, but at last she'd succeeded. Grinning with pride, Kushina reveled in the small victory. She had won herself a bit more freedom. "Shinwe said someone was watching us, but I didn't sense anything. Can you find any trace of them?" "I'll give a try." Even QB didn't dare guarantee success. If things went sideways, it would be a huge embarrassment for a tailed beast. Fortunately, this time, nothing went wrong. With its immense sensory powers, QB quickly locked onto the direction. It was coming from the Hokage's office building. After confirming without a doubt, QB grinned broadly. "Kushina, kid, if you tell me about that tailed beast. No, I mean if you tell me about Shiro, I'll tell you who's spying on us and where." "Deal. What's your angle, really?" Kushina frowned and thought it over. Realizing she wasn't getting the short end of the stick, she nodded. "Deal." With the terms settled, QB sprawled out on the ground and said disdainfully, "In that Hokage's office building of yours, whoever's there, I know their chakra all too well. Back in the day, Uzumaki Mido called him the monkey. You call him the old man Hokage." Even after being tormented by Uzumaki Mido countless times, QB still respected her. That much was clear in its words. As soon as she left the realm of consciousness, Kushina let out a sudden exclamation. Shinwe had noticed Kushina went to QB for help. "What's wrong? Why'd you gasp? Did you find out who it was?" Tsunade asked, confused. "I did, but..." Kushina hesitated. "Spit out." Tsunade crossed her arms, already running out of patience. What nerve! Someone daring enough to peek even with Tsunade right here, absolute audacity. Kushina gave up trying to beat around the bush. "It's the old man Hokage." Yeah. Wait, what?" Tsunade's voice shot up several notches in a matter of seconds. Shocked, she whipped her head toward the Hokage's office, balling her fist in frustration. Sitting in his office, the third Hokage only had to glance at that scene to realize he'd been caught. Ahem. It's all just your imagination. I'm overworked as it is. Where would I find the time for this nonsense?" Putting away his crystal ball, the third donned an air of innocence, opened the scroll on his desk, and pretended nothing had happened. That dirty old man. Now that the culprit was confirmed, Tsunade ground her teeth in fury. Shinwe acted as though absolutely nothing had happened. He picked up the vegetable basket and started heading home. Kushina rushed to catch up. "Shinwe, why are we buying beef bones?" "To make ramen, of course." "You mean like Ichiraku's ramen?" "Not quite. You'll see soon enough." These two were genuinely good at putting on an act. Watching Shinwe and Kushina chat aimlessly with forced small talk, Tsunade found herself both annoyed and amused. Didn't the village strictly forbid the Hyuga clan from using Byakugan to peek around? Funny how that suddenly became such a double standard. Listening to Chinue's sarcastic doubts, Tsunade's forehead veins throbbed with annoyance. "You two go on ahead. I'll catch up soon." With a stormy expression, Tsunade marched straight to the Hokage's office building. The door flew open with a kick, startling the third Hokage, who feigned ignorance and asked, "Tsunade, what brings you here?" "Old man, don't play dumb with me. Don't you know exactly what you've done?" Even Kushina found out about it, thanks to the Nine-Tails letting the secret slip. Shameful. Had it been anyone else, Tsunade would have made sure they paid with a fist to the face. Unfortunately, punching the third Hokage was out of the question, so Tsunade held herself back, barely. It's strictly forbidden for the Hyuga clan to use their eyes all over the village, all because you're afraid they might uncover some secrets. Yet you go around using that distasteful jutsu of yours, watching everything from the shadows. Ahem. The third coughed in embarrassment, hastily trying to explain himself. Tsunade, don't listen to my excuses, just let me explain. Everything I've done has been for the good of the village. The Uchiha have been approaching that child, Shinwa, more and more, and with Fugaku Uchiha's sensitive status, I just hoped you'd understand. Understand? That's nonsense. Tsunade actually laughed out of sheer exasperation. For the good of the village, how is it that everything these people did, right or wrong, was for the good of the village? If you truly cared for the village, couldn't you stop doing things that make us all look bad? If word of this got out, how do you think others would view Konoha? Yagami Chinyue has never had any intention of returning to the Uchiha. Please stop deceiving yourself. Or are you planning to keep watching him until you actually drive him toward the Uchiha? Is that what you want? That's not what I meant. The third Hokage's tone grew serious. But Tsunade wasn't buying it. If that's not your intention, then stop using your ridiculous and laughable tricks. She shot the third Hokage a fierce glare, and, with nowhere else to vent her anger, punched a massive hole in the wall of the office before storming out, still seething. Trouble. As soon as Tsunade left, the third Hokage's stern expression shifted to awkward embarrassment. What had begun as covert surveillance had turned into getting caught in the act. And considering some of the other things he'd used the telescope jutsu for, there was no way he could stand up tall in the face of Tsunade's accusations. Ramen, huh? It's fine as an occasional treat, but no one can eat it every day. Chinyue made a bowl of noodles for Kushina, with a unique flavor all his own. Kushina devoured an enormous bowl, and even the still-fuming Tsunade had 2 big bowls before she finally cooled down. After the meal and a quick farewell, Chinyue vanished at once. Back home, he took out a pen and paper, determinedly writing down every detail of the telescope jutsu's workings and the sequence of hand signs. He worked for over 2 hours, filling more than 100 pages before finally stopping. This telescope technique was something Chinyue remembered specifically from a game in his past life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to recall the hand sign sequence at all. This jutsu, not even Jiraiya had learned from the third Hokage. Enjoy peeping, do you? Well then, let's all take a look together. Let's see how you handle this, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Let's see if you dare to get up to any more mischief in the future. Chinyue made up his mind. He would popularize the telescope technique. As for any troubles that might arise, well, that wouldn't be his problem. Blame it on certain shameless old folks. Xiaobai, I'm leaving this to you. Showing up in person was out of the question. It'd be downright embarrassing if he got discovered. That's why Xiaobai had to take action. That very night, a little white fox darted through the alleys and main streets of Konoha, skillfully pasting sheets of paper, curled on its tail, in all the most conspicuous places. Once all the papers were posted, Xiaobai finally left, satisfied, and returned to Chinyue's body. And so, the next morning, what's this thing? A new village announcement? Is it about the war? Anyone here know how to read? Quick, come see what it says. Early that morning, when Konoha's villagers woke up, they found new sheets of paper plastered around town in all the most visible spots. Drawn by curiosity, they went up to take a look, and immediately chaos broke out. The telescope technique. Creator, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. This jutsu can lock onto another person's chakra for observation, a perfect tool for spying. It can also see clear across open areas, like the Konoha River, bathhouses, and hot springs. Women of Konoha are advised, do not bathe in the river, bathhouses, or hot springs where there is no cover. To perform this technique, a crystal ball must be used as a medium. The hand sign sequence is as follows. It's a jutsu. The telescope technique? That sounds amazing. Wait, something feels off about this. Have we all been watched this whole time? Being watched is the least of it. This thing lets you peep on women bathing. Quick, write it down. This is valuable stuff. So, this jutsu was developed by the third Hokage himself? That's fantastic. In an instant, everyone who saw the announcement was visibly excited. Some shinobi quietly memorized the hand sign sequence. Why was there such a crowd gathering? Members of the Umbu noticed and came to investigate, then froze in disbelief. As the Hokage's own secret squad, they were well aware that the third often wandered around with his crystal ball, peering into places. And now, somehow, someone had published this very technique for all to see. There was no doubt that half the village had already memorized it. Maybe even enemy spies hidden in Konoha. Major trouble. The Umbu rushed to disperse the crowd and hurriedly tore down every sheet Xiaobai had posted, racing them to the Hokage's office as fast as they could. Lord Hokage, there's been a serious incident. Despite the fact that it was only dawn, the third Hokage was already sitting in his office, as usual, tending to official affairs. Suddenly, a member of the Umbu burst in, flustered and hurried. The third Hokage's heart skipped a beat. Of all things, what he feared most was some unbearable bad news sent back from the front lines. What is it? Hokage-sama, you'd better see for yourself. The Umbu's lips trembled, finding it hard to speak. All he could do was obediently hand over a sheet of paper he'd torn down from the street to the third Hokage. Paper? With his pipe clenched in his teeth, the third Hokage shot a dubious glance at the paper on his desk, brimming with confusion. This is just an ordinary piece of paper. If the front lines needed to send intelligence recently, there's no way they would use such a cheap, everyday paper. At the very least, it would be a form of reinforced paper or perhaps a scroll. If this isn't intelligence returning from the front, it's still a relief. Any other kind of bad news he could handle. What is this? Frowning suspiciously, the third Hokage picked up the paper and looked at it. He coughed violently. The smoke he'd just drawn into his lungs exploded out his nose in a single burst. He nearly lost his life right there. Forget about the tears that sprang to his eyes. He slammed to his feet, his face a mask of shock. The telescope jutsu? That's right, it was the telescope jutsu. But the real question was, who leaked it? Wait, as far as he knew, he was the only one who could perform this technique. Even Jiraiya had pleaded with him for more than 10 years and still hadn't managed to learn it. How could anyone even know this jutsu existed? And now it had been exposed for all to see. What's worse, according to what was written, not only had he used it to monitor everyone, but even to spy on women in the bath. Although he really had done such things in the past, now that it had been revealed for all to see, and plastered everywhere, no less, even someone as thick-skinned as a castle wall couldn't help but blush. Pointing at the paper, now lying on his desk, his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Who did this? Didn't any of you in the Umbu notice anything? What had the Umbu been doing all this time, with rumors already spreading everywhere before they even caught wind of it? The third Hokage, who rarely lost his temper with the Umbu, truly couldn't hold it back this time. Because of the war, the economy was in a slump, villagers' incomes had sharply declined, and rising prices caused constant complaints. If yet another scandal breaks out now, it's a miracle if the villagers don't riot. The most terrifying part was, once word of the telescope jutsu got out, it would practically put an end to all business at the bathhouses and hot spring inns. It must be understood, the bathhouses and hot spring inns were a great part of Konoha's charm, a pillar of the village's economy and major taxpayers. Now, everything was in jeopardy. Who would dare visit those places anymore? Worst of all, this incident was bound to set off a chain reaction. From now on, whenever people mention Hiruzen Sarutobi, their first reaction is that he likes to use the telescope jutsu to spy on everyone, that he enjoys using it to peep on others taking a bath. His reputation has been utterly ruined. It's like falling from the heavens straight into the gutter. A Hokage might be allowed a wandering eye, but such things must never become public knowledge, or it would be a complete disaster. At this moment, the third Hokage felt as if he'd been cast into an icy wasteland. His heart had already gone half cold. Unable to hold back any longer, he roared at the ninja from the Umbu, his voice laced with accusation. Normally, no matter how big the issue, the Hokage would merely make a few half-hearted remarks and let it go. After all, Umbu reported directly to the Hokage. But now, the Umbu ninja delivering the message wore a bitter smile under his mask, head bowed, and replied in a timid voice. Hokage-sama, Umbu patrols last night didn't turn up anything suspicious. We don't know why these things have appeared plastered all over Konoha, but the squad is working hard to gather them up and disperse the bystanders who don't know any better. What did you say? The third's voice suddenly spiked, several octaves higher. He had thought just a few of those things had been posted up before getting caught. But he'd been far too naive. It wasn't just a few, it was everywhere in all the most conspicuous places in Konoha. They just about stopped short of putting some up right outside the Hokage office. Now, things were really out of hand. Hiruzen, what in the world are you doing? Now a bunch of hot spring, inn, and bathhouse owners are here to protest, demanding an explanation. How'd your jutsu get out like this? Hamura Mitokado and Kohar Udatain were as frantic as ants on a hot pan. At first the villagers just watched for the fun of it. But the amusement soon soured, and as the rumor spread, complaints grew louder and louder. Times were already tough during the war, and everyone was struggling to get by. And yet here you are, the Hokage, caught up in something like this behind everyone's backs. Don't you have a wife? Have you never seen a woman bathe before? And to make it worse, you're known for spying on people. Just hearing the word surveillance made the Uchiha and Hyuga clans deeply uncomfortable. After all, these two clans had always been under watch, though Hyuga, understanding their predicament, simply accepted it. The Hyuga decided not to seek the village's resources and chose not to get involved in village affairs. Whatever the higher-ups decided, they would go along. But for the Uchiha, it was different. Even if they tried to accept things, the leadership would never let them be. Besides, the Uchiha's pride made it impossible for them to simply give up. That's why, whenever Hyuga and Uchiha contended for the top dojutsu in the shinobi world, the Uchiha would always look down on the Hyuga. As soon as she heard the news, Koharu and Hamura rushed over, only to arrive just as the protesting bathhouse and an owner stormed in. Anyone could see the situation had already gotten completely out of control. If something like this happened in ordinary times, it wouldn't be too hard to handle. Just issue a public announcement, offer an explanation, say a few words to comfort everyone, and the villagers' anger would soon fade away. As time went by, people would naturally forget about the whole incident. But not now. Things were different. This was wartime. Ever since the war broke out, life had become unbearably hard, not to mention that many families had lost loved ones on the battlefield. With so many still mourning and grieving, news like this breaking out was bound to cause chaos. There was simply no way to keep things under control. I have no idea how the news spread, the third Hokage said, his face full of embarrassment. He was sure he hadn't told anyone else, so how did this get out? Almost as if by accident, Koharu Yuditane pointed her finger at the third Hokage, frustration clearly visible on her face. She wanted to scold him right then and there. After all, they'd grown up together, classmates and comrades in arms for years. She knew better than anyone about the third Hokage's little tricks. He was practically a reprint of Jiraiya. To be blunt, even Jiraiya had learned more than a few bad habits from him. Fine, say you didn't leak it. Then explain this. She slapped the documents she brought onto the table, her voice ringing out in anger. Right now, a crowd is protesting outside, demanding that you come out and give an explanation, especially those families whose relatives died on the front lines, and also the owners of hot spring inns and bathhouses. If you make this new jutsu public, it will ruin their business overnight. Who would dare come to Konoha to relax, soak in a hot spring, or take a bath after this? Don't be surprised. Konoha's tourism industry is quite lucrative. Compared to other villages, Konoha had always had an open attitude towards tourism. Not like the other big ninja villages, where your family tree would be scrutinized before you could hope to enter the village at all. But now, the word was out that anyone coming from outside would be monitored. Without even realizing it, they'd find themselves under surveillance. You couldn't even take a simple bath in peace. Who could stand for such a thing? We'll put out an official statement, claiming that all of this is just a rumor spread by enemy spies from other villages to deliberately cause trouble in Konoha, Midokado Hamura said, stepping in to help the third Hokage save face. Truth hardly mattered at the moment. Taking the blame here was out of the question. Otherwise, the Hokage's reputation would be ruined. A clear denial was necessary. Admitting fault was not an option. All the blame had to be pinned on enemy spies, and that was the end of it. I'll have the ANBU begin a full investigation right away. We'll look for those spies and arrest them, the third Hokage agreed. He understood there was no room for hesitation in a moment like this. Delay would only risk letting the situation spiral out of control. Tell all the jonin left in the village to come to the meeting room at once. ANBU is to recover all distributed papers as fast as possible. Anyone who refuses must be detained under suspicion of betraying the village and sent to the police department for interrogation. Begin district sweeps as well, and arrest any suspected spies. Yes, sir. At the command of the third Hokage, the ANBU operatives sprang into action. The jonin who had stayed behind to watch over the village also received the notification, making their way to the meeting room at the Hokage's office building. ANBU came looking for Tsunade, but unfortunately, she was still sound asleep, and none of them dared to wake her. They could only ask Kushina to rouse her instead. Tsunade sis, wake up. The old man Hokage says you need to come to the Hokage building for a meeting. Don't even mention him. Just hearing his name annoys me. I'm busy sleeping, don't bother me. Tsunade knocked away Kushina's hand and, clutching her quilt between her legs, rolled over to continue sleeping. Kushina was at a loss for words, shaking her head helplessly. Tsunade sis, this is serious. The ANBU said there are loads of spies in the village, spreading rumors that hurt us, so everyone needs to go to the Hokage building for a meeting. Spies. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade went from dead asleep to wide awake, bolting upright. Yeah, it's all over the place. I saw a bunch of people gathered talking about it, but I was busy making breakfast for Chiyuki, so I didn't join in. Kushina opened the window and pointed outside. This really was a grave situation. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't be in such a rush. Realizing this, Tsunade hurriedly dressed, skipping even her morning wash, and dashed toward the Hokage office. But on her way, she overheard some rather troubling conversations. Hey, do you guys think the telescope technique is real? It's definitely real. Somebody's already tried it, and it works. And it turns out the Hokage himself invented it. Does that mean he actually uses it to spy on girls at the bathhouses and hot springs? Chill. Watch what you're saying. How can you slander the Hokage like that? This is obviously a nasty rumor started by spies. The Hokage is a righteous man. He'd never stoop so low. If it's not true, then why are the owners of the hot springs and bathhouses protesting? If you insult the Hokage again, I'll make you regret it. Bring it on. I'm not afraid. I'm just saying what I heard. Doesn't mean I think the Hokage actually did it. In the street, arguments raged, teetering on the edge of a scuffle. Some people were just voicing suspicions, while others immediately took offense. They couldn't believe someone as upright as the third Hokage could ever do something so base. Sure enough, after the shouts came actual blows. Tsunade clenched her fist and grit her teeth, her initial anxiety giving way to mounting fury. Fury directed squarely at the third Hokage. The villagers might not see it, but Tsunade wasn't foolish. He couldn't possibly have done such a thing. Then who was the one hugging that crystal ball with a lecherous grin, eyes fixed and face flushed, drooling while he stared? Every now and then, she'd stumble upon a scene so risque it nearly gave her a nosebleed. What infuriated her the most was that this lecherous old man even wanted to spy on his own disciple. Just thinking about it made Tsunade wish she could punch the third Hokage dead on the spot. Utterly shameless. In these matters, she had to guard herself not only against that oaf Jiraiya, but against the third Hokage as well. Now that she understood everything, Tsunade was in a foul mood that words could hardly describe. With a stern face, she strode into the Hokage office building. When a nearby Yinbiyu noticed her expression, they hastily stepped aside in fear. No one wanted to be singled out simply for putting their left foot forward and end up as Tsunade's punching bag, taking the brunt of her frustrations. Inside the conference room, many of the Jonin had already settled into their seats. Tsunade, still wearing that stony look, marched in and sat down in the second seat to the right of the third Hokage. It was clear Lady Tsunade was in no mood for pleasantries. Bold as ever, she sat right in Danzo's spot. But then again, perhaps no one dared, or even wanted, to object. The gathering Jonin kept their eyes politely averted, noses down, heart rates steady. When it came to the affairs of the higher-ups, best to mind their own business and not speak out of turn. Danzo or Tsunade, it made no difference. Matters of the powerful were for the powerful to settle themselves. All the others needed to worry about was keeping their own heads down. So lively this morning? Just then, Chiyuki was being dragged up for breakfast by Kushina. Still half asleep, he couldn't help but burst out laughing when Kushina told him about the madness in the Leaf Village. So, even you, third Hokage, have days like this? Maybe if you peek again, next time I'll expose your secret project on Hashirama Senju's cells. Let's see you strut around after that. Chiyuki, slow down. I've made plenty to eat. Watching Chiyuki hurriedly stuffing food in his mouth, Kushina mistook it for real hunger. Her face was full of concern as she tried to coax him to eat slower. She just wanted Chiyuki to take his time. I know, cough, cough. He forced down his mouthful so he could speak clearly, took a breath, and said, I just want to eat quickly so I can go watch the commotion. Kushina, take little Naruto out for a stroll today. I'll be off. He grabbed his sun hat, tucking his hair away, and glanced in the mirror. Now that he wasn't as conspicuous, Chiyuki felt content. Tisk, with a face like a pop idol, sneaking off to watch the fun isn't exactly easy. Chiyuki himself hadn't anticipated that something as simple as Whitey putting up a few notices would set off such a chain of events. The third Hokage must be going out of his mind right now. To watch the show, Kushina was lost for words. But she didn't need to spend time with Naruto. She couldn't always be trailing after Chiyuki. Since he wanted to head out on his own to see the spectacle, she figured she'd let him be. Outside the Hokage office, the scene was more bustling than ever. The owners of the hot spring inns and bathhouses were all standing outside, hoping the third Hokage could give them a reasonable explanation. Say, is this telescope technique really that powerful? They say you can even see the people bathing inside the bathhouse as clear as day. Shoo, keep your voice down. My aunt's nephew's friend has already tried it. He says it's crystal clear. Looks like we'll have quite the feast for the eyes from now on. Remember to invite me next time, or else I'll go report you. Hearing the villagers' low murmurs all around her, Chiwa laughed so hard her stomach hurt. The owners of the hot spring inns and bathhouses, meanwhile, looked as black-faced as the bottom of a cauldron. Not far from the Hokage's office building, Chiwa found a comfortable spot perched in a large tree and watched the unfolding commotion with great interest. All the Jonin who weren't tied down to their posts had gathered in the conference room at the Hokage's office. The once-empty meeting room was now packed. The third Hokage and the two elder advisors, Kohori Yutane and Hamura Mitokado, were the last to arrive. When they entered, they glanced at Tsunade, who had taken Danzo's usual seat, then went to sit in their own places. Ahem. With a soft cough to draw everyone's attention, the third Hokage finally spoke. I believe you've all heard about what happened this morning. I won't repeat myself here. What the village needs now is a thorough search for any spies. I hope you all treat this matter with utmost seriousness. If any of you require support from the Umbu, you'll have their full cooperation. Wait! Before the third Hokage could finish, Tsunade raised her hand. Everyone couldn't help turning to look. The third Hokage's mouth twitched slightly, but he forced himself to ask, Tsunade, is there something you don't understand? Koharu and Hamura kept signaling frantically at Tsunade with their eyes, urging her not to stir up trouble. But Tsunade seemed not to notice and asked aloud. If I remember correctly, only the Hokage himself can perform the telescope technique, right? How did it spread? And the hand signs and sequence that got out, are they even accurate? The third Hokage's face stiffened, and everyone else lowered their heads to stare at the grain in the wood of the table, as if every swirl and knot held some irresistible fascination. They're correct, with some minor differences. I believe this must be the work of a spy who's been hiding in the shadows for a long time. Though the third Hokage was embarrassed for a few seconds, he quickly recovered and his tone turned sharp again. Everyone, the spread of the telescope technique does nothing to benefit our village. Right now, our priority is to capture the spy and calm the villagers as soon as possible. We are all willing to cooperate with the operations of the Umbu. The group of Jonin all voiced their support for the third Hokage's decision. Tsunade crossed her arms, regarding the third Hokage with a frosty stare. The so-called meeting was little more than a formality, meant to make sure the villagers knew there was a spy at work in Konoha. And not just any spy. This one was brazen enough to have leaked even the technique of the telescope jutsu. So now, the village would have to assign people to catch the spy, and the villagers were asked to disperse quickly, not to gather in crowds, so as not to give the spy any chance to exploit the situation. If someone was mistakenly apprehended because of a misunderstanding, it would be no small trouble indeed. Watching the third Hokage go through the motions of assigning tasks, Tsunade stood up and strode outside. Looks like in the future, the bathhouses and hot spring inns of Konoha will have to shut their doors. The third Hokage was left speechless. In the past, it was just him peeking out of curiosity and, occasionally, Jiraiya, who was fond of crouching on rooftops and walls. But now, the telescope jutsu had been leaked. Anyone who learned it could simply sit behind a crystal ball and spy to their heart's content. Why keep the pleasure all to oneself when everyone could join in? If things went on like this, it would be no surprise if the bathhouses and hot spring inns were forced out of business. After all, it wasn't just women. Even men wouldn't want to risk being spied on while they were stark naked. No one dared to stop Tsunade as they watched her leave. Sarutobi, are you really going to let her run wild? As soon as Tsunade was gone, Koharu could no longer hold back her frustration. She believed the third Hokage had indulged Tsunade too much, letting her become so unruly that even the elders were ignored. All right, let's leave it at that. Time to start assigning tasks. With Tsunade not causing any further trouble, the third Hokage almost wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. He certainly didn't dare provoke her any further. If he pushed her too far and she blurted out all the secrets she knew, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be left utterly humiliated in front of all the Jonin. A social catastrophe. Worse still, if word got out, how would anyone ever look at Sarutobi the same again? In short, the leak of the telescope jutsu was now an established fact. The most urgent matter was to calm the villagers' anger. There was no time to fuss about Tsunade's attitude. Stepping out of the Hokage's office building, Tsunade didn't even glance at the crowd gathered outside. She scanned the surroundings, quickly locking her gaze on the direction where Chiyuki was. How did you know I'd come to watch the show? The old man always has people watch you, with bad luck following him around. If you didn't show up, now that would be strange. Leaping onto another tree branch to sit down, Tsunade kept her eyes firmly on Chiyuki, her gaze tinged with a strange curiosity. Why are you staring at me? Did I suddenly become even more handsome? Chiyuki raised a hand and touched his own face. Have you no shame at all? Tsunade was nearly at a loss for words, her expression turning dangerously sharp. You wouldn't happen to be the person behind this, would you? Yes, it was me. Women's intuition really is remarkable, Chi mused, nodding in agreement. Not only did I do it, but I'll keep spreading every forbidden technique from the sealed book. If that happens, our dear Hokage will be finished. As if anyone would believe you. Tsunade had only asked out of routine, but Chiwe owned up immediately. Who could buy that? Just a kid, yet so talented at lying, making it sound utterly convincing. Who would take you seriously? This incident has serious consequences. The telescope jutsu has definitely leaked out. For all we know, spies from other villages have already spread it far and wide. There's no way to take it back now. The bathhouses and hot spring inns, business will surely plummet from here on out. But maybe that's not so bad. At least certain people will stop snooping around. Watching Tsunade mutter to herself, Chiyue rolled her eyes. You asked, so I told you. How come when I tell the truth, not a soul believes me? Humans are such complicated creatures. When you lie, people believe you. But when you tell the truth, suddenly, no one does. Isn't it better if they all close anyway? It doesn't affect me at all. At worst, I can always bathe in the hot springs up in the mountains outside the village. Konoha's surrounding forest hid plenty of natural hot springs. For someone like Chiyue, the closure of the public baths and inns was no trouble at all. But some people must be heartbroken, like Jiraiya, currently teaching students at the front lines, or the third Hokage, busy dodging blame and rearranging duties. Let's go. Nothing left worth seeing. Head back and pack. We return to the Rain Country camp tomorrow. Enough of this clouded, stifling Konoha. Tsunade had had it. Staying in the village was worse than fighting on the front lines. At least out there, things weren't so disgusting. All right, since Tsunade had spoken, Chiyue lost interest in watching the spectacle. The show was over. The Hokage office put out the official notice. Those gathering outside quickly scattered, not a soul eager to court trouble with accusations of espionage. They all knew, if you got dragged into this, you weren't the only one doomed. Your whole family would suffer. As for the owners of the bathhouses and hot spring inns, with the third Hokage's promise of compensation, they decided to leave. With this payout, they just put a roof on their springs and turned them into indoor baths. That way, business would be affected, sure, but at least they could slowly recover. A massive espionage sweep began in Konoha, and sure enough, they dug up more than a few spies from rival villages. And Tsunade's guess was right. Their interrogations confirmed the telescope jutsu had already been leaked outside. A weary sigh slipped from her lips. Staring at the crystal ball he had treasured like a precious gem, the third Hokage let out a heavy sigh. From now on, he couldn't just take it out and use it as he pleased. Otherwise, people might start to suspect that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was once again spying on others, or even sneaking a peek when someone was bathing. If that kind of accusation came his way, it would be like having mud splash where it shouldn't. Not even if it wasn't filth, no one would believe him. This crystal ball could now only be used at home, but what if his wife caught him with it there? The third Hokage fell into deep conflict over this. Fortunately, time can make people forget everything. Once enough time had passed, and everyone had stopped caring about this incident, perhaps then the crystal ball could be used openly again. The village was busy hunting spies, while Chiyuki and Tsunade left the village together, returning to the Rain Country base. After Chiyuki and Tsunade's departure, new changes stirred in the Rain Country. With reinforcements from the Sand Village, even if the supplies weren't abundant, they were enough to keep the Rain Ninja village going for a while. Under Hanzo's command, the Rain Ninja once again launched a fresh offensive against Konoha. But Hanzo seemed to be deliberately drawing out the battle, not interested in mobilizing his whole army, making his intentions clear to Chiyo. If you want to use me, that's out of the question. If you want a major offensive from the Rain Ninja, keep sending supplies. Otherwise, you'll never get the chance to attack Konoha's camp. Hanzo's move left Chiyo fuming. Now, she hesitated. Should she keep sending supplies to the Rain Ninja? After all, the Sand Village's own stockpiles were running low. But if she didn't send them, the war would just drag on, leaving both Konoha and the Sand Village anxious. As Konoha mounted wave after wave of counterattacks, the Sand Ninjas gained little from the front in the Land of Rivers. Ninjas from the Sand Village who had infiltrated the Fire Country either had already withdrawn or had met their end there. The Sand Village's attempt to ambush the Fire Country had cost them dearly, though at least they managed to haul back quite a hoard. Food, gold, silver, valuables, anything of use, and the Sand Village had taken it without a second thought. If it weren't such a hassle to abduct people, the Sand Ninja would have gladly rounded up everyone they could in the Fire Country to help swell their village's dwindling population. Once back at the camp, and after giving her report, Chiyuki quickly inquired about Minato and Iwaki. They were still in the camp and not yet sent to the front lines. She left Tsunade behind and went straight to look for them. Tsunade still had items she'd brought from the village to deliver to Danzo. I thought you'd only be gone a few days, but you disappeared for so long. Minato grinned as he punched Chiyuki playfully on the shoulder. Chiyuki raised her hand to catch him, but he pulled away in a flash. Chiyuki laughed and said, "Not bad. Looks like Jiraiya really has been training you well. Your reflexes are starting to get pretty freaky." "Pa pa pa. What do you mean a weirdo? I call it progress. Thank you very much." Minato kept clicking his tongue in mock annoyance. "My strength has improved, so that makes me a weirdo? And what about you then? Have you always been a weirdo? How's everything back in the village?" Rope Tree finally asked the question that was on his mind. Chiyuki's expression immediately turned odd. Seeing this, the two of them realized something was up and anxiously pressed him for details. What's the news? Come on, spill it. And what about your totally irresponsible teacher? Chiyuki glanced outside the tent. Minato was momentarily puzzled. Was this somehow related to Lord Jiraiya? Jiraiya went to the front lines to provide support a couple of days ago. The Hidden Rain village has gotten aggressive again, and the pressure on us at the front is mounting. That's a relief. If Jiraiya isn't here, then there's nothing to worry about. Chiyuki sat down, clutching his stomach and bursting into laughter. Something funny happened back in Konoha. The third Hokage's so-called telescope technique, the one he uses to spy on people and even peep while they're bathing, has been leaked. Quite a few ninja have picked it up already, so now the whole village is running around trying to catch these spies. Minato blinked in disbelief. A spying jutsu, used for peeping on people's baths, has leaked? What a bizarre ninja art. Rope Tree was stunned for a few seconds before he caught on and hastily asked, "Wait, do you mean the one where you can see everything just by holding a crystal ball? Did you learn it? Tell us how it works and what the hand signs are." He nudged Chiyuki with his shoulder, clearly getting impatient. "Enough with the laughing. Spill it. Did you learn it or not?" "Sorry to disappoint you, I didn't." Chiyuki lied through his teeth, and Rope Tree looked utterly dejected. "That's a shame." "You too." Minato couldn't help but chuckle. What boggled his mind the most was Rope Tree actually wanted to learn this technique. No wonder Chiyuki asked if Lord Jiraiya was in camp. This would be Jiraiya's dream jutsu. But now that it's leaked, he still hasn't gotten his hands on it. If Jiraiya finds out, he'll probably be terribly frustrated. Just picturing Jiraiya leaping around, tugging at his white hair, and throwing a fit, Minato couldn't help but picture a huge, comical grimace on his own face. "I might not know it, but there's someone who does. You could ask her." "Who?" Rope Tree's eyes lit up as he sidled over sneakily. Chiyuki tried hard not to burst out laughing. "Your sister." "Seriously? You might as well just kill me now. If my sister finds out I wanted to learn this jutsu, she'd skin me alive." Rope Tree raised his hand and shot Chiyuki a middle finger. "I can't believe you. You went all the way back to the village and didn't even bother to learn something this important. What a waste of a trip. Lovely weather today." Minato, trying his best to look serious, gazed out of the tent. Chinyuan nodded in agreement, her face full of approval. "That's right. Usually we have heavy rain, but today it's just a light drizzle. The weather's actually pretty nice. When has the weather in the land of rain ever been good? If it's not raining, it's still raining 360 days a year, and not a single day sees the sun. And now, they could actually say the weather was pretty nice." Shu started to think that Chinyue and Minato must have something wrong with their heads. He was just about to say something when suddenly he felt a cold chill creep down the back of his neck. A jolt of fear shot through him, and he nearly jumped up in alarm. There was killing intent in the air. "Wait a minute. I can't really be this unlucky, can I?" Realizing how serious things had just become, a grimace appeared on Shu's face, even uglier than if he had been crying. As he slowly turned to look behind him, his eyes met Tsunade's, her face hovering between a smile and a frown. Tsunade had just come over from the command tent, and had overheard Shu pestering Chinyue, asking if she had learned the art of the telescope. "Chinyue is right. I've learned it. Come out for a moment, and I'll teach you." She gave her golden hair a shake, sending droplets flying. With that, Tsunade grabbed Shu by the neck and hauled him outside. "Aya!" Seconds later, a scream like a pig being slaughtered echoed from outside the tent. Chinyue and Minato exchanged a glance and sighed together, perfectly in sync. How tragic. The next morning, Tsunade left the camp at dawn with her team. She was headed to the front lines to provide support. Meanwhile, Chinyue's squad received their long-awaited new assignment, transporting supplies. "The camp is short on manpower right now. Most of our shinobi have already been sent to the front. Chinyue's team will take charge, leading 3 Chunin squads to form a supply convoy. Your task will be to deliver goods to the front lines." Danzo produced a scroll with the mission details and handed it directly to Chinyue, not to Minato, who was technically the squad's liaison. He drew a line on the map. This was the route the convoy would have to follow. Even though they had storage scrolls, only certain medical supplies and ninja gear could be carried that way. Everything else had to be hauled by cart. That was exactly why a full-scale transport team was needed. Combining the 3 Chunin squads with Chinyue's team, their mission was not to fight, but simply to move supplies. Danzo's expression was grave as he pointed to the marked path on the map. Right now, things are unstable in the Land of Rain. Many Iwagakure ninja have retreated to protect themselves from potential attacks by Kimogakure. But Sunagakure is watching us closely. That's why your task is especially important. As he spoke, Danzo looked directly at Chinyue. In theory, A supply convoy of this importance should be led by a powerful jonin. But most of the jonin from the camp had already been assigned to the front. Those who remained were needed to protect the camp itself. With no one else to assign, Danzo had no choice but to entrust this mission to Chinyue's team. It just so happened that Chinyue had the strength to rival a jonin, so he was appointed to lead this squad, escorting supplies to the front lines. So, we'll need to be ready for enemy attacks at any moment. If Danzo hadn't brought this up, Chinyue would definitely have suspected he was being set up. But with everything laid out plainly, there was no room for any hidden traps. This was a time when they were short on top-tier fighters, and Danzo wouldn't risk pulling any tricks on Chinyue during such a critical period. This mission, it seemed, truly was an ordinary transport assignment. That's right. That's why I'm having your squad, Chinyue, lead 3 other Chunin squads, Danzo said. Yagami Chinyue, though you haven't officially passed the Jonin exam, your record speaks for itself. You have Jonin level, perhaps even greater abilities. That's why you need to take command of this team. Chinyue nodded and accepted the mission scroll. As long as no one was deliberately setting him up, the rest didn't concern Chinyue. He wasn't afraid of open enemies. What he dreaded were knives in the back from his own people. Taking the mission, Chinyue saw Danzo nod in satisfaction. These 3 here will be the Chunin captains supporting you on this assignment. Take some time to coordinate, get to know their teams, and how you'll work together. The group exited the command center. The 3 Chunin captains introduced themselves to Chinyue with respectful greetings. Captain, my name is Sean Mingwe. Kogasaro. Shimura Mizuki. After the introductions, Chinyue was surprised as he looked at the last man. You're from a Shimura clan? Yes, Captain. To Chinyue, Shimura Mizuki was no stranger. Because of Shimura Hideyoshi, the Shimura clan had become something of a laughingstock. They'd been the butt of many jokes among other clans, which left the Shimura with a deep sense of resentment toward Chinyue. At first, Mizuki felt the same. But after learning the full extent of Chiyue's achievements, he pushed those grudges aside. Even if Chinyue hadn't been promoted officially, his abilities easily placed him among the Jonin. And disagreements among Jonin weren't something a mere Chunin, like himself, could afford to meddle in. If he upset Chinyue and ended up being made an example of, he'd only be bringing misfortune upon his own head. More than that, he'd risk dragging his teammates down with him. Besides, he and Shimura Hideyoshi were merely from the same clan. They weren't close. Why stick his neck out and make an enemy of Chinyue for Hideyoshi's sake? Very well. Have your teammates assemble. We'll meet at the camp gates in an hour. From Mizuki's demeanor, it was clear he didn't share the same resentment that most of the Shimura clan harbored toward Chinyue. No matter the reason, as long as Mizuki didn't go looking for trouble and did the job as ordered, Chinyue wouldn't target him. Yes, sir. The 3 Chunin captains split up to gather their squads. Rope Tree remarked with a sigh. I never thought our little squad could actually rise to lead a whole platoon. There was a sincere note of emotion in his voice. Minato glanced at him and quipped. The only reason we were given this mission is that Chinyue has strength on par with, if not beyond, the elite Jonin. Otherwise, we'd probably still be stuck running errands somewhere. Wait, kill you not to shoot me down? Your sunshine isn't warming anyone's heart. It's downright cutting. Sunshine, get lost. Watching Rope Tree and Minato roughhouse, Chinyue sat off to the side, thoroughly entertained by their antics. Everything that needed to be packed had long since been taken care of. Now, all that remained was for the 3 squads to assemble, and they could set off. Before long, the squads were gathered, all supplies loaded onto the wagons, and the team escorted the caravan out of camp. Within the encampment, in an inconspicuous corner, Danzo watched the procession disappear into the rain. A root shinobi couldn't help but ask, Sir, is it really wise to entrust such an important mission to Chiyue's squad? After all, they're just children. Danzo replied coolly. The children you see have the strength to easily take down an elite Jonin. With a recommendation and a formal application, Yagami Chinyue could pass the Jonin examination without issue. Don't judge everything by age alone. He asked in a detached voice. What's the latest on the investigation at Grass Ninja Village? The Root Ninja answered respectfully. Reporting, sir. We have located 3 members of the Uzumaki clan. As soon as you give the order, the rescue operation can begin. Danzo simply said, Begin the rescue. Holding an umbrella, Danzo slowly made his way to the command center. We already have an Uzumaki Naiming. A few more won't change much. A 9-tails Jinchuriki alone can't turn the world upside down. What belongs to Konoha stays with Konoha. Even if we don't need it, I will never let it fall into another village's hands. He lifted his gaze toward the direction of a Wagakure, a cold smile twisting his lips. Onoki, you're after a perfect Jinchuriki? It won't happen. If it weren't for Onoki meddling, Danzo wouldn't have cared about the Uzumaki survivors in the Grass Ninja Village, even if he'd known about them. Konoha already had a new Jinchuriki. So long as nothing went wrong, Kushina would be able to contain the Nine Tails for decades to come. There was no need to exhaust themselves hunting for another vessel. But with Anoki's interference, Danzo could not allow the Uzumaki remnants to fall into Iwagakure's hands. So he acted decisively, sending Root to investigate, rescue them, and bring them back to Konoha. Since Chiyue and the others had already brought one Uzumaki, Naiming, back, a few more wouldn't make a difference in the grand scheme of things. Besides, those rescued were all children. With time and roots planted in Konoha, they would naturally grow to call it home. As for the adults, they were deemed unworthy of Konoha's rescue. On the road, 3 squads of Chunin strained to push the supply wagons forward. In the land of rain, where muddy ground stretched in every direction, transporting goods was no easy task. The presence of these 3 Chunin squads was solely for the purpose of moving the carts. Meanwhile, the mission assigned to Chiyue's squad was to ensure the supplies reached the front line safely. As for the genin, for now, Konoha wasn't at the stage of needing genin to serve as fodder on the battlefield. Watching the Chunin squads laboriously drive the carts forward, both Nawaki and Minato felt embarrassed to just stand by, so they went up to help as well. Their willingness to join in was met with enthusiasm by the others. After all, when it came to hard labor, the more hands the better. But when Chiyue rolled up her sleeves and prepared to pitch in, she was stopped outright. Shimizu Mizuki rejected her quite firmly. Lady Chiyue, you can't do this. Your duty is to protect us and safeguard the supplies. If you exhaust yourself with physical labor, who will stand guard when danger comes? Who will protect us and the goods? That's right. Both Little Sorrow and Yamamitsu agreed with nods. My lady, you should focus on scouting the area and watching over us and the supplies. We'll handle this work ourselves. Chiyue could only sigh inwardly. Why does it feel like lending a hand is somehow a mistake? After a moment's thought, Chiyue decided not to insist. Since her role was to watch over the cargo and her teammates, it made sense to play the bodyguard. As for Minato and Nawaki, let them push the carts obediently. Weaklings don't get special treatment. He gets to rest while we break our backs pushing carts? Minato and Nawaki stared in disbelief. You two, why are you slacking off? Lady Chiyue conserves her strength to protect us and the supplies. Can you possibly compare yourselves to her? Exactly. Stop dawdling and get over here to help. With everyone working together, the load is lighter. Don't shirk your duty, or I'll report everything to Lord Danzo when the mission's done. The blow to Minato and Nawaki was almost physical, the sting so sharp their hearts ached. Watching the pair, faces grim as they struggled with the carts, Chiyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. The sight was almost comical. Moving supplies was an ordeal. Don't be fooled by a ninja's ability to run over water. A sea of mud and a few heavy carts changed the equation entirely. With every muddy step, the challenge multiplied. Except for Chiyue, who fared slightly better, the rest of the squad looked miserable. And it wasn't just messy, it was exhausting. A ninja might use chakra to walk over mud, but the carts couldn't do the same. No matter how skilled you were, there was no shortcut for this sort of grunt work. Push the carts to the clearing ahead, came the command, we'll rest there tonight and head out again in the morning. Traveling through the night is hardly an ideal choice. The squad's task was to deliver the supplies within 3 days. Completing the mission didn't require them to race against time and exhaust themselves. Well, isn't this a little inappropriate? When Chiyue announced that they would take a break and went to check whether the tarp covering the supplies was secure, Shunshu and Minato simply sat down to rest without a second thought. This left the 3 Chunin team captains staring in disbelief. It wasn't their first time participating in a joint supply transport. Every time, everyone pushed themselves to the limit, desperately hurrying toward the front lines, terrified of being late or of running into enemies along the way. But Chiyue's team was different. Just as night fell, they insisted on setting up camp. They showed no intention of traveling by night. Just listen to him. There's no mistake in that. Shunshu, seeing their bewilderment, offered an explanation. Since Chiyue's the captain, you'd best follow the captain's lead. Hey, you from the Shimura clan, take your team and go hunt something for dinner. Otherwise we'll be chewing on dry rations all night. Shimura Mizuki's face darkened in protest. How dare you call me Shimura clan? How would you feel if I called you Senju clan? And now, you expect me to go and hunt? We're in the middle of a mission, and you're already thinking of barbecue. Descendants of the first Hokage truly have grown spoiled. Shimura Mizuki looked at Shunshu, his face full of disappointment, as if watching someone squander their potential. He was just about to lecture Shunshu on some battlefield survival skills. But before he could get a word in, Chiyue spoke up. Fine by me. Shimura Mizuki, take your squad and go hunting. Shimura Mizuki swore to himself. He had never come across a team so strange. On a mission, and they actually wanted to have a barbecue. Even though the roasted meat's aroma was tempting, and he himself had eaten quite a few pieces, he still felt that this was just wrong. Lighting a fire produces smoke, and smoke can easily give away their position, possibly attracting enemies. After finishing the meal, Chiwe finally put out the fire in a leisurely manner and reminded everyone, "Go ahead and rest for the night. If any enemy comes near, I'll warn you." Minato and Shunshu had no objections. They found a spot sheltered from the rain, folded their arms, and promptly went to sleep. After a day of pushing carts, they were exhausted. On the contrary, Shimura Mizuki and the three Chunin captains remained somewhat uneasy. They thought Chiwe would take the night watch, so they volunteered. "Captain, we'll keep watch with you. With more people, we could take turns through the night. Keeping vigil alone is too much." "I won't keep watch." Chiwe looked at the three of them, scrambling to share the night watch, and replied, "There's no need, just get some rest. I'll handle everything else. Don't worry about it. See, those two are already half asleep." With Xiaobai around, there was no need for anyone to stand watch through the night. It would only be making his own life more difficult. "Go to bed early, so you'll have the strength to push the carts tomorrow." Glancing at the several wagons parked together, all piled high with supplies, Qianyue felt a headache coming on. The technological progress in the world of Hokage is heavily unbalanced. Medical technology has advanced by leaps and bounds, but the rest is frustratingly backward, especially when it comes to mechanical transportation. You think they couldn't build anything at all, yet someone actually managed to invent robots. Then again, if you think there's no craftsmanship, someone has managed to make firearms, although the guns in this world look woefully outdated. They're practically useless. Why does it feel like our squad captain isn't reliable either? Watching as Qianyue used a kunai to carve out a hollow in a large tree, climbed in, and closed his eyes to rest, Shimurasu, Nonomagetsu, and Little Sorrow felt so despondent they could almost weep. What are you supposed to do if you end up with an unreliable squad captain? Asking for advice online, urgent replies appreciated. I order the three of you to rest. If you have complaints or dissatisfaction, take it up with the higher-ups after the mission is over. For now, you do as I say. Seeing the trio huddled together, obviously grumbling and not saying anything good, Qianyue couldn't stand it anymore. Working with people from outside your own squad is such a pain. This feels off, that feels wrong. Everything's a problem. If only we're just his own squad, life would be so much easier. I'll be sure to report this in full detail to Lord Danzo. Shimura Suemu was so angry he blurted that out in a huff, then stalked off with his team to rest. Fine, whatever, he gave in. The captain had pretty much ordered them to rest in such a harsh tone. What could they do? Rest it is then? If the enemy attacks, at least it won't be their fault. All they need to worry about is escaping with their lives, and then they'll give Qianyue a piece of their mind when they get back. So irresponsible. And this is supposed to be a squad captain? All that strength, but not a drop of proper ninja professionalism. What could Lord Danzo have been thinking, putting him in charge of leading a supply transport squad? Little Sorrow and Yamamegetsu were both irritated too, though not as bold as Shimura Suemu. After all, he was a ninja of the Shimura clan that gave him backing. The other two were just ordinary ninjas. They didn't dare offend Qianyue and his group. This is just so pointless. Qianyue just shook his head and let it go. After all, they only wanted the mission to go smoothly and to avoid running into enemies. Everyone meant well. It was simply that this was their first time working together, and their perspectives clashed. Qianyue wasn't the type to hold a grudge over a difference in beliefs and principles. "Minato, how's the progress on your new jutsu?" Qianyue glanced over at Minato and Shoshu, asking casually. The two of them weren't in the mood to dig out tree hollows. Instead, they leaned back under a boulder. At his words, Minato opened his eyes and ran a hand through his ever-growing hair with a troubled sigh. "It's really tough. As expected of a forbidden technique created by the second Hokage himself. So far, I haven't found a way to begin. I need to learn sealing arts first. The Flying Thunder God technique isn't something just anyone can master." Rope Tree lifted his chin proudly. Minato was at a loss for words and asked, "So, have you learned it yourself?" Rope Tree's confidence shattered in an instant. Was it absolutely necessary to ask me that? Weren't we just talking about the Flying Thunder God technique itself? Why did it suddenly turn to whether I'd learned it or not? He stood there, stunned for a few seconds, his face gradually reddening. He seemed to recall, with some embarrassment, his own disastrous attempts to master the Flying Thunder God technique. He reached out and grabbed Minato by the neck, giving him a vigorous shake. "You jerk! We were talking about your Flying Thunder God technique. How did this suddenly become about me?" A wave of laughter burst out from Chiwe. Rope Tree has indeed tried to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. He even has the second Hokage's original notes at home. It's just a pity He couldn't get the hang of it, couldn't even make it past the basics of sealing arts. This wasn't slander on Chiyue's part. It was something Tsunade, Rope Tree's sister, had once said with her own lips. Whenever this subject was mentioned, Tsunade always showed nothing but exasperation and disappointment for her little brother. She had warned him so many times, this isn't your kind of thing. He just wouldn't listen. He insisted on trying it himself. And now, after failing, he'd learned his lesson the hard way. Sai, do you really think our mission is going to be all right? Listening to the cheerful banter among Chiyue's group, Little Sorrow let out a resigned sigh. He felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship he couldn't get off. The captain didn't inspire any confidence. Neither did the team members. Would they really be able to deliver their supplies to the front line safely? Yamanaka Akatsuki shook her head with a wry smile. I'm not sure either. But if Lord Danzo has faith in our captain, we may as well trust him, too. Let's get some rest. We've had a long day. Irritation surged within Shimurasumu, who hadn't joined the group. He was nearly green with envy. He felt the others had no sense of caution whatsoever, and couldn't understand how anyone could trust a captain like this. Who knew what terrible disaster might strike next? Tagging along with a leader like this, it was truly a hard road to walk. But despite what anyone thought, Chiyue's little trio went about things as they always did. They chatted and relaxed as usual. Chiyue couldn't even be bothered to go out in the rain to set traps. And so, the first night passed in uneventful peace. Chiyue and his companions slept soundly, but things weren't so easy for the other three squads. Worried and anxious, especially the three tuning captains, all of them emerged the next morning sporting heavy bags under their eyes, listless and weary. Seeing Chiyue's group, fresh-faced and laughing like usual, regret gnawed at them. Why they wasted the night worrying? Wouldn't it have been better just to get a good night's sleep? Now look at them. The others were alert and full of energy, while they were bleary-eyed, dozing off and longing for rest. The most exasperating part was that they still had to push the carts. Xiaobai, if you notice anything unusual, alert us immediately. After entering the area frequented by enemies, Qianyue specifically reminded Xiaobai to stay vigilant. From now on, whether they ran into foes or allies, they'd have to be extremely cautious. Sometimes even allies could turn into enemies in the blink of an eye. Yes, master, Xiaobai responded. The little creature wriggled under Qianyue's raincoat, poking out its snowy white head and glancing around with a look of curious excitement. Captain, we've already entered a zone where the enemy is often active. Ninja from the village of the Hidden Rain and the Sand Village frequently ambush our Konoha supply convoys in this area. We need to stay alert. Zamura Mizuki, though frustrated, couldn't help but step forward with a warning when he saw Qianyue showing no intention to patrol or scout ahead. He was genuinely concerned about the risk of ambushes on the road. If the unit were to stumble directly into an enemy trap, the consequences could be dire. Even with Qianyue's formidable strength, there was no guarantee the whole team could escape unscathed. And even if everyone managed to retreat safely, what about the supplies? If they were destroyed or stolen, the mission would be considered a failure. The frontline ninjas, locked in fierce combat with the enemy, were counting on these provisions. Though he was a member of the Zamura clan, Mizuki was nothing like the ruthless Danzo. Qianyue shot him a slightly surprised glance, then smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Senior Mizuki. Rest assured, I'm prepared for this. There's no need to worry. Go back and keep pushing the cart. Let's try to clear this area as quickly as we can. If anything unexpected happens, I'll choose to press on through the night." If there was an enemy that even Xiaobai failed to detect, would it matter whether Qianyue did the patrolling or scouting himself? Could his perception possibly outmatch Xiaobai, who was a tail beast and his personal companion? Not to mention, even someone as talented as Kushina couldn't compare to Xiaobai's senses. His kind advice met by such a response left Zamura Mizuki rather despondent. With a disappointed nod, he rejoined the convoy, swallowing his frustration as he kept pushing the supply cart onward. If we aren't patrolling or scouting, what happens if we're surrounded by enemies or caught in an ambush? Yamamoto, Akira, and Little Suro deliberately brought up the topic, hoping to learn from Minato and Nawaki how the Qianyue squad handled reconnaissance. At this, Minato offered a calm smile and reassured them. "Don't worry, Senior. If enemies draw near, our captain will sense them right away." "Really?" Akira's tone brimmed with surprise. "Does the captain have the heightened sensory abilities of a perception-type ninja? We've always been the ones ambushing others. No one has ever managed to set a trap for Chiyue's squad. You three can set your minds at ease. I can handle whatever comes our way." In contrast to Minato, Nawaki was taking things much less seriously, a smug and cocky grin plastered across his face. "Can't believe you two goofs didn't pick up on that. They were trying to fish for information, and neither of you noticed. I could maybe forgive Nawaki for missing it, But Minato, you, too? Has all that sealing practice scrambled your brains? Thinking back to how Minato had thrown himself into learning the Flying Thunder God technique over the past few days, working tirelessly at the sealing arts, I couldn't help but shake my head. That jutsu really does have a frustratingly high learning curve. Thank goodness I know my own limits, or I would have given myself a headache trying to master it too. Otherwise, I'd be exactly like Minato, obsessing over how to study sealing arts every waking and sleeping moment, driving myself half mad. Listening to you all only makes me feel more anxious. Yamame and little Sato exchanged glances, both clearly seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. It was a shame neither of them was the team leader. All they could do was follow orders, not call the shots. Whatever happens next, it'll be up to me to decide. Master, there's someone watching us up ahead on the left. Sooner or later, it was bound to happen. The transport convoy had to cross through enemy territory. It was only natural for us to draw attention. Keep an eye on them. Without betraying any emotion, I quietly instructed Xiaobai. The caravan continued its steady pace. An entire day passed, and, aside from our scouts, we ran into no attacks. Looks like this transport mission might end up going pretty smoothly after all. Drying his clothes, Nawaki edged himself as close to the campfire as possible for warmth. Having to push carts through the rain all day really wasn't for the faint of heart. Even with rain gear, not a single inch of him was dry. I'm not so sure about that. Minato, toasting some meat cakes he'd brought from camp, shot a glance at me, wordless nearby. His instincts told him tonight wouldn't be a peaceful one. On a normal day, I might have sent the team out hunting so we could all have some freshly cooked meat and warm up. But tonight, my reaction was clearly different. A fight was coming. With a resigned sigh, Nawaki quickly got dressed. Never mind that his clothes were still steaming as he threw them on, and made his way to where the other 3 squads were resting. Senior Sato, Senior Yamame, Senior Mizuki, we'd better be ready for a fight tonight. Our enemies approaching. Little Sato, Yamame, and Shimura Mizuki all started an alarm. Tonight is apparently Internet Valentine's Day. Not quite sure what to wish for, so I'll just wish that all feelings are mutual. I love writing, and you're always in my heart. Red Heart. Nawaki hurried to explain. The enemy isn't here yet, but it's only a matter of time before the battle breaks out. All we need to do is be ready. With Sensory Ninja out scouting, it meant the enemy could arrive at any moment, perhaps even strike in the dead of night, while everyone slept. Chiwe didn't offer any extra warnings, trusting in the tacit understanding her team had built. Whenever something was off in her demeanor, Minato and Shoshu would always pick up on it. Let's keep moving, she said simply. But this time, Chiwe's decision caught them off guard. Aren't we going to rest and wait? No, this mission is going to be more complicated than usual. Both Amagakure and Sunagakure won't just stand by and watch us deliver these supplies to the front. We can expect a lot of enemy interference. We'll travel through the night and aim to arrive by dawn. Had this been before, Chiwe would have insisted on resting first and moving out by day. But with the situation shifting, it was wiser to reach their destination as soon as possible. The increased frequency of scouts from Sunagakure and Amagakure was anything but good news. All right, Minato and Shoshu nodded, then moved to brief the rest of the group. Soon, everyone was prepared. Shielded by darkness, they pressed onward through the night. Night travel brought its share of challenges, but they managed to keep a good pace regardless. In the darkness, a streak of white light flashed across Chiwe's form, before dissolving into the night's vast shadows. A fair distance away from the convoy, a sensory ninja from Sunagakure was hidden high up in a tree, expertly camouflaged and watching over the team's progress. Suddenly, a bolt of white light sliced through the air. The sensory ninja felt a sharp pain in his throat, and in the next instant, blood gushed forth. Clutching his neck in disbelief, he plummeted from the tree. To his heightened senses, nothing, no creature carrying chakra, had come close. So what on earth was that white figure that attacked him just now? Some kind of secret technique? Or a rare summoning beast? Unlike other tailed beasts, Xiaobai had a unique skill among Chiwe's exclusive summons. It could draw in its chakra, absorb energy from nature itself, and melt seamlessly into the environment, slipping right past enemy scouts. With that, it could approach its targets and strike with deadly precision. Just how sharp are a tailed beast's claws? How terrifying is their strength? Perhaps only survivors of the tailed beast rampages truly knew how frightening these creatures could be. To Xiaobai, killing a sensory ninja was no harder than slicing through a single blade of grass. Having dispatched one target easily, Xiaobai darted off toward the next. Amid the rain and darkness of that killing night, no one would have imagined that a little white fox could become a pale reaper, silently harvesting the enemy's lives. Before long, Xiaobai returned to Chiwe's shoulder, nuzzling her cheek affectionately. Chiyue stroked its small, furry head, smiling as she asked. All taken care of. Little White nodded, let out a big yawn, curled its tail under its head as a pillow, and lay down to sleep. At the same time, it didn't forget to give Chiyue a triumphant glance, a hint of smugness shining in its eyes. It was as if to say, with Little White on the case, nothing can go wrong. Pity the poor enemies, who likely wouldn't even know how they died. Chiyue mourned for those unfortunate souls with a silent 3-second pause, then called out to the team behind. All the scouting ninjas have been dealt with. Pick up the pace. Yes. Minato and Shanshu weren't surprised at all. They gritted their teeth and kept pushing the cart. The others, however, were left thoroughly bewildered by what they just heard. The sensory, scouting ninjas had all been taken care of? The captain didn't even seem to have made a move. How had it all been resolved? Was the captain just messing with them? But without those enemy scouts, their team's travel speed increased significantly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, some who had been preparing for a midnight ambush were still waiting for news. Among them was a squad from Sunagakure, specifically tasked with intercepting Konoha supply line. Staring out at the pitch-black night sky, rain drizzled steadily down as Masa led his men to shelter in a cave, awaiting fresh intel from their scouts. The information gathered during the day had revealed that a Konoha transport team was passing through the very route they were supposed to be blocking. And yet, that team had the nerve to stop and rest halfway, as if oblivious to the danger. If not for the scouts' advice to sit tight and wait for updates, Masa would have already led his comrades in for the kill. Komoku, that idiot. Don't tell me he's fallen asleep. It's been over 3 hours without any word. Grumbling under his breath, Masa turned to his subordinate and ordered, Iwado, go check if that idiot Komoku has dozed off. Why has it been so long with no response? Yes, Lord Masa. Braving the pouring rain, Iwado slipped into the blackness of night. It didn't take long before he found the spot where Komoku had been hidden, watching the enemy. But it looked like things had gone terribly wrong. Staring at Komoku's corpse, throat slit and lying on the ground, blood mingling with the rain and mud in a sickly, unnatural hue, Iwado's heart lurched with terror. He didn't even have time to worry about the body of his fallen comrade. He just turned and ran as fast as he could. Lord Masa, bad news. Komoku's been killed. What? Masa leaped to his feet in shock. Everyone had been waiting on news from Komoku, and now, he was dead. This is bad. Suddenly realizing what must have happened, Masa slapped his thigh and cried out. It must have been the Konoha ninjas. They must have spotted Komoku spying on them, so they pretended to camp and rest, just to throw us off our guard, making us think we could ambush them at night. Meanwhile, they secretly took out Komoku and slipped away. Konoha ninjas are truly despicable. Masa fumed, cursing them furiously. If the shipment of supplies were delivered to the front lines, his mission would be considered a failure. Not only would a mission failure be recorded, but he might also lose a significant amount of merit. The thought of such consequences made Masa instantly anxious. The old crone Chio had lost both her son and daughter-in-law in the Land of Fire. She was already seething with hatred toward Konoha. If he failed his mission now and let her learn that the supplies reached their destination, things would end very badly for him. After them now. Without further hesitation, Masa rushed at top speed to where the supply transport team had recently rested. When he arrived and found the campsite deserted, only the remnants of a rain-soaked fire marking their passage, rage welled in his chest until he felt he might explode. With his men, he quickly followed the wheel marks left behind. He refused to believe that in just a few hours, Konoha's people could have disappeared without a trace, as if they could sprout wings and fly. Master, there are enemies pursuing us from behind. As the convoy hurried along, Xiaobai suddenly warned Chiyue. Chiyue glanced back, a slight smile playing at his lips. These foes are rather quick on their feet. I thought they'd move only closer to midnight. It seems even hunting down their scouts wasn't enough to fool every one of them. Keep moving forward. I'll go hold them off. With that, Chiyue dashed to the rear. Using a few swift shunshin techniques, he vanished into the night. Keep moving. With Chiyue gone, it fell to Rope Tree to take command. Don't say I never think of you all. Here's a little 520 gift from me. If you like it, show it some love, Red Heart. Rope Tree. The captain went to intercept the enemy. Shouldn't we go help him? Are we really just going to stay back? The trio of Shimura rushed over to ask. Rope Tree simply waved them off. Our mission is to keep going. Chiyue can handle himself. All we need to do is trust him. Chiyue's strength. How could you still doubt it? If anything ever got so bad that even Chiyue couldn't manage, Xiaobai would step in, and then the enemy would be facing despair. Minato, scout ahead. Watch for other threats. Everyone else, push the carts with all your strength. Keep moving. With Chiyue gone, they had no second Xiaobai to provide reconnaissance. They'd have to manage on their own. That's why Roketree sent Minato to scout the area, in case of any ambushes. Leave it to me. With those words, Minato slipped into the night. A long sigh escaped the three of them. They completed countless missions, but none had ever left them feeling so stifled and frustrated. In their hearts, it felt as if 10,000 mythical beasts were stampeding about, yet they had no one at whom to vent their grievances. This limbo of neither advancing nor retreating, unable to take full control, set their nerves on edge. If there were just 2 words to sum it all up, utterly stifled. Faster. Masa drove his men to pick up the pace, doggedly chasing after the Konoha convoy, carrying the supplies. Shinwe stopped halfway, waiting for the others to arrive. Stop! Suddenly, Masa came to an abrupt halt and raised his hand. The sand-hidden ninjas following him all stopped in their tracks as well. Everyone gazed at Shinwe, who stood in the middle of the road in the distance, frowning in puzzlement. Isn't that a leaf ninja? Is he deliberately waiting here for us to catch up? The pursuers had arrived. Yet Shinwe showed no intention of attacking. He slowly raised his hands and began to form hand seals. Are there enemies lying in ambush around us? Something felt off. For the opponent to wait so openly in the middle of the road, he must have prepared something. Masa refused to believe this man was simply throwing his life away. Seeing Shinwe performing hand signs, he dared not recklessly rush to interrupt. He could only watch as Shinwe calmly completed his jutsu. I've even slowed down for your sake, and still you don't rush at me? How dull. Shaking his head, Shinwe pressed his palm onto the mud-covered ground. With a loud burst, white smoke erupted and spread, nearly engulfing the roadside. Amidst the darkness, an enormous figure emerged out of the night. Master! After being taught a harsh lesson by Little White, Mana no longer dared to show its fangs at Shinwe. Summoned out, it obediently bowed its head and greeted him. Not bad. Nodding in satisfaction, Shinwe pointed in Masa and his followers' direction, speaking to Manda. There might be more enemies ahead, so I'll leave these people to you. Eat them if you like, or kill them. Do as you please. Eat them? At these words, Manda's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ever since it began following Shinwe, life had lost some of its pleasures. Orochimaru would summon it for battle constantly, and never offer sacrifice. Whenever it asked for a tribute, Orochimaru would immediately drag Shinwe into the discussion, leaving Manda with no leverage at all. After enduring for so long, finally Manda could unleash its fury and enjoy a proper feast. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Manda! Staring at the giant creature, Masa felt as if his mind had gone blank. A look of sheer terror appeared on his stunned face, and he cried out. He's Orochimaru. That's Orochimaru, the elite Jonin of the Hidden Leaf. Though he hadn't yet been disgraced with the title of Sannin, Orochimaru's name had already carved fear across the battlefield. A great many had perished by his hand. Even Shio and Hanzo dared not take Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya lightly. Orochimaru might not have reached the terrifying reputation of Minato during the Third Great Ninja War, but he was already a nightmare for his foes. Both Jonin, but the difference could be worlds apart. A ninja standing between elite Jonin and Kage, like Orochimaru, could kill an ordinary Jonin with little difficulty. Everyone in the ninja world knew that Manda was Orochimaru's summon. When Masa saw the myriad of snakes, he panicked instantly, mistaking Shinwe for Orochimaru. Orochimaru is actually abandoning the front lines to personally escort the supplies? Has Konoha run so short of resources that it's come to this? This intel must make it back, no matter what. Masa's mind raced. He knew staying to fight Orochimaru head-on was foolish. Setting aside the fact that he didn't stand a chance, even if he did, what was destroying a single convoy compared to critical intelligence like this? Besides, a guttural roar thundered through the air. As he stared at the massive serpent, its gaping maw drooling at the sight of them, a chill crawled down Masa's spine. This was no ordinary snake. They'd all heard the battlefield stories of Manda, snacking on enemies as if they were appetizers. In terms of sheer savagery, neither slug nor toad could compare to Manda. Given Shinue's permission, Manda, who hadn't tasted fresh meat in ages, let out a ferocious bellow and charged at Masa's group. Despite its colossal bulk, the beast moved with terrifying speed. In a blink, it had closed a considerable distance. A collision was imminent. Retreat. Now, Masa shouted. They confirmed Konoha's dire shortage of supplies and the presence of Orochimaru himself. What reason was left to hesitate? Run. Otherwise what? Stand here and wait for death. Frankly, a handful of them wouldn't even make a decent snack for Manda. Don't let later generations fool you. For all the times Manda was summoned casually near the end of the Fourth War on this battlefield, before power levels went berserk, Manda was even more terrifying to his enemies than Orochimaru himself. Pull out. Orochimaru, the Jonin of Konoha, is personally escorting supplies. Make sure this message gets back to the village. Masa barked his orders. I'll stay behind to hold them off. The rest of you get clear now. Yes, Lord Masa. With their Jonin commander providing cover, the remaining sand ninja scattered in a frenzy. Nearby, Qianyue tilted his head, observing the brash, rooster-headed, flame-haired ninja shouting orders and standing to block Manda's advance. Xiaobai, what's that peacock-haired ninja yelling about? Xiaobai blinked his big, innocent eyes and replied. He seems to be saying, retreat. Orochimaru the Jonin is escorting the convoy in person. This intelligence must get back. Qianyue was at a loss for words. So just because I summoned Manda, wearing nothing but a raincoat, I'm Orochimaru now? Orochimaru himself escorting supplies? What a joke. Not even a remotely funny one. Clearly that Jonin hadn't memorized Orochimaru's chakra signature, or else he would have noticed when I used the summoning jutsu. Honestly, how did he put all that together in his own mind? Wait a second. Watching Masa running in desperate circles, chased by Manda, a vein popped on Qianyue's forehead. Is this what passes for holding the rear? Are you out of your mind? Planning to give Wanshi some extra food? Forget it. Let Wanshi entertain himself. Qianyue thought it over and decided not to get involved. The mission came first. He certainly didn't want to end up with a mission failure on his record for no good reason. As for the so-called intel the other side mentioned, how could that even count as information? Are you just making excuses for being afraid to die? Qianyue left, while Wanshi was still chasing the Sand Village ninja all over the place. As for how many he'd eaten, only Wanshi himself would know. Captain. Qianyue caught up with the group ahead. Seeing him return safely, everyone except Shangshu let out a sigh of relief. Minato had gone on ahead to scout and hadn't returned yet. Captain, are you all right? Was the enemy from the Hidden Rain or the Hidden Sand Village? Before Shangshu could speak, little Zolong, Yamaminyu, and Shimura Shuemu started firing off anxious questions. I'm Fine. The enemy was an interception squad from Sand Village. Just an ordinary unit really. Only one Jonin leading the team. I had Wanshi keep them busy for a while. Wanshi? Everyone but Shangshu seemed stunned. Wasn't Wanshi Lord Orochimaru's summoning beast? The captain could summon him too? They'd heard stories. That great serpent had a fearsome temper and a taste for devouring the bodies of defeated enemies. No one knew where this habit came from, but the snakes of Ryuchi Cave all seemed to favor human flesh. If you wandered into Mount Myaboku or the Shikatsu Forest by accident, odds were good you'd make it back safely. Of course, you could never reveal the location of those places. But if you strayed into Ryuchi Cave and failed to earn the snake's approval, you were guaranteed to die. All right, the enemy's been delayed. Our top priority right now is to deliver these supplies to the frontline outpost. Everything else can wait. Seeing that the others still had questions, Qianyue raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling them to stop. The mission was what mattered. Rumors and curiosity could wait until later. Pick up the pace, everyone. We have no idea if more enemies will show up behind us. I'll go find Minato and bring him back as soon as possible. Missing one person for pushing the cart would definitely slow them down. If Minato ever found out why I went looking for him, would he be so angry he'd cough up blood? No, he'd probably just assume I went after him out of concern for his safety. But what if they really ran into a powerful enemy? He couldn't win or escape. How risky would that be? When Qianyue found Minato, the little son was still inspecting the roadside for hidden traps left by the enemy. Qianyue, have the enemies behind us been dealt with? How come you're up ahead? I was just worried you might run into a tough enemy and get into trouble. The enemies have been taken care of. I summoned Wanshi and had him chase them off. Let's go back and get on the road. If we hurry, we might reach the outpost before sunrise. Qianyue lied through his teeth without blinking. Little son, still unaware of what was really going on, was deeply moved. He thought Qianyue had come here specially out of concern for his safety. All right, let's get the cart moving and make the most of our time, Qianyue urged. Okay, said Minato with a nod, stepping forward to help. Just as he lifted his hands, however, a realization dawned on him. He turned around and looked at Qianyue, who maintained a perfectly serious expression. It seemed like I was called back here just to push the cart. Was it just my imagination? Something about this whole situation felt a little off. Yet, watching Qianyue's utterly composed face, Minato thought perhaps he was overthinking things. Qianyue surely wouldn't do something like that. He set his worries aside and pitched in to help push the cart. In a land of rain, it hardly mattered if it was day or night. The rain was ever present. As Nagashi had once grumbled, there were barely a handful of clear days in the whole year. On a rainy night, a ninja from Rain-Hidden Village, perfectly camouflaged, concealed himself high in a tree, eyes fixed on the muddy road not far away. Unbeknownst to the rain ninja, a white blur darted toward him from behind, swift as lightning. As the white figure drew near, sharp claws flashed and slashed at the back of his neck. A cold, tingling sensation at his nape. His mind hadn't even processed what had happened before he realized his body was tumbling uncontrollably towards the ground. Am I under attack? That was the final thought that flitted through his mind before everything went black. Mission accomplished. With my effort as Xiao Bai, no one's untail my master. Raising his head with pride, Xiao Bai stood over the fallen body. Xiao Bai's return was always a sure sign. The enemy had been dealt with. Chi felt that traveling this way was rather easy. Having such an advantage really did feel extraordinary. Minato and Nagashi also found the journey light. But for the others, things were more complicated. Each of them shot Chi curious, conflicted glances. Right now, they couldn't quite decide whether following Chi on this mission was a blessing or a curse. Their plans to complain about him the night before had silently vanished. It was a strange predicament. Chi hardly seemed responsible, yet everything was clearly under his control, and supplies made it safely to the frontline camp. On the other hand, if you wanted to call him dutiful, well, he strolled along without a care in the world, leading the team with a laziness none of them had witnessed before. If enemies appeared, he dispatched them without hesitation. But in the absence of threats, it was easy to find endless faults. He never seemed like a dedicated ninja. He'd light a fire during an assignment, refused rations in favor of grilled meat, set no traps, called for breaks without checking the surroundings. He never scouted ahead or patrolled, just sauntered at the front of the group, hands clasped behind his back, like some carefree magistrate. Were it anyone else, a report with such issues would mean criticism at best, the loss of war merits at worst. But Chi simply did things his own way. The most speechless part was that his teammates seemed to think it was perfectly normal. Perhaps they were so used to discipline and duty that, thrown into such a slack and unrestrained team, they couldn't adapt all at once. The team arrived safely. As soon as word spread that they had delivered the supplies, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade all appeared together. Did you have any trouble on the road? Tsunade crossed her arms and looked up and down at Chiwe, Rope Tree, and Minato. We ran into quite a few scouts from the Hidden Rain and Hidden Sand villages, but those were all taken care of. Besides that, there was also a squad from the Hidden Sand. I'll let Manda have some fun with them, so I doubt many of them will be heading back. Chiwe shrugged and cast a peculiar glance at Orochimaru. Because I was wearing a raincoat and stayed at a distance, they seemed to mistake me for you, Orochimaru-senpai. I have a feeling it won't take long before news spreads that you personally escorted this shipment. They mistook you for Orochimaru. Jiraiya blinked in surprise, then doubled over with laughter, pointing at Orochimaru and bellowing. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Mistaking you for Orochimaru? Are the Sand Ninja all blind? Look at you two. What part of you looks even OW? He didn't get to finish. Suddenly Jiraiya's face contorted, turning as red as a slab of cured pork. Unable to bear Jiraiya's nonsense any longer, Tsunade drove her foot into his side with a scowl. Orochimaru gave a cold chuckle. At least it's better than being mistaken for you coming to deliver supplies. Shooting a glare at Jiraiya, who was now hopping around clutching his foot, Tsunade barked at the nearby shinobi. You lot, get those supplies unloaded now. Your teacher is really something. Rope Tree sidled over to Minato and muttered under his breath. Minato looked mortified, desperately wanting to cover his face and slip away, pretending he didn't know Jiraiya. Anyone would suffer having such an unreliable teacher. Hey, I heard that. Jiraiya protested. How am I embarrassing? It was just as well Rope Tree was Tsunade's younger brother. If anyone else had said that, Jiraiya would have exploded. Caught red-handed talking behind his back, Rope Tree wished the earth would swallow him whole. Tsunade pressed her fingers to her temple in exasperation. That's enough, both of you. You're just the same, just as embarrassing. I never should have let him apprentice under Orochimaru. I should have had him learn from you instead. Sis, Tsunade, Rope Tree and Jiraiya shouted in unison, a perfect example of shared exasperation. Chiwa couldn't help but laugh. I actually think it's a good fit. Just look at that mutual understanding. That kind of chemistry is rare. Rope Tree, Jiraiya. The supplies were unloaded quickly, just as Shinwa thought Orochimaru would assign him to take the wounded back to camp. Orochimaru approached him and spoke frankly. Shinwa, I'm afraid your team won't be able to return to camp. We're short-handed on the front lines, and we need you to stay and help. We have to stay too. Shinwa frowned and asked, is Konoha's situation really that desperate? Not enough soldiers. He knew that the Land of Rain battlefield was utter chaos, with Konoha, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Amagakure all clashing fiercely. One day you launch an attack, the next day you're under siege. In this kind of chaos, a A shortage of manpower could prove fatal. Looking toward Konoha's direction, Orochimaru explained. The wounded are being sent back to the village continuously, but no new reinforcements are coming. The front in the land of rivers is strained, and Tsunagekyu's offensive is relentless, so the village has had to deploy most of its forces there. As he spoke, Orochimaru offered a helpless smile. With a constant stream of wounded being pulled back and no new ninja to fill the ranks, the camp still needs a certain military presence for defense. That's why our front line has become so thin. Then what's the point of keeping so many people in the camp? Shinue couldn't understand what Danzo, the overall commander, was playing at. No wonder Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru all resented him. Anyone facing such a grim situation would be frustrated. All right, you're in charge of getting this message to headquarters. Whether he stayed or returned didn't make much difference to Shinue. As long as Orochimaru and Danzo coordinated things properly, he had no concerns. As long as they didn't end up accusing him of deserting at a critical moment, he was content. I'll see to it. Orochimaru nodded and continued. Because of the manpower shortage, your platoon will need to be split up and continue operating as small squads. That's great, actually. Working with strangers is rough. Shinue was more than happy to see his unit divided. It was much more comfortable working alongside Shangshu and Minato. With Shinue's arrangements settled, Orochimaru then approached the 3 Chunin captains, Kashiro, Seiko, and Ryo, telling them about the front line's desperate need for reinforcements and asking them to stay and fight. The 3 didn't hesitate, agreeing without delay. So that means we're staying to fight. Shangshu shook the water from his clothes in annoyance, peeling off his soaked jacket and tossing it atop a nearby rock. He turned to confirm. Minato, who was tending the fire, looked up at Shinue as well. Seeing Minato struggling for so long to get a spark, Shinue, exasperated, unleashed a flamboyant fireball jutsu and finally got the sodden wood to catch. Though the cave quickly filled with thick smoke, at least now it was finally warming up. It's not easy to find suitable firewood in the wilds of the rain country. Picking up a branch, Chiwe drew a few circles on the ground. Pointing to the largest one, she explained to the others, "This is the area under Konoha's control. We're going to be dispatched here to guard against the Sand Ninja from Tsunagekyou. There aren't many of us, so there's a fair bit of risk." Orochimaru-senpai made it clear. He won't be summoning Manda again to help him battle for a while. The implication was clear. She needed to keep Manda in reserve, so that if necessary, she could summon the giant snake to aid in combat. Only, Chiwe didn't seem to value this support from Manda all that much. "Sigh, I just hope this damn war ends soon." With a heavy sigh, Nawaki, bare-chested, gave Minato a nudge. "Hurry up and go hunt. Don't tell me you plan to eat rations again. Why don't you go? I'm the one who gathered the firewood." Minato refused outright. "We agreed to divide the work. Now you're trying to weasel out? Not a chance. Do you want me to go instead?" Chiwe smiled mischievously at Nawaki, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. "Can I at least wait until my clothes have dried? Dry my foot. Even if you put on dry clothes, you'll be soaked the minute you finish your little run." Without hesitation, Chiwe and Minato chased Nawaki out. Trying to slack off? Dream on. Pulling on his still-soaked clothes, Nawaki left the cave with a miserable face, heading off to hunt for food. He'd stayed up all night. Couldn't he rest a little first? He'd just finished eating and was about to take a break when, suddenly, an unexpected visitor arrived. "Hey, sis, you looking for me?" Catching sight of Tsunade, Nawaki leapt up happily, but the joy lasted barely 3 seconds before Tsunade, looking thoroughly unimpressed, waved him away. "Looking for you? Hardly. Chiwe, could you come out for a moment? I need to talk to you." Nawaki looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, frozen in shock, his cheerful smile vanishing in an instant. "Does my sister not love me anymore?" "Poor guy," Minato sighed, giving him a consoling pat on the shoulder and offering some heartfelt advice. "Just sit down. Look how wound up you got. I'm sure the senior is just here to discuss the battle situation with Chiwe. Best not to get in the way. Please, don't say another word. You'll never understand the pain in my heart." Crushed, Nawaki plopped down by the campfire, picking up a stick and doodling aimlessly in the dirt, so much so that Minato couldn't help but feel amused. "Is something up?" Chiwe hastily threw on a coat, rain poncho and all, and followed Tsunade out of the cave. They stopped in a nearby patch of trees. Tsunade brushed a hand over Chiwe's poncho. Chiwe said curtly, "Don't bother looking. Xiaobai's resting. Did you come to talk about her?" "More or less." Tsunade was straightforward, not one for beating around the bush. "This time, stopping the Sand Ninja village will be a daunting and risky task, so we'll need enough strength to hold them back." "So you think that highly of me? And of Shiro as well?" Chiwe couldn't help but laugh. Tsunade's expression was grave. "Even if you can't stop everyone from the Sand Ninja village, you at least need to delay them. If not, things will get very tricky for the Rain Ninja Village. I'll do my best. After a moment's thought, Chiwe opened her hands. With something like this, no one can make any promises. Who knows what unexpected things might happen? As long as you do your best, that's enough. We still don't know exactly what the Sand Ninjas are planning, but it's certain they'll try to create trouble and attack us if they get the chance. So be prepared. If Tsunade hesitated briefly before she spoke again. If you really can't hold them off, take Minato and Nawaki and retreat as quickly as you can. If we can win against the Rain Ninja Village, we can finally bring an end to this war between the villages. Advising someone to retreat from danger. That was hardly Tsunade's style. Yet finally, those words had slipped out. So that's what you brought me here to say? I thought you were going to tell me something serious. And that's it? Rolling her eyes, Chiwe turned towards the cave, raising her hand in a casual wave. Got it. I'm no fool. I'm not about to stay behind and go down fighting with a bunch of corpses. When the time comes, I'll definitely beat a hasty retreat, and I'll make sure to drag Nawaki and Minato with me too. Don't worry about your silly brother. He's not that easy to kill. She spoke as if she didn't care and often complained about her silly brother, but deep down, Tsunade always worried for his safety. Some people have all the luck having a big sister like that. What did my sister want to talk to you about? When Chiwe got back, Nawaki was like an eager child, trailing her with his questions. She said she was afraid you'd get yourself killed on the battlefield. So, she told me to keep an eye on you, just in case you decided to kick the bucket after all. She said that if her brother ever dies, it'll only be by her own hand. Chiwe replied with mock annoyance. Get out of here. Nawaki could only laugh in exasperation. As if my sister would ever say that. You must be joking. The Senju clan isn't full of cowards. We're not scared of death. Stop trying to trick me. I know what kind of person my sister is. Nawaki was brimming with confidence. Chiwe looked at this naive kid with a sympathetic gaze. The Senju clan no longer exists. The two of you don't even use the Senju name anymore. And you're still harping on it? Senju is a thing of the past. Honestly, I was just musing that having a big sister must be nice. There's no need to get offended. When it comes to Minato, I could believe he'll make it out alive. But you, Nawaki, the unlucky guy who was originally blown up by an explosive tag. Where do you get the confidence to talk like this? No wonder your sister's always giving you a hard time. Nawaki, you really do ask for it. Honestly, with a tone of heartfelt sincerity, he patted Shengqiao on the shoulder. Xianyue waved her hand and said, I'm going to rest first. Unless it's urgent, don't disturb me. We'll be heading to the front lines tomorrow, and who knows how many sand shinobi the village hidden in the sand will send to stir up trouble. Once war has erupted between Konoha and the village hidden in the rain, it's inevitable that the sand will intervene. There's no need to doubt that. The real question is how many people Chiyo will dispatch to cause chaos. She might even come herself. What did he mean by that? Glancing at Xianyue, who was resting with his eyes closed against a boulder, Shengqiao nudged Minato, who was scratching his head while holding a scroll. Minato hadn't planned on paying Shengqiao any mind, but with him constantly disrupting his thoughts, he had no choice but to set the scroll aside. What Xianyue means is that you're a bit dense. That's why Lady Tsunade likes to knock some sense into you. This is getting ridiculous, Shengqiao thought. First Xianyue, now even Minato. Between the two of you, who's really slow here? Getting nowhere with his questioning, Shengqiao simply gave up, slumping down beside them with a look of frustration and closing his eyes to rest. In no time at all, the sound of his snoring filled the air. He was the very picture of carefree innocence, unconcerned about the world. If it were anyone else, with so much weighing on their mind, would they even be able to sleep? But Shengqiao was different. No matter how big the problem, he would find a way to let it go quickly. Like that time, his sister stole his pocket money to gamble. Minato kept studying, undisturbed by Xianyue. Xianyue, for his part, looked forward to the day when Minato would become the fastest ninja in the world, even if it took a very long time. The night passed in peace. Early the next morning, after a simple meal, the squad packed their gear, grabbed the headache-inducing rations and soldier pills, and set off immediately. Alongside Xianyue's team were several other ninja, also headed to defend the outpost. These ninjas all had one thing in common. Their strength was rather mediocre. Even among the Chunin, they could only be called average. On the eve of war, as the commander, Orochimaru would never transfer the strongest ninja away to guard against the Sand's interference. The real showdown would be between Konoha and the village hidden in the rain. The Sand were merely there to muddy the waters. Inside the Sand's temporary camp, Chiyo looked down at Masha, who was caked in dirt and looking utterly bedraggled. Her expression soured. So you're saying Konoha's resources are running so low that Orochimaru himself had to personally escort the supplies? That's right, Lady Chiyo. I'm certain the person I saw was definitely Orochimaru. Chinyue's ability to summon the giant serpent wasn't common knowledge. Just catching sight of Manda, Masha felt sure he had run into Orochimaru himself. After all, there was no intelligence saying anyone else in Konoha could summon the King of Snakes apart from Orochimaru. And your subordinates? Chiyo's voice was like ice as she asked the question. Sweat gathered on Masha's brow as he lowered his head respectfully and replied, Lady Chiyo, it was my own lack of strength. I'm no match for Manda. My men were hunted down by Manda, and have already been. To die on the battlefield is, at least, to die with honor. Fighting for the village, sacrifice is sometimes inevitable. But even then, not all sacrifices are the same. The kind where not even a body can be brought back is the hardest to bear. If they had fallen in battle and there was no way to recover the bodies, that could be accepted. But this, being devoured alive by a single giant snake, who could bear such agony? Masha's heart felt as heavy as if a stone was lodged within, the pressure suffocating. Orochimaru, that scoundrel, was simply too vicious. He never made a move himself, but instead summoned Manda to chase them down, snapping at their heels. It was nothing short of torment. That's enough, I understand. Go and get some rest. Your squad failed the mission today, but you still managed to return with useful information. There will be no deduction from your service record for this failure. Off you go. With a wave of her hand, Chiyo indicated that he could leave. Yes. Revived in spirit, Masha straightened his back, saluted respectfully, and exited the tent. His subordinates had all been devoured by Manda, leaving only him alive to return. He had lived in dread of being punished, but to his surprise, there would be no penalty, not even a loss of merit. Lady Chiyo truly is a good person. Moved, Masha silently awarded Chiyo an imaginary good person card. It was a stroke of luck for him that Chiyo was lost in her thoughts, considering her next move. Otherwise, she would have kicked him out with no mercy. She lost both her son and her daughter-in-law. Her heart was already heavy with grief. The last thing she wanted was to waste energy on such trivial matters. Now someone's handing her a good person card as thanks? What's your take on this? After a pause, Chiyo turned to her younger brother, Ebizo. In charge of the Sand Village's intelligence division, Ebizo had been called to the Land of Rain by Chiyo herself, who requested the third Kazekage to transfer him for the sake of better gathering information about the hidden rain. The third Kazekage agreed to her request. Thus, the siblings were reunited in the Land of Rain. There's a degree of credibility to the report, but we can't take it all at face value. Ebizo, steady in his intelligence role, replied, This may well be a feint by Konoha, a deliberate display of weakness to give us a sense of opportunity. According to what our spy reports, the three disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi each have their grievances with Danzo, the overall commander. It's possible Danzo orchestrated this himself. Or perhaps, he looked at his sister, pausing for a moment. Or perhaps Orochimaru returned to the Konoha encampment simply as part of an escort to deliver supplies to the front lines. At this, Chiyo nodded thoughtfully and said, So, in your opinion, how reliable is the information Masha brought back? It's not very reliable, but that doesn't get in the way of our plan to attack the Konoha encampment. Ebizo answered with a lopsided grin, exposing several missing teeth. As soon as a major battle breaks out between Konoha and the Hidden Rain Village, Konoha's attention will be drawn away. That will be our chance to strike. I've been waiting for Danzo to leave the camp, but he hasn't even taken a single step outside. Mentioning Danzo made Chiyo bristle with frustration. Why don't you take a walk outside? You're the chief commander, yet you stay holed up in your camp all day, never even setting foot beyond the gate. Other commanders lead from the front lines, fighting in the thick of battle. But you just hand everything off to Orochimaru and act like you have nothing to do with it. Danzo, are you holding the camp together and boosting morale, or are you just hanging on for dear life? Forget it. No point talking about that troublesome old man. Chiyo suddenly asked Hatake Sakomo. Ebizo's smile faltered for a moment. He was injured a while ago while fending off the Kazekage, and right now he's recovering at Konoha's camp in the Land of Rivers. Sister, sooner or later, we'll take him down. I know. Chiyo answered, her eyes tinged red. She took a deep breath and clenched her teeth. One day I'll cut off his head myself. Her hatred for Hatake Sakomo burned into her very bones. But, frustratingly, she couldn't seek revenge directly. She had to manage the bigger picture on the Rain Country front. No one expected that the Sand Village's ultimate target wouldn't be the front line, but instead, the main encampment far behind, launching a surprise attack straight at their opponent's base. If Chiatsuki knew what the Sand Village was up to, she'd probably laugh herself sick. That old fox Danzo, hiding away in camp all this time. When the Sand troops descend on them, he'll be completely blindsided. I'm just keeping to myself in the camp. Who did I offend? A few hours later, everyone arrived at their destination. Nawaki glanced around at the ninjas nearby, swallowed nervously, and whispered, Chiatsuki, are we really expected to hold off the Sand Village with just this handful of people? 2 elite jonin, the rest only chunin, and not many of them at that. Just a few dozen. What are we supposed to fight with, Hope? What else did you expect? Did you think your sister was worried about you dying for no reason? Chiatsuki gave him a look, half amused, half sympathizing. And it was precisely because she knew the risk was so high that Tsunade was so anxious. But Nawaki didn't really believe his sister would say such things. Is it still too late to back out now? Nawaki was on the verge of tears. Minato's face was tight, the weight of the moment clear in his somber expression. Anyone would feel the same, finding themselves here. To stop the sand from advancing with just a handful of shinobi, this wasn't defense, it was buying time. How long they could last, and who might make it out alive, was entirely up to fate. Orochimaru as commander, he really did love taking risks. He was tearing the floor out from under us. Chiatsuki was at a complete loss for words at Orochimaru's latest scheme. Forget it, why worry so much? Let's delay things for as long as we can. When we can't hold out any longer, just unleash Xiaobai. Chiwe couldn't believe that the ninja from Sunagakure could really stand up to Xiaobai. Lord Chiwe, Lord Orochimaru has already sent me a message. Your Chiwe squad only needs to secure the right flank. I'll assign 2 other squads to work with you, said the special jonin in charge, stepping forward to lay out the plan. The Chiwe squad was assigned the right side of the defense, with 2 more squads to support them. The arrangement was simple. They were responsible for a small area, and if the enemy approached and was spotted early, they'd sound the alarm. If they didn't spot the enemy in advance, they would try to eliminate the intruders as best as possible. If they couldn't win, then they'd fight while falling back, focusing on stalling for time. It sounded easier than expected. Orochimaru was showing a hint of humanity, it seemed. Their orders weren't to hold their ground at any cost, but to delay the enemy's advance. There's a huge difference between delaying the enemy and holding the line to the death. If you're just buying time, you can retreat if things get too tough. But if you're ordered to hold at all costs and you flee, you're a deserter, and when the fighting's over, you'll face serious consequences. That's why so many missing nin appear during wartime. This is the reason. After the Second Ninja War, missing nin left over from the conflict hid in the Land of Rain, living as fugitives and stirring up trouble for over a decade. It wasn't until the Akatsuki grew in strength that they gradually rooted out and dealt with these rogue ninjas. Only then did the village hidden in the rain finally see real peace. They used all the supplies they had brought, setting up a network of traps. Chiwe and his 2 teammates rested inside the hollowed trunk of a massive tree, while the 2 supporting squads kept watch on either side. Chiwe dared not put these 2 ordinary chunin squads in any critical position. If the enemy launched a real attack, they'd probably end up confused and unsure where the threat was coming from. On the battlefield, chunin are just cannon fodder. This isn't an exaggeration, it's reality. As the war dragged on, even genin were sent to fight, swelling the ranks of the expendable. Will Konoha win this war? Shungshu sounded uncertain. Chiwe glanced over at him and answered with confidence, we will. No matter what the outcome of this battle, the final victor could only be Konoha. Because Konoha would always have the chance to regroup and recover, whereas the village hidden in the rain was finished. For them, and for Hanzo, defeat was inevitable. Hanzo had already drained the Land of Rain of decades' worth of potential through endless conflict. After this war, the Land of Rain would never rise again. At the front lines, the great battle had begun. Konoha and the ninja of the rain clashed again and again across the field, both sides locked in a desperate and chaotic struggle. Overall, Konoha held the upper hand. No matter how many forces the village hidden in the rain could muster, their collective strength simply couldn't compare to Konoha's. What made the Rain Village formidable, after all, centered entirely on Hanzo. If the so-called demigod were to fall, Rain Village would crumble with him. The Great War raged with unspeakable brutality. The battlefield was littered with bodies, some blasted apart by jutsu, some with throats slit by kunai, some impaled through the heart by ninja swords. Death here came in every imaginable form. Yet the most terrifying and the most common were those killed by poison. To minimize casualties, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade dared not let anyone else join them in facing Hanzo. The task fell upon their own shoulders alone. Against Hanzo at the peak of his legendary might, the 3 of them, still unseasoned, could barely hold their ground. No matter how fierce the fighting at the front lines became, Chiatsuki remained in the dark about it. At this moment, he was leading Minato and Nawaki in hunting down scouts from the Sand Village. How many have we taken out now? Nawaki flicked the blood from his kunai, and Minato replied with his usual calm. This makes the 4th in our sector. Counting the others, there are quite a few. Looks like the enemy will be upon us soon. It seems a major battle is about to break out. Chiatsuki looked up ahead, his senses already alerted by a signal from Xiaobai. He saw a number of figures rapidly approaching from the distance. Fall back and fire a signal flare. Their squad's mission was to stall the enemy, not fight to the last man. If he could help it, Chiatsuki had no intention of charging headlong into the enemy ranks. Nawaki fired the signal flare, alerting the others of the approaching enemy. The trio quickly retreated. If the Sand Ninja wanted to charge in, they'd first have to dismantle the traps laid along the way. These traps would buy them valuable time. A resounding bang echoed above. The signal flare exploded in the sky, putting every Konoha ninja on high alert for battle or withdrawal. Lord Masa, the enemy has spotted us. Masa, whom they met only a few days ago, was among the Sand Squad. Upon seeing the signal flare overhead, he said with a cold expression, "It doesn't matter. There's too many of us. They were bound to notice. Mind the traps on the ground. Disarm them first. Our objective is to drag this out as long as possible and keep Konoha off balance." "Yes, sir." Hundreds of Sand Ninja halted, setting about clearing the traps. One by one, the traps were disarmed with swift efficiency. Not all, though. Some were triggered, costing a few unfortunate souls their lives. So many enemies, hundreds of them. Was this a vanguard force? What Sand Village truly planned, Chiatsuki did not know. He only knew that he must delay this enemy force, eliminate as many as possible, and buy as much time as he could. Many of the traps that had been set up were dismantled, and hundreds of sand-hidden ninjas split into small squads, infiltrating the area. From other directions, the sound of battle soon echoed through the air. "Follow me. Don't worry about what's happening elsewhere, and don't touch any of the enemy's bodies, especially you, Shingshu." At moments like this, Chiyo's top priority was only the safety of his own team. If there was a chance to help another squad, Chiyo wouldn't mind lending a hand. But if the situation didn't allow it, he wouldn't risk dragging himself down to save them. "Even now, you're still keeping your eyes on me. Am I really that much of a liability? Why don't you remind Minato instead?" Shingshu's face twisted as if he were suffering from constipation. "They're coming." Chiyo had no time to worry about what Shingshu might be thinking. Enemies were already upon them. "Let's see. Oh, looks like it's just 3 little brats." Unlike Chiyo's team, the enemy appeared as a textbook ninja squad. 1 leader, 3 members, with the squad leader wearing the telltale flak vest of Sand Jonin. The moment the Sand Jonin saw the 3 of them, his eyes lit up with anticipation. Underestimated again. Shingshu felt a stab of irritation. Minato showed nothing on the surface, but inwardly he was unsettled as well. Chiyo hated being called a brat, and neither Minato nor Shingshu liked it either. There was no need to waste words on people like this. The best answer is simple action. Chiyo's Sharingan flared to life as he dashed forward in a blur of Shunshin. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of the enemy. Such speed, that's not just a body flicker technique. Those are Sharingan eyes. He's so young, with white hair and 3 Tomo Sharingan. This is Yagami Chiyo. The Sand Jonin felt his heart plummet. His pupils shrank in disbelief. For the 3 easy targets he'd imagined, he'd failed to notice the needle buried among them. Don't meet his gaze. With a guttural cry, the Sand Jonin swung his blade, trying to drive Chiyo back, while lowering his head as fast as possible to shield his eyes from Chiyo's. Sakura fall. As those words drifted into his ear, his consciousness blurred, plunging helplessly into the illusionary world of Genjutsu. Before he could make sense of what was happening, a sharp pain tore through his throat. Scalding blood sprayed forth, splattering even the tree trunks meters away. Am I about to die? As his life ebbed from the fatal blow, the Sand Jonin's mind slipped free from the Genjutsu, only to be met by the quick passage of his remaining moments. His eyes dimmed, the world faded into grays, and finally, the Sand Jonin's body crumpled to the ground in a lifeless heap. The clearing fell utterly silent. The 3 sand-hidden ninjas stared in shock at their fallen captain, his throat cut before their eyes, and their minds went blank. Several seconds passed before anyone could process what had just happened. "Captain, he's already dead," Chiyo answered matter-of-factly, flicking the blood from her kunai, and without a glance back, addressed Minato and Rope Tree. "I'll leave the 3 Chunin to you." Minato and Rope Tree needed to build up combat experience, temper themselves, and gather military merit. Having dealt with the Sunagakure Jonin, Chiyo handed over the 3 Chunin to the 2 of them. Both nodded in unison, advancing in silence to face their opponents. In the chaos, 2 Sand Chunin rushed at them, while the 3rd immediately fired a signal flare, urgently seeking reinforcements from his allies. Catching sight of the flare, nearby Sand Ninjas quickly closed in. Chiyo watched Minato and Rope Tree's fight with a calm gaze, ready to intervene the moment they needed support. As for the steadily approaching enemy reinforcements, Chi did not give them a second thought. Unless the entire Sand Village army arrived, this mere vanguard of a few hundred posed no threat at all in her eyes. Minato and Rope Tree's fighting styles could not be more different, polar opposites in every sense. Minato darted about the battlefield with his exceptional body flicker technique, waiting for the perfect moment to land a killing blow. His nearly superhuman reflexes allowed him to seize any opening, dealing swift and merciless strikes to his foes. In contrast, Rope Tree's approach was all brute force. He possessed an enormous chakra reserve. Calling him a walking chakra ocean would be an exaggeration, but calling him a chakra tonnage vessel fit perfectly. And born into the Senju clan, what the family lacked in other things, it made up for in overwhelming numbers of ninjutsu scrolls and notes. This led Rope Tree to rely heavily on ninjutsu to decide matches. The famed swordsmanship and taijutsu of the Senju, glorious enough to rival the Uchiha, showed little trace in Rope Tree's technique. Watching Rope Tree unleash a barrage of ninjutsu in bewildering succession, Chi couldn't help but think he might grow into a second, third Hokage one day. Except Rope Tree wouldn't master as many jutsu, though with his vast chakra, he could launch ninjutsu at will. Relying on his overwhelming reserves, he forced the C-rank water release, wild water wave to hit with the power of a B-rank technique. He spat out a huge jet of water, so forceful it battered the enemy corpses out of all recognizable shape. It was a grisly sight, barely bearable to behold. Chi tilted her head back, shielding her eyes to spare herself from catching some form of red-eye disease. It gave her the same urge Tsunade would get, wanting to smack Rope Tree for no good reason. I win. After dispatching his foe and searching for the last enemy shadow, Rope Tree saw Minato appear at his side, dropping a chipped kunai to the ground. Damn it! Stole the kill again. Rope Tree wanted to curse out loud. He and Minato both knew well they couldn't hope to compete with Chi. So, the two always ended up in hidden and overt contest with each other. Most of the time, Rope Tree came away frustrated and outdone. Why did Minato always beat him to the punch? Rope Tree scratched his head in a fit of vexation. Chinyue spoke with a note of irritation in her voice. So what if you have plenty of chakra? Throw a string of jutsu at the enemy, and Minato would have settled things already. Rope Tree's face turned crimson. I refuse to accept that. Well then, you two just keep trying, because more enemies are on their way. I'm just afraid you won't be able to take them all down. No sooner had Chinyue finished speaking than the silhouettes of Sand Ninja began to appear from all around, instantly wiping the indignation off Rope Tree's face. Even Minato lost his air of confidence. All right, let's begin, Chinyue announced, raising a hand and forming seals with lightning speed. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. With a series of muffled bangs, smoke burst across the battlefield. One Chinyue after another materialized, their numbers multiplying rapidly. Minato could only watch in silence as Chinyue adopted the multi-combatant tactic. He had to admit, he was envious. Though he had plenty of chakra, it couldn't compare to Chinyue's. In fact, he couldn't even outlast Rope Tree. When it came to chakra reserves, the only one in Konoha who could rival Chinyue was Kushina. I honestly can't tell whether you have the blood of the Uchiha or the Uzumaki clan, Minato commented, pulling out a fresh kunai and unable to keep from grumbling. The Uchiha always had decent chakra pools, but never anything as outrageous as Chinyue. It was enough to make one wonder if he was a mix of Uchiha and Uzumaki. No more words. I'm utterly outmatched. Watching the hundreds of Chinyue clones multiply, Rope Tree decided it was wiser to keep a low profile. Otherwise, the embarrassment would be too much to bear. Once upon a time, his immense chakra reserves had been a point of pride. Even Tsunade couldn't match him when it came to sheer chakra. But things had changed. First Kushina appeared, and now there was Chinyue, both utterly eclipsing him. At one time, Rope Tree had believed he was the ideal candidate for the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Now it was obvious, this technique had been made for Chinyue alone. Hundreds of clones charged in all directions. Rope Tree braced himself, focusing hard, and slipped in among the throng of clones alongside Minato, heading straight for the enemy. Chinyue's true self was somewhere in that crowd as well. Everyone, be careful! An emergency signal for reinforcements came in from allies within the village. Numerous Sand Ninja hurried to the rescue. What they didn't expect, upon arriving at the scene, was to face hundreds of white-haired warriors, each one wielding the Sharingan. Everywhere they looked, scarlet eyes with 3 tomo spun menacingly, almost dazzling them blind. Don't look into their eyes. The enemy has the Uchiha Sharingan. Be careful. His real body is hidden among the clones, someone warned. That's Yagami Chinyue. It's Yagami Chinyue. The striking white hair and vivid 3 tomo Sharingan left no doubt in the reinforcements' minds as to Chinyue's identity. Too bad, there was no reward for a correct answer. The clones quickly engaged the enemy, and just like Naruto, Chiyue paid them no mind. She didn't care if her clones were dispersed. If she didn't have the resilience to handle it, why would Chiyue ever use the multiple shadow clone technique? She remembered, back in her previous life, watching Naruto in the anime, splitting into hundreds of shadow clones to swarm his enemies. What a spectacular scene that always was. Chiyue had long wanted to try it herself, but she'd never found the right opportunity. Now, with the chance finally before her, there was no way she'd let it slip by. The clone technique taught at the Ninja Academy was easy to see through. Any ninja with a bit of experience could spot the fakes. But with the B-rank shadow clone technique, spotting the real one wasn't so simple. And the multiple shadow clone technique followed the very same logic. Without some kind of clear tell, picking out the true body in the midst of so many was almost impossible. After all, not everyone was Madara Uchiha. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, nobody on the battlefield could tell which Naruto was the original. All it took was a single glance from Madara, and he coolly pronounced that every Naruto in sight was merely a clone. That was the gap in power. Uchiha Madara could see through them. But what about these sand ninja fighting before her? Faced with hundreds of attackers, each bearing the 3-tomo Sharingan, many of the sand ninja were nearly scared out of their wits. Even with seasoned jonin barking orders, their efforts made little difference. Especially when Chiyue wouldn't give them a chance to talk it through. As the battle erupted, the first order of business was to eliminate the strongest jonin among them. The rest could be hunted down at leisure. Damn it, but which one should they defend against? Which of these was the real one? That single moment of hesitation sealed their fates. Death had already arrived. Screams tore through the air as one sand ninja after another fell. Damn it, poison blast needles. A few puppet users, desperation welling up, stopped caring about which were clones and which was the original. Controlling their puppets, they lashed out indiscriminately, dumping their own safety to draw the enemy's fire. But trying to draw fire on the battlefield only led to one result, being riddled through like a sieve. With a deafening bang, clones burst apart one after another. Chiyue's purpose in making so many wasn't to fight, but to sow chaos. She certainly wasn't about to lavish much chakra on them. Her style of fighting differed greatly from Naruto's, after all. And let's be honest, the only reason Naruto could pull off all his wild tricks was thanks to the Nine Tails chakra stores. Without Kurama's power to draw from, if Naruto tried this on his own, he'd work himself to death. Is it done? With all the clones around him bursting apart, one puppet ninja allowed himself a sigh of relief. He lifted his head out of habit, and that's when he saw a flash of yellow, a small, blonde figure with a kunai in hand, growing larger in his sight. He had no time to react. In that instant, Minato's kunai pierced straight through his heart, and he vanished from the spot as swiftly as he came. The puppet masters always attack in unexpected ways, with underhanded tricks lying in wait. The best tactic is to strike at the puppeteer directly, then withdraw swiftly. Otherwise, if you run into those puppets that explode, your luck has run out. Quite a few Konoha shinobi have lost their lives this way in battle with the Sand Village, never knowing what hit them. The Sand's puppet core have always been a lingering headache for Konoha. Puppet Nin used wide-area jutsu to break the clones. A Sunagakure Jonin, drenched in sweat, gave rapid orders amidst the chaos. One after another, the Puppet Nin pulled their strings, unleashing large-scale jutsu in a desperate bid to clear Chiyue's clones from the field. Even so, agonized screams still echoed as more Sand shinobi fell, dying mysterious deaths. Wherever Chiyue went, hidden in disguise, she always left a grim trail of bodies behind. So what if the clones were cleared? They were merely distractions to scatter your focus. Even if every last one of them vanished, it wouldn't affect Chiyue much. Her body might be strained, but only within limits. By the time you finish dealing with all the clones, the Sand Ninja will have paid dearly in blood. After a frenzied effort, the last of the clones were finally wiped out, but in the process, more than half the Sunagakure reinforcements had fallen. Minato and Nawaki, slightly out of breath and spattered with blood, finally reached Chiyue's side, clear evidence that they'd taken down plenty of foes. Well, what do you think? Want to keep competing? Tilting her head, Chiyue looked at the remaining Sunagakure ninja, faces pale with terror, and asked Minato and Nawaki, "Shall I give you a bit more time to show off?" "No, I'm good. I'm done." Minato, who neither possessed Chiyue's immense chakra reserves nor her near-monster endurance, was showing real fatigue by now. Nawaki was holding up better. Senja blood gives certain advantages, and being 3 years older than Minato, his body was far sturdier. Yet even so, Nawaki was feeling the toll. Before, they'd scrambled to score kills, but now, foes encircled them on every side. Too bad. Neither had the energy nor the nerve to charge in recklessly now, not with the fight shifting so quickly. Looks like you too have had your fill of fun. If you're done playing, then it's time to get serious. Chi-Wei decided it was time to end the battle, so she would release Manda. On the battlefield, Manda was the perfect weapon of chaos. While the summoning lasted, the enemy lines would unravel in utter disarray, an opening for any number of opportunities. Lady Chi-Wei, we've come to help. Just then, reinforcements from Konoha rushed in from behind. Their ragged breathing and weary faces showed they'd been through their own battles. Some were gasping desperately, drained of chakra and strength. Others arrived battered and bandaged, yet determined to fight alongside the rest. Are you all out of your minds? At a time like this, instead of falling back, you actually came to support me? Chi-Yue's words were sharp, but beneath the surface, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of warmth. It was a perfect example of a cold mouth hiding a warm heart, complaining on the outside, but quietly moved within. After all, these people knew nothing of his true strength. Yet they still chose to risk their lives for him, coming to his aid without hesitation. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't touched. But the truth was, Chi-Wei didn't need their help. Lead everyone to secure our rear line. Strike only when there's a real opening. If you don't see a chance, just observe and wait. Chi-Wei glanced at Swayman. With a grave nod, Swayman broke from the group and hurried toward the back, relaying Chi-Yue's orders to the others who'd come to assist. If they rushed forward now, they'd only complicate things for Chi-Yue, not help. Summoning Jutsu. He bit his finger, swiftly formed the necessary hand signs, and pressed his palm to the trunk of a tree. Without hesitation, Chi-Yue summoned Manda. Since Orochimaru had claimed he didn't need Manda's help, then perhaps Manda could clear the field for him instead. It still wasn't time for Kobai's entrance. With a powerful burst, a billow of white smoke exploded outward. Manda's massive body appeared out of thin air, crushing countless trees beneath his weight. Gigantic trees, so thick that even a grown man couldn't wrap his arms around them, were easily toppled by Manda's sheer force. Standing atop Manda's head, Chi-Wei looked down at the Sand Ninja, watching shock flash across their faces. He grinned and called out, "Manda, there are quite a few enemies today. Does it scare you?" Manda extended his long tongue, tasting the scents lingering in the air. His mouth curled into a sinister smirk as he asked, "Master, may I eat them?" "Help yourself." As long as Manda didn't mind the risk of poison, he could do as he pleased, kill or devour. It made no difference to Chi-Wei. So long as Manda didn't eat his own people or their bodies, Chi-Wei had no complaints. Voraciousness was all Manda had left these days. If Chi-Wei could, he didn't mind indulging him a little. "You insects, are you ready for a one-way trip into Lord Manda's belly?" With permission granted, Manda's eyes gleamed with anticipation. As his gaze swept over the Sand Village shinobi, there was none of the usual enmity, just the look of someone eyeing a row of juicy, bite-sized treats. With a thunderous hiss, Manda shot forward like an unstoppable spring, his immense body launching straight at the densest cluster of enemies, jaws snapping shut. Chi-Wei leapt from Manda's head, landing atop a tall tree, and watched from afar as Manda raged, chasing after the scattered Sand Ninja. "Stay with Manda. Look for your chance." Swayman and Shoshu moved together, leading the rest in Manda's wake as they pressed the assault. Manda. Just 2 days ago, everyone would have sworn that only Orochimaru had the power to summon Manda. Marshall arrived with reinforcements, only to witness Chi-Yue summoning Manda with a string of hand seals. His face contorted painfully, as if stricken by constipation, with sweat and rain mingling freely on his forehead. He couldn't help but dread what would happen when word of this got back. When Granny Chio learned the truth, how would she deal with him? After all, it was he who had brought back the wrong information. Just what the hell was this? Where was Orochimaru? This was clearly the most hated enemy of the Kazekage. Chiwa Yagami himself. This was terrible, utterly disastrous. Once he returned, there was no doubt that Granny Chio would chew him out. "Lord Marshal, don't space out. Manda's here." Seeing Marshal dazed and distracted, a fellow ninja tried to nudge him back to reality. Instantly, Marshal snapped to attention. What was he thinking? This was no time to panic. Real trouble was here. The whole point of leading 3 Jonin and several hundred men against Konoha's front lines was to create enough chaos to divert Orochimaru's attention and split his focus. Yet now, one of their 3 Jonin had already been slain by Chi-Yue, and he, Marshal, could be next. Numbers alone wouldn't help them here. Even if they fought, it was doubtful they could handle Manda. The best way to deal with a giant summoned beast like Manda was to seal it. But there lay the problem. They didn't have a single sealing ninja among their ranks. In any village, Sealing specialists were as precious as treasures. There was no way they'd be sent on a distraction or faint like this. And so, the sand ninjas found themselves in a truly awkward predicament. They had plenty of people, but most were only chunin. There were no sealing experts, and only 2 jonin remained, which left Manda to rampage wildly across the battlefield as the uncontested boss, devouring enemy after enemy in his path. All the jutsu unleashed by their foes did little more than tickle Manda. Truth be told, against a summoning beast of Manda's caliber, unless you had a sealing ninja or a highly elite jonin, even regular jonin would be left powerless. Roar! All of you, get in Lord Manda's belly, you pitiful insects! Manda tore about the field like a speeding bullet train. Notwithstanding his massive frame, his speed was anything but sluggish. He weaved through the chaos with frightening agility, and though his attacks were simple, he needed no variety. His tail, his fangs, and his enormous jaws were more than enough for the job. Are we really supposed to keep charging? The battlefield lay in ruins, thrown into utter disarray by Manda, and the sand ninjas were utterly helpless before him. Even Marshall and the remaining jonin, throwing in everything they had, couldn't stifle Manda's monstrous appetite. Brothers, the enemy is in complete panic. They're helpless before Manda's assault. So what should we as their foes do now? Sensing the wavering morale, Chiwe raised his voice above the din and called out decisively. Let's finish them off. And true to form, Minato, whom Chiwe had long since corrupted with his wild energy, shouted back enthusiastically without missing a beat. But the words had barely left his mouth when Minato froze in place. What on earth am I saying? How can I be this flippant on the battlefield? It's all Chiwe's fault. If it weren't for him, I would never have turned out like this. Damn them. Wait, shouldn't I be shouting kill them all at a time like this? Although, honestly, damn them sounds even more arousing somehow. The Konoha shinobi exchanged glances, not knowing why, but reflexively echoed the cry. Damn them. Take them down. Please just stop. I beg you, please stop. It was just a slip of the tongue. Future young lady for life, Konoha's little son, could barely keep herself from burying her blushing face in her hands. He's right. Strike while the iron's hot. Finish them off while they're weak. Since the sand ninja dared attack us, we'll fight back. And take them all out. With a shout, Chiwe drew his ninja blade and charged in first. Seeing Chiwe rush straight at the enemy, the rest of the shinobi quickly readied their weapons and charged in after him. To battle. Take them down. Have the Konoha shinobi all gone mad. Some sand shinobi who had managed to evade Manda's rampage heard the uproar behind them and turned their heads in dismay. They saw Chiwe leading the charge, Konoha shinobi at his side, mouths full of expletives, and their minds stalled in disbelief. This is bad. Konoha's coming. A sand shinobi who recovered quickly shouted to alert his comrades. Beware, the Konoha shinobi are closing in. A fleeting shadow swept by, a silver flash. The one who cried out dropped to the ground, clutching his throat, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Even as he died, he couldn't understand. How could Chiwe be so fast? In an instant, Chiwe had appeared before him, his blade severing the throat like a lightning strike, then vanished, already lunging toward another sand shinobi. With all his power unleashed, Chiwe was like a bolt of silver cutting through the rain. Wherever he sped, only the cold gleam of his blade and the flowing silver of his hair could be seen. Enemy after enemy fell before him, some never seeing the attack that took them down. Incredible. This is the kind of battle I live for. Watching Chiwe's near-impossible speed, Minato's heart pounded with excitement. Like Chiwe, he excelled in close combat and sheer velocity, using ninjutsu only as an aid. Not like Nawaki, who had shifted his focus to pure ninjutsu. Sadly, he didn't have Chiwe's reserves of chakra, nor his extraordinary physique. The method of boosting speed with an intense burst of chakra from the souls wasn't viable for him. So all he could do was admire Chiwe's prowess from afar as he wreaked havoc across the battlefield. I've got to master the Flying Thunder God technique as soon as possible. Only then can I keep up with Chiwe and fight at his side. No, even if he couldn't stand shoulder to shoulder with Chiwe, at the very least, he wanted to keep pace with her. Clenching his fists, Minato silently spurred himself on. Have I taken a wrong path? It took all his strength just to defeat a single enemy. Breathing heavily, Nawaki watched Chiwe weaving through the battlefield, and couldn't help but question everything. Why does it look like Chiwe is cutting down enemies as easily as chopping up vegetables, while he has to fight tooth and nail? Even Minato is more efficient than he is. After the war is over, should I go back and pick up the Senju clan swordsmanship and taijutsu? When it comes to sword and body techniques, the Senju clan is in no way inferior to the Uchiha. Yet even if Nawaki took up the Senju arts again, whether he could ever reach Chiwe's level was still uncertain. The clash of sharpened blades, the roars of colossal beasts, and the agonizing cries of the fallen. All these sounds together composed a battle hymn. Every moment, ninja from both Konoha and the village hidden in the sand were falling. Konoha might have the upper hand, but there were still significant casualties. This was war. No battle came without death. After rampaging across the field for a while, feeling his time running short, Manda lashed his tail, sending another Tsunajonin, aside from Masa, crashing to the ground before swallowing him whole. He hurried to devour a few more corpses scattered on the battlefield, raising his head with satisfaction only once he was done, so that Chiyue could step onto him. Master, my summoning time is almost up. A summoned beast like Manda could only remain in battle for a limited period. Once time was up, the summoning technique would break on its own, sending Manda back to the Ryuchi cave. It's all right. You've done more than enough. Standing atop Manda's head, Chiyue looked at the remaining Suna ninja. Most had perished. Of those left, not many remained. And yet, in each pair of eyes he met, there was only terror. Clearly, they'd been crushed in spirit. Though Konoha had even fewer fighters left, this battle, all doubt had vanished, would go to Konoha. Go on back. Leave the rest to me. As you wish, master. With great care, Manda set Chiyue down atop a tree he himself had recently felled, and with a burst of smoke, vanished, returning to the Ryuchi cave. We meet again. Chiyue paid Manda's departure no mind. Instead, he looked up at Masa, who stood atop a distant tree, gaze flickering with uncertainty and dread. Seeing how shaken Masa was, Chiyue couldn't help but flash a crooked smile. But with blood streaking his entire body, his silver hair drenched in crimson, Chiyue's grin had become something wild and frightful. A demon. He's a silver-haired demon. Perhaps it was the terror of Chiyue's smile, but several of the Suna ninja, panicked and broken, cried out before they realized it. The smile on Chiyue's face slowly froze. What the hell? Silver-haired demon, they say. Have you ever seen a demon as handsome as me? Silver-haired demon. Masa let out a bitter laugh. Turns out, a few days ago, I was the one who gathered the wrong intel, and I even handed it to Lady Chiyo myself. For some reason, Masa felt that silver-haired demon was a rather fitting title for Chiyue at this very moment. Taking a deep breath, he asked Chiyue, whose expression had grown increasingly grim. Can you tell me, how are you able to summon Manda? As far as I know, Manda is Orochimaru's contract beast, and you never had much of a relationship with him. Are you not afraid of my Sharingan? Chiyue leapt gracefully down from the tree, walking towards Masa. Now, the few remaining sand ninja, scattered across the battlefield, gripped their weapons tight, their eyes fixed, tense, and wary, on the steadily approaching Chiyue. The Konoha shinobi who were still able to fight started moving forward as well, forming up behind her. Afraid? Of course I'm afraid, Masa admitted, gritting his teeth. But even if I avoid your gaze, can I really escape your genjutsu? Even the third Kazekage had fallen victim to that technique. There was no reason to believe that an ordinary ranking sand jonin like him could resist Chiyue's illusions. If escape is impossible, then whether he keeps his head down or his eyes shut doesn't make much difference anymore. Unfortunately, no. You cannot, Chiyue replied with a shake of her head. As for Manda, well, perhaps he just figured there's a brighter future following me than sticking with Orochimaru. Serpent from the Ryuchi cave aren't exactly known for loyalty. Changing masters isn't a big deal to them. Oh, and by the way, Orochimaru might be a summoning partner, but I am his true master. The space between them grew smaller and smaller. Neither Chiyue nor Masa showed any sign of backing down. One needed to push the attack, the other was sworn to hold the line. It was their orders, their convictions. So that's how it is, Masa murmured. Now he understood. He also realized his blunder. The moment he'd seen Manda, he'd mistaken Chiyue for Orochimaru. But by now, the intelligence had long since reached Lady Chiyo. Masa hardly had time to worry about what consequences his mistake might trigger. Because he now felt himself slipping into another world, his consciousness torn away. Lord Masa. Chiyue kept advancing, and yet Masa didn't move at all. He was rooted to the spot, like a puppet, empty-eyed and still. From not far off, desperate sand shinobi called out in alarm, some of them even racing forward in a frantic bid to snap Masa out of his stupor. They all knew. Masa had fallen under Chiyue's genjutsu. But Chiyue had no intention of giving anyone chance. Her blade flashed, cold, merciless. A single, swift stroke sliced through the darkness, sending Masa's massive head flying several meters away. His headless body toppled, and a geyser of blood fountained from his neck. And in that instant, the attacking force from the sand village lost all three of its commanding jonin. Every leader was dead. A scream tore through the night. Several sand ninja, who charged forward, only saw a blur before their throats were slashed by a razor-sharp blade. With a desperate cry, they clutched their wounds and collapsed to the ground. Demon. He's a demon. Seeing him standing there, his clothes soaked almost entirely in blood, with rainwater mingling with fresh crimson and dripping ceaselessly, the remaining ninjas of the sand village nearly lost the will to fight. With a shriek, they turned and fled in terror. Had there still been a jonin to keep them in line, these ninjas, frightened as they might be, would have grit their teeth and carried on, facing Qianwei. But with Masa dead, the last barrier in their mind shattered. No one spared another thought for duty or honor. They simply dropped their weapons and ran for their lives. They only wanted to escape this nightmare, to get away from this silver-haired demon. Kill them. Finish them off. Qianwei didn't even need to give the order. The Konoha ninjas, still able to fight, yelled as they charged ahead. This was the perfect opportunity, a chance to beat down foes who'd already lost all hope. Who could let that slip by? There were only a handful of Sand Village ninjas left, and they'd been frightened out of their wits. Opponents easier than these didn't exist. With a long exhale, Qianwei plunged his chipped blade into the ground, standing still in the pouring rain while water washed away the blood on his body. He watched as red droplets fell and seeped into the earth at his feet, then shook his head and muttered, "Looks like I really need to break my habit of slashing throats, or I'll be drenched in blood every single time." Compared to stabs to the heart or guts, slitting someone's throat is by far the swiftest way to kill in the chaos of battle. One stroke, and both the windpipe and artery are severed. In that instant, unless they get immediate treatment and an extraordinarily skilled medical ninja is on hand, there's little chance of survival. By contrast, stabbing the heart or other organs is a bit more troublesome. Not only do you have to thrust the blade in, but pulling it out can be risky. Even a small misstep can see you wounded or facing death's door yourself. That's exactly why Qianwei preferred his method, quick and efficient. The only drawback? You always ran the risk of being sprayed in blood from head to toe. Qianwei stayed put instead of joining the hunt. He was feeling the exhaustion. Even for someone with his formidable strength and chakra reserves, fighting through a wave of enemy foot soldiers took its toll. I wonder when I'll finally get my second exclusive skill, he mused. If a second exclusive skill awakened, handling a situation like this would be a breeze next time around. Judging by the leveling logic from games, Qianwei guessed his second exclusive skill would emerge when his Sharingan evolved to the Mangekyo stage. What kind of exclusive skill will it be, I wonder? Guided by Minato, who supported the limping Nawaki, the group made their way back. A number of Konoha shinobi followed behind them, all in roughly the same state, exhausted, each bearing wounds of their own. By comparison, Qianwei was in a class of her own. Aside from being a bit tired, she showed no other signs of distress. The others weren't as fortunate. Their chakra reserves were heavily depleted, their physical strength nearly spent, and some were visibly injured. Even Minato, normally a radiant figure among them, was sporting bruises, a result, no doubt, of a last stand by the enemy during pursuit. "It's nothing," he said. Qianwei swiftly retrieved her ninja blade embedded in the earth, scooped out several pits beneath a nearby large tree, and efficiently erected a makeshift wooden shelter, draping it with oilcloth to keep out the rain. A temporary refuge was ready in under 5 minutes. "Oh, this hurts," Nawaki groaned, clutching his wounds as he sat in the muddy shelter. He hadn't felt it during the fight, but now that it was over, the injury kept bleeding, sending waves of pain that made him tremble. The rest of the group weren't faring much better. "Bear with it for a bit," Qianwei said. With a quick application of the fireball jutsu, she ignited a small fire, then cleaned bandages and began tending to each injured teammate, applying medicine and wrapping wounds. Fortunately, she'd had the foresight to pack a sealing scroll filled with plenty of bandages and medical supplies before setting out. Without it, Qianwei wasn't sure how she would have coped. Medical ninjutsu was not her forte. Minato had taken a knife to the waist, a shallow but nasty gash, likely from kunai. As Qianwei cleaned and dressed the wound, she couldn't help but tease, "Minato, lucky for you the enemy didn't cut any deeper. Another few centimeters, and you'd have been done for the rest of your life." "Ach, wait, what?" Minato winced as the medicine stung, his face turning pale. The joke sailed past him at first. "Ha ha ha." A few of the seasoned, bandaged veterans resting in the shelter burst out laughing. One big man clapped Minato on the back and added, "Kid, what Lady Qianwei means is your kidneys nearly got skewered. A man loses those, and the second half of his life is finished. Your wife would never forgive you." Minato blinked in confusion, but then it dawned on him. His pale face flushed crimson as he shot a glare at Qianwei, as if he might leap at her any moment. The others couldn't contain themselves and laughed even harder. Thank goodness there were no kunoichi present, or else they would have scolded the lot of them for making such jokes while wounded. After the laughter died down, Chiyue finished dressing the last person's wound and stepped out into the falling rain. After such a hard-fought battle, fewer than 15 leaf ninjas remained. Casualties were devastatingly high, and even those who survived all bore wounds. With no able hands left, Chiyue was left to tend to both their own fallen and the bodies of the enemy herself. Leaving corpses scattered across the battlefield was never a good idea. In the harsh environment of the Land of Rain, with its relentless weather, bodies would begin to rot and emit foul odors in no time, perhaps even causing outbreaks of disease. Lord Chiyue, let us help you, someone ventured, watching as Chiyue worked alone among the dead. Get back and rest, Chiyue snapped, her eyes flashing with irritation. I'm not so exhausted that I can't move a few corpses. Their protest met with a fierce scolding. The group exchanged awkward smiles and had no choice but to retreat into the wooden hut, watching from within as Chiyue worked tirelessly across the field on her own. I'm sorry, she muttered to herself. Under the circumstances, it was impossible for her to return all their fallen to Leaf Village for burial. She didn't have nearly enough sealing scrolls on hand, so the only choice was to cremate and bury them right here. The sight of comrades' bodies lying in muddy pits struck her hard, but she had already done all she could. Gritting her teeth, Chiyue buried every corpse, then took a solitary walk along the perimeter. Far from the battlefield, deep in the forest, a wild boar lay beneath a tree, grunting softly as it rested. Suddenly, a kunai sliced through the air. Before the beast could react, the blade had pierced its eye, sinking deep into its brain. The wild boar let out a gut-wrenching bellow of agony, and, in a frenzy, smashed repeatedly into a nearby tree before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. Chiyue leapt down from a tree branch, and, seeing the boar still twitching, grabbed it by the hind leg and began dragging it out of the woods. Barbecue on the battlefield? Except for Minato and Nawaki, who seemed unfazed, every other ninja stared in disbelief. Since arriving at the front lines, hot meals had only been possible back at camp. The rest of the time, they made do with dry rations and nutrient pills. It had been ages since anyone had enjoyed the luxury of roasted meat. Yet Chiyue was about to treat them to just that. You've all been wounded, and your strength is diminished. Eating some hot, roasted meat will help you recover faster, she said. Eat up. If you stick with Chiyue, you'll never have to go without barbecue. Nawaki grinned, reassuring the others as he helped himself to a hearty chunk. Seeing Nawaki and Minato dive and without hesitation, the rest of the Leaf Ninjas, already swallowing their saliva, couldn't hold back any longer and seized hunks of roast boar, devouring them eagerly. So hot, so good. Watching the wounded soldiers desperately fanning their mouths from the heat, yet unable to resist the aroma, Chiyue couldn't help but find the scene rather amusing. Should we withdraw now? Someone asked. Bellies full and thirst quenched, every gaze found its way to Chiyue, sitting quietly by the campfire. After everything they'd been through, Chiyue had unquestionably become the pillar they all relied on. At times like these, everyone obeyed Chiyue's orders without question. Wait for news. After tossing 2 still damp sticks into the fire and fanning away the thick, curling smoke, Chiyue spoke again. We need to wait for news from the front lines. If, during this time, the Sand Village's main army attacks, will choose to retreat. In theory, their mission was already complete. Yet Chiyue still wanted to await word from the battlefield. The cause was the Sand Village's odd behavior. Their vanguard had suffered heavy casualties, and only a handful had managed to escape. And the main army remained eerily silent. It looked as though the Sand Village had merely sent a few hundred troops to stir up trouble, muddy the waters, and then disappeared without a trace. By all calculations, the Sand Village's main force should have taken this chance to strike Konoha from behind. But they hadn't. Only a few hundred had been sent to cause confusion, which made no sense at all. Chiyue refused to believe that the old fox Chiyo would pass up such a golden opportunity to stab Konoha in the back. Yet the Sand Village's army had yet to show itself, which could only mean they harbored some other intention, some hidden scheme. Whatever Chiyo was plotting, whatever trap she had prepared, as long as the Sand Village's army didn't attack, they could stay here in safety and recover their strength. All that remained was to wait for new orders and updates from above. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged on at the front lines. As the fight dragged on, the difference in overall strength between the village hidden in the rain and Konoha began to reveal itself. Apart from the presence of Hanzo, the Rain Village was giving ground, losing territory with every clash. Yet at the same moment, the Sand Village's main army was quietly making its way toward Konoha's camp. No one would have expected that Chiyo and Ebizo would risk everything to mount a surprise assault on Konoha's camp. They intended to take advantage of the fact that most of Konoha's forces were tied up in battle at the front with the Rain Village, and strike where Konoha least expected it. Neither Orochimaru nor Danzo foresaw this turn of events. Even Chiyue was taken off guard. After all, in the original story, the Sand Village had never pulled off such a move. Sister, the defenses in the Konoha camp are still quite formidable. Ebizo, in charge of leading the Umbu in intelligence gathering, reported that, according to their findings, the Konoha camp wasn't nearly as empty as they'd expected. Its defenses were not to be underestimated. I know, Chiyo replied, her smile cold. That's precisely why Danzo can rest so easy. I'm certain he would never guess that our Sand Village would swing around behind them and launch a direct assault on their camp. Konoha's defenses still had plenty of strength remaining. But let's not forget, the main forces were still locked in fierce combat on the front lines with the Rain Village. Even if a handful were left behind, how many could there be? Chiyo was convinced that this battle would bring victory to the Sand Village, catching Danzo completely off guard. Have everyone prepare, she instructed. Chiyo decided to make her move around 3 o'clock in the morning. That was the hour when human minds wandered and fatigue crept in, right before daybreak, when vigilance was at its lowest. Even ninjas grow weary, even they need their rest. When the Sand Village army sweeps in, the Leaf's encampment will undoubtedly descend into chaos. With fierce battles raging on the front lines, the camp itself is abuzz with activity. Streams of information and intelligence flood in, leaving Danzo, always stationed in the rear, never having set foot on the battlefield himself, running in circles as the overwhelmed commander-in-chief. Lord Danzo, the rear encampment has come under attack by sand ninjas. There are quite a few of them, but their exact numbers remain unclear. Danzo nodded slightly and said, Orochimaru will see to it. I trust him. Has the third batch of supplies made it to the front lines? No word from them yet. Chiyo, so in the end, you still couldn't resist making a move? Gazing over the map, Danzo sneered with thinly veiled disdain. Pity there was nobody around to witness it. Anyone who did would have been utterly shocked. That stern, rigid Lord Danzo actually allowing himself a smile. With a war erupting between the Leaf and the Rain Ninja, the Sand Village couldn't hold back and began their own assault on the Leaf's positions. All of this had unfolded just as Danzo had foreseen. He and Chiatsuki now shared a common anticipation. They both waited for news from the front. As the minutes ticked by, the once lively encampment gradually settled with the arrival of night, as more and more ninjas slipped back into their tents for rest. Even Danzo, having handled most of the pressing matters, chose to catch a bit of sleep in the command tent. With no fresh reports arriving, he couldn't very well just stand there like a block of wood, glued to that spot awaiting word from the front. The moment had come. Chiyo exchanged a glance with Ebizo, the siblings nodding subtly. Chiyo raised her hand, laying out her plan. The ninja shadows, trailing silently behind them, immediately relayed the next orders. A drawn-out yawn burst from the sensory ninja on patrol. He was growing bleary-eyed and drowsy. Maintaining a long-range sensory field, constantly monitoring the slightest shift or sound around the camp, was exhausting work. Even a sensory ninja's stamina has its limits. Thankfully, the camp security had held so far. Ever since the war began, they'd never seen an enemy attack reach this deep into camp. Check one more time. Glancing at the time, he noted that his shift was almost over. With little energy left, he prepared for one last scan. Afterward, his comrade would take over, and he could finally rest. With the help of a village-made sensory amplification device, his chakra swept over the encampment. All seemed in order after a thorough check. But just as he was about to call it night, he suddenly detected unfamiliar chakra signatures flickering in the nearby forest, not too far from the camp. What? A wave of unfamiliar chakra, all at once. For a second, he thought it must be an error, or maybe the sensory device was malfunctioning. No, something was wrong. It wasn't the equipment. Enemies had arrived. A dense swarm of enemies suddenly appeared on the sensory monitors, startling the sensory ninja into a piercing scream. Enemy attack. With that one cry, it was as if someone had thrown a stone into calm waters. Instantly, ripples spread everywhere, shattering the camp's tranquility. The ninja on night watched jolted with alarm. Not daring to check if it was real or false, he fired a signal flare without hesitation. Boom! A brilliant flare exploded over the camp, flooding the night sky with light and waking a multitude of sleeping ninjas from their dreams. Attack! Since their presence had been exposed, there was no point in pretending. An all-out assault began. In truth, Chiyo had never expected Konoha to be so negligent as to leave themselves unguarded. Nor did she believe they would seize Konoha's camp with ease. A direct attack was inevitable. Like ants pouring from their nest, the Sand Village ninjas surged forward in overwhelming numbers, advancing relentlessly toward the Konoha encampment. Enemy attack. The Sand Village is upon us. The entire camp erupted into chaos. Countless ninjas, violently shaken from sleep, leapt up and burst from their tents, ready to fight. What's going on? Having only just closed his eyes, Danzo's annoyance was palpable as he was rudely awakened. Lord Danzo, Sand Village ninjas are attacking the camp. In massive numbers. Sand Village? Chio. Danzo paused, quickly putting the pieces together. His expression darkened. I had thought the Sand Village was just trying to sow chaos and muddy the waters on the battlefield. But I didn't expect Chio to have such boldness. While staging attacks against our main forces, she draws my and Orochimaru's attention, then leads a large contingent in a surprise assault on our camp. Chio is shrewder than I gave her credit for. Does Chio really think so highly of herself? Konoha is feeling the strain of fighting on two fronts, but is the Sand Village faring any better? Whatever the case, Konoha's reserves are substantial. Even under pressure, they are far from being overwhelmed. But Sand Village, on the other hand, is a different story. In terms of resources, they can't compare to Konoha. In numbers and overall strength, they remain the underdog. How much better will Sand Village fare in this two-front conflict? It would have been enough to stir up trouble, but now they're bold enough to try a sneak attack on our camp. Reckless to the point of courting disaster. Letting out a scornful snort, Danzo commanded in a low, steady voice, "Deliver my orders, prepare to face the enemy." Konoha held the advantage of a fortified camp, tasked with defending their well-built positions, while Sand Village had to fight as the aggressors, a far more difficult proposition. Truly, Danzo harbored no fear of Chio storming the camp. He simply hadn't anticipated that the enemy would attempt such a move. Yet, Danzo was missing several crucial considerations. For example, Konoha's forces had been fighting continuously, their nerves worn thin. Only in camp could they finally rest, sleeping soundly and deeply. But what about Sand Village? Most of the time, apart from stirring up trouble, he was simply conserving his strength. Adding to this was an unexpected flanking attack. When the Sand Village launched their assault, most of the Konoha ninja were only just beginning to prepare for battle. As for whose orders to follow and who to go into battle with, that was still a big question mark. This meant their strength couldn't be channeled in one direction. In large-scale battles, to scramble and fight the enemy in haste was a dangerous move. Most crucially, there was a timing gap. Even if you Konoha ninjas realized we were attacking, you would still have to organize yourselves before you could mount an effective defense, wouldn't you? That sliver of time was exactly what Chio needed. With forethought and preparation on their side, the Sand Ninjas caught Konoha completely off guard, humiliating Danzo and letting him taste defeat. Attack! As they closed in swiftly on the Konoha encampment, Elder Ebizo raised his hand and gave it two sharp waves. A squad of Sand Ninjas, clad in uniform gear, quickly gathered and aimed their weapons at the wooden palisade of Konoha's camp. Wind style, combined Great Sickle Weasel. Braving the pounding rain, the Sand Shinobi joined forces, executing a synchronized wind-release jutsu. In an instant, roaring gales tore toward the Konoha encampment. The razor-sharp wind blades shredded the wooden walls as if they were made of paper. Many of the ninja behind those barricades were cut down before they could even react. Everything within the path of that wind was torn to pieces. Though some of Konoha's defenders tried to shield themselves with their own jutsu, their disparate, uncoordinated efforts were futile before the power of a unified wind release. Furthermore, the special nature of the Great Sickle Weasel technique carved a vacuum through the camp, nullifying many of Konoha's jutsu attempts. Puppet Core Advance. The wooden wall at the camp's flank collapsed, and with a single wave from Chio, the Sand's infamous Puppet Core, the pride of the entire shinobi world, poured onto the battlefield. The puppet masters, each commanding their own lethal creations, surged into the heart of the Konoha camp. All-out war was inevitable, but it was Konoha who bore the brunt of the chaos, not the Sand. Disorganized and caught completely off guard, the Konoha ninja were slaughtered by the Puppet Core's onslaught. Across the encampment, marionettes unleashed volleys of poisonous needles and wickedly sharp, poison-tipped blades. Any ninja caught in their killing zone had no time to react, reduced to little more than human sieves. Chio. Bursting from the command post, Danzo's hand gripped tightly around a shinobi blade, his gaze sweeping over the wounded, writhing in agony across the battlefield. Veins bulged on his forehead in fury. He'd considered countless contingencies, but never the consequence of that fraction of lost time. Because of it, the Konoha encampment was breached, the Puppet Core flooded inside, and the casualties mounted into a massacre. Danzo. Chio controlled several puppets, leading her forces into the camp, with Ebizo sticking closely by his elder sister's side. Chiyo, do you really think this is enough to defeat us, the shinobi of Konoha? Of course not. Chiyo glanced at Danzo, who was practically fuming with rage, and smiled cheerfully. As long as I can make Konoha taste suffering and deepen your losses, my mission is complete. Hurts, doesn't it, Danzo? Who would have thought this old woman would dare attack your camp, Danzo? The angrier Danzo grew, the more delighted Chiyo became. His frustration only meant Konoha had suffered even greater losses. This time, the Sand Village's surprise attack had succeeded to perfection. Even if they couldn't take over the entire camp, even if they couldn't wipe out every enemy, the Sand had already claimed victory. After the initial chaos, the shinobi of Konoha began to rally and organize an effective counterattack. The momentum of Sand's brutal onslaught began to wane. If this fight continued, Konoha would eventually reclaim the advantage and drive the invaders out. But did that really matter? The Sand had achieved their aim. A surprise assault on Konoha's encampment, a breach in its defenses, and heavy casualties inflicted. Konoha's pride had taken a brutal blow. For Chiyo, the mission was completed above and beyond expectations. Wretched woman. Danzo stared at Chiyo, her mocking smile stinging him. He wished he could drop his carefully maintained facade, point at her, and let loose a barrage of insults. But he couldn't. He had an image to maintain. After all, the villagers could never accept a Hokage who resorted to yelling in the heat of battle. Counterattack. Unwilling to waste another word on Chiyo, Danzo barked out the order for Konoha's shinobi to strike back. Chiyo, knowing she had riled them up even further, looked especially pleased and shouted, "Puppet Corps, attack the medical unit." If she could take the medical division and wipe out their medics, her success would be truly overwhelming. Konoha could swallow the loss of a batch of regular shinobi, but the deaths of the medical ninjas, such a blow would make even the third Hokage spit blood in fury. No, stop them. Danzo could turn a blind eye to the loss of common ninjas. But the medics were different. Losing even one was a thorn in his heart. Medical ninjas were difficult to train, and each was invaluable, especially in wartime. Seeing that Chiyo was about to strike at the medical unit, Danzo's composure finally faltered. Puppet Corps, seize the infirmary. The more you care, the more determined I am to break it. Let's see what you'll do, Danzo. Once the medical unit fell, Chiyo would retreat without regret. Under her command, the puppeteers surged toward the medical division. Danzo was beside himself, ready to rush over in person, but Chiyo's puppets blocked his way. Danzo, I think you'd best stay here and accompany this old lady a little longer. Chiyo, today's humiliation. I, Danzo, vow to repay you 100-fold in the days to come. With the war against the Hidden Rain village nearing its end, Danzo had expected, after negotiations were settled, to stand among Konoha's heroes. Yet thanks to Chiyo's cunning move, Danzo's hopes were dashed. Far from being celebrated, he'd be lucky to escape ridicule upon his return. There was no way he could bring up his contributions now. If the entire medical division had been wiped out, he might not just be shamed, he could well be held responsible and punished. Chiyo let out a raspy laugh. I'll be waiting for your revenge, Danzo, but I fear you'll never get the chance. Any perceptive observer could see that Danzo's ability to sit safely in the camp owed everything to the presence of Orochimaru and Tsunade. Without those two, Danzo would have been scrambling to hold everything together. Had the war proceeded as he'd planned, Danzo truly could have claimed great merit. But things were different now. The camp had been thrown into chaos, and the medical division suffered grievous losses. If Danzo could still command on the river country front, Chiyo would gladly hand her own head over as a trophy. Now, to avoid suspicion, Danzo would almost certainly need to step back. The third Hokage would never allow him to carry on as the commander in river country after this disaster. Help me. Somebody help. Most of the medical nin stood little chance in a fight, especially caught unawares. Even as the Konoha ninja scrambled to rally, it had never occurred to them that the Sand Puppeteer Squad would suddenly turn their weapons on the medical division. In an instant, chaos gripped the entire medical section. Patients and wounded fell by the dozens, many dying in agony on the spot. Several medical nin were slain where they stood. Retreat. Ignoring Danzo's seething fury, his desire to tear his own flesh and drink his own blood, Chiyo, once she saw the devastation they'd wrought, gave the order to pull back at once. There was no point in dragging this out. Though Konoha was suffering, Sand would gain little from prolonging the fight. Best to withdraw swiftly, now, while Konoha was still in disarray and unable to mount a coordinated counterattack. They'd struck deep into Konoha's camp, cut down many, and dealt a crippling blow to their medical unit. Such results were more than enough to put a smile on Chiyo's face. There was no need to get greedy. Kill them. Leave none alive. As the Sand Ninja began their retreat, Danzo, outraged, sense of decorum abandoned, bellowed in fury and charged after them with a ninja from the Root Division. For all his reputation as a schemer, Danzo's strength was real. He could certainly hold his own against the elite Jonin. Rallying under his command, the Konoha ninja shouted and stormed in pursuit. Thus began a chaotic chase. Danzo showed Chiyo the true meaning of a cornered beast will fight to the death. If she'd robbed him of honor, he'd make sure she paid a price as well. Near boiling with rage, Danzo led his forces in relentless pursuit of the retreating Sand Ninja, inflicting significant casualties. Left with no other recourse, Chiyo and her forces turned back, and the deadly struggle with Konoha continued. Chiyo! Danzo's eyes were ablaze with vengeful fury as he charged straight at Chiyo, heedless of everything else. The surrounding shinobi were taken aback, their faces filled with alarm. Lord Danzo, be careful. Hurry, help sister. Ebizo, too, rushed forward at once with the ANBU at his side, and in an instant, an all-out melee seemed about to break out. Forced into a bitter struggle by Danzo's relentless assault, Chiyo had no choice but to lead her people in fierce battle against the Konoha forces. The fighting was intense and evenly matched, but Danzo, driven nearly mad by his rage, fought with terrifying ferocity, so much that even Chiyo was startled. She had not expected Danzo, pushed to the brink of losing his mind, to be so formidable. His wind-style jutsu were sharp and deadly, and his merciless swordplay left her puppets battered and struggling to hold ground. Sister, sensing the tide turning, Ebizo dashed forward, his concern for numbers cast aside, rushing to aid Chiyo in surrounding Danzo. Danzo, locked in fierce combat with Chiyo a moment ago, suddenly found himself flustered as Ebizo joined the fray. Glancing around as his mind cleared, Danzo felt a chill run through him. The Konoha shinobi were already entangled in battle elsewhere. The ANBU who had always shadowed him were now pinned down by Suna's own Black Ops. Danzo realized he was utterly isolated, fighting alone against the formidable Chiyo and her brother. That alone might have been manageable, but what made his heart race with dread was the sight of Suna's elite ninjas closing in, their intentions all too clear. He had charged too recklessly. Now, he had plunged headlong into the enemy's encirclement. Looking around, Danzo saw he was surrounded not just by the siblings, but by many of Suna's finest. His body tensed with anxiety as he quickly began to retreat. Quick, save Lord Danzo. Kill him. Both sides sprang into action at once. The Konoha shinobi saw Danzo trapped and cried out in desperation. Suna's ninja, meanwhile, were determined to finish off the reckless Danzo for good. Killing Danzo would deal a heavy blow to Konoha's morale. Chiyo had not originally planned such a move, but since Danzo had foolishly plunged into their midst, she was not about to show mercy. Attack! With Chiyo and Ebizo at the fore, the Suna shinobi closed around Danzo, shouting as they launched their assault. Elsewhere, Danzo's own Root ninja grew frantic. Wounded or not, they would stop at nothing to rescue their commander. Seeing Root's desperation, the Konoha shinobi followed suit and charged into the fray. Amid the chaos, a gigantic summoning beast suddenly appeared on the battlefield. An otherworldly creature, part elephant, part fantasy. It was Danzo's own dream taper, his trusted summon. Chiyo, with his summon carving a path through the enemy. Danzo finally found his opportunity and broke through the encirclement. But the price he paid was steep. One of his eyes had been pierced by a poisoned needle, and now thick, foul-smelling black blood oozed from the wound. One of his arms was drenched in blood, nearly severed by Chiyo's puppet. What a shame. Watching Danzo break free and escape, Chiyo understood that the chance to kill him today had almost slipped away. Retreat. With a sweep of her hand, Chiyo led the withdrawal. She had no wish to keep fighting Konoha's shinobi to the bitter end. The plan had already been a resounding success. Sunagakure need only sit back and reap the rewards of victory. There was no sense in becoming greedy. If Danzo, reckless as he was, blundered into their encirclement, it would have been all the better to kill him. But if not, it was wiser to pull back. Lord Danzo! One by one, the Root shinobi, battered and bloodied, finally reached Danzo's side. Seeing the wounds that marred their leader, they cried out anxiously. Medical ninja! Hurry! Help Lord Danzo! He needs treatment. Danzo's injuries were grave, throwing Konoha's forces into chaos and making them forget all about pursuing the enemy. They formed a tight circle around Danzo, layer after layer, determined to shield him. But when they tried to treat his wounds, they quickly realized that almost every medic in the camp had been wiped out by Sunagakure's surprise attack. The few remaining were barely qualified, novices at best. They could manage some first aid, but proper healing was out of reach. and Danzo's condition was rapidly worsening. Quick, send word to headquarters. Sunagakure has attacked the camp, and Lord Danzo is wounded. Sunagakure's plan had succeeded. Danzo, blinded by rage, had pursued the enemy too far and plunged himself into the heart of danger, resulting in severe injury. At the front lines, Jiraiya lay on the ground, rain pouring down and soaking him to the bone. He was completely spent. He couldn't move a single finger. Whatever happens, happens, he thought. He simply had no strength left to fight. Not far away, Orochimaru clutched his shoulder, breathing hard as he glared at Hanzo, who stood atop his giant salamander. Orochimaru's eyes burned with frustration, and Tsunade was no better off. Her energy and chakra were nearly depleted. The three of them were utterly exhausted, with nothing left to give. Since the battle had begun, the three had been locked in combat with Hanzo. But in the end, they simply weren't his match. Hanzo's title as demigod, while perhaps a bit boastful, was not altogether undeserved. At his peak, Hanzo's might was truly overwhelming. From a personal standpoint, he had won. The three Sannin were simply not his equals, and they had been defeated. But from the perspective of his village, Hanzo had lost. The Hidden Rain Village's foundation could never compare with that of a place like Konoha. He had bested Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, and slain more than a few Konoha shinobi, but in the end, the result was the same. The Hidden Rain Village had lost. Lost utterly and completely. By the battle's end, nearly all their shinobi had perished. Those left alive were wounded to the last. In contrast, within Konoha, there were still quite a few ninja capable of fighting on. Yet, paralyzed by their fear of Hanzo's deadly poison, none dared venture closer, forced instead to watch anxiously from a distance. "I have won," the old man announced. "And yet, I have also suffered defeat. Hiruzen has taught 3 excellent students." Standing atop the head of his giant salamander, Hanzo gazed at Orochimaru and asked, "Orochimaru, why didn't you summon Manda to the battlefield? If Manda had appeared, you might have clung to a slim thread of hope for victory." From beginning to end, Orochimaru hadn't once summoned Manda, not even in the face of mortal danger. Tsunade and Jiraiya, on the other hand, had brought forth Katsuyu and Gamabunta, though neither summoning beast could turn the tide against Hanzo. Katsuyu at least could heal injuries, but Gamabunta seemed helpless against the giant salamander. The salamander's venom was so fearsome that even the legendary toads of Mount Myaboku shrank back in dread. A sharp, almost manic chuckle escaped from Orochimaru. "Oh ho ho, Manda has already chosen a new master. Naturally, I will never summon him to battle again. Besides, even with Manda, the outcome wouldn't have changed. Hanzo was simply overwhelming, so powerful it was suffocating." This reality left Orochimaru feeling utterly defeated. He, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, in every measure, taijutsu or swordplay, were simply no match for Hanzo. Worse still was Hanzo's terrifying mastery of instantaneous movement, which left the trio soundly overwhelmed and defeated. Should he finish them here and now? If he wished, Hanzo could have easily slain Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. None of the three had strength left to fight. Though many Konoha ninja lingered around, Hanzo spared them not a second thought. With a single, venomous breath from his salamander, any who opposed him would instantly fall. After some deliberation, Hanzo finally lowered his sickle and dismissed his summoning technique, sending the giant salamander away. "You three are truly impressive, but you just lack time to fully mature. Today, I, Hanzo the demigod, bestow upon you the title of the legendary Sannin." "What?" Orochimaru's sly smile froze. Jiraiya rolled his eyes in exasperation, and Tsunade stared in stunned disbelief. "The title of Sannin? A gift bestowed? What a mockery! Surely this was an insult, not honor. Go back and tell Danzo," Hanzo intoned, "that I'll be waiting in Animerecap for him to send someone to negotiate peace." With a sweep of his sickle, Hanzo led what remained of his able-bodied ninja from Animerecap off the field, bringing this bitter war to its final close. Yet even as victors, Tsunade and her comrades found no joy in their hearts, for to them, the title of Sannin was no badge of honor, but a mark of their shame. Pitter-patter, the sound of rain drumming upon oiled canvas, scattering tiny splashes. Perched atop a tree, standing watch, Chizuki lifted her gaze toward the front lines. "I wonder if the war has ended yet, and if the title of Sannin will cling to Tsunade and the others." No enemies remained, and without any orders to retreat, those left behind could only stay on the battlefield to rest and recover. As a result, Chiyue found herself rather idle. There was something intriguing about the movements of the Sand Village. Thankfully, whatever schemes they were plotting were none of Chiyue's concern, for such things were worries best left to the higher-ups of the village. Lady Chiwe, word has come from the camp. A ninja, his left hand injured, excitedly leaped into the tree with a messenger hawk clutched in his arms, not caring at all that the rain was soaking his bandaged hand. Let's head back first, then we'll talk. Chiwe took the small slip of paper from the hawk's leg, then released the bird back into the sky. News from the camp. Back inside the cabin, Chiwe sat beside the fire and spoke, prompting the other idle ninjas, who were also gathered aimlessly around the flames, to instinctively glance her way. Chiwe unfurled the note and began to read. She had expected the camp to send orders for evacuation, or at the very least, instructions to hold their ground a little longer, perhaps even promising reinforcements and the return of the injured. But after reading what was actually written, Chiwe was left stunned. Could this mean they'd lost the battle? The others caught Chiwe's reaction, and their hearts all seemed to skip a beat. You've got to be kidding me. Chiwe raised a hand to rub her face, a strange urge to laugh bubbling up inside her. That old schemer Danzo, he'd finally slipped up. Turns out Chiyo managed to maim him, leaving Danzo a one-eyed man who'd lost the use of an arm. And, more crucially, the camp had suffered enormous losses, with the medical ninja corps nearly wiped out in a single attack. Such a blow was enough to make even the third Hokage and the others feel as though their hearts were bleeding. Seeing Chiyue's strange expression, no one dared utter a word. The group sat in uneasy silence, until at last, Nawaki forced a strained, almost tearful smile. Chiwe, don't tell me the front lines have been defeated. What about my sister? What's her situation? Letting out a long breath, Chiwe unfolded the note once more and read aloud. Your sister's safe, and the front lines were victorious. The Rain Village has been defeated, and Hanzo himself has asked for peace talks. However, you scared the life out of me. Nawaki thumped Chiwe with his uninjured hand, relief flooding his face at the news of their victory, and, more importantly, knowing Tsunade was unharmed. But what about the rest? Could something have happened to our teacher? Now, it was Minato's turn to worry. He feared Jiraiya might have fallen on the battlefield. It's just that. Chiwe gathered her thoughts before explaining. The Sand Village launched a surprise attack from behind, catching the camp off guard and completely overrunning it. The entire medical division was wiped out. Lord Danzo suffered serious injuries. He lost an eye and an arm. Was this divine retribution at last? Chiyo really pulled off a flawless move. If only she'd gone an extra mile and finished Danzo off for good. What a pity, such a missed opportunity. Chiwe gave a silent nod of approval to Chiyo in her heart. The only thing he really regretted was that the medical division had been wiped out. A large number of frontline medical ninja had lost their lives, and this would cause Konoha considerable pain for quite some time. After all, training medical ninja was no easy task. A stunned silence fell over the group. Now, they finally understood why Chiwe had shown that particular expression and reaction just moments ago. Had the camp really been overrun by Tsunanin? Was the entire medical division completely destroyed? Lord Danzo came back alive, but as a one-eyed man with a crippled arm? Good heavens, Suna is really outdone themselves this time. All right, everyone, pack up your things. We're pulling out and heading back to camp immediately. After such a loss inflicted by Suna, the Konoha camp had taken a severe blow. That meant all ninja stationed elsewhere needed to be recalled immediately. With Amage Cure now defeated, next came the negotiations. To prevent another surprise attack, their only option was to strengthen defenses at the camp as much as possible. The pitiful thing was Danzo himself thought victory was within his grasp. He imagined that, once the war ended and negotiations were complete, he'd return to the village hailed as a hero, honored for his contributions. But all of that had now vanished, snatched away by Chiyo's cunning maneuver. At this point, Danzo could forget about recognition. Escaping punishment would be considered lucky. With such a disaster, he and he alone would be left holding the bag. Who else could possibly take the blame for this? Not a single soul could shoulder a burden as heavy as this one. Chiwe couldn't help clicking his tongue at the thought of Danzo's hopes and dreams crumbling, wanting to be a hero, to become the fourth Hokage, all shattered. You had to admit, Chiyo's scheme was truly wicked. The war was over, but nobody's face showed a hint of joy, especially Tsunade and her two teammates. They ordered the other ninja to bring the wounded and the bodies back to camp, while the three of them stayed behind on the battlefield to recuperate. At that moment, the three of them were sitting together in a cave. In the glow of the campfire, they sat quietly, no words passing between them. It should have been time for celebration, but the so-called three legendary ninja label bestowed by Hanzo left them feeling nothing but disgust. And the most unbelievable part? Everyone else treated it as a badge of honor. Hey, are we just going to sit here forever? When do we go back? I'm sick of this awful rain country weather. After a long silence, it was Jiraiya who finally broke it. What? Eager to run off and peep at women bathing again. Orochimaru shot Jiraiya a sidelong glance, and Jiraiya glared right back. He might be scared of Tsunade, but Orochimaru? Absolutely not. He was more than ready for a staring contest. Orochimaru, urgent intelligence from the camp. Just as Tsunade was about to scold the two of them, an ENBU ninja burst into the cave, handing a message scroll to Orochimaru, the only one with authority to give orders at the front. Orochimaru nodded lightly as he accepted the scroll, but as soon as he opened it, his usually impassive face was suddenly transformed, alive with emotion. What could have happened in the camp to make even Orochimaru's face twist in such an expression? Jiraiya, full of curiosity, leaned in closer. Orochimaru ignored Jiraiya, and, after reading the scroll, couldn't help but let out a low, sinister laugh. It seemed as if the gloom weighing on his heart had finally scattered. That's right, seeing Danzo in trouble always lifted his spirits. Looks like someone's about to have a very bad day, Orochimaru remarked, handing the scroll over to Tsunade. Jiraiya shot Orochimaru a glare. Why couldn't he take a look first? Would have killed him. Tsunade took the scroll, but just as Jiraiya was about to peer over, he was met instead by Tsunade's foot. With a miserable yelp, Jiraiya went flying and slammed straight into the wall. Nearby, ENBU watched in embarrassment, pretending they neither saw nor heard anything. They lowered their heads and acted as though nothing had happened, retreating into silence. Damn it, what's Danzo even doing? How could Chiyo manage to break through the camp? And the entire medical division got wiped out in one blow. Tsunade, seething with rage, hurled the scroll to the ground and cursed furiously, making such a rookie mistake. And now you expect me to go patch him up? Jiraiya slid down from the wall, rubbing his bruised face. He picked up the scroll and read it over for a moment, sighing heavily. This really is... He found himself at a loss for words. Tsunade wasn't wrong. This was indeed an unforgivable rookie mistake. No matter how careless or inattentive they might have been, it was still unthinkable for an entire camp to fall like this. Enemy raids on camps weren't uncommon, but to be completely overrun, there was just no excuse. It's true the camp's defensive strength was limited, but the number of sand shinobi left in the Land of Rain wasn't all that great either. If the camp was breached, it could really only be due to one of two things. First, the vigilance became lax. After so long without any direct attacks, the sensory ninja relaxed their guard. Second, the defensive force itself was spread too thin. Other villages would deploy their defenses all around the perimeter to prevent any incursions. But in Konoha's camp, the guard was clustered right at the command center. Was Danzo more worried someone would sneak in at night and drag him away than about an enemy assault? Orochimaru had raised this very issue before, but Danzo never gave it any serious thought. In Danzo's mind, as the commanding officer, his safety was paramount. He believed that if the enemy did attack, they'd target the command post first. But here's the thing. The enemy couldn't have cared less about the command post. They went straight for the medical unit and wiped it out. Just thinking about all those medical nin the village had painstakingly trained, lost in one fell swoop, only fueled Tsunade's anger. Even Jiraiya felt like cursing Danzo's stupidity aloud. Getting attacked is one thing. But then, as the enemy retreated, Danzo actually chased after them, charging into enemy ranks all by himself. What exactly was he thinking? Now look at you. After suffering a brutal attack and sacrificing your own summoned beast, you barely managed to escape with your life, only to end up half-crippled. You've lost an eye and a hand, and you still think Tsunade will treat your wounds when you get back? Dream on. It will be a blessing if Tsunade doesn't stomp you to death on the spot. After a string of curses, Tsunade finally asked, "Has the message reached the village?" What did Danzo say? The ANBU ninja bowed his head respectfully and replied, "The message has been delivered to the village. In addition, Lord Danzo has recalled the scattered ninjas. He also requests that you, Lady Tsunade, return to camp as soon as possible." To hell with him. In the past, every time Tsunade heard Chiwe curse like that, she always wanted to punch him. His language was just too foul. But this time, she couldn't help hurling the insult right at Danzo. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. It was the first time either of them had ever heard Tsunade curse so viciously. For a moment, both of their minds went blank, and the ANBU ninja was left utterly dumbfounded. Luckily, he recovered quickly and pretended not to hear. If anyone else had said those words, ignoring it would be out of the question. But when it was Tsunade cursing, well, that was another matter. One leader calling out another, and one with merit rebuking one who's made a mistake. How can mere ANBU officer get involved? Best to simply act as if nothing happened. At most, if the Hokage asks, he'll just report everything word for word. Back to camp. No matter how much she cursed, Tsunade couldn't just disregard Danzo. Camp still had to be returned to. After all, there were so many wounded. If not for Danzo, at least their lives had to be saved. Compared to Danzo, they were the true heroes of the village. Let's go. Let's go. Jiraiya had had more than enough of this place. He was desperate to leave the land of rain as soon as possible. Orochimaru only nodded slightly and stood up to follow, though as he stepped out of the cave, he glanced back over his shoulder. A small grove of trees stood not far from the cave. Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile before he turned and left. Phew, that scared me. I really thought we'd been discovered. After Orochimaru and the others had gone, 3 little figures emerged from the woods. They were none other than Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Hungry and in need of food, they had made their way outside the cave, drawn by the telltale smoke of a fire and the savory scent of toasted rations. Perhaps it was anger, or perhaps Orochimaru had intended it. Either way, some untouched rations remained behind in the cave. Tsunade and Jiraiya had left in a hurry, and the ANBU ninja couldn't care less about leftovers. Orochimaru had spotted the 3 children hiding in the grove, but hadn't given it much thought. So the rations were left for the taking. Smells so good, but it's still not as tasty as the barbecue teacher Chiyue used to make. Yeah, I really miss teacher Chiyue's barbecue. Konan nodded, agreeing with Yahiko's words, while Nagato quietly ate his rations without saying a word. Even though Chiyue had not accepted them as disciples, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato still regarded him as their teacher. After all, Chiyue had given them food, given them the hope to survive, and given them the hope to grow stronger. They were supposed to become Jiraiya's students, yet fate had splendidly led them away from him. Those 3 kids, huh? As they walked, Jiraiya suddenly asked. Orochimaru glanced at him, gave a slight nod, and said nothing. Jiraiya grinned. Since when have you become so compassionate? As far as I remember, you've always been ruthless. But I'm only ruthless to you. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Jiraiya. Chiyue once said, all of this is because of the damned war, and the most innocent are always the children. Children are blameless. Orochimaru admitted that he, too, had been influenced by Chiyue's words. If it had been before, he would definitely have chosen to end the lives of the 3 children. Sending them to the next world, in his view, would have been an act of mercy. Even if they survived, life would only bring them more suffering. TSK, like I'm going to believe that. Jiraiya shot Orochimaru a middle finger. Orochimaru ignored him and strode off. Jiraiya, left hanging, just shrugged it off. Orochimaru often was this kind of dour character. Looking back at the cave where the children rested, Jiraiya muttered to himself. Keep fighting to survive, little ones. The real culprit is the war, not you. Unaware they had long since been discovered, Yahiko and the others were still wolfing down their rations. Between bites, Yahiko said, I wonder when we'll see Teacher Chiyue again. Once the war is over, I bet he'll return to Konoha. Hurry up and eat, so we can get back to training. Nagato can already perform ninjutsu. We can't fall behind. Among the 3, Nagato's talent was undoubtedly the greatest. With just Chiyue's brief guidance, Nagato had quickly managed to extract chakra and successfully perform ninjutsu. Yahiko and Konan were awestruck with envy. But unlike Nagato, their own talents didn't shine quite as bright, so they had no choice but to work even harder to catch up. Now, each of their paths was slowly diverging. Without Jiraiya's constant presence, without his endless lectures and doctrine, their personalities were beginning to shift from what fate had originally set, and with time, the changes would only grow greater. In Konoha's Hokage office, the lights were still burning bright. Yet, compared to its usual bustling activity, a chilling silence now filled the room. Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado sat in grim silence to one side. The 3rd Hokage's expression was even darker. Chiyo had invaded their home, and, worse yet, her mission had succeeded. Such behavior was nothing short of giving them a slap right across the face, leaving the 3rd Hokage and the others seeing stars. Danzo was far too careless. If anyone else had caused this disaster, Koharu Yuditane would have been shouting insults by now, slapping her knee as she raged at their incompetence. Unfortunately, Danzo couldn't be scolded so easily. Not only was his position special, but berating him would be the same as humiliating themselves. After all, Danzo was appointed as the commander on the front lines only because she and Hamura Mitokado had lent their support. It was with their help that the 3rd Hokage granted his permission. To criticize Danzo now would be to condemn themselves right along with him. Looking at the 3rd Hokage, Hamura said, Hiruzen, the most urgent matter right now is to organize a group of medical ninja and send them to reinforce the front lines. There's still a camp full of wounded awaiting rescue. This cannot be delayed. I know. The third Hokage replied, voice tight, his face dark as a thundercloud. I've already ordered him to send part of the medical team and evacuate some of the wounded. Crowding all the injured together in the camp without proper treatment, given time, it's bound to lead to unnecessary trouble. The problem is, he broke off, the anger burning hotter by the second. Suddenly, with a thud, he slammed his hand down onto the table, his voice rising sharply. Danzo was so reckless that he let the camp fall to the sand village. As if that weren't enough, he only had eyes for his own achievements, utterly ignoring everything else. And now, the entire medical corps has been wiped out in a single stroke. Don't you know how difficult it is to train a team of medical ninja? At this very moment, the fighting on the river country front is at its peak. Where are we supposed to find a team of medical ninja to send as reinforcements? It was bad enough that his carelessness got the medical team wiped out, but then he threw caution to the wind, pursued the enemy relentlessly, and ended up surrounded, nearly losing his life. In the end, he only escaped by sacrificing an eye and an arm. Is this even acceptable? What on earth was Danzo thinking? Tsunade and the others risked their lives to finally subdue Amigakure, bringing Hanzo to the table for negotiations. Now, thanks to this disaster, everything went awry. Not only was the loss catastrophic, but it made Hanzo scoff at them and left Konoha the laughingstock of every village. You could bet that once word spread, Konoha would become a running joke. And Danzo, the brunt of all ridicule. After a torrent of shouted fury, the third Hokage finally calmed down bit by bit. Divide them into groups and send back the less severely injured. Somehow, we must get a team of medical ninja to coordinate with Tsunade and tend to the wounded. Danzo could not be allowed to cause any more chaos at the front. According to Koharu and Hamura's plan, the river country battlefield was also to be handed over to Danzo. The third Hokage had once considered supporting that idea, but after this series of blunders, he completely abandoned it. No way in hell. He couldn't even handle the camp in the land of rain. How could he be trusted with a river country camp? Especially considering the enemies over there were even more troublesome. The relentless waves of attacks had already left him in a state of deep worry. If Danzo were to stir up more trouble, could this war even go on? Watching the third Hokage, Koharu Yutane and Hamura Midokado let out a sigh, silently thinking to themselves. Danzo, it's not that we don't want to help you, but your own mistakes are far too grave. The wooden wall of the camp that had been breached had already been repaired, but the traces left behind by the Sand Ninja were something that could not be erased. Back at the camp, lying inside a newly assigned tent, Nawaki let out a long sigh. I thought as soon as I got back, I'd be able to get treatment, but sigh. Looking at the empty medical tent, Nawaki couldn't help but feel disheartened. Not too long ago, he used to lend a hand to the medical ninjas there. Now, there were only a few people left in the medical unit. At best, they could change bandages and apply fresh medicine for the wounded. Proper treatment was just wishful thinking at this point. Even Danzo, the commander-in-chief, was still enduring his wounds. If others wanted medical care, that would only happen if Tsunade returned, or if the Leaf sent another group of medical ninjas to help. Oh, come on. Those who have lost arms and legs haven't even complained, and you're sighing over a minor injury. What's there to moan about? Minato nearly lost any hope for happiness in the future, and he's still less downcast than you. With that, Chiyuki burst out laughing. Izanagi Chiyuki. The little son, furious, glared daggers at him, while Chiyuki just waved his hand and wiped a tear from his eye. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. A soft snort slipped out. Compared to Minato, Nawaki found some comfort. A hurt arm wasn't that bad. Minato had almost lost something truly precious. A ripple of laughter swept through Nawaki, too, at the thought. Ah, this is killing me, he said, unable to catch his breath. But just as quickly, Nawaki's laughter turned to pain as Minato gave his injured arm a tap, making him wince in agony. You're ruthless. It was just a joke, wasn't it? Did you really have to hit me where I'm hurt? Chiyuki. After a while, once things had calmed down, Nawaki suddenly spoke up. When all this is over and we return to the village for some much-needed rest, could you help me train in taijutsu and kenjutsu? Spending more and more time with Chiyuki and Minato, Nawaki had come to see where he was lacking. He was determined to strengthen his hand-to-hand combat and sword skills. As long as you don't mind getting knocked around, you're welcome to train with us, Chiyuki shrugged, making it clear he didn't mind. One more person, one more punching bag. He'd been beating up the little son for years anyway. It might be fun to have a change. You're in for a rough time. Minato gave Nawaki a look full of sympathy. Izanagi Chiyuki. In the midst of their conversation, Chiyuki was just thinking about what to have for dinner when someone from the Umbu showed up at the door. What's the matter? This is the mission Lord Danzo has assigned to your squad. Please prepare yourselves. You will depart in 2 hours. Handing over a mission scroll to Chiyue with utmost care, The Ambu ninja finally exited the tent. What the heck? Shu let out a wail of frustration. They had just returned to camp. The seats were barely warm, and here came a new mission. Couldn't they find another squad in the camp who was suitable for this task? Damn you, Danzo. Having followed Chiwe for so long, Shu's impression of Danzo was already thoroughly negative. Assigning a mission as soon as they got back. Now that was shameless. Chiwe, however, didn't bother to complain. She simply opened the mission scroll and gave it a quick scan. Almost immediately, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She nudged Shu with her foot. Quit whining. This is actually good news. Our squad's mission is to escort a group of wounded back to the village as quickly as possible. After that, we'll be allowed to stay and recuperate in the village. With more and more ninja returning from various fronts, and with the front lines pulling back, the medical workload at camp had piled up mountain high. In the end, Danzo had no choice but to assign several squads to take the less critically injured back to Konoha as quickly as possible. This would help ease the pressure on the camp's limited medical resources. Otherwise, if too many injured were gathered all in one place, it would inevitably breed a cloud of negativity. So Chiwe's squad was given the escort mission. Chiwe had already proven herself on the battlefield, demonstrating the ability to hold her own. Danzo, naturally, would not let a talent like her slip by. Escorting wounded is no trivial task. If enemy forces attack along the way, it could result in the utter annihilation of everyone. If the camp were breached, the medics all wiped out, and Danzo's own people severely wounded, then every bit of merit earned would vanish into thin air. Worse still, if the wounded being sent back were ambushed and destroyed by the enemy, how could Danzo ever show his face in Konoha again? That's fantastic. Not a heartbeat after he was whining. Shu leapt into the air, all complaints forgotten. He wriggled around with such excitement that Minato was sorely tempted to give him a kick. His wiggling was truly a sight. At last, they could head back to Konoha for some well-earned rest, and just like that, the squad's spirits improved considerably. They packed and prepared at lightning speed, then set off at once with the wounded in tow. Several other squads still able to travel were assigned similar missions, escorting groups of the injured back toward Konoha. The goal was to get the wounded home where they could finally receive treatment. As for those with severe injuries who couldn't be moved, they could only hope for Tsunade's return, or that the village would send more medical ninjas soon. Those who could walk, walked. Those who couldn't, rode in carriages. One long procession, wounded and escorts alike, set out from the camp, making their way toward the Hidden Leaf. To guard against possible enemy attacks, Chiwe's team scouted in all directions as they moved, even if that meant only going through the motions. Who knows how long this war between our village and the Sand Village will drag on? It won't be over anytime soon. Clapping Shu on the shoulder, Chiwe replied. Besides, this isn't really something we should be worrying about. What we need to do right now is safely bring the wounded back to the village, complete our mission, and then stay there to recover. After spending so long in the land of rain, just the sight of cloudy skies or rain gives me a headache. I feel the same way. Rope Tree nodded repeatedly in agreement. The foul weather in the land of rain was truly more than most could stand. For those of them who hailed from Konoha, that place was nothing short of a living nightmare. The land of fire, with its gentle breezes and timely rains, was a paradise by comparison. Because they had wounded with them, their pace was slow. Fortunately, once they crossed into the land of fire's territory, they were able to move much faster. Along the way, they didn't encounter any attacks from Sand Ninja, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Chiwe, however, wasn't too concerned. If any enemies appeared, Xiaobai would give him a heads up right away. Having left Amigakure behind and returned to the familiar territory of the Land of Fire, Xiaobai emerged as well. He lounged lazily on Chiwe's shoulder, basking in the sunlight. Even a tailed beast like Xiaobai couldn't tolerate the Land of Rain's weather, let alone ordinary people. After a long and weary journey lasting 7 full days, the team finally arrived safely in Konoha. Upon returning, Chiwe tossed the mission scroll to Minato, who called out, "Why is it always me?" "Because you're the diplomat of our little squad, of course." Rope Tree grinned mischievously, enjoying Minato's misfortune, but Minato's eyes darted craftily. He seized Rope Tree's hand and refused to let go. "You're coming with me. Otherwise, you'll stand here with me until you do. Get off. Let go of me." "No way. If you don't let go, I'll poke you in the side. I'll smack your hand. Go on. Let's see who can outlast the other." "Honestly, you too." Chiwe rolled his eyes and decided to ignore them entirely. Stretching his limbs, he headed off toward home. He couldn't wait to change into clean clothes, soak in a hot bath, and enjoy a proper meal. The torturous days were finally over. Unless something extraordinary came up, there'd be no more trips to the land of rain. Chiwe had well and truly had enough of that cursed place. In the end, Rope Tree failed to out-stubborn Minato and didn't dare poke him in the side either. He was worried Minato might go hard on his injured arm in retaliation. That kid Chiwe ran off again, did he? Watching Minato and Rope Tree come to hand in their report together, the third Hokage immediately realized their squad leader, Chiwe, had already made his escape. Chances were he was already at home, relaxing with a drink and soaking in a bath. Thank you for your hard work. Smiling at them, the third Hokage nodded and, with a flourish, stamped his seal on their mission. Once again, Chiyue's team gained another distinguished battle commendation. Since they had escorted the wounded back from the battlefield, their reward was calculated in battle merits. And compared to contribution points, battle merits were worth a whole lot more. The third Hokage's guess was right. At that very moment, Chiwe had just finished his bath and was leisurely sipping a cold drink straight from the fridge. As for the drink, there was no doubt about it. Kushina and Mikoto Uchiha had prepared it for him. It was always his favorite, orange juice. Taking a bath, though, that was another matter. It wasn't that Chiwe didn't want to enjoy his soak. It was simply that his house didn't have a bathtub. After finishing their mission, Minato dragged Shang-Tu toward the market. Shang-Tu asked, "Why are we going to the market? All I want is a bath and some food. You just don't get it." Minato flashed a sly grin, one that didn't quite fit his usual image, and lowered his voice. "If we go straight back like this, Chiwe will definitely suggest going out for barbecue or maybe ramen. Do you really want barbecue or ramen again?" "Not at all." Shang-Tu shook his head quickly. After all the time on the battlefield, it was always rations or barbecue. He was sick of both. He really didn't want to touch any of that for a while. Something different sounded much better. "Exactly. That's why we're going grocery shopping at the market. This way, Chiwe can't say no to cooking at home. Mooching a meal is an art, watch and learn." After years of tagging along for Chiyue's cooking, Minato had picked up some tricks of the trade. When Minato and Shang-Tu returned, arms full of fresh groceries, Chiwe could only stare in speechless resignation. He had been planning to suggest going out for ramen, a quick, no-fuss dinner because he was too tired to bother with cooking. But Minato had cleverly closed off every escape route. Staring at the bounty of fresh vegetables, Chiwe realized there was no getting out of cooking this time. After dinner, the three of them headed to a hot spring inn for a soak. Ever since Chiyue's little misadventure, business at Konoha's hot spring inns had taken quite a downer. Several of the innkeepers had even received village funding to build roofs over their hot spring pools, converting them into indoor baths. After all, with indoor facilities, the telescope jutsu was useless. Who would want to risk it? Now that rumors of the telescope jutsu had spread, girls especially were no longer willing to bathe in the open-air springs. Anyone who still went to the outdoor baths, it was practically an open invitation to be peeped at. When word got out that Chiwe was back, Kushina and Mikoto Uchiha were both overjoyed. Kushina even took Chiwe to meet her clan members. Faced with a crowd of red-haired people, Chiwe was momentarily bewildered. Since when did Konoha have so many members of the Uzumaki clan? Wasn't it just Kushina and Uzumaki Nami left? But there they were, at least 7 or 8 in total. If they really put in the effort, perhaps the Uzumaki clan could slowly recover with just these few. It would mean more mixed blood in the lineage, but that was far better than the clan vanishing altogether. Uncle Third said that Lord Danzo rescued these clan members from the Hidden Grass village. Although Kushina didn't much care for Danzo, for saving so many of her people, she addressed him respectfully as Lord Danzo. Yet expecting Kushina to actually change her opinion of Danzo was out of the question. So that's why there are suddenly so many more members of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. Turns out it was all because of Danzo. Chiwe suddenly understood everything. Looks like Danzo was pushed to the edge by the people from Awagakure, which is why he sent those people to Konoha. It's connected to Awagakure? It was Danzo who had rescued the people and sent them back. As for his reasons, Kushina had no idea. Now, hearing Chiwe's explanation, Kushina's beautiful eyes went wide in surprise. She had thought Danzo's actions were born of a guilty conscience. Turns out it wasn't anything of the sort. You really are endearingly naive sometimes. Chiwe reached out and gently ruffled Kushina's silky hair, explaining, "When we were previously on a mission to Kusagakure, we ran into Naiming by chance. Not just her, but her deceased parents too. There were quite a few other members of the Uzumaki clan scattered throughout the land of grass, and the people of Kusagakure had them under their control. When Awagakure caught wind that Kusagakure had Uzumaki survivors, they sent people out searching. Danzo didn't want the Uzumaki bloodline to end up in Awagakure's hands, so, naturally, he brought them back with him. As long as Konoha's 9 tails can be safely sealed, it's best if the tailed beasts of other villages continue their rampages every now and then." Kushina was at a loss for words. She realized she'd been far too naive. Of course, Danzo would never act out of simple kindness. She'd even secretly felt grateful to him. How foolish of her. With a shrug, Chiwe smiled and said, Danzo acted not out of goodwill, but to keep rival villages from solving their Jinchuriki problems. So don't think he did out of kindness or a troubled conscience. He only saved your clan for this reason. When Mito Uzumaki was alive, aside from Kushina, no other member of the Uzumaki clan was allowed in Konoha. That was to preserve the will and authority of Mito herself. But after Mito passed away, whether or not more Uzumaki came to Konoha no longer mattered. Because there was no longer anyone who could question Danzo and his followers. They were the ones truly in charge now. Furthermore, bringing those people back could secure Kushina's loyalty to Konoha. And it served to outmaneuver Iwagakure at the same time. A win-win situation. No wonder Danzo had no qualms about sending the ANBU and root members for the task. As for kindness, best not to mention it. Chiwe would sooner believe the sun would rise in the west than ever believe Danzo would help anyone out of the goodness of his heart. After all, in the whole of Konoha, no one was more eager than Danzo to exert total control over Kushina. As far as Danzo was concerned, the loyalty of a Jinchuriki was irrelevant. So long as he had them under his thumb, any problem could be solved. Although he didn't act out of kindness, the results have been good. As long as you can settle in peacefully, the Uzumaki clan may yet thrive in Konoha, even if its bloodline will inevitably become mixed. With only a handful of people left, there's no other way for the clan to survive, except through intermarriage. Even in the world of the Hidden Leaf, some clans are rather indifferent when it comes to such matters. For example, the Hyuga. To ensure the purity of their bloodline, the Hyuga have gone to great lengths and schemes. Some things are obvious, even without being spoken. Most of those with the purest Hyuga blood run in the main family, but the marriages within the main family. Chiwe could only sigh. It was quite the tangled web. There's really nothing else to be done. Kushina let out a sigh, but soon enough, her spirits returned. Smiling, she said, as long as the Uzumaki clan endures, marrying outside the clan becomes a necessity, given how few of us remain. Chiwe. As she spoke, Kushina noticed Chiyue's attention had drifted elsewhere. Following her gaze, she looked over as well. There, a little red-haired girl was circling Minato, skipping around him with abandon. Minato was sweating nervously, while Uzumaki, Naiming, stood off to the side with an embarrassed smile. Looks like this child really likes Minato, Chiwe observed, breaking into laughter. So it seems. Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Miko grows up and ends up marrying Minato, I think they'd make a lovely match. Our little sunshine is so warm-hearted. I bet their children would be handsome, too. Chiwe choked in surprise, staring at Kushina. Is she actually serious? What's the matter? Kushina asked, puzzled. She didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said, so why was Chiwe acting so shocked? It was true that Uzumaki Miko seemed to take a liking to Minato. On this very first meeting, she was glued to his side. Perhaps she sensed that this little ray of sunshine could warm anyone's heart. Every time she called out, "Big Brother Minato," with that sweet voice, it left Nawaki feeling a little jealous. What gives, anyway? They'd only just met. So why did Miko stick to Minato, while nobody was paying him any attention? Nothing at all. Your idea is really not bad. Chiwe patted her own chest and gave Kushina an enthusiastic thumbs up. Kushina was left completely baffled, suspecting she was being played. Creep. Having left the Uzumaki's temporary quarters, Nawaki shot Minato a disapproving glare. Minato was at a loss. How am I a creep? You don't even spare the kids, Nawaki declared, feigning righteous indignation. Oh, cut it out. Minato rolled his eyes and shot a quick middle finger at Nawaki, as if to say, only you would jump to that conclusion. What? You think I'm raising a bride from childhood? Right now, he had only one thing on his mind, the flying thunder god technique. Whatever faint stirrings of the heart he once felt were already long forgotten. All he wanted was to master that jutsu as soon as possible. The Uzumaki clan, depleted as they were, still had the third Hokage acknowledge their presence and assign them land within a village. Remote though it was for the remnants of the Uzumaki, it was enough. All they wanted was a place to settle down. Since they had been brought to Konoha and couldn't leave, they might as well stay. As for the past, after all the escapes and constant upheaval, those who remained were simply exhausted. Now, they only wished for a quiet, stable life, not a life of endless wandering. I'll take you to a good place. After leaving the Uzumaki clan's residence, Nawaki, sneaking and grinning, led Chiyuki and Minato toward the Senju family's ancestral home. He dug out a bottle of wine from an old house and chuckled mischievously. This is my granduncle's prized wine. I've been hiding it away. I was afraid my sister would drink it all. Today you two are in for a treat. Minato's face darkened. Nawaki, we're not adults yet. We shouldn't be drinking. TCH. Nawaki shot him a disdainful look. My sister, my teacher, they both started sneaking drinks when they were kids, and you're telling me about not being an adult? You act like we're getting married or something. Besides, these days, who really waits till adulthood for their first taste? Minato, you're so dull. I'll give it a try, said Chiyuki. Chiyuki had never cared much for drinking, mainly because it left her with a splitting headache the next day. After going through that feeling a few times, her interest in alcohol had faded. But people are naturally curious. When something special comes along, how can you not give it a taste? After Nawaki rummaged around for some cups, even the rule-abiding Minato was dragged into the mix. Why don't girls like me? Why? Am I really that ugly? I knew it. Even my own sister thinks I'm hopeless. Someone started getting dramatically emotional after drinking, and Chiyuki could only shake her head. Seriously? One cup down, and he was already putting on a drunken performance. Minato, who had also had a few sips and was blushing furiously, at least managed to keep his wits about him. He hurried to comfort Nawaki. It's not about looks. You just haven't met the right girl yet. I'm sure you will one day. See, this is why I said we shouldn't drink, but you just had to have some. Now look, drunk and making a scene. Bullshit. Nawaki erupted, grabbing Minato's shirt and shouting. If I had a baby face like yours, like a little son, or a wickedly handsome face like the silver-haired devil, do you think I'd have any trouble with girls? Chiyuki. Minato. What now? Things were spiraling out of control. On top of that, I'm dizzy. I just want to go to sleep. Minato looked at Chiyuki for help, utterly lost. Chiyuki tossed him a rope and offered. Tie him up and hang him from a tree. Once he sobers up, he'll be fine. I'll just confiscate this wine. It's done enough damage. With a sympathetic pat on Minato's shoulder, Chiyuki washed her hands of the matter, scooped up the barely touched bottle, and slipped away. Hey, no way. Watching as Chinyue vanished in an instant, Minato was left fuming. Minato, don't you agree? You used to have a thing for Kushina, right? I could tell. Unfortunately, Kushina just wasn't interested in you. That one hit right at the heart. Come on, that was all in the past, wasn't it? Minato instantly shut down, retreating into himself. I could just clobber you right now. Would it kill you to keep your mouth shut? Minato's eyes narrowed dangerously as he looked at Rope Tree, deciding it was high time the guy learn a lesson. I hadn't intended to tie you up, but since you decided to stab me right in the chest, don't blame me for being merciless. Chinwa was right. What you need is to sober up, and then maybe you'll stop talking nonsense. Gritting his teeth and seizing his moment while he could still keep steady, Minato swiftly tied up both of Rope Tree's hands and hung him from a tree. Rubbing his spinning head, he stumbled home to sleep it off. As for Rope Tree, just let him hang there. Once he sobers up, he'll be able to untie himself. And so, the three's first adventure with stolen sake ended with Rope Tree dangling from a tree. Let me down! Somebody let me down! Dangling in a daze, blasted by the cold night wind, Rope Tree soon felt the urge to throw up and started shouting for help. That night, as Anbu patrolled the village, a clamor suddenly echoed from the Senju clan grounds. Following the sound, they moved in to investigate. When they discovered Rope Tree tied to a tree, yelling at the top of his lungs, the two Anbu glanced at each other, their expressions growing odd. How should we handle this? Get him down first and bring him in. Let the Hokage deal with it. Were it anyone else, they probably would have given out a proper scolding. But Rope Tree's status was delicate. Grandson of the first Hokage, Tsunade's little brother. He couldn't be punished recklessly. Better to leave it for the boss to sort out. So the Anbu untied Rope Tree and escorted him to the Hokage's office. What happened here? The third Hokage, already nursing a headache over where to find a fresh batch of medical ninjas, looked up at the drunken mess the Anbu brought in and frowned unknowingly. Wasn't this kid supposed to be resting at home? Why did he reek of alcohol and look like he'd lost all his bones? Nothing more than a puddle of mud. He's drunk. The third Hokage understood at once. This was the classic state of someone who'd had far too much to drink. Hokage-sama. One of the Anbu stepped forward with a bow and explained, "We were out patrolling the village when we heard a commotion coming from the Senju estate. When we arrived, we found this kid dangling from a tree, dead drunk. So we brought him here." Utter nonsense. The third Hokage couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. What business did such a young kid have with alcohol? Wait, not exactly. Rope Tree was already 13. What's a little sake at that age? Back in the day, Tsunade and Jiraiya were sneaking sips behind everyone's back before they even graduated. Compared to Tsunade and the others, Nawaki was utterly outmatched. Is he alone? Yes, Lord Hokage. The third Hokage looked on, utterly speechless. There had to be accomplices, but unfortunately, he'd gotten drunk and caused a scene, ending up strung up by the very people he'd been drinking with. Forget it, just send him back. Nawaki's matters could wait until Tsunade returned. She'd know best how to handle her little brother. If Tsunade found out about Nawaki sneaking alcohol and winding up in such a sorry state, she'd make sure he learned his lesson. No one was better at disciplining her brother than Tsunade. Yes, sir. Just as the AMBU operatives were about to carry off the utterly inebriated Nawaki, who could barely stay upright, Nawaki suddenly lifted his head, stared at the third Hokage intently, and shouted, "I know you. You're the monkey. Asterisk cough cough. Asterisk." The third Hokage, pipe in his mouth, nearly choked on his smoke in surprise. The AMBU were just as stunned. Monkey was the Hokage's nickname, one that only the elders of Konoha, now mostly past, ever had the nerve to use. Since Mito Uzumaki's departure, it was the first time the third Hokage had heard anyone call him that. "You little brat." Oblivious to his own antics, Nawaki kept shouting. "My sister says you're a lecherous old geezer, just like Jiraiya. She says you even tried to peep on her during her bath. Take him out. Hang him up again now." A vein bulged on the third Hokage's forehead as he slammed his palm onto the table, roaring in fury. The situation had just gotten completely out of hand. If word of this got out, his reputation would be in ruins. Liking the company of women wasn't a crime. Most men indulged. But to the extent of trying to peep on his own student, that would be disastrous. If nothing else, his wife would be the first to tear him apart. Even the daimyo might summon him to answer for it. This was nothing short of a scandal. How dare you actually say that? The two AMBU were frozen in disbelief before hastily clamping their hands over Nawaki's mouth and dragging him away. Now, they regretted ever bringing Nawaki to the Hokage's office. This was a disaster. All because of one drunken outburst, Nawaki was strung up once again. This time, it didn't even let him yell, his mouth stuffed with a foul old sock. After a night of drinking, Chinyue slept deeply, and so did Minato. As for Nawaki, after being strung up, he staggered home in a daze, not even making it to bed before collapsing right on the floor and falling asleep. Nawaki woke up in the middle of the night, shivering from the cold. With muddled thoughts, he untied himself, wandered back to the family home, and crawled into his room to sleep. The next morning, Nawaki rubbed his throbbing head, which felt ready to explode. "Ugh, which bastard tied me up and stuffed my mouth with that stinking sock? It must have been Chinyue and that little son," he grumbled, rubbing his wrists, still red and sore from the ropes. Nawaki voiced his displeasure in a low mutter. "No loyalty at all. And to think I even dug up some of my best hidden liquor to treat you all, only for you to string me up in the cold night air. Wait, hold on. Looks like someone let me down, and even took me to the Hokage's office." Though heavily drunk, Nawaki hadn't blacked out completely. In a hazy daze, he recalled fragments of what had happened the previous night. As he struggled to piece the memories together, his face suddenly changed. "This is bad. My sister is going to kill me." At that moment, Nawaki truly wished he were dead. He remembered pointing at the third Hokage in his office and calling him old monkey. And as if that weren't enough, he'd even accused the Hokage of wanting to peep at Tsunade bathing. Now the real trouble had begun. The third Hokage must be absolutely furious. As for the business about spying on someone in the bath, well, that wasn't exactly baseless nonsense. It was just that the third Hokage didn't get the chance to act before Jiraiya, traitor that he was, went and tattled to Tsunade. Jiraiya's reasoning at the time was simple. "I can peep, but you can't. Dirty old man, not the least bit proper." The result? Jiraiya ended up taking a beating from both Tsunade and the third Hokage in a tag team assault. "I'm doomed. Doomed, I tell you." Lying face down on the bed, Nawaki yelled in despair, feeling as if the whole world had turned its back on him. "Lord Hokage requests your presence." Before Nawaki had time to fully wallow in his misery, an ANBU ninja knocked at his door. With his heart pounding in his chest, Nawaki was escorted to the Hokage's office. "Sobered up yet?" Staring at the sheepish and nervous Nawaki, the third Hokage's aged face looked darker than ever as he scolded. "Why were you out drinking? And after getting drunk, you ended up tied to a tree, completely out of control." "Because I got drunk and started talking nonsense, so they tied me up," Nawaki mumbled, head hung low. Yet again, Nawaki had managed to make the third Hokage both angry and amused. It was enough to make the old man sigh with frustration. So whose fault was it then? Was it the ANBU's fault? Actually, he supposed that was fair. If the ANBU hadn't gone to untie Nawaki and deliver him to the Hokage's office, Nawaki would have simply sobered up on his own, and none of this mess would have happened. Instead, it had become a spectacle. No matter what the truth was, rumors about the Hokage peeping on his own disciple would spread. Who would ever believe he hadn't done it? At that point, even if he was innocent, mud would stick. No explanation would ever clear his name. No more drinking until you're an adult. That's an order. The third Hokage shot Nawaki a stern look and grumbled. "And for the record, I have never done anything so shameful. But Jiraiya said, that little rascal. Had Jiraiya been standing there, the third Hokage could guarantee he'd have strangled him on the spot. He thought Tsunade was the one spreading tales, but it was Jiraiya all along. Traitor, you betrayed me, yet you still have the nerve to say such things? What about my dignity? I won't say anything reckless again. I promise. Seeing that the third Hokage was truly furious, Nawaki hurriedly raised his hand and swore. From now on, I'll turn over a new leaf, become a better man, and never again drink recklessly or speak out of turn. Get out. With a forceful kick, the third Hokage sent Sarutobi flying out of the room. He slammed his palm onto the table several times, only calming himself after venting his fury. Jiraiya, you'd better watch yourself. I'll deal with you when you get back. This. In the land of rain, just as he returned to camp and sat down to rest, Jiraiya suddenly felt a chill creep down the back of his neck. He drew in a sharp breath and instinctively glanced at Orochimaru, who was lounging nearby. What did you just do to me? What's wrong with you? Orochimaru turned his head away, not even bothering to reply. If it wasn't you, then why do I have the shivers? Orochimaru ignored him, but Jiraiya refused to back down. Because you're guilty. You've done too many questionable things. Tsunade, lifting the tent flap as she walked in, shot a glare at Jiraiya. He gave a sheepish laugh, quickly sitting up straight and not daring to provoke Orochimaru any further. Settling down on the ground and stretching her arms, Tsunade sighed in frustration. Danzo's injuries are quite serious, so the negotiations require one of us to attend on Konoha's behalf. Which one of you wants to be the representative? Danzo's wounds were worse than Tsunade had expected. The poison had seeped in through his damaged eye, invading the nerves in his brain, so much so that even Tsunade found it a troublesome case. Treating him would be like unraveling a tangled thread, painstakingly extracting every trace of poison affecting his nerves. The treatment would be long and require several sessions. Otherwise, Danzo would be confined to bed or a chair, struggling even to walk, each step unsure and unsteady. If it weren't for the third Hokage's sake, Tsunade wouldn't even want to treat him. Because she would be busy with treatment, Danzo couldn't act as the ambassador for the talks this time. So the third Hokage decided that Team Tsunade would represent Konoha in negotiations with Hanzo. I'm not going. Before Tsunade had even finished speaking, Jiraiya sprang to his feet. I'm exhausted. All I want is a proper rest, and then to return to the village to recuperate. Let you two handle something as important as this. Rest at the village, gather some inspiration. Isn't that the best choice? Why bother negotiating with Hanzo? Forget it. Talking circles is definitely not Jiraiya's strong suit. Since the incident with the telescope jutsu, there are no girls bathing in the river anymore. The bathhouses and hot spring inns have all been renovated to be indoors. So your little research plan has gone out the window. Tsunade, fully aware of Jiraiya's motive for wanting to return to the village so eagerly, exposed his scheming intentions without a shred of mercy. Wait, is this true? Jiraiya was struck as if by lightning, stunned to the spot, lips trembling ever so slightly. How could things turn out like this? What? In no time, Jiraiya was clutching his head, tearing at his hair, and howling in dismay. Because certain perverts can't keep their eyes to themselves. With a swift kick, Tsunade sent Jiraiya flying, then shot an annoyed glance at this embarrassing fool. The longer she looked at him, the more irked she felt, her fists itching for a fight. So what about you? With Jiraiya bowing out, Tsunade could only turn to the last candidate, Orochimaru. Though Orochimaru rarely spoke much, when it came to negotiations, he was surprisingly the most capable among the three. He preferred to get straight to the point, never leaving the other side any room for bargaining. That was Orochimaru's style, or at least his approach to negotiations. For now, things were still this way. Orochimaru before he turned rogue was indeed different from the one after. No interest, Orochimaru replied, arms folded, giving Tsunade a cool glance. I just want to go back to the village and rest. As for why, no need for explanations, he simply wanted to go back and get some rest. You too. A vein bulged on Tsunade's forehead as she clenched her fists, fighting the urge to hit someone. This was supposed to be a three-person mission. How did it end up falling squarely on her shoulders alone? She could understand Jiraiya's reluctance. Negotiation wasn't his forte. Better he didn't go, honestly, lest he stir up more trouble. But what was Orochimaru's excuse? Tsunade tried to persuade him, but Orochimaru simply closed his eyes, making it abundantly clear he wasn't interested in talking anymore. The humiliating title of legendary Sannin had left a bitter taste in his mouth, making him unwilling to face Hanzo for a while. He worried he might not be able to control himself, that his desire for revenge would get the best of him. Plus, he was genuinely exhausted. He needed rest. With Hiruzen's mistrust and Danzo's meddling, it felt like every burden fell to him, leaving both his body and spirit worn thin. He wanted to go home for a while to finally give some real guidance to his student, Nawaki. Orochimaru had a soft spot for Nawaki. He neglected him for too long and, feeling guilty, wanted to make up for lost time. You too. This time, Tsunade ran out of options. You might drag Jiraiya by force, but Orochimaru? That was a different story. It would be next to impossible. Fine, I'll go myself. Fuming, Tsunade stomped out of the tent, her temper barely contained. With a thunderous crack, the ground split open, sprawling out like a giant spider's web. Deep fissures snaked across the earth, and in an instant, the tent collapsed. Orochimaru emerged, unhurried, while Jiraiya, still sprawled under the collapsed tent, was left wondering about his life choices. Go meet Hanzo alone? Once she cooled off, Tsunade helped treat some wounded in the newly set up medical unit. Only when she finally found a moment to rest did she start reconsidering the situation. Danzo couldn't move, Orochimaru didn't want to face Hanzo, and Jiraiya was already out of commission. That left only her. But Tsunade didn't want to go meet Hanzo alone. Forget it, I'll ask the old man for his opinion first. With no other choice, Tsunade had the intelligence division send a message back to the village, informing the third Hokage that both Orochimaru and Jiraiya had no interest in getting involved in the negotiations. She wanted to see if he might appoint someone else to negotiate with Hanzo. For example, Koharu Yutane or Hamura Mitokado. Those two who loved to put on airs as elders would fit the bill perfectly. As for whether they might anger Hanzo and get themselves killed, that was hardly Tsunade's concern. There were already more wounded in camp than she could count, and she was rushing from one patient to the next, far too busy to even think about negotiations. The intelligence division wasted no time in using a messenger hawk to send word back to Konoha. The third Hokage, too, immediately summoned elders Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado to discuss a way forward. Tsunade says there are too many injured in the camp, that she's overwhelmed, and likely doesn't have time to go to Amigakure to represent Konoha in negotiations with Hanzo. The medical corps has taken heavy losses. Tsunade's workload must be immense, Koharu remarked, not sensing the deeper issue, and nodded thoughtfully. In that case, let's have Jiraiya and Orochimaru handle it. Until Danzo recovers, they'll have to shoulder the negotiations. All three are your students and more than qualified to represent the village. Their ability and status indeed made the three Sannin ideal for negotiating on Konoha's behalf. Ideally, Danzo would lead, given he was the commander-in-chief. Unfortunately, Danzo was currently bedridden and undergoing treatment. He'd need at least a month to recover. Neither Hanzo nor Konoha could afford to wait that long, so they had to pick someone else. Hamura nodded in agreement. Hiruzen, Koharu's right. If Tsunade truly doesn't have the time, then let Orochimaru and Jiraiya go. It's time they shoulder more of the strain and responsibility. This is their calling. Expressionless, the third Hokage glanced at his old comrades, set his pipe down, and rubbed his face wearily. But Jiraiya doesn't want to go. He wants to return to the village and rest. He says these things aren't his strong suit. What? Koharu and Hamura exchanged glances. Jiraiya didn't want to go? What was the boy thinking? Surely his old habits weren't back again. They both knew Jiraiya had a knack for being unreliable. His foolish antics were well known. Who could have guessed that at this crucial moment, he'd let them down again? Very well. If he's unwilling, so be it. Let Orochimaru handle it, then. Tsunade was swamped. Jiraiya had dropped the ball, so everything would hinge on Orochimaru. He was, after all, a solid choice. Orochimaru says he's exhausted and wants to return to the village for some rest. After saying this, even the third Hokage was at a complete loss for words. None of the three disciples wanted to take on this mess. Tsunade was genuinely busy. Jiraiya had no desire to go, nor was he willing. And as for Orochimaru, ever since the matter of the Three's title, he had no wish to even see Hanzo, much less sit down amicably for negotiations. Preposterous. After a few stunned seconds, Koharu Yutane's face turned scarlet with anger. She slammed her palm on the table and sprang to her feet. Hiruzen, are you just going to keep indulging them like this? Adjusting his hat, the third Hokage looked at the fuming Koharu and replied in a calm, unhurried tone. That's why Tsunade suggested that one of you two should go, to represent Konoha in the negotiations with Hanzo. So, which of you will go? The third Hokage's gaze shifted back and forth between Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado. Hamura pointed at himself, giving a rueful smile. Hiruzen, I simply have no time. The logistics department is under too much pressure. The battle along the river country front is raging. The rain country camp needs significant supplies, and With prices climbing, logistics is swamped. I really can't spare a minute. Hamura's words were beyond reproach. He wasn't trying to avoid his duty. He truly was that busy. With burdens both big and small piled on his shoulders, Hamura felt like he was about to go mad from overwork. How could he possibly carve out time for negotiations? How about Koharu goes? He suggested. Are you kidding me? Koharu was merciless in shutting down his suggestion. Logistics is under pressure, but do you think the medical corps isn't? We've lost so many mednin, both the village and the front lines are in dire need. Medical personnel, medical supplies, the allocation and dispatch all falls to me. What should I do? Send a shadow clone to handle it all. Worked up and already on her feet, Koharu stormed over mid-argument, nearly jabbing her finger right into Hamura's forehead. Hamura could only smile wryly, raising both hands in surrender. All right, enough said. I can't win this. I give up. Is that good enough for you? No one could go, no one could spare the time. Did this mean, as Hokage, he would have to handle this personally? Annoyed, the third Hokage bit down on his pipe, taking a few heavy drags, until the Hokage's office filled with a choking haze. Normally, Koharu would have urged him to cut back on smoking. But right now, she remained silent, understanding all too well the foul mood the Hokage was in. After a moment enveloped by smoke, the third Hokage's irritation ebbed away. He fell silent for a long time before asking, "Have the medical reinforcements made it to the front?" "They arrived this morning," Koharu replied. "Very well." Setting his pipe on the desk, the third Hokage addressed the Umbu ninja in the room. "Send word to Tsunade. Tell her she's in charge of the negotiations. She can choose whatever personnel she needs. This task is now in her hands." Now that the medical ninja from a support camp has arrived, Tsunade, who's usually so busy, finally gets a chance to relax. Since that's the case, let's just leave it to Tsunade to handle. Jiraiya is as stubborn as they come. If he says he won't go, then he just won't. Orochimaru isn't any better. If he doesn't want to, he won't even acknowledge your request. Only Tsunade has a real sense of responsibility. The third Hokage had no choice but to play a little dirty, using that sense of duty to nudge Tsunade forward. "You too." Rope Tree glared at Chiyuki and Minato, gritting his teeth. "Do you have any idea how embarrassed I was? Why did you tie me up and hang me from a tree?" Rope Tree felt even more wrong the more he spoke. Even though he left out the part where he'd bluffed outrageously to the third Hokage, what remained was enough to send Chiyuki and Minato into tearful fits of laughter. Their laughter rang out, warm and unrestrained. Chiyuki rolled on the sofa, clutching his sides, while Minato collapsed right onto the floor. "And you still have the nerve to laugh?" "No, seriously." Chiyuki was laughing so hard he could hardly breathe, wiping tears from his eyes and clutching his stomach. "You were the one insisting we drink, but in the end, you were the only one who got drunk and started causing a scene. If we didn't tie you up, were we supposed to just join you in making a spectacle? But tying me up would have been enough. Why did you have to hang me from a tree?" Rope Tree's face turned bright red as he protested loudly. "What's all the commotion?" At that moment, Mikoto Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki returned from the market. Seeing that the door was open, they walked right in. They showed up just in time to catch the sound of Chiyuki and Minato's laughter, so loud it could have been heard from a block away. "These two maniacs tied me up and hung me from a tree last night, and because of them, the MBU found me and dragged me to the Hokage's office. Then I made a complete fool of myself, in the Hokage's office, no less, while drunk." Rope Tree was honestly beside himself. He felt utterly humiliated. Humiliation that he'd never lived down. And that wasn't even counting the bit where he gave the third Hokage a nickname and claimed the Hokage wanted to peek at Tsunade in the bath. If anyone heard about that, he'd never show his face again. Rope Tree quietly wondered what Tsunade would do to him once she found out. Just the thought of her soft, delicate-looking fists that could shatter bones with a single blow, plunged him into despair. Drinking, causing a drunken scene? Kushina and Mikoto stared in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind, blurting out everything like that?" Chiyuki was dumbstruck. "Oh, you three, drinking before you're even adults. Especially you, Rope Tree. Hiding booze and then dragging Minato and Chiyuki into it. Just wait till Tsunade gets back. I'm telling her everything." Upon learning that Rope Tree had led Chiyuki into secret drinking and had even made a scene in the Hokage's office, Kushina was clearly rattled. She was worried Chiyuki might follow suit and pick up bad habits. "You're not of age yet. You can't drink." The gentle demeanor of Mikoto Uchiha vanished as she scolded Nawaki with a stern face. "You can't see me. You can't see me." Minato began to play dumb, trying his best to hide himself behind the sofa. He secretly hoped that Nawaki and Chiyuki would draw away the wrath of Kushina and Mikoto, sparing him from the flames of their fury. "Minato, what are you hiding for?" You drank just as much last night. Here he was, getting chewed out thoroughly, while Minato dared to think he could escape. Not a chance. Without hesitation, Nawaki threw Minato under the bus. Seriously? Do you have to keep targeting me? Under the sharp, menacing gazes of Kushina and Mikoto, Minato raised his hand meekly. It was Chiyuki who persuaded me to drink. Chiyuki's bright smile froze for a moment. So that's how you repay me, you sunshine boy? Betray me already? All right, what's the harm in a little drinking? Next time, I'll just bring you two along. Rolling her eyes, Chiyuki slammed the table, clearly done with the two women's withering stares. Do you take me for a pushover just because I haven't shown my claws? Kushina and Mikoto were ready to give Chiyuki a lesson on proper behavior. But before they could even start, she barked back and left them speechless. They both paused, suddenly realizing maybe she had a point. It was just a bit of drinking, nothing monumental. Plus, Chiyuki said she'd bring them next time. Drinking with her would probably be a lot of fun. Kushina's eyes lit up. Mikoto arched an elegant brow, considering it might be worth trying. All right then, it's settled. Relax, it's all good. We'll go make lunch. With Chiyuki's promise, Mikoto broke into a smile, pulling Kushina along to the kitchen to start preparing lunch. Wait a second, are you both just giving in like that? Nawaki and Minato stared in disbelief as Kushina and Mikoto obediently went off to the kitchen, then looked at Chiyuki sprawled on the sofa like she owned the place. Something about this whole scene felt off. Just moments ago, they'd been scolded so fiercely, the anger was practically crackling in the air. Yet when it came to Chiyuki, her pushback instantly defused the situation. Now there was nothing but smiles and a cheerful promise to drink together next time. Double standards. Absolutely blatant double standards. We really are just extras in this story. Minato flashed a wry smile at Nawaki, but Nawaki's thoughts had taken a strange turn. So if you throw your weight around, the girls just fall in line like that? Should I try it next time? If Chiyuki can pull it off, why shouldn't I be able to? With that settled drinking promise, the storm was considered quelled. Sometimes, you don't have to solve every problem perfectly. As long as you can pull everyone into it together, any issue will work itself out. After lunch, Chiyuki and Minato took Nawaki and headed to the usual little riverbank where they trained. Kushina and Mikoto Uchiha went out for some shopping. The well-off lady was in high spirits today and eager to splurge. She pulled Mikoto along to help her pick out clothes and, by the way, help carry her bags. Shangshu, have you made up your mind? Whether it's taijutsu or swordsmanship, there's no shortcut. You need to endure countless battles and rigorous training to make real progress. Shangshu had great talent for ninjutsu, and in Chiyue's opinion, he didn't really need to shift his focus to taijutsu or swordplay. But since Shangshu insisted, Chiyue could only go along with him. I'm a man who's been wounded on the battlefield. Bring it on. With his hands on his hips, Shangshu leaned back in a mockingly theatrical pose and grinned triumphantly. Watching from the side as he pored over a sealing scroll, Minato rolled his eyes. You're asking for trouble, idiot. Sure enough. The next instant, Chiyue's fist loomed ever larger in Shangshu's vision. With a jolt, every hair on Shangshu's body bristled. Instinctively, he tried to dodge, but his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. His mind blared, "You've got this. Dodge it." But his body replied, "No way. You're not escaping this time." A gut-wrenching cry broke out as Shangshu was sent flying, crashing hard into a large tree and leaving a deep dent. Tons of leaves shook loose and fluttered down all around. Chiyue, arms still frozen in a punching pose, could only stare with dark lines on her face. With tactics like your hands on hips and smugly leaning back, if this were a real battlefield, you'd be lucky to survive a single encounter. Seriously? You went for a sneak attack? Clutching his eye and wincing in pain, Shangshu had barely gotten his feet when Chiyue whipped around and knocked him back with a swift kick. He went tumbling like a soccer ball, rolling a dozen meters before coming to a halt. Wait, I wasn't ready yet. Too late. From the moment we reached the riverbank, the fight had already begun. Chiyue wasn't about to go easy on Shangshu just because he claimed he wasn't prepared, nor would she give him time to get ready. On a battlefield, the enemy never waits for you to prepare yourself. Battles can erupt in the blink of an eye, and a moment's hesitation can cost you your life. Tsunade and Orochimaru might coddle Shangshu, giving him ample time to grow, but Chiyue would not. If there's no time to prepare, no time to mature, then it's in the heat of actual combat that you'll have to awaken. After all, that's exactly how she and Minato earned their scars, fighting and fighting again. Though truth be told, Minato was usually the one on the receiving end. Damn it up! Chiyue's shadow flashed by once more, and again Shangshu was knocked flying. Chiyue glanced down at a tooth that had fallen to the ground. Maybe if he brought it to the hospital, it could still be put back in. Poor guy. If you're training taijutsu and swordsmanship with Chinwe, your path to growth will be long and hard, full of sweat and pain. Minato could only shake his head in sympathy and go back to his scroll. Right now, his most important goal was to master sealing jutsu and lay a foundation for the Flying Thunder God technique. Before he learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he had no desire to court disaster by provoking Chiyue. Otherwise, he'd definitely end up getting thoroughly thrashed. Watching Chiyue's ghostly figure darting about, using that electrifying body flicker technique, Minato muttered to himself, "Monster!" Truth be told, he was envious. If only he had the freakish physical abilities Chiyue possessed. He didn't even dare try to imitate Chiyue's practice of constantly channeling chakra beneath his feet to explosively boost speed. Doing it once or twice was fine, but over and over, his body would never hold up. Chiyue's physical prowess was honestly monstrous. It was the same way Chiyue envied Minato's extraordinary reflexes. Both had something the other coveted. It had been ages since they trained this hard. It was exhilarating, though poor Rope Tree was left battered and bruised, his teeth knocked out more than once. Thankfully, they could pick those up, and a quick trip to the hospital would have him patched up in no time. It just cost a bit of money, that's all. After all, medical ninja need to make a living too, and their fees were never cheap. Unfortunately for Rope Tree, he was both poor and had a well-off, doting elder sister. Luckily, missions and battlefield merits could be traded at the Hokage's office for cash, so Rope Tree wasn't so destitute he couldn't afford his medical bills. Maybe we went a bit overboard. Watching Rope Tree limp toward the hospital, Minato couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. He nudged Chiyue with his elbow. He knew Chiyue had gone hard on purpose. When Minato sparred with Chiyue in the past, things were never this rough. Overboard. Chiyue curled his lips into a grin. Next time, count for yourself how many times he spaced out on the battlefield. If we hadn't been there to cover him, do you think he'd still be alive? If I weren't worried he might not even be able to get up tomorrow, I honestly would have gone even harder on him. Taking a beating is a real way to build combat experience. Not just a saying, but the honest truth. It's just that growth can be painful. Spaced out, careless. These were Rope Tree's shortcomings. He'd even blank out in the middle of a fight. Chiyue genuinely hoped this habit could be fixed. It's one thing to get distracted during training. At worst, you get scolded or punched a few times. But on the battlefield, losing focus could cost your life. Wasn't it in the original, after all, that Rope Tree got careless, stepped on an explosive tag, and was blown up? And he did it right in front of Orochimaru, no less. Orochimaru had just warned him to be careful, and the very next second, Rope Tree got himself caught in a trap. He really does need to change. Minato thought about it and agreed. If Rope Tree didn't correct these faults, he was bound to run into trouble sooner or later. Tomorrow, you'll be the one to train with him. No problem. The little son smiled in agreement, eyes sparkling with anticipation, secretly itching for his turn. After all, he'd always played the punching bag before. At last, it was his turn to be the one swinging. Back home, during his evening wash, Chiyue's eyes felt blurred and tired. He could barely make out his own reflection in the mirror. What the heck is going on? Is my eyesight deteriorating or something? My vision suddenly turned blurry. It was almost unbelievable. Chiyue was sure nothing was wrong with his health, and he wasn't suffering from any major illness. Besides, his Sharingan was still at the stage of 3 Tomo, not the overused Mangekyo. Master, the in-release chakra in your brain is exceptionally active right now. At that moment, Xiaobai gave Chiyue a reminder. Could it be that his eyes were about to evolve? That's when Chiyue realized this was the prelude to the evolution of his Sharingan, not a problem with his eyes. Damn, that gave me a fright. Now that he knew it was just his eyes evolving, Chiyue finally relaxed. After finishing his washing up, he couldn't even be bothered to eat dinner. He simply collapsed onto the bed, draping a towel over his eyes. The Sharingan was fine in every aspect except for one. When evolving, it always started to bleed, which no one found pleasant. As soon as Chiyue lay down, Xiaobai curled up his arms, silently keeping its master company while standing guard at the same time. At this moment, Xiaobai was on full alert. No one would be able to get close to Chiyue. Not even Kushina, Uchiha Makoto, Minato, or anyone else. For Xiaobai, Chinyue's safety was always its highest priority. At this critical juncture, absolutely no one was allowed to disturb his master. A tingling numbness swept over him, and Chiyue knew the evolution had begun. Mangekyo Sharingan. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Since he was inhabiting a game character, Chiyue already knew the abilities his Mangekyo would grant. Back in the game, he spent a fortune swapping out skills. After all, the developers were after profit, and they'd only give you a handful of abilities like Amaterasu by default. If you wanted better ones, you had to buy vouchers and try your luck in a lottery. The worst part was, the skills you'd get from those pricey vouchers were random. just another money trap. After his Sharingan's evolution, Chinyue's strength would once again leap to a whole new level. And this leap would be tremendous. Chinyue's Mangekyo Sharingan resembled Shursui Uchiha's, except where Shursui's had 4 backward hooks, his had 6. If he could choose, Chinyue would have preferred one like Sasuke's or maybe Itachi's. But the shape of the Mangekyo determined which abilities you got, so Chinyue had no choice but to accept this oversized pinwheel design. To borrow a gamer's term, flashy, but kind of over the top. Luckily, no matter how flashy the pattern, at least the abilities were powerful. The evolution continued, and this time it was taking significantly longer than before. The towel covering Chinyue's eyes began to soak through, slowly turning red with blood. Eyes bleeding at random had practically become a trademark of the Uchiha clan, a signature move, if you would. Who knew how long it lasted? But at last, the evolution was finished. Chinyue pulled the towel away from his eyes and made his way to the bathroom. 6 kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes, each marked with 6 barbed tomo, glimmered with an eerie red light in the mirror. The second unique skill is in my hands now. Chinyue raised a hand, and a ball formed from lightning chakra appeared in his palm. Though it resembled a Rasengan in appearance, this thing had nothing to do with Rasengan at all. It was simply a sphere condensed from a great amount of lightning chakra, and its skill was called Thunderburst. Once thrown, it exploded with formidable power, one of the higher damage skills in the game. And it was an area of effect attack, too. Damn it, after evolving the Sharingan, it feels like my mental energy has been completely drained. His mind felt a little dizzy. Chinyue knew this was a side effect of his Sharingan's evolution. Shaking his head to clear the sensation, he deactivated his Sharingan, returned to his room, and promptly collapsed onto his bed, sinking into sleep. As for the abilities and unique skills of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had no time to test them now. In the camp of the Land of Rain, Tsunade slammed a scroll onto the table in anger, exclaiming, "Why is it that they can just ignore this, but I'm the one who has to step up every time? Send more people? As if manpower alone can solve the problem. Why doesn't the old man come negotiate himself? Jiraiya could stand aside. Orochimaru could stay uninvolved. So why? Out of everyone, was Tsunade the one who always had to get dragged in? Wasn't this just plain unfair?" Looking at the furious Tsunade, Jiraiya, who had only intended to chat and maybe even get a little closer to her, trembled, fear creeping down his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling he was in mortal danger, that if he slipped up, Tsunade might just pummel him where he stood. How about letting that brat, Chinyue, go with you to the Rain Ninja Village? Didn't you say his tongue is sharp and quick? Negotiations call for someone like that, after all. No one's going to call you mute if you just keep your mouth shut. Tsunade shot him a glare so fierce it made Jiraiya shrink back, raising his hand to scratch his head, attempting a sheepish smile. "Well, I've got a few things to discuss with Orochimaru. Tsunade, think it over on your own. I'll be off then. Get out." He had nothing better to do and still came here to annoy her. But now that trouble had shown up, not only was he useless, he even had the nerve to suggest sending Chinyue for negotiations. Did Jiraiya really believe his own nonsense? Tsunade was caught between fury and laughter. Jiraiya, scrambling to shield his head, dashed away. As he ran, he shouted back, "But it's true. That brat's got power and talent. Knows how to argue. Don't you think he's perfect for the job? Just have the old man set up a special assessment. Let him go as a jonin to the negotiations. Konoha wouldn't lose face that way." What was Chinyue lacking? Only an official ninja rank, that's all. Was that so important? The third Hokage could settle that with a wave of the hand, without even needing a formal test. Even if there was a test, with Chinyue's strength and solid theoretical knowledge, it was hardly a challenge at all. So if that's the case, why not let Chinyue take part in these negotiations? Was it just because he was young? Listening to Jiraiya's voice fading into the distance, Tsunade fell silent and pondered what he'd said. It did make a certain kind of sense. After all, when it came to verbal sparring and lofty arguments, she was no match for Chinyue. Every time Chinyue retorted, Tsunade found herself at a loss for words, grinding her teeth in frustration, yet utterly helpless. She feared most that Chinyue would pull something on her, forcing her to dance in public. If that ever happened, Tsunade felt she'd die of embarrassment on the spot. True, Chinyue claimed she only suggested the pole dance to deliberately humiliate the third Kazekage. But once you're under someone's control, do you really get to choose what kind of dance you perform? With that in mind, Tsunade decided her best policy was to avoid confrontation and maintain a peaceful relationship with Chinyue whenever possible. She was genuinely terrified of embarrassing herself so completely. If it ever came to that, Tsunade thought she'd never be able to show her face in Konoha again. Since the old man had carelessly dumped this mission onto her, didn't she at least deserve some leeway to act on her own terms? Besides, given Chiyue's record of achievements, Promoting her to Jonin was well within reason. With her mind made up, Tsunade promptly handed over the intelligence scroll she'd written to the information corps, instructing them to send it to the village and deliver it to the third Hokage as quickly as possible. Either let Yagami Chiyue take the Jonin exam and accompany her to the negotiations, or send someone else. Let him make the call. Within a few short hours, the messenger hawk carrying the intelligence had flown from the land of rain back to Konoha. The information corps' ninja swiftly delivered the scroll to the third Hokage's desk. At that moment, the third Hokage had changed into his nightclothes, ready to rest. The endless stream of matters to handle had left him so overwhelmed that he didn't even want to go home. Many nights he simply made do, sleeping right there in the office. Yet, just as he was about to lie down, another matter demanded his attention. Lord Hokage, this is the intelligence scroll from the land of Rain Camp, sent by Lady Tsunade. Thank you for your hard work. The third Hokage nodded, opened the scroll, and after just a glance, his eyes widened in disbelief. A moment later, torn between laughter and frustration, he couldn't help but mutter aloud. That Tsunade, what kind of nonsense is this? Letting a 10-year-old represent the village in negotiations. If that wasn't absurd, then what was? Even more outrageous was Tsunade's headstrong attitude. If Chiyue couldn't participate, she simply wouldn't negotiate. Let someone else do it, if they cared so much. Tsunade herself was ready to walk away from it all. Rubbing his aching temples, the third Hokage pulled out Chiyue's file, along with the full record of her achievements and merits. He reviewed everything carefully and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chiyue's accomplishments and ability clearly met the requirements for a Jonin promotion. Allowing her to participate in the individual assessment was perfectly legitimate. Even Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado would find little to object to. The negotiations needed to proceed swiftly. There could be no unnecessary delays. After all, Konoha was still at war with Sunagakure in the Land of Rivers. Only by resolving matters in the Land of Rain as soon as possible could resources and attention be freed up to deal with Sunagakure. Tomorrow morning, go inform Yagami Chiyue and tell him to prepare himself for the individual Jounin examination. Yes, Lord Hokage. A figure from the ANBU slipped silently into the office, delivering the message. Once all the files and scrolls were safely stowed away, the third Hokage finally allowed himself to lie down and rest in peace. The next morning, as soon as Chiyue woke up, he noticed someone waiting outside his door. When he opened it, he found it was an ANBU operative. The person got straight to the point. Yagami Chiyue, please proceed to the examination hall at once for your individual Jounin assessment. With that, the ANBU ninja turned and left, leaving Chiyue standing bewildered in the morning breeze. A Jounin exam? I never signed up for this, let alone for an individual assessment. For the Chunin and special Jounin exams, there are loopholes here and there, but when it comes to the Jounin evaluation, there are none. Whether at peace or during war, the Jounin exam has always been the strictest, and by far the most challenging. Because so few apply, the exam is held rarely and always in secret. Besides the regular group exam, there's also the individual assessment. But whether it's routine or one-on-one, the difficulty is the same. There's no chance of favoritism or an easy ride. The whole situation felt strange to Chiyue. He hadn't put in any application for this exam. What on earth is going on? Why would an ANBU operative show up at his door at the crack of dawn, urging him to join an exam for which the written portion was about to start? Unless it's April Fools and the ANBU are in on the joke? Damn it. No, this isn't a prank. This is all too real. Cursing under his breath, Chiyue dressed quickly and dashed to the exam hall. The place was eerily quiet. Only two ANBUs stood waiting inside. When they saw Chiyue arrive, one nodded and said, "If you're ready, we can begin immediately." Begin? I haven't prepared for this at all. Unable to help himself, Chiyue asked, "May I know who submitted my application for this exam?" "This is a direct order from the Hokage. Please, take your seat and prepare." The third Hokage again. What is this sly old fox plotting now? First, he put Chiyue in for the Chunin exam. Now, the Jounin assessment out of the blue. As for special Jounin, well, that rank evidently didn't even exist for him, just completely skipped over. He was the only one in the entire exam hall, after all, just Yagami Chiyue. And his proctors were all ANBU operatives. The test papers arrived. Chiyue scanned through the questions. They weren't as difficult as he'd imagined. Manageable, in fact. He picked up his pen and started writing at speed. After he finished and handed in his work, one of the ANBUs said to him, "These papers will be sent to the Hokage's office for grading. Please wait here and rest in the meantime." At this point, what more could he say? Rolling his eyes, Chiyue propped his feet up on the desk, leaned back, and tried to relax while waiting. The ANBU ninja paid no mind to Chiyue's lack of courtesy. They had seen plenty of talented and strong individuals with strong personalities. This was nothing new to them. There were people far more unruly than Chiyue everywhere. If someone had true power and talent, what did it matter if they weren't polite? Lord Hokage, this is Yagami Chiyue's exam paper. All right, set it down. The third Hokage put down the document he was working on and began to review Chiyue's answers. As he read, an odd expression crossed his face. Most of the answers were perfectly standard, except for the section on the will of fire. Chiyue's response, there was a complete mess. Fortunately, even with marks deducted from that section, the total score was still a passing grade. This child still had much to learn about the will of fire. Perhaps Tsunade could tutor him, or even Jiraiya. He's passed. Have him proceed to the intelligence-gathering assessment. Yes, sir. Just as expected, the theory exam posed no problem. Ideas like the will of fire meant nothing to Chiyue. He had no interest in being brainwashed. All he could do was scribble something random on that question. Luckily, it didn't affect his overall score. Passing was a given. As for whether the third Hokage might form any opinions because of this, Chiyue couldn't care less. Yagami Chiyue, you've passed the written exam. Now it's time for the intelligence-gathering test. Please follow us to the Forest of Death. It wasn't just the Chunin exams that used the Forest of Death. The Jonin test took place there as well. The difference was, the Jonin assessment used the forest solely for intelligence gathering. There would be no combat. The actual battle portion of the Jonin exam was saved for the end. Upon reaching the Forest of Death, an ANBU gave Chiyue his instructions. We have hidden 11 intelligence scrolls in various secret locations throughout the forest. Use evidence found at the mock battle scenes to track down the scrolls. Find at least 7, and you pass. His gaze lingered for a moment on the little white creature resting on Chiyue's shoulder. You're allowed to use a summoned beast's help with intelligence gathering. After all, summoned beasts were part of a ninja strength, so the exam didn't restrict their use as assistants. Finding things like this was practically free points. When they located a staged battle site in the forest, Chiyue spoke to the little white animal on his shoulder. Xiaobai, pick up the scents and start searching. Yes, master. Leaping lightly from Chiyue's shoulder, Xiaobai sniffed the lingering aromas in the air and, in a flash, darted into the forest. Chiyue hurried after. With Xiaobai leading the way, Chiyue avoided every sort of trap and quickly discovered the hidden scrolls. The ANBU ninja monitoring them exchanged glances in disbelief. Was this test supposed to be difficult? It certainly didn't feel like it. But with no rule barring the use of summoned beasts, and with Xiaobai's ability to find the scrolls instantly, there was no cheating involved. Even if it felt like free points, they had no choice but to accept it. After all, this was exactly what the assessment called for. Still no restrictions on summoning beasts. If someone just happens to have a summoning beast skilled at tracking and sensitive to scents, there's nothing anyone else can do. The second round of testing ended in less than 10 minutes, which says a lot about how frustrated the Umbu were after setting it all up. We spent over 3 hours arranging a simulated battle scene, hiding scrolls, and setting up traps, yet you finished it in 10 minutes. Where does that leave our pride? The final practical exam was held at the training grounds. The proctor was a jonin from the Umbu, well-versed in everything about Chiyue. From the start of the bout, he kept his head down, deliberately avoiding Chiyue's eyes, but it was all in vain. Chiyue snapped his fingers, and the Umbu jonin froze on the spot. Then, right in front of his comrades, he started dancing gracefully. This was just absurd. Watching Chiyue stand with folded arms, a wry smile playing on his lips as he took in the show, the other Umbu members could barely restrain themselves from covering their faces in shame. But then again, with their masks on, no one could see the agony on their faces. And to be honest, Umbu ninja dancing in full gear on the training field was a far more charming sight than the third Kazekage's performance ever was. The third Hokage, who had publicly claimed he'd stopped using the telescope jutsu, was now gripping his crystal ball, watching the test unfold. As he witnessed his most trusted subordinate break into a dance at the mere snap of Chiyue's fingers, the third Hokage's lips couldn't help but twitch. What kind of nonsense is this? If anyone still doubts that Chiyue has Jonin-level strength, I'll shut them up myself. A Jonin was caught by an illusion in an instant, and it's not an easy one to dispel. Want to try it for yourself? Now look what's happened. Those who fall under the Jinjutsu are going to be stuck in hospital for quite a while. We were already short-handed, and this exam just made things worse. At least Chiyue has become a Jonin too. A small consolation prize, I suppose. If I'd known, I wouldn't have held a live battle test. What a waste of time. Can I leave now? Chiyue was never the type to stick around for the aftermath. I cast the illusion, but cleaning up isn't my responsibility. Whether this guy spends a stretch in the hospital or takes his time recovering at home, that's your problem to deal with. Yes, you can. The other Umbu had nothing to say and nodded silently. With a wave of his hand, Chiyue made a swift exit. Seeing Chiyue really leave, someone panicked. Excuse me, is there truly no way to dispel this genjutsu safely? I'm afraid not. Chiyue spread his hands regretfully at the Umbu who asked. I just cast it. You're in charge of handling the rest. Left with no alternative, the Umbu could only heft their comrade and dash toward the hospital. When we get to the hospital, I'll lift the genjutsu for him. Let him lie there straight away. It's better than having him shouting and screaming halfway down the street. That would be pretty terrifying. The exam was finally over. When Chiyue returned home, she found the house unexpectedly crowded. Kushina, Mikoto Uchiha, Minato, and Nawaki were all there. Nawaki's bruised and swollen face had cleared up. It must have cost him quite a bit yesterday, and even his teeth seemed to have recovered. Chiyue, where have you been? We've been waiting for you all morning. Minato had come by early, hoping to discuss some sealing techniques with Chiyue, but he discovered she wasn't home. He thought maybe Chiyue had just gone out to buy groceries, so he waited around cheerfully, fully expecting to freeload a meal. But hours went by, and there was still no sign of her. Don't even mention it. At the memory, Chinyue's frustration bubbled over. She yanked open the fridge, grabbed a bottle of orange juice, and flopped sulkily onto the sofa. First thing in the morning, there were ANBU waiting at my door. I thought I had a new mission, but they were actually there to inform me about the Jonin exam. The Jonin exam? Kushina and Mikoto's eyes widened, and Minato and Nawaki were just as astonished. Wait, when did you even apply for the exam? Why didn't you tell us? Minato and Nawaki, coming back to their senses, promptly scolded Chinyue for keeping something this important from them. Kushina and Mikoto, on the other hand, seemed most concerned about whether Chinyue had actually passed. So, did you make it? Four faces, for pairs of wide, eager eyes, stared at her. Chinyue's mouth twitched. She tossed the bottle on the table, exasperated. Apply? You think I volunteered? The Hokage put my name in himself, said it was a personal assessment, just me and the whole thing. I'd barely gotten up, hadn't washed my face or brushed my teeth, and there I was running straight to the exam grounds. I had to take a theory test, but I couldn't leave right after. Had to wait for news, then a round of intelligence gathering, and then finally the field test. I haven't even eaten anything yet. So that's what happened. But since when was the Hokage so unhurried, with time to personally arrange ninja assessments? He'd just done this once before. Was he really doing it again? Minato and Nawaki exchanged a puzzled glance. With hope and anxiousness in her voice, Kushina asked, So, did you pass? Are you kidding? It's just a Jonin exam. Like that could stop me? The guy in charge of the exam is on his way to the hospital right now. He'll probably be kept there for 10 days, if not half a month. You want to make trouble? Fine, I can make trouble too. As for the unlucky ANBU Jonin, Chinyue could only offer a silent apology. If you're the third Hokage's direct subordinate and you're running the field exam, well, this is the way it goes. Sometimes, for the sake of convenience, you just have to handle things this way. Otherwise, someone always has something to say about Chinyue Yagami being too young, or about how she's not fit to be a Jonin. There's no doubt about it. Once those two shameless elders, Koharu and Hamura, hear about this, they'll be running off to pester the third Hokage without a moment's hesitation. Since we're all participating, let's just be straightforward and decisive. Go right in and pass the exam. That way, nobody can hold anything over us. That's wonderful. Hearing this, Kushina jumped up in delight, grabbing Chiyuki's hand and shaking it excitedly. Let's go have some barbecue. My treat. We have to celebrate you passing the Jonin exam so smoothly. In such high spirits, the little heiress decided a great day like this called for a bit of splurging. Besides, it's just barbecue. Hardly extravagant, right? The money she spent shopping yesterday could buy barbecue for months. Barbecue sounds great. I'm starving too, but it should be my treat this time. After all, I'm the one who took the exam, and you're all celebrating with me. If I let you pay again, I'd be embarrassed. Seeing Kushina gearing up to argue, Chiyuki gave her a serious look. In that case, I'll pay next time, Kushina pouted, knowing all too well that once Chiyuki set her mind to something, there was no changing it. After a bit of internal struggle, she agreed with a pout, letting Chiyuki treat everyone to barbecue. After tidying up, the group headed out straight for the barbecue restaurant. Chiyuki turned to Mikoto Uchiha, Nawaki, and Minato. You guys go ahead. I have something I want to discuss with Kushina. All right, don't keep us waiting too long. Mikoto and Minato both had a pretty good idea what Chiyuki wanted to say to Kushina. Without hesitation, they let a confused Nawaki along and left the two behind. Did I do something wrong? Kushina lowered her head, looking aggrieved. She thought this was a good thing, worth a celebration, and paying for everyone wasn't any trouble at all. You? Watching Kushina idly kick at a pebble, head down, Chiyuki sighed softly, reaching out to gently ruffle her smooth hair, her tone earnest and kind. Kushina, I appreciate the sentiment, and I know you could easily buy an entire street if you wanted. But you can't always be the one giving. Do you understand? But it really wasn't that much money, Kushina mumbled, her head still bent. Chiyuki couldn't help but smile. Kushina, it's not about the money, it's about principle. If you're always the one giving, people will come to rely on you, do you see? It doesn't matter if it's friends or even family. You can't shoulder everything or let everyone depend on you all the time. But your relationship with Minato has always been the same, hasn't it? Kushina couldn't understand. Chiyuki often treated Minato to meals, and their friendship was just fine. So why was it different for her? That's because Minato is someone with strong principles. Chiyuki gave Kushina a reassuring pat on the shoulder and took the lead, walking ahead as Kushina hurried to catch up, her head tilted in thought. Think about it. When Minato comes over for a meal, doesn't he always bring something? Some groceries, drinks, snacks. Does it mean that if he doesn't buy it, I won't allow him to eat? How troublesome this all sounds. Kushina scratched her head in confusion. Chiyuki continued, because that's what Minato could afford at the time. If it were now, and he wanted beef, he'd probably carry an entire cow home if he could. Both he and I understand that no matter how close you are, you can't just let the other keep giving, nor should you let yourself become dependent, turning it into something you simply take for granted. So, is that why every time Makoto goes out with me, she always buys something to give me as a gift? Kushina thought back to her outings with Uchiha Makoto. When they ate, Kushina paid, but when it came to drinks or snacks, Makoto would pay, or perhaps pick out a little gift for her. At first, Kushina thought it was just Makoto's habit. But now, she realized it was more than that. It was a matter of principle. That's right. Remember what I'm telling you. No matter who it is, don't be the one to always give, whether it's to friends, to me, to your clan, or to the village. Otherwise, you'll only encourage them to take more and more. You help your clansmen build homes and buy all sorts of furniture. That's your kindness. But you can't shoulder the responsibility of supporting the entire clan. If you do it for too long and for too many people, you simply won't be able to keep up. And when that happens, they'll blame you, saying you've ruined them. If you hadn't supported them from the start, they could have found work, earned their own money, and wouldn't have ended up so helpless. Kushina, human nature struggles to stand up to such tests. Is Kushina foolish? Of course not. It's just that some things had never really crossed her mind, so she found herself in this situation. Chiyuki wanted to use this opportunity to nudge her, to get Kushina to take care of her people's employment issues as soon as possible. It wouldn't be difficult to ask the third Hokage for some jobs, stable, well-paying ones that didn't carry too much risk. You could help out your clansmen, but you couldn't simply support them for free forever. Sooner or later, it would lead to problems. That's how it was with the clan, and you needed to be even more cautious with friends. Otherwise, if you slipped up, you might lose the friendship altogether. As for the village, there was even less need to be generous. The leadership were masters at taking a mile when given an inch. If you yielded a little, they'd take 10 steps forward. When dealing with people like them, you absolutely couldn't concede any benefits. If you did, they'd take you for everything you had, down to the bone. I understand. I'll make proper arrangements. Thank you, Chiyuki. Kushina nodded solemnly, looking up at Chiyuki, genuine gratitude in her eyes. No one had ever spoken to her like this. Not her clan, not the village leaders, not even Tsunade. Only Chiyuki, afraid she'd stumble into a trap, had sounded this warning, deliberately, for her sake, using this as a lesson. Kushina was well aware of her clan's predicament. She knew they couldn't keep dragging things out, or it would only end up hurting everyone. Still, she just couldn't bring herself to make a final decision. I know I'm handsome, but there's no need to stare at me like that. Can you not ruin the mood I've worked so hard to create? Kushina was on the verge of losing it. She really wanted to punch someone. With a carefree laugh, Chiwe waved her hand. Come on, keep up. If we're late, they'll start eating without us. Then, Chiwe broke into a run. Chiwe, you stop right there. Kushina, fuming, gave chase. If you're so tough, why don't you stop running? If you're so tough, stop chasing me. If you didn't run, why would I chase you? If you didn't chase me, why would I run? Watching the two of them dash off in quick succession, an elderly man sunning himself by the roadside couldn't help but sigh. Ah, youth is such a wonderful thing. Meanwhile, as Chiwe and her friends celebrated at the barbecue restaurant, two of the busiest figures in the village, Kohori Yutane and Hamura Midokado, barely had a moment to spare, but they still made their way to the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, what on earth are you thinking, letting Tsunade run wild like this, and on top of that, allowing Yagami Chiwe to take the Jonin exam? He's only 10 years old. Hardly had they entered when Koharu let loose, unleashing a torrent of complaints at the third Hokage. Hamura, trailing behind, shot the third a helpless glance, signaling that he hadn't really wanted to come, but couldn't refuse Koharu's insistence. Of all the senior advisors, Koharu and Tsunade had the most strained relationship. Anything involving Tsunade, Koharu would always get involved. In the original story, when Tsunade wanted to direct more village resources toward developing medical ninja, it was Koharu who ultimately vetoed the idea. She was in charge of the medical corps. As long as she claimed there were no resources, not even the Hokage could intervene. With Danzo and Hamura backing her up, the matter was simply shelved. Instead, it was Kato Dan, who publicly supported Tsunade, that unexpectedly gained her favor, and so the two of them became lovers. The third Hokage had already anticipated that the duo would come by, especially Koharu. If Chiyue was going to be allowed to participate in the Jonin exam, the third had no shortage of preparations. He handed Koharu a file containing Chiyue's mission record and battlefield achievements. The moment Koharu opened the file, her bluster evaporated. Chiyue had sufficient merits, ample contributions. On what grounds could she be denied the exam? Simply because he was young? Was a ninja's strength truly defined by age? How many of Konoha's Jonin could actually match Chiyue? Still, Koharu pressed on, refusing to let Tsunade off the hook. Even so, you shouldn't just let Tsunade do whatever she wants. This is borderline intimidation. Are you saying that without her, the village couldn't even negotiate with the Hidden Rain? With nothing to fault in Chiyue's case, Koharu, out of options, turned her sights back on Tsunade. Facing Koharu Udatane's mounting frustration, the third Hokage gave a gentle, resigned smile. What else can we do? Danzo is out of commission, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru refuse to take the assignment. The battlefield in the Land of Rivers is desperate for manpower, and none of us old-timers can leave the village right now. Who else is left to negotiate on behalf of Konoha? Can you order Tsunade to do it? If ordering people around worked so easily, would any of this fuss be necessary? Take Tsunade off, and she wouldn't just refuse, she'd ignore you entirely. If things really got out of hand, she might just march off to the daimyo's mansion and file a formal complaint against you. Truth be told, Tsunade had never actually done such a thing before. But if it ever reached the point where someone dragged this mess before the daimyo, the higher-ups would be utterly humiliated. The daimyo may be little more than a figurehead, but even so, he embodies the honor and image of the Land of Fire. Whether his authority is real or not, if the Konoha princess he appointed personally suffers unfair treatment and makes a scene, the daimyo would still have to step up and speak on her behalf. Koharu Udatane was left momentarily speechless. She simply could not command Tsunade. Tsunade didn't even bother to look her in the eye. Unless you're willing to go yourself? If Koharu refused to compromise, there would surely be trouble again in the future, so the third decided to cut to the chase. Either you make the trip, and I'll restrain Tsunade and deny her permission to act as she pleases. Or you take care of your own responsibilities, and I'll let Tsunade do as she wishes this once. I don't have time for that. Koharu had zero intention of sitting down to negotiate with Hanzo in the Land of Rain. She didn't have the time, not with the medical corps working themselves to exhaustion. Curiously, she and Hamura carefully managed to be swamped with other affairs right up until there was trouble. Whenever it was time to nitpick, suddenly their schedules cleared up. They could bicker with the third Hokage for half a day in his office, as if there wasn't anything urgent waiting for them. With the standoff dragging on, Hamura Midokado caught the third's subtle glance and stepped in to mediate. Koharu, it's clear Tsunade has her frustrations. Maybe it's best to let her have her way, just this once. She's young, after all. Can't we try to be understanding? He adjusted his glasses and went on. The most important thing now is to bring the war with the Land of Rain to an end, so we can focus all our resources on Sunagakure. Sunagakure is an entirely different beast, one Hanzo and his shinobi can't compare to. Even if Hanzo's power rivaled that of the third Kazekage and the body count was just as high, the pressure brought by the Kazekage was on a different level. Hanzo simply couldn't match it. To put it bluntly, Konoha never truly regarded the so-called demigod, Hanzo, as a real threat. Strong as Hanzo may be, the Hidden Rain village was never a contender on the big stage. Only Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, was a rival Konoha needed to take seriously. As for Wagakure, Inoki was already overwhelmed just dealing with the third Raikage invasion of their land. He had neither the time nor the energy to concern himself with what was happening between Konoha and Sunagakure. No one could have expected that the standoff between the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village would escalate into an actual conflict. The cause was the third Raikage leading his forces to invade the Land of Earth. If the Hidden Stone Village didn't withdraw, the war in the Land of Rain would be impossible to end swiftly. So what are the terms, then? As the defeated party, the Hidden Rain Village absolutely cannot propose excessive demands. With Midokado Hamura stepping in to ease the tension, Koharu Yutane gradually regained her composure and began to contemplate the negotiations. Konoha won't make unreasonable demands of the Hidden Rain Village, but at the same time, there's nothing Konoha stands to gain from them either. The Hidden Rain Village was already at the end of its rope. Even if you wanted to negotiate for benefits, they had nothing left to offer. It was already a minor miracle that Hanzo hadn't turned to Konoha for support. Don't expect any valuable concessions from him. No money, no resources. I understand. Koharu's words left the third Hokage feeling a little uneasy. Though her words were framed as suggestions rather than commands, negotiations should have been his concern as the Hokage, not something for the elders to worry about. It was clear Koharu was taking this as an opportunity to make a point. I'm sure Tsunade will handle it well. As the losers, the Hidden Rain Village naturally has no right to ask for anything excessive, but for us to squeeze any benefit out of them is also nearly impossible. They're simply too poor. So poor, in fact, that you wouldn't even know what to ask for. Because the Hidden Rain Village has absolutely nothing to offer. No money, no manpower. Even if you wanted to demand mission commissions, it would be pointless. That kind of backwater place is barely entrusted with any missions to begin with. This left Koharu and Hamura in silence. When you fight other villages and win, at least you get the chance to set terms. But after this hard-fought and costly battle with the Hidden Rain Village, the only thing we've gained is bragging rights. Not a single tangible benefit. It might even end up with the Hidden Rain Village asking Konoha for aid. What a headache. At least I don't have to take part in these negotiations. Koharu and Hamura both breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Not a sliver of benefit, nothing good for our reputation, and who knows, maybe we'll even get caught up in their mess. The Hidden Rain Village may have lost, but Hanzo is not someone easily reasoned with. Especially now, when Hanzo is at the height of his power. Well then, Hiruzen, you make the arrangements. In any case, if I'm not the one doing the negotiating, why bother worrying? Let Tsunade go through the motions. The main focus should be on the Sand Village. There's nothing left to squeeze from the Hidden Rain Village, but we have to make the Sand Village bleed. Of course, that will have to wait until after we defeat them. Well, I'll head over to the Hokage office then. After finishing her barbecue, Kushina waved goodbye to everyone, clearly in high spirits. What were you and Kushina talking about? Uchiha Makoto, who still had work to do, had also returned to the Uchiha compound. Minato and Nawaki immediately came over to join them. One stood to the left, and the other to the right of Chiyuki, resembling a pair of devoted guardians. It's nothing, Chiyuki replied with a gentle smile. I simply reminded Kushina about the arrangements for her clansmen. After all, relying on one person to support everyone for too long will eventually cause problems, even if Kushina can afford it. By the way, I feel like visiting the hot springs. Would you like to come? Let's go together. Minato and Nawaki's eyes lit up with excitement. After all the chaos in the Land of Rain, finally returning to the village was a chance to slow down and enjoy themselves. In that case, I'll go ahead and pick out our spot. Minato flashed his trademark sunny smile. Nawaki was caught off guard for a moment, then playfully tapped him on the shoulder. All right, you go on ahead. Next time it's my treat. No problem. Minato grinned and made the okay gesture, then headed off to the hot spring in ahead of them. Once Minato was gone, Nawaki's cheerful expression faded, turning rather serious. Chiyuki, you did the right thing. Even though there aren't many of the Uzumaki left, they can't keep relying on Kushina to provide for them. They should find a way to support themselves. Of course, Kushina can give them a hand whenever she can. Kushina's status in the village was similar to Tsunade's. Sadly, her position couldn't compare. Even so, much of the Uzumaki clan's wealth had been seized by the Leaf. Because of Mito Uzumaki, Kushina was given plenty of compensation. With that lavish street under her name, it truly was time for Kushina to lend more support to her kin. Yet helping didn't mean sheltering them forever. Let this go on too long, and problems are bound to follow. I'm surprised at you. Didn't expect to see you so clear-headed today. Chiyuki looked at Nawaki in astonishment, genuinely at a loss for words. It wasn't every day Nawaki showed this much insight. Go to hell. Maybe I'm a little slow now and then, but that doesn't mean I'm dumb. What's with that look, Chiyuki? Why do you stare at me like you're worried for a slow child? Am I really that clueless? By the time Chiyuki and Nawaki arrived at the hot spring inn, Minato had already picked out a spot. Sinking into the steamy water, Chiyuki felt every tense muscle gradually unwind. Truly, nothing beats a hot spring for washing away exhaustion. The warmth seeps into you, flushing away all your stress. That's the stuff. Nawaki was the most over the top, leaving only his head above the water while wearing an expression of utter bliss. He couldn't help but make groans and happy noises as he soaked, making it hard not to feel the urge to kick him out as you watched. Minato looked at Nawaki with an expression of disdain, sharing the same impulse that flickered in Chiyuki's eyes. Chiwe, how long do you think we'll be resting in the village? They probably won't be sending us to the front lines anytime soon, right? Not necessarily. Leaning against the rocks by the hot spring, Chiwe glanced back and replied, if the village doesn't have me take the Jonin exam, I think we'll be able to relax here a bit longer, take on some more missions and assignments. But things are uncertain now. What Chiwe didn't know was that Tsunade had her own plans of sending him to the village hidden in the rain. From his perspective, it seemed like the third Hokage was in a hurry for him to become a Jonin just to dispatch their team to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. The war between Konoha and the village hidden in the rain might have ended, but the battles with the Sand Village and the Land of Rivers were still raging. Jiraiya and Orochimaru hadn't returned yet, and as soon as they did, he figured they'd immediately head to the front as well. Even a major village like Konoha was starting to feel the strain after fighting on two fronts for so long. It was inevitable that as many able ninjas as possible would be sent to the battlefield. If they couldn't defeat the Sand Village soon and the frontline losses kept mounting, even Genin might end up deployed. Looks like we won't be getting much time off after all. With a frustrated sigh, Minato scratched his head. He'd been hoping for some extended downtime in the village, just to dig deeper into his study of sealing techniques. Here in Konoha, he could always go to Kushina for guidance. But once he was on the battlefield, who was he going to ask about sealing jutsu? If someone he knew well was around, maybe they'd offer a few pointers. But strangers? Nobody would bother helping him at the front. Driven by his desire to become the fastest shinobi in the world and to always be a reliable big brother, Minato poured most of his time and energy into mastering sealing techniques. Poor guy. Thank goodness I never tried to tackle the Flying Thunder God technique myself. Sometimes, not having a particular talent is a blessing in disguise. If I'd been stubborn about mastering Flying Thunder God as well, I'd probably be busier than Minato right now. Kushina, did you need something from me? No sooner had the two elders left than Kushina came in. She'd never come running to the Hokage's office unless it was something important. The third Hokage could tell that Kushina tended to keep some distance from the higher-ups in the village. Hokage-sama, I actually came to ask if you could help arrange work for my clansmen. Somewhat embarrassed, Kushina fidgeted as she spoke. It was awkward to ask the Hokage to help with such matters. Work? The third Hokage looked puzzled. Your clan members from the Uzumaki are still unemployed? He hadn't paid much attention to the affairs of the Uzumaki lately. After all, there were only a handful of them, not enough to make waves no matter what. The two major wars had already consumed almost all of his attention, so he was genuinely surprised. All this time, they still hadn't found jobs? Embarrassed, Kushina's cheeks turned red. Fidgeting nervously with her clothes, she replied awkwardly, I wanted them to have a longer period of rest, so I didn't arrange for them to look for work yet. So that's how it was. It turns out Kushina was supporting them herself, but that wouldn't work forever. The third Hokage thought for a moment. Kushina, if it's just ordinary jobs, I can find something for them. If any of them want. Ordinary jobs are more than enough, as long as they are steady and reliable, Kushina quickly interjected. After all, that was exactly why she'd come here. All she wanted was for her clansmen to live in peace and security in Konoha, not to join the village's power structure. Besides, the village would never agree to give important positions to these outsiders. But with regular jobs, there would be no opposition, and there were plenty of those roles to go around in Konoha. Even if the third Hokage seemed on the verge of suggesting otherwise, even if he were willing, Kushina would have politely refused. The Uzumaki clan had no need to vie for power or profit. Just stable, simple work was enough, something to support themselves and their families. Kushina's real intention was to prevent her people from developing lazy habits. As for the wages, she truly didn't care. It was only thanks to the Uzumaki clan's inheritance that Kushina owned an entire luxury street in Konoha, and it was impossible for her to just hand those assets out. But every now and then, some benefits had to be distributed among the clan. You could say as long as the Uzumaki didn't cause trouble, they could live lives far more comfortable than most people. This finally put the third Hokage at ease. As long as the Uzumaki kept to themselves, arranging some regular jobs was no trouble at all. It was only a handful of people, after all. I'll see to it. Once everything has been organized, someone will come to inform your clan. Don't worry, Kushina. The Uzumaki were once allies of Konoha, and now that they've come here, there's no reason they can't see themselves as a part of us, living their lives in Konoha from now on. Though the third Hokage wore a benevolent, grandfatherly smile, to Kushina, that expression seemed utterly false. Wasn't this the same man who turned his back when his old ally desperately needed help? With a quiet sigh in her heart, Kushina's smile never wavered as she happily bowed to the Hokage. Then I'll be counting on you, Uncle Hokage. Go on, Uncle Hokage will take care of everything. Kushina left, genuinely delighted. The smile on the third Hokage's face slowly faded as he summoned a ninja from the Umbu. How have the Uzumaki been faring in Konoha since they arrived? Knowing exactly what the Hokage meant, the Umbu knelt on one knee and bowed his head in respect as he gave his report. In response to Lord Hokage, ever since the members of the Uzumaki clan arrived in the village, there's been no unusual activity. They've all stayed within the land allocated to them and rarely interact with outsiders. Is that so? It seems these people truly intend to put down roots in Konoha. After some thought, the third Hokage retrieved a scroll and handed it to the Umbu operative. Send someone tomorrow to notify them of new assignments. Send them to work at these posts. Also, assign some people to keep an eye on them. Whether or not the Uzumaki clan sincerely wishes to remain in Konoha, covert surveillance is still necessary. At least for the next few years, the village will assign people to monitor them until they fully integrate into Konoha. Only then will the surveillance be lifted. As expected, early the next morning, as soon as Chinwe got up, she noticed someone waiting outside her door. She opened the door, and, unsurprisingly, it was a member of the Umbu. Only the Umbu would be so dutiful. Chiyuki Yagami, you have passed your Jonin exam. Please report to the Hokage's office to receive your Jonin vest and update your ninja registration. With that, the Umbu handed her a scroll. This is a mission assigned by the Hokage. Take this scroll to the Konoha encampment in the Land of Rain and deliver it to Lady Tsunade. The rest of the instructions will come from her. What? Chinwe wasn't surprised about passing the Jonin exam. She had completed all the assessments smoothly. Not passing would actually have been odd. Getting a mission was normal too, but sending her to the encampment in the Land of Rain? What was that about? She had only just gotten back, and now she was being sent back to that dismal place. By herself, no less. Perhaps this was some kind of solo mission? She accepted the scroll and headed toward the Hokage's office to collect her Jonin vest and update her ninja credentials. As for the Jonin vest, it was up to her whether to wear it. The vest actually offered decent protection, rather like a bulletproof vest from her previous life. Unfortunately, she never had a thing for the color green, especially not for clothes or hats, so she definitely wasn't planning on wearing it. After updating her credentials and receiving her vest, she returned home and tossed the vest aside. Chiyuki would rather wear casual clothes than walk around in that glaring green vest. I'll let Minato know. With a solo mission ahead, Minato, as a member of her squad, could now focus on learning sealing techniques in Konoha without worry. Rope Tree would stay behind as well. Chiyuki intended to meet up with Minato. As for anyone else, that could wait for another time. Once Minato knew, it meant that Kushina and Mikoto Uchiha would also hear about her taking on a solo mission outside the village. This early, to learn the art of sealing, little son pushed himself late into the night. Now, dazed and half asleep, he shuffled out in his pajamas, yawning as he headed for the bathroom. Carelessly sprawling onto the somewhat worn and faded sofa, Chinwe shifted into a more comfortable position and called out toward the bathroom. Minato, can't you do something about these old pieces of furniture? There's never any visitors anyway. Why bother changing them? I'll think about it after I pass the Jonin exam. Right now, there are way too many other expenses. Since joining Chinwe's squad, Minato had accumulated a good deal of merit points and military achievements. With the Flying Thunder God technique and several sealing arts under his belt, he didn't need to acquire any new jutsu for now. He could trade his contribution points and achievements for cash. After all, learning the art of sealing was no cheap endeavor. Just a single scroll could cost tens of thousands of ryo, definitely not something just anyone could afford. And if you weren't careful, a scroll could quickly become useless. To master sealing techniques, Minato had poured a hefty chunk of his savings into the effort. After a brisk wash, Minato emerged, still looking a little out of sorts. I passed the Jonin exam. Lord Hokage has assigned me an important mission. Catching sight of the sleepy little son, a mischievous glint flickered in Chinwe's eyes. You already passed? That was fast. What kind of mission? At the word mission, Minato instantly perked up. Suppressing her laughter, Chinwe propped her chin on her hand and looked at Minato with a solemn expression. Of course it's... Minato started to get his hopes up. With Chinwe becoming a Jonin, their team would naturally be promoted to Jonin rank as well. Jonin-level squad missions were always challenging. It was something worth looking forward to. Waiting for just the right moment, Chinwe finally continued. Of course, it's a mission for me alone. Little son stared at her, baffled. What did she mean? A solo mission? His mind was still foggy. He needed a moment to process. He rubbed his face vigorously, trying to snap himself awake. Blue eyes wide open. You're saying it's a solo mission that doesn't include me or Nawaki. Are we really about to miss out on our squad's very first Jonin-level mission? Ever since finding out that Shinwe was up for the Jonin exam, he and Nawaki had speculated endlessly about what the team's first Jonin assignment would be like once she passed. But who could have guessed Shinwe made Jonin, only for their first mission to leave the two of them out in the cold? Well, that's why it's called a solo mission, Shinwe replied lazily, leaning back on the sofa. If it weren't an assignment straight from the Hokage's office, I wouldn't be itching to leave the village so early and run all over the world. After all, Yagami Shinwe was no mission addict. She didn't feel restless just sitting around without work. In fact, she much preferred staying in the village, enjoying a quiet and leisurely break. Taking some time to train and making delicious food as a reward for myself. There's nothing wrong with that. When are you leaving? Little Sun quickly snapped to attention. Do you want to say goodbye to Kushina and the others? Say goodbye. It's not like this is some kind of permanent parting. Chiwe waved her hand dismissively and stood up, heading toward the door. Just pass on my message to them for me. I don't know exactly how long the mission will take, but I doubt it'll be too long. After all, the village is still at war with the Sand Village right now. The most important thing for you all is to be ready for battle. With how our team is doing, we could be sent to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers at any moment. I'll be sure to tell them. Little Sun nodded seriously. When it came to important matters, Minato never took things lightly. Since Chiwe had entrusted him with this, he would make it his highest priority. Watching Chiwe's figure grow smaller in the distance, Minato let out a soft sigh. I really need to move faster to strengthen my abilities. Only then can I keep up with Chiwe. He clenched his fists, urging himself on. Chiwe-sama, everything's ready. The gatekeeper bowed respectfully and handed Chiwe her ninja credentials. Unless they were on a covert assignment, every ninja leaving the village had to sign out at the main gate. Otherwise, they risked being mistaken for a rogue ninja. Although the gatekeeper's tone was polite, the look in his eyes was full of astonishment and helplessness. He still remembered when Chiwe had just become a genin, partnering up with Uchiha Makoto on simple D-rank missions. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by. He himself was still just a run-of-the-mill chunin, but she had already become a jonin of the village. The speed of her growth was simply astonishing. Chiwe was probably the youngest jonin in Konoha's history. Maybe even in the entire ninja world, she was among the youngest. A jonin at age 10. If not for Chiwe's record and strength, if she hadn't passed every requirement with flying colors, everyone would surely suspect she'd had help pulling strings. But the fact was, her promotion hadn't come from favoritism, even with Tsunade's support behind the scenes. Even if Tsunade hadn't thrown her weight around, Chiwe would have passed the jonin test without breaking a sweat. It was just that, under normal circumstances, it would have been at least another 2 years before she even had the chance to take the jonin exam, and the third Hokage would never have approved such an application so soon. At most, he might have let her become a special jonin for a while. Jonin would still have been at least 2 years off. Thanks to Tsunade, Chiwe got a strong push and cut the waiting time by 2 years, earning her jonin stripes at just 10 years old. Mukajiro, do you think we're getting old? I can still remember what Chiwe-sama looked like the day she graduated and became a genin. It's only been 2 years, and she's already a jonin. We're only in our 20s. Mukajiro rolled his eyes at his companion, half exasperated and half amused. Besides, Lord Shinue was personally recognized by the third Kazekage as a genius on par with the first Hokage. Isn't it normal for someone like that to become a jonin at just 10 years old? Well, that actually sounds pretty normal. A jonin at 10 years old? That was utterly shocking. Wait, what? This person is a genius comparable to the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju? Well, in that case, it all makes sense. In fact, not just reasonable, it's perfectly reasonable. Looking over the intelligence reports sent from the village, Tsunade felt an urge to smack someone. She thought that by causing a scene, the third Hokage would just send someone else to negotiate with Hanzo. What she never expected was that the third Hokage agreed to her demands and let Shinue participate in the jonin exam. Not only did Shinue pass the exam with ease, but had already left the village with the mission scroll and would likely arrive at the camp in about 2 days. The old man really is something else. With a thud, Tsunade slapped the scroll down hard on the table, her frustration breaking into a helpless laugh. After taking a moment to compose herself, making sure she wouldn't just explode into a tirade, Tsunade finally picked up the scroll and went to find Orochimaru and Jiraiya. She tossed the scroll to Orochimaru. The old man wants you back in the village as soon as possible. The situation in the Land of Rivers needs manpower, so don't get your hopes up about taking a break. Carelessly stuffing the scroll into Jiraiya's hands, Orochimaru's mouth curled up slightly in a smirk of barely concealed disdain. As far as he was concerned, Not even a blade to his throat could make him move if he wanted a rest. Jiraiya, on the other hand, would probably have to run around as ordered. After all, of the three Sannin, he was the one who listened to the third Hokage most. But as the title Sannin popped into his head, Orochimaru felt his anger flare up once more. I don't want to go anywhere. My skills have recently improved, and I need some time to recuperate. I'll make my way back to the village on my own, after a while. With that, Orochimaru stood and walked out of the tent. He was set on leaving the camp. Where to? He hadn't decided. But one thing was for sure. He wasn't going back to Konoha anytime soon. As for the higher-ups, they could do whatever they wanted. Orochimaru didn't believe for a second that the superiors would brand him a rogue ninja just for not returning on schedule. And if they really treated him as a traitor, well, maybe he'd just go rogue for real. Tsunade frowned, but only crossed her arms and silently watched Orochimaru leave, making no move to stop him. Jiraiya couldn't help but rush out, blocking Orochimaru's path. Orochimaru, what do you mean by this? The old man wants us back in Konoha. We're supposed to aid the land of River's battlefield ASAP. I need rest. If you want to go, go by yourself. If you follow me any further, I'll kill you. Orochimaru was never one to be easily persuaded, and if anything, Jiraiya was the least likely person to talk him into something. Maybe if Tsunade tried, there'd be a sliver of hope. But unfortunately, Tsunade just couldn't be bothered. The three of them had made such great contributions in the land of rain, running around nonstop until they were utterly exhausted. Even when they wanted a break, it wasn't allowed. Anyone in their shoes would be frustrated. Orochimaru's rebellious attitude was perfectly understandable. As for outright defecting, Tsunade firmly believed Orochimaru would never go that far. At most, he'd slip away for a while to clear his mind, and only when he felt better would he return to the village. As for Jiraiya, that big oaf would surely scurry back to the village at the first chance, then dash off headfirst to the battlefield in the land of rivers. Orochimaru made no attempt to hide the murderous glint in his eyes. Jiraiya gave a wry smile, knowing he could only let Orochimaru go. Tsunade, aren't you going to try to talk him out of it? I've got enough on my plate without meddling in his business. If you want to convince him, go do it yourself, just don't get yourself killed. Though the legendary three ninjas were famous as equals, at this point, Jiraiya's strength still lagged behind Orochimaru's. If it came to an actual fight, Jiraiya knew he was no match. And if he kept pestering him, Orochimaru just might lose patience and chop him up. Would he actually kill Jiraiya? Unlikely. But who knew how many body parts he might lose in the process? Forget it. I'd better head back to the village first and ask the old man how we should handle this. Remembering that cold and murderous look Orochimaru had given him, Jiraiya shivered and hunched his shoulders. You'd have to be out of your mind to keep dogging Orochimaru now. Jiraiya certainly wasn't looking to get beaten up for no reason. He figured this was something best left for the third Hokage to worry about. Seriously? I want a break too. Why is it they get a rest while I'm the one running myself ragged? The thought of having no time to gather inspiration or write novels made Jiraiya feel like his whole world had gone dark. He felt completely abandoned by the world. Orochimaru left, then Jiraiya too, and Tsunade didn't see them off. She still had mountains of work waiting for her attention. All those wounded in the camp were more than enough to occupy her. Right now, she had neither the time nor the headspace to worry about Jiraiya or Orochimaru. 2 days later, Chiyuki arrived safely at the camp. Upon seeing Tsunade, Chiyuki almost thought he'd found the wrong person. He looked more closely, and it really was Tsunade, except, what? Why are you looking at me like you don't recognize me? Tsunade's annoyance flared as Chiyuki stared at her with that odd look, saying nothing. She raised a hand threateningly. Go on, keep staring. But that trick did nothing to Chiyuki. He just stared all the harder. Cough, cough. Why don't you take a look at yourself? He helpfully passed her a mirror from nearby. Who knew why there was a mirror in the tent? Maybe some kunoichi or medical ninja had left it behind. No wonder Chiyuki had such a strong reaction. As for Tsunade, how to put it? Her hair was a wild and tangled mess. The golden locks had lost their usual shine, and her complexion looked distinctly worn and tired. Dark circles hung heavily under her eyes, and her eyes were streaked with blood-red veins. If the ninja world's technology had advanced enough to invent computer games, Chiwe would almost suspect that Tsunade had recently become addicted to online gaming. Playing too long into the night, she must have neglected her sleep and ended up looking like this. Catching her reflection in the mirror, Tsunade's forehead pulsed with veins, and her entire face clouded over with irritation. If you were put in charge of overseeing hundreds, if not thousands, of severely injured patients, you'd look like this too. Good thing I'm not a medical ninja. Is there anything to eat? I'm starving. No. Go fetch some supplies from the logistics department yourself. And while you're at it, make something for me too. I'm starving to death. The food here at camp is just impossible to swallow. Tsunade was grumbling, but couldn't help letting out another long yawn. In this moment, she truly wanted to go on strike and sleep for days. She was just exhausted. Watching Tsunade sitting by the chair, head bobbing up and down as she drifted off like a little chick pecking at grain, Chiwe could only shake his head. He grabbed the white coat nearby, draped it over her shoulders, and left the tent for the logistics department to pick up some ingredients. As for cooking utensils, Chiwe always carried them with him, all neatly stored inside a sealing scroll. The moment the rich aroma of meat began to waft through the air, Tsunade snapped awake. After a short nap, she seemed much more refreshed. Wolfing down stewed meat, Tsunade looked utterly satisfied. I thought the old man wouldn't let you take the Jonin exam, but in the end, he not only let you take it, he even assigned you to this camp. I'm taking the Jonin exam because of you. Chiwe paused, looking up at Tsunade in surprise. He'd been wondering why someone his age could take the Jonin exam. At the very least, he thought he'd have a couple more years to wait before such a thing landed on his shoulders. He'd half believed the village was just that desperate for elite forces, and that's why he'd been fast-tracked. Turns out it was all Tsunade's doing. Tsunade's cheeks puffed out, her mouth stuffed with meat. She gave her ever-expanding chest a pat and swallowed hard. You think I wanted this? The old man wants Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and me to go negotiate with Hanzo, but Orochimaru refuses to meet him on account of the whole 3 legendary Sannin thing, and Jiraiya won't go either. That just leaves me. So, I figured if I recommended you for the Jonin exam, you could help me afterwards, and to my surprise, the old man agreed. You really dug quite the pit for me. Thankfully, it didn't really matter. Before getting promoted, the work and missions Chiwe took on weren't much different from what Jonin did anyway. Satisfied, Chiwe laid down his chopsticks and said, So this means I'll be part of the negotiation team? There is no team. It'll mainly just be you and me, plus a few A and BU for backup. That's all. Tsunade would much rather have brought over Nara Shikaku from the river country front lines and let a high IQ person like him handle the negotiations. But to her surprise, the third Hokage refused. Danzo wasn't allowed to act, and as for Kahryudatane and Hamura Mitokado, the 2 elders who only ever show up when something good happens, there was no way they'd go and meet Hanzo either. The legendary Sannin really were the best fit for this task, but Orochimaru wasn't interested, and Jiraiya wanted to rest. So, in the end, the burden fell to Tsunade's shoulders. Really, this sort of thing should be handled by someone from the Nara clan. Is Shikaku the only one in the whole Nara clan? Clearly, this was all a matter of balance. The higher-ups didn't want the Nara clan piling up achievement after achievement. Oh, right. I saw someone interesting in the camp earlier. Let's bring him along. Who? Nara Shikamaru's father, Shikaku. As a leading figure of the Ino-Shikicho trio of clans, Nara Shikaku was never meant to leisurely grow up safe in the village. His family had tossed him to the camp to learn about management. Ever since Kushina had scared him off last time, Chiyuki hadn't seen much of Shikaku. But since they were heading to negotiations, they might as well bring him along. Whatever you say, as long as you're happy, I really don't mind. Since, after all, it's going to come down to you anyway. Tsunade would be leading the team, Chiyuki handling the negotiation. Simple as that, decision made. As for whether Chiyuki agreed or not, once they arrived at their destination, she'd have no choice anyway. It's like being pushed up onto the stage. Now you say you can't do it? At that point, whether you can or not, you have to go through with it. Chiyuki had no idea she was about to become one of the main forces at the negotiation table. She still thought she was merely tagging along. So, she asked nonchalantly, When do we leave? We set off as soon as the medical team from the village arrives. Tsunade would have preferred to leave right away, to be free of responsibility faster. But the medical team was still en route, and since they were hauling a load of equipment and medicine, there was no way they could travel as fast as Chiyuki. It would probably be another day or 2 before the medical unit reached the camp. Fine, just let me know when it's time to go. If he were somewhere else, he might find somewhere to wander. But in the land of rain, a place where rains never cease and clear skies are rare, Chiyuki truly couldn't think of anything to do outside besides getting drenched. Better to find a clean tent, lie down flat on his back, and be a couch potato for a couple of days. Nara Shikaku, please put down your work and go see Lady Tsunade. A reassignment? Putting down his files, Nara Shikaku left his tent to seek out Tsunade. Meanwhile, in the medical unit, Tsunade was once again immersed in work. Many of the wounded needed new bandages or were entering the second stage of treatment, matters that required her personal attention. My lady, you called for me? Arriving at the medical tent, Nara Shikaku gave a respectful bow to Tsunade. The medic, who was tending to a patient's wound, spoke without even glancing up. Have the Umbu ninja who brought you here take you to see Chigetsu Yagami. He'll tell you what to do next. Yes, sir. Narashikaku didn't think much of it. He quietly left the medical unit and followed the Umbu ninja to find Shigetsu. At that moment, Shigetsu was sitting idly inside a tent, absent-mindedly stroking a fox while pondering the intricacies of Sage Mode training. Since his Sharingan had evolved into a Mangekyo, Shigetsu's abilities in every aspect had improved considerably. From then on, aside from regular training, his cultivation now required absorbing natural energy and refining Senjutsu chakra. Fortunately for him, the process of refining Senjutsu chakra was no longer risky, thanks to the help of his loyal companion, Xiaobai. Lord Shigetsu, I've brought Narashikaku, reported the Umbu in a crisp tone. Narashikaku? Shigetsu glanced back. Lord Shigetsu? Just from the Umbu's formal address, Shikaku could read between the lines. Normally, Umbu operatives didn't treat regular villagers, or even most shinobi, with such respect, unless you were high-ranking or someone they genuinely admired. Even becoming a jonin didn't guarantee such courtesy, and yet, Shigetsu was an exception. Had something happened while I was away from the village that I didn't know about? Silently pondering, Shikaku nevertheless followed protocol and greeted him respectfully. Lord Shigetsu, Lady Tsunade sent me to meet with you. So was Tsunade, as expected. Other than her, there was no one else who would push Narashikaku in his direction. After all, he was the one who had suggested that Tsunade bring Shikaku along, and now here he was. Thank you for coming, said Shigetsu, nodding to the Umbu in acknowledgement before turning his attention to Shikaku. Shikaku, there's no need to be so tense. Come in and sit down. You got a couple of days to get settled and be ready. In a few days, we'll be leaving camp for a rather special mission. A rather special mission? Is it related to Lady Tsunade? Speculating to himself, Shikaku nodded seriously and asked, Should I move my things here, Lord Shigetsu? Either way, it's up to you. Whether Shikaku bunked with him or not didn't matter much. A little company might even be welcome. Shigetsu wasn't the type to keep secrets that needed hiding. In that case, I'll go tidy up and bring my stuff over. Shigetsu's easygoing manner put Shikaku at ease. For the first time, the seriousness faded from his face, replaced with a relieved smile. Just as Shikaku was about to leave, Shigetsu suddenly called out, Oh, by the way, grab a few supplies from logistics on your way back. We'll have to cook for ourselves tonight. Cooking for themselves at camp? Narashikaku's foot slipped suddenly, and he almost tumbled to the ground. Though he'd heard before that Tsunade would pull some strings for special favors, he never imagined she'd do it so openly. They were straight up requesting supplies directly from the logistics department now. Could there be anything more outrageous than this? Very soon, Narashikaku felt as if his entire worldview was being reshaped. As he finished packing his things and moved over, he stopped by the logistics department. Mentioning Tsunade's name, the person in charge gave him a knowing look, then handed over a generous amount of fresh ingredients. Lady Tsunade works too hard. She should have something good to eat. If it's not enough, just come back anytime. Back in Chiyuki's tent, watching Chiyuki move deftly as she started cooking, Shikaku found his mind spinning, dazed by the entire turn of events. But that was nothing. An even more outrageous scene was yet to come. I'm completely exhausted. As soon as the meal was ready, Tsunade showed up. She barely glanced at Shikaku, sitting in the tent, before plopping down beside Chiyuki. Apparently dissatisfied with the cramped space, she jostled her hip to nudge Chiyuki aside. Move over. Make some room for me. It's not my fault your backside's so big. Chiyuki shot her a glare, snapping back instantly. None of your business. I like it this way, so what? Tsunade elbowed her way in without missing a beat. Sitting to the side, Shikaku felt like his jaw was about to hit the floor. Were they flirting? Why did he feel so out of place? Hey, kid from an Ara clan, aren't you going to eat? Tsunade, already with chopsticks in hand, frowned when she noticed Shikaku staring wide-eyed at her and Chiyuki. She never liked people gawking at her, unless they were close friends. Sorry, Lady Tsunade. I was lost in thought. As if he had springs attached, Shikaku straightened up at once, bowing hastily in apology. So exhausting. Even for something this trivial, he found himself bowing. Let's eat. Tsunade nodded approvingly and motioned for him to sit. Only then did Shikaku obediently take up his bowl and chopsticks, ready to join in. Watching Chiyuki devouring her meal without saying a word, Shikaku felt like the ritual of sharing a meal had been utterly ruined. What should we be mindful of in the negotiations? Chiyuki suddenly asked. Tsunade tilted her head and replied. Nothing special. The old man just said not to agree to any outrageous demands from the Hidden Rain, and the rest we handle as we see fit. Think it over later. I'm no good at this stuff. The thought of a tense negotiation, all that sparring and back and forth, already gave Tsunade a headache. I'm not good at it either. Chiyuki responded regretfully. But we have a ready-made expert right here. We'll just let him handle it. In just a few words, Chiyuki and Tsunade had tossed the problem straight into Nara Shikaka's lap. At this point, if Shikaka Nara still didn't understand what he was supposed to do, he might as well drop the Nara name altogether. From the moment Chiyuki and Tsunade began their conversation, Shikaku had the uneasy sense that something was off. He quickly realized that he had been reassigned to another mission, which, as it turned out, meant representing the village in negotiations with the Hidden Rain village. Tsunade was heading up the negotiation team. Chiyuki was also part of it, and Shikaku himself had been swept into the affair before he knew what was happening. That would have been frustrating enough. But as Tsunade and Chiyuki continued to punt all responsibility his way, a cold sweat broke out across Shikaku's forehead. He knew trouble was coming. The Nara clan may be famous for their smarts, but every one of them shared a certain trait. They were lazy and hated getting involved in troublesome affairs. So as Tsunade and Chiyuki began to offload more and more onto him, Shikaku lost his composure and quickly interrupted them. Lady Tsunade, assigning this sort of thing to a child like me doesn't seem right, does it? Turning to glance at Shikaku, whom she'd nearly forgotten, Tsunade paused to consider, then replied, "It's fine. If Chiyuki says you're up to the task, then you are. I trust you, but I don't trust myself." Shikaku nearly burst into tears, his eyes darting in silent appeal to Chiyuki for help. Alas, Chiyuki just bent her head, focused on her food, pretending not to notice. What a trap. He'd fallen into a pit, a deep one, the kind you can't climb your way out of. Shikaku was on the verge of tears, utterly forlorn. He was tangled in an unbearable internal struggle. He wanted to refuse, but lacked the nerve. If he didn't refuse, it meant a mountain of trouble awaited, negotiating with the demigod of the rain, who might very well slice him in half with a single scythe. Buried under anxiety and dejection, Shikaku couldn't even remember how he finished his meal. "Perfect, there's 3 of us. Let's play some Big Two. It's been ages, I miss it so much." After the meal, Tsunade pushed her dishes aside, pulled a deck of playing cards from her coat, and tugged Chiyuki over with loud calls for payback. "Chiyuki, just you wait. This time, I'll wipe the floor with you. With skills like yours, even the stray dogs wouldn't bother to watch. Wipe the floor with me. Why not admit you'll lose so badly you'll be penniless? And you've roped a Nara into playing cards with you. Aren't you afraid you'll lose the shirt off your back? Hey, you get over here." Tsunade beckoned Shikaku over. As he sat down, she mused aloud. "By the way, what was your name again?" "Shikaku Nara." It felt like another dagger to the heart. Doesn't matter what you're called, as long as you know how to play Big Two. But let's be clear, no IOUs allowed. Pulling out the little stash she'd saved up lately, Tsunade slapped her money on the table and began enthusiastically teaching Shikaku the rules of the game. Qianyue sat to the side with his arms crossed, waiting for certain people, whose craving for competition at the dinner table was notorious, to embarrass themselves. He watched, curious to see how she would handle the outcome. The rules weren't complicated. As someone with razor-sharp intelligence like Nara Shikahisa, he memorized them in no time and was soon forcibly drawn into the game of doujinshi. This time, Qianyue kept a very low profile. He avoided becoming the landlord whenever he could, and stayed as inconspicuous as possible. Let the rookie, Nara Shikahisa, give Tsunade a lesson this round. The expressions on Tsunade's face shifted, from restless impatience to excitement, then to shock, and finally to outright fury. It took less than an hour for her to lose every last coin she had, most of which went straight into Nara Shikahisa's pocket. Meanwhile, the ever-calm and analytical Shikahisa, completely absorbed in the game, failed to notice Tsunade's growing frustration. His play was so precise that he absolutely crushed her at every turn. This game of doujinshi is actually pretty interesting. A pair of 2s beat that. Now, Tsunade-sama shouldn't be able to handle single cards, so 3. Under Shikahisa's relentless calculation, the veins on Tsunade's forehead throbbed once again. If anything, Shikahisa was even more ruthless than Qianyue. At least Qianyue occasionally went easy on the others, but Shikahisa, fully engrossed in the game, could hardly tear himself away. He was so absorbed, in fact, that he didn't even notice anything was off with Tsunade's mood. Everyone in the village liked to joke that members of the Nara clan had sky-high IQs but were a bit lacking in emotional intelligence. And this time they were right. Shikahisa had just proved them correct. Well, let's see if pure rage can break this deadlock. Split the jokers. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Tsunade slammed a small joker onto the table. It had taken her ages to finally hold both jokers, yet, just like that, she was forced to split them up. Bomb! 4. Glancing at the lone 4 left on the table, then back at Shikahisa, leaning on his elbow in deep thought, while Tsunade teetered on the edge of a meltdown, Qianyue couldn't help but burst out laughing. I really can't. Let's pause a bit. What's up? What's so funny? Shikahisa's concentration was shattered by Chinyue's laughter, and he looked up in confusion. Thud. Unable to take it anymore, Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, grabbed Shikahisa by the collar, and hoisted him up, roaring. You brat, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Targeting me the whole time. In the span of just 1 hour, Tsunade felt like she might just be cured of her gambling addiction. It was as if she'd been singled out for a solid 60 minutes. Who could endure that? And yet Shikahisa acted as if everything were perfectly normal, thinking and muttering to himself as he played. It was almost impossible for Tsunade not to lose her temper. As Shikahisa dangled in her grasp, he looked dazed, realizing only then that his obsession with doujinshi had gotten a little out of hand, and, unintentionally, he made Tsunade his sole target. With Chinyue keeping such a low profile, Tsunade's thirst for vengeance drove her to snatch at every chance to be landlord, unwittingly putting herself right in Shikahisa's crosshairs again and again. Every single card, exactly which ones are left, and what hasn't been played yet, he had it all calculated down to the last detail. Only Tsunade would foolishly believe she could win, that she could get her revenge. In the end, she was targeted so thoroughly that she began to doubt reality itself. See? Her composure completely shattered in an instant. Lady Tsunade, I promise I'm not picking on you. I'm just counting the cards, Nara Shikaka desperately tried to explain, nearly to the point of tears. But Tsunade didn't buy it. Nonsense. When I play a pair you answer with a joker, when I drop a joker you hit me with a bomb, and when I play a straight you... She stuttered, losing her train of thought, and glanced back at Chiyuki for help. What's that saying again? Turn the house upside down. Chiyuki answered with a grin. Tsunade's face lit up with sudden realization. Right. I play a straight, and you pull out everything, throwing caution to the wind just to crush me. Isn't that picking on me? What exactly are you up to, huh? Trying to drive me mad on purpose. But you're the landlord. I'm just following the rules. Farmers have to keep the landlord in check, Lady Tsunade. I swear, I'm not doing it on purpose. Oh, really now? Releasing Nara Shikaku, Tsunade planted her fists on her hips and demanded loudly. Then why, when Chiyuki was the landlord, did you act the way you did? I was mid-play, and you just shut me down without a second thought. What's your problem? Are you just dead set against me, no matter what? That was because you were about to run out of cards, so I had to step in. Am I getting blamed for that too? You, come with me. Today we're going to have a little talk. Tsunade announced, grabbing Shikaku and dragging him out of the tent. She was clearly looking for a quieter place to properly school this kid. Poor Shikaku. He might be smart, but his emotional intelligence really could use some work. If Tsunade gets her hands on you, of course she's going to teach you a lesson. You'd be lucky if she lets you off lightly. Chiyuki laughed, so hard his stomach hurt. It's the old adage, better you than me. After all, it wasn't even Chiyuki egging Shikaku on. This was all Shikaku's doing. Once he started calculating, he couldn't stop, falling deep into his own strategy, finally pushing Tsunade past her breaking point. Besides, Tsunade wasn't actually going to kill him. The worst he'd get was a beating. No big deal. Take it as a lesson, something that'll make him a bit wiser in the future. 10 minutes later, Shikaku returned, sporting a classic black eye. As for Tsunade, she was nowhere to be seen, likely off to the medical unit by now. Watching Shikaku walk in with that pando eye and a bitter smile, Chiyuki struggled for breath between fits of laughter. That's not fair. Shikaku protested. How's it you can laugh like that? There are 3 of us at the table, but I'm the only one who gets beaten up? Not a scratch on you. He rubbed his bruised eye, feeling more miserable than words could say. Deep down, he made a silent vow. Next time he played cards with Tsunade, he'd be a fool. After a short rest, pressing a towel against his injured eye, Shikaku looked over, curiosity getting the best of him, and asked, Chiwe, why am I even part of the delegation negotiating with Amage Cure? There isn't any real delegation. The village just didn't have a suitable person, so they told Tsunade to go. Chiwe, who was playing with Bai, didn't even bother to look up as she said. She happened to see you in the camp, so she roped you in. The team just needed someone smart to handle a few things. So that's why I suddenly found myself being targeted. Turns out this is all Yagami Chiyue's doing. Hiss. Ouch, that really hurts. Lady Tsunade never holds back. Mai's going to take days to recover. Such a nuisance. Women are just so troublesome. Of course, all these complaints Nara Shikaku only dared to voice internally. He certainly didn't want to draw Tsunade's attention again, even though he might be the next head of the Nara clan, and most people would treat him with some respect. That respect meant nothing to Tsunade. So what about the bottom line? If the village wants to negotiate with Amage Cure, we need to have at least a baseline, right? If he understood the village's bottom line, he could tailor the negotiations with Amage Cure. You can't just stumble in blindly. Besides, he really wasn't cut out for negotiating. Hanzo would be the first to object. Hanzo am the so-called demigod of the shinobi world and the leader of Amagekure. What does it mean if you send a brat from Konoha to negotiate with me? Are you looking down on me? That would definitely stir up new trouble. Bottom line? Chiwe cuddled by in her arms, absent-mindedly playing with the little creature's tail as she smiled and said, "What bottom line could the village have? At most, it's signing a peace treaty with Amagekure. As for spoils of victory, don't count on them. We can't expect Amagekure to compensate Konoha for anything. They've got nothing but the clothes on their backs. Even if you wanted something, they couldn't give it. Talking about benefits is almost a joke. This is just such a headache." Nara Shikaku, who loathes troublesome matters, felt his head throb. Amagekure might even need Konoha's assistance. I have a feeling that part of the negotiation will be especially tricky. In the original story, Amagekure really did receive material assistance from Konoha. Only, once he got help, Hanzo didn't settle down. Instead, after a brief recovery, he rallied his men and marched to the Land of Iron. Chiwe couldn't make heads or tails of Hanzo's logic in all this. The whole situation was just bizarre. He crossed the entire Land of Fire to attack the neutral Land of Iron, putting Inoki on edge. Then the Hidden Stone and Hidden Rain ended up fighting again. Honestly, Hanzo was a prodigy when it came to stirring up conflict. In that case, Nara Shikaku fell into thought. Chiwe didn't interrupt him. Just like that, 2 days slipped quietly by. The medical team sent by the Leaf Village finally arrived at the camp, and Tsunade, along with Chiwe, brought Nara Shikaku and a group of ANBU ninja with them to the Hidden Rain Village for negotiations. As for how many among these ANBU were actually root members, probably only Danzo knew the truth. On the road, Tsunade's expression remained tense. I have a feeling Hanzo isn't going to greet us with a warm welcome. That had been weighing on her mind all along. The man wasn't just a village leader. He was the so-called demigod of the shinobi world. Some might say he was bragging, but Hanzo's reputation and strength were real. If Konoha wanted to negotiate on equal footing, they should have sent someone of similar status. But the third Hokage was unable to leave. The Council of Elders never lifted a finger unless there was something in it for them, and showed no interest in getting entangled with this mess. As for Danzo, he might have wanted to get involved, but thanks to his own recklessness, he was still laid up in bed, recovering from injuries. It'd take months before he'd be up again. The man was now half blind, and nearly became a one-armed, one-eyed hero from a tragic tale. Relying on Danzo to negotiate? That would take a miracle, or at least a few years. Sending all the Sannin together would have been a display of utmost respect. But fate had other plans. Orochimaru and Jiraiya had both dropped the ball, leaving only Tsunade standing. Headache. You two idiots just wait. When you come begging me for help in the future, I'll be sure to make you pay for this. Tsunade gritted her teeth at the thought of Orochimaru and Jiraiya's behavior. We could just beat him back, can't we? You're the representative of the defeated nation, and you still want to act tough? Careful, or your pride is going to end up with a bruised face. Ahem ahem. Nara Shikaku choked and coughed, genuinely startled. Tsunade looked at Chiwe, exasperated. Could she say anything more outrageous? Beat him back? If we could win like that, would I be this worried? We could just storm in and let Hanzo deal with it. The whole reason you're here is because I'm worried Hanzo might play some dirty tricks. If things go south, then... I get it. Before Tsunade could say more, Chiwe volunteered. If Hanzo tries anything, I'll use Jinjutsu on him immediately. I could have him dancing a wild, poisonous jig. If Jinjutsu doesn't work, I'll try something else, but I won't let him walk all over us. I'm glad you have a plan, just don't act rashly. Tsunade would rather the negotiations fail than see Chiwe get hurt fighting Hanzo. His poisons were not to be trifled with. Even she didn't dare take them lightly, let alone anyone else. The group hurried toward the Hidden Rain Village. Along the way, the ANBU spread out, scouting the area and watching for any sand shinobi ambushes. Konoha hadn't withdrawn yet, and the sand ninja were still in the Land of Rain, though things had been quiet lately. Who knew what that treacherous old Chiyo was planning? No sign of the sand ninjas had been seen. The group arrived at the Hidden Rain Village without incident. Lord Hanzo, the people from Konoha have arrived. Tsunade of the legendary Sannin is leading the team. This news was quickly reported to Hanzo. Oh, so they've finally come. Hanzo stood up, picked up his scythe, and hefted it onto his shoulder, turning to his subordinates as he spoke. Let's go. Let's see what kind of people Konoha has sent for these negotiations. His subordinates wore troubled expressions. Seeing this, Hanzo frowned, sensing something was amiss. She came alone. His subordinate lowered his head and answered. Tsunade brought 2 youngsters with her, along with a small squad of Umbu. We didn't spot any others. Just 3 people? These are the members of Konoha's negotiation team? Is this how much sincerity Konoha shows? Hanzo was momentarily stunned. Then he began to laugh, a laughter tinged with anger, because he felt thoroughly disrespected by Konoha, as if they didn't take him seriously at all. If all three of the Sannin had come together, Hanzo would have had no objections. He respected the strength of the legendary trio. Danzo would have been acceptable too, as would the elders from the council, people with real authority. As for the third Hokage, Hanzo hadn't expected his appearance. After all, Konoha was still engaged in battle with Sunagakure, making it impossible for the Hokage to leave so easily. But if only Tsunade had come. What did that mean? Did they really look down on him, Hanzo, that much? Outside the Hidden Rain village, Tsunade felt an inexplicable unease, and Shikakanara was visibly tense. Only Chiyuki seemed unaffected by the heavy atmosphere, yawning lazily as if nothing could dampen his spirits. Tsunade. Atop the city wall, Hanzo's figure appeared, though he made no move to open the gates. Standing high above, Hanzo looked down imperiously at Tsunade. Tsunade frowned and called up. Hanzo, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to say your willingness to negotiate with Konoha was just for show? To Tsunade's questioning, Hanzo answered with a stony face and a voice as cold as steel. I was defeated. I've no intention of going back on my word. But doesn't this feel rather insulting? You, Tsunade, bring 2 children to negotiate on behalf of Konoha? Do you take me, Hanzo, for a fool? I knew it was never going to be that easy. Tsunade was so furious, she could hardly keep her words in check. So what do you want, then? Go back and inform the third Hokage. Either he comes in person, or Danzo and the elders come. Tsunade, you're still too green, hardly qualified to represent Konoha in such matters. So that's how Konoha wants to play it, with a show of grandeur? Well, let them come, all of them. Let's see who loses their composure first. Rain is short on supplies, but Konoha is even more desperate. Their war with the sand is still raging on. Damn it! Fuming, Tsunade stomped her foot, shattering the stone beneath her, though it did nothing at all to change the situation. Feeling slighted, Hanzo considered Konoha's choice of negotiators nothing short of an insult. Negotiation? They weren't even worthy of standing at his door. Go back. Tsunade could hardly keep her composure after such a public snub. But this was not the place for an outburst. As angry as she was, Tsunade had no choice but to turn back, carrying Hanzo's message with her for the third Hokage to decide upon. Old man, just you wait. After this humiliation, I'll be looking for payback. When I return, you'll have to answer for this. The members of the Umbu followed obediently in her wake. Narashikaku heaved a sigh. The speech he'd spent 2 days preparing ended up wasted just like that. Chiwe. After a few steps, Tsunade noticed Chiwe standing motionless behind them. She turned and called out to him. We've come all this way. Are you really willing to leave without even looking inside? If outsiders aren't allowed in, how could we possibly enter? Tsunade herself didn't want to go inside. Of course she did. If she could, she'd have punched her way through the door already. If it were possible, she would have landed a fist right on Hanzo's masked face, just so he'd learn exactly how it felt to be on the receiving end of her iron knuckles. They might not be as big as a training bag, but they'd still hurt. We could just fight our way in. Chiyue's tone was as light and casual as if he were commenting on the weather, as though this course of action was perfectly reasonable. Are you kidding me? If I could have fought my way in, I would have done it already. Dark lines of exasperation formed on Tsunade's brow. Meanwhile, Narashikaku was left speechless. He'd heard some unsettling rumors about Chiyue's feats, but those paled in comparison to Hanzo's legend. Even if Hanzo wasn't quite the demigod people made him out to be, there was no question he was one of the strongest shinobi alive. Facing a powerhouse like that, and Chiyue was still talking about charging in? What was this kid muttering about? Watching from above, Hanzo crossed his arms as he looked down on the retreating Tsunade, now in conversation with Chiyue. There was something vaguely familiar about this white-haired youngster, though Hanzo couldn't quite place it. Sir, that white-haired kid is probably the one everyone's talking about, Yagami Chiyue. The one who reportedly put the third Kazekage under Jinjutsu, making him dance or something like that. One of the Aim-nin approached cautiously, keeping just within the safe line, and whispered this report. Oh, no wonder the kid's face rang a bell. He'd heard about him before. Yagami Chiyue, was it? If even the so-called strongest Kazekage fell for his illusions, was his Jinjutsu really that formidable? So Konoha finally decided to send one less kitten to negotiate. By the looks of Chiyue's reputation and abilities, Hanzo reluctantly rated him on par with Tsunade. Still, that didn't change Hanzo's mind. Sending people like these for negotiations, Konoha was nothing if not insulting. All right, go ahead, fight them. It was the Hidden Rain village who went back on their word first. As long as you can break through, you'll win great honor. Tsunade, completely exasperated, lifted a hand to cover her face. She felt that Chiyue was just fooling around, Even if his Jinjutsu was strong enough to control the third Kazekage, it didn't mean he could control Hanzo. But remember, you said it. If this gets out of hand, don't blame me for not warning you. Chiyue flexed his wrists, warming up. Tsunade had already given up trying to persuade him. She waved her hand dismissively. If you really can break through, I'll personally recommend you for a commendation. Just a commendation, that's it? Chiyue looked at Tsunade with a half smile, half mockery in his eyes, starting to tease her. Tsunade clenched her fists. Her chest heaved, rising and falling as her irritation mounted. Clearly, Chiyue's words had gotten under her skin. What more do you want? Want me to be your maid, or something? Well, I wouldn't say no to that. Even though Tsunade's clenched fists looked ready to fly, Chiyue wasn't the slightest bit frightened. The reason Chiyue suddenly trailed off was that, for a moment, he imagined Tsunade awkwardly dressed in a frilly maid outfit. The picture so bizarre he shivered outright. Painful to imagine. Excuse me. There was murder in Tsunade's eyes. Chiyue coughed, quickly explaining himself. Never mind. It's obvious you're not cut out to be anyone's maid. Kushina would be way better at that. Just give me your grandfather's sword. How about that? No one's using that old thing anyway. What he really lacked was a top-quality weapon, and the Thunder God sword was the ideal choice. That sword had always remained at the Senju estate. Even the third Hokage hadn't dared to simply take it. Deal. Tsunade broke into a sudden laugh, a laugh born of pure frustration. Pointing toward Hanzo, who stood atop the city wall, arms folded, full of arrogance. If you can break through, I'll give you my granduncle's Thunder God sword. Go hard. Smash this damned village. It was just a sword after all. She never had much talent for Kenjutsu. As for Nawaki, Tsunade had considered him, but his sword skills were even worse than his taijutsu. If Chiyue could pull this off and make her proud, if he could land a few good slaps on Hanzo, she'd gladly hand over the Thunder God sword. It's a deal. Negotiations finished. Chiyue didn't waste another word. He raised his hand, ready to make his move. What's this kid up to? Take on my Hidden Rain village single-handedly? Hanzo was full of questions. He'd already made his point painfully clear, yet Tsunade and her companions hadn't retreated. Were they really planning to humiliate themselves? And that brat, Yagami Chiyue, what did he have in mind? Trying to make trouble in front of me. Hanzo of the Salamander? Hanzo couldn't grasp what Chiyue was plotting. But very soon, he would realize just how absurd his own choices had been. Art is an explosion. Chiyue raised his hand above his head, palm facing the sky. A sphere of light, swirling with purple and blue hues, formed entirely from lightning chakra, appeared in his palm. Though no larger than a wash basin, the sphere throbbed with a chakra energy so intense, it sent a chill through the air and made hearts pound with unease. Something's wrong. Chiyue looked up, flashed a mischievous smile at him, then hurled the glowing sphere with all his might, shouting, "Explode!" Hanzo's pupils shrank, his heart almost skipping a beat, as though an invisible hand suddenly gripped it tight. What ninjutsu is this? It looks extremely dangerous. Just watching the condensed sphere of lightning made Tsunade and Shikakanara instinctively take a step back, the threat of it registering in their eyes. Whatever happens, it's best to keep some distance for now. No need to get caught up in the aftermath. The ANBU shinobi all stared wide-eyed as the flashing sphere raced through the air toward Amagekyure's towering walls. That thing is too dangerous. There's no way it can be allowed to hit the walls. This was Hanzo's immediate reaction. Although compared to the overwhelming visual impact of the giant Rasengan, the attack, aside from radiating terrifying chakra, lacked outward spectacle. But when it came to destructive power, the two were worlds apart. Chiyue, frustrated at not having a place to test his special technique, decided Amagekyure would serve perfectly. Time to deliver a performance, to let Hanzo experience the taste of true destruction. Aqua style, water formation wall. Hanzo had no idea what trick Chiyue was up to, nor what type of jutsu was being used. He simply knew that the sphere must not be allowed to reach the wall. If it did, the consequences would be disastrous. His hands formed seals in rapid succession, and in an instant, a massive barrier of water surged up before the village's wall, as though a waterfall had sprung from the ground to shield Amagekyure's facade. Hanzo's mastery over water style was clear, a wall of water so thick it rivaled any natural cascade. But would this watery barricade be enough to halt the lightning bomb? Chiyue was sure Hanzo was in for disappointment. Like a streak of lightning, the violet-blue sphere shot toward the wall, striking the water barrier with pinpoint precision. Before a host of stunned onlookers, it pierced through the mighty liquid curtain and crashed against the stony ramparts beyond. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air, rolling across the village like an enraged storm, and a towering mushroom cloud bloomed atop the wall, mingled with pained screams echoing from the chaos. From the aftermath, a figure, swift as lightning, darted away. There was no mistaking it. This could only be Hanzo. Hanzo's mastery of body flicker was legendary across the shinobi world. At such speed, few could match his instantaneous technique. He hid far away, watching the city walls collapse in succession, and the mushroom cloud gradually dissipate. Even now, Hanzo's head was still buzzing incessantly. He simply couldn't accept what had just happened. How could a ball of light, barely the size of a wash basin, contain such terrifying power? Could something so small really wreak this level of devastation? Art is explosion. Clearly, there was some truth in that phrase. As Chiwa looked out at the Rain Village's crumbling fortifications, a satisfied smile played on his lips. The money he'd spent drawing skills in his past life hadn't gone to waste. If he were ever surrounded by enemies in the future, a few blasts like this would certainly be enough to wipe out scores of foes. This level of destruction was honestly a little absurd. The thick ramparts of the Rain Village, reinforced by Hanzo's defensive formation of water walls, were practically useless, collapsing in thunderous ruin. There was just no way to withstand the explosion of that lightning orb. Compared to Hanzo, whose eyes were nearly bursting from their sockets, Tsunade and the others looked at Chiwa as if they'd seen a ghost. Tsunade even raised her hand, gesturing incredulously. A ball of lightning chakra no bigger than a wash basin, and it could unleash an explosion like that? Was he sure this was ninjutsu, and not a tail beast bomb? Chiwa had only intended to give the Rain Village a taste of his power. Tsunade had merely agreed to his terms out of anger. Who would have thought Chiwa would actually pull it off? Hanzo was not merely shocked. Shocked wasn't even the word. He was on the verge of wanting to rip Chiwa apart himself. Kid, how dare you? Standing atop an iron-clad building, Hanzo's eyes were filled with the deepest resentment as he looked at Chiwa. The way he glared, it was as if he wanted to tear the flesh from his bones and gnaw on them whole. Chiwa let out a cold, mocking laugh. If you, Hanzo, think the messengers of the leaf are not good enough to negotiate with you, then let's see what you're really made of. Hanzo the half-god? That's a joke. You think you deserve a name like that? His lightning explosion skill was already prepared. Another radiant orb flickered into existence in his palm. If the Rain Village won't negotiate, then I suppose there's no need for it to exist any longer. Let it be destroyed, then. Explode. Chiwa hurled the ball once more, this time even faster. Stop. Hanzo's cry of alarm tore through the air. He hadn't expected Chiwa to skip the usual posturing and just attack in the middle of their exchange, showing not a shred of courtesy. As if that weren't enough, Chiwa had openly scorned him as unworthy of the half-god title. Intercept the lightning blast? Hanzo wouldn't dare. He was afraid it would kill him. All he could do was try to cut down the troublesome enemy. Ignoring the orb that Chiwa had just released, Hanzo roared and swung his scythe, striking at Chiwa with all his might. Watch out, Tsunade called out, moving to push Chiwa out of danger. She knew all too well just how terrifying Hanzo's martial skills were. During the war, many elite ninjas of the Leaf Village met their end under Hanzo's deadly scythe. So when Tsunade saw that very blade swinging toward Chiwa, her heart almost leapt into her throat. Get lost! A sharp, enchanting roar rang out as a 4 or 5 meter long, fluffy white tail lashed out like a whip, smashing straight into Hanzo's scythe. Hanzo's weapon was sent flying away, unable to get within even 5 meters of Chiwa. Watching as Hanzo's scythe spiraled away, Tsunade turned her gaze to the little white creature perched on Chinua's shoulder, her mind reeling in astonishment. How many secrets does this boy still have up his sleeve? How could this possibly be? Hanzo caught his scythe, looking in disbelief at the little white creature on Chinua's shoulder. Was that a summoned beast? Since when had his blade, famed for cutting down men and monsters alike, been stopped cold by a mere summon? Even Orochimaru's giant snakes and Jiraiya's battletoads couldn't do something like that. You foolish thing. The little white creature looked at Hanzo with utter contempt. If my master wished, it would be nothing to wipe your entire Hidden Rain Village off the map. Who do you think you're looking down on? You style yourself as a demigod. I'd say you're not even half a man. To Xiaobai's eyes, there was nothing about Hanzo, neither his strength nor his aura, that warranted any divine association. His power was lacking, his presence unimpressive, and as for looks, well, the less said the better. Hanzo was little more than a toxic man. Charisma, appearance, he had none of it. Now under Xiaobai's stare, Hanzo felt all the hairs on his body bristle. It was as though some savage beast had locked onto him as prey. One wrong move, and he knew a storm of attacks would be upon him in an instant. A thunderous explosion erupted behind them, jolting Hanzo from his daze. He watched as building after building toppled, his expression dark as night. So, Hanzo, do we now have the right to negotiate with you? Wasn't it he who just said they weren't qualified to talk terms? Let's see if he dares repeat that now. Let's see if, today, Qianyue can level the entire Hidden Rain village. Others might cower before Hanzo. Qianyue did not. The poisons Hanzo wielded were indeed formidable, at least on the surface. But at the heart of it, poison could sometimes be surprisingly feeble. Most importantly, Hanzo couldn't even get close. So of what use was his poison? Was he planning to use it on his own villagers? If he couldn't poison Qianyue, any other tricks would be useless as well. He would just have to watch as Qianyue laid waste to the Hidden Rain village. The only drawback to Qianyue's signature Thunderburst technique was a massive chakra drain each use required. But did Qianyue ever lack chakra? He was known as the man with the chakra sea. Give him a few more years, and he might even challenge Hashirama Senju to a contest. Not to mention, Xiao Bai still sat comfortably on his shoulder. It was no exaggeration to say that if Qianyue wished, he could rain thunder burst down all day long, blasting the entirety of Hidden Rain Village flat, without the slightest embellishment. Hanzo's greatest weapon, a terrifying poison that everyone dreaded, was worthless against Qianyue. His formidable taijutsu and lightning-fast body flicker technique turned out to be useless in the end. If even Qianyue couldn't get close, then what good was that speed? If he dared get near, Xiao Bai would greet him without hesitation. Just like back then, lashing at the 10,000 snakes, he'd get a sound thrashing. As for other types of ninjutsu, best not to bring them up, lest Qianyue hurt Hanzo's pride any further. Besides, Qianyue hadn't even used his manjikyu yet. Counting the manjikyu's abilities, as long as he wasn't afraid of the poison, he could easily crush Hanzo. But the thing about the manjikyu is, the less you use it, the better. Qianyue would rather expose Xiao Bai than draw upon the manjikyu Sharingan. He'd wait until he evolved it into the Eternal Eye. Then he'd use it, if at all. Compared to the other members of the Uchiha clan, Qianyue had a significant advantage. He didn't fear going blind. Even if his ocular power was all but depleted. Even if he did go blind. Once he reached a certain age and his Sharingan evolved to the Eternal Manjikyu, his sight would return. Still, he wasn't about to experience the feeling of blindness ahead of time. So as long as circumstances allowed, he would avoid using the Manjikyu unless absolutely forced to. Art is explosion. Today, either we settle this through negotiation, or I'll blast the Hidden Rain Village flat and spare us the trouble of talking. Otherwise, my mission will be deemed a failure. And this is my very first mission as a newly promoted Jonin. Hanzo, what will it be? I have my pride, you know. The choice is yours. We can sit down and have a civil conversation, or we can skip the talks altogether. After all, if I flatten your village, negotiations become moot, my mission is accomplished in a roundabout way, and I get some war merits to boot. Do you really think there's any negotiation left between us? If it weren't for Xiao Bai standing guard, Hanzo would have loved nothing more than to cut Qianyue down with his scythe right then and there. You blew up my village's walls, leveled our buildings, killed so many of my shinobi, and you still want to negotiate? In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. Qianyue shrugged and said to Xiao Bai, block him. Let him watch and appreciate the beauty of explosive art. Rain Village just might become the first hidden village to be blasted off the map. As you wish, master. Xiao Bai leapt onto Chiyue's other shoulder, fixing a sharp gaze on Hanzo. Try anything funny, and you'll have me to answer to. Best to sit tight, and watch as my master levels your Rain Village. Blowing up Rain Village just like that, at the drop of a hat? So if the mission can't succeed with negotiation, raising the village is as good as completing the mission? Chiyue's logic left Tsunade and the others utterly stunned and speechless. And for some reason, though Tsunade had just been furious, she now found herself inexplicably pitying Hanzo. Of all the people in the world to provoke, why him? The tale of the third Kazakage's legendary steel pipe dance at the hands of this youngster was still making its rounds in the shinobi world. Did Hanzo really want to be the next? Stop! Seeing the crackling sphere of lightning once again forming in Qianyue's hand, and judging by her effortless demeanor, it was clear that wielding such jutsu posed no challenge at all. Hanzo could no longer remain calm. He lifted his hand and shouted loudly, I'm willing to negotiate with you. Please, stop this wanton destruction. You should have said so sooner instead of forcing my hand. Some people just beg for trouble. Dispelling the energy sphere in her hand, Qianyue grumbled under her breath. A dark, menacing look appeared on Hanzo's face, yet he dared not utter a single word in protest. He had finally understood. Qianyue was a reckless madwoman with nothing to lose. Anyone else might have stopped after a little intimidation, but not Qianyue. If you refuse to yield, she'll keep blasting until you do. She wanted to test just how strong-willed Hanzo could be, and see how long it took him to bow his proud head. Tsunade's eyelid twitched several times. She nudged Chinyue gently with her elbow and whispered, "That's enough, don't push him too far. If you corner a man like Hanzo, his revenge will be a nightmare. So what if you blow up the Hidden Rain Village? Hanzo is no weakling. If you fail to kill him, his counterattacks could drive the Leaf into utter chaos. He's the kind of man who spreads poison wherever he goes, deadly to everyone in his path. Suit yourself." Having already been the one to force Hanzo's hand, Chinyue wanted no part in the coming negotiations. "Please follow me." Sweeping his eyes over the bodies littering the ground, Hanzo clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and led Chinyue and the others into the Hidden Rain Village. It was Chinyue's first time entering the Rain Village. With its constant downpours, the architecture here was drastically different from the outside world. Most buildings were made of steel, towering impressively high, and there were hardly any basements. Beneath the buildings, enormous sewer pipes ran, taller than a grown man. Ongoing war, coupled with the recent explosions and chaos, meant that few people dared walk the streets. Chinyue noticed immediately. Many of the Rain's villagers were peeking furtively from their homes, spying on the events unfolding outside. Compared to the Leaf, the Rain Village was a veritable city of iron. It was a shame the place was so desperately poor. Buildings were flecked with rust. Many damaged areas had gone unrepaired. Clearly, Hanzo hadn't had an easy time. After today's explosions, his troubles could only multiply. Hanzo, face stormy, led the way as Rain's shinobi hurried to tend the wounded and deal with the bodies. Sorting out the ones blasted to pieces was a gruesome, thankless task. Chinyue wasn't the only one paying attention. Everyone else was sizing up the village as well, especially the members of the Umbu. Information gathering was their specialty. The third Hokage had the members of the Umbu follow along. On the surface, it was said to be for the protection of the group, but in reality, everyone knew the true purpose. It was simply to have the Umbu blend in and quietly gather some intelligence. Hanzo also understood what the Umbu were after, but he had no intention of exposing them. At this moment, Hanzo's feelings were a tangled mess. As he looked at Chinyue, his eyes were filled with resentment and a deep sense of helplessness. When his gaze landed on the little white creature perched on Chinyue's shoulder, anxiety flickered in his expression. If they really let loose and had a proper fight, he might very well end up pinned and battered by that little white beast. What kind of bizarre summon creature was this, anyway? Why had he never heard of it before? A white fox, sporting 9 tails, and a striking resemblance to Konoha's very own 9 tails. Hanzo racked his brains, but couldn't find a single scrap of information about this so-called Xiaobai. Amegakure might be run down and desolate, but Hanzo's office building was surprisingly impressive. At the very least, Amegakure had to maintain some semblance of dignity. Leading the group into his office, Hanzo brought them into the meeting room and said, "Please take a moment to rest before we begin our negotiations." The Umbu members were left outside. Tsunade didn't object to this arrangement. It was only a negotiation. There was no need for the Umbu to follow them in. With Chinyue present, it wasn't as if Hanzo dared to try any tricks. Tsunade was confident that Hanzo wouldn't risk such a move. Knowing Chinyue's temper, she really might reduce Amegakure to rubble if pushed. But how should the negotiations proceed? Tsunade kept casting meaningful glances, hoping to get a read on Chinyue's intentions. Chinyue, for her part, simply rolled her eyes and replied with exasperation, "Just negotiate directly. What? Does our demigod here dare to make any outrageous demands? I'll just say it to your face. You're on the losing side of this war. Do you really have the nerve to ask for anything excessive? If you dare bring it up, I'd be embarrassed to agree. So don't get your hopes up. There's no way it's happening. Let's just handle negotiations the honest way, as we should." Tsunade could only sigh helplessly at this. Oh, come on. Can't you let the man save a little face? To say such things right in front of Hanzo. Unbelievable. The muscles in Shikaka Nara's face twitched a few times. This was the first time he'd seen negotiations conducted like this. Straight to the point, threatening the other side with nothing but frankness. Hanzo, seated at the head of the table, turned dark with anger and grunted, but said nothing. The ninja in charge of pouring the tea trembled, nearly spilling the pot. "Enough. Leave us," Hanzo said, waving his hand in irritation as he eyed his clumsy subordinate. Fortunately, Hanzo wasn't fond of berating others, nor did he care for doling out punishments at the drop of a hat. If this had been Danzo instead, he would have called him useless on the spot, and likely handed out other punishments as well. At a time like this, who had the appetite for tea, anyway? Hanzo had no interest in any formalities of hospitality anymore. His face was already swollen from being struck, so what was the point of playing host? He decided to get straight to the point. The sooner they finished negotiations, the sooner he could be rid of this bringer of misfortune. I imagine none of us want to waste time here. If that's the case, why don't we begin the negotiations directly? Hanzo didn't beat around the bush and moved right into the heart of the matter. That's exactly what I like to hear, said Chiwa. Chiwa much preferred this kind of straightforwardness. If they'd encountered someone who liked to talk in circles and hide meaning between the lines, it would have been a nightmare. This is the post-war peace treaty drafted by Konoha. Hanzo, have a look. If there are no issues, just sign it and we'll all be spared the trouble. With that, Chiwa took the document Tsunade was holding and thrust it directly into Hanzo's hands. Tsunade was dumbstruck, staring at Chiwa in astonishment. They're not even going to discuss the terms? Just hand the contract over like that? Do they have to be so blunt? Hanzo himself hadn't expected Chiwa to be so decisive. He instinctively opened the file to read through its contents. Truth be told, the terms outlined weren't especially harsh. The document had been penned personally by the third Hokage, and knowing his character, he never intended to squeeze any benefit out of the Hidden Rain Village. There were three main reasons for this. First, the Rain Village was desperately poor. Any reparations demanded would be impossible for them to pay. Second, he didn't want to push Hanzo, the demigod, into a corner. If Hanzo was provoked, he could easily retaliate against Konoha. That wouldn't be so terrible in itself, but if Hanzo decided to ally himself with the Hidden Sand, then Konoha would find itself in deep trouble. With both Hanzo and the strongest Kazekage together, even Konoha would find itself in dire straits. Third, the third Hokage genuinely hoped for peace along the borders, wishing for the Rain Village to prosper and for stability in the world of shinobi. After all, if the Rain Village crumbled, there would be no benefit for Konoha, only trouble. Not to mention, just the wandering and rogue shinobi within the Land of Rain were enough of a headache for the village to handle. Is there anything wrong with this? Tsunade signaled with her eyes. Chiwa shot her a confident look in reply. No problem. Just sit back and watch the show. Since you don't know how to open negotiations, and Shikaka Nara can't make up his mind and doesn't dare to speak out, let me, Chiwa Yagami, take charge. Negotiation, was it? Piece of cake. If Hanzo didn't like it, I'd just keep bombing the Rain Village and see how long his stubbornness lasted. It all felt terribly unreliable, and Tsunade couldn't hold back a wry smile. At this stage, trusting Chiwa was her only option, treating a dead horse like a living one, as the saying goes. Chiwa didn't think the third Hokage's terms were excessive, but who knew whether Hanzo would agree. After a while, Hanzo's expression tightened, and he looked up, fixing his gaze on Chiwa. As for Tsunade, he ignored her completely. In his eyes, only Chiwa was a worthy equal for a true negotiation. Tsunade hadn't earned that yet. As for Nara Shikaku, who is this kid, anyway? Is there something bothering you, Lord Demigod? This condition needs to be amended. Ignoring Chiyuki's teasing remark, Hanzo pointed directly at the section in the document marked Defeated Party. Although my village, Amage Cure, acknowledges the outcome of the war, to be precise, we are not the defeated side. He glanced at Tsunade before continuing. The daimyo invested a considerable amount of money into the village, hoping to strengthen us. This is not the outcome he expected. If we accept the label of the defeated, it will certainly offend the daimyo. Then, restoring Amage Cure will become even harder. If you upset the daimyo, do you still expect funding? Dream on. Amage Cure is nothing like Konoha. Without the daimyo's support, Konoha may just need to tighten its belt, but it won't reach the brink of collapse. Amage Cure, however, won't make it. Once you accept the title of a defeated nation, the Land of Rain's daimyo will be utterly humiliated. You've made him lose face. Do you think he'll keep funding Amage Cure's development? Is that even possible? These daimyo care far more about their pride than you might imagine. What's your opinion? Hanzo asked. Though he poked fun at Hanzo several times, Chiyuki wasn't put off by the lack of response. Instead, he grew more serious, settling into the discussion. Negotiation and compromise weren't exactly his strengths, but he could manage the basics. As long as you don't resort to cunning tricks, things should work out all right. Hanzo laced his fingers in front of him, his tone earnest. I think it would be best to say that Amage Cure and Konoha, unable to bear further bloodshed, decided to end the war through negotiation. And after all, it was Tsunade Cure who instigated this conflict. Sans false accusations pushed both our villages into full-scale war. In this way, both Konoha and Amage Cure preserve their reputations. The daimyo receives a reasonable explanation. What do you think? Although Amage Cure had shown signs of aggression, the village truly hadn't launched the war. It was the manipulations of Tsunade Cure that sparked the conflict. Hanzo had even sent intelligence about this to Konoha. Letting Tsunade Cure shoulder the blame was by far the most fitting outcome. It benefited both Amage Cure and Konoha. Otherwise, if Amage Cure bore the stigma of defeat, its future development will be hampered. Meanwhile, if Konoha took the blame as the instigator, its reputation would suffer as well. Konoha, after all, was famous for its diplomatic pursuit of peace. To then launch a war against Amagekure would just make them seem hypocritical. What do you think? Chiyuki glanced at Tsunade. Tsunade frowned, thinking deeply for a moment, then nodded slightly. She found it acceptable. The reputations of both Konoha and Amagekure would remain intact. Just push the blame onto Tsunagekure, and that settles it. At that very moment, Konoha was at war with the Sand Village, and since the Sand Village had been the one to declare war, blaming them for this matter made perfect sense. Tsunade had no objections, so Chiyuki naturally wouldn't object either. If that's the case, then let's amend this part. What about the rest? Konoha hadn't demanded any compensation. This was already quite magnanimous. From this, it was clear how the third Hokage conducted diplomacy. He never intended to squeeze the hidden Rain Village dry, worried it might provoke a backlash. I would like to request some material aid from Konoha. The Rain Village currently lacks all sorts of supplies, whether food or other necessities. If possible, I also hope that the border checkpoints of the Land of Fire can be open to us, so the Rain Village can travel to the daimyo's palace to purchase some grain. I can agree to provide you with some supplies, but not too much. And only food, no other goods. As for buying grain at the daimyo's palace, I'll permit it, but you're not allowed to send ninja to make the purchase. Offering some material aid, that was the will of the third Hokage. After all, the amount was negligible. It was nothing more than a consolation prize. In the end, Rain Village would still have to spend its own money to buy what it really needed. As for the borders, Konoha wouldn't put up roadblocks, but the Rain Village's ninja were forbidden from operating inside the Land of Fire. All they could do was submit requests. Let Konoha's own ninja escort the food and supplies to the Rain Village. Subtly, this would bring Konoha a tidy sum through new commissions and missions. In this move, the third Hokage achieved, in effect, 3 goals at once. Truly a master of subtlety. He was hiding a pit and waiting for others to fall into it. What harm was there in sending over a little grain? The real profits came from commissions and missions. This was no different from slowly pulling up the roots of the Rain Village. But did Hanzo have any alternatives? He did not. Outside of the Land of Fire, it would be extremely hard to buy sufficient grain anywhere else. Even with money, there was no guarantee anyone would sell to him. After all, in wartime, food was a regulated resource. Other countries were nothing like the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire enjoyed bountiful harvests year after year. There was never any fear of going hungry. Buying from small neighboring countries would only arouse suspicion from the Hidden Stone and Hidden Sand villages. In the end, it was better to purchase openly from the Land of Fire. Konoha, you truly are something else. Hanzo almost felt like flipping the table in frustration. Tsunade's expression was grave. She knew well how harsh these conditions were, but they had been set by the third Hokage, not by her. I accept. Sheltered beneath another's roof, sometimes you have no choice but to bow your head. Although he sat in his own stronghold, Hanzo felt no real sense of security. Chiyuki's 2 thunderous blasts had already chilled his heart. If negotiations broke down now, it was not unthinkable that the Rain Village might be reduced to smoking ruins. To concentrate lightning chakra into a sphere, then unleash it in a catastrophic explosion. What kind of terrifying jutsu was this? How could the Hidden Leaf Village possibly have such a jutsu? Why had no one seen it used before? Could it be one of Konoha's forbidden techniques? What Hanzo didn't know was that the lightning burst wasn't some forbidden technique, but rather a personal skill unique to him. It was akin to a signature jutsu. Whether others could master was another question entirely, and as for Chinyue, he'd never considered teaching anyone else. The principle was simple enough. If you're capable, try to learn on your own. If you can break it down, more power to you. With the main terms of their discussion settled, the rest was just endless haggling, which Chinyue found tiresome. Stretching lazily, he made his way outside. He intended to stroll around Amagekure for a bit. As for Tsunade and Shikakanara, he'd let them stay behind to keep talking, for all he cared. Tsunade would handle negotiations. Shikaku could play the observer. Hanzo wholeheartedly supported Chinyue's idea to step out for a while. Having Chinyue hang around put him under enormous pressure. It was best if Chinyue took his time outside and didn't return until the negotiations were over. My lord. When Chinyue appeared, Umbu Shinobi immediately stepped forward to salute him. I'm going for a walk. You stay here and keep protecting Tsunade. Waving his hand in dismissal, Chinyue signaled for the Umbu to remain. He left the administrative building alone and wandered down the deserted streets. After circling the village, Chinyue couldn't help but notice that Amagekure had an abundance of colorful establishments. Was this their way of investing in the red light industry? He glanced quickly at the women standing in doorways, dolled up and coaxing passersby. Qianyue shook his head and decided to return. There was nothing worth seeing here. The place was too poor, and the women were far from attractive. Even if they paid him, he'd refuse, let alone spend his own money. Just as he turned to head back, he noticed 3 little kids struggling to pull a handcart piled with belongings around the corner. Were they relying on hauling goods to make a living and feed themselves? Sensing their chakra, Qianyue was surprised to find Nagato's was growing at an astonishing rate, while Yahiko's and Konan's were more average. These 3 were none other than Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, the future founding members of the Akatsuki, who he'd met once before when they'd asked to become his disciples. Apparently sensing someone's attention, the perceptive Nagato instinctively lifted his head. When he saw Qianyue standing out on the street beneath an umbrella, a shudder went through him as he murmured, "Sensei." "What's sensei?" "Nagato, hurry up and put your back into it. Once we finish moving all this, we'll earn 200 ryo and can buy ourselves something to eat." Feeling the cart grow heavier, Yahiko glanced back to find Nagato slacking off. Noticing Nagato's distraction, Yahiko followed his gaze. The moment he saw Qianyue, the rope slipped from his hand. At the back, Konan, who had been pushing the cart, squealed with delight. "Sensei, when did I become your teacher?" Qianyue covered his face with his hand. Still, he beckoned the 3 little ones over to him. Even though Nagato and the others were 3 years younger than he was, only 7 years old, their stunted growth from malnutrition made them look much smaller, nothing like children of 7. In fact, they looked more like 5-year-olds, tiny and fragile. "Teacher!" Yahiko shouted out excitedly and dashed towards Qianyue. Konan followed, running up joyfully, while Nagato hesitated for a moment before walking over as well. "It looks like my teaching hasn't gone to waste. You all did very well." He looked at the 3 of them standing in the rain, gazing up at him with faces full of excitement. None of them cared about getting soaked. They simply couldn't believe they were finally meeting the person they had longed to see day and night. "It's all because of how good a teacher you are." Yahiko scratched his head with a silly laugh. Qianyue smiled and said, "I don't recall ever officially accepting you as my disciples." He took in the sight of the 3, so obviously malnourished, their clothes soaked and muddy, dotted with holes. Qianyue let out a sigh. "Come with me." There weren't many people out on the street, but Qianyue noticed that some shops in Rain Village remained open, a clothing store here, a small restaurant there. Konan and Yahiko paid no mind to Qianyue's words, happily following along. Nagato, easing up at last, stayed silent but trailed behind them at the end. "Is there anything you'd like to buy, guests?" "Our shop has." The shopkeeper's greeting was interrupted as Qianyue pointed to the 3 children behind him. "Fit each of them with 2 sets of clothes, the best you have." He took out some banknotes and placed them on the counter. In the world of the hidden leaf, money was called ryo. The smaller denominations came as coins and the larger as paper bills. As for the name, everyone just called it ryo, though sometimes people traded directly with gold or silver. "Of course, please wait right here." Seeing the money, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up, his wrinkled face now beaming with delight. "Teacher, we don't need." Konan instinctively tried to refuse, but when she caught Qianyue's stern, unyielding gaze, she lowered her head, her protest dying in her throat. Meekly, they let the shopkeeper help them pick out outfits. The proprietor even thoughtfully lent them the shop's washroom so they could clean themselves up. After bathing and changing into clean, fresh clothes, the 3 children looked entirely transformed, finally appearing as they should. Only Nagato kept his head bowed, never looking up, the Rinnegan hidden by a curtain of red hair. Qianyue bought them clothing and umbrellas, and then they made their way to a restaurant, ordering a hearty meal. As the 4 of them sat together, Qianyue asked, "How did the 3 of you end up here in Rain Village?" "Teacher." Yahiko scratched his head and smiled, but as soon as he started to speak, Qianyue cut him off with a raised hand. Waving her hand and smiling helplessly, Qianyue said, "Don't call me teacher. I've never officially taken you as my disciples. And besides, I'm only 3 years older than you. Given how things are now, there's no way we could be teacher and students. Who knows, maybe one day, if the situation changes, we could even find ourselves as enemies." Qianyue was 10 years old, while Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were all 7. Yet the gap between them and Qianyue was more than just 3 short years. At 10, Qianyue already looked like a sturdy young boy, while the 3 of them, after years of malnutrition, all seemed smaller and stouter than their age. Anyone who saw them together, unless told their ages, would never guess there was only a 3-year difference. Yahiko froze, the smile on his face slowly fading away. Nagato, head bowed, clenched his fists, and it was obvious his emotions were in turmoil. Konan's eyes reddened, and she couldn't help but speak up. "Teacher, it's what we want. We chose this. But I never had any intention of taking on students." For a moment, Chie-Wei was at a loss for words, unsure how to express her true thoughts. Looking at Conan's tear-brimmed eyes, Yahiko's hopeful expression, and Nagato, just beginning to raise his head, she finally yielded. All right, let's drop the subject. Call me whatever you like. No matter what you say, I won't admit to having the three of you as my disciples. After all, Chiwa Yagami was still just a child. What business did a kid have taking disciples? Besides, disciples aren't something you can just accept on a whim. Who knows, if they keep calling me teacher now, Nagato might come after me first when chaos comes to Konoha. Black Zetsu is definitely lurking in the shadows, watching all this. Forget it, the Rinnegan isn't my problem. I've already given them the help I could. How far Nagato and the others can go will depend on their own abilities. By the way, you never answered. How did you end up here in the Hidden Rain Village? Because the war is over, but there are still plenty of rogue ninja out there causing trouble, stealing, killing. For safety, I brought Conan and Yahiko into the village, Nagato replied. The ninja uncle from the village didn't turn us away. He even helped us out a lot. At this, Yahiko's face lit up with a bright smile once more. He was truly grateful to that helpful ninja, even though he'd never found out the man's name. Perhaps Hanzo wasn't an ideal leader, but when it came to caring for his own people, he really had nothing to be ashamed of. The pity was that, ever since returning from the Land of Iron, Hanzo had simply given up. The demigod had become a burnt-out shell, not even bothering to reign in the chaos of the Hidden Rain. He just let the country spiral downward. During the Third Great Ninja War, under Danzo's manipulation, he set his sights on the Akatsuki, using them as scapegoats. He forced Yahiko to his death, and in doing so, doomed his own life as well. At that moment, their food was brought to the table, and the three of them started eating ravenously. Watching as they devoured their meal with such satisfaction, Chiwa couldn't help but sigh. To tell the truth, the food here tasted rather mediocre to him. In fact, it was somewhat hard to swallow. Yet for Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato, this was truly a rare and delicious feast. Yahiko, a little too eager, ate so fast that he started choking. He gulped down a large mouthful of water and finally managed to swallow, feeling as if he'd been granted a new lease on life. Conan just gave him a helpless, exasperated look. Sensei, did you come to Amage Cure on a mission? In the end, it was the thoughtful Conan who found the courage to ask Chie-Wei about his reasons for visiting the village. Putting down his chopsticks, Chie-Wei reached out and gently ruffled Conan's hair, earning a beaming smile from her. The war is over, but some matters remain unresolved. The village sent me as part of a negotiation team to Amage Cure to begin talks with Hanzo. But since the situation there is still a bit unstable, I decided to step outside for a while. And that's when I stumbled upon the three of you. And the explosion at the city gates. While no one had publicized it or gone out to investigate, that thunderous explosion had echoed across the whole village. Naturally, Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato had heard it as well. Ahem. As the three pairs of eyes turned to him, Chie-Wei suddenly felt a little awkward. He coughed and gave an explanation. Hanzo refused to cooperate, refused even to meet us, so I had no choice but to use a few jutsu and bring down part of the city wall. Only then was I able to enter Amage Cure. Otherwise, those negotiations would never have even started. Yahiko's eyes went wide with disbelief. Nagato was so shocked his chopsticks slipped from his fingers and clattered to the table. Conan stared in utter astonishment as well. None of them had imagined that the explosion at the gates was Chie-Wei's doing, let alone that it had been intentional. He'd done it to force Hanzo's hand, to leave him no choice but to come to the negotiating table. Otherwise, the talks would have never begun. In truth, Chie-Wei hadn't wanted things to play out like that. But Hanzo, that wily old man, had looked down on them, acting as if they weren't even worth a proper conversation, let alone a negotiation. If you don't play tough with someone like that, he'll truly believe himself invincible. What demigod? Against someone like Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, Hanzo wouldn't last a moment. He'd be so devastated he'd forget his own father's name. All of this only highlighted the decline of Konoha's top echelon after Hashirama's death and Madara's disappearance into the shadows. Especially after the outbreak of the First Great Ninja War, things only became more dire. Looking at the three stunned youngsters before him, Chie-Wei couldn't help but break into laughter. Fortunately, everything has been resolved. Although many from the Hidden Rain Village lost their lives, and it will take some time to repair the city walls, the negotiations are proceeding smoothly for now. Perhaps everything will be settled by the end of today. So, does that mean you'll be leaving today, Sensei? Conan, always the more sensitive one, returned to herself, no longer caring about the negotiations or the destruction of the wall. What concerned her the most was that Chie-Wei was about to leave. Conan truly found it hard to let him go. Chie-Wei understood that these three were reluctant to see him leave, But unlike Jiraiya, he couldn't just stay and take care of them forever. Yes. Though he knew his answer would sadden Conan, Chiwe nodded seriously. As long as the negotiations wrap up smoothly, I'll probably be gone by sundown. Hanzo would hardly want a dangerous element like me lingering in the village. He'd never sleep easy with me around. In the meantime, if any of you have questions about anything at all, feel free to ask. I'll do my best to answer. Really, that's amazing. Their sorrow at the coming farewell faded quickly, swept away by excitement. Yahiko was the first to spring up in anticipation. He had an endless list of questions about ninjutsu and fighting techniques for Chiwe. Conan and Nagato likewise brimmed with curiosity. After all, on the path of ninja, the three of them were still complete novices. They had only just learned to refine their chakra enough to manage some basic jutsu. They finished their meal quickly, and then the three gathered around Chiwe, peppering him with questions and soaking up every answer he gave. Time slipped quietly past. Sensing the approach of Tsunade and Shikaku, Nara's chakra signatures, Chiwe finally said to them, "It's about time. I need to get going. Think of this as a little parting gift from me." He asked the shopkeeper for a pen, then produced a blank scroll. He wrote down the hand seals for several jutsu, along with important notes for training, and handed the scroll to Yahiko.